Transmigrating into Naruto, I became Sasuke's twin older brother, Uchiha Yo. My little brother was a genius burdened with hatred, and I wasn't a genius. But I had a system. One draw every year, and the prize could be anything in the ninja world, including ninjutsu, Kekkei Genkai, special physiques, tailed beasts, eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, Rinnegan, sage mode, the complete 10 tails, and even the god tree fruit. The story begins. Konoha, Ninja Academy. Irika held a list in his hand and called out the students' names one by one for the final review of the clone technique. Uchiha Yo. Yo walked up to the front. He didn't deliberately put on a hand seal pose. He just casually brought his hands together in front of his chest. Bang! White smoke burst out. A clone identical to Yo appeared steadily beside him. Wow, Yakuin is amazing. He got it on the first try, and you can't even see any flaws at all. Sakura, Ino, and the other girls in class all started cheering. Their eyes were practically sparkling, their faces full of infatuation. Irika nodded in satisfaction and gave a high score without hesitation. Very good. 95 points. Everyone should learn from Yo. Uchiha Sasuke. Irika called the second name. The second brat walked up to the front. What was amazing was that the earlier Uchiha Yo looked exactly the same as Sasuke. Same hairstyle, same face. Like they had been cast from the same mold. Everyone was already used to it and didn't find it strange at all. After all, Uchiha Yo and Uchiha Sasuke were a pair of twin brothers, and also the only two surviving Uchiha. But compared to the sunny and cheerful Yo, Sasuke was much colder. He was like a giant block of ice, with a full-on keep-away-from-strangers expression on his face. Sasuke easily used the clone technique, and Irika gave him 95 points as well. Next, Naruto Uzumaki. Watch me. Naruto leaped up full of energy, clumsily twisting his hands together as he shouted loudly, "Clone technique." A crooked orange lump flopped weakly onto the floor. The classroom went silent for a second, then burst into loud laughter. Ha 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 ha, what the heck is that? So it's like this again. A dead last is still a dead last. You can't even maintain a clone? That's way too pathetic. Naruto's face immediately turned red, and he shouted unwillingly, "Damn it, that was a mistake. Let me try again." Irika-sensei pressed a hand to his forehead with a headache and said irritably, "Enough. Naruto, go back down. 35 points. Damn it." Naruto walked back to his seat with his head hanging low, his face full of frustration. Yo also looked at Naruto. This idiot clearly had a massive amount of chakra inside him. But because of Kurama's interference, he couldn't even use the basic 3 techniques properly. Had to say it. The guy was seriously unlucky. Still, thinking about Kurama, that super cheat, Naruto had gotten a pretty good deal too. Honestly, if he didn't have a cheat ability, Uchiha Yo would rather be the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki himself. After all, once you became a perfect Nine-Tails Jinchuriki and mastered Nine-Tails Chakra mode, you'd be firmly at Kage level. The clone technique review continued, and the students went up one after another. Cute Hinata, noisy Sakura, lively Ino. The clone technique review ended quickly, and then it was time for sparring practice. Irika looked toward Yo and Kiba Inuzuka below the stage and called out, "Kiba Inuzuka, Yo, step forward." Kiba had been waiting impatiently for a long time already. He jumped out excitedly with Akamaru. "Hehe Yo, I only lost to you last time because I was careless. This time I won't hold back." Akamaru barked twice from on top of his head, baring his little white teeth. Yo looked at the battle-ready Kiba, and the corner of his mouth lifted slightly. There were a lot of people in class who wanted to beat him, especially the boys, including his stupid Otudo Sasuke. But so far, the ones who could actually get what they wanted hadn't been born yet. Yo and Kiba Inuzuka walked to the center of the field and formed the seal of confrontation. "Yo, today I'm definitely going to beat you. So prepare yourself." Kiba bared his teeth and shouted. "Is that so?" Yo raised a brow slightly and smiled calmly. "Then come at me. Yakuin, go. Yakuin is the coolest. Wow, so handsome. Yakuin." Sakura, Ino, and a whole group of girls immediately started cheering for Yo. Yakuin was seriously way too handsome, and the key was that he was sunny and cheerful. Way more handsome than that gloomy, smug Sasuke who wore a dark face all day long. Naruto also waved his arms and shouted loudly, "Yo, go. Show that bastard Kiba how awesome you are." Irika-sensei swung his hand and shouted loudly, "Begin." Before his voice had even faded, Kiba shot out like an arrow released from a bow, his fist smashing straight over with the sound of rushing wind. "Take this punch." Yo didn't dodge or evade, but just as Kiba's fist was about to land, the Yo standing in place suddenly blurred for an instant. Smack! With a light sound, Kiba's confident punch hit nothing but air. What? Kiba's pupils shrank. Before he could even switch moves, he felt an irresistible force hit his waist. Yo seemed to casually press lightly with one hand, then suddenly shoved. Kiba only felt a huge force slam into him. His whole body stumbled backward uncontrollably 5 or 6 steps, almost falling over. So fast, a student couldn't help but gasp. "Did you see Yao's movement clearly? No, it was like he just flickered for a second. So fast. Sasuke was also staring fixedly at Yao in the field, secretly clenching his fists. That bastard Yao. He seemed even faster now. Kiba shook his slightly numb arm, his gaze turning serious. Akamaru. Woof woof. Akamaru immediately understood. The boy and dog instantly split apart, forming a pincer attack. Beast-human clone. Bang! Another Kiba appeared at Yao's rear flank. Together with the original body and Akamaru, they lunged at him from 3 directions at once. Sharp claw winds sealed off all of Yao's room to dodge. Facing the combined attack from 3 sides, Yao only took a light breath. His body seemed weightless as he made unbelievable movements within an extremely small space. First, he leaned back slightly, avoiding the straight punch from Kiba's real body in front. At the same time, he shifted his steps just enough to make the beast-human clone's kick miss. Finally, like a spirit snake, he struck out and precisely deflected Akamaru's pounce and bite. The whole process happened in a flash, unbelievably fast. In the eyes of the watching students, Yao looked like a phantom. In an instant, he dissolved the attacks coming from 3 directions into nothing. How is that possible? Kiba's real body and clone regrouped, his face full of disbelief. His combined attack tactic was something even some Chunin teachers who specialized in taijutsu would need to spend some effort dealing with. Yet the other side had broken it so effortlessly. After getting shut down again and again, Kiba was starting to lose face. All the girls in class were watching. If this kept going, it would be way too embarrassing. Yao, you forced me into this. This time, I'm getting serious. Kiba rapidly formed hand seals and shouted at the same time. Akamaru. Woof woof. Akamaru leaped up. In midair, his body rapidly expanded and transformed, merging together with Kiba as Kiba finished his hand seals. Bang! Thick smoke exploded out. A giant beast with 2 savage dog heads appeared in the center of the field, radiating a fierce aura. It was the Inuzuka clan's secret ninjutsu. 2-headed wolf beast human clone. Take this. Fong passing Fong. The 2-headed wolf spun violently, turning into 2 sharp tornadoes as it attacked Yao from the left and right in a pincer strike. The momentum was terrifying, and the students watching instinctively backed away. Kiba's actually getting serious. That's kind of amazing. Can Yao block it? Ino and the others started worrying. Facing this combined attack that would have driven an ordinary genin into despair, Yao's expression remained as calm as ever. Just as the 2 Fong passing fangs were about to hit his body, Yao moved. His movement didn't look fast at all. He merely shifted slightly to the side. By the narrowest margin, he avoided the edge of the tornado on the left, while his right hand casually reached back. Thump! A muffled sound rang out. The fierce tornado on the right abruptly came to a halt. All the students widened their eyes and stared at the field in disbelief. They saw Yao's right hand pressed against one of the heads of the 2-headed wolf. With just that light press, he completely neutralized the huge spinning force with a seemingly effortless palm strike. How is that possible? Kiba's cry came from inside the wolf head, full of shock. He could clearly feel it. All of his spinning power had vanished without a trace, like a mud ox entering the sea. The power's decent, but the openings are way too obvious. You still need more practice. Yao's voice was flat, as if he were giving feedback during a lesson. Before his words had even finished, his wrist gave a slight shake, and a burst of refined force flowed out. Wu Akamaru let out a whimper, and the fusion state instantly broke apart. Smoke burst out, and Kiba and Akamaru went tumbling away, rolling several times across the ground before finally stopping. The classroom fell completely silent. Instant kill. A total instant kill. The students who had just been shouting in amazement over Kiba's Fong passing Fong were now all standing there with their mouths wide open. Uchiha Yo had barely even moved from his spot, and he had already broken the Inuzuka clan's secret taijutsu. He won. Yakuin is way too strong. Is he really a genin just like us? Ino, Sakura, and the other girls looked like stars were practically about to appear in their eyes. All of their earlier worry had turned into pure admiration. Yao was just too handsome, so handsome it hit them right in the heart. If he could be their boyfriend, it would be worth it even if they died. Naruto was even more excited. He jumped up and started waving his arms, shouting loudly. Sasuke pressed his lips together. He had seen more clearly than the others. Yao's movements just now looked simple, but they contained absolute control over timing, angle, and strength. This guy's taijutsu had actually reached this level. His rate of improvement was way too fast. Sasuke felt a little discouraged. 1 year ago, he could have completely stomped this older brother of his. But starting 1 year ago, Yao had suddenly become like he was using a cheat. The 3 basic jutsu, taijutsu, shuriken, kunai throwing, his mastery speed in every single area was absurdly fast. Sasuke had quickly been overtaken, and in the end, he had been left far behind. After multiple clashes over the course of the year, Sasuke had gotten stomped again and again. Well, after getting beaten that many times, Sasuke had gone numb to it. Now he only hoped one thing, that this guy wouldn't leave him too far behind. Iruka-sensei also snapped out of his shock and quickly announced, "Winner, Uchiha Yo." When Iruka looked at Yo, his gaze was also filled with admiration. This kind of effortless display had already far surpassed the average level of a ninja academy student. Or rather, it had surpassed the level an ordinary genin should have. But when he remembered that the boy was an Uchiha, Iruka suddenly felt it made sense again. After all, the Uchiha clan had once been Konoha's #1 noble clan, famous throughout the ninja world for producing genius shinobi. And Uchiha Yo was the most talented ninja Iruka had ever seen. Yo walked forward and extended a hand toward Kiba, who had just climbed back up. Kiba still looked a little unwilling to accept it, but he still grabbed Yo's hand and stood up. "You really are a monster. Thanks for the match. Continue the sparring." Next match. Naruto Uzumaki vs Shikamaru Nara. Alright, that's it for today's class. Everyone remember to review properly after you get home. Iruka reminded them, in 1 week it'll be the graduation exam. I hope everyone in our class graduates smoothly. Sensei definitely doesn't want to see anyone get sent back to the ninja academy. Class dismissed. The students immediately cheered, packed up their things, and started heading out. "Yao-kun. Want to walk together? Yao-kun. I made rice balls last night. Want to eat together?" Yo kids in the ninja world generally matured early. They were only 12-year-old little brats. But every one of them had more guts than the last. Facing these enthusiastic girls, Yo honestly really wanted to sleep with them. But they were too young. Let them grow a bit more. He'd wait until they were 18. Sasuke walked past Yo expressionlessly, both hands in his pockets. When he came shoulder to shoulder with Yo, he stopped and coolly asked, "What are we eating tonight?" Yo was already used to this style of communication, so he casually replied, "It's our birthday today. Let us have barbecue." As the only surviving orphans of the Uchiha clan, the two of them had inherited the enormous fortune accumulated by the Uchiha family. They couldn't possibly spend it all. There was no way they could spend it all. In this regard, they were worlds apart from Naruto Uzumaki, who barely got by on expired milk and cup noodles. Because of that, when it came to food, drink, and daily living, Yo had never mistreated himself. If it was time to eat, he ate. If it was time to drink, he drank. He was never stingy in the slightest. The brothers had a clear division of labor. Sasuke was responsible for buying ingredients and washing the pots, bowls, and chopsticks after meals. Yo was responsible for cooking, so he got the final say on what they ate. When he heard barbecue, Sasuke's throat bobbed almost imperceptibly, though his face still showed little expression. He only gave a faint through his nose, almost too quiet to hear, then walked off coolly with his hands in his pockets. "Yo! Yo!" Naruto rushed over, his blue eyes shining with excitement and admiration as he chattered away. "You were way too strong. You totally crushed Kiba so easily. When do you think I'll be able to beat you?" Looking at the excited Naruto, Yo couldn't help but laugh. "Your chakra reserves are incredibly huge. As long as you can bring them out properly, beating me won't be much of a problem." That was, of course, just a polite thing to say. Starting 1 year ago, he had decided to openly unleash his talent and stop hiding it. Naturally, that meant he had absolute confidence in his own strength. Naruto wanted to beat him now? What a delusion. "Alright, let us go. It's Sasuke's and my birthday today. Come eat at my place. I'm treating you to barbecue." Naruto swallowed, scratched his hair, and said awkwardly, "Huh? Again? No, I don't need to, right? I keep eating at your place every day." It's kind of embarrassing. The more he spoke, the quieter his voice became, and his eyes started drifting. "Quit pretending." Yo knew Naruto too well and directly exposed that tiny little thought of his. "I want to eat fish. When you have time later, catch me a few more big ones to make up for it." Asking him to help catch fish was, of course, just Yo giving Naruto a way out. The reason Yo had such a good relationship with Naruto was because Yo had deliberately shown him kindness. Not because he wanted to curry favor with Naruto. Yo simply felt that befriending Naruto was an investment that cost very little and would bring an absurdly high return in the future. So he just did it casually. After all, Naruto was unbelievably lonely and desperately longed for other people's acknowledgement. So, as long as someone showed him even a little kindness, Naruto would become completely devoted. Just like Iruka in the original story. He had only acknowledged Naruto, and he practically became Naruto's dad. Sure enough, the moment Naruto heard that, the little bit of hesitation on his face instantly vanished. He slapped his chest hard and shouted, "Leave it to me. I'll definitely help you catch the biggest, fattest fish. Let us go." Night. It was already deep into the night. Moonlight filtered through the glass window and spilled across the two beds lined up side by side. Sasuke beside him had long since fallen asleep, and the room was completely silent. Yo's mind stirred. Whoosh! A faint blue screen that only he could see unfolded out of thin air. Host: Uchiha Yo. Age: 12 years old. Chakra amount: Chunin level. Chakra attributes: Fire, Wind, Lightning, Earth, In. Mode, none. Kekkei Genkai. Sharingan, unawakened.
Physique, none.
Ninjutsu, 3 basic jutsu, shadow clone jutsu, flying thunder god technique, fire release ninjutsu, 108 types. As one of the many transmigrators, Yao also had his own cheat ability, God of Ninja System. The name was a bit abstract, but the system's function was simple and brutal. Every year on his birthday, Yao could draw a prize once. The prize could be anything from the Naruto world, including but not limited to ninjutsu, taijutsu, genjutsu, Kekkei Genkai, tailed beasts, weapons, chakra attributes and total chakra amount, special physiques. On his 10th birthday, the God of Ninja System officially awakened. For Yao's first draw, the prize was the Uchiha Fire Release gift pack. The Uchiha clan excelled at fire release, and this gift pack included the 108 Fire Release Ninjutsu collected by the Uchiha clan. From C-rank Fire Release Ninjutsu to A-rank Fire Release Ninjutsu. It had everything. Because it was a system reward, the knowledge was directly instilled into him. Yao did not need to learn them step by step. Yet he still mastered all 108 Fire Release Ninjutsu. And he had mastered them completely. Unfortunately, because of his chakra limitations, he could not use many of them. After barely using the Great Fireball Jutsu a few times, his chakra would be completely exhausted. Chakra amount was also Yao's biggest shortcoming at the moment. Could not be helped. The Uchiha were not the Uzumaki or the Senju. After all, on his 11th birthday, Yao drew for the second time. This time, it was incredibly powerful. The prize he got was the Flying Thunder God technique. The Flying Thunder God technique, an S-rank space-time ninjutsu invented by the second Hokage, Tobirama Senju. There was no need to say more about how powerful the Flying Thunder God technique was. The fourth Hokage was able to earn the title of Yellow Flash largely because of it. Unfortunately, because it was a system empowerment, Yao had also mastered the Flying Thunder God technique. Unfortunately, using the Flying Thunder God technique required a huge amount of chakra. With Yao's chakra reserves only at the Chunin level, he simply couldn't use it many times. That greatly reduced the value of the Flying Thunder God technique. Chakra. It was severely limiting Yao's strength. 1 year had passed. He could draw a lottery again. I wonder what I'll get this time? I'm not asking for some outrageous cheat like the Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan or the Rinnegan, but please don't let me down. Yao took a deep breath. System. Begin the annual lottery draw. Buzz. The semi-transparent light screen trembled lightly, and the status information disappeared. In its place was a golden roulette-style lottery panel. The wheel began spinning at high speed, flashing with dazzling brilliance. Yao held his breath and stared at the wheel without blinking. A few seconds later, stop. The wheel slowly came to a halt. Whoosh! On the pale blue light screen, a striking line of text quietly appeared. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have obtained Sage Body, Hashirama Senju. HM? Yao froze for a moment. Then his eyes widened with joy. Sage Body? He actually drew a Sage Body? And Hashirama Senju's at that? The corners of Yao's mouth rose uncontrollably. Surprise. This was a real surprise. Hashirama Senju was a genuine Kage above Kage, the god of shinobi. And what was Hashirama Senju's greatest strength? Would release? No. Would release. It was indeed an extremely powerful and unique Kekkei Genkai. But honestly, it was just that. Would release wasn't really that much stronger than lava release, scorch release, magnet release, ice release or boil release. What made would release special was its restraining power, and its ability to absorb chakra. That was the real reason it could suppress tailed beasts. What truly made Hashirama Senju terrifying was his monstrous Sage Body. A Sage Body gave Hashirama chakra reserves greater than a tailed beast's, along with unmatched vitality. Combined with Sage Mode, that was what made Hashirama Senju the god of shinobi. It was just like fire release. In the hands of an ordinary Uchiha, it was at most useful for controlling movement. But in the hands of Uchiha Madara, one great fire annihilation made it feel like a natural disaster descending, unstoppable. And now I've drawn Hashirama Senju's Sage Body too? Yao was thrilled. Terrifying chakra reserves, unmatched vitality, and self-healing. Just thinking about it felt amazing. Look at Orochimaru. Look at Danzo. They had spent their whole lives researching the first Hokage cells. But in the end they were all half-baked. Orochimaru's living corpse reincarnation-style body techniques, Danzo's transplanted arm, none of them came close to even a fraction of a Sage Body. Yamato counts as having a Sage Body? His version was diluted 10,000 times over. I have the Flying Thunder God technique and 108 Fire Release Jutsu, yet my chakra reserves are only at the Chunin level. Because of that, I can't fully bring out either the Flying Thunder God technique or high-level Fire Release Jutsu at all. Chakra reserves are exactly the shortcoming I need to make up for the most right now. Now it's solved. System. Fuse the Sage Body. Yao silently said in his heart. Fuse. The moment the command was issued, A warm current as vast and boundless as the sea appeared out of nowhere inside his body. In an instant, it spread through his limbs, organs, from head to toe, and finally into every corner of his body. There was no agonizing pain like he had imagined. Everything happened in complete silence, like spring rain soaking into all things, gentle and endless. Yao could clearly feel that every single cell in his body was letting out a joyful hum, greedily absorbing that pure energy overflowing with life force. His muscle fibers became tougher. His bone density grew denser. His cells became far more active. And the greatest change of all was his chakra. Yao's chakra, which had originally reached the Chunin level, began expanding wildly. Even without deliberately refining it, chakra kept surging out endlessly. The entire fusion process lasted for several hours. When the warm current finally stopped completely and became fully one with his body, Yao slowly opened his eyes. Without even needing to check on purpose, Yao could sense the chakra inside him, rushing endlessly like the Yangtze and Yellow rivers. The chakra nature that originally belonged to the Uchiha, leaning toward Yin release, had now perfectly fused with the vast, powerful, life-filled Yang release nature of the sage body. Yao clenched his fist, and his knuckles let out crisp cracking sounds as a sense of power far beyond before suddenly erupted within him. So this is a sage body? Yao muttered softly. My chakra reserves have increased by at least over 100 times, and the quality is insanely high, full of life force. Yao tried mobilizing his chakra, and the process was incomparably smooth, as easy as moving his own arm. Too strong. With this much chakra, I can use the Flying Thunder God technique as much as I want. Yao's heart surged. The Flying Thunder God technique was a space-time ninjutsu. It was a huge chakra eater. Before, because his chakra was too limited, he had to carefully budget every use of the Flying Thunder God technique and control the consumption with extreme caution. But now, he could spend it however he wanted, without ever worrying about running out of chakra again. More importantly, this vitality. Yao could feel that his body's recovery ability had reached an absurdly monstrous level. Some hidden injuries left behind from training quietly healed at this moment. And Yao pulled out a shuriken and directly sliced open his arm. Blood seeped out, but the wound quickly squirmed and healed shut. Yao wiped away the blood, and his skin was smooth and spotless, as if he had never been injured at all. A sage body doesn't just give me massive chakra reserves. It also gives me unmatched vitality and self-healing. Now even if I suffer some fatal injury, like being stabbed through or cut into 2 pieces, I can still recover quickly. This is the sage body. Yao's lips curled up. And with Hashirama Senju's sage body, I'll definitely be able to develop wood release. Wood release. Among ninjutsu type Kekkei Genkai, it was the most special one. On the surface, it looked like it was formed by fusing water and earth chakra natures. But in reality, just combining water and earth wasn't enough to create wood release. The prerequisite was having a sage body. The unique yang release chakra of the sage body was the true key. So wood release might look like a Kekkei Genkai, but in truth it was a Kekkei Toda of water, earth, and yang. However, now that I have a sage body, it'll probably be even harder for me to awaken the Sharingan. Yao was already 12 years old, yet he still hadn't awakened the Sharingan. It wasn't because his Uchiha bloodline was impure. It was because for an Uchiha to awaken their eyes, they needed intense mental stimulation and violent emotional fluctuations. Now, as a transmigrator with a mindset steady as an old dog, if he could awaken it, that would be the strange part. Now that he had obtained a sage body, it would probably be even harder to awaken it. But it didn't matter. As long as I transplant a pair of Mangekyo, that's enough. With a sage body, even an ordinary Mangekyo Sharingan in my hands can produce the effect of an eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. The Mangekyo goes blind, unless you have Hashirama cells, just like Obito. He used his Mangekyo frequently, yet he never went blind. That was precisely because the Hashirama cells inside his body were constantly healing him. Hopefully, I can pull a pair of eternal Mangekyo Sharingan in the future. Otherwise, I'll just have to dig out someone else's Mangekyo. Yao shook his head. Open the status panel. Swish. Host. Uchiha Yo. The age. 12 years old. Chakra amount. Kaga level. Chakra attributes. Fire, wind, lightning, water, earth, yin, yang, mode. None. Kekkei Genkai. Sharingan, unawakened. Physique. Sage body Hashirama Senju. Ninjutsu. 3 basic jutsu. Shadow clone jutsu. Flying Thunder God jutsu. Fire release ninjutsu. 108 types. Why is my chakra amount only Kaga level? Shouldn't it be beyond Kaga level? Yao couldn't help frowning. Is it because I just fused with the sage body? Or is it because I'm still too young? It should be because I'm too young. And my chakra attributes. Water and yang have been completed. Now I've got all 7 chakra attributes. That means I can use ninjutsu of all 7 attributes. Yao knew he was definitely going to lose sleep tonight. Couldn't he be helped? He was too excited. So excited he couldn't sleep. Since he couldn't sleep, he might as well not sleep at all. Yao got up, changed into casual clothes, glanced at his little brother still sleeping soundly beside him, and activated the Flying Thunder God Jutsu. Swish! Yao vanished straight from where he stood, leaving behind not even the slightest trace. At the same time, the forest in Konoha's back mountain. Yao appeared silently beneath a tree like a ghost. On the trunk was a small, inconspicuous Taiji symbol. This was one of the Flying Thunder God marks Yao had engraved in advance. In fact, ever since mastering the Flying Thunder God Jutsu 1 year ago, Yao had left Flying Thunder God marks in many corners. There were 2 reasons for doing this. First, convenience. Second, safety. Yao had never forgotten his situation. As one of the surviving members of the evil Uchiha clan, he and Sasuke might seem safe, but a sword was always hanging over their heads. Not to mention what the third Hokage was really thinking deep down. Just Danzo alone, that scheming old bastard with a sick obsession toward the Sharingan, was enough to keep Yao on guard at all times. These Flying Thunder God marks scattered everywhere were Yao's fallback plan. The moment he sensed any danger, he would immediately flee far away and escape to somewhere safe. With the huge amount of chakra provided by the sage body, continuous use of Flying Thunder God and long-distance teleportation should no longer be a problem. Yao turned around and looked toward the dense forest shrouded in the night, a sharp light flashing through his eyes. Then next, let us properly get familiar with just how much chakra this new body has brought me. First test. Distance. Yao sensed a deeply hidden mark on a distant cliff. Swish! Yao disappeared abruptly, and almost at the exact same moment, he appeared out of thin air on a cliff 10 kilometers away. Success! Yao's heart surged with excitement. At a distance this far, he would have needed at least 3 consecutive uses of Flying Thunder God before to cross it. Now he did it in one go. Second test. Continuous Flying Thunder God. Yao began making continuous irregular flashes through the forest. Swish! 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 Yao kept appearing among the treetops, on the ground, and behind rocks. At one moment he flashed east, only to instantly appear on the west side the next. At one moment he leaped high into the air, and at another he sped close to the ground. The consumption from this kind of continuous teleportation was completely acceptable. Before, he would feel strained after at most 3 consecutive uses. Now, Yao silently calculated as he flashed dozens of times through the forest before only barely feeling his chakra decrease a little. But the recovery speed was incredibly fast. In just a few breaths, it had already replenished itself. The recovery speed being far greater than the consumption speed was just ridiculous. Third test. Flying Thunder God Slash. Yao found an open area where several wooden stakes were placed. Ones he usually used for kunai throwing practice. Swish! Yao suddenly hurled a kunai toward one of the surrounding wooden stakes. The instant the kunai touched the stake, Yao appeared right after it, the shuriken in his hand stabbing straight into the wooden post. Swish! Yao vanished into thin air and appeared behind another wooden stake, the shuriken in his hand slashing sideways. Swish! 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 Yao kept appearing, then kept disappearing. His attacks had no trajectory at all. They were completely impossible to predict. Flying Thunder God Slash let him break free from the inertia limits of conventional taijutsu. He could launch a fatal strike from any angle at all. Now this was a true assassination technique. Back then, the 4th Hokage made enemies fear him just with this, didn't he? Dawn was almost here. Let us try some fire release ninjutsu too. Before he knew it, the sky at the horizon had begun to brighten. Yao stopped moving, breathing slightly harder, but his eyes were astonishingly bright. Most of the night had been spent on intense testing, and it had raised his understanding of the sage body by another whole level. His chakra really was abundant, his recovery really was fast, his vitality really was strong, his stamina really was vigorous. The current me has combat power at least comparable to peak Kaga level. Yao clenched his fist. From now on, I don't need to keep my tail tucked between my legs anymore. Before, staying low-key was only necessary to survive, so I wouldn't get targeted by that old bastard Danzo. But now, what the hell is low-key? I'm already this damn strong. Why the hell should I stay low-key? If Danzo still wants to make any moves, then let him come. Hokage building. Inside the office, smoke filled the air. The 3rd Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, sat behind his desk with a pipe in his mouth, frowning at the document in front of him. At this moment, the old Hokage who had ruled Konoha the longest was having a headache over how to assign the graduating students into teams. Every year at this time, it was up to him, the Hokage, to make the final call on team assignments and place the graduates under suitable jonin instructors. This concerned the cultivation of Konoha's next generation of strength, so it couldn't be treated carelessly. Most students were easy to deal with. For example, the inherited Ino-Shikacho combination had established precedent to follow. The real trouble lay in these few special children this year. Naruto Uzumaki, the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. His status was special and critically important. He was the village's most important and most necessary to stabilize weapon. Sasuke Uchiha, one of the last surviving members of the Uchiha clan. Outstanding talent, but his heart was filled with hatred, and his personality was extreme. Uchiha Yo, Sasuke's twin older brother, and likewise one of the Uchiha survivors. Unlike his younger brother's coldness, Yao appeared cheerful and sociable. His taijutsu and theoretical grades were both quite excellent. He was highly popular among his classmates and was the top outstanding student of this class. That child Yao. The third Hokage took a pull from his pipe and slowly exhaled smoke, his gaze deep. There was nothing to criticize about Yao's excellence. And there was nothing to fault in his social interactions either. But Hiruzen Sarutobi always felt that Yao acted too mature. So mature that it completely didn't fit his age. Could he be another child like Itachi, one who already possessed the mindset of a Hokage? If that were the case, then fine. Hiruzen Sarutobi rubbed his temples. Uchiha Itachi wasn't he the scary kind. What he feared was an Uchiha Madara. Naruto needed proper guidance and monitoring. Sasuke also needed control and guidance. And this Yao. The third Hokage lightly tapped Yao's photo on the file with his finger. In the picture was a black-haired boy wearing a sunny, gentle smile. He seemed to need nothing at all, and that only made him even more unsettling. So, how should these three important students be assigned? Split them up and place each one into a relatively ordinary team? Or put them together under a jonin important enough to handle them? If they were grouped together, which jonin had the ability, the patience, and was reliable enough? Who could handle the Ninetales Jinchuriki and the last Uchiha survivor at the same time?
Top, top, top.
The sound of a cane striking the floor broke the silence in the office. The office door was pushed open, and Shimura Danzo walked in. Half of his body was wrapped in bandages, with only his sharp left eye exposed. A cold, sinister aura radiated from him, like a venomous snake. Hiruzen. Danzo's voice was hoarse and direct, with no greeting at all. This year's Uchiha Yao. Leave him to me for training. It wasn't a discussion. It was more like a notice. The third Hokage's hand holding the pipe paused slightly. Without even raising his eyelids, he slowly exhaled a ring of smoke. No. Danzo's brows immediately furrowed, and his cane slammed heavily against the ground. Why? He's just an evil little Uchiha brat. Yao is the best student of this class. He's a rare genius. The third finally raised his head, his gaze passing through the smoke toward his old friend. He has a bright future. He should not enter root and be turned by you into an emotionless tool. A tool? Danzo let out a cold laugh, and a trace of mockery flashed through his single eye. Have you forgotten the night of the Ninetales attack? That mysterious Uchiha who controlled the Ninetales? The third Hokage fell silent. The Uchiha clan is evil by nature. Their Kekkei Genkai, the Sharingan, is the root of instability. Danzo said coldly, if a brat like that is allowed to grow freely, who can guarantee he won't become the next Madara? He took a step forward, lowering his voice, yet making it even more oppressive. Give him to me. Only if root guides him can his absolute loyalty to Konoha be ensured. Don't forget Itachi. The third Hokage's voice suddenly rose, his tone growing heavier. We promised him we would take care of his two younger brothers. That was our promise in exchange for his sacrifice. It was also our final answer to the Uchiha clan. At the mention of Itachi, the air in the office seemed to freeze for a moment. Uchiha Itachi. He had personally severed everything. He had borne all the darkness. All in exchange for the village's peace. Promise? Danzo dismissed it with contempt, a hint of ridicule flashing in his single eye. For the village's safety, personal promise means nothing. At that point, Danzo shifted the topic, his voice turning low. Hiruzen, you probably still don't know, do you? The third Hokage frowned slightly. Danzo, what are you trying to say? Danzo leaned forward a little and casually dropped a bombshell. Based on long-term observation and analysis by my root subordinates, that brat named Uchiha Yao most likely has mastered some kind of space-time ninjutsu. The third's expression instantly stiffened. Uchiha Yao had mastered space-time ninjutsu? What kind of joke was that? And based on the fact that his disappearances and appearances have no warning whatsoever. Danzo continued, what he has mastered is very likely the Flying Thunder God technique created by the Second Lord. That's impossible. The third Hokage suddenly lifted his head, his tone absolute. The Flying Thunder God technique is an S-rank space-time ninjutsu. It is extremely difficult to learn and demands extraordinarily harsh talent requirements. Since Minato's sacrifice, not a single person in the village has been able to master it. He's just a student at the Ninja Academy. How could he possibly master it? Heh. Danzo let out a hoarse sneer, openly filled with mockery.
Impossible?
Hiruzen, have you sat in that position for so long that peace has blinded your eyes? Danzo struck the floor heavily with his cane and said coldly, all these years, my root has never once stopped monitoring the surviving Uchiha children. First, everything was normal. Yao was nothing more than an Uchiha brat with slightly better talent. But, Starting 1 year ago, this brat began mysteriously disappearing from Root's surveillance from time to time. How did he leave? What method did he use? Where did he go? There was no way to know. Our sensory ninja in Root simply could not track him. Root had ninja with all kinds of strange and unusual abilities. Monitoring one Uchiha brat 365 days a year was not something difficult at all. There was actually such a thing? The third Hokage was shocked. He knew Danzo's methods were dark, but he also knew that on matters like this, Danzo would never speak carelessly. If Yao really could repeatedly escape Root's surveillance and leave the village, then ordinary invisibility or stealth techniques were absolutely impossible. There were barrier seals outside the village. Space-time ninjutsu really was the only reasonable explanation, and the flying thunder god technique, famed throughout the ninja world, indeed had a very high possibility. Of course, other possibilities could not be ruled out either, such as the reverse summoning technique. Hiruzen, you've underestimated him too much. Danzo looked at the third. This brat is far more dangerous than we imagined, and far more valuable as well. If he is allowed to remain in the sunlight, that would be true irresponsibility toward the village. After throwing out that final sentence, Danzo turned and left directly. This brat has been going out more frequently lately. If you don't believe me, you can see for yourself tonight. Take a good look at how many secrets this genius with the bright future you keep talking about is really hiding. The third Hokage pondered for a moment, but in the end he still could not ignore it. He tapped the desk lightly, and an umbu wearing an animal mask silently appeared in front of the desk. Keep an eye on Uchiha Yo, especially at night. I want to know all of his movements, the third ordered. Yes, Lord Hokage. The umbu accepted the order and vanished. That very night, in the dead of night, the Uchiha compound was completely silent. The umbu responsible for surveillance, relying on outstanding concealment and sensory ability, kept Yao's room firmly locked within his perception. Like a ghost, he silently waited and watched. Everything in the room was normal. However, at exactly 9 o'clock that night, Yao's chakra fluctuations vanished. Without any warning, he disappeared from the room. The umbu was startled and immediately expanded his sensory range. At the same time, he quickly searched the Uchiha compound and the surrounding area. The result was nothing. The target had truly disappeared. Not until 5 o'clock the next morning did the chakra belonging to Uchiha Yo reappear in the room. Early the next morning, this umbu went to the Hokage's office at the first opportunity and reported the matter to the third. Even though he had already been mentally prepared, hearing the umbu personally confirm it still made the third find it hard to believe. Do you know where he went? The umbu lowered his head. During the period when Uchiha Yo disappeared, this subordinate and the sensory squad assisting me were unable to detect any trace of his chakra anywhere inside the village. If he could not be sensed anywhere in the village, then the only possibility was that he had left the village. The third fell silent, his pipe hanging in midair, unmoving for a long while. This result had almost confirmed Danzo's suspicion. To come and go freely, slipping past the village barrier and umbu surveillance. Other than space-time ninjutsu, there was almost no other explanation. And the flying thunder god technique was the most typical example of that. Of course, the reverse summoning technique could also achieve the same thing. Summoning jutsu itself was actually also a kind of space-time ninjutsu. If it was the reverse summoning jutsu, then what was Yao's summoned beast? When had he learned the summoning jutsu? If it was the flying thunder god technique. You may go. After a long while, the third Hokage waved his hand, his voice revealing neither joy nor anger. Yes, Lord Hokage. The umbu answered and vanished. Only the third remained in the office, smoke swirling around him. Uchiha Yo, flying thunder god technique, summoning jutsu. Where had he learned them? Had he comprehended them on his own, or had an outsider taught him? If it was an outsider who taught him, then who was it? Why did he frequently leave the village late at night? The third took a deep drag from his pipe and looked toward a class assignment list. Class, Team 7. Members, Naruto Uzumaki, Sasuke Uchiha, Sakura Haruno. Jonin Instructor, Kakashi Hitaki. Sakura Haruno. The third murmured the name. She was a civilian girl with excellent academic scores and a clean background. The original arrangement had been made in hopes that Sakura Haruno could somewhat balance the conflict between Naruto and Sasuke, but now that arrangement seemed somewhat inappropriate. An Uchiha who was suspected of mastering the flying thunder god technique. His danger and importance had already far exceeded the scope of merely balancing a squad. The third picked up his pen and crossed out Sakura Haruno's name. Then he wrote another name beside it. Uchiha Yo. Class, Team 7. Members, Naruto Uzumaki, Sasuke Uchiha, Uchiha Yo. Jonin Instructor, Kakashi Hitaki. Looking at this list, the third's gaze became somewhat deep. There was no doubt. This was Konoha's current gathering of the most complicated backgrounds and the highest potential risk among problem children. The Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, the lone Uchiha survivors. A possible flying thunder god wielder? Putting these three in one squad looked risky, but in truth it was a decision the third had made only after deep consideration. If the three of them were scattered across different teams, it would mean using triple the manpower to monitor and guide them separately. Not only would that be inefficient, it would also make mistakes more likely. But if they were gathered together and handed over to the elite jonin he trusted most, the most capable one of all, Kakashi Hatake, for unified management and instruction, then without question, that was the most efficient and safest plan for the moment. Kakashi's strength, wisdom, Umbu experience, and his connection to the fourth Hokage Minato Namikaze all made him the most suitable candidate to manage Team 7. So be it. The third put down his pen. Whether this becomes fortune or disaster will depend on your fate. Kakashi. Don't disappoint me. 1 week later, Yao and Sasuke walked into the classroom one after the other. It was already full of people. Everyone was gathered in little groups of 2s and 3s, chattering away in discussion. Hey, who do you think we'll get grouped with? I hope it's a strong jonin teacher. Preferably a handsome guy. Forehead girl, you'd better not end up on the same team as me. Like I'd want to be on the same team as you, Ino Pig. What a pain. Team assignments and all that, whatever. I just hope the missions are easy. No matter which team I'm on, Akamaru and I are the strongest. Yao and Sasuke found a place to sit down. Sasuke still had that cold expression that kept strangers away. Listening to the discussions around him, Yao was a little curious too. Which team would the old third assign him to? Right then, the classroom door was pushed open. Naruto jumped in, hands on his hips, and loudly announced, "Good morning, everyone." The classroom instantly went silent. Everyone stared at him in shock. In yesterday's graduation exam, Naruto had clearly failed. Sakura frowned slightly. "Naruto, why are you here?" Hey. Naruto stuck out a thumbs up and fiercely pointed at his own forehead. Tied there was a forehead protector symbolizing a Konoha ninja. See it clearly or not? Naruto puffed out his chest and said proudly, "I'm now a proper Konoha ninja." What? No way. Didn't he fail yesterday? Everyone was a little stunned. In yesterday's graduation exam, Naruto had clearly failed. Enjoying everyone's shock, Naruto pushed up his forehead protector. "Iruka-sensei gave me a special exam, and I passed. So starting today, Naruto Uzumaki, am also a real ninja now. Ha 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 ha." Looking at Naruto, the corners of Yao's mouth curled up slightly. Obviously, what was supposed to happen had still happened. Last night, this guy had definitely been tricked by Mizuki into stealing the Scroll of Seals, and had also learned the multi-shadow clone jutsu. That was fine too. If Naruto didn't have the multi-shadow clone jutsu, would he still be Naruto? Perfect. He could find time to learn the multi-shadow clone jutsu from him and use it for training. Yao believed that with his sage body, he should be even more suited for the multi-shadow clone jutsu than Naruto was. At this moment, the classroom door was pushed open again, and Iruka walked in holding a set of documents. The noisy classroom instantly quieted down, and everyone looked in unison at the list in Iruka's hands. Iruka looked at the crowd and opened the team assignment list in his hand. "Sorry to keep you waiting. Now I will announce the graduation team assignments. Team 1, Team 2, Team 7, Naruto Uzumaki, Sasuke Uchiha Yo." "Wah!" Naruto sprang up from his seat, grabbed Yao's arm, and shook it excitedly. "Yao, did you hear that? We're in the same team. We're in the same team. That's awesome." His face was smiling like a sunflower. He was obviously incomparably happy to be assigned to the same team as Yao. That was only natural. Yao was his only friend in Konoha. Being assigned to the same team as his friend naturally made Naruto overjoyed. As for the other teammate being that smug Sasuke, if only he could be swapped out for Sakura, then it would be perfect. Yao was getting a little dizzy from all the shaking. He showed Naruto a gentle smile, but he was somewhat surprised inside. The original Team 7 had actually been broken up. Sakura got kicked out. Poor Sakura. Yao was a little curious. Which team had Sakura been assigned to? Team 8. Hinata Hyuga, Kiba Inuzuka, Shino Aburame, Sakura Haruno. Sakura's face instantly froze, and it was filled with disappointment. Why was it Team 8? She wanted to be in the same class as Yakuin. For people, Kiba Inuzuka looked at Shino and Hinata beside him, then at the newly added Sakura, and scratched his head. Why is our class a 4-person team? A slight stir and discussion also rose in the classroom. 4-person teams were not unheard of in the ninja world, but in initial team assignments for graduates they were indeed rather rare. This is Lord Hokage's decision. Made after comprehensive consideration. Iruka explained, Team 8's Jonin instructor, Kurenai Yuhi-sensei, specializes in genjutsu and mental guidance. Sakura has talent in genjutsu, so I believe she will receive good instruction. Team 10, Shikamaru Nara, Choji Akimichi, Ino Yamanaka. So it really is like this. Shikamaru yawned. Being on a team with a woman is definitely going to mean a lot of trouble later. Choji kept eating his chips and said indifferently, As long as I'm on the same team as you, Shikamaru, Ino doesn't matter. Ino also had a gloomy look on her face. She wanted to be in the same team as Yao too. But she also knew that she was destined to be in the same class as Shikamaru and Choji. The Ino Shikacho trio could never be split apart. The class assignments were over. One after another, the Jonin instructors arrived and left with their respective students. The classroom gradually emptied out, until in the end, only the 3 members of Team 7 remained. Time passed bit by bit. From early morning, they waited until the sun was high in the sky. From being full of anticipation, they went to being hungry enough to feel it in their stomachs. What the hell is going on? Why isn't that Jonin teacher here yet? Naruto was the first to lose his patience. Irritated, he grabbed at his blonde hair. I'm starving to death here. Although Sasuke was still silently leaning against the wall, beneath his tightly shut eyelids, his brows had also started to crease slightly. Clearly, he was extremely dissatisfied with this teacher he had never even met. Yao was comparatively calm, expecting Kakashi, the king of tardiness, to show up early? That would only happen if the sun rose in the west, not until noon. Only when the sun had already started slanting westward did Kakashi finally saunter in at an unhurried pace. That silver-white spiky hair, the black mask covering most of his face, and those iconic dead fish eyes. Yo everyone, morning. Kakashi casually greeted them in a tone with no real sincerity behind it. Morning my ass. Are you kidding me? It's already noon. Naruto exploded on the spot. You were late for way too long. We've been waiting here for hours. Now. Kakashi scratched his hair, and his exposed right eye curved into a crescent. Sorry. I got lost on the road of life. Yao. Naruto. Enough nonsense. Kakashi completely ignored the resentment of his students and clapped his hands. Anyway, come with me first. Not long after, he brought the 3 of them to the academy rooftop. The midday sunlight was a little glaring. A gentle breeze drifted by, and from here, they could overlook most of Konoha. Since this is our first meeting, let's start with some introductions. Leaning back against the railing, Kakashi spoke in a lazy tone. Talk about things you like, things you hate, your dreams for the future, hobbies, that sort of thing. Let's start with the one with the golden hair. Naruto pushed up his forehead protector, full of energy, his voice loud and clear. My name is Naruto Uzumaki. What I like is yakiniku. What I hate is the 10 minutes of waiting for the meat to finish grilling. My dream for the future is to become Hokage. I want everyone in the village to acknowledge my existence. Kakashi gave a non-committal grunt and turned his gaze toward Sasuke. Uchiha Sasuke. Sasuke looked cold and indifferent. There's nothing in particular I hate, and nothing worth saying about what I like. As for my dream, a trace of hatred flashed through Sasuke's eyes. To kill that man. Kakashi's exposed right eye shifted slightly, as if he was not surprised by Sasuke's answer at all. At last, Kakashi's gaze landed on Yao. With a gentle smile on his face, Yao said in an easy tone, My name is Uchiha Yo. I like good food, especially Ichiraku ramen and the Akimichi clan's yakiniku. As for what I hate, Yao paused, then looked meaningfully at Kakashi. I hate people who are always late and never on time, and people who are obviously late but still like using lame excuses for it. Under the mask, the skin on Kakashi's face twitched slightly, and a trace of barely noticeable embarrassment flashed by. He gave a dry cough and changed the subject. What about your dream? The smile on Yao's face didn't change. If anything, it grew even brighter. My dream is to marry 10 or 8 beautiful wives in the future, have lots of descendants, and rebuild the Uchiha clan. Silence fell over the scene. Naruto's mouth dropped open, and only after a long while did he mutter, T10 wives? Yao, you're amazing. Idiot. Sasuke turned his head away in disgust, unwilling to admit that this guy was his twin older brother. Kakashi pressed a hand to his forehead, feeling like his blood pressure was rising a little. This kid looked sunny and cheerful. Who would have thought his dream would be this? Broad-minded? Rebuild the Uchiha clan? Was this really how the Uchiha clan was supposed to be rebuilt? But then again, the Uchiha clan only had 2 people left now. No, 3 now. If they wanted to rebuild the Uchiha, then having more wives and more children really did seem to make sense, huh? Rebuild the Uchiha? Of course, that was only something he said for the occasion. Yao's real dream was to become the strongest existence in the ninja world, to stand above everything, to surpass the legendary sage of 6 paths, and even those Otsutsuki from beyond the heavens. Yao knew very well that Konoha was dangerous, and the ninja world was even more dangerous. Pain's assault on Konoha, the 4th Great Ninja War, 6 Paths Obito, 6 Paths Madara, Otsutsuki Kagaya. If he wanted to survive, then he had to possess strength that was powerful enough. Kakashi looked at Yao, then at Uchiha Sasuke with hatred all over his face, and at the loud and restless Jinchuriki. He suddenly felt that the 3rd Hokage had handed him a huge problem. After the introductions, Kakashi led the three of them off the rooftop and to a training ground at the edge of the village. The training ground was fairly open, with several broken wooden posts standing around. Kakashi took out 2 bells tied with strings from his ninja pouch, shook them between his fingers and said, "This afternoon's assignment is to snatch these bells. Before noon, take these 2 bells from me. Whoever doesn't get a bell won't get lunch at noon." "Only 2 bells? Doesn't that mean one of us is definitely going to go hungry?" Naruto immediately shouted. "That's right," Kakashi said lightly, which also means at least one person will be eliminated, fail the mission, and get sent straight back to the Ninja Academy. "What?" Naruto and Sasuke's expressions changed at the same time. Sent back to the Ninja Academy? They had finally graduated. If they got sent back to the academy now, wouldn't they be laughed to death? The rules are simple. Kakashi tied the bells to his waist and said lazily, "Come at me with the resolve to kill me if you want to take them. Otherwise, you might lose your life." After saying that, Kakashi pulled out a copy of Ika Paradise, leisurely opened it, and started reading it with obvious enjoyment. "Watch me." Naruto created several shadow clones and charged over with loud shouts. Naruto Uzumaki Barrage. Kakashi didn't even raise his eyelids. He merely turned his body casually, lifted a leg, swung a hand, and blocked. Bang! 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 Naruto's shadow clones, along with his real body, were sent flying back even faster than they had charged in, crashing to the ground in a miserable heap. "No way." Naruto lay on the ground, unable to believe it. Kakashi-sensei is way too strong. Way stronger than that Mizuki bastard. Sasuke's gaze sharpened, and in an instant he threw several shuriken. Their angles were tricky, sealing off Kakashi's retreat routes. At the same time, he moved quickly himself, searching for a chance to attack. Kakashi still kept his eyes on his little orange book. His head and body made tiny movements as if he could predict the future, and every single shuriken brushed past him. "Your shuriken throwing isn't bad, but your intentions are too obvious." Before the words had even fallen, Kakashi's figure suddenly blurred. Earth release. Headhunter Jutsu. Naruto had only just climbed back up from the ground and hadn't even had time to react. He suddenly felt the ground beneath his feet vanish, and his whole body was dragged underground, leaving only his head exposed outside. Second one. Kakashi's voice sounded behind Sasuke like a ghost. Sasuke's pupils shrank violently. He didn't even have time to turn around and instinctively rolled forward. Too slow. Kakashi's hand chop had already lightly struck the back of his neck. Sasuke only felt his vision go black, and then his body went limp as he collapsed. In the blink of an eye, 2 of them were taken down. After finishing all that, Kakashi turned to look at Uchiha Yo. "You're the only one left." Kakashi's tone was lazy. As he looked at Yo, he couldn't help recalling what had happened yesterday, when the 3rd Hokage had summoned him alone to the Hokage's office. Yo may have mastered the 4th's Flying Thunder God technique. Kakashi, take a good look at him. Even someone as calm as Kakashi had felt stormy waves crashing through his heart when he heard that news. Flying Thunder God? The signature technique of his teacher, Minato-sensei, the 4th Hokage? Because of that, Kakashi had quickly dealt with Naruto and Sasuke to create an environment where he could face Yo alone. He wanted to force out the deepest secret hidden inside this boy. As expected of Kakashi-sensei. "Looks like I'll have to get serious too." Yo's smile was still gentle, but his eyes had turned sharp. The next moment, Yo rapidly formed hand seals, both hands turning into a blur of afterimages in front of his chest. Fire release. Great fireball technique. His hand seal speed was shockingly fast. The instant the words fell, a massive, blazing fireball roared toward Kakashi like a miniature sun. The heat wave rushed forward, making even the grass and trees in the distance begin to curl and scorch. What? Kakashi's heart shook. Such fast hand seals. It was absolutely far beyond an ordinary chunin. It was even close to jonin level. And wasn't the scale and power of this great fireball a little too much? Was this really a ninjutsu a freshly graduated genin could use? Kakashi didn't dare be careless. He used the body flicker technique to retreat, constantly dodging backward. However, Yo's attacks poured down like liquid mercury, without the slightest pause. Fire release. Phoenix Sage Fire Technique. Fire release. Dragon Fire Technique. Fire release. Flame Bullet. One fire release ninjutsu after another poured out in an endless stream. At this moment, the scorching flames seemed almost alive. From every direction, in all kinds of forms, they sealed off, chased down, and covered every possible route Kakashi could use to dodge. Boom! 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 The explosions rang out without end. Firelight shot into the sky, and thick smoke billowed everywhere. The once flat ground was blasted full of craters, and the surrounding trees were set ablaze, crackling loudly. Kakashi moved at high speed through the sea of flames, dodging and weaving. His Sharingan had long since opened, capturing and analyzing Yo's every movement and every flow of chakra. This hand seal speed, and he knows this many fire release ninjutsu. He's practically a monster. and the power of every single jutsu is far beyond normal. Most importantly, this enormous chakra reserve. He's continuously casting so many C-rank and B-rank fire release jutsu, and there's still no sign of his chakra drying up? Is this really a genin who just graduated from the academy? Kakashi felt like his entire worldview had taken a huge hit. He himself had become a jonin at age 12, but even then, he felt he was nowhere near as monstrous as Uchiha Yo. It's not over yet, Kakashi-sensei. Yao's voice rang out. His hands formed seals once more. This time, the sequence was even more complex, and the chakra gathering within it was even more terrifying. Fire release. Great dragon fire technique. Yao shouted loudly. A savage giant dragon made entirely of blazing flames tore through the smoke and lunged ferociously toward Kakashi. The power of great dragon fire technique was already close to an A-rank ninjutsu. Faced with this unavoidable strike, Kakashi's pupils suddenly shrank. At last, he could no longer keep dealing with it through taijutsu alone. Kakashi suddenly clapped his hands together. Earth release. Earth-style wall. A gigantic earth wall carved with dog heads rose up with a thunderous rumble, directly blocking the flaming dragon. Rumble! The explosion echoed throughout the training ground. Dirt and stone flew everywhere, and smoke and dust filled the air. Under the impact of the great dragon fire, the earth-style wall trembled violently and became covered in cracks, barely managing to block the attack in the end. The smoke and dust slowly dispersed. Standing behind the damaged earth-style wall, Kakashi breathed slightly heavier as he stared at the black-haired boy in the burning embers. Was this Uchiha Yo really a 12-year-old kid? His hand seal speed, ninjutsu power, and chakra reserves. They had all reached a level that was simply unbelievable. Yao stood within the dying embers, looking at the slightly bedraggled Kakashi, and a teasing smile appeared on his face. Kakashi-sensei, you got rid of Naruto and Sasuke just to create a private setting so you could probe my real abilities, right? Just dodging and defending won't be enough. If you don't show some real skill, I'm afraid you won't be able to test anything out. Kakashi fell silent for a moment, and then a trace of genuine interest showed through. What a smart and troublesome little brat. Looks like if I don't get serious, I'll really be looked down on. Kakashi closed Ika Paradise and stuffed it back into his ninja pouch. His aura suddenly turned sharp and murderous. Then, as you wish, before his words had even fully fallen, Kakashi's hands had already become a blur of afterimages. Water release. Water dragon bullet technique. A huge flow of water surged out of nowhere, condensing into a savage dragon head as it charged at Yao with unstoppable force. Good timing. Fire release. Great dragon fire technique. Yao showed no weakness at all. The blazing flame dragon rose into the air once more and slammed directly into the icy water dragon. Boom! A piercing explosion sounded, and dense white mist instantly spread everywhere, blocking everyone's vision. Got you! Kakashi's voice rang out from within the white mist like a ghost. Earth release. Headhunter jutsu. The ground beneath Yao's feet instantly turned soft, and two mud arms suddenly shot out, grabbing for his ankles. Using the instant when the water vapor blocked sight, Kakashi had snuck directly beneath Yao and launched a deadly surprise attack. With a light sound, the Yao who had been caught turned into a replacement log. Up there, Kakashi reacted extremely fast, his Sharingan immediately snapping toward the air. Sure enough, at some point, Yao had appeared on the branch of a large tree, his hands rapidly forming seals. Too slow, Kakashi shouted lowly. His speed exploded to the limit. Even though he moved later, he arrived first, instantly appearing behind Yao as a cold flash gleamed from the kunai stabbing toward Yao's back. Bang! The kunai pierced Yao's body, but the feeling it gave was wrong. Kakashi's pupils shrank, only to see the pierced Yao turn into a puff of white smoke with a bang. Shadow clone? Kakashi's heart shook violently. How was that possible? From those dense fire release attacks to the substitution jutsu, and now the shadow clone, when did he form the seals? I didn't even notice any abnormal chakra split at all. Kakashi had kept his Sharingan active the whole time, confident that he could see through any clone. But Yao's shadow clone, whether it was the solidity of its chakra or the autonomy of its movements, was unbelievably lifelike. Could it be that ever since the fire release clash, he'd been fighting a shadow clone this whole time? That was way too ridiculous. Right at that moment, the dense steam behind him was stirred, and Yao abruptly appeared. His hand seals were already complete. His chakra gathered to its peak, and the surrounding temperature began to soar sharply. Yao's voice sounded out, carrying the calm ease of a scheme that had succeeded. Got you, Kakashi-sensei. Fire release. Fire dragon flame bullet. Roar! A violent torrent of scorching flames erupted with a bang. Like a tidal wave of fire, it split into upper, middle, and lower layers, swallowing up every route Kakashi could use to retreat. The terrifying flames instantly evaporated all the spreading steam, and the blazing heat waves swept across the entire training ground. Even Naruto, who was tied up in the distance, and Sasuke, who had just woken up, felt a suffocating burning pain. Sasuke looked at the towering sea of flames, his eyes full of shock. The power of this fire release. How was this possible? Sasuke had grown up with Yao since childhood, and they often sparred together. He believed he knew Yao's strength very well. But this one fire release jutsu had completely gone beyond Sasuke's expectations. Yao landed on the ground, his face not red, his breathing steady, still looking relaxed. Using high-level fire release continuously was a considerable burden on chakra. But the chakra reserves brought by the sage body were simply too terrifying. For Yao, the consumption from just a few jutsu like this was basically negligible. This feeling of being able to cast jutsu freely as he pleased really wasn't bad. Did it work? No. The opponent was copy ninja Kakashi. Probably wouldn't be that simple. Sure enough. From within the flames came Kakashi's still lazy, yet faintly approving voice. What an amazing fire release. I almost got roasted by you. Lightning release. Thunder tiger kill. Piercing screech rang out. A dazzling bolt of lightning tore through the flames like a ferocious tiger. The violent lightning release chakra completely dispersed the fire. Kakashi reappeared. The crackling lightning in his hand let out a few soft sizzling sounds before fully scattering into the air. Kakashi returned to that lazy posture of his, yawned, and scratched his messy hair. Ma. Forget it. What a troublesome brat. Kakashi looked at Yao and said in a tone like he really had no way of dealing with him. You're very strong. You've already earned my acknowledgement. You passed this test. Yao was very strong, and Kakashi felt he couldn't gain the upper hand. If they kept clashing, it would be meaningless aside from draining chakra. As he spoke, he untied the two bells from his waist and tossed them to Yao. Here, the bells are yours. Kakashi said, you know the rules. There are only two bells. You can give one of them to whoever you think is more suitable. Sasuke or Naruto. As for the one without a bell, that counts as mission failure. He'll have to return to the Ninja Academy and continue studying. Yao caught the two bells flying toward him, lowered his head for a glance, then looked back up at Kakashi. Kakashi-sensei, stop playing this kind of boring test game. It's really not interesting. As Yao spoke, he lightly flicked his wrist, and the two bells landed perfectly in front of Sasuke and Naruto. Clang. The crisp sound was especially clear in the quiet training ground. Sasuke looked at the bell that rolled to his feet, his expression somewhat complicated. Naruto grabbed the bell, his face full of confusion. Yao, why did you give the bells to us? Then what about you? The expression on Kakashi's face stiffened, and he raised a hand to scratch the back of his head. So you saw through it. The choice he had set up was essentially the ultimate test of teamwork and the idea of comrades. He wanted to see how Yao would choose. Would he choose his younger brother, Sasuke Uchiha? Or would he choose dead last Naruto? No matter which one he chose, it would mean abandoning the other, and that itself would be a betrayal of team spirit. But Yao didn't buy it at all. In the cleanest, most direct way possible, he kicked the choice right back. Troublesome brat indeed. Kakashi sighed inwardly, then turned to Naruto and Sasuke. Alright, you two. The bells are in your hands now. That means Yao has failed the mission. According to the rules, the one without a bell has to return to the Ninja Academy. Kakashi observed their reactions and slowly asked, so what do you plan to do? Are you going to accept this victory with a clear conscience? Then watch me punish your failed teammate. How does this count as failure? The moment Naruto heard that, he got anxious and jumped up with a shout. Yao took the bells from you with his own strength. He obviously succeeded. If even this counts as failure, then I got knocked out by you right at the start. Doesn't that make me a failure among failures? The more Naruto spoke, the more worked up he became. He felt insulted, not for himself, but because he thought Yao was being treated unfairly. He grabbed the bell and hurled it hard onto the ground. I don't want this stupid bell at all. Naruto crossed his arms angrily and turned his head away. Sasuke's reaction was even colder. He gave a light snort through his nose. Humph. I won't accept charity like this either. Seeing this scene, a trace of satisfaction flashed through Kakashi's eyes. Naruto and Sasuke's strength might be average, but they clearly valued their comrades. Children like that were good children. Kakashi clapped his hands and looked at the three boys in front of him. Very good. In that case, congratulations. All of you have passed the test. Passed unexpectedly as a full team. We passed just like that? Naruto was greatly surprised. After confirming it twice, he immediately got excited. Awesome. We all passed. Sasuke still wore his cool expression, but he had obviously let out a breath of relief. Kakashi-sensei, since we've all passed your test, that means we're your students from now on. Yao smiled. Since it's our first meeting, shouldn't you, as the teacher, show something? Like treating us to a meal to celebrate? That's right, that's right. Naruto's eyes instantly lit up like light bulbs, and he dashed in front of Kakashi. Teacher treats. Teacher treats. The corner of Kakashi's mouth twitched hard, and he said unhappily, hey, you little brats. On the very first day, you're already thinking about fleecing your teacher? This isn't fleecing. It's a necessary investment to improve the teacher-student relationship. Yao said with a straight face. In the end, Kakashi still gave in and helplessly rubbed his forehead. Fine. I really can't do anything with you kids. What do you want to eat? Your teacher is bleeding money today. Yakiniku. Naruto answered without even thinking, practically drooling already. Yao also smiled and agreed. That's right. At this time of day, the best place to go is the Akimichi family's yakiniku restaurant. Kakashi felt like his wallet was probably about to suffer, but he resigned himself and waved a hand weakly. Akimichi yakiniku restaurant, right? Fine. Let's go. After officially becoming ninja, Yao and the other two also began carrying out missions in the village under Kakashi's lead. However, the starting missions were all the lowest-ranked D-rank missions, finding cats, pulling weeds, cleaning trash out of rivers. The first day, with the mindset of experiencing ninja life, Yao followed Kakashi-sensei and completed cat catching and weed pulling. But after only one day, he completely lost interest. Other than training patience, this kind of mission was basically a waste of time. On the second day, Yao had a shadow clone carry out the mission in his place. Yao himself used the Flying Thunder God technique to leave Konoha and arrive in a deep mountain forest outside the village, a place rarely visited by people. The trees here were towering, and Yao planned to try developing wood release. For someone with the sage body like him, developing wood release was inevitable. It was only a matter of time. Wood release. It was not simply the fusion of water release and earth release chakra. That was only the most basic form. The true core of wood release lay in infusing the fused foundation of water and earth with the power of yang release. That was how it gained the qualities of growth and creation. And for Yao, who possessed the sage body, the thing he lacked least was yang release chakra overflowing with life force. In the blink of an eye, half a month passed. Yao let out a sigh. The development of wood release was far more difficult than he had imagined, even with the massive life force and chakra provided by the sage body. But turning that power into wood release involved the delicate fusion of 3 kinds of chakra, so progress was minimal. Just as Yao was considering whether he should switch to a different approach, a shadow clone out on a mission passed him a piece of news. The Land of Waves mission had begun. The Land of Waves. Yao's eyes lit up. On the surface, the Land of Waves mission was just a simple C-rank escort mission, but in reality they would run into Zabuza-Momochi. That was an elite jonin whose hands were stained with blood. Nothing like the usual D-rank missions. More importantly, he could leave the village. A trip to the Land of Waves sounded nice. He could just treat it like going out to have some fun. The next day, Team 7 gathered at Konoha's main gate, then set off with their client, Tazuna. The excitement of leaving the village made Naruto look like a bird released from its cage. Along the way, he kept looking around everywhere, shouting and making a fuss. As Yao watched the overly energetic Naruto, his heart stirred. He quickly walked up and moved alongside him. Naruto. HM? What is it, Yao? Naruto turned his head. I remember you mastered a really powerful jutsu called the Multiple Shadow Clone Jutsu, right? Yao asked in a natural tone, as if he was just bringing it up casually. Yeah. Naruto said proudly, that S a super awesome jutsu from the Scroll of Seals. I learned it right away. That S amazing. Yao gave him timely praise, then smoothly changed the subject. I'm a little interested in the Multiple Shadow Clone Jutsu. Can you teach me? Of course, if it's inconvenient, then forget it. Yao asked lightly, as though it were only a passing thought. Something like a ninjutsu, especially a high-level one, often belonged to a clan's secret inheritance and was forbidden from being passed on. Only because it was Naruto. Would Yao ask something like this? If it were Shikamaru Nara or Choji Akimichi, he would never even open his mouth. Too formal. Naruto slapped his chest hard and said generously, of course I can. What's inconvenient about that? If you want to learn it, Yao, I'll teach you. It's really simple. To him, Yao was a friend and teammate he genuinely acknowledged. Sharing a jutsu was no big deal at all. Thanks. Yao smiled and nodded. See? His investment in befriending Naruto had already started paying off. After half a month of slow progress in developing wood release, Yao had realized the efficiency was far too low, so he decided to use a cheat. And the best way to cheat was undoubtedly the Multiple Shadow Clone Jutsu. The truly broken part of this jutsu wasn't how many clones it could create. It was that everything each clone experienced, including training insights and accumulated experience, would instantly return to the original body the moment the clone was dispelled. What did that mean? If other people trained for one day, and he could split into 100 shadow clones to train at the same time, that was the equivalent of training for 100 days. It was basically cheating. Developing wood release required massive amounts of trial and error, plus experience accumulation. There was nothing more suitable than the Multiple Shadow Clone Jutsu. And his sage body just happened to be able to support this jutsu's enormous consumption. It was practically a cheat tailored specifically for Yao. The moment Kakashi heard Yao's request, he immediately turned his head. Rare seriousness entered his voice as he warned him. Hey! Don't mess around. The Multiple Shadow Clone Jutsu is an A-rank forbidden jutsu developed by the second Hokage. It's extremely dangerous. If an ordinary ninja creates more than 20 shadow clones, there is a chance they'll have their chakra drain dry and die. So the prerequisite for learning this jutsu is having an abnormally huge amount of chakra to support it. This is not a jutsu you can just try casually. Sasuke frowned, a trace of unwillingness in his expression. If that's the case, then why can a dead last like Naruto learn and use this forbidden jutsu? In Sasuke's eyes, there was no ninja more pathetic than Naruto. And yet this dead last could create such an exaggerated number of shadow clones. It made no sense at all. Kakashi scratched his silver hair and explained, well, that's because Naruto's constitution is a bit special. His chakra reserves are different from ordinary people's, so he can handle it. Naruto's mother was Kushina Uzumaki, and he was also the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. His chakra was naturally not something ordinary people could compare to. A constitution different from ordinary people? Sasuke glanced at Naruto. Other than having way too much energy, this guy didn't seem all that impressive, did he? It's fine. Yao smiled. I'll just try it casually. If I can't learn it, then so be it. After saying that, he looked at Naruto. So, what's the hand sign? Super simple. Watch closely. Naruto didn't hide anything at all. He immediately formed a tiger seal. Just like this. Then you just move your chakra. That simple? Sasuke was a little stunned. An A-rank forbidden jutsu only had one hand seal? It really is that simple. Naruto nodded with certainty. Yao fell into thought, quickly working it out in his mind and running through the principles of chakra flow and distribution. Very soon, he understood the essence of the jutsu. The technique itself was ridiculously simple, but the demands it placed on chakra quantity and control were downright insane. So that's how it is. Yao took a deep breath, and his hands quickly formed a tiger seal. Multiple shadow clone jutsu. Bang, 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 bang. Explosive popping sounds rang out one after another. In an instant, centered around Yao's original body, dense white smoke spread outward like a tidal wave. When the white smoke quickly dispersed, Kakashi was so shocked that he stood there dumbfounded. Even Naruto's mouth fell wide open, big enough to stuff an egg into. As far as the eye could see, the area was packed with countless Uchiha Yos, all with black hair and black eyes. Not dozens, not 100, but thousands. These shadow clones stood there like perfect copies. The visual impact and oppressive pressure they gave off instantly hit the maximum. You've got to be kidding. Sasuke subconsciously took half a step back, his voice a little dry. That number was even more ridiculous than that idiot Naruto's. Just how much chakra did Yao actually have? Was he really an Uchiha? Kakashi's face had completely stiffened, and his exposed dead fish eye was filled with shock and disbelief. Yao had actually done it on this scale? Just how enormous was his chakra reserve? From his earlier fight with Yao, Kakashi had already realized that Yao's chakra was also quite huge. But that huge had been in comparison to a genin who had just graduated from the academy. Not like this. Creating this many shadow clones in one go, how much chakra would that take? Was it on the level of a tailed beast? Naruto burst out in a huge cheer. Whoa! Yao, you're amazing. That's even more than me. Yao felt the still abundant chakra inside his body and nodded in satisfaction. As expected of a sage body, from now on, he could use shadow clones to cheat in cultivation too. Kakashi-sensei, this jutsu really isn't that hard. Yao looked at Kakashi and revealed a pure, harmless smile. Kakashi. He was now completely certain. The Team 7 he was leading was absolutely the most outrageous, most monstrous class in Konoha's history. 3 brats. Not a single one of them was easy to deal with. Sasuke was someone who refused to admit defeat. It was one thing for a dead last like Naruto to create hundreds or even thousands of shadow clones. But even Yao could do it too? Humph. They're just shadow clones. I can do it too. Sasuke let out a cold snort, forcibly suppressing the shock in his heart. His hands also quickly formed the same tiger seal. Multiple shadow clone jutsu. Sasuke let out a low shout and mobilized all the chakra in his body. Bang! 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 Puffs of white smoke exploded one after another. Sasuke could clearly feel the chakra inside him pouring out like floodwaters after a dam had been opened. When the number of shadow clones barely broke through the major mark of 50, a strong wave of dizziness hit Sasuke. His body felt hollowed out, and his chakra was on the verge of running dry. Sasuke's face turned deathly pale. One hand braced against his knee as he gasped violently for breath, cold sweat covering his forehead. He looked at Yao's 1,000+ clones, then at his own 50 shadow clones, and a powerful sense of defeat surged up in his heart. Why, even after going all out, can I only reach this level? Is my limit really only this much? Seeing Sasuke like this, Kakashi felt a little sympathy for the guy. Having a monster of an older brother like that must put a lot of pressure on him, huh? Kakashi knew Sasuke was proud and arrogant. This blow was probably no small one. Just as he was about to say a few words of comfort, Naruto beside him scratched his head carelessly and burst out laughing. Ha ha ha. Smug Sasuke. You really can't do it after all. You're already done for with just this many shadow clones. Those words were no different from rubbing another handful of salt into Sasuke's wound. Sasuke suddenly raised his head and glared viciously at Naruto. But his weakened body left him without even the strength to argue back. He could only grit his teeth and force down this humiliation and unwillingness. Yao glanced at his badly shaken Otudo and shook his head slightly. Without a sage body, forcing himself to imitate this kind of chakra-wasting technique with such brutal consumption. The result was obvious, but Yao didn't comfort this foolish Otudo. His Otudo's mental endurance had always been strong. After all, awakening a one-tomo Sharingan in a rage on the night of the clan massacre, was that some kind of joke? Yao walked over to Sasuke and patted his Otudo on the shoulder. Don't take it too hard, Otudo. This technique doesn't suit you that well. The talent of our Uchiha clan lies in the Sharingan. You awakened it at 7. Your talent with the Sharingan is obviously better than mine. So don't go down a dead end. Learn to play to your strengths and avoid your weaknesses. Learn how to develop and use the Sharingan. As long as you can develop your Sharingan to 3 tomo, your strength will steadily reach the level of an elite jonin. Sasuke was still unwilling to accept it, but he felt a little better inside. At present, the only thing he had left that surpassed Yao was the Sharingan. After all, he had awakened it at 7, while Yao still hadn't awakened his. That at least gave him a bit of consolation. We're twins, so why is your chakra so huge? Sasuke still sounded a little unwilling. Hearing that, Kakashi couldn't help but look toward Uchiha Yao as well. Maybe, Yao smiled. I'm not a qualified Uchiha, right? All Uchiha were lunatics. At least, Yao believed his own mind was perfectly normal. Compared to that, he really was a pretty unqualified Uchiha. The group continued forward. Sometimes, the development of this world really was hard to describe. There were clearly high-tech products like televisions and computers, yet there wasn't even a decent road. Still, the scenery was pretty nice. Yao chatted and laughed with Naruto along the way, like they were out on a trip. Before they knew it, the group passed by an ordinary-looking puddle. Splash! 2 black shadows shot out of the puddle like ghosts. They wore Kirigakure forehead protectors, with bandages wrapped around their faces. Wielding sharp claw blades connected by chains, they lunged at Tazuna. Ah! Tazuna was scared out of his wits and collapsed onto the ground with a thud. And ninjas! Naruto had never seen a scene like this before. His scalp instantly went numb in fear, and he even forgot to pull out a kunai. Sasuke's eyes turned sharp, and he instinctively wanted to rush forward. But using shadow clones earlier had drained his chakra dry. His steps faltered and he almost fell over. He could only watch as the 2 black shadows charged in. That guy Kakashi, with his terrible acting, was somehow even more exaggerated than Naruto. In the very first exchange, he got cut down by the enemy. Kakashi-sensei. Naruto's eyes nearly split open from rage, and his face turned pale at once. TCH. Kakashi-sensei. I can only give that acting a 66. Out of a perfect score of 10,000. Yao mocked him, raised his right hand, and formed a simple seal. Fire release. Fire dragon flame bullet. Boom! A violent torrent of flames poured out like a volcanic eruption. It condensed into a gigantic blazing fire python and opened its mouth wide. The savage grins on the faces of the demon brothers instantly froze and turned into terror. This brat could cast such a terrifying fire release instantly? No! Their screams were completely drowned out by the roaring inferno. After the torrent of flames swept past, only 2 thin wisps of smoke remained on the spot. The 2 missing nin from Kirigakure, along with the weapons in their hands, had already been instantly vaporized by the extreme heat and burned into ash. Instant kill. So strong. Still collapsed on the ground, Tazuna looked at Yao with a trembling voice. He had originally thought Yao and the other 2 were just kids and felt completely unreliable. But at this moment, Tazuna realized he had been wrong. Horribly wrong. Naruto did indeed look unreliable, but this brat called Yao was simply a monster. Yao looked in one direction, his tone carrying a trace of teasing. Kakashi-sensei, you can come out now. Kakashi slowly walked out from behind a tree. Haha, saved at last. It's all thanks to Yao. Yao felt a little helpless. This Kakashi's acting was just way too bad. With acting like that, he was even worse than those actors in cheap dirty movies. It was honestly unbearable to watch. After dealing with the demon brothers, the group finally arrived in the land of waves. This small country, surrounded by the sea, reeked of poverty everywhere. Dilapidated houses, sallow and skinny residents, and the cloud of sorrow hanging over every face. After learning the true situation of the land of waves from Tazuna, Kakashi stroked his chin and made a decision. In that case, our mission is changed. We will protect Mr. Tazuna until the bridge is completed. When Naruto heard the mission had been upgraded, not only was he not afraid, he instead became fired up with fighting spirit and waved his fist hard. Don't worry, Mr. Tazuna. Leave Gato and his men to me, Naruto Uzumaki-sama. Sasuke snorted with both hands in his pockets. Although he said nothing, the meaning in his eyes was obvious. As for Yao, he wore an indifferent expression. In truth, staying in the land of waves was actually more convenient for him. This place was far from Konoha, making it perfect for using the multiple shadow clone technique to continue developing wood release. Yao had a feeling that it wouldn't be long before he successfully developed wood release. Thus, Team 7 settled down at Tazuna's house. Kakashi was responsible for overall vigilance and tactical planning, and occasionally gave Naruto and Sasuke some basic guidance. Using the Flying Thunder God technique, Yao arrived in a remote forest with hardly any human presence. Multiple shadow clone technique. Yao formed hand seals with both hands. Bang 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 bang. Hundreds of shadow clones instantly appeared, filling the surrounding area all at once. Groups 1 to 100 practiced the form and nature transformation of Earth Attribute Chakra. Groups 101 to 200 practiced the form and nature transformation of Water Attribute Chakra. Groups 201 to 300 attempt Water-Earth Fusion. Group 301 practice Yang Release Chakra. Every shadow clone had the ability to think independently. After receiving his orders, each one immediately threw itself into its own training. Would release. It was formed by combining Water Attribute Chakra and Earth Attribute Chakra, then using Yang Release to grant it life. It sounded simple. Actually doing it was hard. Yao could only rely on this clumsy method, practicing little by little, failing, dispersing, and letting the experience return. Then keep trying, fail again and return again. With this method of trading numbers for time and experience, Yao's understanding of wood release was rising at an unprecedented speed. At the same time, his mastery over the shape transformation and nature transformation of water and earth chakra was also improving rapidly. Yao constantly summarized, organized, deduced, and optimized. In the blink of an eye, half a month passed. The tolerance and shaping power of Earth Attribute Chakra, the nourishment and flow of Water Attribute Chakra, the life and creation of Yang Release Chakra. Judging from all the experience so far, fusing the three at a ratio of 5 to 4 to 1 was the most reasonable. Let us try it. Yao carefully controlled the three completely different types of chakra, letting them approach each other and fuse according to the optimal ratio. Earth as the foundation, providing the framework. Water as the medium, granting vitality. Yang Release, granting life force. Now, a sharp light flashed through Yao's eyes as he injected Yang Release Chakra into the preliminarily fused water and earth chakra. Buzz. A gentle emerald green glow full of vitality blossomed outward. The soil-like and water-like chakra seemed to be given a soul, carrying out the final transformation between matter and energy. Then, a tiny, tender green sapling broke through the ball of chakra light and truly grew out. It was only finger-high, so slender it looked like a gust of wind could topple it, but it was undeniably wooden. It even gave off the fresh fragrance and life fluctuations unique to real plants. It worked. Even with Yao's steady temperament, he could not hide his excitement at this moment. Heaven be praised. Half a month of bitter training, the accumulation of countless shadow clones, had finally borne the sweetest fruit at this very moment. Yao carefully supported the tender sapling with chakra, as if cradling the most precious treasure in the world. Although it was still weak, this was unquestionably would release. Going from 0 to 1 was the hardest step, and Yao had completed it. That meant he had truly pushed open the gates of wood release. Next, all he had to do was let it keep growing, keep expanding, until it became a towering tree, or even a boundless forest. Once he had taken the most crucial step, everything that followed became natural and smooth. With the efforts of the shadow clones, Yao became more and more skilled at fusing water, earth, and yang chakra. His understanding of the structure, form, and nature transformations of wood release deepened further. Tricks that would normally take months or even years to figure out were rapidly conquered under the collective efforts of several hundred shadow clones. Chakra circulation that had once been rough and awkward became as natural as moving his own arm. Shape and nature transformations that had once been vague became incomparably clear. In less than half a month, Yao's mastery of wood release had reached a whole new level. Wood release, wood locking wall. Rumble. The ground suddenly split apart. A row of curved wooden shields instantly burst from the earth, forming a solid and thick wooden wall. The wood grain was clear, and it gave off a steady sheen. Its defensive power was far beyond that of an ordinary earth-style wall. The entire process was smooth, swift, and full of force. Yao ran his hand over the wood-locking wall, the corners of his mouth curling into a satisfied smile. From only being able to force out a single sapling to using a defensive ninjutsu with real combat value, his progress over the past half-month could only be called heaven and earth apart. Again, wood release, wood clone jutsu. 2 chunks of wood shot out from Yao's body and turned into 2 wood clones. Compared to ordinary shadow clones, wood clones were more stable, harder to see through, and far more practical. In both concealment and chakra consumption, they surpassed ordinary shadow clones. Again, wood release. Adamantine attacking wood. Rumble. The earth trembled. Several enormous hardwood spikes, thick beyond compare and sharp as spears at the tips, burst from the ground like dragons lying in wait. They launched a ferocious thrust at a massive boulder ahead. These hardwoods were dense as iron, carrying an unstoppable momentum. Bang!
Bang! Bang!
Under the violent impact of this wood-release attack, the huge rock was pierced through and shattered as easily as tofu. Dust filled the air, and shattered stone flew everywhere, showing terrifying destructive power. Its breakthrough and piercing effect was excellent, enough to alter the terrain and tear apart an enemy formation in battle. After that, Yao raised his arm and aimed at an ancient tree so thick it would take several people to wrap their arms around it. Wood release. Cutting Sprigs Jutsu. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. In an instant, countless sharp wooden spikes shot out from his arm and palm like a violent storm. These wooden spikes were fast, numerous, and covered an extremely wide area. In an instant, they turned that giant ancient tree into a sieve. Even more terrifying, some of the wooden spikes deeply embedded in the trunk could actually grow a second time under Yao's control, branching out and tearing the target apart further from the inside. Looking at the ancient tree riddled with holes, Yao gave his evaluation of this move's killing efficiency. A killing move for both single targets and groups, combining physical damage with follow-up control. Extremely practical. Wood release. 4-pillar house. A large amount of wood grew from the ground, combining and assembling itself. In just a few breaths, a complete wooden house with a sturdy and elegant structure rose from the earth. It had doors and windows, and there were even simple tables and chairs inside, looking exactly like a wooden house ready to move into with just a bag. TSK. So this is Yamato's 3-bedroom, 2-living room jutsu. Yao grinned. Back when he watched the anime in his previous life, he had been really envious of this technique. Being able to make yourself a home anytime, anywhere. How convenient was that? If he had this ability in his previous life, why would he have needed to carry a mortgage of several million and work himself to death like a beast of burden? At that moment, a strange memory suddenly flooded into his mind. It turned out the shadow clone Yao had left beside Tazuna had suddenly dispelled itself, sending its memories back to the original body. Zabuza Momochi had arrived. His timing was perfect. A trace of eagerness flashed through Yao's eyes. Then he sensed the flying thunder god formula mark he had left on Sasuke. Swish! Yao vanished from the forest instantly, leaving behind no trace at all. At the same time, on the great Naruto bridge in the land of waves, the atmosphere was so heavy it was almost dripping with water. Within the thick mist, Naruto and Sasuke were trapped inside a bizarre barrier made up of countless ice mirrors. That was demonic mirroring ice crystals. Haku's ice release secret technique. Haku darted through the mirrors at high speed, Senbon raining down on the two of them. Naruto and Sasuke were struggling to cope, constantly in danger and looking extremely battered. Even worse, Kakashi was trapped inside a giant water prison. One of Zabuza Momochi's hands maintained the water prison jutsu, while his face wore a mocking smile like a cat toying with mice. The legendary copy ninja Kakashi is only this much, unable to breathe inside the water prison. Kakashi's consciousness was already growing hazy. He could only barely hold on through sheer willpower. This is bad. I didn't expect that guy's Kekkei Genkai to be this troublesome. I really was too careless this time. This time Kakashi wasn't acting. He was really trapped. The situation was truly dangerous. At that moment, a teasing voice entered everyone's ears. Kakashi-sensei, you really look pretty miserable. This time you're not acting, right? Everyone was shocked. They followed the voice and looked over, only to see that not far from the water prison, on the bridge railing, Yao was somehow already standing there, looking at Kakashi with a mocking smile. Yao? Naruto and Sasuke cried out at the same time, their eyes full of surprise and delight. Inside the water prison, Kakashi suddenly relaxed when he saw Yao. He knew Yao's strength very well. With him here, the situation would definitely turn around. Zabuza's pupils shrank violently as he stared at Yao. When had this brat appeared? He had not sensed the other side getting close at all. Yao jumped down from the railing and looked at Zabuza, the corner of his mouth curling up. A missing nin from Kirigakure. Momochi Zabuza, the one called the Demon of the Hidden Mist. Come on, I'll be your opponent. Brat, stop playing tricks. Although Zabuza was wary, he still didn't take a mere kid seriously. His free left hand swung sharply, and thick mist surged again, trying to block Yao's vision. However, Yao merely raised his hand lightly. In front of real power, tricks like this are meaningless. With his palm facing down toward the water-covered ground, he gave a low shout. Wood release. Deep Forest Emergence. Yao's Deep Forest Emergence was only a simplified version, nowhere near the scale of Senju Hashirama's. After all, he had only just developed it and he still couldn't use it on a large scale. But it was enough. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The entire bridge, no, the entire river surface began to shake. Under Kakashi and Zabuza's disbelieving gazes, the bridge deck was torn apart by an irresistible force. Countless thick trees and vines burst out from the earth and water. They grew wildly, spread rapidly, and all twisted toward Zabuza to strangle him. Take this. What is this? The savage grin on Zabuza's face completely froze, replaced by unprecedented shock and disbelief. He had never seen such a terrifying ninjutsu before. He didn't even recognize it. But the moment he saw this technique, two words naturally appeared in his mind. Would release. The first Hokage's would release. Damn it. Why does this Konoha brat have would release? Zabuza swung the executioner's blade, cutting apart the vines wrapping around him. But those vines were incredibly tough. And there were simply too many of them. Cut one, and 10 or 20 more immediately wrapped around him. Even worse, the bridge beneath his feet was also breaking apart, and giant trees were rising from the ground, interrupting the water prison jutsu he was maintaining. Splash! The water prison jutsu was forcibly released, and Kakashi broke free, falling awkwardly to the side and coughing violently. But he didn't care about himself. He stared fixedly at the forest that had appeared in an instant. No. Impossible. Kakashi's voice was dry and hoarse, filled with disbelief. This is the first Hokage's would release? How could it appear here? How is that possible? Would release. In the eyes of every Konoha shinobi, it held a special status. Because would release belonged to the god of shinobi, Senju Hashirama. It was also the ultimate Kekkei Genkai that had pacified the chaotic era and suppressed the tailed beasts. It was no exaggeration to say, every Konoha shinobi grew up hearing the legends of the first Hokage and would release. But the problem was, how did Uchiha Yo know the first Hokage's would release? He was clearly an Uchiha. This was too ridiculous. It was as absurd as a Hyuga suddenly awakening the Sharingan. Kakashi stared at Yao. Other than shock, only confusion remained in his eyes. The third Hokage had asked him to observe whether Yao had mastered the Flying Thunder God technique. And now, there was still no sign of the Flying Thunder God technique. But he had discovered would release first. Kakashi could already imagine it. When the third Hokage learned that Yao had mastered would release, his expression would definitely be priceless. Damn it! Don't underestimate me. Zabuza was trapped within layers of trees like a cornered beast. He swung the executioner's blade desperately, cutting down tree after tree, yet they kept coming endlessly. His chakra was being consumed at a terrifying rate, and sharp branches slashed countless bloody cuts across his body. Yao looked at Zabuza struggling amid the twisting trees and raised his other hand. Would release. Would spikes jutsu. Whoosh 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 whoosh. From the branches of those wildly growing trees, countless incomparably sharp wooden spikes suddenly shot out. From all directions, above, below, left, right, they all fired at Zabuza. No! Zabuza let out an unwilling roar as he swung his blade to block them. But the executioner's blade could only stop a tiny portion. More wooden spikes instantly pierced through Zabuza's body. Puffed, 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 puffed. Blood sprayed through the air like cruel flowers blooming. Zabuza froze in place. He lowered his head and looked at his body, nearly turned into a sieve. Countless wooden spikes had pierced through his chest, abdomen, and limbs, pinning him firmly in place. I'm actually going to die at the hands of a brat. The light in Zabuza's eyes quickly dimmed, and the executioner's blade slipped from his hand, crashing heavily onto the bridge. The whole bridge fell silent. At some point, the thick mist had already dispersed. Only the newly grown miniature forest remained, swaying gently in the breeze. Naruto and Sasuke, still trapped in the demonic mirroring ice crystals, saw this scene and completely froze on the spot, mouths wide open. Zabuza-sama. Haku staggered forward and threw himself toward Momochi Zabuza, who had been nailed to death by the wooden spikes. He dropped to his knees before Zabuza's corpse, trembling violently. In his gentle, sorrowful eyes, tears silently slid down. To Haku, Zabuza-sama was the entire meaning of his existence. Now that Zabuza-sama was dead, he no longer had any reason to exist either. Hey, what are you doing? Naruto and Sasuke broke free and quickly ran over, looking at Haku warily. But Haku suddenly raised his hand. At some point, a sunban had appeared in it, and he stabbed it into his own throat. What are you doing? Naruto was shocked. He looked at Haku in disbelief, unable to understand why he would suddenly commit suicide for no reason. Sasuke and Naruto watched in silence, their moods both a little complicated. What a pity. Yao felt some regret inwardly. He had never planned to kill Haku, but if Haku wanted to kill himself, Yao would not stop him. In Yao's view, people like Haku and Kimimaro who had been completely brainwashed by others were better off dead than alive. What meaning was there in living? It was just a pity for the ice-release Kekkei Genkai. It was probably about to go extinct. Let us bury them. Kakashi let out a sigh. Yao, Naruto, and Sasuke nodded and prepared to bury the bodies. Just then, an arrogant, overbearing voice broke the heaviness of the scene. Trash. Complete trash. That useless piece of trash. Zabuza took my money and still died just like that? Everyone immediately turned toward the voice. They saw the wealthy merchant Gato appearing at the bridgehead, bringing with him a large group of vicious-looking subordinates armed with swords and blades. Gato looked at Zabuza, dead with eyes still open, and cursed him. Then his vicious gaze swept across Yao and the others, especially Tazuna. Humph! Get them, kill them, and tear down this damn bridge for me. Gato waved his hand. Dozens of thugs behind him immediately shouted and charged forward. This is bad. Naruto and Sasuke's expressions changed at once, and they immediately took up defensive stances. Facing so many enemies, they felt tremendous pressure. Kakashi also tightened his grip on his kunai, ready to fight at any moment. What a noisy bunch. Yao looked at this pack of rabble, and a cold glint flashed through his eyes. A bunch of ordinary people, and they still dared to act so wildly? Fire release. Great fire annihilation. Boom! A boundless sea of orange-red flames, carrying the force to destroy everything, swallowed Gato and his men whole. These people didn't even have time to scream. The instant they touched the flames, they were vaporized and burned into ashes. No, don't! The arrogance on Gato's face turned into fear and horror. He turned to run, but the flames had already devoured him. One breath later, the flames dispersed. The bridgehead was completely empty. Gato and the dozens of vicious thugs he had brought had vanished completely, as if they had never appeared at all. All that remained was a shocking stretch of scorched black marks. Naruto and Sasuke looked at that burnt ground and froze in place again. That fire release jutsu just now had been too massive, too terrifying. Was that really fire release? The corner of Kakashi's mouth twitched slightly, his heart filled with shock. He realized that when Yao had fought him before, he had still been holding back too much. Could he even block a fire release jutsu of that level? Yao clapped his hands, then looked at Haku and Zabuza's corpses. Naruto, Sasuke, bury them. Okay. Naruto nodded again and again. Sasuke said nothing. He only glanced at Yao, then lifted Zabuza's body and left the bridge. Naruto also carried Haku's body away. On the broad bridge, only Yao and Kakashi remained. Yao, why can you use wood release? Kakashi stared at Yao. Yao spread his hands. Oh that? After coming to the land of waves, I used the multiple shadow clone jutsu Naruto taught me, made a few hundred shadow clones, and researched wood release. Just a few days ago my luck was pretty good, so I successfully mastered it. He said it casually as if it were something easy, but to Kakashi, those words were no different from a thunderclap. After coming to the land of waves, how long had it even been? 1 month at most. Using multiple shadow clone jutsu to speed up training was theoretically possible. But that was a forbidden jutsu. The burden it placed on the mind and chakra was enormous. A few hundred shadow clones researching it day and night, and he succeeded just like that? How was that possible? If wood release were that easy, then ever since the era of the hidden villages began, it wouldn't he have only been the first Hokage who could use it. So, why could Yao use wood release? Although Gato had been burned to nothing in a single blaze, the bridge of hope leading to the land of waves had not yet been completed. After weighing the situation, Kakashi decided not to rush back to Konoha for now. Instead, he stayed behind to continue protecting Tazuna. He would wait until the bridge was fully completed. That could also count as seeing things through from start to finish. Yao's overwhelming strength deeply stimulated Naruto and Sasuke. The two of them pestered Kakashi non-stop, demanding that he teach them powerful jutsu. Kakashi was getting a bit of a headache from all the pestering. Before learning new jutsu, you have to build a solid foundation first. So starting today, you'll do tree climbing and water walking training. This is the most effective way to train precise chakra control. Tree climbing, water walking, what's there to train with that? Kakashi-sensei, are you just unwilling to teach us jutsu? Cheapskate. Time passed, and in the blink of an eye another month went by. The bridge in the land of waves was completed, the mission was successfully finished, and Team 7 set out on the journey back to Konoha. 2 days later, they successfully returned to Konoha. Feeling the familiar lively atmosphere, even the usually cold Optimus Prime had a softer expression. Not to mention the energetic Naruto, who excitedly looked all around. Everything felt both familiar and nostalgic to him. Yao also let out a breath. Konoha really was better, prosperous and lively. If all those old scheming bastards like Danzo were dead, it would be even better. Alright, I'll go submit the mission report to Lord Hokage. Kakashi clapped his hands. You all head home. Dismissed. Yeah. Naruto was the first to cheer. Yao, wanna go eat at Ichiraka Ramen? I've been craving it for 2 whole months. Yao smiled and nodded. After running around for so long, I really am hungry. Yeah. Hokage building. Top floor office. Kakashi stood in front of the desk and finished reporting on the mission in the land of waves. In addition, Lord Hokage regarding Uchiha Yo during this mission, he displayed wood release. Hiruzen Sarutobi paused slightly, then looked at Kakashi in astonishment. What did you say? Wood release? Are you sure? I'm absolutely sure. Kakashi nodded firmly. That's impossible. The third Hokage almost refuted it on instinct. Would release is the unique Kekkei Genkai of the first Hokage. How could Uchiha Yo, an orphan of the Uchiha clan, possibly possess the would release Kekkei Genkai? Would release? Uchiha? That was way too ridiculous. He would rather believe Danzo had a secret crush on him, rather believe Orochimaru had turned into a woman, rather believe he was about to die soon, than believe that an Uchiha could master would release. Lord Hokage, I'm certain, Kakashi said seriously. The third fell silent. He knew Kakashi. He was not someone who made baseless claims. Since he said it like this, then it definitely wasn't fake. But how was that possible? It made no sense at all. The third's mind spun rapidly as he reviewed everything about Uchiha Yo, trying to find the basis for how he had mastered would release. Transplanted first Hokage cells? One of Orochimaru's test subjects? Did he possess Senju blood? But no matter how he thought about it, he couldn't find any theoretical basis for it. How did he explain it? The third asked in a low voice. He said. Kakashi reported truthfully, though his tone carried a trace of strangeness. He used the multiple shadow clone jutsu and, during these 2 months in the Land of Waves, developed and mastered it on his own. Developed it on his own? The wrinkles on the third's face deepened even more. If it were a descendant of the Senju clan suddenly awakening would release, the third would have thought that was possible. But the Uchiha clan. Has Uchiha Yo awakened his eyes yet? The third asked as he looked at Kakashi. Not so far. Kakashi shook his head. Hiruzen Sarutobi silently put the pipe back into his mouth, took a hard drag, then exhaled a ring of smoke. 12 years old, and he still hadn't awakened the Sharingan. At present, it seemed Yao's talent in the Sharingan really was quite average. After all, Sasuke had awakened his at 7 years old, and Itachi had awakened his at 8. After a long while, the third finally steadied himself and asked in a deep voice, Kakashi, what do you think about this? Lord Hokage, although it feels unbelievable. Kakashi pondered for a moment. I believe the possibility that Yo truly mastered would release on his own does exist. Kakashi then brought up another matter. In the Land of Waves, I taught Chidori and Rinnegan to Sasuke and Naruto. The third's eyelids lifted slightly. Both Chidori and Rinnegan were A-rank jutsu. Kakashi, as a teacher, really had a big heart. He taught them just like that. Wasn't he afraid something might happen to those two disciples? Sasuke used 15 days to initially master Chidori. Kakashi said. Naruto used 2 weeks to learn Rinnegan. The fingers with which the third held his pipe paused slightly, and astonishment appeared on his face. 2 newly graduated genin actually mastered A-rank ninjutsu in such a short time? Just how many monsters came out of this generation of Konoha kids? What about Yo? The third Hokage's voice was a little dry. Kakashi fell silent for 2 seconds, a trace of complexity in his tone. One day. What? The third Hokage thought he had misheard. Lord Hokage, Uchiha Yo only used 1 day, Kakashi repeated, his tone full of helplessness. Right after I explained the principles behind the Rinnegan and Chidori, he mastered both jutsu in a single day. The third Hokage was stunned into silence again. 1 day? Mastered 2 A-rank ninjutsu? Was this guy a monster? Kakashi, are you sure you weren't caught in a genjutsu? The third Hokage opened his mouth. Lord Hokage, I have the Sharingan. 3 Tomo. Kakashi answered. The Sharingan, as the Uchiha clan's Kekkei Genkai, possessed many abilities such as observation, copying, and hypnosis. Its wielder had insight far beyond ordinary people, could observe chakra flow, and could easily see through genjutsu. Ordinary genjutsu simply couldn't fool Kakashi, unless it was a higher-level genjutsu cast with the Mangekyo Sharingan. Kakashi, after saying all this, what you're trying to tell me is, the third Hokage slowly spoke. This child has a talent for ninjutsu that even we cannot understand, correct? Yes, Lord Hokage. Kakashi looked straight at the third Hokage. Uchiha Yo's talent in ninjutsu is the greatest I have ever seen in my life. Perhaps even the second Hokage would be inferior to him. The third Hokage said nothing. That evaluation was too heavy. For a moment, he didn't even know how to respond. His teacher, the second Hokage, was a legend who had developed countless forbidden jutsu and laid down countless foundations for Konoha. And Kakashi actually believed Yo's talent might surpass his? Was that even possible? So, Kakashi struck while the iron was hot and stated his judgment. Combined with Yo's unfathomable talent in ninjutsu, if we look back at would release, then I think he really might have researched and developed would release on his own. It sounds like pure fantasy, but when it happens to him, it actually becomes the most reasonable explanation. He's an Uchiha. The third Hokage almost refuted it on instinct. The Uchiha clan's chakra excels in yin release and spiritual energy. The Sharingan is their true path. Would release is the ultimate expression of the Senju clan's yang release and life force. Historically, these two powers have always Lord Hokage. Uchiha Yo is not an ordinary Uchiha. Kakashi's tone was absolutely firm. At the very least, Yo is not. Lord Hokage, do you know why Uchiha Yo can master ninjutsu so quickly? Besides talent, he also possesses an enormous amount of chakra. He can maintain several hundred shadow clones at once for training. That terrifying level of chakra far surpasses even Naruto, who is a Jinchuriki. What? The third Hokage's pipe nearly slipped from his hand. Several hundred shadow clones? Kakashi, you're not joking? The number of shadow clones a ninja could split off at one time was one of the most direct measures of their chakra reserves. More than 100 shadow clones was a sign of a Jinchuriki level or Senju level physique. Several hundred shadow clones? That was simply unheard of. I am absolutely certain. Kakashi nodded heavily. Because I saw it with my own eyes. That's exactly why he was able to multiply his time efficiency by several hundred times. When others train for one day, it's equal to him training for several years. That's how he mastered Chidori and Rinnegan in one day. The third Hokage leaned back in his chair, slowly removed the Hokage hat, and pressed hard against his throbbing temples with his fingers. At this moment, all the scattered clues had finally connected. An unfathomable talent in ninjutsu would release that he seemed to have mastered by himself. Unmatched chakra reserves. Using the multiple shadow clone jutsu to train with ultimate efficiency. This was no longer something that could be summed up as just a genius Uchiha. This was someone who had broken the limits of bloodline, broken common sense in training, and might even break the balance of power itself. A monster. I understand now. After a long while, the third Hokage's voice carried deep concern. Kakashi, putting aside talent and ability, what do you think of Uchiha Yo as a person? I mean his temperament, his character, and whether Uchiha Yo might pose a threat to the village. A ninja with such terrifying talent, and an Uchiha at that, there was no way the third Hokage could fail to take it seriously. If he turned out to be another figure like Uchiha Madara, then the greater his talent, the greater the threat and damage he would bring to Konoha. Lord Hokage, to be honest, I'm not sure either. Kakashi chose his words carefully. That child is very smart. He has insight and wisdom far beyond his age. He acts with clear logic, and his goals are extremely definite. He can easily see through my intentions and my arrangements. Kakashi gave a bitter smile. So I can't see through what he truly thinks, nor can I grasp his deeper motives. So, as for whether he will threaten the village, I can't give a definite answer. The third Hokage's heart sank. He was no stranger to an evaluation like can't see through him. Once upon a time, Orochimaru had given him that same feeling. And Uchiha Itachi had also been deeply unreadable. Unfortunately, whether it was Orochimaru or Uchiha Itachi, both had ultimately walked down paths that pained him deeply. Was history about to repeat itself? After a long silence, the third Hokage made his decision. Everything regarding Uchiha Yo is to be classified as top secret. Other than you and me, no one is to be told for the time being. Especially Danzo. Yes, Lord Hokage. Kakashi answered solemnly. Kakashi, you will continue to be responsible for guiding Team 7. The third Hokage said in a deep voice. Do your best to guide him, observe him, and understand his true thoughts and what he seeks. Konoha needs powerful strength to face the storms of the future. But first, we must determine where that power will be directed, and for whom it can be used. Understood. Kakashi accepted the order seriously. Go. After returning to the village, life for Team 7 became peaceful again, with the occasional boring D-rank mission. Looking for lost pets, clearing out a clogged section of riverway. For Yao, these tasks didn't even count as a warm-up. Usually, he would just send a wood clone to deal with them. In fact, even a wood clone was overkill. A shadow clone was enough. Yao himself spent most of his time deep in the forest behind the mountain, either researching wood release, or studying Chidori and Rinnegan for further development. Time passed quietly, and in the blink of an eye, another half-month went by. That evening, after finishing a day's training, Yao returned to the village alone. The afterglow of the setting sun draped Konoha in a warm golden edge. The streets were full of people, and they seemed even livelier than usual. Yao immediately sensed the difference. There were more ninja from other villages on the streets now, Sunagakure, Otogakure, Kusagakure. Most of these foreign ninja were quite young, around the same age as Genin. Yao's steps paused, and he instantly understood. The Chunin exams had arrived. The Chunin exams, an important stage for the major ninja villages to display the strength of their younger generation, and to probe and compete with one another. Of course, it was also the key path for Genin to be promoted to Chunin. Yao's thoughts stirred. As usual, as newly graduated Genin, their class also had the qualifications to participate. The Chunin exams are good. Yao's lips curled up. If nothing unexpected happened, Orochimaru would carry out the Konoha Crush plan during this Chunin exam. The third Hokage would die in battle, and not only that, because of the third's death, Itachi Uchiha would return to the village and use that chance to warn Konoha as higher-ups. And at that time, it would undoubtedly be the perfect opportunity to seize Shusui's Mangekyo. Yao knew very well that one of Uchiha Shusui's Mangekyo was in Itachi's hands. while the other was in Danzo's hands. If he could get those two Mangekyo, then he would have Mangekyo Sharingan. And combined with the Sage Body, the Mangekyo would definitely be able to unleash power comparable to the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. I'm already getting a little impatient. Yao licked his lips. Sure enough, the Chunin exams had begun. After asking Yao, Naruto, and Sasuke for their opinions, Kakashi also signed up his 3 disciples. The written test began very soon. The spacious classroom was filled with ninjas from various hidden villages. Yao sat by the window, looking at the unfamiliar faces in the room, especially a few familiar ninjas among them. Without a doubt, the Sand Trio was the most eye-catching. Gaara carried a gourd on his back, his whole body giving off a cold aura. Beside him were Temari, holding a giant fan, and Kankuro, wrapped in bandages with his puppet never leaving his side. One on the left, one on the right, both centered around Gaara with proud expressions on their faces. On Konoha's side, besides the familiar classmates, there were also Rock Lee, Niji, and Tenten. Of course, there was also the silver-haired young man with round glasses, a gentle smile, and a harmless-looking face, Kabuto Yakushi. That spy was currently chatting familiarly with several Konoha genin. Idiots like Naruto were getting completely fooled by a few words from Kabuto, each of them feeling massive pressure. Kabuto. His disguise is pretty good. Should I find a chance to kill him? Then Yao's gaze landed on a figure in the corner. A girl with slightly messy red hair and thick round glasses, looking timid and shy. This was Karen. At this time, Karen was still just a 12-year-old little girl, nowhere near as fierce and reckless as she would be later. She had her head lowered, fingers nervously twisting together, clearly not used to such a lively environment. Karen's perception was extremely sharp. She seemed to sense Yao's gaze and looked up. Their eyes met. Karen froze for a moment, then quickly looked away like a startled fawn. A clear blush actually spread across her fair cheeks. Even the tips of her ears turned pink, and she lowered her head even more. 12-year-old Karen. She's actually pretty cute. Yao withdrew his gaze. Karen was a pure-blood Uzumaki, with the Kagura mind SI, a healer, top-tier support. Her personality was just a bit. Yeah, kind of a simp. If he could recruit her, having her as a healer and a human radar would actually be pretty nice. Just as Yao's thoughts were drifting, the classroom door was shoved open heavily. A group of imposing Chunin proctors filed in. At the front was Marino Ibiki, the bald man with a vicious scar on his face and a ferocious look in his eyes. The moment he appeared, the overwhelming pressure instantly erased the whispers in the classroom, leaving it so silent you could hear a pin drop. I am the proctor for the first exam, Marino Ibiki. The written test rules are simple. A written exam, 10 questions. The rules of the written test were harsh. So harsh they were almost unreasonable. No cheating. Team-based scoring. Once cheating was discovered, even your teammates would be eliminated along with you. Hearing these rules, the atmosphere in the classroom dropped to freezing point, and many of the examinees started turning pale. The test papers were handed out. The questions covered ninja theory, intelligence analysis, code breaking, and even obscure strategic deduction. For most genin who focused on actual combat, the difficulty was way too high. Yao picked up the paper and quickly looked through it. He couldn't do any of it, and there were even some questions he couldn't understand. But it didn't matter. The real purpose of this written exam was never to test whether you knew the answers. It was to examine your intelligence-gathering ability under extreme rules. In other words, as long as you knew how to copy discreetly enough and didn't get caught, you could pass smoothly. Yao couldn't even be bothered to copy. He knew that at the end of this exam, there would still be an extra question, to test whether these genin had the will under immense pressure, to not give up on the mission and not abandon their comrades. As long as you chose not to give up, the written exam before that didn't matter at all. So, Yao couldn't be bothered to answer a single question. He just kept looking out the window, his mind wandering far away. As for the other examinees, some scratched their heads in frustration, some broke out in cold sweat, and some used all kinds of methods to cheat. The result came without any suspense. Aside from those who were caught cheating, or those who failed the extra question, everyone else passed smoothly, including slackers like Yao and Naruto who directly turned in blank papers. Naruto was something else too. He couldn't answer a single question. What a goofball. The second exam. Clear the Forest of Death within 5 days. The 26 genin teams who passed the written test gathered in front of the Iron Gate. Each team received a sealed scroll, which recorded the core objective of this exam. Collect both the Scroll of Heaven and the Scroll of Earth, then arrive at the central tower in the forest within the time limit. Team 7 got the Scroll of Heaven. Great. Naruto's fighting spirit flared up. We just need to snatch another Scroll of Heaven and we'll pass. Sasuke glanced at Yao beside him and said in a deep voice, "Brother, once we enter the forest, don't make a move." He knew his older brother's strength was unfathomable. If Yao got serious, then probably all the examinees in the entire Forest of Death combined still wouldn't be enough for him to beat. If that happened, then for Sasuke, this forest of death test would lose its meaning as training. Yao shrugged. Fine. Then this time, I'll let you show off properly. But if you run into real danger you can't handle, don't forget to call for help. I don't want to lose you, my stupid Otudo, and become the Uchiha clan's only surviving orphan. Humph. Sasuke had long since gotten used to Yao's way of speaking, teasing on the surface, caring underneath. He snorted coldly and turned his head away. But inside, he secretly warned himself that he would never lose, and he definitely wouldn't need to ask this guy for help. The iron gate opened with a thunderous boom, and team after team of ninjas shot forward like arrows leaving the string, quickly vanishing into the dense vegetation. Team 7 also chose a direction and rapidly dashed inside. The forest of death truly lived up to its name. It was like a completely different world from Konoha's peace and harmony. Towering ancient trees blocked out the sky and sun, making the light dim. Beneath their feet were tangled roots and thick layers of decayed organic matter. The air was filled with the stench of rotting plants and damp earth, mixed with the musky smell left behind by various fierce beasts. Danger was everywhere. In less than half an hour of advancing, Yao's group of 3 had already been attacked by no fewer than a dozen waves of wild beasts. Poisonous pythons lurking in the grass, herds of wild boars moving in groups, and even an enormous black bear. Deeper in the forest, there were also all kinds of colorful venomous insects making rustling noises. Everything here displayed the law of survival. The weak are prey to the strong. But, to Team 7, these could only be counted as appetizers. Because of the butterfly effect caused by Yao, whether it was Sasuke or Naruto, both were far stronger than their peers. The two of them worked together flawlessly, pushing forward all the way and easily dealing with any danger. Along the way, they even had spare time to observe their surroundings and look for other teams. Help! Help me! A shrill, terrified cry for help suddenly came from somewhere not far ahead. The voice was full of despair and fear, enough to make anyone's scalp tingle. Right after that came several beastly roars, along with the sound of trees snapping. Someone's in danger.
Naruto immediately stopped and looked toward the source of the avja. No, ignore.
He instinctively moved to rush over and save them. Sasuke also entered a guarded state at once, his Sharingan silently activating. The voice isn't far. The one calling for help is a woman. The beasts sound huge. There's more than one. Sasuke looked at Yao, the meaning in his eyes obvious. What do we do? Save her or not? Though the second pillar looked cold on the surface, he had already accepted by default that Yao was the captain. Yao raised a brow and looked in the direction the cry had come from. That voice. It sounded a little familiar. Let us go. We'll take a look. Yao waved his hand. Naruto had already been unable to wait any longer and charged toward the source of the sound first. Sasuke immediately followed. Yao trailed behind the two of them at an unhurried pace, looking completely relaxed. Very soon, a forest clearing came into view, its trees smashed and leaning in every direction. After seeing what was happening there, both Naruto and Sasuke were slightly stunned. The corner of Yao's lips, meanwhile, curved into an almost imperceptible arc. Oh, so it was her. It was a red-haired girl wearing glasses, running in a panic. Behind her were 3 violent black bears as large as small elephants, with blood-red eyes and drool hanging from their mouths. The 3 black bears had clearly been driven mad by something and were tightly chasing after the girl without letting up. That girl was Karen. Looking at Karen, Yao couldn't help recalling the relevant plot. One major reason Karen became so devoted to Sasuke and turned into his hopeless simp was because Sasuke had saved her during this Chunin exam. That kind of gratitude from being saved in despair, mixed with admiration for strength, had eventually turned into obsessive attachment. How could he possibly hand over such a useful human radar and mobile blood pack to that stupid Otudo? I'll save this one. Yao suddenly spoke. Then his figure silently vanished from where he stood and reappeared between the 3 black bears and Karen. Roar! The 3 frenzied black bears bared their fangs and swiped at Yao. Yao raised his right hand, pressing his index and middle fingers together like a sword. Crackle! Blue lightning extended from his fingertips and formed into a long, slender spear of electricity. Chidori sharp spear. Yao slashed several times with a lift of his hand. Puffed, puffed, puffed. 3 streaks of blue light precisely cut across the bodies of the 3 black bears. At that moment, the piercing and destructive properties of lightning release chakra were displayed to the fullest. The 3 savage black bears, brimming with terrifying ferocity, abruptly came to a halt, then split apart and crashed to the ground. Chunks of flesh hit the earth one after another, shattered into dozens of pieces. No blood flowed out. The cuts were smooth and even scorched pitch black. Instant kill. From the moment Yao made his move to the moment the 3 bears died. The whole process took less than 2 seconds. Yao landed lightly, not even kicking up much dust. The lightning dancing at his fingertips quietly died out, as if it had never appeared at all. He turned around and looked at Karen, who had collapsed onto the ground with a blank expression. Miss, are you okay? Sunlight filtered through the shattered canopy overhead, falling across Yao in broken patches and outlining him with a faint halo. In Karen's eyes, the whole world had gone silent. Faded. All that remained was this black-haired boy who had descended like a god. Karen was a pitiful person. From childhood until now, other than her mother, no one had ever smiled at her. And no one had ever treated her like this. Not far away, Sasuke didn't look at Karen. His gaze was locked tightly onto Yao's right hand. His Sharingan was already active. Two Tomo slowly rotated as he tried to capture and analyze the Chidori sharp spear from just now. That sharp form. That ultimate condensation of lightning release. That familiar chakra shriek originating from Chidori. Sasuke's throat felt a little dry. Was that Chidori just now? No, not just Chidori. It was another Chidori form lightning release. Even more condensed, pushing penetration power to the absolute limit. Yao had not only mastered Chidori in such a short amount of time, he had even developed an even stronger application for it. Sasuke clenched his fists. He had always thought that after mastering Chidori, he should have been able to close some of the gap between himself and Yao. But now, he had been too naive. The gap was far greater than he had imagined. Yao had no idea what Sasuke was thinking. He extended a hand toward Karen. Karen suddenly snapped back to her senses. Her little face instantly turned bright red, and she hurriedly shook her head, her voice as soft as a mosquito's buzz. To thank you for saving me. She didn't dare look Yao in the eyes. Her heart was beating so fast it felt like it might jump out of her chest. At that moment, Naruto also ran over and curiously looked Karen up and down. Huh? You're from Kusagakure? Where are your teammates? Why were you being chased by those big black bears all by yourself? At the mention of her teammates, the blush on Karen's face quickly faded, and her expression dimmed. They're all dead. Not long after we entered the forest, we ran into a very strong enemy. She didn't seem all that heartbroken. What she felt more was confusion and fear. She had never really had any bond with her teammates from Kusagakure in the first place. They had only grouped together to deal with the Chunin exams. Now her teammates were dead. As a support-type ninja, in this crisis-filled forest of death, she could barely move forward at all on her own. What was she supposed to do now? Could she even make it out alive? Karen felt a little hopeless. Yao smiled faintly. I see. Then come with us. Ah! Karen abruptly raised her head. Behind those thick lenses, her eyes were wide open, full of disbelief. Come with them? These powerful Konoha ninja? Teach this. Was that really possible? Naruto agreed very readily. He had a pretty good impression of this timid-looking red-haired girl. Sasuke frowned. She was a ninja from another village, and her identity was unclear. Bringing her along might not only slow them down. It might also involve unknown risks, like a sneak attack leaking information, or maybe she was a trap to begin with. But when he saw Yao's unquestionable expression, the words that had reached his lips were swallowed back down. The two brothers lived together all the time. Sasuke might look cool on the outside, but in reality, most things were decided by Yao. Sasuke was used to following his lead. So, interested in coming with us? Yao asked with a smile. To Karen, Yao's words were no different from heavenly music. The huge surprise instantly smashed through her mental defenses. Tears rushed out at once, and she bowed repeatedly. Teach, thank you. I definitely won't hold you back. I believe you. Yao smiled and nodded. Karen was a pure-blood Uzumaki, even purer than Naruto. Her Kagura mind-s I possessed extremely powerful sensory abilities. Bringing her along was basically the same as bringing a human radar. Her value was enormous. And in Naruto, a lot of people were actually the stubbornly devoted type. Once won over, they would become utterly loyal and devoted to the end. For example, Kimimaro, Haku, Karen, and Niji. Thank you. Karen was deeply moved. She stood up and kept bowing to thank him again and again. The four of them prepared to set off. At this moment, Yao suddenly let out a soft sound of surprise and turned to look at a patch of shadow off to the rear side, the corner of his mouth curling up. Finally here, that abrupt, out-of-nowhere sentence left Naruto and Sasuke stunned. Yao, what's wrong? Who's here? Naruto followed his gaze and looked over, but saw nothing. Sasuke immediately activated his Sharingan as well and focused his senses. But aside from the trees, he didn't detect any obvious presence. You felt it too? Yao looked toward Karen. Aye. Karen's whole body started trembling violently, her little face turning deathly pale. Behind the thick lenses, her eyes widened in fear. She couldn't stop herself from taking a small step back, staring in that direction as if she had seen a ghost. Hey, what's wrong with you? Naruto quickly asked. Sasuke also immediately pulled his gaze back from the forest and looked at Karen, his expression turning even more solemn, with confusion mixed in. What exactly was there to make this woman so terrified? Karen's voice trembled. There's terrifying chakra over there. The moment Sasuke and Naruto heard that, they instantly raised their guard, pulled out kunai, and stared in that direction with full vigilance. They didn't know why Karen could sense chakra, but the forest of death was filled with danger. No matter what threat they ran into, they couldn't afford to be careless. Hey hey hey. A hoarse, chilling, eerie laugh drifted over, carrying a spine-crawling echo. Just the sound of that laughter alone seemed to carry real coldness, as if the temperature around them had dropped by several degrees. Under the group's watchful eyes, a figure wearing a wide hat slowly stepped out from the shadows. She wore a Sound Village forehead protector and a loose robe, her face hidden beneath the shade of the hat. The only thing visible was a long tongue, like a snake's, repeatedly licking across her lips. That tongue was bright red, carrying a greedy hunger like she was sizing up prey. The hat lifted slightly, revealing a golden vertical pupil that swept across the trembling Karen, and a playful voice sounded out. Red hair? Are you some little brat from the Uzumaki clan? Then the gaze shifted to Naruto, and finally landed on Yao and Sasuke. Especially when it saw the Tomo in Sasuke's eyes, the golden vertical pupil lit up. Interesting. Very interesting. The Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, 2 surviving Uchiha brats. And now there's even an Uzumaki descendant. Hee. Orochimaru's laughter suddenly rose sharply, filled with the fanaticism and cruelty of someone who had discovered a rare specimen. This year's Chunin exams are just too interesting. You really have given me a huge surprise. Orochimaru was laughing. But Sasuke and Naruto's expressions changed drastically, their eyes filling with fear. Killing intent. That killing intent so dense it was almost tangible, pressed down on their minds like an invisible warhammer. They felt like their bodies no longer obeyed them. Even breathing became difficult. Their legs felt as heavy as lead, nailed to the ground, unable to move at all. Karen had already broken down, collapsed limply to the ground, and was trembling all over. Among the 4 of them, only Yao still stood straight, his expression calm. He looked at the approaching figure, completely unaffected. Orochimaru, you're one of the legendary Sannin of Konoha, at least. We can't go around bullying poor teenagers. Otherwise, when we get our revenge in the future, you'll say we were bullying the elderly. Orochimaru was only acting arrogant now. Once Naruto and Sasuke grew up, either one of them could casually stomp him. Orochimaru clearly paused for a moment, and even his long tongue stopped licking. His golden snake eyes fell on Yao with a trace of surprise. Oh? Seems my name still carries quite a bit of weight. Even a little Konoha brat like you knows who I am? But I'm very curious. How did you recognize me? My current appearance doesn't exactly match the wanted poster, does it? Simple. Yao's tone stayed relaxed, even carrying a bit of disgust. Looking across the entire ninja world, who else could be this disgusting besides you? Orochimaru? The reason was blunt, rude, and even a little insulting. But somehow it was impossible to refute. Orochimaru froze for a second, clearly not expecting to get an answer that was practically a direct attack on his appearance. Then he let out an even lower, raspier laugh. Interesting little brat. Since you know it's me, aren't you afraid? Orochimaru's voice was like a venomous snake hissing, and the killing intent around him condensed even further, like an icy tide. Getting personally insulted by some little brat had made Orochimaru very angry. Afraid? Of course I'm afraid. The corner of Yao's mouth curled up. But compared to being afraid of you, Orochimaru, I'd rather beat your ass. Oh? Orochimaru's snake eyes narrowed. Then I'd like to see exactly where a brat like you gets the confidence to have such arrogant thoughts. The instant his voice fell, Orochimaru's figure vanished from where he stood without any warning. The very next moment, he appeared behind Yao like a ghost. From his wide sleeve, a savage giant snake shot out like lightning. In an instant, it wrapped tightly around Yao's whole body, its coils constricting with a teeth-grinding creak. Orochimaru stretched out his long tongue, his cold voice sounding beside Yao's ear. Too slow, brat. Is that so? Yao smiled. Chidori current. BZZZT. Blinding, brilliant azure lightning erupted from Yao's entire body like a volcanic explosion. The brown giant snake wrapped around him took the hit first. His body convulsed violently, blackened, carbonized, and instantly turned to ash. Orochimaru, standing right at point-blank range, was struck head-on by the lightning as well. Ugh! Orochimaru let out a muffled groan, his body shaking violently in the electricity. His skin blackened and cracked. His hair stood on end, and in the blink of an eye, his whole body turned into a charred corpse. Bang! The blackened Orochimaru fell backward and hit the ground. Then it turned into a puddle of murky water that quickly seeped into the earth. Did he die? Naruto stared at the puddle on the ground, shocked and delighted at the same time, his voice trembling. No. Yao dispersed the lightning around his body and calmly swept his gaze across the surroundings. If the legendary Orochimaru could be taken down that easily, then he wouldn't be worthy of the name Orochimaru. Because of power scaling updates, Orochimaru, this early stage boss, basically had no presence in the later stages. But when it came to survival ability, there were only a few people in the entire ninja world who could compare to Snake Uncle. Sure enough. Hisses. A burst of scalp-numbing snake hissing suddenly rang out. The next moment, under the horrified gazes of Sasuke, Naruto, and Karen, the ground at their front left suddenly exploded open. Amid flying dirt, a giant python thicker than a water tank, covered in dark brown scales, burst out from underground. Its massive body rose high into the air, its cold snake eyes looking down on everyone from above, its crimson forked tongue flicking in and out. The giant snake then opened its mouth wide, strings of saliva hanging between its jaws, and a wet figure slowly crawled out. It was Orochimaru. His body seemed boneless as he slid out of the snake's mouth in a posture that defied common sense, landing steadily on the ground. Those golden vertical pupils locked onto Yao once more, and his long tongue licked across the corner of his mouth. His voice carried undisguised praise. Not bad lightning release. Was that Kakashi's Chidori? No, not just Chidori. That was a shape transformation of Chidori. To think you could come up with a way to counterattack instantly like that. Kid, you're making me more and more interested. Ugh, so disgusting. Why isn't this guy dead yet? Naruto and Sasuke stared at Orochimaru, their stomachs churning. At the same time, they were terrified by that nearly immortal, bizarre ability of his. It was way too creepy. Yao had expected this already. Thank you for the praise, Senior Orochimaru. Hehehe. Orochimaru let out a low laugh, his long tongue slowly licking across his lips again. Then let me see whether you can bring me even more surprises. Before he even finished speaking, Orochimaru suddenly lunged forward, pressing himself flat against the ground as he opened his mouth. Ninja art. Hidden shadow snake hands formation. Ninja art. Hidden shadow snake hands formation. Hiss hiss hiss. Countless venomous snakes of all colors and sizes came pouring out of Orochimaru's mouth, forming a horrifying sea of writhing snakes. The snakes tangled around each other, scales scraping, tongues flicking, surging toward Team 7 like a tidal wave. Ah! Naruto's scalp nearly exploded at the sight. Goosebumps erupted all over his body, and his fear of clustered things instantly kicked in. Even Sasuke's face turned pale, his stomach churning violently. Karen was so frightened that she shut her eyes on the spot and curled into a ball. Humph! Facing that suffocating snake sea assault, to be honest, even Yao's hairs stood on end. He was most afraid of snakes. Yao quickly formed hand seals, his chest swelling high as he aimed at the overwhelming swarm. Fire release. Majestic destroyer flame. Chakra poured out madly, pushing majestic destroyer flame to its absolute maximum. Boom! Crimson-white flames, carrying a heat that could burn everything away, surged forward like a collapsing mountain and a crashing sea. The range of the flames was so massive that it nearly swallowed the entire snake sea. Hisses. The harsh sounds of burning, the snake's miserable shrieks, crackled non-stop like strings of firecrackers going off. The air was instantly filled with a thick scorched stench and the smell of burnt protein. The seemingly endless snake sea melted away like snow under the blazing sun, rapidly burning down, carbonizing and turning into ash.
So amazing.
Seeing that scene, Karen's eyes were filled with shock and admiration. A few breaths later, the flames dispersed, leaving the ground pitch black and smoking in thin trails. There wasn't even the slightest trace of the snakes left. Ha! Yao let out a breath. A fire release on this scale consumed an astonishing amount of chakra. But the chakra inside his body was still abundant as ever. A dark, cold voice came from high up at an angle in front of them. Everyone looked up. At some unknown point, Orochimaru was standing on a thick tree branch, looking down at Yao from above as he mocked him. Kid, wasting chakra like that. How much longer can you keep going? Whoosh! Without any warning at all, Yao vanished from where he stood. Orochimaru's pupils contracted slightly. Almost at the same instant, Yao appeared out of thin air behind Orochimaru, his voice sounding out. Senior Orochimaru, I want to say a few heartfelt words to you. When did warning bells instantly went off in Orochimaru's mind. His rich combat experience made him instinctively twist to dodge. But it was too late. At some point, Yao's right hand had already risen. In his palm, the ear-piercing chirp of Chidori exploded once more. Without the slightest hesitation, Yao's arm, wrapped in dazzling blue lightning, viciously stabbed straight into the center of Orochimaru's back. Poochie! The muffled sound of flesh and bone being pierced rang out loud and clear. The lightning-covered hand burst through Orochimaru's abdomen, blood dripping down Yao's arm. Orochimaru's movements came to an abrupt halt. In disbelief, he lowered his head and looked at the hand sticking through his stomach. Then he slowly turned his head and looked at Uchiha Yo, who was right beside him. For the first time, shock and confusion appeared in Orochimaru's eyes. Kid, what kind of jutsu is this? Flying Raijin? No. How could you possibly have learned flying Raijin? Still keeping him skewered in place, Yao leaned close to Orochimaru's ear and smiled as he said two words. Guess. The next moment, The Chidori lightning in Yao's palm flared violently once more. Savage lightning released chakra rampaged through Orochimaru's body. Crackle! Blue arcs of electricity spread through his blood vessels, meridians, and bones, instantly reaching every corner of Orochimaru's body. Ugh-hi-aha! Orochimaru let out a hoarse, miserable scream so shrill it no longer sounded human. His body convulsed and spasmed violently. His skin visibly blackened and carbonized at a speed the naked eye could follow. His hair turned to ash, and his clothes were burned away completely. In the blink of an eye, Orochimaru had once again turned into a charred black human-shaped figure, still smoking and frozen in a pose of agony. Yao shook his arm and flung the thoroughly carbonized corpse to the ground. The charred body hit the earth with a crisp crack and shattered into several pieces. It's over? Naruto's eyes widened as he stared at the blackened remains, his voice dry. Is he dead? Sasuke's Sharingan stared fixedly at the charred corpse, trying to detect even the slightest trace of chakra fluctuation. Karen also timidly raised her head and looked over nervously. Yao returned to stand in front of the three of them and glanced at the charred chunks on the ground. Not yet. What? He's still not dead. Naruto nearly jumped up. He's already turned into charcoal. Sasuke looked terrible too. Is this guy some cat spirit reincarnated? Does he have 9 lives? As if to confirm Yao's words, a small hole suddenly tore open in the charred corpse without any warning. Pale, slimy hands stretched out from inside. Right after that came an arm, a shoulder, a head, and a chest. Orochimaru crawled out of the corpse once again. His body was still covered in mucus, but his skin was completely unharmed. Even his clothes had bizarrely returned to normal. Orochimaru-style body replacement technique. Orochimaru straightened up, his golden vertical pupils fixed on Yao as the corner of his mouth pulled into a strange smile. He was smiling, but his gaze was colder than 10,000-year ice, filled with completely undisguised killing intent and humiliation. Hee. Kid. Orochimaru's voice was still hoarse, but now it carried even more gloom. You really did give me a huge surprise. But his tone suddenly turned sharp. This ends here. Before he finished speaking, Orochimaru's head suddenly shot forward. His mouth opened to a horrifying degree, far beyond anything a human should possibly be able to do. Shoo! A cold, narrow blade flashing with metallic light shot violently out of his gaping mouth. It was the sword of Kusanagi. The sword of Kusanagi extended infinitely, stabbing toward Yao at extreme speed. The strike came with no warning at all. It was Orochimaru's signature move, Sword of the Mouth. Boring. At the very instant the tip of the sword of Kusanagi was about to touch Yao's skin, Yao vanished into thin air again. Orochimaru's pupils shrank violently. Again, that same instant movement with no warning. Could it really be flying Raijin? Yao appeared behind Orochimaru, almost pressed against his back. His 5 fingers spread open, lightly pressing against the center of Orochimaru's back. There were no hand seals, not even any obvious sign of a chakra eruption. Would release, cutting Sprig's jutsu. Pew poo pew poo poo. Orochimaru's body suddenly went rigid, his eyes bulging out as his mouth opened, letting out leaking, rasping sounds. Countless sharp wooden spikes burst out at the same time from Orochimaru's chest, abdomen, limbs, and neck. In the blink of an eye, Orochimaru's entire body was pierced through by countless wooden spikes, turning him into a miserably grotesque hedgehog. Blood gushed down along the wooden spikes, dyeing him into a bloody figure. Orochimaru remained standing. There was not the slightest trace of pain on his face, only shock and disbelief. What would release? Orochimaru's voice was hoarse, but filled with a frenzied thirst to investigate. How do you know would release? The shock in Orochimaru's heart was even greater than the third Hokage's, because he was the one who understood most clearly just how difficult and absurd this was. As a top-tier researcher, Orochimaru had poured in countless efforts, sacrificed countless test subjects, and tirelessly studied Hashirama's cells. He had tried to reproduce the power of the first Hokage, Hashirama Senju, yet all he had ever gotten were extremely unstable defective products. And now, this little brat with Uchiha blood, whose body should carry release chakra, had awakened would release? This completely overturned Orochimaru's understanding of Kekkei Genkai, chakra, and even life science itself. What kind of joke is this? How could an Uchiha possibly? Yao looked at Orochimaru and revealed a smile. Orochimaru-senpai, the ninja world is vast. There are still many things we don't understand. Don't you agree? Orochimaru tugged at the corner of his mouth, which had been cut open by the wooden spikes. Blood spilled out, yet he actually started laughing. The smile was twisted, but filled with the fanaticism of someone discovering a new continent. Hee. Ha 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 ha. Right, you're right. I was the frog in the well. But now I'm even more curious. Why you? Why would an Uchiha awaken would release? Orochimaru was excited, because he had found a new vessel. Uchiha would release. Was there any better vessel than this? Facing this obsessive mad scientist's questioning, Yao suddenly changed the topic. Orochimaru-senpai, let us make a deal. A deal? Orochimaru's vertical pupils flickered. What deal? One about eternal life. One about the truth of the ninja world. But now isn't the time to talk about that. Yao paused, then said meaningfully, after this Chunin exam ends, I'll come find you. Let us stop today's battle here. Orochimaru's golden pupils shrank slightly. Come find him? This brat knew where he was? What made him so certain? Yao did not explain. Back during his first close-range attack, when Chidori had pierced through Orochimaru, he had already left a flying thunder god technique formula mark on Orochimaru's body. As long as Orochimaru didn't discover and completely remove that mark, then no matter what corner this cunning snake hid in, Yao could instantly appear right in front of him. Yao stopped paying attention to Orochimaru, whose gaze kept shifting, and his figure flashed as he returned to Naruto, Sasuke, and Karen. Let us go. Ah, we're just leaving like this. Naruto pointed at Orochimaru in the distance. What about him? Sasuke was also staring fixedly at Orochimaru, not daring to relax in the slightest. I can't kill him. Yao shook his head and admitted it very frankly. At least for now, I still don't have the ability to keep him here. Orochimaru's survival abilities and substitute death methods came one after another without end. Unless he was sealed with a sealing technique like the dead demon consuming seal, or completely erased with truth-seeking balls. Otherwise, killing him would be very difficult. That fight just now had been more about displaying strength, establishing deterrence, and leaving behind a backup move. Naruto and Sasuke exchanged a glance. Though they were unwilling, they still had to admit it. This enemy really was as troublesome as an unkillable cockroach. If they kept dragging this out, it would only be a waste of effort. Let us go. Our goal is the scroll and the tower. Yao walked forward. Sasuke coldly shot Orochimaru a glance, suppressed the fear and desire to grow stronger in his heart, and followed after Yao. Naruto also pulled up Karen, whose legs were still a little weak, and quickly followed. The four of them rapidly left this devastated battlefield and vanished into the depths of the dense forest. Orochimaru stared in the direction Yao had left. The killing intent in his vertical pupils was gone, leaving only curiosity and greed. Uchiha Yo would release Flying Thunder God, and that strange lightning release variant. Orochimaru muttered to himself in a low voice. A deal, huh? He daring to make a deal with me. That little Uchiha brat really has guts. But I'll be waiting for you. One day, I'll turn you into my vessel. Orochimaru's body slowly melted, turning into a pool of viscous liquid. It flowed down through the gaps between the wooden spikes, seeped into the soil, and completely disappeared. Only a few blood-stained wooden spikes were left behind, standing there all alone. The forest returned to silence. The dense forest of death was like a boundless green net, swallowing Team 7 once more. The layer of humus beneath their feet was thick and soft, almost soundless to step on. The air was filled with the smell of damp earth and the faint sourness of rotting vegetation. Karen stayed close behind Yao, anxiously looking around, her eyes behind her glasses still full of lingering fear. Naruto finally could not suppress his curiosity and confusion any longer. He moved up beside Yao and asked in a lowered voice, Yao, who was that long-tongued guy just now? He seemed really strong, but he was so gross. Recalling the scene of Orochimaru crawling out of a snake's mouth, Naruto couldn't help making a disgusted expression. Sasuke's steps slowed slightly, and his ears also perked up. Without stopping, Yao explained as he walked, the third Hokage once taught 3 disciples. Later, they became famous throughout the ninja world and were known as the legendary Sannin of Konoha. The legendary Sannin of Konoha? Naruto blinked. It felt like he had heard Iruka-sensei mention that title before, but he hadn't remembered it. That guy just now was Orochimaru, one of the Sannin. What? Naruto suddenly stopped in his tracks, his voice rising uncontrollably. The T3rd Grandpa's disciple? That means, that guy just now was a ninja from Konoha? But why have I never seen him before? That gloomy, terrifying, disgusting guy was actually the Hokage Grandpa's direct disciple? Naruto simply couldn't connect the two. They did not match at all. Sasuke's pupils also shrank slightly, and he was deeply shocked. Yao was not surprised by Naruto's shock, because he defected. Defected? Naruto froze. That word was a little distant to him, but absolutely not unfamiliar. Defection. It meant betraying the village. This was one of the gravest crimes. Yao's voice still carried almost no fluctuation. That guy is obsessed with exploring the mysteries of life and taboo power, and he especially likes conducting human experiments. He uses living people for all kinds of cruel research, trying to obtain greater power, even pursuing immortality. The Uchiha's Sharingan and the first Hokage's would release were both things he once coveted and researched. His experiments seriously violated the village's iron laws. Later, the truth came out and the third Hokage discovered it. Orochimaru fled the village and became a wanted S-rank missing nin. Naruto's throat went dry. The third Hokage's disciple. Pursuing power. Betraying the village. All of that information tangled together, making it hard for Naruto to believe. Even the Hokage's disciple could betray Konoha? What was it even for? That was the Hokage's disciple. If that guy called Orochimaru defected, why is he appearing here now? Sasuke voiced his doubt. Yao glanced at him and said with a half-smile, "Who knows? Maybe it's for the Sharingan?" The Sharingan. Sasuke suddenly stopped, his eyes full of vigilance. "You mean that guy came for me?" "That's very possible." Yao nodded. "Right now, in the entire ninja world, the only Uchiha still alive and possessing the Sharingan are you. And our dear older brother, Itachi Uchiha." Yao spread his hands and said in an almost teasing tone, "With Orochimaru's strength, I guess he can't beat Itachi. So he could only come after you, you foolish Otuto." If Yao remembered correctly, it was precisely because Orochimaru had been brutally taught a lesson by Itachi Uchiha's Genjutsu that he became obsessed with the Sharingan. He hoped to seize a body with the Sharingan as his next vessel. In the original plot, Orochimaru also used power and truth as bait, step by step leading Sasuke into darkness. He tried to reincarnate into Sasuke's body 3 years later, but failed. Instead, Sasuke devoured him. All his knowledge, jutsu, experience, and chakra, all of it ended up making Sasuke stronger. Damn it! Sasuke suddenly slammed his fist into the trunk of a nearby tree. Itachi Uchiha. It was Itachi Uchiha again. Even a disgusting missing nin like that only turned his target to him because he couldn't beat that man? Was he just some second-choice substitute? Sasuke was furious. Seeing Otuto looking so enraged and humiliated, Yao reached out and patted his shoulder. "But don't worry too much. With me here, Orochimaru probably won't come looking for trouble with you so easily anymore." The strength he had just displayed was enough to make Orochimaru wary. Before figuring out Yao's background, that crafty snake probably wouldn't make another move on Sasuke so easily. At the very least, not openly. But then Yao changed the subject, a mischievous smile on his face. "Of course, if you secretly lose your mind and run off to seek power from Orochimaru on your own, I won't stop you. You know, Otuto, your big brother has always been very open-minded." Sasuke was so angry at that he nearly choked, glaring furiously at Yao. "I would never go to that disgusting bastard." He said it with absolute firmness, full of disgust. Yes, Sasuke's mentality had already changed drastically. If Orochimaru had truly shown a kind of overwhelming power that brought despair, then for the sake of obtaining power for revenge, Sasuke really might have been tempted. He would have been willing to take the risk. But that Orochimaru, one of the legendary Sannin, had suffered setback after setback in front of Yao. He hadn't been killed, but he was clearly at a disadvantage and in a sorry state. Why the hell would he go join someone who couldn't even beat Yao? He'd have to be insane to go follow a loser. Seeing the anger and disdain in Sasuke's eyes, Yao raised a brow. Had this foolish Otuto really changed his mind already? Hopefully, the next time he met Itachi Uchiha and got taught another hard lesson, he would still be able to keep this same attitude. Alright, stop wasting time. Hurry up. Find the scroll of earth. We should leave. Seeing Otuto looking so enraged and humiliated, Yao reached out and patted his shoulder. "But don't worry too much. With me here, Orochimaru probably won't come looking for trouble with you so easily anymore." The strength he had just displayed was enough to make Orochimaru wary. Before figuring out Yao's background, that crafty snake probably wouldn't make another move on Sasuke so easily. At the very least, not openly. And Yao believed that Orochimaru had probably set his sights on him now. The potential of the Sharingan would release. To Orochimaru, he was undoubtedly a far more perfect vessel. As one side rose and the other fell, Orochimaru's desire for Otuto would naturally decrease. As Yao spoke, he changed the subject again, wearing that slightly evil grin. "Of course, if you secretly lose your mind and run off to seek power from Orochimaru on your own, I won't stop you. You know, Otuto, your big brother has always been very open-minded." Sasuke was so angry at that he nearly choked, glaring furiously at Yao. "I would never go to that disgusting bastard." He said it with absolute firmness, full of disgust. Yes, Sasuke's mentality had already changed drastically. If Orochimaru had truly shown a kind of overwhelming power that brought despair, then for the sake of obtaining power for revenge, he really might have been tempted. But that Orochimaru, one of the legendary Sannin, had suffered setback after setback in front of Yao. He hadn't been killed, but he was clearly at a disadvantage and in a sorry state. Why the hell would he go join someone who couldn't even beat Yao? He'd have to be insane to go follow a loser. Seeing the anger and disdain in Sasuke's eyes, Yao raised a brow. Had this foolish Otuto really changed his mind already? Hopefully, the next time he met Itachi Uchiha and got put through another brutal lesson, he would still be able to keep this same attitude. Alright, stop wasting time. Hurry up. Find the scroll of earth. We should leave. The team continued moving through the forest. Karen might not be strong in combat, but her sensory ability was terrifying. Suddenly, Karen's steps halted. Someone else there. Behind us. There are 3 ninja in total and they're approaching fast. What? Naruto and Sasuke both stopped at the same time and quickly turned to look behind them. But the dense forest interfered with detection. Other than the rustling of leaves in the wind, they could see nothing. You're sure? Sasuke activated his Sharingan. I'm sure. Karen nodded hard. They're moving very fast and they're carrying hostility. They're getting closer and closer. Then let us wait. Yao looked at Sasuke and said lightly, You foolish Otudo, just like you said. I want to make a move this time. Karen, come with me. After saying that, Yao took Karen and flashed into the nearby bushes. Sasuke and Naruto exchanged a glance and tacitly stayed where they were. Sasuke's gaze was icy cold. He had built up a lot of anger and frustration from what happened with Orochimaru just now, and he urgently needed an outlet. Naruto also took up a battle stance, his eyes burning with fighting spirit. Not long after, 3 figures shot out from the forest and landed in front of Sasuke and Naruto. All of them wore headbands from Otogekure. They were Orochimaru's 3 subordinates, Zaku, Dosu, and Kin. The moment the 3 appeared, their gazes locked firmly onto Sasuke, their eyes full of undisguised hostility and scrutiny. That look made Sasuke extremely uncomfortable, and the anger in his heart surged again. Well, if it isn't Konoha's little Uchiha brat? Zaku tilted his head and let out a contemptuous laugh. What's wrong? Got separated? Or were you abandoned by your teammates? His gaze then swept over Naruto, becoming even more disdainful. Oh, and there's a deadweight blonde too. Dosu said in a muffled voice. Uchiha Sasuke, Lord Orochimaru seems very interested in you. Kin said nothing, but she had already pinched several senbon between her fingers, her eyes cold. Shut up. Sasuke was already in a terrible mood, and now he was being mocked by these small fry. The fire in his heart was ignited instantly. His hands rapidly formed seals. Fire release. Great fireball jutsu. A blazing fireball roared toward the 3 from Otogekure. Humph. Pathetic trick. Zaku raised both palms forward. Decapitating air waves. A highly compressed air blast shot out with a thunderous burst, colliding head-on with the great fireball jutsu. A loud explosion rang out, and flames scattered everywhere. Using the smoke from the explosion as cover, Kin darted out like a ghost, the senbon in her hand shooting toward Sasuke like a rainstorm. Fast. A vicious angle. Sasuke, careful. Naruto shouted and hurriedly split into 2 shadow clones, waving his kunai to block the senbon flying at him. You're in the way. Dosu suddenly lowered his body, the device on his right arm aimed at Naruto and his shadow clones. Resonating echo drill. An invisible shockwave of high-frequency vibrating sound suddenly erupted. Naruto's 2 shadow clones were instantly shaken apart. Naruto himself was also blasted dizzy by the sound waves and staggered backward. Naruto. Sasuke's eyes turned sharp. His Sharingan spun wildly, catching the brief stiffness after Dosu released his jutsu. Chakra burst from beneath his feet. His speed instantly soared as he lunged in front of Dosu, thrusting his kunai straight at his throat. Too slow. Zaku made his move again. Decapitating air waves blasted toward Sasuke from the side. Forced by it, Sasuke had no choice but to give up the attack and twist aside to dodge. Kin found another opening as well. More senbon shot in from another angle, sealing off Sasuke's retreat. The battle instantly entered a white-hot stage. The 3 sound ninjas coordinated perfectly. Zaku's long-range air cannon suppressed them. Kin's hidden weapons kept them tied down. Dosu's soundwave attacks had a wide range and were hard to defend against. For a time, Sasuke and Naruto were completely dragged into a bitter fight. Relying on the insight of the Sharingan and his extreme speed, Sasuke charged left and right, constantly counterattacking with shuriken in hand. But against the 3 of them working together, he was starting to struggle. Several wounds quickly appeared on his body. Naruto looked even worse. His shadow clones kept getting destroyed, and his real body had taken several hits too. But his tenacity was astonishing. Cursing non-stop, he kept Kin and Zaku tied down the whole time, helping share Sasuke's pressure. Naruto, right side, Sasuke shouted. Got it. Ignoring his own safety, Naruto suddenly pounced toward Kin. With wildly flailing kunai, he forcefully disrupted her senbon attacks. Now, Sasuke slapped both hands onto the ground. Fire style, Dragon Flame Jutsu. A straight line of blazing fire shot out with precision toward Zaku, who had just released decapitating air waves and was temporarily unable to move. Zaku's expression changed. He hurriedly dodged to the side. The line of fire brushed past his body, igniting his sleeve and throwing him into a fluster. At the same time Sasuke released Dragon Flame Jutsu, he suddenly dashed out, shooting toward Dosu, who had just finished using resonating echo drill. His Sharingan had already predicted Dosu's instinctive retreat path. Lightning-style chakra clung to the kunai in Sasuke's hand, giving off a faint hiss as it stabbed toward Dosu's heart. Damn it! A trace of panic finally flashed through Dosu's eyes. In his haste, he could only raise the device on his right arm to block. Clang. PSH. The kunai pierced through the strange device, but its direction was thrown off, and it sank deep into Dosu's shoulder socket. Dosu let out a miserable scream and staggered backward. Dosu! Kin cried out in alarm. Naruto seized the chance. Several shadow clones swarmed up and tightly grabbed Kin, restricting her movements. Zaku still wanted to go help, but Sasuke locked onto him completely, his hands already starting to form seals again. At the same time, Naruto's real body broke free as well, glaring fiercely at Zaku together with several shadow clones. Of the sound trio, one was heavily wounded, one was restrained, and only Zaku remained. Alone he couldn't hold on. Zaku gritted his teeth, suddenly leaped backward, helped up the injured Dosu, and shouted, "Kin, retreat!" Kin struggled with all her strength to break free from Naruto's shadow clones, shot Naruto and Sasuke a vicious glare, and quickly retreated to Zaku's side. The three of them didn't dare stay any longer. With unwillingness and venom in their eyes, they quickly disappeared into the forest, preparing to leave. Just then, a sudden change erupted. A sudden change erupted. The seemingly ordinary trees and vines around them suddenly came alive. Thick tree roots like giant pythons instantly wrapped around the trio's ankles and bound all three of them tightly. These wooden vines had astonishing binding force and were extremely tough. No matter how the three struggled, even slashing with kunai, they couldn't move them at all. Instead, the vines only tightened more and more. "What's going on? Let me go!" The three cried out in terror, their faces filled with fear and disbelief. Good chance. A cold glint flashed through Sasuke's eyes. Gripping his blood-stained kunai, his figure swept past like a ghost. Swish, swish, swish. 3 icy flashes rapidly cut across the three of their throats. Slash. Blood sprayed out. The fear and unwillingness in Zaku, Dosu, and Kin's eyes froze in place. Their struggling stopped, and the signs of life quickly faded away. Sasuke flicked the blood droplets off his kunai. His expression was cold as he gasped heavily, clearly having used up a great deal of strength. "It's over." Naruto collapsed to the ground on his butt, his whole body shaking like a sieve. Yao came out of the grass with Karen and glanced at the two of them before praising them. "Not bad." Sasuke snorted coldly, clearly dissatisfied with his own performance. If Yao hadn't stepped in just now, the three from the Sound Village definitely would have escaped. What he wanted was to stand on his own, not keep being protected by Yao. When Karen saw the wounds on Sasuke and Naruto, she quickly ran over. Please don't move." A soft green glow of chakra appeared in Karen's palm as she held it over Naruto's most seriously injured area. The cuts on Naruto's shoulder from the senbon and the bruises on his body improved at a visible speed. A moment later, they were completely healed. All done. Karen let out a breath, withdrew her chakra, wiped the sweat from her forehead, and began treating Sasuke's injuries. "Whoa, that's amazing. It doesn't hurt at all anymore." Naruto stood up in surprise, moved his arm around, then bounced twice, feeling light all over. "This is mystical palm technique, a high-level medical ninjutsu," Yao said to Naruto. "Why aren't you thanking her?" "Oh right, thank you, Karen. You're amazing." Naruto immediately bowed to Karen in thanks. "And no need. It's what I should do." Karen hurriedly waved her hands, her little face turning slightly red. Naruto's straightforward praise made her a little embarrassed. Karen could feel that Naruto's gratitude came from the heart, and that made her feel warm inside. The ninja from Kusagakure had never thanked her. They only treated her like a blood bag for healing. "Karen, you're a sensory-type ninja, so how are you this good at medical ninjutsu?" Naruto asked curiously. "And my sensing is pretty strong. I only learned a little medical ninjutsu," Karen replied softly. She didn't want to expose her physique. She was afraid of being treated like a blood bag and bitten. Yao smiled and said, "Karen should be a descendant of the Uzumaki clan. The Uzumaki clan is famous for its powerful life force, enormous chakra, and outstanding talent in sealing techniques. Speaking of which, Naruto, your mother was also from the Uzumaki clan. The blood of the Uzumaki clan flows through you too." "Eh?" Naruto's eyes widened. He pointed at himself, then looked at Karen, his mouth hanging open wide enough to fit an egg. "I am from the Uzumaki clan too? Same as Karen?" This was the first time he had ever learned anything about his mother's family. The Uzumaki clan? Mom was from the Uzumaki clan? Of course. Yao smiled. "Otherwise, why do you think your surname is Uzumaki?" The Uzumaki in Naruto Uzumaki is the Uzumaki clan's surname. Naruto was dumbfounded. Uzumaki clan. Karen covered her mouth in shock. No wonder. No wonder she had vaguely felt before that Naruto's chakra carried a strange sense of familiarity, a sense of closeness. So Naruto, like her, was also a descendant of the Uzumaki clan. Sasuke listened from the side and slightly raised a brow. The Uzumaki clan? This clan was mentioned in school before. I remember they were distant relatives of the Senju clan, but they later went extinct. Yao, do you know my mom? What was her name? What kind of person was she? How did she die? Naruto got emotional. He grabbed Yao's arm and pressed him with urgent questions. Yao felt a headache coming on. I only know that your mother was from the Uzumaki clan. I don't know much else. Besides, we're the same age. The information I know isn't any more than yours. Alright. Naruto looked a little disappointed. Alright, let us keep moving. Yao changed the subject. We've already collected our scrolls, so let us head straight to the central tower in the forest. As for Naruto's background, it was better to let him uncover it himself bit by bit. There was no need for him to say it now. Okay. The four of them stopped wasting time and rushed straight toward the central tower. Along the way, they occasionally ran into peeking eyes and probing moves from other teams. Yao only revealed a little of his strength, and most of them chose to back off. Just like that, in only half a day, Team 7 arrived at the central tower. They were the first ninja team to arrive, and even the proctors on guard showed surprise. Konoha Team 7, Naruto Uzumaki, Sasuke Uchiha, Yao Uchiha, and the Chunin responsible for registration glanced at Karen and hesitated a little. She's Karen, a surviving examinee from Kusagakure. She got separated from her teammates in the forest, Yao explained. The Chunin proctor nodded and made a note in the record. After entering the inside of the tower, they found only themselves in the spacious hall. Following the instructions on the wall, they displayed the heaven and earth scrolls and completed the core requirement of the second exam. Next came the long wait, 5 days spent inside the relatively safe but boring tower. During that time, other teams that had passed also arrived one after another. Aside from the Sand Trio, every other team looked quite battered. 5 days later, the second exam, the Forest of Death, officially came to an end. All the ninja teams were gathered in a hall inside the tower. The atmosphere was heavy, and quite a few examinees still had bandages wrapped around them. A faint smell of blood and medicine filled the air. One of the chief proctors of this Chunin exam, Kekkei Genkai, read out the list of those who had passed the second exam. After review, the teams and members who successfully passed the second Forest of Death exam are as follows. A total of 6 groups. Group 1. Konoha Yao Uchiha, Naruto Uzumaki, Sasuke Uchiha. Group 2. Konoha Hinata Hyuga, Kiba Inuzuka, Shino Aburame, Sakura Haruno. Group 3. Konoha Shikamaru Nara, Choji Akimichi Ino Yamanaka. Group 4. Konoha Rock Lee, Tenten, Niji Hyuga. Group 5. Konoha Kabuto Yakushi Yoroi Akato, Misumi Tsurugi. Group 6. Sunagakure, Gara, Temari, Kankuro. Once the list was finished, the hall fell silent. On the surface, aside from the Sand Trio, all the others were Konoha ninja. But in truth, Kabuto Yakushi, Yoroi Akato, and Misumi Tsurugi were spies from Otogakure. Kekkei Genkai coughed a few times. The above are all the examinees who passed the second exam. The content and rules of the third exam of the Chunin exams will be personally explained to you by Lord Hokage. Now, please take a short rest and prepare to face the upcoming preliminaries. Half a day later, all the teams were brought to an indoor arena. Here, they would hold the preliminary matches before the finals. There were spectator stands set high up along the walls, and they were already full, including the 19 Genin examinees who had passed the second exam, the Jonin instructors of Konoha's teams, the leading Jonin from the other villages, and of course, the third Hokage Hiruzen Sarutobi, the shadow of Konoha. The third Hokage walked to the front edge of the stands. Wearing the Hokage robes and holding his pipe, he swept his gaze across the examinees. First of all, congratulations to all of you for successfully passing the first 2 trials. However, a Chunin is not merely a powerful individual, but someone who can make independent judgments and complete missions, and display strength and bearing that can earn the trust of clients and allies. Therefore, before the main matches of the third exam, a preliminary round is required to determine who is ultimately qualified to engage in public matches before the daimyo and honored guests of the various nations. The rules of the preliminaries are very simple. One-on-one combat. The winner advances. The loser is eliminated. The third Hokage kept it brief. Then, if there are no other questions, we will begin drawing the matchups. Lord Hokage. A gentle voice suddenly rang out, interrupting the third Hokage. Kabuto Yakushi raised his hand, an harmless smile on his face. My deepest apologies for interrupting at such an important moment. Kabuto spoke sincerely. After the fighting in the Forest of Death, my chakra has been overconsumed, and I've also been injured. After careful consideration, I believe that in my current condition, I won't be able to perform at the level I should. So, I voluntarily request to withdraw from the upcoming matches. As soon as Kabuto said that, a wave of discussion rose in the arena. Withdraw on his own initiative. Right when the Chunin exams were about to enter the most critical stage. The third Hokage gave Kabuto a deep look, then slowly nodded. Since this is your personal decision, this old man respects it. Thank you for your understanding. Kabuto bowed again, then stepped back to the spectator area at the side. The original 19 genin immediately became 18. Just enough to make pairs 2 by 2. Then, the third Hokage's voice rang out again. Now, we will determine the battle order for the 18 examinees. The electronic screen rolled rapidly, and a matchup appeared. Sasuke Uchiha versus Misumi Tsurugi. Misumi Tsurugi entered the arena first. He wore a Konoha forehead protector. His face was gloomy, and his eyes were hollow, like a puppet without a soul. Sasuke walked forward with a cold expression, his Sharingan already activated. Two Tomo spun as his eyes locked onto every single movement of his opponent. Begin. Gecko waved his hand. Misumi Tsurugi moved first. He didn't T-form hand seals. His whole body was like a boneless, soft-bodied creature as he suddenly flowed forward. His speed was extremely fast, and his path of movement was bizarre and unpredictable, just like a snake. At the same time, his right arm suddenly stretched several meters like a rubber band. With all 5 fingers pressed together like a blade, stabbed straight at Sasuke's throat. What a bizarre attack style. A cry of shock rose from the crowd. Sasuke's pupils contracted slightly. His Sharingan caught the attack trajectory. Chakra burst beneath his feet, and he suddenly twisted to the side to dodge. However, Misumi Tsurugi's arm seemed to have a life of its own. In midair, it suddenly bent and lashed sideways like a whip. Smack! Sasuke raised a kunai in time to block, but he was still knocked backward several steps by the tricky force, his arm going numb. His body can really deform however he wants? Naruto's eyes widened, disbelief written all over his face. It's more than just deforming, Yao said. He can also locally alter the density of his muscles and bones. The force behind that hit just now was very strange. Misumi Tsurugi wasn't some ordinary nobody. He was one of Orochimaru's test subjects, able to stretch and soften his body. It was similar to the power of the gum-gum fruit, just not that exaggerated. In the arena, Misumi Tsurugi's attacks surged like a tide, one after another without end. His limbs and torso would sometimes stretch long like whips, sometimes soften like mud, and sometimes harden in certain spots like iron. The attack angles were bizarre, completely defying normal human anatomy. It was impossible to guard against. Sasuke pushed the Sharingan's insight to the limit. His figure moved at high speed across the arena, weaving, dodging, and shifting. His kunai collided with the other party's limbs, producing dull thuds. Sasuke tried to counter with fire release, but Genmeiching could often soften or shift the vital parts of his body, greatly reducing the effect of ninjutsu. The Uchiha brat has decent speed, but that's all. Genmeiching's voice was hoarse and dry. It seems my lord's evaluation of you was a little too high. Before he even finished speaking, Genmeiching swelled up like a balloon being inflated, then suddenly spat out a stream of sticky black liquid from his mouth. Sasuke quickly formed hand seals. Fire release. Fireball jutsu. The flames collided with the black liquid, yet failed to burn it all away. The remaining liquid splashed onto the ground, corroding small pits into the floor. What a pain. Sasuke's breathing grew slightly heavier. The continuous high-intensity dodging and fighting had drained him quite a bit. And although his Tutomo Sharingan could clearly see the movements, the opponent's completely unnatural attacks and bodily traits had greatly lowered his ability to predict and counter. What's wrong, Uchiha brat? Is this already your limit? Genmeiching closed in fast, his body twisting into irregular shapes again. So your Sharingan isn't as amazing as the legends say. Anger surged in Sasuke's eyes. As one of the last surviving descendants of the Uchiha, he cared deeply about the clan's honor. This guy had insulted the Sharingan again and again. Sasuke was furious. Sasuke raised his right hand and madly mobilized all the chakra in his body, gathering it into his right palm. Crackle! A sharp screech suddenly rang out, like 1,000 birds crying at once. That is, Gaia's eyes widened. Kurenai Yuhi and Asuma also showed shocked expressions. Kakashi stayed steady as a rock, silently watching without saying a word. Facing Genmeiching's attack, Sasuke suddenly bent backward, almost flat against the ground, barely avoiding it. At the same time, using that backward momentum, he viciously kicked off the ground with his right foot, and his body shot forward like a spring. His right palm thrust out. In his palm, dazzling blue lightning had already condensed into a sphere, hissing and roaring. Chidori. Puchi. The dazzling spear of lightning pierced straight through Genmeiching's chest, bursting out from his back. Ugh! Genmeiching let out a miserable scream, and his body suddenly went rigid. The violent lightning released chakra rampaged through his body, destroying everything. Genmeiching's transformation ability instantly vanished. His body returned to normal and collapsed forward limply. Sasuke pulled back his arm, breathing hard as he took 2 steps back. The lightning in his palm slowly faded, and his gaze was icy. Yao had even defeated Orochimaru, one of the legendary Sannin. How could he lose to trash like this? The winner is Uchiha Sasuke, Kekkei Genkai announced. The arena fell silent for a moment. Then a wave of discussion broke out. That strike just now. The one that decided the match. Sasuke's grasp of speed, power, and timing had all been astonishing. Kakashi. Guy was the first to jump up. His trademark thick eyebrows rose high as he pointed at Sasuke below and shouted, Chidori. That's your Chidori. You actually taught your signature jutsu to your disciple. That's way too reckless. That's not a jutsu a boy should be using. Kurenai Yuhi also covered her mouth with a soft gasp, surprise in her beautiful eyes. Seriously, Chidori is both difficult and dangerous to train. Kakashi, you really have a big heart. Asuma blew out a mouthful of smoke. The effect looks pretty good. The kid's eyes are fierce, and he strikes decisively. Kakashi, you've taught one hell of a disciple. Kakashi still looked as lazy as ever, one hand in his pocket. Well, he wanted to learn it and he has the talent and chakra control for it, so I taught him. Kakashi glanced at Yao. Besides, our Team 7 doesn't seem to be lacking in reckless people anyway. Guy instantly got excited. Kakashi, this is youth. For the sake of youth, we have to work even harder too. The second match. Naruto Uzumaki vs. Kiba Inuzuka. Originally, Naruto couldn't beat Kiba. But in the end, one fart knocked Kiba out. An unexpected victory. It left everyone laughing and speechless. The third match. Uchiha Yo vs. Gaara. My turn. Yao nodded at Sasuke and Naruto beside him, then leaped down from the high platform and landed lightly in the center of the arena. The stands immediately erupted in a wave of heated cheers. Yao, go, go, beat that panda-eyed guy hard. I haven't liked him for a long time. Naruto clung to the railing, his fists swinging with full force. Yaokoen, go. Sakura shouted excitedly too. Yao, be careful. That guy from the sand is really strong. Ino shouted worriedly. In the forest of death, the Inoshikacho trio had personally witnessed Gaara killing other ninja. That scene had left a deep psychological shadow on them. Now, just seeing Gaara made them scared to death. Yao might be strong, but in Ino's eyes, he still wasn't as monstrous as Gaara. The cheers from Konoha's side immediately drew dissatisfaction from Sunagakure. Humph. You Konoha brats are so damn noisy. Shut up already. Kankuro crossed his arms, a mocking sneer on his face. Just watch. That Uchiha brat is definitely going to get beaten senseless by Gaara in a minute. What did you say? Naruto was like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. Yao is really strong. That panda isn't his match at all. Defeat Gaara?
Konoha brat.
You're too naive. Tamari clicked her tongue, full of confidence in her younger brother. At the Chunin level, no one can defeat Gaara. His strength is beyond anything you can imagine. As Tamari looked at Gaara, a trace of fear also flashed deep in her eyes. She knew better than anyone the monster sleeping inside Gaara, as well as his nearly emotionless power. In the arena, Kekkei Genkai coughed twice and announced the start of the match. Yao and Gaara stood facing each other. Gaara's eyes were empty and numb, devoid of any emotion. The stopper on the gourd behind him quietly opened, and fine sand slowly flowed out, circling around his feet. Uchiha Yo. Gaara's voice was hoarse and cold. I will kill you. Just a few simple words. Yet that naked killing intent spread outward like something tangible. Is that so? Yao's expression remained calm. If you mean the monster inside you, then sorry, you might end up disappointed. Gaara's pupils contracted. Kill you. The moment Gaara's words fell, the yellow sand at his feet shot up like awakened venomous snakes. With a sharp tearing sound through the air, the sand instantly lunged at Yao. Yao had expected it. His whole body moved with an easy, effortless grace. At the very last instant before the sand reached him, he avoided it by a hair's breadth. The grains brushed past the edge of Yao's clothes, but couldn't touch his body. Gaara's gaze stayed cold as he controlled more and more sand, making it faster and faster, casually unleashing one jutsu after another. Sand shuriken, sand coffin, shower of sand. Yao moved like a ghost, weaving freely through the web of sand. His speed, reaction, and bodily coordination were clearly faster than Gaara's sand. This was no coincidence. Before awakening the system, Yao had already understood how important taijutsu was, and he had never once relaxed his basic physical training. After all, when ninjas fought to the very end, once their chakra ran dry, they still had to rely on taijutsu. After obtaining the sage body, Yao's physical abilities had undergone a qualitative leap. His strength, speed, endurance, and reaction speed had all risen across the board. Gaara's sand was indeed fast, but if it wanted to catch Yao, it was still lacking a bit. Whoosh! Yao once again slipped out half a second ahead of the sand hand closing in, then landed lightly on a rock. He casually rolled his neck, letting out a faint crack. Alright, panda eyes. Yao looked at Gaara. The warm-up should be about over. Next, I'm getting serious. He raised his right hand, and a dazzling blue light burst from his palm. A huge amount of chakra gathered wildly, spun, compressed, Even the surrounding air was stirred up, letting out a low hum. In the blink of an eye, a blue sphere far larger than an ordinary Rinnegan appeared in his palm. Big ball Rinnegan. That is, the third Hokage nearly dropped the pipe in his hand, his face full of shock. In the Jonin instructor viewing area, the place instantly exploded with uproar. Kakashi's eyes went wide, and his mouth unconsciously fell open. Asuma forgot to light his cigarette. Kurenai covered her mouth in shock. Gaia's thick eyebrows shot up high, and he even forgot to shout about youth. Kakashi, is that the fourth Hokage's Rinnegan? Guy asked in disbelief. It's the Rinnegan, but it's obviously much bigger than a normal Rinnegan. Kakashi's voice was trembling a little. Clearly, this is an advanced form of the Rinnegan. He knew Yao had mastered the Rinnegan and Chidori in a single day, but he had never expected. Yao had actually mastered a derivative form of the Rinnegan too. When did that happen? In the half-month since they came back from the Land of Waves? How come Yao's Rinnegan is so much bigger than mine? Naruto stared at the blue sphere with his eyes wide open. Subconsciously, he gestured with the little ball he usually formed himself, looking deeply shocked. Idiot, Sasuke said helplessly. It's obvious this guy poured a massive amount of chakra into the Rinnegan and developed a stronger variant on top of it. Sasuke felt a sense of frustration. The three of them had learned Chidori and Rinnegan at the same time. He and Naruto had only barely managed to master Chidori and Rinnegan. But Yao? Not only had he mastered Chidori Sharp Spear, a derivative form of the Thousand Birds, he had even started playing tricks with the Rinnegan too. Was this guy a monster? Were he and Yao really twin brothers? Why was the gap between them so huge? Is that how it is? Naruto only half understood what he was hearing. However, everyone's shock had clearly come too early. At that moment, the originally low chakra hum suddenly turned sharp and piercing. It was as if countless high-speed rotating blades were madly grinding against the air. Around the blue big ball Rinnegan, a ring of clearly visible sharp serrations abruptly appeared. Those serrations rotated at high speed together with the core big ball Rinnegan, producing a teeth-gritting cutting noise. The originally stable spherical structure now looked more like a shuriken made from a storm, brimming with an aura of destruction. This is. The third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, could no longer remain calm. His cloudy eyes were filled with disbelief. On top of the Rinnegan S-shape transformation, he added wind nature transformation? How is it possible to maintain both changes at the same time and keep them stable? Maki, the Sand Village's Jonin team leader, had cold sweat seeping down his face. Lord Hokage, hasn't this brat from your village gone a little too far? Maki could sense the terror of the Raisin Shuriken, and it made his heart pound with fear. Behind Kakashi's mask, his mouth had already formed an O shape, while the Sharingan in his left eye spun frantically. He was trying to analyze the structure of that terrifying jutsu, but the feedback nearly overloaded his brain. Guy forgot to strike a pose. Kurenai and Asuma were speechless. The Rinnegan was a ninjutsu developed by the fourth Hokage, and yet this Uchiha brat had actually developed nature transformation for it. It was simply absurd beyond words. On the Sand Village's side, the calm and sneers on Temari and Kankuro's faces instantly froze. As the most outstanding wind-release ninja among Mangekyo's younger generation, Temari's perception of wind attribute chakra was extremely sharp. At this moment, from that terrifying serrated sphere of light, she felt an incredibly condensed and horrifying wind-release chakra filled with tearing properties. That was absolutely not something ordinary wind blades could compare to. It was cutting and tearing pushed to the absolute limit. Gaara, watch out! Don't take it head-on. Temari could no longer care about anything else and cried out loud. She didn't even dare imagine whether Gaara could still survive after taking that hit. She did not need to remind him. Gaara had already felt the threat. Desert wave. Gaara suddenly slammed his hands together. Whoosh! All the flowing sand around him crazily reversed and swept back. In an instant, it condensed and compressed around his body, forming a huge, thick spherical sand ball. Gaara was tightly wrapped inside it, without even the slightest gap. Yao slowly lifted his head. The Raisin Shuriken in his hand had already fully taken shape. Try this, wind release. Raisin Shuriken. Yao hurled it fiercely. The Raisin Shuriken, giving off a destructive hum and a shrill cutting noise, flew straight toward the sand ball. After losing control, the highly compressed chakra structure inside, locked in violent conflict, suddenly began to expand. Buzz! The original Shuriken form rapidly expanded mid-flight, turning into a spiraling storm several meters wide. It spun, it roared, and with the terrifying momentum to annihilate everything, it slammed viciously into Gaara's desert wave. At the moment of contact, the extremely condensed destructive wind-release chakra erupted into the fiercest possible clash. SHHHHK. 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 It sounded like a grinding while cutting through steel at high frequency, mixed with scalp-numbing tearing noises that echoed through the entire arena. A dazzling cyan blue light completely swallowed the whole sand sphere. Boom! A deafening explosion shot into the sky. The arena floor shattered and was ripped up as if it were made of paper. The violent shockwave, mixed with completely pulverized sand, spread madly outward in a spherical wave. Dust and chaotic chakra currents drowned the entire battlefield. Dead silence filled the stands. Everyone held their breath, eyes locked tightly on the rolling smoke and dust, their hearts practically in their throats. Naruto forgot to shout. Sasuke gripped the railing tightly. Sakura and Ino covered their mouths. Hinata's Byakugan widened. Temari and Kankuro's faces turned pale as paper. This level of power had already far surpassed ordinary Chunin, and had even gone beyond the scope of a Jonin-level battle. How could a Konoha Genin know such a terrifying wind-release ninjutsu? Could Gaara block it? A long while later, the raging dust and chaotic chakra currents finally calmed and dispersed. When everyone saw the scene in the arena clearly, they were all stunned speechless. In the very center of the battlefield, there was now a gigantic crater over 10 meters wide, shocking to behold. The walls of the crater were smooth, as if they had been viciously shaved down by a massive grinding disc. The bottom of the pit was covered with a thick layer of completely pulverized yellow sand. And at the very center of the crater floor, Gaara was kneeling on one knee, one hand braced against the ground, breathing heavily. The sand armor covering his body was filled with spiderweb-like cracks. And on the front of his chest, several horrifying holes the size of fists had appeared, so deep that flesh could be seen. Blood slowly seeped out from those holes, dripping onto the gravel beneath him and blooming into dark red stains. He was bleeding. Temari's voice trembled. Gaara. He is hurt? He should be okay, right? Kankuro swallowed hard, his voice full of fear. Blood. He is bleeding. Gaara stared at the blood on his hand, and his body began to shake. I'm actually bleeding. Unforgivable. I'll kill you. I'm going to kill you. Boom. A far greater surge of chakra than before erupted from Gaara's body. The yellow sand scattered at the bottom of the pit seemed to hear the summons of a king. It churned wildly and gathered together. In the blink of an eye, it formed a terrifying sand wave more than 10 meters tall, like a tsunami, carrying a destructive force that could drown everything as it came crashing down toward Yao. Quicksand waterfall flow. He took a hit like that and still didn't he die? Not only is he not dead, what s with this burst of chakra? Is this guy really a genin? Monster.
Raokun.
Be careful. The stands instantly erupted. Just a second ago, everyone had still been cheering for Yao's heaven-shaking strike. The next second, they were scared out of their wits by the horrifying sand wave. Looks like it's not just Konoha that has a monster. Mangekyo has one too. Kakashi, Guy, Asuma, and the others all tensed up, staring fixedly at the arena, ready to jump in and save someone at any moment. This had already gone far beyond the scope of a Chunin exams match. One mistake and someone could die. Yao, hurry and dodge. Naruto was so anxious he was clinging to the railing, half his body hanging over it. His face was full of panic, like he wished he could jump down himself and stand in front of Yao. Sasuke gripped the railing tightly, and even on his cold face, the tension was impossible to hide. Even though he always acted cool, he cared deeply about this one and only brother. If anything happened to Yao, Sasuke didn't dare imagine it. In the arena, compared to the sand wave dozens of meters tall, like a massive tsunami, Yao's figure looked incomparably small. Before the sand wave even arrived, the flying grains of sand were already blasting toward his face. I was planning to keep a low profile, but you're forcing me to show off. Yao suddenly brought both hands together. Wood release, wood locking wall. Rumble, 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 rumble. A gigantic demon-faced shield grew up from the ground, rising and standing firmly in front of Yao. The shield's wooden grain was clear on its surface, and in the center was a fearsome ghost-faced pattern, radiating a steady and majestic pressure. It was the defensive wood release once used by the first Hokage to block-tailed beast bombs. The next moment, bang! The terrifying sand wave slammed solidly into the demon-faced shield. The earth-shaking impact made everyone's eardrums ache. The force of the sand wave was enough to instantly destroy a steel fortress wall. However, the wooden demon-faced shield only trembled slightly before completely blocking the mountain-crushing sand wave. Yao behind the shield didn't even have the corner of his clothes lifted by the wind. The flowing sand split and scattered along both sides of the shield, washing over the ground, but unable to cross even a single step past it. Would suppress his earth. Absolute attribute suppression. The entire arena fell into dead silence. The third Hokage's pupils shrank sharply as he stared fixedly at that demon-faced shield. Wood release. It really is wood release. This Uchiha Yao actually really has mastered wood release. Kakashi had already reported this to him, and the third Hokage had believed it. But seeing Yao actually use wood release with his own eyes was still profoundly shocking. And Uchiha had actually mastered the first Hokage's wood release? It was simply unbelievable. That was what? A shield made of wood? It blocked an attack like that? Wait, that shape of that jutsu. Could it be? No way.
Absolutely impossible.
The first Hokage would release Kekkei Genkai should have been lost long ago. The whole crowd was in an uproar. Guy, Kurenai Yuhi, Asuma, and the others were stunned dumb. Would release. It was actually would release. Inside Gaara. In the ceiling space. Would release? Damn it. It's Senju Hashirama's would release. Shikaku's sharp and bizarre voice exploded through the ceiling space. It clawed madly at the bars. And the entire space shook violently. Why is there would release? Why can that little Uchiha brat use Senju Hashirama's would release? The fear of being dominated by the first Hokage rose from the bottom of its heart. Shikaku flew into a rage and lost its mind. Gaara! Shikaku roared furiously. Hand your body over to me right now. I'm going to tear that would release brat to pieces. Would release. Shikaku. So you're afraid of this too. Gaara muttered in a low hiss, his bloodshot eyes looking at Shikaku. Fine. As you wish. Kill them. Kill them all. Gaara no longer suppressed it. Instead, he actively released his restraint over Shikaku and formed a special hand seal.
Feigning sleep technique.
Gaara's head slowly drooped down as he fell into a deep sleep. Immediately after, an incomparably violent chakra burst out from Gaara's body. Roar! Along with a heaven-shaking roar, endless yellow sand frantically surged out around Gaara's body, swelling outward. Under everyone's horrified gazes, Gaara's body began to undergo a terrifying mutation, growing larger. His skin turned into sand, and a huge tail made entirely of sand and chakra lashed out violently. In just a few breaths, a fat tanuki dozens of meters tall, its whole body made of sand and earth and covered in purple curse mark patterns, appeared in the arena. The one-tail, Shikaku, fully awakened. What is that monster? It's a tailed beast. Sunagakura's tailed beast. Run! Kakashi, Guy, Kurenai Yuhi, Asuma, and the others all had their expressions change drastically. Hiruzen Sarutobi's expression turned completely grim. Not only had Sunagakure brought its weapon of war into Konoha, but at a time like this they had even allowed the Jinchuriki to transform into a tailed beast. Were they trying to start a war? Gahaha! This great lord is finally out. Gahaha! Shikaku let out a shrill screech, hopping around in extreme excitement. Boom! Crack! The sturdy tower was smashed apart as easily as building blocks and collapsed. Huge chunks of brick and wooden beams came crashing down together with clouds of dust. Watch out! Get away from here now! The scene instantly fell into complete chaos. Kakashi, Guy, Asuma, Kurenai, and the other Jonin moved at once, all leaping to the very front. Some shattered falling rocks with ninjutsu, some raised defenses, and all of them quickly directed their students to evacuate at once. Naruto, Sasuke, Sakura, move! Get out of the tower's range. Hinata, fall back. Naruto, Sasuke, and the others had already been scared pale. Only after hearing their teacher's orders did they snap back to themselves and flee in panic. The third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, retreated onto the top of a relatively intact statue and shouted in a deep voice, Jonin Baki, your village actually let the one-tailed Jinchuriki participate in the Chunin exams, and even allowed him to fully transform into a tailed beast. What exactly are you trying to do? Sweat broke out on Baki's forehead, and for a moment, he didn't know how to answer. They had indeed come to the Chunin exams prepared. But Gaara releasing Shikaku right now had not been part of the plan. This Gaara. Maki was grinding his teeth. Gaara's outburst had obviously thrown the entire plan into chaos. He didn't even know how he was supposed to explain this to the Kazekage. In the blink of an eye, on top of the collapsed ruins, only two figures remained, facing each other from afar. On one side was the one-tail, Shikaku, its massive body towering like a mountain, radiating endless brutality and destruction. On the other side was Uchiha Yo, standing in front of the shattered giant Oni-faced shield, his figure tiny as an ant by comparison. Shikaku's roar shook the surroundings. You brat with would release, this great lord is going to kill you. Die for this great lord. Shikaku suddenly sucked in a huge breath. Its belly swelled in an exaggerated way, then it opened its giant mouth. Wind release, drilling air bullet. Highly compressed violent wind spheres blasted out one after another like cannonballs, tearing through the air as they shot toward Yao. Facing this wind release bombardment powerful enough to wipe out an entire city block, Yao's expression didn't change. He brought his hands together, chakra surging wildly. Wood release. Wood dragon jutsu. The ground exploded apart. A giant wooden dragon burst out of the earth, spiraling into the sky and charging at the incoming air bullets with bared fangs and claws. A dense life force radiated from the wood dragon's body, naturally suppressing Shikaku's chakra. Boom! 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 The air bullets slammed into the wood dragon one after another, exploding into chaotic currents as wood chips flew everywhere. The wood dragon's body trembled non-stop, cracks and damage appearing all over it, yet it stubbornly refused to collapse. Instead, it twisted its body and bit viciously toward Shikaku's giant mouth as it spat out wind bullets. Roar! Damn would release! Shikaku was both shocked and furious. The appearance of the wood dragon once again stirred up some very unpleasant memories deep inside it. Back then, it had been pinned to the ground and brutally beaten by Senju Hashirama's would release, and it hadn't had the slightest power to fight back. I can't beat Senju Hashirama? But you think I can't beat you? Shikaku suddenly raised its giant claw. Ignoring the wood dragon, it slammed straight down toward Yao's real body on the ground. Before the claw even arrived, the horrifying wind pressure had already caused the ground to crack inch by inch. Good timing. A sharp light flashed in Yao's eyes as his chakra erupted without reserve. Would release. Would golem jutsu. Rumble, 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 rumble. The ground beneath Yao swelled up like mad. Countless enormous wooden structures rapidly grew and rose upward. In the blink of an eye, a giant dozens of meters tall rose from the ground and stood before Shikaku. It wore simple wooden armor, and its face carried the majesty of a wrathful guardian deity. The moment the wood golem took shape, it clenched its fist and smashed forward without any fancy moves, directly meeting Shikaku's descending giant claw head-on. Bang! A visible shockwave burst outward, instantly flattening the remaining building ruins in the surrounding area. That is. Hiruzen Sarutobi stared at the towering wood golem. He actually mastered even the wood golem jutsu? Kakashi, Guy, Asuma, and the others all stood there blankly, feeling like their entire worldview had been shattered. Mastering the first Hokage's would release was already outrageous enough. But he had even mastered a high-level would release ninjutsu like would dragon jutsu too? What kind of monster was this? Naruto's mouth fell wide open, his jaw practically dropping to the ground. So awesome! Is that really Yao? Sasuke stared fixedly at the battlefield, his heart churning violently. Wood golem. So this is the true power brother has been hiding all along? He can even fight against that kind of monster. Sasuke knew Yao was strong, and he had always been desperately trying to catch up. But at this moment, the strength Yao displayed had completely exceeded Sasuke's imagination. He could even contend against a terrifying monster like that. When would he ever be able to catch up to Yao? Sasuke felt a trace of despair. Temari and Kankuro had long since gone pale, cold sweat soaking through their backs. They had always feared Shikaku. In their hearts, Shikaku was practically a nightmare, a living terror, but they had never imagined that someone could fight Shikaku head-on. And the key point was, the other party was just a Konoha genin. What kind of joke was this? Just what kind of monster was that Uchiha Yo? Wah! It hurts. Damn it! This great lord hurts so much. Shikaku screeched as it withdrew its claw, and its attacks became even more frenzied. Air bullets blasted toward the wood golem like a rapid-fire barrage. Boom, 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 boom. At this moment, the wood golem's enormous body had become a perfect target. Its tough wooden body was torn apart by the violent wind release. Hole after hole exploded open across it as wood splinters flew, leaving it riddled with damage. You brute that only knows raw strength. Experience the terror of wood release again. Standing atop the wood golem's head, Yao changed hand seals once more and shouted, would release secret jutsu. Deep forest emergence. Boom! A surging life force suddenly erupted from Yao's body. Countless thick trees and vines broke through the earth at a speed that defied all common sense, growing and spreading madly. In the blink of an eye, the already ruined arena transformed into a primeval forest. This forest seemed to possess a will of its own. Trees and vines crazily twisted and strangled toward Shikaku in the center. Shikaku was horrified beyond belief. Tried to move, but its giant feet had already been locked in place by countless tough roots. Thick vines rapidly spread upward along its legs and body. Even more branches thrust toward its body like sharp spears. Roar! Let this great lord go. Damn it! Shikaku struggled madly, its terrifying strength snapping countless trees apart. But even more trees and vines surged forward one after another, endless and unstoppable. Even more terrifying was this. As those wooden tendrils wrapped around it, they were actually draining its chakra. Its power was flowing away at a crazy rate. At the same time, the wood golem took huge strides forward, rushed before the heavily bound Shikaku, raised its heavy wooden fist, and smashed it viciously into Shikaku's jaw. Boom! 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 One punch, then another punch. The muffled thunderous impacts, like war drums, echoed above the forest of death. Shikaku was tightly bound by the tree world, making movement extremely difficult. Then the wood golem got in close and hammered it with heavy blows one after another, forcing out painful roars as the sand and stone armor on its body kept crumbling away. The forest was spreading. The vines were tightening. The wood golem was beating it down wildly. Everyone stared at this world-shattering scene, dumbfounded. A terrifying tailed beast was actually being pinned down and beaten by a genin using a forest and giant warrior created through wood release. Were they dreaming? Or had this world simply gone insane? watching the wood golem swing its iron fists and pin down the arrogant-tailed beast in a brutal beating. The Konoha shinobi couldn't help but picture a legendary scene in their minds. Back then, was this how the first Hokage had subdued the nine-tailed beasts with wood release? So this is wood release? It's too terrifying. It's completely on a different level from our power. Kakashi and the others muttered to themselves, their eyes full of shock. By the time their generation was born, the god of shinobi had long since passed away. Most of what they knew about Senju Hashirama capturing tailed beasts came only from stories. But now, after witnessing Yao's battle against Shikaku, they could finally see it clearly in their minds. They truly understood how the god of shinobi had suppressed the tailed beasts. The third Hokage's emotions were even more turbulent, too complicated for words. He was excited yet also worried. Wood release. The true wood release had bloomed once more in Konoha after several decades, and it was this powerful, able to suppress even the one-tail Shikaku head-on. That meant Konoha would once again possess a strategic-level power capable of fighting tailed beasts and intimidating other nations. For Konoha, which had just suffered through the Nine-Tails attack, the fourth Hokage sacrifice, the Uchiha massacre, and a whole string of other blows, this was no different from a shot of adrenaline. But the problem was, the one controlling this power was actually an Uchiha. A clan born evil by nature had actually mastered the power of wood release. Was that a blessing for Konoha, or a disaster? If Uchiha Yo obeyed the village's arrangements, then it was undoubtedly a good thing. But if he had other thoughts, then he would absolutely become a huge hidden danger. Just like Uchiha Madara back then, without question a disaster for the village. At that moment, the situation in the center of the battlefield changed once again. As the vines kept absorbing chakra, Shikaku's roars grew weaker and weaker. Its massive body also began to shrink and wither at high speed. The sand making up its body, having lost the chakra sustaining it, started falling away in huge chunks and scattering. The suffocating tailed beast chakra also receded like a tide. In just a few breaths, the terrifying mountain-like beast disappeared, turned back into Gaara. His face was pale as paper, his breathing extremely weak, and he had completely fallen unconscious. The battle was over. It ended with the one-tailed Shikaku being defeated and reverting back into its Jinchuriki. The entire place fell into dead silence. Everyone looked in unison toward Uchiha Yo standing on the wood golem's shoulder. Shock, awe, fear, disbelief, inconceivable. Uchiha Yo, a mere 12-year-old. A little genin brat who had only graduated from the ninja academy not long ago. And yet, he had really suppressed the one-tail by his own power alone. In the distance stands Naruto, still shaken, looked at this scene. His mouth opened and closed, and then he suddenly jumped up and shouted excitedly. That's amazing! See that? I told you Yo was the strongest. He can even beat that kind of giant monster. Sakura and Ino were just as stunned and full of admiration. Hinata's little face was red, and her eyes were sparkling. Their admiration and happiness were very simple. They did not understand what this victory truly represented. But the third Hokage, Kakashi, Guy, and the others understood. As one of the tailed beasts, Shikaku was a war weapon powerful enough to overturn a small nation and make even great ninja villages fear it. It was also Sunagaku's strategic cornerstone for deterring other countries. And now, that war weapon had been suppressed by a 12-year-old boy. What did that mean? It meant that this boy already possessed the terrifying combat power to face a tailed beast alone, and even suppress one. Placed in any great ninja village, he would be enough to confront a Kage head-on. This was too terrifying. Uchiha Yo he. No one knew which Konoha Jonin had absent-mindedly muttered those words, voicing the chill in many people's hearts. That's right. Terrifying. Looking across all of Konoha, who would dare say with certainty that they could suppress the Hokage? No one would dare make that claim. Probably aside from the legendary Sannin of Konoha, no one had that kind of strength. But Yo had done it. The Jonin's emotions were somewhat complicated. They did not know whether Yao's appearance would ultimately mean good or bad for the village. But they understood one thing, the balance of power within the village was bound to change. Yo noticed everyone's gazes, but he did not care. Since he had dared to reveal would release, he had already prepared for everything. Whether it was other people's fear, certain people's greed, or even the higher-ups' wariness and suppression, Yo feared none of it. Flying Thunder God, Sage Body, perfect would release with his current timing. Yo truly did not know how he could lose. Unless Nagato came, he might be able to suppress him a little, but only suppress him. Kill him? Pure daydreaming. Looking at the unconscious Gaara, Yo knew the battle was over, so he withdrew his chakra. The giant wood golem collapsed, and the wildly overgrown forest slowly sank back underground, leaving behind only a wrecked battlefield. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The third Hokage, Kakashi, Guy, Kurenai Yuhi, and the other Konoha Jonin arrived at the center of the now ruined arena. Naruto, Sasuke, Sakura, and the other rookies followed right behind them. Temari and Kankuro rushed to Gaara's side and anxiously checked on him. After confirming that Gaara had only exhausted his chakra and fallen into a deep coma, the two of them finally let out a sharp breath of relief. One on each side, they struggled to lift the unconscious Gaara up. The atmosphere in the arena became subtle. The third Hokage gave Yao a deep look, then turned toward Baki, the Sunigakure Jonin leading the team. His gaze became sharp. Jonin Baki, regarding your village's one-tailed Jinchuriki completely entering tailed beast transformation during Konoha's Chunin exams, shouldn't Sunigakure give Konoha a reasonable explanation? The third's tone was calm, but anyone could hear the questioning and suppressed anger in his words. This had already seriously violated the trust and rules between allied nations. It could absolutely be treated as a provocation. If it had been a more aggressive Hokage, this alone would have been enough to use as a pretext to start a war against Sunigakure. Cold sweat instantly seeped out across Baki's forehead, and inwardly he was groaning in misery. With such a huge deviation in the plan, Sunigakure had instantly gone from a possible attacker to the guilty-provoking side. If they fell out with Konoha right now, they had no chance of winning. Baki forced himself to endure it and squeezed an apologetic expression onto his face. Our deepest apologies, Lord Hokage. This matter was purely an accident. Gaara. His condition has never been very stable. Under severe emotional fluctuations, the seal loosened. This was our failure in supervision. Sunigakure is willing to bear all losses caused by this incident, and we guarantee strict monitoring from now on. Nothing like this will happen again. For the alarm and destruction caused to your village, I offer Sunigakure's most sincere apology. He lowered his posture extremely far. This was not the time to tear things open yet. Even the original plan now needed to be reevaluated because of Uchiha Yo's terrifying performance. Right now, all Baki wanted was to get out of here as quickly as possible and report everything that had happened to the fourth Kazekage. The third Hokage remained silent. Naturally, he did not believe this was just a simple accident. But for now, Sunigakure's attitude was sincere, and they had lowered themselves enough. Although Konoha held the moral high ground, it was still not suitable to pursue the matter too deeply right away. The Chunin exams were not over yet. Completely falling out would benefit neither side. Let's hope so. The lines on the third's face eased slightly. Jonin Baki, take your people back to rest first. During the Chunin exams, make absolutely sure to keep a close watch on the one-tailed Jinchuriki. What Konoha hopes to see is exchange and growth among young ninjas, not a rampaging tailed beast and destruction. Thank you for your leniency, Lord Hokage. We will absolutely keep him under strict control. We guarantee nothing like this will happen again. Baki looked as if he had been pardoned from death. He quickly bowed, then gave Temari and Kankuro a look. The two understood at once. Supporting Gaara between them, they quickly left. After Sunigakure's people left, the third looked around at the devastated central tower area. The main structure of the tower had collapsed, and the arena had been completely destroyed. The preliminaries obviously could not continue. The third Hokage let out a sigh. Everyone, today's sudden incident has forced the preliminaries to stop. Tomorrow we will switch to a backup arena, and the matches will continue. For now, everyone is dismissed. Uchiha Yo, come with me. Yes, Lord Hokage. Yao nodded and followed Hiruzen Sarutobi out of the area. Naruto wanted to follow, but Kakashi pressed a hand onto his shoulder and stopped him. Sasuke pressed his lips together and looked at his brother's back. His gaze complicated. Hokage's office. Hiruzen Sarutobi sat back down in his wide chair, picked up his pipe, slowly packed it with tobacco, lit it and took a deep drag. Thin wisps of smoke rose, blurring his deep and complicated expression. Only after a long while did the third look at the black-haired boy before him and speak in a gentle voice. Yao, about the power you used today, would release. As far as I know, ever since the First Lord, no one in Konoha has truly mastered this Kekkei Genkai anymore. How did you do it? The third Hokage got straight to the point without any detours. Clearly, he took this matter very seriously. Yao raised his head. Lord Hokage, I'm not too sure about the specifics either. When I tried fusing the chakra natures of water and earth, I accidentally discovered that I could produce would release with life force in it. After practicing more, I naturally learned how to use it. The secret of the sage body definitely couldn't be revealed. Even if he said it, Hiruzen Sarutobi probably wouldn't believe him. After all, he was an Uchiha. The third Hokage listened quietly, his eyes behind the smoke as still as an ancient well. He did not believe a single word Yao said, but there was no proof, and there was no way he could forcefully interrogate a Kage-level ninja who had just suppressed a tailed beast. The third Hokage was old, and among the village's top-tier combat power, the dead were dead, the traitors had betrayed, and there were very few people left who could truly hold things up. If he pushed Yao into rebellion at a time like this, the consequences would be unimaginable. The third Hokage changed the subject, his tone carrying a trace of emotion. Would release. The power the First Lord relied on to pacify the chaotic era, establish Konoha, and subdue the tailed beasts. Seeing you use would release today, It almost felt as if I saw the shadow of the first lord again. The third Hokage paused, and his gaze became somewhat meaningful. With the strength you displayed today, you already have the potential to rival or even surpass the Hokage of every generation. Even this old bag of bones probably isn't your match anymore. The third Hokage laughed at himself. His voice was gentle, and he said with a smiling expression, Yao, with talent and power like yours, are you interested in becoming Hokage and protecting the village? Hokage? Yao sneered inwardly. The probing had come, and it was this direct. Lord Hokage, you must be joking. Yao smiled. As a ninja of Konoha, there is no one who doesn't long to become the Hokage acknowledged by everyone. In Yao's eyes, so-called ninja were nothing more than dogs of those in power, called when needed, dismissed when not. To get rid of that identity, there were two paths. Either become the Kage of a village, or become the strongest. Yao wanted to become the strongest, but that was obviously not so easy. Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, Rinnegan, demonic statue of the outer path, 10 tails. Any one of those would be incredibly hard to obtain. Before becoming the strongest, if he could first become Hokage and shake off the identity of a dog, Yao would gladly accept that too. Yes, Hokage is the village's highest leader. Everyone aspires to it. The third Hokage followed his words, but his tone gradually became serious. But Yao, do you know what the word Hokage truly means? Without waiting for Yao to answer, the third Hokage continued, the duty of the Hokage is protection. Protect the village. Protect everyone. For that, even if one must give up one's own life, there can be no hesitation. The third Hokage's eyes suddenly turned sharp. Yao, let me ask you, do you have that kind of resolve? The air in the office seemed to freeze, suffocatingly heavy. Faced with that soul-piercing question, Yao's smile remained unchanged. Lord Hokage, when the day comes that I become Hokage, I will naturally take on the responsibility of protecting the village. That wasn't a lie either. Once he became Hokage, he would be Konoha's boss, the one in charge. The villagers in the village would become his people. The ninja in the village would become his dogs, his tools. Every blade of grass and every tree in the village, every brick and every tile, hell, even the dog at the village gate would become his property. Of course he would protect Konoha. So, Yao's logic was this. Only after becoming Hokage would he protect Konoha. Not that he wanted to become Hokage for the sake of protecting the village. Only after becoming Hokage would you protect the village? The third Hokage's face sank. You mean if you can't become Hokage, then you won't protect this village? This logic, this mindset, it deeply disappointed the third Hokage, because it ran completely contrary to the will of fire. Power and responsibility split apart, with protection treated as an accessory to authority. This way of thinking was too dangerous. Facing the third Hokage's suddenly severe, scrutinizing gaze, Yao merely smiled, and there was a trace of mockery in that smile. Yao did not directly answer the third Hokage's question. Instead, he smiled and asked, Lord Hokage, you mentioned protecting the village, protecting your comrades. Then let me ask one thing, 5 years ago when the Uchiha clan was massacred, did they count as part of the village? Did the Uchiha clan deserve the Hokage's protection? If they did, then please tell me, Lord Hokage, on the night 5 years ago when the Uchiha clan was exterminated, who exactly was it that you, the Hokage, were protecting? That string of questions crashed into the third Hokage's ears like thunder. The air in the office instantly dropped to freezing point, and the hand holding his pipe suddenly turned stiff. The Uchiha massacre was Konoha's highest level taboo, a sin that Konoha beneath the sunlight could never show to others. And now, it had been brought up again in such a razor-sharp way by an Uchiha survivor. The matter of the Uchiha clan is very complicated and involves many things. And the murderer is clearly confirmed. It was your elder brother Itachi Uchiha. He, subconsciously, the third Hokage tried to use that same old official explanation again, attempting to brush it aside and fool Yao. Lord Hokage! Yao suddenly raised his voice and directly cut him off. He stepped forward and stared straight at the third Hokage, his eyes sharp as blades. Lord Hokage, please see clearly. The one standing in front of you right now is not some 3-year-old child who knows nothing of the world. Someone you can fool with a few lofty words and lies. I hope you won't use such a laughable excuse to brush me off. You, the third Hokage, was choked by those nearly insubordinate words. His fingers tightened slightly around the pipe. He had ruled Konoha for 40 years. It had already been a very long time since anyone had dared to confront him so mercilessly. Yet faced with Yao's sudden burst of sharpness, this calculating old Hokage was, for once, left somewhat speechless. Yao was no ordinary person. He had just used would release to suppress Shikaku. Yao's voice grew colder and colder, every word sounding poisoned. 5 years ago, the Uchiha clan was slaughtered in a single night. Men, women, the old, the young, none were spared. As for the truth behind it all, I think Lord Hokage, and certain people in the village's upper ranks, know far more about it than I, a survivor who was lucky enough to stay alive. The Uchiha's coup conspiracy? Their innately evil ambition? The threat they pose to Konoha's security and stability? Yao let out a scornful laugh. Those are nothing more than clumsy excuses dressed up in righteousness, meant to placate the villagers and put a grand-sounding cover over that bloody massacre. The third Hokage's expression darkened and became extremely ugly. His hand clenched the pipe so tightly that the joints turned white. Yao continued, the greatest mistake the Uchiha clan made was never some evil nature or ambition. Their only mistake was this. They lost in their political struggle with the village's higher-ups. That is all. Yao stared directly at the third Hokage's face, speaking word by word, each syllable heavy and forceful. The winner becomes king, the loser becomes a bandit. The weak are prey to the strong. There's nothing more to say. Yao's expression was cold. So the reason I train desperately and desperately seek power isn't for the sake of the village. It's so that when someone puts a butcher's blade against my neck again, I'll have the strength to fight back. So, Lord Hokage, don't bother feeding me all that grand nonsense about the will of fire and protecting the village. That kind of talk might fool a kid like Naruto, but that's about it. Yao curled his lips into a faint smile as he looked at Hiruzen Sarutobi and said, if what I said makes Lord Hokage unhappy, then you can do exactly what you did 5 years ago when you wiped out the Uchiha clan. Come and kill me. With that, Yao turned and strode away. The third watched his back, his fist loosening, then tightening, then loosening again. He understood. Uchiha Yao had gone out of control. This was a man who was extremely selfish, with thoughts of his own that were impossible to control, completely running against the will of fire. Would someone like this harm the village? That was hard to say. But for him, the Hokage, this was absolutely not a good thing. How should he deal with Yao? If he could. Hiruzen Sarutobi truly wanted to take Yao down on the spot. But unfortunately, the third couldn't do it. He was 69 this year, almost 70. His physical functions had completely declined, and his chakra reserves had dropped sharply. Meanwhile, Yao had just suppressed the one-tail Shikaku and displayed power enough to shake the entire village. If they forcefully tore things open now, the final outcome could only be one thing: he, the Hokage, would be killed. After all, there had never been few Kage who died at the hands of ninja from their own village. For example, the second Raikage. He had been killed by his own subordinates, the Gold and Silver brothers. I really am old. The third gave a bitter smile. Konoha, the root underground base. There were no windows here, only cold stone walls and dim lights that never went out. The massive root symbol flickered in and out of view within the shadows. Inside a soundproof secret room, 2 figures stood facing each other. Shimura Danzo leaned on his cane, half his body wrapped in bandages. Standing opposite him was Orochimaru, who had already removed his Kazekage disguise. The conditions are already clear. Don't try to bargain with me anymore. Danzo's voice was hoarse and direct as his cane lightly tapped the ground. When the plan begins, you must make sure the third is killed. In return, once I take the seat of Hokage, I'll hand Uchiha Sasuke over to you and let you do as you please. And all of Konoha's research resources, forbidden jutsu materials, and even experimental subjects will be open to you. I will fully support your research. This offer was undeniably tempting. A high-quality Uchiha vessel, plus the full support of all Konoha's resources. And yet, the smile on Orochimaru's face did not change in the slightest. Danzo, you're still as direct as ever. Killing teacher Hiruzen sounds very interesting. I'd be happy to help. And Sasuke is a pretty good seedling too. Orochimaru's tone suddenly shifted. But one Uchiha Sasuke alone is not enough. What do you mean? Danzo's one exposed I narrowed slightly. You want to go back on your word? What I mean is... Orochimaru gave a sinister smile, not bothering to hide his desire at all. Uchiha Yao. I'm also very, very interested in him. Add him to our deal too.
Impossible.
Danzo refused without even thinking, his voice suddenly rising. Uchiha Yao is Konoha's property. He is a strategic level force. He must be used by the village, and can only be controlled by the village. And I, as the future Hokage, am the only one qualified to control and guide that power. Your research will absolutely never be used on him. Control? Guide? Orochimaru let out a mocking laugh. Lord Danzo, can't you see it? That little brat possesses the limitless potential of the Sharingan, along with flawless wood release. He is practically the perfect fusion of Hashirama Senju and Madara Uchiha. Orochimaru let out a dark, grating laugh, his tone turning feverish and dangerous. A treasure like that, in your hands, would only be locked away like a sharp weapon in some storehouse, or slowly corroded by Rude's ideology until he becomes a tool. That is wasteful. That is trampling a heavenly gift. Only in my hands can his secrets and his power be truly released and elevated. I said, impossible. Danzo clenched his cane tightly. Killing intent shone from the one I left exposed outside the bandages. He is Konoha's ninja. He is power that belongs to the village. It is not your place to decide where he ends up. Orochimaru, Our deal is limited to Uchiha Sasuke. The smile on Orochimaru's face slowly faded. Within those cold vertical pupils, a trace of anger at being refused flashed by. Heh, if that's the case. Orochimaru slowly straightened up. Then it seems that when it comes to dealing with the third, our goals are the same. But as for who Uchiha Yo belongs to, we can only rely on our own methods. Orochimaru gave Danzo a meaningful look before turning and walking into the shadows. He left behind only one final low sentence, echoing through the secret chamber. Danzo, let us see, in the storm that's about to arrive, who will be the one to get him. As the words fell, Orochimaru silently merged into the darkness and vanished. Only Danzo remained in the room. The dim yellow light stretched the shadows across half his face into something twisted. Danzo slammed his cane heavily against the ground, producing a dull thud. Uchiha Yo is mine, and can only be mine. Konoha's future, its strongest power, can only be controlled by me, and can only be used by me. The next day, Konoha switched to a backup venue, and the interrupted preliminaries continued. The audience seats still held the same people, the third Hokage, the Jonin instructors, and the 4 from Sunigakure. The fourth match, Rock Lee vs. Yoroi Akato. As yet another one of Orochimaru's experimental subjects, Yoroi Akato's ability was to absorb his opponent's chakra. This kind of ability was practically the natural enemy of ninja who relied on ninjutsu. Unfortunately for him, his opponent today was Rock Lee, who specialized in taijutsu. Once the battle began, Yoroi Akato tried to close the distance and make contact so he could absorb chakra. But he quickly discovered that Lee's attacks were like a raging storm. His fists and kicks were so fast that only afterimages remained, giving Yoroi no chance to catch them at all. Leaf Whirlwind. Shadow of the Dancing Leaf. Lee's figure moved at high speed across the arena. Yoroi Akato couldn't keep up with the rhythm at all, and could only struggle to defend himself. Before long, he was kicked so badly he lost all sense of direction. In the end, Lee slammed a heavy punch into his stomach and dropped him to the ground, unable to get back up. Taijutsu hard countered him completely. Lee advanced. The fifth match, Hinata Hyuga vs. Sakura Haruno. Their fight was basically a rookie pecking match. But it was obvious that Hinata, who had trained in gentle fists since childhood, was stronger. After all, Hinata possessed the Byakugan, this Kekkei Genkai, and had been exposed to her clan's gentle fist training from a young age, giving her solid taijutsu. Sakura was an academic genius, with perfect theoretical knowledge and excellent chakra control. But in actual combat strength, she was clearly a level below Hinata. Gentle fist art. 8 trigrams 32 palms. Seizing on a tiny opening from Sakura, Hinata quickly closed in, both palms striking out like butterflies weaving through flowers. Sakura only felt waves of numb pain spreading through the chakra points all over her body, and her movements instantly stiffened. Hinata advanced. The sixth match, Shikamaru Nara vs. Temari. As soon as the battle began, Temari tried to use wind release for long-range suppression. But Shikamaru didn't confront her head-on at all. Instead, he used the obstacles inside the training ground together with the shadow imitation jutsu. He kept harassing her, restricting her movement and limiting the angles at which she could swing her fan. His tactics were strange and vicious. At the key moments when Temari was about to exert force, he would always use his shadow to trip her up for an instant, or force her to change the direction of her attack, wearing down her chakra and her patience. Temari grew more and more irritated, and her attacks started falling into disorder again and again. Shikamaru seized the opportunity. Using a blind spot in her vision, his shadow stretched out and connected to Temari's shadow. Temari's face flushed red with anger, but in the end, she could only choose to surrender unwillingly. Shikamaru advanced. The seventh match, Choji Akimichi vs. Kankuro. Of the Sand Trio, Gaara had suffered a crushing defeat, and Temari had lost as well. In all of Sunigakure, Kankuro was the only one left. So the moment the match began, Kankuro controlled Crow and launched a fierce assault, trying to seize a victory. To win back some honor for the sand. Poison needles and blades shot at Choji from all kinds of strange angles. Choji used the expansion jutsu and rolling attack to defend and dodge. But Kankuro's puppet attacks were too tricky, leaving him in a miserable state. Just as the fight was falling into a stalemate, Choji pulled out a chili pill from his clothes and swallowed it. A terrifying burst of chakra erupted. With one move, superhuman bullet tank, Choji directly crushed Crow into a pile of shattered pieces. Kankuro turned deathly pale from fright and hurriedly chose to surrender. Choji turned the tables and advanced. At this point, every member of Sunigakure's ninja team had been defeated and eliminated. The eighth match, Shino Aburame vs. Tenten. Tenten unfurled a massive scroll, and countless ninja tools poured out. Shuriken, kunai, and senbon covered more than half the field. Shino controlled a dense black swarm of insects, forming a black wall. The ninja tools slammed into the swarm and were quickly wrapped up, stalled, and some were even directly devoured by the bugs. Tenten's long-range firepower was completely countered. Exhausted from trying to deal with it, she was ultimately surrounded by the insect swarm and unable to move. She could only surrender helplessly. The ninth match, Ino Yamanaka vs. Niji Hyuga. There was a huge gap in strength between the two. Niji easily overwhelmed Ino. Niji advanced with ease. The preliminaries were nearing their end, and the list of those who advanced was announced one by one. Sasuke Uchiha, Naruto Uzumaki, Yao Uchiha, Rock Lee, Hinata Hyuga, Shikamaru Nara, Choji Akimichi, Shino Aburame, Niji Hyuga. At this point, the Chunin exam preliminaries had completely ended. The third Hokage swept his gaze across everyone and spoke in a gentle voice. The examinees who successfully advanced, please make good use of the next month. Under the guidance of your respective Jonin instructors, carry out targeted training. Face the final matches 1 month from now in your best condition. The finals will be held in front of the daimyo of various nations and honored guests. I hope all of you will display the bearing of the new generation of ninja. Now then, dismissed. After the third finished speaking, he left. The tense atmosphere of the preliminaries that had lasted for days finally eased for the time being. The examinees who advanced let out breaths of relief, while those eliminated could not help but feel dejected. The crowd began to disperse in 2s and 3s. On Team 7's side, Kakashi brought Yao, Naruto, and Sasuke to one of the training grounds they usually used. Leaning against a wooden post, Kakashi looked at his 3 disciples. Naruto was still chattering excitedly about the matches just now. Quiet down, Naruto. Kakashi clapped his hands, drawing the attention of all 3 students. There is still 1 month until the finals. This month is absolutely crucial. Naruto, your control over the Rinnegan and your chakra control still need more practice. You need to become even more proficient. Sasuke, the way you use your Sharingan, your tactics, and your chakra reserves are all weak points. Over this next month, I will create training plans based on your individual situations. I hope you'll seize this opportunity. As for you, Yao, Kakashi spread his hands, his tone returning to its usual lazy manner. You can arrange your own training. At your current level of strength, there's really nothing I can teach you anymore. That was the honest truth. A student who could suppress a tailed beast and wield would release. What exactly was there left to teach?
No, Kakashi-sensei.
Yao said with a smile. There is one thing you can teach me. Oh? Kakashi raised a brow, a little surprised. What is it? The 8 gates formation. Yao said with a smile. I'm very interested in the 8 gates formation that Rock Lee displayed today. You want to learn the 8 gates? Kakashi paused slightly, his tone full of confusion. Yao, that technique carries enormous risk. The burden it places on the body is devastating. With your current strength and methods, you don't need it at all. The 8 gates belong to the category of forbidden taijutsu. And for normal ninja, if they could learn ninjutsu, who would train taijutsu? Wasn't that kind of thing only studied by dead last failures who had no talent for ninjutsu? Though that sounded a little harsh, that was the truth. No, I need it. Yao cut him off, desire burning in his eyes. Kakashi, I hope you can teach me the 8 gates. In Yao's view, his flying thunder god technique was naturally compatible with the 8 gates. Once the 8 gates formation was activated, both speed and strength would surge explosively. Combined with the teleportation of the flying thunder god, he could freely change position and attack angle while moving at ultra-high speed. His opponent would have no way to grasp his movement pattern at all, allowing him to push the advantage of speed to the absolute limit. Besides, he also had the sage body. What that physique gave Yao was not just enormous chakra. It was also terrifying vitality and incomparable recovery ability. The greatest drawback of the 8 gates was the destructive damage it dealt to the meridians and muscles, severely harming the body. But Yao's body could recover from even the gravest injuries. Just imagine. How terrifying would a might guy who had mastered the flying thunder god technique and possessed an almost immortal body be? If he opened the 8th gate of death, he might really be able to kick 6 paths level Uchiha Madara to death with a single blow. Now imagine again. How terrifying would Senju Hashirama be if he had mastered the flying thunder god technique and also opened the 8 gates? From Yao's perspective, this forbidden technique, the 8 gates, was actually very similar to the Kaioken from Dragon Ball. A 10-fold Kaioken multiplied battle power by 10. A 20-fold Kaioken multiplied battle power by 20. Battle power would explode upward by multiples. A Son Goku with a battle power of 10,000 and a Son Goku with a battle power of 100 million would naturally produce completely different results when using Kaioken. The 8 gates worked the same way. Rock Lee opening the 8th gate. Might Guy opening the 8th gate. Senju Hashirama opening the 8th gate. The difference in battle power would be heaven and earth. In short, Yao believed that once he learned the 8 gates, his combat power would rise by 10 times, even dozens of times. By then, even if he still could not reach the 6 paths level with the 8 gates formation, he would still have the power to fight against someone at the 6 paths level. Are you sure? Kakashi asked seriously. I'm sure. Yao nodded solemnly. Kakashi looked at him, and only after a long while did he slowly speak. The 8 gates are Guy's personal forbidden technique. This training is extremely unique. To be honest, I'm not proficient in it. If you insist on learning it, then that Guy is the more suitable choice. As for whether Guy will agree to teach you, that depends on you. Kakashi himself could only open the first gate, so he truly could not be considered proficient. I understand. Yao nodded. That's why I hope Kakashi-sensei can help introduce me to Might Guy-sensei. Kakashi let out a sigh and scratched his head of silver hair. You really don't make things easy for me. Fine. Come with me. Thank you, Kakashi-sensei. Yao revealed a smile. This was the advantage of having a teacher. What every teacher possessed was not just knowledge, but also connections. With the relationship between Kakashi and Might Guy, Yao believed that as long as Kakashi was willing to help, Guy would definitely agree. When Kakashi brought Yao to Team Guy, they were at another training ground. Tenten was sitting on a rock, fiddling with a senbon, clearly not yet over the defeat in battle. Niji Hyuga stood nearby with his arms folded, his expression as cold as ever. Rock Lee was off to the side, upside down, doing one-handed push-ups. Might Guy was squatting in front of Tenten, giving her a thumbs up and comforting his disciple in his passion-filled way. Tenten, don't be discouraged. Victory and defeat are common things for ninja. A temporary failure is precisely a trial on the road of youth. Just watch. After this tempering, your ninja path will definitely bloom with an even more dazzling light. This is burning youth. His voice was loud and full of infectious energy. The originally dejected Tenten immediately looked a little caught between laughter and tears. Guy-sensei, is this really how you comfort someone? Right at that moment, Guy noticed someone approaching. He turned and saw Kakashi, and his eyes instantly lit up. With an exaggerated sliding step, he rushed in front of Kakashi and heavily slapped both hands onto Kakashi's shoulders. Yo, Kakashi, my eternal rival. Did you come specially to visit me and my lovely disciples? Or have you finally lost control and decided to accept my nth hot-blooded challenge? His booming voice and exaggerated movements made Yao want to laugh a little. This Might Guy really was too interesting. But a person like this was actually quite suitable as a friend. You would never have to worry about betrayal or getting stabbed in the back. Kakashi's shoulders hurt from the shaking, and he tilted his head to the side. I need something from you. Alone. Oh, alone? Guy looked at Kakashi, then at Yao behind him, seeming to understand something. His big white teeth flashed. No problem. Exchanges of youth always require focus. He turned and shouted to his 3 disciples. Niji, Lee, Tenten, wait here for a bit. After saying that, he walked with Kakashi toward the woods at the edge of the training ground, where the two began speaking in low voices. As soon as the 2 teachers left, the atmosphere on the training ground immediately became a little subtle. Tenten, Niji, and Lee all looked at Yao at the same time, their eyes filled with shock, confusion, and awe. They truly couldn't imagine that this gentle-looking boy in front of them had actually defeated a tailed beast, and had even used the legendary wood release of Lord First Hokage. That kind of power had already completely exceeded their understanding of a genin, and even of a genius. Yao wore a gentle smile and took the initiative to greet them. Hello. His attitude was natural and polite, without the slightest hint of arrogance, but that instead made Niji and the other 2 feel a little awkward. Tenten hurriedly stood up from the rock, somewhat flustered. Hello Yaokoin. Niji merely gave a cold nod as a response. Lee stopped his handstand, flipped upright in one motion, and straightened his chest. Hello, I am Rock Lee. After that simple and slightly awkward exchange, the 4 of them fell into silence, not knowing what to say for a moment. Fortunately, Kakashi and Guy came back just then. Guy strode up to Yao and heavily patted his shoulder. Kakashi already told me everything, although I don't understand why someone with your talent in ninjutsu would want to learn taijutsu. But, since you're willing to come into contact with the profound meaning of taijutsu, then I will not hold back even the slightest bit. After all, who told you to be Kakashi's disciple? And besides, being able to teach a young man like you, one with limitless potential, and feel your youth burning, that in itself is the greatest challenge and passion of all. Come. Starting today, I, Might Guy, officially become your taijutsu teacher. I will teach you to feel youth. Learn taijutsu. From Guy-sensei? Lee, Niji, and Tenten looked at each other, all seeing shock and confusion in one another's eyes. Training in taijutsu was extremely difficult and required far too much sweat. It was also looked down on by ninjutsu-type ninja. It was exhausting and thankless, just like Guy-sensei and Lee, although their combat power was very strong. In the eyes of Konoha's ninja, the 2 of them were outliers. People often whispered about them behind their backs, mocking them and pointing fingers. This Uchiha Yo clearly possessed would release powerful enough to suppress a tailed beast, so why would he still come to learn taijutsu? They couldn't understand it. They really couldn't understand it at all. Still, even though they were full of questions, the 3 of them didn't say anything. Everyone had their own choice. Outsiders had no right to interfere. Guy brought Yao to a quiet corner far away from his disciples, and his expression became much more serious. The 8 gates released formation. It's training. If you say it's hard, then it's hard enough to reach the heavens. But if you say it's simple, then it's also very simple. Guy raised his fist and tapped the positions corresponding to the 8 gates on his head, chest, abdomen, and so on as he said, inside the human body, there exist 8 important valves connected to the flow of chakra. They are, respectively, gate of opening, gate of healing, gate of life, gate of pain, gate of limit, gate of view, gate of wonder, and gate of death. The 8 gates are, in essence, shackles that the brain places on us, protecting our bodies from collapsing due to excessive use of power. And the 8 gates released formation is about forcibly breaking open these gates, layer by layer removing the brain's limits on the body. To put it simply, this is a forbidden technique that removes the body's self-protection limits. Each time one gate is opened, the chakra inside the body surges explosively. The user's speed and strength will both undergo a qualitative leap. But Gaia's tone became stern. This violently released chakra will fiercely burn and destroy your body's cells. It will tear your muscle fibers and batter your chakra pathway system. The more gates you open, the more terrifying the power you gain. But the burden and damage inflicted on the body will also grow greater. Especially the final gate, the gate of death. Once the gate of death is opened, you will gain power dozens of times beyond the 5 kage. But the consequence is certain death. So, the prerequisite for training in the 8 gates released formation is not talent, but hellish physical training. You must undergo day after day of ultra-high-intensity physical tempering. You have to temper your muscles, bones, and chakra pathways to the strength of steel before you can barely withstand the impact of that violent chakra after opening the gates. This is the foundation of everything. At that point, Guy raised a second finger and said solemnly, after obtaining a monstrous physique, you also need extremely high bodily perception and precise chakra control. You need to clearly sense the flow of chakra within your body, and then control it to strike the 8 gates. The slightest deviation might not open a gate at all, but instead directly cause your chakra to go berserk and rupture your internal organs. This requires ultimate focus and precise bodily control. After saying all that, Guy looked at Yao. Now, do you understand? Do you still want to learn the 8 gates released formation? Guy was not the type to hoard his skills. In fact, he had taught the 8 gates to all 3 of his disciples. However, Tenten couldn't endure the high-intensity physical tempering, so she gave up. Niji came from the Hyuga clan, and the gentle fist of the Hyuga clan ran completely opposite to the steel fist style of the 8 gates. As a gentle fist genius of the Hyuga clan, Niji naturally had no intention of abandoning the gentle fist art that the Hyuga clan had passed down for 1,000 years. Choosing to train in hard, thankless strong fist was already tough enough, and it didn't even suit him. Out of Gaia's 3 disciples, only Lee, who wasn't good at ninjutsu or genjutsu, had ultimately learned the 8 gates. Guy-sensei, I'm willing. Yao wasn't someone who got scared so easily. Naturally, he wasn't about to be intimidated by a few words from Mike Guy. Even if he really couldn't endure the suffering of taijutsu training, couldn't handle that kind of hardship, he still had to try training first before saying anything. From that day on, Yao began learning taijutsu under Mike Guy. There weren't that many twists and turns in taijutsu training. Put simply, it came down to one word, train. High-intensity physical conditioning. Body tempering pushed beyond the limit. Other than that, there were no shortcuts at all. Running, frog jumps, push-ups, squats, striking drills, rock climbing. Mad tempering. Mad squeezing. First, Guy had thought that a ninjutsu genius like Yao really wouldn't be able to endure this kind of dull, boring taijutsu. Guy guessed that maybe Yao was just interested on a whim. After sticking with it for 3 to 5 days and experiencing the hardship for himself, he would back off in the face of difficulty and give up on taijutsu training. But as time passed, Guy realized he had been ridiculously wrong. Yao's perseverance was unbelievably tenacious. His willpower was even tough to the point of seeming almost abnormal. At the beginning, Yao's training volume had still been fairly normal, progressing step by step. But gradually, Yao's basic training volume suddenly multiplied several times over, and he completed it with absolute precision, pushing himself to the limit every single day, training until he was completely exhausted. What shocked Guy even more was Yao's recovery ability. No matter how brutally he trained the day before, no matter how exhausted he became, as long as he rested for one night, the next day he would always be full of life again. Guy couldn't help but marvel again and again. He was shocked by Yao's willpower, and even more amazed by his physique. In the end, he could only conclude that Yao was a natural-born taijutsu genius. His talent in taijutsu might even surpass his talent in ninjutsu. Guy began teaching him even more seriously. Under this near-abnormal level of training, Yao's coordination, explosive power, and endurance all improved at a rapid pace. After just 1 week, Yao followed the method Guy had taught him, gathering his spirit and chakra at the restrictive region in his brain, then launching an impact. The first gate, the gate of opening, open. Buzz. The invisible shackles were instantly broken, and chakra surged into his brain. Yao only felt his body suddenly grow lighter. His fatigue was forcibly swept away, and the flow of chakra became smooth and surging. His control over his body became even more natural. Power that originally required conscious effort to mobilize now moved as easily as an arm obeying its owner. Gate of opening. It removed the brain's restrictions on chakra and bodily functions, allowing the body to exert 100% of its capabilities. Speed, strength, and reaction all received a full boost. Yao's steps did not stop. Another week passed. He successfully broke through the second gate. Gate of rest. It removed the limits of physical fatigue, overloading and squeezing out the body's energy, allowing a person to fight on without feeling tired. The moment the gate of rest opened, Yao felt like he had turned into a tireless machine, able to endure much longer in high-intensity battle. Pushed his original physical limits to a terrifying level. In just 2 short weeks, he opened 2 gates in a row. That rate of progress left even the experienced guy staring in dumbfounded shock. Back then, whether it was him or Li, they had spent years of bitter effort just to barely open the first gate. But Yao had forcibly compressed that entire process into 2 weeks. So this was what a genius was? In the blink of an eye, another half-month passed, and the finals of the Chunin exams officially began. The giant barrel-shaped arena was packed to the brim, roaring with noise. The fire daimyo, nobles from allied nations, wealthy merchants, and ninja leaders all arrived in full formal dress. Besides them, there were also the villagers of Konoha and residents from the surrounding towns. The venue was incredibly lively, completely comparable to a massive sporting event. The third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, wore his formal Hokage robes and sat with a solemn expression in the section with the best view. Beside him sat Orochimaru, disguised as the fourth Kazekage. At this moment, Orochimaru wore a kasa hat that covered most of his face, revealing only a pair of cold, shadowy eyes. The third Hokage chatted warmly with Orochimaru, appearing extremely cordial. Not long after the time had come, the third Hokage stood up, walked to the railing, and gave a brief speech. Honored guests who have come from afar, fellow people of Konoha, welcome to Konoha to witness the finals of this year's Chunin exams. Here, the young genin will display the results of their training, as well as their wisdom and courage. I hope all of you will fully enjoy the heroic bearing of the ninja. Now I announce, the finals of the Chunin exams officially begin. A wave of cheers erupted from the audience stands. Shouts of encouragement, yelling, and whistling rose one after another, as if they were about to blow the roof off. The giant electronic screen flashed as it drew the match list. First match. Neji Hyuga versus Hinata Hyuga. The moment those two names appeared, a wave of discussion broke out in the stands. An internal battle within the Hyuga clan? The Hyuga clan was a famous noble ninja clan with a 1,000-year legacy, and now it was even Konoha's #1 noble clan. An internal battle within the Hyuga clan was undoubtedly something worth watching. The two entered the arena. Neji looked cold and arrogant, while Hinata seemed somewhat nervous and uneasy. The match began. Neji's movements were precise and efficient. His mastery of gentle fist was clearly superior. While casually blocking and neutralizing Hinata's attacks, he kept mocking and ridiculing her non-stop. Every word stabbed right at the most sensitive place in Hinata's heart. Hinata tried her best to resist, and even erupted directly in desperation. Unfortunately, the gap in strength between the two was simply too great. Her offensive was easily dismantled. In the end, Hinata was struck in the chest by one of Neji's gentle fist attacks. Her chakra fell into disorder, and she lost the ability to keep fighting. Winner, Neji Hyuga. The entire arena fell silent for a moment. Then the place exploded in an uproar. Neji Hyuga, a member of the branch family, had actually defeated the eldest daughter of the main family so easily in front of everyone? This was undoubtedly a huge blow to the authority of the Hyuga main family. In the Hyuga clan section, clan head Hayashi Hyuga's face looked gloomy. The elders of the main family beside him looked even worse. Not only had Neji defeated Hinata, he had also said many things that never should have been said, touching the reverse scale of the main family. He truly could not be forgiven. In the contestants' viewing area, Yao, Sasuke, Ino, Shikamaru, and the others were all somewhat silent. As outsiders, it wasn't easy for them to comment on the Hyuga clan's system, but Neji had indeed gone a little too far. Naruto didn't understand all the twists and turns involved, but when he saw Hinata injured and fallen to the ground, he instantly erupted in anger. Hey, you bastard Neji! Grabbing the railing, Naruto shouted toward Neji in the arena. What the hell was all that crap you just said? Hinata already tried so hard, and you hit way too hard too. Naruto yelled furiously, clearly standing up for Hinata. Yao didn't know whether to laugh or cry, so he kicked him in the butt. If you've got time to keep yapping here, then hurry down there and bring Hinata back up, so she can get treatment as soon as possible. As Yao spoke, he shook his head. A piece of wood shot out from his hand, rapidly extending into the arena, wrapping around Hinata and bringing her back up. Karen. Yao looked toward Karen. Ever since Yao had saved her before, Karen had stayed in Konoha. A few days ago, the Jonin leading Kusagaku's team had come to look for Karen, wanting to take this blood bag back with him. But Yao drove him away on the spot, so Karen was able to stay in Konoha for the time being. Yes. Karen hurried forward and used mystical palm technique to treat Hinata's injuries. Second match, Uchiha Yo versus Naruto Uzumaki. Ah? Seeing the names on the electronic screen, Naruto froze for a second, then grabbed his head and let out an exaggerated wail. Why does it have to be Yao? How am I supposed to fight this? Naruto knew Yao was strong. There was no way he could be his opponent. But admitting defeat wasn't his style. Whatever, even if it's Yao, I still have to try. I'm a man who's going to become Hokage. The two of them arrived at the center of the arena, and countless gazes focused on them, especially the ninja in the village, whose eyes were filled with anticipation. Uchiha Yo. Just moments ago, he had used powerful would-release ninjutsu to suppress Shikaku. Naruto Uzumaki, the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. Without a doubt, this match seemed full of hype. Height Gecko looked at the two of them. Are you both ready? Ready. Naruto answered loudly, clenching both fists and taking a fighting stance. Yao also nodded. Then begin. Yao. Naruto didn't attack right away. Instead, he looked at Yao. I know you're strong, but don't hold back. Let me see just how big the gap between us really is. Yao nodded, his tone calm. Alright, come at me. Okay. Naruto immediately formed hand seals. Shadow Clone Jutsu.
Bang 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 bang.
Several shadow clones appeared and rushed straight at Yao from different directions. In the spectator area, Sasuke was also watching the battle. At that moment, a person wearing a cat face mask and ANBU uniform silently appeared at Sasuke's side. Uchiha Sasuke. The ANBU leaned close and whispered a few words into Sasuke's ear. Uchiha Itachi? He came back to Konoha? Where is he? The moment he heard the name Uchiha Itachi, Sasuke's pupils suddenly shrank. Without almost any hesitation, he left with the ANBU. Bang bang bang. Naruto's shadow clones vanished one after another. In the blink of an eye, Yao had taken them all out, leaving only Naruto himself. Yao didn't use any ninjutsu. He was suppressing Naruto with taijutsu alone. Bang! A muffled impact rang out. Wah! Naruto cried out in pain as his whole body was kicked flying sideways again. He rolled across the ground several times before finally stopping, clutching his waist and baring his teeth in pain. The gap was too huge, so huge it made people despair. Naruto struggled to his feet, patted the dust off himself, scratched his head, and shouted loudly. I'm done. I'm done. I can't beat you at all. I surrender. He had always treated defeating Yao as a goal, but he also knew very clearly that the current him was absolutely no match for Yao. If he kept fighting, all it would do was make him look even worse. There was no meaning in it, although a few days ago, he had run into a white-haired old pervert who called himself a toad sage, and somehow learned a summoning technique that seemed pretty amazing. He had even acknowledged a giant toad who called himself Boss Toad as his big brother. But obviously, that kind of power wasn't suitable to use here, and even less suitable to use against Yao. The winner is Uchiha Yo, Height Gecko announced. Applause rose from the audience. Rather than a match, this had been more like one-sided suppression. Naruto had been suppressed the entire time, and the key point was that Yao hadn't even used ninjutsu. Yao walked over to Naruto and reached out a hand to pull him up. You okay? Iem mi fine. Naruto bared his teeth and said, Yao, you really are amazing, but I won't give up. One day, I'll catch up to you. I'll be waiting. Yao smiled. He wasn't just being polite, because he knew very well just how ridiculous Naruto's future cheats would be. The electronic screen rolled. The names for the third match lit up. Uchiha Sasuke versus Rock Lee. Lee leaped down from the spectator stand and started loosening up in the arena. However, Uchiha Sasuke was nowhere to be seen. Height Gecko called out several times, but there was no response. What's going on? Where is Sasuke? Naruto looked around anxiously. Yao also frowned. Before he had gone down to fight Naruto, that little brother of his had still been there. How did he disappear in the blink of an eye? Did he go to the bathroom to take a dump? Yao, it was just during your match with Naruto. Sakura hurriedly said. I saw a cat-faced ANBU ninja say something to Sasuke. Then Sasuke left in a hurry and never came back. Umbu? Yao's brows furrowed even tighter. ANBU answered directly to the Hokage. For Sasuke to be taken away like this at a time like this. Something was wrong. Very wrong. The third Hokage himself was right there in the arena. There was no way he would call Sasuke away. Could it be Danzo? That old dog. I didn't go looking for trouble with him, and he actually dares to jump out on his own. He really has a death wish. Yao let out a cold snort. At that moment, at some unknown point, countless white feathers had begun drifting down from the sky. They were light and dreamy, falling like snowflakes in winter, carrying a strange sense of peace. The moment the audience in the stands saw the feathers, they started yawning non-stop, their eyes growing heavy. Very quickly they fell asleep. And it wasn't just the ordinary audience. Many genin and even chunin couldn't resist the sleepiness sweeping across the whole arena and fell asleep one after another. Over by the contestants' viewing area. Ah. So sleepy. What's going on? The feathers. Naruto let out a huge yawn, swayed twice, then slid down against the railing and started snoring. Beside him, Shikamaru, Kiba, Choji, Ino, Karen, Tenten, Shino, and the others were hit as well. Even Hayate Gecko, the referee in the arena, and Lee, who had been waiting for his match, had vacant eyes as they sank into sleep. The arena that had been noisy and packed with voices just moments ago fell into eerie silence. The stands were filled with sleeping people, while the feathers continued to drift down. In the distance, faintly, explosions and the roaring clash of ninjutsu could be heard. Yao also felt a powerful wave of drowsiness assault him, trying to invade his consciousness. His eyelids grew heavy. Kabuto Yakushi has made his move. Yao's heart jolted. Without a doubt, the Konoha Crush had indeed begun. I thought that after I displayed enough power to suppress Shikaku, Orochimaru should have been wary. Could he have delayed it, or even cancelled the Konoha Crush plan? Now it seems I was being naive. Maybe after seeing me display perfect would release power, he only got even crazier. But that is fine too. Yao immediately disrupted the flow of chakra in his body and broke the genjutsu. The heavy sleepiness quickly faded away. Clarity returned to his eyes. This kind of large-scale genjutsu had a huge range, but its power was average. If your mental strength was just a bit stronger, it would be hard for the genjutsu to affect you. For example, Sakura had also broken free from the genjutsu and regained consciousness. Yao, what is going on? Sakura sounded a little panicked. Whoosh! Kakashi flashed over and shouted. There has been a sudden enemy attack. The situation is unclear, but this is definitely a major crisis. Yao! Sakura, wake Naruto and the others up immediately, protect the non-combatants, and evacuate them to a safe shelter first. I'm going to support the other areas. Remember, move fast. After Kakashi finished speaking, his figure flashed and vanished from the spot. Yao looked at Kakashi's departing back, then exchanged a glance with Sakura. Wake them up first. Okay. Wake up, Naruto. Stop sleeping. Something happened. With Yao and Sakura's help, Naruto and the others quickly woke up. What happened? Why did we all fall asleep? Those explosion sounds were. Just as the group was filled with shock and uncertainty, a figure suddenly appeared. He wore a fox pattern mask and an ANBU uniform, his presence cold and chilling. He ignored Naruto and the others, walked straight up to Yao, and spoke in a tone that allowed no refusal. Uchiha Yao, your younger brother Uchiha Sasuke is suspected of illegally entering the village's confidential root base. Come with me to root immediately and cooperate in handling this matter. What? Sasuke broke into the root base. What the hell is a root base? Root? What place is that? Naruto, Sakura, and the others looked at each other, completely confused. Root? There's a place like that in the village? Why don't we know about it? Enough. Stop arguing. Yao raised a hand and cut off his companion's shock and questions, then looked at the fox-masked ANBU. You lured Sasuke to root, and then used him as bait to call me over. The corner of Yao's mouth curled into a cold arc, his voice indifferent. A very crude method. It really suits that man's style. But you succeeded. Only, I hope you've already prepared yourselves to bear my wrath. Especially the one behind you. First Sasuke had been lured away, and now they were using Sasuke to lure him in. Without a doubt, this was Root's method to deal with him. Yao had originally still been thinking about whether he should take advantage of the Konoha Crush and storm into the root base to kill Danzo. Then, take that Mangekyo Sharingan from Danzo's eye. The one that belonged to Shursui. Good grief. Before he had even made a move, Danzo had already run out of patience. What else was there to say? Just flip the table and be done with it. Yao looked at Naruto, Sakura, Shikamaru, and the others, speaking faster. Listen, the village is under an unknown attack right now. Naruto, Shikamaru, all of you move immediately. Don't recklessly head to the areas where the fighting is the fiercest. That's not something you can handle right now. Rescue and self-preservation are your top priorities. Understood. But Yao, you and Sasuke. Sakura was so anxious she was on the verge of tears. Stay out of this. This isn't something you can interfere in. I'll go handle it myself. Yao waved his hand, then said coldly to the fox-masked ANBU. Lead the way. The root base was hidden in the deepest underground part of Konoha, its entrance concealed and its passageways winding downward. Following that ANBU, Yao passed through several heavy gates. His vision suddenly widened, and he finally arrived at Root. At the center of the enormous underground space stretched a wide stone bridge. Beneath the bridge was a bottomless darkness, and at the other end was a platform similar to a watchtower. At this moment, both the platform and the bridge were packed with ninja. They wore all kinds of animal masks and ANBU uniforms. Like statues, they stood silently within the shadows. And at the very front of the bridge stood Shimura Danzo, half his body wrapped in bandages, leaning on a cane. The one exposed eye was as sharp and cold as a hawk's. Not far from Danzo's side, Uchiha Sasuke was half kneeling on the ground, his body stiff, unable to move at all. His neck, cheeks, arms, and even his entire body were covered in strange black band-like markings. It was Root's cursed seal restraint jutsu, self-cursing seal. Those markings squirmed slightly like living creatures, completely sealing away Sasuke's chakra and ability to move. Only the fury, humiliation, and trace of anxiety burning in his Sharingan remained, as he stared fixedly at the approaching Yao. You've come. Danzo's voice was hoarse and flat, with no emotion in it. My foolish little brother, let me guess why you fell for it. Yao ignored Danzo and looked at Sasuke instead. It should have been because of something related to Uchiha Itachi, right? A look of shame appeared on Sasuke's face. Yao was right. Earlier, the Root Ninja really had told him they had information about Uchiha Itachi. The moment Sasuke heard the name Uchiha Itachi, he followed the Root Ninja without a second word. And then he had fallen for it, brought here by the Root Ninja. Looks like I guessed right. My foolish little brother. Yao shook his head. He could not even be bothered to scold him anymore, and instead looked at Shimura Danzo. Lord Danzo, if you wanted to see me, you could have just sent someone to notify me. Why go through all this trouble? If Lord Danzo invites me, could I really refuse? Is that so? Danzo's voice was cold, but his tone was full of mockery. So an Uchiha brat can be this obedient too? He obviously did not believe Yao would cooperate so obediently, nor did he want to waste time on this fake politeness. He had set up this trap today for one reason only, to obtain what he wanted in a setting of absolute control. Danzo slammed his cane heavily against the ground and got straight to the point. I am very curious. Why would an Uchiha brat from that innately evil clan be able to wield Wood Release? Wood Release is the first Hokage's power. How did you obtain it? Tell me everything you know. This question had been troubling Danzo all along, and tempting him as well. He had originally thought Uchiha Yao was Orochimaru's perfect test subject, but after confronting Orochimaru, he discovered that was not the case. Orochimaru had never had any contact with Yao before this. That only made Danzo even more curious, and even more desperate to uncover Yao's secret. As long as he could grasp that secret, and thereby obtain Wood Release, then he would be able to become Konoha's Hokage. Facing Danzo's questioning, Yao smiled. The secret of Wood Release? Lord Danzo, you're about to die. Even if you knew the secret of Wood Release, what meaning would it have? Impudent! How dare you? The surrounding Root Ninja all shouted in fury, killing intent spilling out everywhere. Humph! Sharp tongue. As expected of that innately evil clan. Danzo snorted coldly, his voice turning even darker. You people never learn reverence or obedience. He seemed to have lost patience and raised his left hand in a signal. A Root Ninja beside him immediately stepped forward and handed Danzo a gleaming ninja blade. Danzo took the blade and pressed the tip against Sasuke's throat. The sharp edge rested tightly against his skin. With only the slightest push, it could sever Sasuke's windpipe and artery. Sasuke's whole body trembled, but under the cursed seal's restraint, he could not move even a fraction. His eyes were full of humiliation and grief-filled rage. Yet Danzo did not even look at Sasuke. His one eye remained locked on Yao. Uchiha Yao, my patience is limited. Now, tell me every secret behind your Wood Release. Danzo twisted his wrist, and the tip of the blade pierced the skin. A bright red bead of blood slid down Sasuke's neck. Otherwise, I will kill Uchiha Sasuke right in front of you. I'll make you watch with your own eyes as your last blood relative in this world dies miserably because of your arrogance and concealment. Heh. Faced with Danzo's naked threat, Yao could not help but laugh. The next second, he suddenly appeared at Sasuke's side and threw a punch at Danzo. Pulling something this boring in front of a flying Thunder God user? What? Danzo hadn't even seen how Yao appeared before he was blasted away by a single punch. The Flying Thunder God technique really was the Flying Thunder God technique. Still in midair, Danzo let out a furious, shocked roar. This Uchiha brat had not only mastered Wood Release, he had even mastered the Flying Thunder God technique. Yao raised his left hand. Release. The writhing black curse mark patterns quickly dissolved and faded away. Sasuke's body loosened, and he immediately regained his ability to move. Go. Yao grabbed Sasuke's arm and activated the Flying Thunder God technique. Whoosh! The two vanished from where they stood. Almost at the same instant, they appeared on the other end of the stone bridge, breaking out of Danzo and the Root Ninja's encirclement. Wood Release. Wood Clone Jutsu. A piece of wood drilled out of Yao's body and grew into a wood clone. Take Sasuke and leave. The wood clone nodded, took Sasuke with him, and disappeared from the root base. Sasuke was still too weak right now. Keeping him here would only make him a burden. It was better to have the wood clone take him away. As long as Naidame wasn't here, Yao would have no more worries in the rear. On the other side, Danzo slammed into the rock wall behind him, and a trace of blood spilled from the corner of his mouth. The intense pain twisted that old face of his as his single exposed eye locked tightly onto Yao across the bridge. You brat. When exactly did you learn the Flying Thunder God technique? And would release too? Just how many secrets are you hiding? Danzo's voice was hoarse. For someone as obsessed with power as he was, the secrets on Uchiha Yo's body were simply too tempting. He wished he could pry open Uchiha Yo's skull and take a good look inside. You ask too many questions, Lord Danzo, and I have no interest in answering a dead man's questions. Yao clapped his hands together, chakra erupting. Would release. Deep forest emergence. Rumble. The stone bridge beneath their feet shook violently and cracked apart. Brownish-yellow trees and vines burst forth like ancient giant pythons awakening from their slumber. They crazily tore through the hard stone bridge surface and rose into the air. The surrounding rock walls, the underground cavern ceiling, even every inch of ground. Trees were erupting wildly from all of it. They intertwined, coiled, and swelled, instantly forming a primitive forest overflowing with oppressive force. It rapidly filled and devoured the entire vast underground space. Huge flower buds bloomed, releasing a strange scent. The forest was roaring. The vines danced like enraged dragons, sweeping straight toward Danzo and the root ninjas. Deep forest emergence. Danzo's expression changed drastically as he shouted sharply. Be careful. The pollen is poisonous. Hold your breath. Don't breathe it in. The root ninjas were well trained, and every one of them reacted quickly, either holding their breath or covering their noses and mouths with cloth. Too naive. Yao's voice echoed through the forest as those python-like vines and wooden tendrils lashed, coiled, and pierced from every direction. These root ninjas might be infamous and fierce by reputation, but honestly, their strength was uneven. Not all of them were top-tier experts. Under the endless assault of the vines, their performance was barely passable. One root ninja failed to dodge in time and was struck across the waist by a vine. The terrifying force shattered his bones and organs on the spot. With a scream, he collapsed limp to the ground and stopped breathing. Another barely avoided a frontal strike, only to be pierced through the shoulder by a sharp wooden spike coming from the side. The intense pain threw off his breathing, and he inhaled a small amount of drifting pollen. His body instantly stiffened, his eyes went unfocused, and he fell to the ground, paralyzed by the poison. Some others tried to use wind release or fire release to clear a path, but in front of the crazily spreading forest, it was nothing more than a drop in the bucket. Very quickly, they were swallowed by even more vines. In the blink of an eye, over a dozen root elites were either dead or wounded. Only Danzo, that old bastard, and a mere handful of others still retained combat ability. The situation reversed in an instant. Seeing his subordinates suffer such heavy casualties, Danzo remained expressionless, not angry at all. A sharp gleam flashed in his exposed eye. Such terrifying combat power, such skilled control over would release, and such massive chakra reserves. Without a doubt, he was the real body. A gleam flashed in Danzo's eyes as he shouted in a low voice, Fu. Understood. The root member codenamed Fu, whose real name was Yamanaka Fu, was a branch member of the Yamanaka clan and highly skilled in the clan's secret mind techniques. Taking advantage of the gap while Uchiha Yo was controlling the forest and cleaning up the others, Yamanaka Fu quickly formed a specific hand seal. Mind-body switch technique. This was a powerful secret technique that allowed one's own spirit to invade the opponent's body and take control of their actions. On a chaotic battlefield, this strike was extremely hidden and sudden, often impossible for enemies to guard against. And sure enough, Yao's movements suddenly froze, and his eyes instantly turned hollow. He completely lost control over his body. Good chance. A sharp light burst from Danzo's eyes. This was exactly the moment he had been waiting for. Chakra exploded beneath his feet as he rushed before the frozen Yao in an instant. Brat, compared to this old man, you're still too green in the end. Danzo sneered. The 5 fingers of his right hand curled like claws as black curse mark chakra pressed toward Yao's chest. Self-cursing seal. Writhing black curse mark patterns poured out from Danzo's palm like living creatures and rapidly crawled across Yao's entire body. They completely locked down and suppressed the flow of chakra inside him. Yao trembled slightly. Then the overwhelming sealing power firmly nailed him in place. He couldn't move at all, not even blink. Humph. Looking at Uchiha Yo, who had been completely subdued, a dark smile of total control finally appeared on Danzo's face. To confirm whether this Yao was a wood clone or the real body, he had been willing to sacrifice so many root ninjas. Without exaggeration, Root had suffered grievous losses in this battle. But as long as he could obtain Uchiha Yo, every sacrifice was worth it. Uchiha Yo alone was worth hundreds, even thousands, of elite ninjas. Danzo removed the thick bandages that had always been wrapped around his right eye, revealing a scarlet Sharingan with 3 black tomo. The moment Yao saw it, shock, rage, and disbelief appeared on his face. Then he began struggling frantically. He seemed utterly shaken that Danzo possessed a Sharingan. Stop struggling, brat. Everything you have will belong to Konoha. It will belong to me. Danzo's voice was hoarse, filled with greed and fanaticism, while that scarlet three-tomo Sharingan spun madly. The three tomo connected to one another, eventually transforming into a complex pattern shaped like a four-pointed pinwheel. Evil, powerful, a heart-shaking ocular power erupted without any restraint. Kodo Amitsukami, Danzo shouted in a deep voice. He had paid such a huge price and used Uchiha Sasuke to lure Yao here for one final purpose. Kodo Amitsukami. Using the strongest genjutsu, he would turn Uchiha Yao into his slave, or rather, his tool. Buzz, the strongest genjutsu, powerful enough to twist reality and rewrite will itself, surged toward Yao's soul like an unstoppable flood. Kodo Amitsukami was like a deep tsunami, instantly swallowing Yao's consciousness. The light in Yao's eyes rapidly faded, like glazed glass being washed clean, quickly turning hollow and numb. A moment later, that hollowness and numbness were replaced by respect, submission, and obedience. Danzo kept staring at Yao's eyes. When he saw the change he had been expecting, even someone as hard-hearted as Danzo could no longer hide his excitement and ecstasy. Good. Very good. Danzo immediately formed a one-handed seal and pressed his palm against Yao's chest. Release. The curse mark patterns receded like a retreating tide, shrinking back into Danzo's palm. Yao regained his freedom, but he made no move to attack, nor any attempt to flee. Instead, he lowered his head slightly, his posture humble as he spoke respectfully. Lord Danzo. Seeing this, the last trace of doubt in Danzo's heart completely vanished. He couldn't help but throw his head back and burst into triumphant laughter. Ha ha ha! Good, good, good. Heaven truly favors me. Danzo looked at Yao as if admiring a perfect tool, a perfect weapon that belonged solely to him. From today onward, you are a tool in my hand. With your power, I will sweep away every obstacle. Hiruzen's weak era should have ended long ago. The position of Hokage should belong to me. Once I become Hokage, reorganizing Konoha, perhaps even unifying the ninja world, may not be impossible. Haha. Danzo was completely immersed in the ecstasy of controlling such power and envisioning the future. His words were filled with pride and satisfaction. It was as if he had already seen himself reigning over the ninja world. And honestly, it wasn't entirely his fault. In his youth, he had only hesitated for a moment and ended up one step slower than Hiruzen Sarutobi, losing his chance at the seat of Hokage. After that, he had been suppressed by Hiruzen Sarutobi for a full 40 years. 40 years. How many 40s did a person even have in one lifetime? Today, at the age of 70, his dream was finally about to come true. How could Danzo not feel exhilarated? Whoosh! Right as Danzo's emotions surged, a black shadow abruptly appeared, cutting in from his blind spot. Before Danzo could even react, he felt a piercing, bone-deep pain explode from his right eye socket. The pain was so violent, so sudden, that Danzo couldn't immediately understand what had happened. Ugh! Aya! Danzo let out a scream as warm liquid ran down his cheek. He staggered backward, his right hand instinctively covering his right eye. What he felt was only a bloody, mangled, empty hole. My eye. Danzo was both shocked and furious. He looked forward. Yao was still kneeling there. But the problem was, on a vine just a few steps away, there was another Yao standing there. This Yao's face was full of mockery. There wasn't the slightest trace of respect or submission on him. And on top of that, in this Yao's hand he was clearly holding a scarlet Sharingan. It belonged to Uchiha Yo, the eye of Kodo Amitsukami that Danzo had hidden for years and regarded as one of his greatest trump cards. The few remaining root shinobi were all dumbfounded, almost unable to believe what they were seeing. Another Uchiha Yao? How was that possible? So which one was the real body? Or were both of them Uchiha Yao's clones? Danzo's single eye was wide open, bloodshot, and filled with pain and disbelief. And also the fury and madness of someone who had been completely toyed with and humiliated. Why you weren't controlled?
Impossible. Absolutely impossible.
I refuse to believe it. Yao casually flicked the blood from his fingertips and stored the Mangekyo Sharingan inside a bottle. This Mangekyo Sharingan of Uchiha Yo really does come with a terrifying eye technique. Standing atop the vine, Yao lightly tossed the bottle in his hand, silently rewriting someone's will. It can truly be called the pinnacle of genjutsu. Yao looked at Danzo, a faint smile appearing on his face, his tone playful. So, my lord Danzo, from beginning to end, how could I possibly dare use my real body to face someone like you, the darkness of Konoha in person? What? Danzo's pupils contracted sharply, and he immediately turned to look at the Uchiha Yao in front of him. This Yao rapidly lost the color and texture of flesh and blood. His skin turned into wood grain, and his hair transformed into branches and leaves. Like a weathered clay statue revealing its original form, he showed what he truly was, A lifelike wooden puppet. Wood clone. It was actually a wood clone? From beginning to end, the one who had dealt with him, used deep forest bloom and finally performed that act of submission right in front of him. Had only been a wood clone?
Impossible.
Absolutely impossible. Danzo let out a hoarse roar. His voice was full of absurdity and the furious rage of being thoroughly deceived. How could it be a wood clone? Could a wood clone really perform a jutsu on the scale of deep forest bloom? And that level of chakra, how could a wood clone possibly have enough? And more importantly, from this morning, when Yao left his house, to the Chunin exams arena, and then to being brought here to Root, the Root shinobi under his command had monitored Uchiha Yo the entire time. Uchiha Yo had never once left their sight. There had been no time and no opportunity at all to swap in a wood clone. It would not be an exaggeration to say that, in order to obtain Uchiha Yo and ensure that Koto Amitsukami would work without fail, Danzo had gone to extraordinary lengths and plotted for a very long time, terrified that something might go wrong. It wasn't strange that Danzo had been this cautious. He had no choice. Koto Amitsukami was powerful, but its cooldown period lasted more than 10 years. And Danzo was already 70 years old. In his entire remaining lifetime, he only had this one chance to use it. With a trump card this precious, how could Danzo not be cautious to the extreme? So long ago, Root had already stepped up their surveillance of Yao. Especially today, the monitoring had been pushed to the absolute limit, making sure every single move Yao made was under control and eliminating any possibility of a switch. Danzo had to confirm that the one standing before him was the genuine Uchiha Yo, not a clone. But now, the Uchiha Yo hit by Koto Amitsukami had turned into wood. A wood clone was actually just a wood clone. How could it be a wood clone? How could it possibly be a wood clone? Danzo covered his empty, bleeding eye socket, his body trembling slightly. Anger, disappointment, pain, despair. He refused to accept it. After days of painstaking plotting, everything had fallen apart in a single moment. Danzo hated this. Not far away, Yao let out a quiet chuckle. Why is it impossible, my dear Lord Danzo? For the past 12 years, your Root has been monitoring me. Did you really think I knew nothing about it? Especially this past month, you people probably wanted to record even how many times I took a dump, right? Yao's tone carried a trace of teasing, yet it made Danzo's heart sink deeper and deeper. Danzo covered his hollow eye socket and remained silent, which was as good as admitting it. It was true. For the sake of today, Danzo had practically mobilized every covert force he could, monitoring Uchiha Yo 24 hours a day. But, unfortunately, there was unconcealed lightness in Yao's voice. All your plans, your caution, your Koto Amitsukami. Every bit of it was within my expectations. That's why I split off half of my chakra early on and created a wood clone convincing enough to pass for the real thing. This wood clone had already existed long ago. The only reason it was created was to guard against you. No, that's not quite right. To be precise, it was to guard against the Koto Amitsukami in your hand. What happened today proves that my caution was absolutely right. You Danzo suddenly raised his head. You already knew I had Uchiha Shursui's Mangekyo? You even knew the specific ability of Koto Amitsukami? Danzo found it hard to believe. Shursui's Mangekyo right eye was an absolute secret. Aside from Uchiha Shursui himself, who was already dead, there should not have been a fourth person in this world who knew about it. How did this little Uchiha brat find out about that? Yao smiled. My dear Lord Danzo, what I know is far beyond your imagination. To be honest, not only do I know that you have Uchiha Shursui's right Mangekyo eye, I also know where the left eye is, the one you failed to take before Shursui died. Danzo's whole body trembled, and disbelief filled his eye. His obsession with would release. His craving for the Sharingan. Those things had long since fused into Danzo's soul. In that regard, it could even be said that he was more paranoid and fanatical than Orochimaru. So, back then, when he learned that Uchiha Shursui had awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan, and possessed a dojutsu like Koto Amitsukami, the ability he had dreamed of obtaining, Danzo was overjoyed, and immediately planned the attack without hesitation. Unfortunately, that attack had only succeeded halfway. Danzo got the right eye, but the left eye vanished without a trace. That became one of the greatest regrets and obsessions in Danzo's heart. All these years, he had never given up searching in secret, yet he had always found nothing. This Uchiha brat actually knew where the left eye was. Where is that Mangekyo? Tell me now. Danzo's voice was dry and hurried, filled with urgency. This reaction from Danzo was completely within Yao's expectations. For a lunatic who treated Sharingan like collectibles, the whereabouts of another Mangekyo was an irresistible temptation. Since you're about to die, I'll let you die knowing the truth. Yao smiled leisurely. After Uchiha Shursui had his right eye taken by you back then, he dragged his broken body away and escaped. He didn't return to the clan. Instead, he went to find Uchiha Itachi. He entrusted his only remaining left eye to Itachi. And then, after giving his final instructions, he threw himself into the river and died. In other words, Shirsui's left Mangekyo I has been in Uchiha Itachi's hands all these years. Uchiha Itachi. Danzo forced that name out through gritted teeth. Shock and fury mixed in his voice. That clan-slaughtering executioner. That chess piece he thought he had fully under control had actually hidden such important information from him. Shirsui's left Mangekyo I was actually in that spy's hands. And that's not all. Yao's tone rose slightly, carrying a trace of amusement. Shirsui's tragic death allowed Uchiha Itachi to successfully awaken the Mangekyo Sharingan. Now that I think about it, Lord Danzo, your contribution to Itachi becoming what he is today was truly indispensable. Bastard. Uchiha Itachi, that scum, that traitor. Danzo's chest heaved violently, and rage blazed in his one eye. As expected, the evil Uchiha clan has betrayal and deceit flowing in its blood from the very bone. None of them can be trusted. They're all evil trash. As Danzo roared in a low voice, he began unwrapping the bandages on his right arm. Although I don't know why you know all this. Danzo stared coldly at Yao, his tone dark and overflowing with killing intent. But none of it matters anymore. Today, for the sake of Konoha, this old man will eliminate a scourge like you. Pucci. Before Danzo could finish speaking, he suddenly felt a heart-rending pain explode from his right shoulder. He looked down in shock. His right arm had been severed cleanly at the shoulder and separated from his body. At some point, Yao had appeared, grabbed the severed arm, and vanished. The next instant, Yao returned to that thick vine, holding the severed arm wrapped in bandages. You! Danzo clutched the stump of his right shoulder with his left hand as blood sprayed wildly. He was both shocked and furious. This bastard had not only gouged out his right eye, now he had even cut off his right arm. Damn it! Damn it all! Yao weighed the severed arm in his hand and curled his lips into a cold sneer. Danzo, since I know you have Shirsui's Mangekyo, and I even know exactly how Kodo Amatsukami works, then take a guess. Do you think I also know that 10 Sharingan have been transplanted into this arm of yours? Yao used a kunai to cut open the bandages on the severed arm. On the pale skin beneath, dense Sharingan covered the entire surface. No more, no less. Exactly 10 of them. It was enough to make anyone's scalp go numb. Uchiha Yo. Just how much do you know? Danzo stared fixedly at the black-haired boy, his killing intent almost tangible. He knew about Shirsui's Mangekyo. He knew about Kodo Amatsukami. And now he even knew about the 10 Sharingan in his arm. This guy was only a 12-year-old boy, so how did he know so much? Who told him all this? I told you already. A lot. A whole lot. More than you could ever imagine. Yao spoke in a relaxed tone. I know that every one of these 10 Sharingan can activate Izanagi once. And the duration of Izanagi is about 1 minute. Within that 1 minute, you can fight recklessly and turn every reality that works against you into an empty dream. I also know. Yao deliberately dragged out his tone, sounding almost cruel. Because you aren't an Uchiha, you need to form hand seals in advance to forcibly activate Izanagi. Rabbit, boar, ram. Those are the 3 seals, right, Lord Danzo? The Sharingan was the Uchiha clan's unique Kekkei Genkai. If an Uchiha with the Sharingan used Izanagi, there was no need to form hand seals in advance. 1 glare was enough, but unfortunately, Danzo was not an Uchiha. He needed to form seals first. So, as long as his arm was cut off before he could form the seals, Danzo wouldn't be able to activate Izanagi. And without activating Izanagi, once his right arm was severed, Danzo would completely lose the Sharingan in that arm. That was Izanagi's limitation. Or rather, Danzo's limitation. You even know that? Danzo trembled slightly. I told you, I know more than you imagine. Yao's tone was calm. Danzo's strength was actually pretty average. The troublesome parts were Uchiha Shirsui's Mangekyo and those 10 Sharingan. Uchiha Shirsui's Mangekyo possessed the ultimate genjutsu, Kodo Amatsukami. And those 10 Sharingan were basically 10 extra lives. So the key to dealing with Danzo was how to counter Kodo Amatsukami and how to counter those 10 Sharingan. As long as you knew those secrets, dealing with Danzo was simple. Send in a wood clone first to burn out the Kodo Amatsukami genjutsu. Then, before Danzo could activate Izanagi, cut off his right arm. And that was it, could be said. In order to deal with Danzo, Yao had calculated everything about him down to the last detail. From Kodo Amatsukami, to Izanagi, from Shirsui's right Mangekyo Eye, to these 10 ordinary Sharingan. None of Danzo's trump cards were secrets in front of Yao. Danzo fell silent, and a bone-deep chill rose uncontrollably in his heart. All of his schemes, all of his trump cards, everything he relied on inside and out had been completely seen through. You actually know everything about me. I didn't lose unjustly. Not unjustly at all. Danzo couldn't figure it out. All these years, he had kept to himself and acted with extreme secrecy. Every experiment and transplant involving Sharingan and the first Hokage cells had been carried out in Root's deepest hidden chamber. So how had Uchiha Yo, that brat who had grown up under his surveillance since childhood, learned all of this? More ironically, He was clearly the one assigned to monitor Uchiha Yo, while Uchiha Yo was the one being watched. And yet, he knew absolutely nothing about Uchiha Yo, while Yao knew everything about him. How utterly ironic. Still can't figure it out? Yao smiled and shook his head. Forget it. Take that confusion with you and think it over slowly in hell. There was no way he was going to let Danzo go. Putting everything else aside, just for Shinsuke's Mangekyo alone, Danzo had to die. For the time being, Yao had no intention of letting anyone else know the secret that he had obtained Uchiha Shinsuke's right Mangekyo eye. You brat, since you know so much, then you must recognize this jutsu too. Danzo suddenly tore open the front of his robe, revealing an aged chest covered in bizarre black curse marks. Those markings looked alive, radiating ominous chakra fluctuations. You evil brat. Today this old man will eliminate you on behalf of Konoha. This disaster of a plague. Reverse 4 symbols sealing. The curse marks on Danzo's chest erupted with darkness that devoured everything. The black patterns spread over his entire body like a tide. Wherever they passed. All matter, flesh, robes, air, chakra. Everything was twisted, dragged, and collapsed toward the center like a black hole. Danzo was offering himself as a sacrifice, trying to drag everything around him, including that hateful Uchiha Yo, into eternal sealing darkness to die together. Faced with this sudden destructive sealing jutsu, a nearly pitying curve rose at the corner of Yao's lips. So you finally used the reverse 4 symbol sealing, huh? What a shame. In front of someone who uses the Flying Thunder God technique, using this move is stupid in an almost adorable way. Whoosh! The Flying Thunder God technique activated. Yao vanished without a trace. No! When Danzo saw this, he let out a roar of despair and rage. He had staked everything on this mutual destruction jutsu, yet he hadn't even touched the corner of the other party's clothes. Unwilling. He was unwilling to accept this. The pitch-black sealing sphere rapidly expanded, completely swallowing Danzo. Then it engulfed Yamanaka Fu and the other root ninja as well. No! Ah! They only had time to scream before the darkness swallowed them whole. Boom! The dark sphere shrank to its limit, then disappeared completely. All that remained was a spherical mark several meters wide, so deep that its bottom couldn't be seen. Danzo, along with his last few loyal subordinates, had been completely devoured and sealed by the forbidden jutsu he himself unleashed. A few seconds later, space rippled slightly, and Yao quietly appeared, a dying struggle born of unwillingness. All it did was add one more joke. Yao gave that evaluation, his gaze sweeping across the wrecked root base. This root, which had once made countless people in Konoha tremble in fear, had today been personally uprooted clean by him. Time to head to the main arena. There was still a big show waiting there. By the time Yao arrived at the Chunin exams arena, everything was already in chaos. The 4 violet flames formation was like an upside-down purple glazed bowl, sealing the central battlefield tightly inside. The first Hokage, Hashirama Senju, had spawned countless twisted branches, relentlessly chasing after the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi. The second Hokage, Tobarama Senju, moved like a ghost, flashing and launching surprise attacks within the limited space with the Flying Thunder God technique. The third struggled to hold them off with the adamantine staff, fighting 1 against 2, but his steps were already unsteady. He had completely fallen into a disadvantage. Outside the barrier, the situation was just as critical. The assault from the sand and sound ninja surged toward the audience stands and the arena like a tide. Screams and explosions rang out non-stop. From time to time, Orochimaru's hissing roar could also be heard echoing through the village. It was chaos. Total chaos. Most of the ANBU and Jonin were tightly pinned down by their enemies. The only ANBU close to the barrier could only stand helplessly outside it, cheering for the third Hokage. Lord Hokage, hold on. While fighting the Sand Jonin Baki, Kakashi gave orders at the same time. Guy, don't worry about the third Hokage. Trust Lord Hokage. After all, he's the strongest Hokage in history. Lee, the sand is pushing too fast from the southeast corner. Stop them. Naruto, Sasuke, that dark-circled guy called Gaara is the priority target. Don't let him completely lose control. Sakura, Tenten, there are elderly people and children trapped in the stands. Go save them. Evacuate the villagers first. Hinata, return home immediately. You must get the Hyuga clan head to act. Genma, Aoba, don't waste time trying to break the 4 violet flames formation. Go to ANBU headquarters right now and gather reinforcements. Yes, understood. After receiving Kakashi's orders, the Konoha ninja moved accordingly. Intercepting, evacuating, calling for support. The originally disorganized resistance quickly became orderly. Yao's gaze pierced through the distorted purple barrier and landed on the battered third Hokage. A thought suddenly rose in his mind, full of malicious amusement. Since that old dog Danzo had dared to stab him in the back, then he shouldn't blame him for muddying these waters completely. Yao activated the transformation jutsu. Poof! A puff of light smoke dispersed. Yao directly transformed into Danzo, draped in a dark kimono, with his right eye and right arm wrapped in bandages, his face gloomy and sinister. The next second, Danzo disappeared from where he stood and appeared inside the 4 violet flames formation. Inside the purple barrier, the air seemed to freeze for an instant. Danzo, the third Hokage, blocked a heavy punch from the first and quickly retreated 2 steps. When he saw that the newcomer was his old companion, Shimura Danzo, a look of shock flashed across the old man's face. Outside the barrier, that ANBU ninja as well as Kakashi, who had been constantly splitting his attention to watch this battle, were both full of astonishment. Root leader Shimura Danzo? Why had he appeared here? And how had he broken through the 4 violet flames formation? Even Orochimaru, who was controlling the reanimation jutsu, narrowed his golden vertical pupils, licked his lips, and revealed amusement and deep suspicion in his eyes. Wasn't Danzo supposed to be working with him in the Konoha Crush plan, trying to kill the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi? So what was this sudden appearance about? Had Danzo changed his mind? Did he want to stop him from killing the old third? Orochimaru immediately became wary. Danzo, why are you here? The third shouted in a deep voice. Danzo's one eye was cold, and his voice was hoarse. Hiruzen, you've sat in the Hokage's seat for too long. So long that your weakness and your so-called kindness have already made Konoha rot and grow weak from the roots. Look around now. Danzo swept an arm out, pointing at the war raging outside the barrier. This is the result of your leadership of the village. What exactly are you talking about? The third's face sank. Don't blame me, Hiruzen, for the future of the village. This old friend of yours can only come and send you off personally. As Danzo spoke in a low voice, his left hand suddenly grabbed the bandages wrapped around his right arm and gave them a fierce pull. The bandages scattered. What was revealed was a ghastly pale arm covered with densely packed Sharingan. A full 10 Sharingan, one after another embedded into the arm, slowly rotated and released an ominous aura. Teach this is? The third's eyes split with fury. Danzo, have you gone mad? I'm not mad. These are all necessary sacrifices for the village. Danzo's voice was cold as his hands rapidly formed seals. Hiruzen, now it's your turn to sacrifice yourself for the village. Would release. Great spear tree. Boom. Danzo's right arm, transplanted with the first Hokage cells, suddenly swelled and twisted, as if giant pythons were writhing beneath the skin. The next second, several thick, sharp wooden vines shot out violently, tearing through the air as they stabbed viciously toward the third Hokage. Would release. Danzo, you not only stole the Sharingan, you even dared to covet the First Lord's power. The third Hokage flew into a rage and roared, his voice filled with killing intent. Danzo, you've gone too far. The third immediately swung the adamantine staff, smashing it fiercely toward the wooden spears stabbing at him. Inside and outside the barrier, everyone who saw Danzo's arm covered in Sharingan, along with his would release, whether it was the Umbu or Kakashi, was utterly shocked. This Konoha darkness, Danzo, had not only transplanted so many Sharingan, he had even mastered would release, and now, he was trying to assassinate the third Hokage himself. What exactly was he trying to do? Was he planning to become an enemy of the village? The amusement on Orochimaru's face completely froze, turning into shock. He had indeed conspired with Danzo to launch the Konoha Crush and kill the third, so Danzo could smoothly take the position afterward. But no matter what, he had never expected Danzo to personally step onto the stage. And under everyone's watchful eyes at that, exposing the secrets of his Sharingan and would release, tearing away all pretenses, and forcefully trying to kill the third? What was he trying to do? Did he not want to become Hokage anymore? Or was it that there was something wrong with this Danzo? Orochimaru, what are you still standing there for? Make the first and second attack together and kill the third immediately. Danzo shouted sharply, cutting off Orochimaru's thoughts. Orochimaru's golden vertical pupils flickered uncertainly, still full of suspicion. But the situation no longer allowed time for deep thought. He let out a few sinister chuckles, suppressed his doubts, and formed hand seals with both hands. Since Lord Danzo has said so, then the 2 honored predecessors please get serious. In their Edo Tensei forms, the first and second Hokage's attacks instantly became even more ferocious. The third Hokage had already been struggling to hold on. Now he was completely pushed into the disadvantage. And with Danzo added in at this moment, he instantly fell into a deadly 3-sided assault. The adamantine staff whirled so tightly it seemed impenetrable, yet even so, it was hard to block the simultaneous attacks of the first, the second, and Danzo. A high-pressure water blade brushed past the third's ribs, bringing up a spray of blood, and a wooden spike pierced through his calf. The third instantly fell into grave danger, a flash of resolve and sorrow passing through his eyes. Get back. With one horizontal sweep of his staff, the third temporarily forced back the first, the second, and Danzo. Then he suddenly pressed his hands together and rapidly formed seals. In that case, don't blame this old man. Reaper Death Seal. Boom! A chilling aura that made souls tremble instantly spread through the barrier. Behind the third, a phantom figure of a grim reaper appeared, a short blade clenched in its mouth. That was the Shinigami. Of course, aside from the caster, the third himself, no one else could see it. That included Orochimaru and Danzo. Danzo had been on guard the entire time against the third using the Reaper Death Seal. Now that he saw the sealing jutsu really had been activated, he immediately withdrew and vanished from where he stood. His interference in Orochimaru and the third's battle had only been to dump all the blame onto Danzo, making sure that even in death, Danzo would know no peace. Now that the goal had been achieved, there was no need to keep fighting the third to the bitter end. This forbidden jutsu, the Reaper Death Seal, was still extremely dangerous. Once sealed, you'd have to go into the Shinigami's belly and accompany Konoha SF4 in a game of mahjong. When the third caught sight of Danzo disappearing, a trace of complexity flashed through his heart. He had actually wanted to use this chance to take this old friend with him. But the little chakra he had left was all being used to perform the Reaper Death Seal. He no longer had any strength left to chase Danzo. Since he had escaped, then let him escape. The third took a deep breath, his gaze falling once more onto the Edo Tensei first and Edo Tensei second. Determination flashed across his face. Then he controlled the phantom Shinigami behind him, extending chakra arms and resolutely reaching toward the two former Hokage. The souls of the first and second were quickly torn out by force and one after another sank into the seal within the third's abdomen. The two legends who had once dominated the ninja world completely returned to silence just like that, leaving behind only broken dust that slowly drifted down. Finally, the third reached out and grabbed Orochimaru, who was trying to escape. The moment he was seized, Orochimaru finally saw the phantom Shinigami behind the third, the short blade clenched in its mouth. Reaper Death Seal. So that's it. Danzo, that bastard. Orochimaru immediately understood why Danzo had fled so decisively. So that old thing had used the Reaper Death Seal. Let go of me, you old fossil. You damned old thing. Orochimaru panicked, exploding with all his power as he struggled wildly. Unfortunately, it was useless. In the end, after a fierce tug of war, the third only managed to seal Orochimaru's arms before he completely fell. Although Orochimaru had luckily kept his life, his arms were ruined, and for a short time he could not even use ninjutsu. While screaming in pain, he shouted at the Sound Four, "Get me out of here, now!" The Sound Four did not dare delay. They released the four Violet Flames formation, picked up Orochimaru, and quickly left Konoha. The Konoha crush ultimately ended with the death of the third. Of course, Konoha had also lost a highly decorated Shadow Hokage. However, Danzo had always kept too low a profile in the village, and many people did not know him. Even if Danzo died, it was likely no one would realize it for quite some time. Yao slipped into an empty corner, released the transformation jutsu, and then appeared beside Kakashi, who was still fighting Baki. Seeing him return safely, the tension in Kakashi's body visibly eased. "Yao, that sand Jinchuriki has completely gone berserk. The situation is bad. Go help Naruto and Sasuke." "Understood." Yao nodded and sensed the flying thunder god mark he had left on Sasuke. Whoosh! The next moment, Yao appeared in the dense forest of the back mountain. The scene before him was a complete mess. Trees had collapsed everywhere, and the ground was covered in sand pits and claw marks. Sasuke was being pinned against the trunk of a giant tree by a mass of swollen, heavy sand, unable to move at all. Yao! When he saw Yao suddenly appear, a trace of joy flashed through Sasuke's eyes. Ever since leaving the root base earlier, Sasuke had been worried about Yao the entire time. Now that he saw him return safely, he immediately relaxed. Yao lifted a hand and waved it. A chakra-condensed wind blade swept past. The mass of sand trapping Sasuke shattered at once, and sand rustled down in streams. "You're back? Those root guys?" Sasuke asked. "What could they possibly do to me?" Yao waved a hand, then looked toward Naruto and Gaara's direction. "You recover first. I'll go check over there." Before Sasuke could ask anything else, Yao vanished directly. When he appeared again, he was already standing atop the crown of one of the few surviving trees. Not far ahead, Gamabunta was wildly swinging his short blade, fiercely clashing against the equally massive one-tail, Shikaku. Naruto stood on top of Gamabunta's head, anxiously shouting commands. "Naruto, need help?" Yao's voice rang out. "Yao!" Naruto suddenly looked up. The moment he saw Yao, his face was instantly filled with wild joy. "You came at the perfect time. Hurry and help me hold down that fat tanuki. This guy has gone crazy." Yao nodded, his gaze turning toward the roaring sand beast. "Hey, fat tanuki, look who I am." Shikaku, who had been gathering a wind release, drilling air bullet, suddenly paused. Those scarlet beast eyes instantly locked onto Yao. The moment he saw him, Shikaku flew into a furious rage. "You hateful would-release brat. It's you again. Die for me." New hatred and old grudges surged into his mind all at once. Shikaku even let the drilling air bullet at his mouth disperse. He directly raised his head, as violent chakra crazily condensed inside his mouth, and a pitch-black-tailed beast ball rapidly took shape. You refuse a toast only to drink a forfeit. Yao snorted coldly, suddenly slamming his palms together in front of his chest as he shouted, "Would release. Would golem jutsu." Rumble. The earth shook violently. The giant tree roots burst out of the ground, crazily twisting and growing. In the blink of an eye, a massive wooden humanoid rose from the earth. Its face was ancient and solemn, its body covered in wooden armor, radiating vast life force and crushing pressure. The tailed beast ball shot over like a cannon shell. Humph! Yao let out a cold snort and immediately controlled the wooden humanoid. With its 5 fingers spread open, it grabbed the tailed beast ball firmly in its palm. Right after that, under Shikaku's stunned gaze and Gamabunta's dumbfounded stare, the wooden humanoid swung its arm in a full arc and stuffed the tailed beast ball right back into Shikaku's mouth. Yuo! Boom! The tailed beast ball exploded violently. Blinding black-red light burst out from between Shikaku's teeth, nostrils, and even its eyes and ears, turning half the forest deathly white. A moment later, the aftershock faded, and the dust slowly settled. Nearly half of Shikaku's head had been blown away without a trace, turning into sand that scattered through the air. What remained was also covered in cracks, making it look utterly miserable. It shook its head and let out a roar filled with both pain and rage. "You damn brat! You actually dared hurt Lord Shikaku like this. I absolutely let you off." Shikaku's single eye locked firmly onto Yao, who stood on the wooden humanoid's shoulder. The hatred in its gaze was almost tangible. As the one-tail, Shikaku was practically the embodiment of sand. Tanking one of its own tailed beast balls naturally wouldn't kill it. At the spot where half its head had been blown away, countless streams of yellow sand gathered from the ground. In the blink of an eye, it reformed completely, restored as good as new. "You bastard would release brat. I'm going to tear you to pieces." The instant Shikaku recovered, it roared again, swinging its giant claw and trying to gather chakra once more. Still haven't he had enough? Standing on the wooden humanoid's shoulder, Yao gave Shikaku a cold glance. With a thought, the wooden humanoid beneath him moved at once. Boom! 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 The wooden humanoid rushed in front of Shikaku in a few strides, its massive wooden fist carrying fierce wind as it smashed into Shikaku's face. Bang! Sand exploded outward, and Shikaku's head snapped to the side from the blow. The wooden humanoid pressed the advantage without mercy. His 2 fists swung left and right, unleashing a wild storm of brutal punches. Every punch was heavy and forceful, beating Shikaku back again and again. Its sand body kept collapsing and reforming, but it could never keep up with the rate of destruction. For a time, the only sounds in the forest were the dull thuds of impacts and the rustling spray of flying sand. "So awesome!" Naruto stared with wide eyes. "Hey, brat, just who is that kid? He actually has the first Hokage's would release." Even Gamabunta felt his scalp go numb as he watched. He kept backing away, afraid of getting caught in the crossfire and dragged into the wooden humanoid's attack range. "His name is Uchiha Yo. He is my friend. My best friend." Naruto immediately replied excitedly. "Uchiha Yo? A brat from the Uchiha clan?" Shikaku was getting beaten so badly it had no power to fight back at all. It could only let out furious and aggrieved roars. "Damn it! Damn it!" The violent shaking and pain finally reached deeper inside, forcefully waking Gaara's consciousness. "Release the feigning sleep technique." "Damn it, Gaara, that little brat woke up." Shikaku howled unwillingly as its massive sand body rapidly shrank and withdrew back into Gaara's body. "Would release brat. And you, the stinky fox S Jinchuriki. Just you wait. This isn't over." After throwing down one last harsh threat, Shikaku completely retreated back into Gaara. The sand and dust filling the sky fell away, revealing the pale-faced Gaara below. The battle in the forest had come to an end, and the village gradually settled down as well. The joint assault by Tsunagakure and the Sound Ninja quickly collapsed after losing Orochimaru's command and Gaara, their ultimate weapon. The invaders either died or fled, and the remaining Konoha ninja began cleaning up the battlefield and treating the wounded. Now Naruto and Sasuke escorted Gaara back to the village and found Kakashi, who was directing the aftermath. "Kakashi-sensei, we caught this guy," Naruto shouted, his face still carrying the excitement from battle. Kakashi nodded. With a wave of his hand, 2 ANBU ninjas immediately stepped forward and took Gaara away. What awaited Gaara next was undoubtedly imprisonment in Konoha. Only after Tsunagakure made compensation and signed an alliance treaty with the village again would Gaara possibly be redeemed and taken back. "Kakashi-sensei, the village didn't suffer too badly, right?" Naruto wiped the dust off his face and asked somewhat nervously. Yao and Sasuke also looked at Kakashi. This attack had been serious. The village had not experienced such turmoil in a long time. Even the night of the Uchiha clan massacre 5 years ago couldn't compare. After all that time, Itachi, the ultimate filial son, had handled things too cleanly. Other than the annihilation of the Uchiha clan, no one else had been affected. Kakashi sighed, his voice low. The invaders were repelled, but the losses were not small. Many Chunin and Genin were killed, and quite a few villagers too. Fortunately, none of our Jonin-level combat power was lost. Kakashi paused. But Lord Hokage. In order to stop Orochimaru, he sacrificed himself. What? The excitement on Naruto's face instantly froze. His eyes widened sharply, and his whole body seemed struck by lightning, dazed and soul lost. Grandpa Third is dead? Kakashi reached out and gave Naruto's shoulder a firm pat. Don't be too sad, Naruto. Lord Hokage fought to protect the village. As a ninja, dying on the battlefield is also an honor. After comforting Naruto, Kakashi turned to Yao. Yao, Danzo from Root didn't he make things too hard for you, did he? You think that's possible? Yao shrugged, his tone carrying a trace of mockery. That hellhole called Root? Easy to get into, hard to get out. If my strength had been even a little lacking, I probably wouldn't have made it back today. Even though he was the one who had killed Danzo, there was no way he was taking the blame for that. Danzo, he might as well be labeled a missing nin. Next, Yao would nail Danzo completely to the pillar of shame. That old bastard. Sasuke gritted his teeth, and his Sharingan unconsciously appeared in his eyes. If I get the chance in the future, I'll definitely settle the score with Danzo. As long as you made it back safely, that's what matters. Seeing that Yao didn't seem to be injured, Kakashi finally felt relieved. Then his expression turned serious. Shimura Danzo colluded with the rogue ninja Orochimaru today to assassinate the third Hokage. The evidence is conclusive. After the high-level meeting, he will most likely be officially declared a rogue ninja and have a kill-on-sight order issued against him. In the future, you'll have plenty of chances to settle the score with Danzo. Kakashi had dealt with Danzo before. Back then, Danzo had even incited him to assassinate the third Hokage. To be honest, Kakashi felt that Danzo suddenly rushing out today to assassinate the third Hokage was somewhat suspicious. This style was not like Danzo at all. But no matter what, Danzo had attempted to assassinate the third Hokage in full public view. That charge could never be washed clean. The fighting in the village completely subsided, and reconstruction work began. An emergency high-level meeting was convened in the Hokage building. Only 4 people participated in the meeting. The 2 Hokage advisors, Hamura Mitokado and Koharu Uchiha, along with Jiraiya and Kakashi, who had been urgently summoned. Hamura Mitokado pushed up his glasses. The situation has been temporarily stabilized, but after this great disaster, the village is in panic. The village cannot go a single day without a Hokage. The most urgent matter now is to immediately determine the candidate for 5th Hokage and stabilize the overall situation. Hamura Mitokado looked toward Jiraiya. His meaning could not have been more obvious. Koharu Uchiha followed up at once. Jiraiya, you are the 3rd disciple, one of the legendary Sannin. Whether in strength or prestige, you are more than enough to convince everyone. Now is exactly when you need to step up and take charge. This is your responsibility. Jiraiya folded his arms. Hearing that, he shook his head like a rattledrum. No. 2 honored advisors. Please don't screw me over like this. I'm used to being free and lazy. I can't stand all those rules, regulations, and mountains of paperwork. Hokage, I'm not suited for it. Really not suited for it. Koharu Uchiha's expression darkened. She slammed a hand on the table. Jiraiya, this is not a joke. Hiruzen died in battle, and the village has suffered such heavy losses. As his disciple, whether in public duty or private sentiment, can you really justify shirking responsibility at a time like this? Hamura Mitokado also softened his tone and continued persuading him. Jiraiya, we know your temperament, but extraordinary times call for extraordinary people. Your ability and prestige make you the most suitable candidate right now. Even for Hiruzen's last will, you should shoulder this responsibility. Jiraiya still looked completely unmoved. I'm serious. There's someone 100 times more suitable than me. Tsunade. She's the perfect candidate for the 5th Hokage. Her medical ability can help the village recover quickly. And in terms of status, she's Lord First's granddaughter. As for leadership, she's way more reliable than me. Tsunade. The 2 advisors exchanged a glance, clearly tempted. Koharu Uchiha muttered thoughtfully, in terms of status, she really is more suitable. However, she has been away from the village for many years. Her whereabouts are uncertain, and she may not be interested in the position of Hokage. Jiraiya slapped his chest. As long as you agree to let her become the 5th, leave the rest to me. I guarantee I'll bring her back. Koharu Uchiha and Hamura Mitokado exchanged a few quiet words. In the end, Koharu Uchiha looked at Jiraiya. As long as you can find Tsunade and persuade her to succeed as the 5th Hokage, you won't have to take this burden. But let's make this clear first. If you fail to bring Tsunade back, then no matter what, you will inherit the position of the 5th Hokage. It's settled. Then, Jiraiya let out a sigh of relief. He was confident he could persuade Tsunade to return. For the moment, the matter had reached a conclusion. Hamura Mitokado rubbed his brow and waved his hand. If there's nothing else, then for now, please wait a moment. Kakashi suddenly spoke up and looked at the two advisors and Jiraiya. About Shimura Danzo. Kakashi's voice was not loud. Today he openly attacked and directly caused Lord Third Hokage's death. How does the village intend to deal with this matter? The meeting room instantly fell silent. Hamura Mitokado and Koharu Udatane's expressions both changed. As for Danzo's matter, both of them had felt all along that something was off. Danzo assassinating the third was indeed in line with his style. But conspiring with Orochimaru in public to attack the third Hokage was obviously impossible. For someone like Danzo, becoming Hokage had already become an obsession. How could he possibly attack the third Hokage in front of everyone? Doing that would only make him a traitor to the village and completely lose his qualification. Koharu Udatane steadied herself and looked at an Umbu standing by the door. Go to the root base and bring Elder Danzo here. We will confront him face to face. The Umbu acknowledged the order and left. Very soon the Umbu returned, knelt on one knee, and reported, "Report. The root base is already completely empty. All members are missing, and the important internal facilities and research materials have all been transferred." What? Hamura Mitokado shot to his feet, his eyes wide behind his reading glasses. Koharu Udatane's face also changed drastically, and her fingers trembled slightly. This. Hamura Mitokado was a little tongue-tied. So Danzo withdrew together with all of Root? Could it be that he really defected? Impossible. Koharu Udatane denied it firmly. Danzo may be extreme in the way he does things, but his loyalty to Konoha is beyond doubt. How could he possibly defect from the village? There must be some hidden reason we don't know about, or maybe Orochimaru set him up. Impossible to defect? At that moment, a cold sneer abruptly cut in. Bang! The meeting room doors were pushed open from outside somewhat roughly. Uchiha Yo walked in with a cold expression, accompanied by an equally furious Uchiha Sasuke. The four people in the room all turned to look at them at once. Seeing that it was just two kids, Koharu Udatane became somewhat embarrassed and angry. She slammed the table and shouted harshly, "Insolence! This is the high-level conference room of the Hokage building. Who allowed you two genin to barge in here on your own? Do you have no sense of rules at all? Men, throw them out." The Umbu stirred at the command. Humph! Advisor Sama really has such great authority. Yao met Koharu Udatane's gaze without the slightest fear and let out a cold laugh. My brother and I had no intention of barging into a high-level meeting. But Yao suddenly changed tone. His gaze turned as sharp as a blade as it swept across Hamura Mitokado, then fixed on Koharu Udatane's face. I Uchiha Yo, as the current clan head of the Uchiha clan, must today demand an explanation from the highest level of the village. During today's Chunin exams, Shimura Danzo ordered Root to abduct my younger brother, Uchiha Sasuke, and used that to threaten me and lure me to a Root stronghold. After that, he personally led Root elites to besiege me. Yao took a step forward. Shouldn't the village give the Uchiha clan an explanation for this matter? The current Uchiha clan only had the two brothers left. By status, Yao was without question the current Uchiha clan head. Before the two advisors could recover, Yao's voice rose again, carrying suppressed fury as he demanded. And another thing, Shimura Danzo implanted more than 10 Sharingan into his right arm. Everyone saw it with their own eyes. Advisors, shouldn't the village give our Uchiha clan an even greater explanation for that? His words were like thunder exploding through the silent meeting room. Sasuke clenched his fists tightly. At some point, his Sharingan had already activated. His scarlet eyes were filled with grief, fury, and hatred as he stared fixedly at the two advisors. Hamura Mitokado and Koharu Udatane were left speechless by the barrage of accusations, unable to find a rebuttal for a moment. Jiraiya's brows furrowed tightly, and Kakashi's exposed eye suddenly sharpened as well. The air seemed to freeze. Hamura Mitokado and Koharu Udatane's faces alternated between green and pale. As for Danzo tricking Uchiha Sasuke and besieging Uchiha Yo, although that was only the brother side of the story, based on what they knew of Danzo, the possibility was extremely high. After all, Uchiha Yo possessed the wood-release Kekkei Genkai of the first Hokage. To Danzo, who was obsessed with the power of wood-release and the Sharingan, that was simply an irresistible temptation. Fortunately, the two brothers were safe and unharmed. There was still room to salvage the situation. The truly thorny issue was the second matter. Danzo had implanted a large number of Sharingan into his own arm. This matter had more than one witness. There was no way to deny it. Desecrating the remains of the Uchiha clan and privately transplanting Kekkei Genkai organs. This was a grave crime that violated the taboos of the ninja world. Even more so, it was a naked trampling of the surviving remnants of the Uchiha clan. Koharu Udatane's chest rose and fell violently. She barely suppressed the surging anger and stared at Yao as she said coldly, "Uchiha Yo, then what? What exactly do you want? What do I want? Yao's voice was as cold as ice. My Uchiha clan was one of the two great founding ninja clans that established Konoha together with the Senju clan. 5 years ago, we suffered a great calamity and were almost exterminated. Now only my brother and I are left, barely clinging to life. Yao's gaze was sharp as a blade as he coldly stared at Koharu Yuditane. It's true that we are few in number and weak in force, but the Uchiha clan still has people left. We have not been completely wiped out yet. Danzo, that old thief, has desecrated the remains of my clan and trampled on the dignity of my people. As the clan head, if I can't get justice for this, what face would I have left to stand before the ancestors of the Uchiha clan? What right would I have to bear the name of Uchiha? Even if this so-called clan head of his was basically a commander without troops, and in theory only Sasuke was left as a clansman now. The name of the Uchiha clan, however, was no lie. One of the two great ninja clans that had founded Konoha still carried tremendous weight. Hamura Mitokado and Koharu Yuditane both felt a headache coming on. The matter of the Uchiha clan had always been sensitive. And now Danzo's ugly scandal had been dragged into it too. If this wasn't handled properly, it could very well trigger even greater turmoil. Yao, calm down first. Hamura Mitokado pushed up his glasses and started smoothing things over. There may be some misunderstanding in this matter. Danzo may have done it for the sake of the village's research. His methods may have been somewhat extreme, but his original intention, misunderstanding. Yao let out a mocking laugh. The next second, a flash of green light flickered in the palm of his right hand at his side. A sharp wooden spike instantly condensed into shape and hovered precisely half an inch from Hamura Mitokado's throat. The icy wooden tip was almost touching his skin. Cold sweat broke out all over Hamura Mitokado in an instant. His Adam's apple bobbed with difficulty, and the rest of his words got stuck in his throat. Advisor Sama. Yao's voice was terrifyingly calm, but his eyes were as sharp as knives. If I kill you today, then tell everyone afterward that it was just a misunderstanding. Do you think that would be acceptable? If it is, then this clan head will let Danzo's matter go. Yao, stop! Kakashi shouted sharply, his head already starting to ache. He despised what Danzo had done as well, but he absolutely could not let Yao actually attack an advisor. If a Hokage advisor was really killed, then things would truly explode, and Yao would completely cut off all ties with Konoha. Koharu Yuditane was trembling with rage. She slammed the table and shot to her feet, pointing at Yao as she shrieked, "How dare you? You actually dare to openly attack a Hokage advisor? Uchiha Yao, why you? Are you trying to rebel?" As if he had heard the funniest joke in the world, Uchiha Yao threw his head back and laughed wildly, his laughter full of mockery and arrogance. Rebel? Ha 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 ha. The village's higher-ups are shielding the criminal who desecrated my clan. You turn a blind eye to conclusive evidence and only think about smoothing things over. If the village cannot give the Uchiha clan a just, fair explanation today, Yao's laughter abruptly stopped. His icy gaze swept across Koharu Yuditane and Hamura Mitokado as he said word by word, "So what if I rebel?" Sasuke felt his blood boil and his heart surge as he also coldly stared at Hamura Mitokado and Koharu Yuditane. This is outrageous. Absolutely outrageous. Koharu Yuditane was so furious that even her fingers were shaking, her face dark and livid. "Men, take down this lawless brat right now." Kakashi's figure flashed, blocking himself between Yao and the two advisors. He looked calmly at Koharu Yuditane, his voice low but weighty. "Advisor Sama, I hope you can stay calm. This is not the time to intensify the conflict." Koharu Yuditane's anger had yet to fade, and her cold gaze stabbed toward Kakashi. "Kakashi, is this the fine disciple you taught? Drawing a weapon against a Hokage advisor, is this what a Konoha ninja should look like? Is there no discipline left?" Kakashi shrugged. His tone was even a little lazy, but the meaning in his words was not soft in the slightest. "My apologies, Advisor Sama. When it comes to teaching disciples, I probably really don't qualify as a good teacher." However, Kakashi changed the subject. His single visible eye narrowed slightly as it swept toward Yao. Just today, the Jinchuriki of Tsunegakure went berserk inside the village. It was Uchiha Yao who stepped in and suppressed him, preventing even greater casualties and destruction. Judging from the result, he can at least be considered a good kid who protected the village. Hamura Mitokado and Koharu Yuditane's expressions immediately became even uglier. Kakashi's words sounded like he was speaking up for Yao, but in truth, he was reminding them, even warning them. The Uchiha Yao standing before them was not some ordinary genin or teenager they could casually squeeze. He was a terrifying existence capable of suppressing a tailed beast head-on. If they really pushed him too far, then no one here should expect this to end easily today. All right, everyone calm down. Why make things so tense? We can talk this out." Jiraiya, who had been standing there with his arms crossed and watching the show the whole time, finally stepped out with a grin to smooth things over. He looked at the black-haired boy with great interest, his face carrying that signature unserious smile. "So you're the Uchiha brat. I heard you used would release to beat Shikaku, that fat tanuki, into submission? TSK, truly impressive for someone so young. As expected of a talent from the Uchiha clan. For Konoha to have a young man like you is the village's blessing. And also its hope for the future. One does not strike a smiling face, much less one of the famous Sannin. Yao glanced at Jiraiya, and the sharp pressure around him eased slightly. The wooden spike also silently withdrew. He gave a slight nod, showing some respect. You flatter me, Jiraiya-sama. It was only my duty. Jiraiya laughed loudly, then turned to Hamura Mitokado and Koharu Utatane, his tone growing serious. The two of you advisors, Elder Danzo no Shimura Danzo, did indeed contribute to the village in the past. That cannot be denied. But he colluded with Orochimaru to attack the third Hokage, leading to teacher Hiruzen's death. That is an ironclad fact. And what more? He transplanted the Sharingan of the Uchiha clan and desecrated the remains of a bloodline. Today, this happened in front of everyone's eyes. The evidence is conclusive. So many people saw it. There has to be an explanation. This should count as giving the Uchiha clan, and everyone else, an answer. If you just keep covering it up, people won't be convinced. It will only chill people's hearts. Jiraiya, you. Seeing that even Jiraiya had clearly taken Yao's side, Koharu Utatane knew the general situation was already decided. Her chest was clogged with anger, but she could no longer let it out. She stared fixedly at Yao and forced the words out through gritted teeth. Uchiha Yao, state your conditions. Very simple. Yao did not give an inch. In the name of the village, issue a formal announcement to all of Konoha, and even to the entire ninja world. Declare that Shimura Danzo's crimes of attacking the third Hokage and harming the Uchiha clan are backed by conclusive evidence. From this moment on, strip Shimura Danzo of all positions and honors, and officially designate him as a rogue ninja of Konoha, and issue the highest level S-rank bounty for the entire ninja world to hunt him down. Hamura Mitokado and Koharu Utatane's faces completely changed. Strip him of all honors. Label him a rogue ninja. Put out a warrant across the entire ninja world. What did that mean? It meant that everything Danzo had given to Konoha over the past several decades would be completely denied and utterly erased. Danzo's name would also be nailed to the pillar of shame. His reputation in life and his name after death would all turn into disgrace. Killing a man only takes his head hitting the ground. This was even harsher than killing Danzo outright. This was going straight to the root and completely removing Shimura Danzo. As a person, from Konoha's history, how can that be acceptable? Danzo has poured out his heart and soul for the village for decades, giving silently all this time. Even if he had no merits, he still had hard work. How can everything about him be completely denied because of what happened today? Koharu Utatane immediately wanted to bring out the authority of a Hokage advisor and refute this outrageously excessive demand. But when she met Uchiha Yao's eyes, the words got stuck in her throat. She had no doubt at all. If she didn't give Uchiha Yao a satisfactory answer today, then this Uchiha clan head, who had just suppressed a tailed beast, mastered would release, and clearly had no reverence whatsoever for the higher-ups, really would flip the table. And if that happened, after just going through a great war, losing the third Hokage, and suffering severe damage, could Konoha still withstand another storm? A deep sense of powerlessness and chill swept over Koharu Utatane. She realized that the times might really have changed. The young man before her was no longer someone these old people could easily suppress or casually fool. Weighing the pros and cons, measuring the stakes. After a long while, it was as if all the strength had been drained from Koharu Utatane. Her shoulders slumped slightly, and she forced a single word out through gritted teeth. Fine. Hamura Mitokado also stayed silent. He pushed up his glasses and did not object again. Many thanks, advisors. Seeing that his goal had been achieved, Yao did not stay any longer. He gave the few of them a slight bow and left the meeting room. Only after their footsteps disappeared at the end of the corridor did Koharu Utatane suddenly slam her fist onto the table. Outrageous. Absolutely outrageous. Does this Uchiha Yao even have any sense of hierarchy or respect? He has no reverence at all for the village higher-ups. He acts arbitrarily and violently, completely lacking the obedience a ninja should have. Today he dared to threaten an advisor with wood spikes. In the future, I say sooner or later he'll become a major disaster for Konoha. Jiraiya rubbed his brow and did not pick up Koharu Utatane's words. He had spent many years traveling outside and was not too familiar with the village's internal situation. But from what Naruto often mentioned, Yao was his best friend, and also the only one in the village willing to play with him. Based on that relationship alone, Jiraiya could not criticize Uchiha Yao. Kakashi said flatly, Advisor-sama, please calm down. Words that are harmful to unity should not be said. He raised his eyelids and swept his gaze over Koharu Utatane and Hamura Mitokado. The third Hokage has just fallen. The wounds caused by Orochimaru's attack have not yet healed, and Danzo's defection has only made things worse. Konoha right now is in an unprecedented state of weakness. The top priority now is to gather every bit of strength we still can and get through this crisis together. Yao is indeed arrogant, but he possesses the power to suppress a tailed beast. He is exactly the high-end combat strength the village urgently needs right now. At this moment, pushing him to the opposing side would be anything but wise. Kakashi's words were like a bucket of cold water over the head, cooling Koharu Yutane's overheated mind a little. She sat back down in her chair in frustration and stopped speaking sullenly. How could she not understand that Kakashi was stating the truth? Konoha's top-tier combat strength was indeed badly lacking now. The third had died in battle, Danzo had gone missing, Jiraiya drifted free as a wandering cloud and had no interest in taking the position, and Tsunade had gone far away without a trace. If powerful enemies surrounded them now, or chaos broke out from within, the consequences would be unthinkable. As unstable as Uchiha Yo was, he was also powerful, and the village truly did need that strength right now. Enough! This argument ends here. Jiraiya clapped his hands, breaking the heavy atmosphere, and put that seemingly casual smile back on his face. Leave finding Tsunade to me. I guarantee I'll drag her back to become the fifth. However, before I leave the village, I hope to take Uzumaki Naruto with me this time. Yao and Sasuke left the Hokage building, passed through the messy streets, and headed toward the Uchiha district. Sasuke kept his brows tightly furrowed. After walking in silence for a while, he finally could not hold back any longer. His voice carried suppressed anger. That old thief Danzo did something like that. We absolutely can't let him off. We should track down his whereabouts, find him, and kill him. With both hands in his pockets, Yao only gave the Sotudo a faint glance when he heard that. No need to look. No need to look? Sasuke froze, somewhat unwilling to accept it. What do you mean? Are we just going to let him defect with the Sharingan? He's already dead. Yao did not slow his pace. He said it lightly, as if it were nothing. I killed him. His root organization too. From top to bottom, I didn't leave a single one alive. Every last one of them vanished from the human world. Sasuke came to a sudden stop. His eyes widened slightly, and the anger on his face was replaced by shock. For a long time, he did not react. After several seconds, his throat moved, and his voice came out dry. Dead? Why you killed him? Then the Danzo who joined forces with Orochimaru to attack the third. That was me in disguise. Why? Sasuke blurted out. The shock on his face turned into disbelief. He simply could not understand his brother's actions. Killing Danzo was one thing, but the third was deeply loved by the villagers, and Sasuke also respected the third very much. And yet his own brother had disguised himself as Danzo and killed the third? Because he provoked me. Yao let out a cold laugh. That old dog Danzo not only planned to use Shirsue's Mangekyo Sharingan to turn me into a puppet tool that would obey his every word. He also shamelessly transplanted so many of my clan's Sharingan into his own body. Did you really think I would let him off easily? After a pause, Yao's voice carried a deep chill. I didn't just want him dead. I wanted him utterly ruined, disgraced for all eternity. I wanted the reputation he spent decades building, his so-called devotion to Konoha, to all become a joke. I wanted him nailed to the pillar of shame of the ninja world, despised and scorned by everyone. Only that can barely comfort the restless souls of my clan. Sasuke fell completely silent. Although he felt such methods were somewhat too extreme and cruel, once he thought of what Danzo had done, his desecration of their clansmen, his slight discomfort was quickly crushed beneath hatred and agreement. For someone like Danzo, maybe only this level of ruthlessness was fitting. After a while, he remembered another key point and looked up. You mentioned Brother Shirsue just now? What's going on? Didn't Brother Shirsue commit suicide? Yao glanced at him and kept walking. Sasuke quickly followed. Uchiha Shirsue awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan back then. Yao's voice sounded somewhat low on the dusk street. One of the ocular jutsu attached to his right eye was Koto Amitsukami. That jutsu is extremely terrifying. It can directly invade a person's brain without them noticing at all. It can permanently, completely alter the other party's will, turning them into a puppet that absolutely obeys the caster. Sasuke felt his heart tighten as he listened. Permanently alter someone's will? Turn a person into a puppet? There was actually such an eye technique? That old thief Danzo found out about this from who knows where. Yao said coldly he attacked Shirsue, took that right eye containing Koto Amitsukami, and transplanted it into his own right eye. By luring you today and forcing me to go to root, he was planning to use Koto Amitsukami to turn me into his dog. That old bastard. Sasuke flew into a rage. That filthy old bastard. Sasuke gritted his teeth, his eyes full of hatred for Danzo. So there had been such hidden truth behind Shirsue's tragedy. What made him even angrier was that the old thief Danzo had actually wanted to turn Yao into a tool. It was utterly hateful. Just imagining Yao truly being controlled by Koto Amitsukami and turned into Danzo's dog made Sasuke shiver. I was careless today. I fell into Root's trap, and I almost dragged you down too. Sorry. Sasuke apologized in a low voice. You know you were wrong now? Yao shot him a sidelong glance. Next time, use your brain a little more. Don't lose your soul the moment you hear the name Uchiha Itachi, and throw away even your most basic judgment. Sasuke pressed his lips together and didn't argue, letting his older brother lecture him. Ever since they were little, Yao had always been far more mature than him, and had scolded him plenty of times. Sasuke had always listened obediently. Seeing him like this, Yao's tone eased a little. If you want revenge on Itachi, I've never said I'd stop you. That's your obsession, your path. You choose it yourself. But remember this well. Before you achieve your goal, you first have to make sure you stay alive. Don't go dying like an idiot before you even get your revenge. That would be the real joke. I got it, Sasuke said in a muffled voice. Didn't he eat or what? Louder. I can't hear you. Yao barked. I got it. Sasuke raised his head, met Yao's gaze, and repeated it loudly. That's more like it. Yao gave a light snort, turned around, and continued walking toward the clan district. Let us go home first. Sasuke looked at his brother's back and silently followed after him. By the time the two returned to the Uchiha residence, the sky had already gone dark. The entryway light was on, and the warm yellow glow drove away some of the emptiness. Karen had already finished making dinner and set it on the table. It was still steaming hot. When she saw the two brothers return, she quietly let out a sigh of relief and said softly, "Welcome back. Dinner's ready." Ever since Yao had kindly taken her in and let her stay there for free, eating and living under his roof, Karen had felt bad about it. So she took the initiative to handle chores like cleaning and cooking. It gave the empty mansion a bit more life. Sometimes you had to admit it. A house really did need a woman. Thanks for the trouble. After dinner, Sasuke put down his bowl and chopsticks, got up, and headed out to the usual spot by the Nakano River to train Chidori. Karen cleaned up the dishes, while Yao returned to his bedroom on the second floor. He closed the door, and he was the only one left in the room. Yao opened a scroll and released the seal, revealing two items. One was a pale severed arm, embedded with 10 Sharingan. The other was a small transparent bottle. Inside it, soaked in clear medicinal fluid, was a Sharingan. It was Uchiha Yo's Mangekyo right eye. Yao lightly tapped his fingers on the table and fell into thought. As the son of the Uchiha clan head, there was no doubt that he possessed the purest Uchiha bloodline. In theory, he absolutely had the potential to awaken the Sharingan, and even the Mangekyo. But theory was still just theory. He was already 12 years old. In Uchiha history, not awakening the Sharingan by this age wasn't completely unheard of, but it definitely couldn't be called talented. More importantly, Yao himself knew very well that after living through 2 lives, especially with full knowledge of how this world's future would unfold, his mentality had long since become steady as an old dog. Intense mental stimulation, extreme love and hatred, those conventional methods of awakening the Sharingan, or even the Mangekyo, were too hard for him. They were very unlikely to work. Have him awaken the Sharingan like Sasuke, by witnessing the tragic death of a loved one, or awaken like Obito, through extreme loss and regret? Yao asked himself honestly. He couldn't do it. Deep down, he even resisted that kind of out-of-control extreme emotion. So, if he wanted to awaken it through that route, then in this lifetime there was probably no hope. Then, if he wanted to obtain the power of the Sharingan, there was only one path left. Transplantation. Transplant ready-made, powerful eyes into himself. With his pure Uchiha bloodline and his sage body, Yao was confident he could control any Sharingan, including the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. But a transplant meant digging out his original eyes, and Yao couldn't help feeling somewhat unwilling and hesitant. What if in some future battle, under some extreme pressure, his own eyes suddenly awakened? What if the Mangekyo ability he awakened was so powerful it surpassed imagination? Yao stared at the Mangekyo in the bottle that belonged to Shursui, then looked at the 10 Three-Tomo Sharingan on the arm. He stayed silent for several minutes. Yao slowly let out a breath, and his gaze became firm again. Forget it. With my current strength and mentality, the odds of awakening my eyes through violent emotional fluctuation are slim to none. Rather than gamble on an uncertain future, I might as well seize the certain power right in front of me and transplant them directly. I may have to give up my original eyes, but it's worth it. Since he had made his decision, Yao didn't drag things out any longer. But he didn't rashly touch Shursui's Mangekyo right eye. He planned to first use an ordinary Three-Tomo Sharingan as practice, to get familiar with the process and see how his body reacted. Once everything was settled, then he would transplant Uchiha Shursui's eye. Yao took out sterilized surgical tools from his ninja pouch, picked a Sharingan that looked decent, and carefully peeled it off Danzo's severed arm. Then, Yao took off his clothes, exposed his forearm, and used a kunai to cut a wound about an inch long. After that, he placed the Sharingan into the wound and fitted it inside. The powerful self-healing ability of the sage body began to take effect. The muscles around the wound squirmed as it healed at a speed visible to the naked eye. In just a little over 10 seconds, The skin had completely recovered. Along with that eerie, evil three-tomo Sharingan. That's it? Yao moved his left arm around. He couldn't feel anything strange at all. The process had gone so smoothly that he was almost speechless. In his previous life, an eye transplant would undoubtedly have been a complicated surgery. But in the Naruto world, it had become simpler than grafting a plant. It only needed 2 easy steps. Take it off, stick it on, done. So when anime fans joked that the Naruto world was basically a world where everyone was a human vegetable, there really was some logic to it. Pluck and install. Use immediately. It was seriously ridiculous. Yao focused and carefully sensed the new eye in his arm. Because it had only been embedded into flesh and hadn't been connected to the optic nerves, retina, or any other complex visual system. This three-tomo Sharingan didn't have the function of seeing at all. It was basically just a decoration, or rather a special chakra organ accessory. But when Yao tried injecting chakra into it, a sudden understanding rose in his heart, even if it couldn't see. This Sharingan still possessed its most basic, most overbearing ability, Izanagi. If it could only activate Izanagi, then in essence the Sharingan had become a one-time consumable. No wonder Danzo used these things like extra lives. Yao shook his head, feeling like he understood that old bastard Danzo a little better now. With one successful attempt under his belt, Yao grew a bit bolder. Using the same method, he found spots on his left arm and transplanted 2 more ordinary Sharingan there, and 1 more onto his right arm. The process went just as smoothly. There was no rejection reaction, no chakra conflict, and no other discomfort. A few special markings appeared on his arms. If you didn't look closely, you might think they were some kind of strange curse marks. Warm-up complete. Time for the main course. Yao walked over to the mirror and began transplanting the Sharingan into his left eye. Transplanting it into an arm and transplanting it into an eye were 2 completely different things. Yao first raised his right hand and aimed at his own left eye socket. Yao raised his right hand and aimed at his own left eye socket. No anesthesia. No hesitation. He dug in hard. Ugh. Explosive pain burst from his optic nerves and swept through half his brain. Blood ran down through his fingers and along his cheek. Yao sucked in a cold breath and carefully removed his original eyeball intact, placing it into the nutrient solution he had prepared in advance. Then he picked up a three-tomo Sharingan and inserted it into the socket. Life force surged in again, crazily repairing the damage. This process was several times longer and more painful than the arm transplant. Fine beads of cold sweat seeped out across Yao's forehead, and his body trembled slightly. 2 minutes later, that violent feeling of repair finally began to calm down. Yao slowly opened his left eye. His chakra flowed smoothly. His vision enhancement was stable. The neural connection was secure. There was no rejection reaction. The three-tomo spun. An unprecedented dynamic vision surged up within him. Yao could see the drifting paths of tiny dust particles in the air. He could see the slightest tremble of the leaves outside the window. Obviously, the three-tomo Sharingan had been transplanted successfully. The first step was complete. Yao muttered in a low voice, "Now I can transplant the Mangekyo." Without any more hesitation, Yao gouged out his own right eye and placed his original eyeball into another prepared solution bottle. Better keep the original eyeball preserved. If something goes wrong in the future, I can still transplant it back. Without wasting any time, Yao opened the small bottle, took out Shirsue's Mangekyo right eye, and placed it into the empty socket of his right eye. Buzz! In an instant, a completely different sensation came over him. Cold, powerful ocular power rushed along the newly formed neural connection and slammed back toward Yao's brain. Unlike the docile nature of a normal Sharingan, this Mangekyo was like a vicious beast trying to devour the one who would claim it as master. An intense sense of rejection erupted alongside that powerful ocular force. Some memory fragments that did not belong to Yao suddenly flashed through his mind. A moment of darkness, the piercing pain of betrayal from behind, a final entrustment to a close friend, the coldness and despair of falling into a river. A coward in life and still causing trouble after death? Yao let out a cold snort and immediately focused all of his spirit and will, forcefully suppressing that lingering impact of residual consciousness. The vitality of his sage body also became his firmest backing. While repairing the wound, it quickly smoothed out those restless spiritual echoes. Finally, that resisting will gradually faded away, and the cold ocular power obediently merged and aligned with his chakra. The stinging pain in his eye socket also gradually turned into a warm sensation of fusion. The repair was complete. Yao adjusted his breathing, calming down his somewhat disordered chakra, then opened both eyes. It was still in the three-tomo state. Yao's mind stirred. The three-tomo quickly connected together, forming a complex and beautiful four-pointed pinwheel pattern. It was precisely the unique form of Uchiha Shirsue's Mangekyo Sharingan. Yao's thoughts shifted slightly as he tried to pour chakra into this newly obtained Mangekyo Sharingan and carefully sensed the unique power hidden in its depths. Very quickly, a clear concept was fed back to him. Koto Amitsukami. This right eye really did contain the ocular jutsu known as Kodo Amatsukami. It was a terrifying genjutsu capable of twisting reality and rewriting will. But unfortunately, Kodo Amatsukami was currently on cooldown. The cooldown period was so long it was despair-inducing. From his current judgment, it was absolutely impossible to unlock in the short term. Yao was not surprised by this result. Danzo had already used Kodo Amatsukami, so naturally it could not be used again immediately. He did not care about that. Only trash like Danzo, who did not possess much power himself, would think about using Kodo Amatsukami to control others. He, Uchiha Yo, possessed powerful strength himself. There was simply no need for him to use Kodo Amatsukami at all. Could be said, to Uchiha Yo, Kodo Amatsukami was the most useless of all the Mangekyo abilities. What Yao truly valued was the Susanoo that came with the Mangekyo. But the problem was, to activate Susanoo, both eyes had to be complete. So, he had to obtain Shirsue's left Mangekyo eye. Itachi. Uchiha Itachi. I hope you'll show up in Konoha just like in the plot. Uchiha Shirsue's left eye is mine no matter what. Yao murmured softly, temporarily suppressing that thought. He blinked a few times and began adapting to the changes in his eyes. Going from ordinary eyes to a 3-tomo Sharingan and a Mangekyo Sharingan in one leap brought an enormous change in vision. Yao had to adapt as quickly as possible. The next day, the smell of smoke and grief hanging over Konoha had yet to dissipate. An explosive piece of news swept through the entire ninja world at astonishing speed. During the Chunin exams, Orochimaru, Konoha's S-rank missing nin, colluded with one of Konoha's high-ranking leaders, Elder Shimura Danzo, the man in charge of Root, and joined forces with Sunagekure and Otogekure to launch a large-scale attack on Konoha. During this upheaval, the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, who had ruled Konoha for nearly 40 years, died in battle. After causing massive destruction, Orochimaru and Danzo successfully escaped. Konoha issued an S-rank bounty, ordering the entire ninja world to hunt down the former S-rank missing nin Orochimaru and Root leader Danzo. To the ninja world, this news was nothing less than an earthquake. What kind of place was Konoha? Ever since it was founded by the first Hokage, Konoha had always been recognized as the #1 hidden village in the ninja world. It was the military pillar of the Land of Fire among the 5 great nations, with tremendous strength. And the third Hokage was not only the longest-serving Kage in Konoha's history, but also a legendary figure who had lived through 2 great ninja wars and was honored as the professor of ninjutsu. Throughout the entire ninja world, he held immense prestige and influence. His death had too great an impact. Land of Earth Iwagakure. Inoki looked at the urgently delivered intelligence scroll in his hand and sat in the Tsuchikige's chair, silent for a long time. That old fellow Hiruzen Sarutobi actually died? Inoki muttered in a low voice, his tone complicated. As fellow third Kage, Inoki and Hiruzen Sarutobi had been old rivals, and in some ways, they respected each other. And yet, the third Hokage had actually died in battle. Inoki's mood became extremely complicated. There was some sighing over the passing of an old rival, but also a sense of bleakness. Hiruzen Sarutobi was dead. What about himself? After a long while, Inoki adjusted his emotions and gave the order. Pass it down. Increase the patrol level along the eastern border. Also, increase the intelligence division's manpower by 30%. Focus on infiltrating the border regions of the Land of Fire and the outer perimeter of Konoha. I want to know every bit of Konoha's current strength and weakness, every movement of every jonin, every scrap of military power they still have. Yes, the war machine of Iwagakure immediately began turning at high speed. A large number of ninja skilled in reconnaissance were dispatched toward the Land of Fire. Inoki's calculations were very clear. After suffering such a heavy blow, with its top-tier combat power damaged, Konoha would inevitably be thrown into internal unrest. This was exactly the best time to gather intelligence, apply pressure, even probe the borders, and seize benefits. Couldn't be helped. Who told the Land of Fire to occupy the richest land in the ninja world? Land of Lightning. Kumogakure. Bang! The fourth Reikage smashed his fist into the iron desk in front of him, producing an earth-shaking boom. The sturdy tabletop was dented inward from the blow. Damn it! Those bastards from Orochimaru and Sunagekure actually got there first. The fourth Reikage's eyes were wide with fury, arcs of lightning faintly flickering around his body. Konoha is an egg that's already been cracked open. Tell Samui to lead the reconnaissance unit and move right up to the northern border of the Land of Fire immediately. I want the most detailed frontline report. Also, contact all our covert lines in the Land of Fire. Assess Konoha's current defensive weaknesses and any openings we can exploit. Yes, Lord Reikage. Kumogakure's style had always been direct and aggressive. In the fourth Reikage's eyes, Konoha's weakness was a heaven-sent opportunity. Even if they didn't launch a full-scale war immediately, they still had to apply the maximum military pressure and seize strategic advantages. If they could tear a big chunk of meat off Konoha, this fat sheep, then that would be even better. For a time, Because of the third Hokage's death, the entire ninja world was thrown into turmoil, with undercurrents surging everywhere. Compared to that, there was another piece of news. Shimura Danzo had joined forces with Orochimaru to assassinate the Hokage, and had been officially listed by Konoha as an S-rank missing nin, wanted worldwide, although it was just as shocking. In front of the massive storm brought by the fall of the third Hokage, it instead seemed hardly worth mentioning. People's attention, and the strategic focus of the upper echelons of the major ninja villages, had almost all been drawn to Konoha's loss of the third Hokage. At the border of the Land of Fire, inside a small-town restaurant, under greasy lamplight, the room was noisy with voices. Uchiha Itachi and Kisame Hashigaki sat at a table in the corner, silently eating the food in front of them. At the next table, several ninja who looked like wandering ronin were red-faced from drinking. They were loudly discussing the explosive news they had just heard. Did you hear? Konoha's third Hokage is dead. No way, really? You're joking, right? That's the third Hokage we're talking about. It's absolutely true. They said it was their own village's S-rank missing nin, Orochimaru, plus some root leader called Danzo working together. Mangekyo and Mangekyo got involved too. TSK. Konoha really lost all face this time. Exactly. Not only did they get stabbed in the heart by their own people, even the village's Kage got killed. Hearing that, the hand holding Itachi's chopsticks paused almost imperceptibly. The third Hokage actually died? Kisame Hashigaki grinned, exposing his shark-like teeth, and smiled silently as he listened with great interest. The discussion at the next table continued, full of exaggerated shock, and of course some schadenfreude. Itachi silently put down his chopsticks. More than half the food in his bowl was still left, but he had no appetite anymore. Let's go. Itachi said it quietly, stood up, placed the meal money on the table, and walked toward the door without looking back. Huh? You're full already? Mr. Itachi really can't handle being talked about. Huh? Kisame shrugged and grabbed Samehada from the side before following after him. The two of them walked one behind the other into the dim street, leaving the noise of the restaurant behind. The night wind carried a chill. Carrying the great blade Samehada on his shoulder, Kisame was the first to break the silence. His voice full of undisguised mockery. Konoha! Huh! They've really fallen far enough to open one's eyes. The #1 great ninja village in the world actually ended up with its own people assassinating the Kage. I thought only our Bloody Mist had a tradition like that, where the lower overthrow the upper. Itachi gave no response. He kept walking ahead without slowing down. The wide straw hat covered most of his face and hid every trace of expression. However, beneath that calm and emotionless exterior, towering waves had already risen in Uchiha Itachi's heart. The third died? That old man who always held a pipe in his mouth, whose gaze was gentle, and who would sometimes reveal complicated emotions when looking at him. Dead? Killed in a joint attack by Orochimaru and Shimura Danzo? Danzo? That name was like a poisoned thorn stabbing viciously into Itachi's heart. He knew better than anyone how dark and ambitious Danzo was, but he had never expected that Danzo would go this far, directly making a move on the Hokage. Then, what was happening in the village now? Were Sasuke and Yao safe? Had they been dragged into it? Would that madman Danzo take advantage of the chaos to make a move on Sasuke and Yao? The countless questions and worries nearly suffocated Itachi. Hey, Mr. Itachi, you seem pretty concerned. Huh? Makes sense. Kisame's voice came from behind and to the side, carrying a hint of amusement. After all, Konoha is your hometown. Hearing that something this disgraceful happened back home, how does it feel? Itachi's steps did not falter in the slightest. His voice came through the cloth, still without a trace of emotion. I feel nothing. A rotten tree will fall sooner or later. It's only a matter of time. Is that so? Kisame smiled non-committally. Then, Mr. Itachi, where are we going next? Continue north and meet up with Sasori's group at the border of the Land of Earth? The Itachi walking ahead did not stop, but his voice came back. No, we're going to Konoha. Oh? Kisame was clearly a little surprised. We're not carrying out the mission over there? That's not like you, Mr. Itachi. Itachi had already prepared his reason, and there was no flaw in it. The third Hokage died in battle. Konoha is weaker than ever before. Their defenses and vigilance will inevitably fall into chaos and show gaps. Right now is the easiest time to strike while they're vulnerable. Capturing the Ninetales is one of the organization's top priorities. Now may be the best opportunity. Hearing that, Kisame grinned and smiled silently. There was understanding in that smile, and a bit of playfulness. Capturing the Ninetales, huh? Sounds like a pretty good reason. He hefted the great blade on his shoulder, his tone relaxed. Perfect. I also want to see with my own eyes just how chaotic the #1 ninja village has become now. Maybe I'll even find a decent opponent and loosen up a little. The next morning, after breakfast, Sasuke was preparing to head to the Naka River and continue training. He had just reached the entrance hall when Yao's voice came from behind him. Don't rush off yet. Sasuke paused and turned around in confusion to look at Yao. Yao ignored him and tilted his chin toward the kitchen. Karen, come here too. Karen, who was washing dishes, quickly wiped her hands and followed Sasuke back into the living room a little awkwardly. The two of them sat down across from Yao. Not knowing what he wanted to say, Yao did not explain much. He reached into his clothes, took out a sealing scroll, and spread it open on the low table between the three of them. Release. Yao formed a hand seal with one hand. In an instant, rustle, rustle, rustle. A huge number of scrolls poured out of the tiny sealing scroll like a fountain and rapidly piled up. In the blink of an eye, several stacks had been built beside the low table, forming a small mountain. These scrolls varied in age and material. Some were made of old leather, simple and ancient looking. Some were made of fresh paper, looking brand new. Different symbols and words were marked on them. Take this is. Both Sasuke and Karen stared wide-eyed at the sudden mountain of scrolls, stunned and bewildered. Yao brushed off some dust and explained, after killing Danzo, I directly emptied out the root base. Some of the random junk in there got destroyed on the spot. But these, Yao pointed at the scroll mountain. Ninjutsu, secret techniques, forbidden technique outlines, cultivation notes, compiled information on various countries and clans. I thought they might still be useful, so I packed them all up and brought them back. Yao looked at Sasuke. There are fire release and lightning release techniques in here, and even some secret teachings involving the profound mysteries of nature transformation. You can study them. It should be better than figuring everything out on your own. As a person, Danzo's desire for power had practically reached a pathological level. In order to cultivate root into a military force completely loyal to him alone, he not only trained war orphans from a young age, but also did everything he could to gather promising seedlings from the various ninja clans of Konoha. And these scrolls were one of the byproducts of his ambition. Over the course of several decades, using Root's authority and secret channels, Danzo had gathered almost every named jutsu in Konoha, and even from other corners of the ninja world. The 5 basic nature transformation release techniques, obscure secret arts, practical taijutsu,
Genjutsu outline, sealing technique.
There were even quite a few clan secret techniques here, either fragments of them or complete copied records. For example, the Yamanaka clan's secret techniques had a full backup here. Then, Yao looked at Karen. You're one of the remaining survivors of the Uzumaki clan. A considerable portion of these scrolls is related to the Uzumaki clan's sealing techniques. Karen, if you're interested, you can try learning them. Your chakra reserves are large. You're very suited for the path of sealing techniques. Only then did Sasuke and Karen finally understand. Their eyes turned blazing hot as they looked at those scrolls. Ninjutsu. For ninjas who longed to grow stronger, and for orphans who wanted to gain a foothold, this was undoubtedly a massive treasure trove. Between the two of them, Sasuke was still better off. The Uchiha clan had passed down quite a few fire-release ninjutsu. Karen had it much worse. The Uzumaki clan had long since been wiped out, and the land of whirlpools had already fallen long ago. Karen had followed her mother, hiding and fleeing everywhere. She had never had any access to the Uzumaki clan's sealing techniques, much less the chance to learn them. Thank you. Karen was so moved that tears welled up in her eyes. Yao waved his hand. All right, sort these out. If you find anything you're interested in, you can try learning it. Hearing that, Sasuke and Karen no longer bothered with shock or politeness. They got up at once and started rummaging through this mountain of scrolls. Sasuke's target was clear. All scrolls related to fire release and lightning release. Karen picked out the Uzumaki clan's sealing techniques. Yao also selected some scrolls. He was mainly looking for 2 things. First, materials related to wood release. Although he had mastered quite a few wood release techniques, his control over wood release was still only at a beginner level. Even if he slowly explored it on his own, he could still grasp other wood release techniques. But the efficiency was obviously nowhere near learning from ready-made systematic materials. Second, wind release ninjutsu. Danzo himself was best at wind release, and the root basis collection of wind release related scrolls was undoubtedly top tier in both quantity and quality. By learning some wind release, he could better play Danzo's identity and do some things that were inconvenient for him. Not bad. Take back what each of you needs and study it first. As for the rest, sort and store them properly. We might need them later. In the dark underground chamber, the air was filled with a strong medicinal smell. Only a few oil lamps provided dim, flickering light, casting twisted shadows on the damp stone walls. Ugh! Wave after wave of suppressed screams came from the depths of the chamber, filled with endless pain and savagery. Orochimaru was curled up on the bed, his body spasming uncontrollably from the intense pain. The veins on his forehead and neck bulged out, and cold sweat soaked the long hair hanging before his brow. His arms, from the shoulders down, hung limply, showing a strange grayish, lifeless color. It was completely different from the pale skin tone of the rest of his body.
Orochimaru-sama.
Please endure it a little longer. Kabuto was kneeling half by the bedside, his expression grave, sweat also visible at his temple. He held specially made ointment and bandages in his hands, trying to apply the ointment to those lifeless arms. However, the moment the ointment touched the skin, produced no effect at all. The gray, deadened skin showed not the slightest sign of improvement, and the pain that reached deep into the soul did not lessen in the slightest. It's useless, Kabuto. Orochimaru forced out a hoarse voice through clenched teeth. This is soul damage caused by the dead demon consuming seal. Ordinary medical ninjutsu is completely useless. Orochimaru suddenly raised his head. Other than pain, his eyes held even more monstrous hatred and madness. Hiruzen Sarutobi, that old bastard, had to bite me back even after dying, Orochimaru growled, his voice full of unwillingness and hatred. The dead demon consuming seal that Hiruzen Sarutobi had activated before his death had completely sealed the portions of Orochimaru's soul corresponding to both of his hands. Not only had it deprived him of his ability to use ninjutsu, it had also caused permanent tearing and pain. This kind of injury acted directly on the essence of the soul. Any treatment on the physical level was completely meaningless. Kabuto stopped the futile motion of applying ointment, his eyes incomparably grave. Normal medical ninjutsu is ineffective against soul damage to both hands. Orochimaru's voice was hoarse. Looks like I can only try that woman's methods. Kabuto immediately understood who he meant and pushed up his glasses. You mean Lady Tsunade? But her whereabouts are uncertain. And toward you. No matter what, we have to find her. Find Tsunade. A trace of obsession flashed through Orochimaru's eyes. This is currently the most likely way to undo this seal. Kabuto, make preparations. We swish. At that moment, a figure appeared before them without a sound. Short black hair. Calm face. It was Uchiha Yo. The moment he saw the newcomer, Orochimaru's pupils suddenly contracted, and every muscle in his body instantly tensed up. It was the instinctive reaction of encountering extreme danger. Even though his hands could no longer form hand seals, his chakra still moved subconsciously. Yakushi Kabuto's expression changed drastically as well. He stepped in front of Orochimaru, several poison-coated sunbon already pinched between his fingers, staring fixedly at this uninvited guest. It's you! Kabuto shouted sharply. Orochimaru also stared hard at Yao, especially at his eyes. 3 Tomo were slowly rotating within them. It was the 3 Tomo Sharingan. He had actually awakened 3 Tomo. When did that happen? Wasn't this child supposed to have no talent for the Sharingan? And why was he here? How did he find this place? What was his purpose? Did Konoha send him to hunt him down? Or? Countless questions and doubts rose in Orochimaru's heart. Yao glanced at Kabuto, who was facing a great enemy, then finally let his gaze fall on Orochimaru. There was no surprise in his eyes. It seems the third old man left Orochimaru-sama with an unforgettable souvenir before he died. Orochimaru's heart sank. The other party not only knew his hiding place, but also clearly knew the condition of his hands. This was definitely not a coincidence. Brat of the Uchiha clan, Orochimaru spoke. Trespassing into someone else's place is hardly a polite thing to do. Did Konoha send you? Konoha? Yao raised a brow lightly, the corner of his mouth seeming to curl into the faintest arc. No. I represent only myself. Orochimaru-sama. I came because I want to make a deal with you. A deal? Orochimaru's golden vertical pupils narrowed even further. What kind of deal could a little Uchiha brat like you possibly make with me? Unless you're willing to offer up your body and become my vessel? Orochimaru licked his lips, looking Yao over with a trace of greed. Even in his current state, Orochimaru still had not stopped coveting Uchiha Yao's body. For now, I'm still quite satisfied with my own body. I have no plans to change bodies. Yao shook his head. I have a way to heal your 2 arms. You can heal my hands? Brat of the Uchiha clan, do you even know what the source of this injury is? Orochimaru let out a mocking laugh, his tone carrying cold ridicule. Yao was not surprised by his reaction at all. His tone remained calm. Your hands had their souls sealed by the 3rd Hokage using the dead demon consuming seal. Ordinary medical ninjutsu can't touch the soul level at all. If you want them back, there's only one way. Oh? Orochimaru raised a brow. Use the dead demon consuming seal again. Cut open the Shinigami's belly, and all the sealed souls can be released. Yao said, when that happens, your hands will naturally return to normal. Dead demon consuming seal. Cut open the Shinigami's belly. Orochimaru's pupils contracted as he repeated those words in a low voice. In an instant, he began calculating the feasibility of this method in his mind. Logically speaking, it really did seem possible. The dead demon consuming seal sealed the target's soul inside the caster, and then both were devoured by the Shinigami together. If it could be reversed. But there was still one problem. Orochimaru hissed. The price of using the dead demon consuming seal is sacrificing the caster's soul. Are you trying to trick me into using this jutsu so my soul will be destroyed? Trick you? Orochimaru, you think too highly of yourself. If I wanted to kill you, would I need to trick you? Yao let out a scoff. The dead demon consuming seal does not necessarily require a soul sacrifice. As long as you wear the secret Shinigami mask passed down by the Uzumaki clan, you can convert the sacrifice from soul to body. Throwing away a carefully cultivated body shouldn't be much to you, Orochimaru, right? After all, you've long since gotten used to changing bodies, haven't you? Orochimaru fell silent, his tongue sliding across his dry lips. This information was beyond the scope of his research on the dead demon consuming seal. His current understanding of this jutsu was still shallow, limited to knowing of its existence and its general principle. So Orochimaru had no way to judge whether Yao's words were true or false. But he had to admit that Yao's proposal, whether in logic or in how well it targeted him, struck right at the core. Abandon a body? That truly was the easiest price for him to pay. How do you prove what you're saying? Orochimaru hissed. Orochimaru, you really are a cautious and suspicious guy. Yao shook his head, reached into his robes, pulled out an old scroll and casually tossed it over. Kabuto Yakushi quickly caught it. I dug that out of the root base. It's about the Uzumaki clan's sealing techniques. Read it yourself. Yao spoke lightly. Kabuto glanced at Orochimaru for confirmation. Seeing the latter give a slight nod, he immediately unfolded the scroll and scanned through it carefully. The more he read, the stronger the shock on his face became. The scroll really did record the existence of the Shinigami mask. It also mentioned its possible ability to alter the form of the sacrifice. Enough to prove that Yao was not simply making things up. Orochimaru-sama. Kabuto lowered his voice and quickly relayed the key information to Orochimaru. After hearing it, the probing and greed in Orochimaru's eyes intensified sharply. Interesting. I'll verify the records on it myself. Then tell me, Uchiha Yo. You went through all this trouble to find me and threw out information in a method like this. What do you want from me? Only a mutual exchange could be called a deal. Orochimaru didn't believe for a second that Uchiha Yo had come to help him out of kindness. Meeting Orochimaru's gaze, Yao stated his conditions. 2 things. First, the summoning contract scroll of Ryuchi Cave. Second, the complete formula of your improved impure world reincarnation, along with all your research notes. The root base also had the impure world reincarnation jutsu, but it was still the crude formula originally researched by the second Hokage. Yao didn't want that. What he wanted was Orochimaru's improved version. The summoning scroll of Ryuchi Cave? Orochimaru narrowed his eyes.
Uchiha brat.
You want to obtain the snake summons of Ryuchi Cave? With the strength you showed when suppressing Shikaku, do you still need to borrow the power of summons? Summons? Yao shook his head. No, what I want is the senjutsu of Ryuchi Cave. Sage mode. That was Yao's true goal. The boost Sage mode gave to one's strength was unmatched. With his current would release if he added the enhancement of Sage mode on top of it. What level would his combat power reach? He wouldn't dare claim it could match the first Hokage at his peak, but it would absolutely be infinitely close. Firmly at the Super Kage level. Besides, Senjutsu Chakra was one of the few powers capable of dealing effective damage to something on the level of the Ten Tails, or even 6 Paths level beings. For that reason alone, he had to learn Sage mode. Orochimaru's pupils suddenly shrank as he stared fixedly at Yao. After a long while, a low, hoarse laugh came out of his throat. Heh. Uchiha brat, your ambition is even greater than I imagined. He licked his lips, his tone complicated. But senjutsu is not something so easy to master. The violence of natural energy is far beyond your imagination. And besides, Ryuchi Cave itself is not a place ordinary people can even find, and the trials there are even more dangerous. Still, since you want to go yourself, I won't stop you. I can give you the summoning contract scroll of Ryuchi Cave. As for whether you can get what you want, that depends on you. Orochimaru agreed very readily, because granting the summoning contract did not mean Yao would definitely learn senjutsu, nor did it mean Ryuchi Cave would accept him. This was more of an opportunity. To Orochimaru, there was no real loss in it. If anything, he was happy to see how it turned out. Impure world reincarnation. This time, Orochimaru hesitated. It wasn't that this forbidden jutsu absolutely couldn't be taught. What made Orochimaru hesitate was another issue entirely. Competition for resources. Among the famous powerful ninja in the history of the ninja world, the dead who possessed special Kekkei Genkai or unique abilities were limited in number. The materials and sacrifices needed for impure world reincarnation were not endless either. Every additional person who mastered impure world reincarnation meant one more possible competitor in the future, someone who could fight him for those limited powerful resources. Every time someone else successfully resurrected a powerful ninja with impure world reincarnation, that meant one less usable chess piece in Orochimaru's hands. This was basically raising a competitor for himself. How could he possibly agree to something that harmed himself while benefiting others? What? Not willing? Yao's expression darkened. Orochimaru, I already gave you face. I was originally planning to make a fair deal with you, each taking what we need. So why do you insist on rejecting a toast only to drink a forfeit? Orochimaru's face sank. The pride of a senior made it impossible for him to endure being threatened by a 12-year-old brat. Brat, what are you trying to do? Don't forget your situation. My situation. Yao looked like he had just heard a joke. Orochimaru, I always thought you were a smart man. But now it seems you're still too arrogant. You can't even see the situation clearly. As he spoke, Yao stepped forward. In an instant, an incomparably terrifying chakra erupted from his body. Kabuto's expression changed drastically. So frightened that he instinctively stepped back half a step. He faced Yao like a great enemy. Yao stared at Orochimaru and said word by word, "If I kill you, I can still get the impure world reincarnation jutsu. As for your research notes, I'll always find a way to dig them out. The only difference is whether you hand them over alive, or turn into a corpse that I can slowly strip clean. Kill me?" As if he had suffered a tremendous humiliation, Orochimaru was so furious he laughed instead. Cold light shot from his golden vertical pupils. Brat, do you even know who you're talking to? Even with both my hands crippled, I am still one of the legendary Sannin, a senior who has mastered countless forbidden jutsu. Being looked down on like this by a junior made Orochimaru feel humiliated. It seems it's necessary to make you clearly understand the current situation. Yao let out a cold snort and stopped wasting words. His right eye suddenly focused. The three black tomo that had been slowly rotating abruptly sped up, transforming into a four-pointed windmill pattern. Against the deep crimson background, the windmill pattern slowly turned. That's the Mangekyo Sharingan. The anger on Orochimaru's face instantly froze, replaced by incomparable shock and fear. That terrible memory of being tortured by Uchiha Itachi's Tsukuyami, until he wished he were dead, was dragged back up once more. Even his soul seemed to faintly ache. Orochimaru, before these eyes all your jutsu are meaningless. Those terrifying words echoed by Orochimaru's ear once again. Damn it! Orochimaru forced out an unwilling hiss through clenched teeth. Feeling utterly stifled inside, he really wanted to rush up and tear this Uchiha brat apart. But reason told him, right now he couldn't form hand seals. His strength was greatly reduced, and he was facing a Mangekyo Sharingan with unknown abilities. His chances of winning were tiny. He might even truly die here. Weighing the pros and cons, enduring humiliation and carrying the burden, those had always been what he was best at. After several suffocating seconds of silence, Orochimaru seemed like his backbone had been ripped out. His voice was filled with humiliation. Fine. I agree to your terms. If you were going to be this straightforward, you should have done it earlier. Wasting everyone's time. The coldness on Yao's face instantly disappeared. Orochimaru's chest rose and fell as he forcibly suppressed his anger. He tilted his head slightly toward Kabuto. Kabuto, bring the summoning contract scroll for Ryuchi Cave, and the complete scroll for the impure world reincarnation jutsu. Yes, Lord Orochimaru. Kabuto gave Yao a deep look, then quickly turned and walked into the depths of the secret chamber. A moment later, he returned carrying two scrolls of different styles and handed them to Yao. Yao first took the summoning contract scroll and opened it directly. There were already quite a few names written on it. The last name was precisely Orochimaru. Yao bit his thumb and solemnly wrote his own name in the blank space after Orochimaru's. Uchiha Yo. The moment the name was written, a faint glimmer flashed across the scroll. The contract was established. Yao returned the summoning scroll to Kabuto, then took the scroll recording the impure world reincarnation jutsu and quickly scanned it a few times. Then he compared it with the impure world reincarnation scroll he had obtained from the root base, and found that Orochimaru's version was more detailed. Clearly, this was an improved version. Pleasant doing business with you, Lord Orochimaru. Yao smiled faintly, then waved at the two of them. Hopefully the next time we meet, you've already healed your hands. Don't be this miserable again. After all, you're a senior I respect. If you're too miserable, it really damages your image in my heart. See you. As his voice fell, Yao completely vanished, as if he had never appeared at all. Orochimaru stared fixedly at the place where Yao had disappeared. In his golden vertical pupils flickered humiliation, venom, wariness, and of course, greed. Uchiha Yo. I've remembered you. I just hope that next time we meet, you don't fall into my hands. Orochimaru muttered the name in a low voice, as if he wanted to chew it to pieces. After returning to Konoha, Yao headed straight to the deep rear mountains by the lower reaches of the Nakano River. The woods here were dense and secluded, and the flowing water murmured softly. It was a good place for training. Yao found a relatively flat clearing and began studying the summoning jutsu. The so-called summoning jutsu was, in essence, also a kind of space-time ninjutsu. By first signing a blood contract, one established a connection channel with the special space or habitat where the summoned beasts resided. Then, chakra formulas were used for targeting and summoning. As for exactly which summoned beast would be called, that depended on which one happened to be free or willing to respond to that wave of chakra. Of course, once your relationship with a summoned beast became familiar enough, you could summon whichever one you wanted according to your own will. But at the beginning, it all depended on luck. The jutsu formula itself wasn't complicated. The core lay in sensing the connection to the contract scroll and outputting chakra precisely. Let's give it a try first. Yao took a deep breath, bit his finger, cut across his palm, and rapidly formed the hand seals for the summoning jutsu. Boar, dog, bird, monkey, ram, ninja art, summoning jutsu. His palm slammed onto the ground. Bang! A burst of white smoke exploded out. When the smoke cleared, a tiny emerald-green snake could be seen coiled on the ground, not much thicker than a finger. It raised its small triangular head, and its pair of bean-like snake eyes stared at Yao. It actually spoke in human language. Hey, brat over there. You're the one who summoned me? Do you even know the rules? Where's the offering? 100 live human sacrifices. Not one less. Yao was a little speechless. Were all the summons from Ryuchi Cave like this? As soon as they showed up, they demanded offerings. His tone was even bigger than Manda's. And 100 live humans. Could it even finish eating them? What is your dad Manda? Yao couldn't help but roast it. Lord Manda is one of the upper ranks of Ryuchi Cave. How could a brat like you casually discuss him? The little green snake immediately hissed, flicking its tongue with an arrogant attitude. Cut the crap. The offering. Otherwise this great me will immediately cancel the summoning and go back. Yao couldn't be bothered wasting words on this little snake that wasn't even longer than his little brother. He directly cut off the chakra supply. Bang! Wearing a stunned expression that said, "You actually dare ignore this great me." The little green snake disappeared into the smoke. These guys. Yao shook his head. Again. Yao formed hand seals once more. This time he didn't hold back his chakra at all. Ninja art. Summoning jutsu. Bang! White smoke hundreds of times louder than before exploded out with a roar. The shockwave pressed the surrounding grass flat. The smoke rapidly shrank. A massive blue-green serpent was coiled in the clearing. Its body was thick and powerful, and its scales reflected a cold metallic sheen. On its triangular head, a pair of pale yellow snake pupils calmly looked down at Yao below. Though its size and presence couldn't compare to Manda, compared to the one from before, it was a difference like heaven and earth. This is Aoda? Yao recognized this great snake, which had also appeared in the original story. He remembered it was Sasuke's summon. Oda lowered his head slightly and sized Yao up, his voice low and heavy. A new contractor? That Orochimaru fellow actually handed the contract over to a brat. How rare. Oda didn't ask for offerings. His attitude was much more mild. So then, why did you summon me? Yao had always been the type, respect me 1 foot, and I'll respect you 1 zhong. Oda's attitude was mild. He didn't demand offerings the moment he appeared, nor did he speak rudely, so Yao was much more polite as well. Hello, Yao said, I'm Uchiha Yo. I just got Ryuchi Cave's summoning contract from Lord Orochimaru. You're the first summoned beast I've successfully called out. I'm very happy to meet you. Please take care of me in the future. Oda's pale yellow snake pupils looked Yao up and down, carrying a trace of suspicion. Your first attempt at summoning, and you directly managed to summon me? Your chakra reserves are indeed impressive. However, just having a lot of chakra isn't necessarily enough to summon me. Hearing that, Yao's brows lifted slightly. Not only did he not get angry, what? Talking is useless. Want to test it out? Fight me? He didn't need a summoned beast like Manda, one that would only be willing to work after demanding 100 live human sacrifices. So, it was necessary to let the other side understand his strength first. That would also make future cooperation easier. Alright. Green Snake's reply was simple and straightforward. His massive body swayed slightly. Let me see what kind of skill the contractor Orochimaru took a liking to actually has. Then excuse me. The moment the words fell, Yao suddenly clapped his hands together in front of his chest. Would release. Tree bind eternal burial. Rumble. The ground beneath Green Snake's coiled body shook violently. Countless thick, tough vines and tree roots burst out from the earth. At an astonishing speed, they wrapped around Green Snake's enormous body. These wooden restraints were not only immensely powerful, they also carried a hard, suppressive force that specifically countered the flexibility of snakes. In an instant, Green Snake was bound up tightly from head to tail. Green Snake struggled fiercely. Power enough to crush giant boulders erupted from its body, yet it discovered that it actually couldn't break free right away. This wood was far harder than imagined, and it was tightening more and more. On top of that, there was a strange chakra suppressing its strength. This is would release? Shock finally appeared in Green Snake's pale yellow vertical pupils. It finally understood why Orochimaru had given the contract to this boy. This was definitely no ordinary boy. After struggling a few times and confirming that brute force really wouldn't let it escape immediately, Green Snake decisively stopped moving. His temperament was gentle. After seeing that the other party truly possessed the strength to suppress it, its attitude changed at once. I admit defeat. Green Snake spoke very directly. Lord Yao is powerful. I was presumptuous. Please guide me in the future. The form of address changed directly from brat to Lord Yao. It was very tactful. Yao's thoughts shifted. The wood release wrapped around Green Snake quickly loosened and retreated back underground. He smiled. Please guide me as well. Then, as partners, there's something I'd like to ask your help with. Please say it. Green Snake said respectfully. I want to go to Ryuchi Cave and learn the sage arts of Ryuchi Cave. Yao directly stated his true goal. I need someone to recommend me, or at least tell me how to get there. Sage arts? Green Snake's pupils contracted slightly. It fell silent, as if weighing something, or perhaps communicating through some unknown method. After a while, Green Snake spoke. I can't decide this matter myself. I need to ask the higher-ups. Lord Yao, please wait a moment. After saying that, it voluntarily released the summoning and returned to Ryuchi Cave. Yao stood there and waited. About half an hour later, a strange pulling sensation descended. It was as if an invisible spatial vortex was trying to suck him away. This is the reverse summoning jutsu? Yao didn't resist the force. Instead, he relaxed his body and let the summoning power envelop him completely. The next moment, Yao vanished from where he stood and appeared deep inside a massive cavern. A damp, chilly air rushed into his nose, carrying a heavy earthy smell mixed with some ancient fishy scent. Beneath his feet was slick stone ground. Above him was an unreachable dome hanging with countless stalactites. The dripping sound of water echoed through the empty cavern, making it feel even more silent and desolate. Winding tunnels could be seen everywhere throughout the cave, leading who knew where. Within the dense darkness, it felt as though countless gazes were roaming about. And directly in front of him was an elevated platform that had clearly been artificially repaired. The platform was piled from rough stone, and in its center rested a giant snake with a body as white and lustrous as jade. Just coiled there, it was already like a small hill. Its snake body was covered in fine, smooth scales that flowed with a soft sheen under the faint light. It didn't have the cold, horrifying feel of ordinary snakes. Instead, it gave off an ancient, sacred, and profound aura. On both sides of its forehead were protrusions resembling dragon horns, and long white whiskers hung from its lower jaw. Its eyes were closed, its head slightly lowered, as if dozing. It was the white snake sage, a 1,000-year-old serpent that had lived from Kagaya's era until now. Yao's appearance did not seem to disturb the white snake sage. It still maintained that posture of contemplation or sleep. But Yao could feel that a vast, gentle, yet all-pervasive sense of observation had enveloped him. It did not come from sight, but acted directly on the spiritual level. At that moment, the white snake sage's long white eyelashes trembled slightly, and it slowly opened its eyes. They were not a snake's vertical pupils, but like the finest amber, clear, translucent, yet unfathomably deep. It sized Yao up from top to bottom. A moment later, an aged voice echoed through the cavern. The power of the Uchiha and the Senju, rarely woven together into one body. Young contractor, threads of fate are wrapped around you, both clear and chaotic. The white snake sage slightly raised its enormous head, its voice calm and emotionless. You came to Ryuchi Cave because you wished to master the power of a sage? Yao bowed slightly. White snake sage. I came to Ryuchi Cave in hopes of learning Ryuchi Cave's sage mode. The white snake sage's amber eyes quietly watched Yao. After a few seconds of silence, it slowly spoke. To learn the sage arts of my Ryuchi Cave, according to custom, one must undergo a test of training. Only those who prove their will and talent are qualified to cultivate Ryuchi Cave's sage mode. However, with your strength, ordinary tests are unnecessary. This stage will be waived. Yao understood inwardly. He was naturally different from kids like Boruto and the others. The gap in combat strength was far too great. If they wanted to use Taguriheim, Ichikishimaheim, and Tianjinheim, the 3 female snakes, to test him, it obviously wouldn't be enough. The white snake sage understood this clearly, so it simply exempted the test. But whether you can ultimately control violent natural energy and perfectly merge it with your own chakra. The white snake sage continued. The danger and barriers within that process can only be comprehended and overcome by yourself. I understand. Yao nodded solemnly. He naturally knew the risks of cultivating sage arts. In his previous life, he had read many web novels. If chakra were compared to a cultivator's magical power, inner force, or true chi, then natural energy would be equivalent to the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Controlling the spiritual energy of heaven and earth came with enormous risk. Then, hold out your hand. First, you need to personally experience what natural energy is. As the white snake sage spoke, its enormous head leaned slightly forward and bit Yao's hand, injecting natural energy into him. Ugh! Yao's body shook. He felt a cold, violent, utterly unfamiliar energy, completely different from chakra, explode directly inside his body. This energy was full of vitality, yet also carried a tyrannical force that wanted to assimilate everything into itself. Yao's skin turned pale, losing all color, like a cold-blooded animal. Beneath the surface of his skin, white snake scales actually tore through and emerged. At the same time, his body began to swell and twist uncontrollably, as if transforming toward some kind of serpentine form. Even more terrifying, the skin on his feet lost its elasticity and color, turning into lifeless gray-white stone. Petrification had begun. Natural energy was madly eroding his body, trying to turn him into yet another statue among the countless stone figures of Ryuchi Cave. As expected, it's overbearing. Yao immediately focused all of his mind and, relying on the terrifying chakra control he had trained over many years, began to capture and guide that strand of natural energy rampaging through his body. This process was extremely difficult. Natural energy was like a wild horse that had broken free of its reins, unruly and impossible to tame, completely incompatible with his spiritual power and chakra. The snake scales on the surface of his body were still spreading, and the petrified area had already extended from his calves to his knees. Yao remained unmoved. He mobilized his spiritual energy and cellular energy, using them as a binding agent to wrap around that wisp of natural energy. Guide, resonate, merge. Luckily, that wisp of natural energy was extremely tiny. Under Yao's efforts, it was quickly subdued and fused. In the end, it perfectly blended together with spiritual energy and physical energy at a perfect 1:1:1 ratio. A trace of brand new energy was born within the meridians in Yao's body. Though there was only a single thread of it, it contained a terrifying power far beyond chakra. It was Senjutsu chakra, and at the exact moment that trace of Senjutsu chakra formed, the abnormal changes on Yao's body came to an abrupt stop. The spreading snake scales stopped growing and slowly receded. His legs, which had already petrified up to the knees, also shed their stone layer like a receding tide, restoring the softness and sensation of flesh and blood. Yao slowly opened his eyes and let out a long breath. Although the process had been dangerous and the consumption enormous, he had succeeded. He had successfully controlled the first trace of natural energy and fused his own first trace of Senjutsu chakra. The white snake sage watched quietly, her amber eyes calm and rippleless, as if she had long foreseen this result. Not bad control and not bad temperament. You really are a genius. The white snake sage's aged voice rang out. Then next, what you need to learn is how to sense and absorb the natural energy in the outside world by yourself, and maintain it steadily. Successfully controlling natural energy and fusing the first trace of Senjutsu chakra meant that Yao already possessed the qualifications to cultivate Ryuchi Cave's sage mode. It also preliminarily proved that he had the potential to control natural energy. According to Ryuchi Cave's rules, he could stay here and receive guidance from the White Snake Sage or Ryuchi Cave's upper ranks to learn sage mode. For anyone who thirsted for power, this was a dream opportunity, and Yao was looking forward to it as well. The powerful boost of sage mode was crucial to improving strength. He wanted to press on in one go and master Ryuchi Cave's sage mode as soon as possible. However, at this moment, whoosh, a stream of unfamiliar information suddenly surged into his mind. It had been transmitted by the shadow clone he had left in Konoha. Uchiha Itachi and Kisame Hashigaki had appeared in Konoha. He was being told to return immediately. Itachi had finally come. Yao's spirits jolted, and he immediately turned toward the White Snake Sage on the high platform. White Snake Sage, my deepest apologies. An urgent matter has suddenly come up in Konoha, and I must return to handle it. As for the cultivation of Senjutsu, could you allow me to postpone it for the time being? The White Snake Sage was not surprised by Yao's sudden request. You have already obtained the qualifications to cultivate Ryuchi Cave's Senjutsu. As for when you cultivate, that is your freedom. Thank you. Yao undid the reverse summoning jutsu, then vanished from Ryuchi Cave. Outside Konoha, on the surface of the river by the edge of the woods, the atmosphere was on the verge of exploding. Asuma supported the injured Kurenai Yuhi as they slowly retreated, both wearing grave and wary expressions. Kakashi stood in front of them, staring fixedly at the two people before him. In front of them stood two figures wearing black cloaks with red clouds. They were Uchiha Itachi and Kisame Hashigaki. Kakashi-senpai. Uchiha Itachi's voice was calm and emotionless, his gaze indifferent. Unlike Kisame, I won't waste too much time. Before his words had even fallen, within his scarlet eyes, the three tomo suddenly began spinning faster, connecting, and changing shape. In the end, they formed a triangular pinwheel pattern. It was Itachi's unique Mangekyo Sharingan. The instant he met those eyes, Kakashi's body shook violently, as if an invisible sledgehammer had struck him in the head. His whole body stiffened for a moment, then he fell backward without warning. Dropping to one knee, one hand braced against the ground, he began gasping violently, cold sweat instantly covering his forehead. His eyes were unfocused, and traces of pain and lingering terror remained on his face, as if, in that short instant just now, he had gone through countless brutal deaths and tortures. Kakashi, Asuma cried out. So this is the power of your eyes, Mr. Itachi? Kisame Hashigaki spread his mouth into a grin, revealing shark-like pointed teeth. Then let's take this chance to finish off this copy ninja. Kisame stepped forward and undid the bandages around Samahata. The barbs on the blade all stood upright, aimed at Kakashi, who had nearly lost the ability to resist. Kakashi-sensei, looks like you need some help. A calm voice suddenly came from the forest to the side. The voice was not loud, yet it drew everyone's attention. Everyone followed the sound and looked over. On the branch of a large tree not far away, an extra figure had appeared at some unknown time. It was a black-haired boy dressed in ordinary dark short ninja clothes, both hands casually tucked into his pockets. Sunlight passed through the branches and leaves, casting mottled light and shadows over his body. Yao! Kakashi barely raised his head. After seeing Yao, he completely relaxed, and his body went limp and collapsed straight down. Whoosh! Yao suddenly appeared beside Kakashi and reached out to support him. Kakashi-sensei, are you alright? And no problem, Kakashi said weakly. The tightly strung nerves of Asuma and Kurenai Yuhi instantly loosened. Reinforcements had arrived. They had both witnessed Yao's strength with their own eyes. Since Yao had appeared, today's matter would definitely be properly resolved. Uchiha Itachi's pupils contracted ever so slightly, almost imperceptibly. For the first time, a faint ripple appeared on his unchanging expression, and waves stirred in his heart. It was Yao. He had actually already grown this much. Itachi silently stared at Yao, as if trying to engrave him firmly into his heart. But the expression on his face remained cold, without any change. Kisame Hashigaki also noticed Yao. He tilted his head and looked at Itachi with a hint of amusement. Hey, Mr. Itachi, this brat has a pair of red eyes just like yours too. Could he be your little brother? He is my younger brother. Itachi's voice was steady. He really is your little brother? Kisame sounded a little curious. Yao raised his head and looked at Uchiha Itachi, that great filial son. Completely unlike Sasuke's kind of hatred carved into the bones, Yao showed no expression of deep pain or bitter hatred. There was not even much anger to be seen. He simply looked at Itachi calmly. Long time no see, Itachi. Long time no see. Uchiha Itachi nodded. His voice was still flat and emotionless, but his gaze fell on Yao's eyes. You've also awakened the three-tomo Sharingan. It seems that in the years since I left, you've gone through quite a lot. No, Yao shook his head. I don't have much talent when it comes to the Sharingan. Up until not long ago, my Sharingan still hadn't awakened. This three-tomo I have now was only recently transplanted. Transplanted? Itachi's brows furrowed. Where did you get the Sharingan from? If a Uchiha Sharingan had ended up outside the clan and could be transplanted, that usually meant misfortune had befallen a clansman. Root. Yao smiled faintly, his tone carrying a trace of playfulness. Elder Danzo accidentally provoked me before. To show his apology, he specially gave me a few pairs of Sharingan as compensation. I thought they were pretty good, so I accepted them. And I forgave him too. Itachi fell silent. Danzo gave them to him? As compensation? There was far too much information packed into those words, and it all sounded bizarre. With Danzo's usual style and his greed for the Sharingan, how could he possibly hand them over for free? And as compensation, no less? Danzo had provoked Yao? How exactly had he provoked him? Could Danzo's betrayal after joining forces with Orochimaru to assassinate the third Hokage also have something to do with this little brother? From childhood to now, Itachi had never been able to see through this little brother of his. And now, he realized he understood him even less. It looks like a lot has happened to you while I was away. Itachi spoke slowly, probing. I wonder just how far your strength has reached by now? Ever since killing his parents and his clan, and bearing everything alone, Itachi had become like a walking corpse. The only reason he was still alive was to wait for his two little brothers to grow up, kill him, and become heroes of Konoha. Then, he would leave his eyes to them, helping them obtain the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan that would never lose its light. Only then could he finally be freed. Yao seemed to have expected that question long ago. Eagerness flickered in his eyes. Just talking is boring. Itachi, how about we make a bet? What bet? Very simple. Yao smiled. If I can beat you, then hand over Uchiha Shirsui's left eye to me. How about it? The air instantly froze. Itachi's pupils suddenly contracted, and ripples rose in his heart. Shirsui's left eye? How did Yao know about that? Did Danzo tell him? No, impossible. Even Danzo himself didn't know where Shirsui's left eye had ended up. Then how did Yao find out? Countless questions surged into his mind. Itachi stared at Yao, trying to read something from his face, but all he saw was a deep and calm stillness. After a moment of silence, Itachi drew in a breath, suppressing all his shock and suspicion, and returned to his surface calm. He looked back at Yao and clearly uttered one word. All right. Right at that moment, a green figure like a whirlwind suddenly appeared in the field. Kakashi, I came late. This is. Seeing Uchiha Itachi and Kisame Hashigaki on the opposite side, Gaia's thick brows shot up and he immediately took a fighting stance. At the same time, he lowered his head and avoided looking into Itachi's eyes, focusing on his feet instead. Gai-sensei, you came at the perfect time. Please take care of Kakashi-sensei first. Leave this place to me. Guy looked at Yao, then at Uchiha Itachi, and nodded heavily. Leave it to you, Yao. Let these two suspicious fellows witness the flames of Konoha's youth. He picked up Kakashi, protected Asuma and Kurenai, and quickly retreated into the distance, while still keeping a vigilant eye on this side. Yao turned back to Uchiha Itachi and rolled his wrist. Alright, the bystanders are all cleared out. Come on, Itachi. Let me see just how far your strength has grown after betraying Konoha and roaming outside all these years. Uchiha Itachi. This was completely backwards. Obviously, it should have been him, the older brother who had been away from home for years, checking how much his little brother had grown. So how had it somehow turned into his little brother testing the strength of him, the older brother? Even though he kind of wanted to complain, Itachi's face still showed little expression. He said no more and raised his hand, instantly flicking out several shuriken. The angles were vicious, sealing off Yao's space to dodge left or right. If he wanted to test his little brother's strength, naturally he wouldn't open with Tsukuyomi. Taijutsu, basic ninja tools, standard ninjutsu, genjutsu resistance, he had to test them one by one. Seeing this, Yao also threw out several kunai, striking Itachi's shuriken with perfect accuracy and producing several crisp clangs. However, Itachi's shuriken jutsu was clearly superior. The deflected shuriken borrowed the force of the collision to slightly alter their trajectories, and still continued flying toward Yao. Yao didn't choose to keep clashing with ninja tools. He knew that, in a technical skill like this, he wasn't as good as Itachi. His figure flickered, disappearing from where he stood and avoiding every shuriken. The next instant, he appeared at Itachi's front flank and drove a punch straight at Itachi's ribs. Itachi seemed to have expected it long ago. He turned, blocked, and counterattacked in one smooth flow, without a single wasted movement. The two figures crossed rapidly, and the sounds of fists and kicks colliding rang out without pause. Yao's taijutsu was fierce and direct, simple, brutal, hard, and domineering. Itachi's taijutsu was precise and efficient. Every movement was exactly right. With the smallest motion and the least force, he neutralized attacks and returned strikes. In just over 10 seconds, the two had already exchanged dozens of rounds. On the surface, they were evenly matched, neither able to do anything to the other. His taijutsu foundation is extremely solid, and his speed and strength are terrifying. Looks like Yao hasn't neglected his taijutsu training. Itachi evaluated inwardly. Then let us test genjutsu. The Sharingan in his eyes flickered slightly.
Démonique illusion, Shakling's text technique.
An invisible spiritual fluctuation silently struck toward Yao. This was one of the Sharingan's basic genjutsu, able to bind the opponent's mind and create the illusion of the body being nailed down by stakes. However, the three tomo in Yao's left eye also began spinning rapidly. A petty trick, a brilliant red light flared in Yao's eyes. The genjutsu power invading his mind was like crashing into an iron wall, directly scattered and neutralized by even stronger ocular power. The transplanted Sharingan had also given him powerful resistance and dispelling ability against ordinary genjutsu. Of course, if it were a genjutsu on the level of Tsukuyomi, that would be a different matter. His genjutsu resistance is also very strong. It looks like Yao's use of the Sharingan has already crossed the threshold, and he is quite proficient at it. Itachi's gaze shifted slightly, not surprised. Taking advantage of the instant Yao broke the genjutsu, his hands had already begun forming seals at high speed. Fire style, great fireball jutsu. A blazing fireball roared forward, surging toward Yao. Yao reacted just as quickly. At the same time Itachi was forming seals, he also began forming hand signs. Fire style, great fireball jutsu. Boom! Two enormous fireballs collided fiercely above the lake surface, erupting with a deafening roar. Blinding firelight shot into the sky, and scorching heat waves swept in all directions, steaming up great amounts of white mist over the river. When the firelight finally dimmed, the two brothers faced each other from afar. Itachi looked at Yao across from him, his calm face illuminated by the flames, and a trace of seriousness finally appeared in his eyes. That fire style just now, whether it was hand seal speed, chakra output, or the power of the jutsu, none of it looked like something a 12-year-old boy should have. Itachi's gaze pierced through the gradually dispersing fiery embers and landed on Yao. No emotion could be heard in his voice. On the way back to Konoha, I heard some rumors. I heard you mastered would release, and during the Chunin exams you even suppressed the rampaging one-tail Shikaku? If that is true, then why didn't you use would release just now? Or were those rumors just exaggerated? This was one of the things Uchiha Itachi most wanted to confirm. Would release was the power of the first Hokage, Hashirama Senju. It had all but vanished with his death. His little brother, an Uchiha clansman, how could he possibly wield that kind of power? If it was false, then naturally that was for the best. But if it was true, then what did that imply behind the scenes? Itachi couldn't help feeling a trace of unease. Hearing that, Yao spread his hands. Oh, you mean would release? The reason I'm not using it is because I'm afraid I might accidentally beat you to death. After all, we're just sparring, not fighting to the death. The air went silent for 1 second. Guy, watching from the distance, nearly stumbled. Kakashi's mouth twitched, and even his sense of weakness eased a little. Kisame carried Samehada on his shoulder, and an amused expression appeared on his shark-like face. Itachi-san, your little brother is pretty arrogant. I'm a little annoyed. Want me to help teach him a lesson? Uchiha Itachi ignored Kisame. The 3 tomo in his eyes spun rapidly, connecting into a triangular pinwheel pattern. You can try. Alright then, Yao nodded. Since you want to see it that badly, then I'll let you see it with your own eyes. As soon as he finished speaking, Yao didn't waste any words. He suddenly brought his hands together. Would release. Deep forest emergence. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The originally calm river surface instantly started boiling. Countless thick, twisted vines and giant trees, like ancient beasts that had slept for endless ages, tore through the riverbed, burst through the water, and shot into the sky. They grew wildly, spread wildly, and tangled around each other, the grinding of wood against wood producing ear-piercing booming sounds. In the blink of an eye, right above the river, a lush primeval forest overflowing with savage vitality appeared out of nowhere. Dense canopies blocked out the sky. Thick trunks stretched across the river. Tangled roots plunged into the water below. This is. The playful annoyance on Kisame Hashigaki's face vanished in an instant, replaced by absolute shock. He even subconsciously carried Samehada and retreated several steps, distancing himself from the edge of the rapidly expanding forest. The first Hokage's would release. You've got to be kidding. Itachi-san, your little brother really mastered this kind of power. Kisame Hashigaki looked toward Uchiha Itachi, only to find that his partner had also fallen into silence. Itachi leaped backward and landed on the top of a large tree in the distance. His scarlet Mangekyo Sharingan stared fixedly at the forest above the river. Beneath that mask-like face, monstrous waves were already surging. It was real. Not only had the rumors not exaggerated it, they might have even been too conservative. This scale of wood release might not compare to the first Hokage's, but its essence was absolutely power of the same origin. What exactly had happened to his little brother? How could someone with Uchiha bloodline wield wood release? The river wind blew past, rustling through the branches and leaves of the newborn forest. Yao stood atop the thickest trunk, looking down at Itachi on the distant treetop, his 3 tomo Sharingan slowly spinning. Have you seen enough? Next, let me witness the ultimate power of our Uchiha clan, Susanoo. Uchiha Itachi's pupils contracted slightly as he looked deeply at his younger brother. Yao, you know quite a lot. Yao shrugged. I may not have much talent with the Sharingan, but I'm still a member of the Uchiha clan. I know more or less about the ancient secrets passed down within the clan. Fine. Itachi slowly closed his eyes. When he opened them again, those Mangekyo Sharingan patterned like 3-pointed pinwheels had already spun to their limit. 2 lines of bright red blood tears slowly slid down from the corners of his eyes. At the same time, a massive, violent orange-red chakra erupted from Itachi's body like a volcanic explosion. The chakra rapidly condensed, and in the blink of an eye, it formed a skeletal giant over 10 meters tall, with only an upper body. The orange-red chakra skeleton radiated a heart-shaking pressure, and invisible flames seemed to burn within its hollow eye sockets. What is that thing? Might Gaia's eyes widened until they were practically round, his jaw nearly dropping to the ground. He had never seen such a bizarre and powerful chakra form before. Asuma forgot to even take a drag from the cigarette in his mouth as he muttered, the Uchiha clan actually hid this kind of power too? Kurenai Yuhi's face turned pale. She tightly grabbed Asuma's arm, feeling as if her very soul was trembling. Even Kisame Hashigaki put away his spectator-esque expression and became serious. He had partnered with Itachi for years, but this was also his first time seeing Susanoo. Yao was the calmest out of everyone. He shook his head. First form Susanoo? So I'm being looked down on. He brought his hands together again. Would release. Would golem jutsu. Boom! Countless giant trees and vines crazily gathered, reassembled, and took shape. A wooden giant rose from the ground, its size not inferior to the Susanoo skeleton at all, and even more robust by a few degrees. It wore rough wooden armor and radiated a mountain-like life force and crushing pressure. He even learned the wood golem jutsu. Itachi was shaken once more.
I am attacking.
With a thought from Yao, the towering wooden giant took heavy steps forward, clenched its fist, and smashed a punch toward Itachi's Susanoo on the opposite side. Where the fist passed, even the air let out explosive booms as if it could no longer bear the pressure. Itachi's gaze sharpened. He immediately controlled Susanoo, swinging its equally massive skeletal arm and throwing a punch to meet it head-on. The orange-red chakra fist and the dark-brown wooden fist collided explosively above the river. Boom! It was as if 2 mountains had slammed into each other, erupting with a deafening roar that instantly left the spectators in the distance temporarily unable to hear. The violent shockwave exploded outward in a ring. The river surface was crushed into a huge depression, and water shot up 100 meters high. Crack! A shattering sound rang out. Fine cracks had actually appeared on the orange-red skeletal arm of Susanoo. The wood golem pressed its advantage without mercy. Its other fist followed up with another smash, and Itachi controlled Susanoo to block. Bang! Boom! 2 more thunderous explosions rang out. Susanoo was forced to slide backward from the enormous force. Even more cracks spread across the skeletal frame covering its body. Again, Yao was clearly excited. The wood golem's attacks came like a raging storm, its power fierce and unmatched, its offensive endless and unbroken. A first-form Susanoo was completely no match for it. Itachi painfully pushed his Mangekyo, bright crimson blood tears flowing down. So this is the first Hokage's would release? Truly terrifying. Itachi's emotions were complicated. He was shocked by the power of wood release. The strength the first Hokage had relied on to pacify a chaotic era truly lived up to its reputation. At the same time, he also felt gratified. Yao had already grown to this level. With this kind of power and this kind of mind, even without him, Yao would absolutely be able to protect himself and protect Sasuke as well. Even if he died the very next moment, the two of them should still be able to live on properly. In that instant of racing thoughts, Uchiha Itachi controlled Susanoo to deflect another heavy punch from the wood golem. Using the recoil, he swiftly retreated to the river surface in the distance. The orange-red skeleton dispersed, turning into points of light and vanishing, and the blood tears flowing from his eyes gradually stopped as well. Now, Itachi looked at his younger brother standing on the wood golem's shoulder. His voice returned to its usual calm, with little emotion to be heard. It's only been a few years, but your progress has far exceeded my expectations. However, let us stop here today. Kisame and I came to the village this time to capture the Ninetails. We don't have much time to waste here. Hearing that, the corner of Yao's mouth curved ever so slightly. Sure enough, Itachi had really developed professional habits from being a spy. He was already acting. He even deliberately brought up the Ninetails. Was he seriously that afraid Konoha's side wouldn't he know what they came for? But Yao couldn't he be bothered to expose Itachi's little act. As agreed beforehand, give me Shirsui's left eye. Itachi was silent for a moment, his deep gaze fixed on Yao. Can I know what you want Shirsui's eye for? Yao had long since prepared an answer. Without even thinking, he said, of course it's to obtain even greater power. Power? Itachi's brows furrowed slightly. The power you have now is already strong enough. Are you still not satisfied? Not enough. Yao shook his head, his expression righteous. Without enough power, I can't truly protect the village. Konoha just went through turmoil. The third Hokage sacrificed his life. Powerful enemies are watching from all sides. This is exactly when strength is needed most. I want to become stronger, strong enough to intimidate all enemies, strong enough to protect Konoha's peace. The way he said it was passionate and righteous, as if he truly cared about Konoha and had dedicated himself to protecting the will of fire. Of course, he was lying to Itachi. Yao wanted Shirsui's left eye for one simple reason, to gather both Mangekyo and obtain Susanoo. But Yao knew something. Itachi liked hearing that kind of thing. Sure enough, the moment he heard the words protect the village, a trace of relief flashed across Itachi's face. Yeah, protect the village. Wasn't that exactly why he had sacrificed everything and taken on all the hatred, infamy, and sin, to protect the village and protect his little brother? Now that he heard his little brother also carried the same conviction, even Itachi's cold heart felt a bit comforted. So Yao had also come to understand the meaning of protection. That was good too. Itachi said nothing more. With one hand, he formed a simple summoning hand seal. Bang! As the light smoke scattered, a crow with pitch-black feathers appeared on Itachi's arm. This crow was quite unusual. One of its eyes was shockingly a scarlet Sharingan. It was none other than the Mangekyo left eye Uchiha Shirsui had entrusted to him. Yao, it's yours now. Itachi looked at that eye carrying his best friend's final will and power, and his voice held a trace of entrustment. Go. The crow understood the command. It spread its wings, flew up, and landed on Yao's shoulder. Got it. Finally got it. Yao's heart settled. He nodded toward Itachi in the distance. Uchiha Itachi looked deeply at Yao, then at the crow. Even though he had countless things he wanted to say in his heart, in the end he said nothing. He turned and walked into the distance. Itachi's little brother. Goodbye. Hope we get the chance to meet again next time. Kisame Hashigaki bared his teeth in a grin, then followed Itachi away. Yao watched them leave, then returned to Might Guy and the others. Guy immediately asked anxiously, Yao, why did you let them go? With your would release plus all of us we should have been able to keep them here, right? Yao shook his head and pointed at Kakashi, whose face was pale and whose consciousness was still a little dazed. We couldn't stop them, or rather, the price of forcefully stopping them would have been too great. Uchiha Itachi's genjutsu is terrifying. If he really used a genjutsu on that level, he didn't finish the sentence. But the meaning was obvious. Even someone like Kakashi, an experienced elite jonin with a Sharingan, had been taken down in a single exchange. If anyone else charged in, they probably wouldn't even get the chance to react before becoming dead weight, or even dying on the spot. Guy looked at his weakened friend Kakashi, who seemed like he had just suffered a serious illness. After knowing him for so many years, this was the first time he had ever seen Kakashi in such a miserable state. It was enough to show just how terrifying Itachi's genjutsu was. He clenched his fists. Though unwilling, he knew Yao was right. He gave a grunt of acknowledgement and said no more. Alright, now isn't the time to talk about this. Asuma blew out a puff of smoke. Let's get Kakashi to the hospital first. The five of them wasted no more time and quickly brought Kakashi to Konoha Hospital. After emergency treatment, Kakashi was sent into a hospital room to rest. The main issue was mental exhaustion. He needed time to recover. Yao left a wood clone in the room to watch over Kakashi. As for himself, he didn't stay long. He headed straight back to the Uchiha clan compound. After returning home and closing the door, Yao held the crow, which had been standing quietly on his shoulder the whole time, in front of him. The crow was very docile. It didn't struggle, only looked at him curiously. Yao's heartbeat couldn't help but speed up a little. He had planned for this for so long, and now he was finally about to complete Shirsue's Mangekyo. He was finally about to have a pair of Mangekyo Sharingan of his own. Yao first used genjutsu to make the crow fall into a brief sleep, then extracted the Mangekyo left eye. He placed it into a special nutrient solution he had prepared in advance for cleaning. Then Yao dug out his own left eye and placed Shirsue's Mangekyo left eye into the empty socket. His powerful self-healing ability rapidly repaired the trauma around the eye. Very soon, his left eye was fully restored, and the transplant was complete. At that moment, the two Mangekyo instantly formed a powerful connection. Two massive streams of release chakra of the same origin surged madly into Yao's brain through the newly formed visual nerves. Connection, fusion, intense pain, swelling pressure, cold and burning sensations intertwined together, several times stronger than when he had transplanted the right eye alone. About a few minutes later, Yao slowly opened his eyes. Both of his eyes had turned into scarlet four-pointed pinwheel patterns. At the same time, a massive flood of information, accompanied by a powerful resonance of ocular power, directly engraved itself into the depths of Yao's consciousness. Two eye techniques? Yao looked stunned. Besides Kodo Amitsukami, there's another eye technique? That stream of information told Yao that Uchiha Shirsue's pair of Mangekyo possessed two powerful eye techniques. First, the known ultimate genjutsu that both eyes possessed, Kodo Amitsukami. It could invade the target's brain without being detected and permanently alter the target's will. Anyone within the user's line of sight could be turned into a puppet of absolute obedience. This eye technique could be used with the right eye, and also with the left eye, and when both eyes were gathered together, the power of Kodo Amitsukami would receive an unimaginable boost. Faster activation, wider range of influence. The depth and stability of the altered will would also reach the absolute limit. Second, there was a new eye technique. When both eyes were reunited and the ocular power formed a complete circulation, it had actually activated a brand new ultimate eye technique. Kodo Amitsukami Light. Kodo Amitsukami Light. It released a large-scale golden radiance, forcibly dragging the enemy's mind into an illusion space constructed by the caster, an absolute domain of domination. And in an instant, it burned the enemy's spirit to ashes. I really didn't expect this. I really didn't. Reuniting both eyes actually awakened such a terrifying eye technique. Yao couldn't help muttering in a low voice, unable to suppress the excitement on his face. Kodo Amitsukami Light. This was absolutely the most terrifying and overbearing genjutsu he had ever seen so far. No contest. Compared to it, even though Uchiha Itachi's Tsukuyomi was powerful in mental torture and time control, in the face of this direct, large-scale, instant-death spiritual annihilation, it seemed inferior. Tsukuyomi was the ultimate punishment and interrogation. But Kodo Amitsukami Light was the eradication of spiritual existence itself, turning the enemy's spirit to ashes in an instant. Too terrifying. With this complete pair of eyes, Yao's trump cards and deterrence would rise to a whole new level. More importantly, it had finally made up for Yao's greatest shortcoming, genjutsu. Now even if I go up against Uchiha Itachi's Tsukuyomi, I won't be afraid at all, Yao muttered to himself. He had always been wary of Itachi before, afraid that Itachi would hit him with a Tsukuyomi. After all, Kakashi had been tortured by Tsukuyomi for 3 days and 3 nights. His mind had nearly collapsed, and afterward he had been bedridden for a full month. Yao definitely didn't want that happening to him. But now it was different. He finally had a powerful trump card to counter Tsukuyomi. When it comes to playing with genjutsu, Uchiha Shirsue really is stronger. In front of him, even Itachi the great filial son would have to call him little brother. Yao suppressed the excitement in his heart. To make things easier to distinguish from now on, Kodo Amitsukami will be called Kodo Amitsukami Puppet. Kodo Amitsukami Light stays the same. The former controls the will. The latter annihilates the spirit. Tsk. Feels so damn good. After that, Yao began studying the other ultimate power of the Mangekyo Sharingan, Susanoo. Different Mangekyo have different unique dojutsu, like Kamui, Tsukuyomi, Amaterasu, and Kodo Amatsukami. But Susanoo, that humanoid mecha with both offense and defense, is the ultimate power every Mangekyo possesses. Yao focused his mind and connected with the surging in-release I power deep within his eyes. Sure enough, the moment his thoughts moved, Yao touched the outline of that sleeping, vast, and violent power. Then let us try it. Yao took a deep breath, stood in the center of the room, and his eyes suddenly sharpened. Susanoo, buzz. A deep, icy green chakra carrying intense spiritual pressure burst out from his body, rapidly gathering and taking shape around him. In the blink of an eye, several thick, rib-like green chakra bones appeared out of thin air, crossing together to form two rows. Like the sturdiest cage and shield, they protected Yao in the center. Susanoo, first form. It worked. Yao was secretly delighted. But the next moment, a piercing pain that felt like it would tear his soul apart followed right after. The pain erupted from the depths of his eyes and spread through his entire brain. Then it quickly spread through his whole body. Every muscle, every bone, transmitted unbearable burning and tearing pain. Hiss. Even though he had been mentally prepared, Yao still couldn't help sucking in a cold breath, and fine beads of sweat seeped out across his forehead. Sure enough, using the Mangekyo put a huge burden and pain on the body. It really did hurt like hell. Yao grimaced in pain. The Mangekyo was called the Cursed Eye because from the moment it awakened, it began walking toward blindness. Every use pushed the Mangekyo one step closer to going blind. The more times it was used, the faster blindness would come. Uchiha Madara, Uchiha Itachi, Uchiha Sasuke. Other than Uchiha Obito, none of them were exceptions. But at the same time, using Mangekyo Dojutsu came with immense pain and side effects. If your body was even a little lacking, you might not be able to endure it and die young. Like Itachi, it was no exaggeration to say, the Mangekyo Sharingan was not a pair of eyes ordinary people could control. Right at this moment, the powerful life force brought by the sage body rapidly surged toward the source of the pain. The power of yang release began repairing and nourishing the damaged body tissues. At the same time, with its unique vitality, it quickly neutralized the erosion and backlash caused by the excessive release of I power. The burning sensation rapidly faded, and the stabbing pain weakened like a receding tide. In an instant, the intense pain that had been impossible to sustain vanished completely. I knew it. Yao let out a long breath and revealed a smile that said, just as expected. The sage body's powerful vitality and recovery really was a divine tool for controlling the Mangekyo and offsetting its side effects. Just look at Obito. Because half his body was made up of white Zetsu, he could casually use Kamui's Mangekyo, and even that absurdly powerful Kamui had basically been turned into his basic attack, yet he was still full of life. Since he possessed an even stronger sage body, there was no reason he couldn't control Uchiha Shirsui's Mangekyo. That night, warm lights shone in the dining room of the Uchiha compound. Yao, Sasuke, and Karen sat around the table quietly eating dinner. Sasuke was obviously in a good mood, and he was talking more than usual. Clearly, the cultivation notes he had picked out from Rude's legacy had benefited the second pillar quite a bit. Karen quietly focused on eating, silently listening, with a satisfied look on her face. For her, having a stable place to stay, not having to get bitten every day, and even being able to come into contact with her clan's ancestral sealing techniques already felt like the kind of good life she hadn't even dared dream of before. And she knew that everything she had now had been brought by Yao. Yao was basically her reborn parent. She was willing to do anything he asked. Yao picked up a piece of meat and put it into his bowl. Come with me to Konoha Hospital later. We're going to check on Kakashi-sensei. Sasuke's chopsticks paused mid-bite. He looked up a little confused. Kakashi-sensei? What happened to him? He got hurt, Yao replied casually. This afternoon, Itachi came back to the village and ran into Kakashi-sensei and the others. They fought. Kakashi-sensei got hit by Itachi's genjutsu and used up a lot of mental energy. He's lying in the hospital now. Clang. The chopsticks in Sasuke's hand fell onto the table, and he shot to his feet like a powder keg that had just been ignited. Blood rushed to his face, and his voice was filled with rage and agitation. Itachi? Where is he? Where is he right now? The air in the dining room seemed to freeze in an instant, and even the warm light seemed to turn a few degrees colder. What are you getting worked up for? Sit down. Yao slapped his chopsticks onto the table with a smack. His voice wasn't loud, but it carried unquestionable severity. Sasuke shuddered and silently sat back down, though his fists were still clenched. Yao coldly looked at Sasuke, who was radiating hostility from head to toe, and rebuked him. How many times have I told you? The second you hear the name Uchiha Itachi, you react like a cat that got its tail stepped on and immediately blows up. Look at yourself right now. Sasuke's chest heaved violently as he glared at Yao, but he didn't argue back. What's the point of looking for him now? Can you even beat him? Yao's tone was merciless. With the little bit of skill you have right now, if you rush over there, other than getting beaten down by him again, mocked, and humiliated, other than proving that you're still a useless little brother who can't amount to anything, what else can you do? Every word was like a cold nail hammered into Sasuke's most sensitive nerves. His face turned red. His teeth clenched so hard they ground together, and his fists tightened until his nails nearly dug into his flesh. But he couldn't refute it, because what Yao said was the truth. Right now, he really was no match for Itachi. Unwilling? Angry? Then bottle all those feelings back up for me and turn them into motivation for training. Yao forcefully patted his tense shoulder, and his tone softened a little. Train properly. Use all your hatred to become stronger. I guarantee it. In at most 3 years, you will definitely have the strength and the chance to personally kill Uchiha Itachi. Sasuke bit down hard on his teeth, took several deep breaths, picked up his chopsticks, and buried his head as he started eating in big mouthfuls without saying another word. Karen carefully looked at the two brothers and didn't even dare breathe too loudly. Yao let out a sigh. Unlike Sasuke, he didn't have any deep blood feud with Uchiha Itachi. Of course, he also had no brotherly affection or bonds of love to speak of, but he respected Itachi's choice. Since Itachi had chosen to keep playing the cruel role of the clan-destroying enemy, Yao had no intention of forcefully exposing the truth. Let this play. Continue along the path it was originally meant to follow. After dinner, Yao brought Karen and the downcast Sasuke, bought some fresh fruit, and went to the hospital to visit Kakashi. Tanzaku Town. Inside an unremarkable little tavern, by a corner table, Tsunade with her blonde twin tails, incredible figure, and a flush of red on her face, looked at Jiraiya with a half-smile. So you're saying I should go back to the village and inherit the position of 5th Hokage? Tsunade drained the wine in her cup in one gulp, then slammed it heavily onto the table with a thud. Jiraiya, did your brain get smeared over with toad oil? I lost interest in something like the Hokage position a long time ago. Tsunade, this time it's different. Jiraiya put away his usual playful expression. Hiruzen-sensei died in battle. The village is leaderless now, with troubles both inside and out. You're the granddaughter of the first Hokage, one of the Sannin. Your reputation, strength, and bloodline are all enough to convince everyone. There's no one more suitable in Konoha than you right now. Whoever wants it can take it. Don't come to me. Something like Hokage? Only an idiot would take that job. Tsunade turned her face away and poured herself a cup of wine. Besides, I stopped being a ninja of Konoha a long time ago. Jiraiya sighed. He knew that trying to persuade Tsunade with feelings and reason alone was useless. His eyes shifted, and then he said, what if I told you would release from the First Lord has appeared in the village? Don't you want to go back and see for yourself? What? Tsunade's hand paused mid-pour, and some of the liquor spilled out. Her beautiful eyes, still carrying a trace of drunkenness, were filled with shock. Explain yourself. Would release? How is that possible? Other than Grandpa, no one in the Senju clan has been able to awaken that power for a long time. Or did Orochimaru pull off some disgusting human experiment again? Tsunade's reaction was even bigger than Jiraiya had expected. After all, to her, would release was not just a powerful Kekkei Genkai. It was also a symbol that belonged to her grandfather. I know this one. Before Jiraiya could answer, Naruto, who had been stuffing himself with food beside them, suddenly looked up and proudly cut in. It's Uchiha Yo. He is super strong. And he is my good friend. Uchiha Yo? Tsunade froze for a moment. A member of the Uchiha clan can use would release? Kid, did eating too much make you stupid? No way, Naruto yelled back unhappily. During the Chunin exams, that guy from the sand called Gaara turned into a super huge fat tanuki. He was crazy strong. But Yao was even stronger. He made a super huge wooden giant, bigger than Boss Toad. He knocked Shikaku flat with one punch, and he even shoved that black ball it spit out right back into its mouth, and then boom, it exploded. It was awesome. Naruto talked while gesturing wildly, his face full of admiration for his friend. Would human technique? This time Tsunade was truly stunned. She even forgot to put down the wine cup in her hand. The wood human technique was one of her grandfather's signature high-level wood release jutsu. Being able to use a technique like that meant the wood release was definitely not just for show. She suddenly turned to Jiraiya, her gaze sharp. Jiraiya, what exactly is going on? How could some Uchiha brat possibly possess the Senju clan's bloodline ability? And would release at that? Jiraiya spread his hands, equally puzzled. I'm not too sure about the exact situation either. But that kid is called Uchiha Yo. He is a student in Hitaki Kakashi's squad, around 12 years old this year. I haven't seen his would release with my own eyes, but based on Kakashi's report and the ANBU reports, his power is indeed astonishing, and the scale is huge. Some people even say he already has a bit of the first Hokage's youthful bearing. As for why an Uchiha can use would release, Jiraiya shook his head. That's also the thing that confuses me most. But his identity has been confirmed without a doubt. He is an Uchiha survivor, Uchiha Sasuke's older brother. Tsunade fell silent. She set down her wine cup and leaned back against the chair, a heavy layer of doubt covering her beautiful face. As a direct descendant of the Senju clan, and the granddaughter of the first Hokage, Tsunade did not actually hold any inherited prejudice against the Uchiha clan. But an Uchiha had awakened the would-release Kekkei Genkai that her great-grandfather had relied on to pacify an age of chaos. That was far too abnormal. It completely violated the basic rules of Kekkei Genkai inheritance. The bloodlines of the Uchiha and Senju were fundamentally different. The Sharingan was the ultimate expression of Yin release, while would release was the peak creation of Yang release life force. The two were practically complete opposites unless some taboo possibilities involving human experimentation flashed through her mind, making her even more uneasy. An Uchiha could actually use such powerful wood release. Tsunade's eyes flickered uncertainly. This news truly stirred her desire to return to Konoha more than any reason she had expected. Using the flying Raijin Jutsu, Yao instantly teleported to the border of the Land of Fire, into a remote mountain wilderness deep in an uninhabited valley. This place was far from Konoha and far from the main roads. It was the perfect location for him to secretly temper the powers he had just obtained. The focus of Yao's training was naturally the Susanoo he had just mastered, as well as further tempering the ocular power of his Mangekyo Sharingan. The Mangekyo Sharingan was a very contradictory Kekkei Genkai. Every time it was used, it inflicted irreversible damage on the eyes, pushing them ever closer to eternal darkness. But on the other hand, if one wanted to bring out the true power of the Mangekyo, one had to repeatedly practice with it to become familiar with it and strengthen its ocular power. That created a dead loop. Without using the Mangekyo, one could not master it, but using it only accelerated blindness. So under normal circumstances, unless one could evolve it into the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, it was hard to develop and temper it without restraint. Naturally, that also meant it was impossible to fully bring out the potential of these eyes. Just like Itachi. Until his death, he could only use Susanoo up to the second form. But Yao did not have that concern. The sage body gave him incomparably powerful life force and formidable self-healing ability. To him, the risk of going blind from the Mangekyo practically did not exist. That meant he could practice again and again, squeeze out and train the Mangekyo's ocular power again and again. By repeatedly pushing at the edge of the limit, he could make his ocular power grow at an astonishing speed. Susanoo. The scarlet pinwheel patterns in Yao's eyes spun rapidly, and a massive emerald green chakra giant rose from the ground. Starting from the initial ribcage form, it quickly became covered in veins and flesh, then condensed into heavy Tengu armor. A massive spiral sword formed in its hand, and the armor on its chest opened, revealing an orange glowing Magatama. Susanoo third form. The entire condensation process had become incredibly smooth, completely lacking the initial sluggishness, burning pain, and heaviness. This was the result of repeated use and repeated tempering of his ocular power. The vitality from the sage body did not just repair damage. The side effects caused by continuously using the Mangekyo were weakening and disappearing at a speed visible to the naked eye. In contrast, Yao's perception and control over his ocular power were becoming more and more precise and fluid. His development of Susanoo was also advancing at incredible speed. First, he could only maintain the first form for a few dozen seconds. Now, he could stably activate the third form for several minutes. And more than that, the strength of Susanoo was increasing. The condensation of its chakra, the defensive power of its armor, and the might of its weapons, all of it was steadily growing along with the ocular power of his Mangekyo. With a thought, Yao created a wood clone. The wood clone landed not far away and clapped its hands together. The ground rose, and a wooden giant comparable in size to Susanoo emerged from the earth, taking a combat stance. Fighting himself was the safest and most efficient form of sparring. It trained both his wood release and his Susanoo, killing two birds with one stone. Let us test the long-range attacks first. Standing inside the crystal at Susanoo's head, Yao's eyes sharpened. Isaka Magatama. The heavy chest armor of Susanoo's Tengu armor suddenly split open to both sides, revealing the orange Magatama on its chest. The Magatama's light flared brilliantly, and countless emerald green chakra arrows shot out from it like a torrential storm. The sharp whistling of them cutting through the air rang out all at once, forming a deadly curtain of green light as they blanketed the wooden giant. Faced with this dense long-range bombardment, the wood golem controlled by the wood clone neither dodged nor retreated. Its arms crossed in front of its chest. Wood release. Hobi technique. A huge, thick wooden shield condensed into shape in front of the wood golem, forming the sturdiest possible barrier. Boom, 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 boom. Dense chakra arrows slammed into the wooden shield one after another, producing dull, drum-like impacts. The arrows carried terrifying piercing power. Wood chips flew everywhere as the shield was shot apart, cracks and holes rapidly spreading across its surface. In the blink of an eye, it was riddled like a sieve, on the verge of collapsing completely. Ha! The wood golem controlled by the wood clone suddenly charged out from behind the shattered shield. Its massive fist tore through the air as it smashed viciously towards Susanu's head. Again.
Yao's toujahast spun rapidly.
The gigantic spiral sword in Susanu's hand suddenly lifted up, and the blade began spinning at a terrifying speed. The rotation brought out a shrill howl. At the tip of the sword, a visible chakra drill vortex formed, radiating an unstoppable sharpness. Without dodging or yielding, the spiral drill met the wood golem's giant fist head-on. Crack! Crack, crack, crack. The wood golem's hard fist shattered inch by inch the moment it came into contact with the spiral drill. The destruction quickly spread up the arm. The entire thick wooden arm was twisted into a storm of splinters and fragments. With just one strike, one of the wood golem's arms was crippled. But the most troublesome part of wood release was its powerful regeneration. Countless tiny wooden fibers grew wildly, and a brand new, completely intact arm was rapidly reconstructed. Haha! Again. The fighting spirit in Yao's eyes burned even hotter. This kind of unbreakable, regenerating, powerful target was the perfect object for tempering Susanu. The rotation speed of the spiral sword in Susanu's hand increased once more as it took the initiative and launched another assault at the wood golem. The wood golem refused to back down as well. Both fists swung out, kicking up fierce gusts of wind. They collided once more with the terrifying spiral drill. For a time, endless thunderous explosions rang out through the barren valley, while wood chips and chakra fragments scattered everywhere. In the blink of an eye, half a month passed. The remote valley at the border of the Land of Fire had now become completely unrecognizable. It was covered in craters and trenches of varying depths. Scorch marks and shattered wooden debris could be seen everywhere. These were all the traces left behind by Yao's mad training over the past days, where Susanu and wood release had repeatedly clashed head-on. Phew! Yao slowly let out a long breath of turbid air. The emerald-green Susanu quickly dissolved into countless points of light and scattered away. The rapidly spinning crimson windmill pattern in his eyes also gradually stopped, returning to the three-tomo form. The development of the Mangekyo, as well as his initial control over Susanu, could be considered temporarily complete. Yao felt the more condensed and tamed ocular power within him as he evaluated the gains from these past half a month. The growth of his eye power, as well as his adaptability to Susanu, had both reached expectations and even slightly exceeded them. But Yao also understood clearly. For his current power system, the strength of the Mangekyo Sharingan did not actually raise him by that much. It was more like adding flowers to brocade, giving him a powerful trump card and tactical form for critical moments, but not a true qualitative change. After all, he already possessed the Sage body and powerful wood release. It's time to continue training Sage mode. Yao looked into the distance, his gaze turning serious. Sage mode was the real key. Once he successfully mastered Sage mode, the amplification would be all around. Speed, strength, defense, perception, and ninjutsu power would all receive geometric level increases. Especially for wood release, Senjutsu chakra would absolutely bring earth-shaking changes to it. That was the true key that could let him step into the Super Kage tier. With only wood release or the Mangekyo Sharingan, he would still merely count as Kage level. Before that, Yao thought to himself, I should head home first. Tsunade's ceremony to inherit the position of 5th Hokage should be within the next few days. For an important occasion like that, it'd be better to at least show up. He had no interest in getting involved in Konoha's power transition. But as one of Konoha's important combat forces on the surface, and at the same time the nominal head of the Uchiha clan, he still needed to attend this kind of ceremony whose symbolic meaning outweighed its actual meaning. Whoosh! The flying thunder god technique activated, and Yao instantly vanished from the desolate valley. To welcome Tsunade's succession as the 5th Hokage, Konoha's higher-ups had clearly already begun pushing the momentum with full force. Over these past few days, all kinds of information about Tsunade had been spreading throughout the village. Granddaughter of the 1st Hokage, Hashirama Senju, one of the legendary Sannin, her famous prestige and brilliant battle achievements. This information quickly diluted the grief, fear, and worries about the future that had followed the 3rd Hokage's sacrifice. People were filled with anticipation as they discussed Tsunade, this legendary female ninja. They looked forward to her leading Konoha out of its slump and restoring its former glory. That evening, the setting sun dyed the Uchiha clan district in a warm golden color as 3 figures appeared at the entrance. They were Tsunade, Jiraiya, and the bouncing, excited Naruto Uzumaki. Karen opened the door. She looked somewhat nervously at the 3 outside, and hearing the commotion, Yao and Sasuke also walked out from inside. Yao! The moment he saw Yao, Naruto immediately shouted happily and rushed over, his face full of a bright grin. Naruto. A smile also appeared on Yao's face as he habitually rubbed Naruto's striking blonde hair. Haven't seen you for a few days, and it looks like you've grown a little taller again. Brat? Hey. Yao, you bastard. Don't touch my head. Naruto quickly shrank his neck and dodged away, then turned around and pointed at Tsunade and Jiraiya behind him as he shouted, "Granny Tsunade said she wanted to see you, so we came over." Yao nodded and looked toward the two heavyweight figures at the gate. He stepped forward a few paces and gave a slight bow. "Greetings, Lady Tsunade." "Greetings, Lord Jiraiya." Tsunade and Jiraiya were, after all, seniors in the village. As the head of the Uchiha clan, this basic courtesy was still necessary. "No need to be so polite, kid." Jiraiya crossed his arms and spoke with a smile. His gaze swept across Yao and Sasuke, pausing for a moment especially on Yao's three-tomo Sharingan. The last time they met in the Hokage building, Yao hadn't had the three-tomo yet. And now, after only a few days, he had awakened it? This brat was way too bizarre. Tsunade said nothing. From the moment she stepped in, her beautiful amber eyes had been fixed tightly on Yao, carrying a look of scrutiny. Suddenly, as if she had noticed something, Tsunade let out a soft sound of surprise. Right after that, she reached out and directly pressed a hand onto Yao's shoulder. A gentle green glow of chakra lit up in her palm. In just 2 seconds, the expression on Tsunade's face instantly became extremely colorful. Shock, astonishment, confusion, disbelief. Such enormous chakra. This surging life force. Tsunade's tone was certain, yet full of incredulity. A physique just like Grandpa's. As one of the top medical ninja in the ninja world, Tsunade's research into the human body could not be said to be unmatched across the entire ninja world, but it was absolutely among the very best. What's more, she was the granddaughter of the first Hokage. Her understanding of the first special physique was far deeper than anyone else's. And now, through the direct feedback from her medical chakra probing, the pure, vitality-filled nature of the chakra within Yao's body, along with a life force far beyond ordinary people, gave her the exact same feeling as her grandfather's physique. Granted, because of his age, Yao's vitality and chakra reserves still couldn't be compared to the first Hokage in his prime. But the essence of that power had been carved from the exact same mold. Simply put, the difference was only in quantity, not quality. This was far too unreasonable. How could an Uchiha possess the perfect constitution that should have belonged exclusively to the first Hokage? Tsunade let go of his hand. Her brows were tightly furrowed, and she stared sharply at Yao, her voice carrying an interrogative edge. "Kid, did you undergo some kind of human body modification experiment? Orochimaru? Or Danzo's route?" This was the most reasonable explanation she could think of at once. Through some kind of human experiment, first Hokage cells or related tissue had been transplanted into Uchiha Yao's body. Hearing that, Yao smiled instead. "Lady Tsunade, you must be joking. You're a medical expert. Wouldn't you know better than anyone whether I've undergone human experimentation or not?" At those words, Tsunade examined Yao once more from head to toe, from his chakra pathways down to his cells with extreme care. Nothing. There were no signs at all of artificial transplantation, stitching, or forced fusion. Yao's chakra was incredibly pure. It was completely unified, with not the slightest trace of foreign chakra mixed into it. At the cellular level, his body looked like a perfectly balanced whole that had been born this way from the very beginning. Could he be from the Senju clan? But how was that possible? Tsunade looked at Yao, then couldn't help glancing at Uchiha Sasuke beside him, who looked almost like he had been carved from the same mold. The two brothers were obviously twins. Yao couldn't possibly be from the Senju clan, an Uchiha, yet possessing the most perfect Senju constitution? This was simply unheard of. What a freak. Tsunade shook her head and temporarily pushed that confusion and curiosity back into her heart. Now wasn't the time to dig into it, and judging from the kid's expression, she probably wouldn't get any answers anyway. She looked at Yao again. "Forget it. Let's not talk about that for now. Konoha's been saying you awakened would release. To be honest, before seeing you myself, I was skeptical. But now, I believe it. If you have the same constitution as great-grandpa, then awakening a Kekkei Genkai like would release on that foundation is absolutely not some fantasy." When Tsunade said she wanted to see would release with her own eyes, Yao didn't refuse. After all, she was the fifth Hokage. He still had to give her that much face. The group arrived at the Naka River. "Here is fine." Yao stopped and looked at the fairly wide river surface. He brought his hands together. Would release. Deep forest emergence. Rumble. Countless thick trees and vines burst through the water's surface, and in the blink of an eye, a dense forest was constructed across the river. Even though she had heard about it countless times from Naruto, seeing the scene with her own eyes still left Tsunade unable to hide her shock. She stared blankly at that forest on the river, her eyes momentarily dazed, shaken, and excited. After a long while, Tsunade slowly let out a breath. When she looked at Uchiha Yao again, her gaze had quietly changed. "Lady Tsunade, do you need me to demonstrate any other jutsu, like the wood human jutsu or flowering tree world?" Yao's voice rang out. "No need." Tsunade waved her hand. Her usual briskness had already returned to her face, and there was even a faint smile on it. She stepped forward and firmly patted Yao on the shoulder. No doubt about it. This is genuine wood release. After a pause, Tsunade seemed to remember something and said, I still have some of Great-Grandpa's notes from back then about wood release training and jutsu. They should be of some reference value to you. If you're interested, I'll have someone send them over later. Yao's eyes lit up. The personal training notes left behind by the first Hokage? This really was an unexpected delight. Although he had also looted some from the root base, there should still be a difference compared to what the first Hokage personally left behind, right? Thank you, Lady Tsunade. Yao bowed slightly. It's nothing. Tsunade waved it off. Those things have just been gathering dust with me anyway. If you can use them, then at least they'll be put to proper use. 2 days later, Konohagakure welcomed a grand ceremony it had not seen in a long time. The plaza beneath the Hokage Rock and the surrounding streets were packed so tightly with villagers and shinobi that not even water could pass through. It was truly a city emptied into the streets. After going through the Konoha Crush and losing the third Hokage, everyone desperately longed for a new Hokage. The sunlight was just right, and the atmosphere was heated. Amid the cheers of the people, Tsunade, draped in a brand new white Hokage robe embroidered with the words 5th Hokage, stepped onto the high platform. Her expression was solemn. Her golden hair shone brilliantly in the sunlight, completely sweeping away her usual lazy and casual demeanor. What she revealed instead was the extraordinary bearing worthy of one of the legendary Sannin and the granddaughter of the first Hokage. Under the direction of the two advisors, Koharu Yuditane and Hamura Mitokado, Tsunade received the hat symbolizing the authority of the Hokage and placed it on her head. Then she faced the entire village, raised her right hand, and declared the Hokage's oath in a clear and powerful voice. I, Tsunade, am the 5th Hokage of Konoha. At that moment, applause and cheers swept through all of Konoha like a tsunami. 5th Hokage. Lady Tsunade. Long live Konoha. Long live Lord Hokage. Hokage's office. Sunlight streamed through the windows, making the freshly painted walls and the somewhat empty office seem especially bright. The third Hokage liked to smoke, and after 40 years, the previous Hokage's office had become heavily saturated with the smell of smoke. Tsunade disliked it greatly, so the office had been renovated from top to bottom. There was still a faint scent of fresh wood and paint lingering in the air. Behind the large desk, Tsunade had already changed out of her ceremonial attire and was now wearing her usual green outer robe. She was looking down through several documents, her brows slightly furrowed. Clearly, she had already entered work mode. Lord Hokage. Yao walked into the office, came to the front of the desk, and bowed. MHM, you're here. Tsunade raised her head, pushed the document in her hand aside, and leaned back into the broad chair. Yao, in this Chunin exam, although it was forcibly interrupted because of Orochimaru and Tsunagekyu's attack, your performance in the earlier match stage was obvious to all. More importantly, in the attack that followed, you independently suppressed the one-tail Shikaku, preventing the village from suffering even more severe destruction and casualties. Tsunade folded her hands on the desk and spoke clearly. Therefore, I have officially decided to make an exceptional promotion and raise you to Chunin. Thank you for Lord Hokage's recognition. Yao nodded in thanks. Becoming a Chunin, it meant he could officially accept C-rank and B-rank missions. In special circumstances, he could even participate in A-rank missions. There was one more point as well. He had obtained the qualification to independently lead a team on missions. In action, he would have greater autonomy and more room for his own judgment. Also, Tsunade changed the subject. Kakashi's injuries this time are fairly serious. He needs to stay hospitalized and recover for a while. Until he recovers, Team 7 will temporarily be under your command. That brat Naruto and Sasuke too are under your supervision now. For mission arrangements and daily training, you can handle them as you see fit. Just report regularly to the mission desk and the Jonin management. This arrangement wasn't unexpected. The original members of Team 7 were Naruto, Sasuke, and Yao. Now that Kakashi had gone down, having Yao, this newly promoted Chunin, temporarily take over really was the most suitable choice. This can keep the squad structure intact, and also make sure the two key genin stay in a controllable and protected state. Understood. Yao didn't t-shirk it. Alright, that's all. Do your job properly, and don't cause me trouble. Tsunade waved her hand, signaling that he could leave. Then she lowered her head and picked up another file. Yao gave a slight bow, then turned and left the Hokage's office. Yao didn't waste any time. After leaving the Hokage building, he went straight to a training ground near the Ninja Academy. Sure enough, just as he reached the outer area of the training ground, he could already hear hundreds of Narutos yelling noisily inside. Naruto was practicing the Rinnegan. Sasuke was leaning alone against a tree, holding a lightning release scroll in his hand, reading it intently. Every now and then, he would glance at the loud and hyper Naruto with a look of disgust on his face. Naruto, Sasuke, Yao called out. Yao? Hearing him, Naruto's original body immediately ran over with a face full of joy. How come you're here? What did Granny Tsunade want from you? Are they giving us some super awesome mission? Sasuke also closed the scroll and looked over, inquiry in his eyes. Yao looked at the two of them. Two things. First, I was just officially appointed as a Chunin by the Hokage. Whoa, Chunin. That's great, Yao. Congratulations. Naruto jumped up excitedly, sincerely happy for Yao. Sasuke silently nodded. Second thing. Yao continued, Kakashi-sensei needs to stay in the hospital and recover for a while. Before he comes back, I'll be temporarily acting as Team 7's captain. So for the next period of time, your missions and training will be temporarily arranged by me. Huh? Yao's going to be our captain? That's great. Naruto blinked, then smiled even more brightly. Yao, help us get a few S-rank missions. Okay? Sasuke didn't speak, but his eyes were also full of eagerness. These past few days, he had been burying himself in training, and he could feel his strength improving quickly. He was just waiting for a chance to show what he could do. Go out on a few S-rank missions and sharpen himself properly. Yao said irritably, S-rank missions? Don't even think about it. I'm only a Chunin right now. I don't have that authority. The rules inside the ninja system are still rules that should be followed. And compared to S-rank missions, training is what matters most. Naruto instantly deflated like a popped balloon and drooped his head. Yao ignored his disappointment and directly stated his plan. My plan is this. Once every half month, we'll take on one batch of B-rank missions. The rest of the time will all be used for training and improving ourselves. B-rank missions have a certain level of challenge, can help us build actual combat experience, and the reward is enough to support our training expenses. Any objections? The reward for a B-rank mission was roughly 100,000 to 200,000 ryo, and one bowl of Ichiraka ramen was about 60 to 80 ryo. If they ate only Ichiraka ramen, that would be more than 2,000 bowls. Calculated over half a month, that came out to 133 bowls a day, averaging about 40 bowls per person. So, one B-rank mission every half month was enough to support the three of them in training. No, one B-rank mission every half month actually sounds pretty good. At least it's way better than endless D-rank missions. Yao nodded. Since neither of you objects, then we'll do it like that for now. But before that, let me first see how your training has been going lately. I need to know what level you're actually at before I can arrange suitable training directions. Who wants to go first? I'll go first. Naruto immediately said, I've already perfectly mastered the Rinnegan. Recently, I've been trying to pour more chakra into it and develop the big ball Rinnegan. Show me. Watch closely. Naruto raised his right hand, and chakra quickly gathered in his palm, spinning and giving off that familiar buzzing sound. The Rinnegan rapidly took shape, light flowing across it, extremely stable. Very good. Your foundation is pretty solid. Yao nodded in approval. Being able to gather a Rinnegan this quickly and steadily without using a shadow clone meant his fundamentals really were quite solid. Next, Naruto let out a low shout and began pouring even more chakra into the Rinnegan in his palm. Buzz, buzz. The Rinnegan's size started swelling at a speed visible to the naked eye. Its glow became increasingly brilliant, and its rotation increasingly violent. But just as the Rinnegan swelled to nearly twice its original size, the rotation started becoming unstable. The entire sphere trembled violently. Chakra leaked from the edges, and it looked like it was about to lose control and explode. TCH. Naruto quickly dispersed the chakra. With a pop, the enlarged Rinnegan vanished, and he said in frustration, Still not working. If I pour in too much chakra, it stops listening. A faint glint flashed through Yao's eyes. He walked forward and placed a hand on Naruto's shoulder. Don't move. Relax. Huh? Though confused, Naruto still relaxed his body as told. A gentle green glow lit up in Yao's palm and instantly seeped into Naruto's body, beginning its examination. Yao closed his eyes. The next second, the surrounding scenery instantly twisted and changed. In its place was a dark, damp sewer. Shallow water covered the ground beneath his feet. Cold stone walls surrounded him, and ahead stood iron bars like a prison cell. Through the gaps in the bars, he could see an incomparably massive figure crouched behind them, giving off a suffocating shadow. A pair of crimson, violent vertical pupils suddenly opened in the darkness like two bloody lanterns, staring fixedly at Yao, who had suddenly appeared outside the cage. Obviously, this was the Nine-Tails seal space, and the being inside the cage radiating endless malice was the Nine-Tails sealed inside Naruto. The Nine-Tails as a kid. The moment their eyes met, the Nine-Tails body tensed slightly, and its crimson-slit pupils burst with undisguised cold-killing intent. It recognized those eyes, those hateful eyes. The Nine-Tails' deep voice rumbled like muffled thunder, filled with malice. Uchiha brat, you can actually come here? It remembered this brat. During the Chunin exams, this Uchiha brat had used would release to pin Shikaku down and beat it. He had even stuffed the tailed beast bomb back into Shikaku's mouth. As if he couldn't feel that overwhelming killing intent at all, Yao instead smiled, speaking with casual ease, almost like idle small talk. Nine-Tails, looks like staying here is pretty boring for you. Huh? Naruto becoming the dead last, and his personality lacking focus, was one part of it, but the Ninetales had to take at least half the blame. You had to know, chakra was the product of spiritual energy and physical energy fused one-to-one. Your own chakra was naturally as easy to control as moving your own arm, smooth and effortless. But if it was someone else's chakra, especially chakra carrying a strong personal will and attributes, then controlling it became 100 times harder, and it could easily clash and go out of control. And the Ninetales chakra not only existed on a terrifying scale, it was also filled with endless hatred, frenzy, and malice. All these years, although the Ninetales had been sealed, it had never stopped trying to erode and interfere with Naruto. So every so often, it would let a trace of its own chakra seep out and mix into Naruto's chakra flow. For a ninja who was learning fine chakra control, especially someone like Naruto whose control wasn't top tier to begin with, this was basically disastrous interference. Just like what had happened a moment ago, when Naruto tried to pour more chakra into the Rinnegan. A trace of the Ninetales chakra inevitably got mixed in as it unconsciously leaked out. The Ninetales chakra was completely incompatible with Naruto's own, and it directly caused the Rinnegan's structure to lose control. As if that could ever succeed. Bored? The Ninetales bared its fangs.
Uchiha brat.
Once this old man gets out, I'll show you what bored really means. Get out? Yao raised a brow. You think leaking out a little chakra every day and hoping Naruto loses control will let you seize the chance to break the seal? That's way too inefficient. Even Shikaku, that fat tanuki, is more straightforward than you. You bastard! The Ninetales had its sore spot exposed and instantly reared up, slamming its massive claw hard against the iron bars. The entire ceiling space seemed to tremble, and violent chakra swept out like a storm. Brat, you've got a death wish. Yao narrowed his eyes slightly. The three tomo slowly rotated, then quietly connected into a four-cornered windmill pattern. The Ninetales instantly froze in place, unable to move. Yao said flatly, Kurama, why are you so nervous? I only came in to tell you one thing. The moment it heard that name, the Ninetales' pupils violently contracted. Brat, who exactly are you? The Ninetales growled. Other than the nine-tailed beasts, nobody should have known its name. So how did this Uchiha brat know it? That's not important. Yao waved a hand. Kurama, what I want to tell you is this, your time is running out. Time? Uchiha brat, what exactly are you trying to say? The Ninetales growled. Its scarlet vertical pupils locked tightly onto Yao. Before Uchiha Madara died, he awakened the Rinnegan. Yao spoke calmly. With those eyes, he used a summoning jutsu to bring down the Ten-Tailed shell from the moon, the demonic statue of the outer path. And now, his successor is already active in the ninja world, forming an organization called Akatsuki. And one of Akatsuki's goals is to gather all nine-tailed beasts and revive the Ten-Tails that once existed. The Nine-Tails' pupils instantly shrank to pinpoints. Its whole body tensed, and all its fur stood on end. Yao slowly said, Kurama, you should know better than I do what that means, right?
Impossible.
The Ninetales suddenly roared, trying to drown out the shock in its heart with sheer volume. That bastard Uchiha Madara has been dead for a long time. Dead for decades. Brat, how dare you lie to me? As chakra lifeforms split from the Ten-Tails, the nine-tailed beasts were originally part of the Ten-Tails itself. The Nine-Tails understood better than any living being that if they were sealed back into the demonic statue of the outer path and the Ten-Tails was revived, their independent consciousnesses would be completely erased, merged, and returned to that chaotic giant beast. That was billions of times more terrifying than being sealed inside a Jinchuriki, more terrifying than being imprisoned in a place without light. That would be the true destruction of their very existence. Uchiha Madara is dead. Yao continued, but his Rinnegan still exists. The current leader of Akatsuki possesses those eyes. That isn't some secret among the upper levels of the ninja world. If you don't believe me, go ask Jiraiya or Tsunade or even Orochimaru. They all know about Akatsuki. They all know the Rinnegan exists. The Ninetales finally fell silent. Madness flickered wildly in its scarlet beast eyes, showing the intense turmoil inside. The Rinnegan. Those were the Sage of Six Paths' eyes. They really could control the demonic statue of the outer path. And to the tailed beasts, the demonic statue of the outer path was their natural enemy, their prison, their innate nemesis. No matter how powerful the tailed beasts were, once they faced the Rinnegan and the demonic statue of the outer path, they would have almost no power to resist. Brat. After a long while, the Ninetales' deep voice rang out again. The previous rage was gone, replaced by grave seriousness. What are you trying to say by telling me all this? My meaning is very clear. Yao stepped half a pace forward. You don't have much time left. Once Akatsuki gathers all nine-tailed beasts and revives the Ten-Tails, when that time comes, everyone will die. You, me, Naruto, Konoha, even the entire ninja world, probably none of us will escape. Yao asked word by word, Kurama, you don't want to go back inside the Ten-Tails, do you? The Nine-Tails snorted out a stream of burning air, which counted as a silent admission. What nonsense! How could it possibly be willing? Not a single-tailed beast wanted to return to the ten-tails body. Since you don't want that, then face reality and stop avoiding it. Yao spread his hands. In your sealed state, if Akatsuki sets its sights on you, what chance do you have? The nine tails fell silent again. Forget its current sealed state. Even if its true body were outside, once it faced the Mangekyo Sharingan, it would only get instantly crushed, let alone the Rinnegan and the demonic statue of the outer path. So, Yao looked at the nine tails. Honestly cooperate with Naruto, and help him become a perfect Jinchuriki as soon as possible. Only when your power truly combines and you cooperate with each other can you unleash enough strength to resist that threat. That's the only way you can gain at least some power to protect yourselves. Instead of just sitting there waiting to die, waiting to be extracted, sealed away, and turned into fuel for reviving the ten tails. The nine tails lowered its head. Its scarlet eyes flickered uncertainly in the shadows. It was weighing things, struggling. Proud as it was, it had to take the initiative to cooperate with a brat Jinchuriki it had always hated and treated as a prison, but being controlled by the Rinnegan, devoured by the demonic statue of the outer path, and returning to the ten tails to disappear completely frightened it even more. Brat, how do I know whether you're lying to me? The nine tails said. Do I need to lie to you? Yao let out a mocking laugh. I've already said everything I needed to say, and I've already made the pros and cons clear to you. What you do next, whether you keep causing trouble or think about my proposal, is up to you. You can reach an understanding with Naruto and become his partner. Or you can keep causing trouble, waste time fighting him from the inside, and keep draining each other. The choice is yours. I just hope that when the butcher's blade is at your neck, you still have the chance to keep causing trouble here. Humph. The nine tails gave a cold snort. It did not clearly agree, but it also did not reject him with the same savage violence as before. That snort was perhaps the greatest degree of consideration its prideful nature could manage. Nine tails, goodbye. A faint smile rose at the corner of Yao's lips as he vanished from the dark sewer space. Outside, on the training ground. Naruto, try again, Yao said. Naruto took a deep breath and began gathering chakra again. This time, the process went unexpectedly smoothly. Chakra rapidly gathered in his palm, spun, and formed into a Rinnegan. Then, as more chakra was poured in, the Rinnegan steadily expanded, growing larger, stable, and brilliant. In the blink of an eye, a big ball Rinnegan several times larger than a normal Rinnegan hovered steadily in Naruto's palm. It worked. Naruto was both shocked and overjoyed, almost unable to believe it. Yao, what exactly did you do? Just now it was obviously still. Sasuke also showed a look of surprise, his Sharingan slowly turning. He could tell that Naruto's chakra flow this time was much smoother and more coordinated than before. That subtle sluggishness and sense of conflict were gone. What exactly had Yao done? Nothing much. Yao waved a hand. I just helped you straighten out your chakra a little, so it would be more obedient. From here on, keep holding on to that feeling and practice more. Although Naruto felt like it probably wasn't as simple as just sorting things out, he trusted Yao's words without question. He immediately threw himself into a new round of training full of energy. After settling Naruto and Sasuke's training issues, Yao also began his own training. Summoning Jutsu. Bang! A burst of white smoke dispersed, and a massive green snake appeared in the clearing. Lord Yao, what are your orders? The green snake lowered its head respectfully. Take me to Ryuchi Cave. Understood. The green snake returned to Ryuchi Cave, then immediately used the reverse summoning jutsu. Ryuchi Cave. Inside the dark and cavernous main grotto, the white snake sage still coiled atop the high platform, exhaling purple smoke. Yao's arrival once again did not surprise the white snake sage. Its amber eyes were half open and half closed. It seems you've already dealt with the trivial matters of the mortal world. The white snake sage's voice rang directly inside Yao's mind. Yes, white snake sage. I want to officially begin training in sage mode. Yao bowed slightly. The white snake sage pondered for a moment. I am advanced in years. Teaching you personally would take too much time and effort. However, the inheritance of Ryuchi Cave's senjutsu has its own rules. The white snake sage slightly raised its head and let out a strange hiss. Very soon, 3 graceful and alluring figures slid into the main grotto like ghosts from 3 different passages and arrived beneath the high platform. They were 3 beautiful women with pale skin. Taguraheim, Ichikishimaheim, and Tsunadeheim. Taguraheim, Ichikishimaheim, Tsunadeheim. They were the upper echelon of Ryuchi Cave, the white snake sage's trusted aides. The 3 beauties looked at Yao, their crimson snake tongues flicking slightly, greed and covetous desire showing in their eyes. To them, Yao's young body, containing powerful vitality and pure chakra, was undoubtedly an excellent delicacy, giving off an irresistibly tempting aura. White snake sage. The 3 women bowed in unison, though their gazes still drifted toward Yao from time to time. This contractor wishes to cultivate the senjutsu of my Ryuchi Cave. The white snake sage's voice remained calm and emotionless. The task of teaching him will be entrusted to the 3 of you. You must be diligent and not negligent, nor may you overstep the rules. The last sentence carried a faint warning. The white snake sage obviously knew exactly what these three subordinates were like. The three women immediately put away their overly obvious greed and respectfully replied, "We obey the white snake sage's command." The white snake sage said nothing more and entered its half-slumbering state again. The three beautiful snake women looked at Yao, charming smiles appearing on their faces. "Well then, little brother, no contractor-sama." Ichikishima covered her mouth and giggled, her voice syrupy sweet. "Training in sage mode is very dangerous, you know. Come with us. We'll teach you properly. I'll be troubling the three of you." Following the three graceful snake beauties, Yao headed deeper into Ryuchi Cave and officially began his path of sage mode training. Training in sage mode really was extremely difficult and dangerous. Violent natural energy would backfire on the body with the slightest carelessness, making petrification or snake transformation very likely. However, under the guidance of the three snake princesses, Yao only used 1 week to cross many major hurdles such as sensing, guiding, and balancing natural energy. He successfully fused natural energy and his own chakra in the perfect ratio, steadily entering sage mode. What came next was even simpler. He directly created 100 shadow clones and had the shadow clones familiarize themselves with sage mode. Another week passed. Yao's control over sage mode became more and more skillful, more and more natural. He entered sage mode faster and faster, and could maintain it for longer and longer. His level of proficiency was so high that even the three snake princesses couldn't help clicking their tongues in amazement. Deep within Ryuchi Cave, inside a stone cavern rich with natural energy, Yao stood quietly, his eyes closed, and shouted in a low voice, "Sage mode!" Buzz! Yao's eyes changed. His pupils became the vertical slits of a snake, and markings like eyeshadow extended from the corners of his eyes. At the same time, 2 white dragon horns, crystal clear like jade, grew from both sides of his forehead. Meanwhile, his short black hair also visibly lost its color, turning into pure snow white. His whole aura changed instantly. He lost some of the worldly presence of a human and gained more of the ancientness, mystery, and majesty that belonged to a creation of nature. Yao opened his eyes, those vertical pupils calmly sweeping across the surroundings. At this moment, the world became completely different in Yao's eyes. He could clearly see the natural energy flowing through the air. He could hear the pulse of chakra deep beneath the earth under his feet. He could smell the life aura coming from a distant water source. Every blade of grass, every tree, every snake, insect, and rat within several kilometers. Even the trajectory of energy flowing through the cracks in the rocks was as clear to him as lines on his own palm. This was a sense of all-around control far beyond ordinary sensory ninjutsu. Second was senjutsu chakra. Yao could feel that the power of senjutsu chakra was several times greater than ordinary chakra. It was easy to imagine. If he used senjutsu chakra to launch ninjutsu, then whether in power or range, both would receive a tremendous leap. His taijutsu had also undergone a qualitative transformation. Yao could feel an unprecedented power surging through his body. The strength, toughness, and explosiveness of his muscles and bones had all been comprehensively enhanced. It wasn't just doubled strength and speed. More importantly, his neural reaction speed, bodily coordination, and even microscopic level control over power had all reached a brand new realm. At this moment, with taijutsu alone, he was already enough to rival a jonin who specialized in taijutsu. Lastly came resistance to genjutsu. Senjutsu chakra had a terrifying stabilizing and strengthening effect on the mind. This gave him an almost terrifying innate resistance to genjutsu. Perfect sage mode. The three beautiful snake women looked at Yao, who had completed sage mode, and exchanged glances. They all saw the amazement in each other's eyes. Tagraheim spoke first. Her voice still carried that seductive tone, but now it held a bit more sincere approval. "Young man, your control over natural energy has already surpassed the three of us by far. Our task is now considered perfectly completed." Ichikishima also nodded and smiled with pursed lips. "Little brother's rate of progress is seriously terrifying. You've already perfectly mastered the essence of Ryuchi Cave's senjutsu. What remains is nothing more than using it flexibly in actual combat." Tsunadeheim added, "We've already fulfilled the duty of guidance assigned by the White Snake Sage. How far you can go from here depends on you." Yao released sage mode and returned to normal. He gave the three snake princesses a slight bow, his attitude sincere. "Thank you very much for your careful guidance during this time.
I am deeply grateful."
Although these three beautiful snake women had ill intentions toward him at first, they had been extremely serious and responsible in their teaching. Just for that alone, Yao was grateful to them. No need to be polite. It was all the White Snake Sage's instruction. If you want to thank someone, thank the White Snake Sage. The three beautiful snake women waved their hands. Yao nodded. A seemingly easygoing smile appeared on his face as he made a small request. "Now that this stage of training has come to an end, I wonder if I can establish a closer partnership with the three of you? When necessary, would it be possible for me to summon the three of you to assist in battle?" Yao's thoughts were simple. These 3 snake princesses were quite powerful. As summoned beasts, they were undoubtedly good choices. However, upon hearing this, the 3 snake princesses all shook their heads at the same time. Tagerheim politely declined. The 3 of us sisters actually aren't good at direct combat. Our abilities are more focused on genjutsu, support, and fine control over natural energy. If we went onto the battlefield, we might not be much help. Better forget it. Ichikishimaheim picked up the conversation, a trace of slyness and provocation flashing through her eyes. Even though we can't become your battle partners, we do know an absolutely perfect candidate. It definitely fits everything you imagine a powerful summon should be. It might even exceed your imagination. Oh? Yao raised a brow. Who? The 3 snake ladies spoke in unison and gave a single name. Manda 2. Manda 2? Yao narrowed his eyes. Tagerheim explained, with a hint of wariness in her tone. Manda 2 is the oldest and strongest great snake in Ryuchi Cave. It's a one-eyed crimson giant serpent, far larger than Manda. Inside its body is an extremely massive and violent amount of senjutsu chakra. Not only is its power terrifying, its movements are also incredibly agile. It's extremely aggressive, and its speed is astonishingly fast. It has an innate ability too. It can spray a special kind of senjutsu chakra from its mouth that can instantly turn an opponent into a stone statue. Sounds pretty impressive. Yao licked his lips. Manda 2 is indeed powerful, Ichikishimaheim said with a smile, but its personality is extremely violent, solitary, impossible to get along with. It lives in the deepest and most dangerous region of Ryuchi Cave. It does whatever it wants. Even the other snakes in the cave hate it and fear it. No one is willing to go near it. Even the white snake sage can't do anything about Manda 2. It's basically an outlier and a headache within Ryuchi Cave. Ichikishimaheim looked at Yao, her eyes gleaming with the desire to watch a good show. If you really have the ability to subdue Manda 2 and make it willingly become your summon, then it will absolutely be the strongest battle partner possible. So, young man, interested in taking on the challenge? After hearing the 3 snake ladies' description, Yao's eyes lit up slightly. Putting combat strength aside, just the labels of strongest in Ryuchi Cave and even the white snake sage has a headache because of it were enough to make him interested. Having a powerful summon was undoubtedly something both flashy and practical. Manda 2. Huh? The corner of Yao's mouth curved into an intrigued smile. Sounds like quite a character. Where is it? When the 3 snake ladies saw that Yao not only wasn't scared off, but was actually eager to try, all of them revealed expressions of anticipation. Its nest is in the deepest part of Ryuchi Cave, near where the violent earth veins intersect. The natural energy there is chaotic and berserk. Ordinary snakes simply can't endure it. Ichikishimaheim pointed toward a passage leading into even deeper darkness. Follow this path all the way down. When you reach the place that feels the hottest and most agitating, you should be close. However, if you just go over like that, there's a 90% chance it'll treat you as an intruder. It won't listen to reason. I understand. Yao nodded. Thank you, the 3 of you, for telling me. I'll go meet Manda 2. With that, he turned and walked toward the depths of Ryuchi Cave's main cavern. Having just mastered Sage Mode, Yao urgently needed a battle to test his current combat strength. Manda 2 was a pretty good choice. The 3 beautiful snake ladies watched his back and couldn't help exchanging smiles. Do you think he can succeed? Tagerheim licked her lips. Who knows? Ichikishimaheim chuckled softly. But in these past few hundred years, he's the first one who dared set his sights on Manda 2. That courage alone is already interesting, isn't it? He kept going deeper. In the end, after passing through a narrow crack, he arrived at an unimaginably vast underground lava cavern. Below was a lake of scorching magma flowing slowly, steam rolling upward, while countless sharp stalactites hung from the ceiling. And on a massive protruding platform of black rock in the middle of the magma lake, a colossal creature was coiled there. It was a giant serpent, crimson from head to tail like congealed blood. Just lying there, it was like a small mountain range. Each of its scales was as large as a shield, with razor-sharp edges. It had only one eye. The other had already gone blind. Its remaining eye stared toward the cave entrance, filled with brutality. Clearly, the moment Yao stepped into this cavern, Manda 2 had already noticed him. Manda 2. Hiss! Violent senjutsu chakra mixed with pure malice crushed down toward Yao like a tsunami. Manda 2 had no intention of talking at all. It suddenly sprang up. Its massive tail tore through the air, carrying overwhelming force as it viciously swept toward where Yao was standing. Everywhere it passed, the hard stone platform was plowed open into deep trenches, so fast, Yao's heart tightened slightly. This speed was far beyond that of AODA. Sage Mode. Yao's eyes turned into vertical pupils, and white hair and dragon horns appeared. With Sage Mode's enhancement, his nerve reactions and physical speed had also reached a terrifying level. Whoosh! Yao's figure blurred instantly, leaving only an afterimage behind. The snake tail slammed fiercely into the afterimage and the rock, sending shattered stone flying. When Manda 2 missed with one strike, the ferocity in its one eye grew even stronger. Its snake head shot out like lightning, its bloody maw opening wide as a foul wind rushed forward. At the same time, its thick body moved like the most flexible whip, sealing off Yao's dodging space from every angle. However, after entering Sage mode, Yao was even faster. His figure flickered in and out through the cavern like a ghost. Manda 2-bit swept and rammed, but every attack landed on empty air. Couldn't he even touch the corner of Yao's clothes. Boom! 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 The cavern shook violently under Manda 2's enraged attacks. Broken rocks rained down, and the magma lake churned endlessly. This feeling of being toyed with completely ignited Manda 2's violent temper. Roar! Suddenly raised its head, opened its giant mouth and spat out a stream of sticky, gray, special fluid. Innate ability. Petrification. Wherever the gray fluid passed, even splashing magma and hard rock rapidly lost their color and turned into lifeless stone. Too slow. Yao's voice came from another direction. His hands suddenly clasped together in front of his chest as chakra and natural energy under Sage mode gathered wildly. Sage art. Would release. Deep forest emergence. Yao clapped his hands together. Rumble, 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 rumble. Countless giant vines and twisted trees wrapped in Senjutsu chakra burst directly through rock and lava. In the blink of an eye, the entire cavern was covered by a lush forest. The blazing magma was suppressed and diverted by the giant tree roots, while the violent natural energy was harmonized by the forest. Manda 2 was instantly wrapped, bound, and crushed by countless vines and branches of Senjutsu would release. It struggled furiously, tearing apart layer after layer of trees and vines. But more would release immediately filled in, endless and unceasing. The toughness and suppressive power of Senjutsu would release were on a completely different level from ordinary would release, shockingly greater. Roar! Manda 2 let out an unwilling furious roar. In its one eye, besides brutality, there was also a flash of shock and anger. This tiny human not only had unbelievably fast speed, but had actually mastered such terrifying power. Manda 2, do you submit? Yao's voice came from above the forest, carrying a hint of amusement. Damned human. Die for me. This great one says die. Manda 2 struggled violently and spat out several large masses of gray liquid with all its might. He temporarily turned the several thick sage art vines binding the giant snake's mouth, along with the nearby trees, gray-white and shattered them apart. Refusing a toast only to drink a forfeit. Yao looked at the giant snake that was still stubbornly resisting and shook his head. Vines surged in from all directions, tightly sealing Shinya's huge mouth. Could no longer spit out petrification fluid. Since you don't like talking things out, then let us use a more direct way to communicate. Yao's hand seals changed. Sage art. Would release. Would human technique. Boom! A wood human rose from the ground, stretched out both hands, and grabbed Shinya's snake head in one go. Roar! Human, what are you trying to do? Shinya was both shocked and furious, wildly twisting its enormous body. The wood human's arms bulged with muscle. Its waist twisted, and it swung Shinya's mountain-like body completely off the ground. Then, like it was swinging a gigantic crimson whip, it smashed him viciously against the hard rock wall. Bang! Boom! Smack! Erg! Human, you deserve to die. I'm going to eat you. Shinya was smashed until he was dizzy and seeing stars. He became even more enraged, even more crazed. Unfortunately, what answered him was another even fiercer smashing. The wood human gripped his head and slammed him against the rock wall like a torn sack, leaving behind deep snake-shaped dents. Human, let go of me. Bang! Boom! Human, are you done yet? Shinya roared. He had ruled Ryuchi Cave for so many years. When had he ever suffered this kind of humiliation? Being swung around like a whip. The wood human didn't stop. It grabbed him and smashed him left and right, swung him up and slammed him down. After being hurled and smashed who knew how many times, Shinya only felt like every bone in his body was about to fall apart. Stars filled his vision. Stop human. Spare me, I surrender you surrender? Standing on the wood human's shoulder, Yao looked down at Shinya. Wasn't your mouth pretty tough just now? So you can soften up too? Shinya panted heavily. Even the golden light in his single eye had dimmed quite a bit. His whole body was covered in broken stones and volcanic ash, making him look miserable beyond words. He was so weak he barely even had the strength to curse anymore, only hissing feebly. I really surrender, spare me. He had truly been beaten into submission. Strength, speed, and that endless stream of wood release. This human completely countered him in every way. If he still refused to submit, he'd probably be used as a whip until his whole body was smashed apart. Very good. Yao nodded. The sage art vines binding Shinya and the wood human slowly loosened, turning into specks of green light and dissipating. The forest inside the cave also quickly withered and broke down, returning to natural energy, leaving behind only a battlefield full of devastation. Since you've submitted, then when I summon you in the future, Remember to be more proactive, move faster, and obey. Got it? Yao walked up to Shinya's enormous head, his tone leaving no room for doubt. Heard you. Shinya hurriedly replied. Proud as he was, he still understood that a wise man submits to circumstances. At least now he did. Besides, snakes were the best at seeking fortune and avoiding disaster. Submitting to a powerful existence was nothing shameful. Not bad. Only then did Yao show a somewhat satisfied expression. Rest here properly. I'm leaving first. He didn't say anything else. He activated the Flying Thunder God technique and vanished directly. The next moment, he returned to the main cavern of Ryuchi Cave. The white snake sage was still coiled on the high platform, as if it had never moved since ancient times. Yao stepped forward a few paces and gave a slight bow to the white snake sage. White snake sage, thank you for your care and guidance. I have now gained an initial grasp of Ryuchi Cave's sage arts.
I am deeply grateful.
The white snake sage's amber eyes slowly opened as it looked at Yao, its gaze resting on him for a moment. It slowly nodded, and its aged voice rang out directly. The gates of Ryuchi Cave will always be open to you. You may come often. This was equivalent to acknowledging Yao's status in Ryuchi Cave, as well as his freedom to come and go. At least in the white snake sage's eyes. Yao was a more outstanding partner and representative than Orochimaru. When I have time in the future, I'll come visit you often. Yao saluted again, his tone quite sincere. No matter what, the sage mode Ryuchi Cave had given him was a huge, very real improvement, and he would remember this favor, if possible. Yao hoped that, like Jiraiya and Tsunade, they could turn Ryuchi Cave into the backyard of the Uchiha clan. In the future, if the Uchiha clan wanted to train in sage arts or sign summoning contracts, they could come straight to Ryuchi Cave. The white snake sage said nothing more and closed its eyes again. Back in Konoha, it was already evening. The air carried the familiar smell of smoke and fire, along with the faint aroma of food. Finally back, Yao sniffed the fragrance of food in the air, and his stomach immediately growled. So he went to find Naruto and Sasuke, who were still doing extra training at Training Ground 3. Hey, you two, stop training. My treat. Let us go eat at Ichiraku Ramen. Yao shouted. Ichiraku Ramen. The moment Naruto heard that, all his exhaustion vanished. He cheered and rushed over. That is awesome. I want an extra large bowl. Extra chashu. Extra narutomaki. Sasuke wiped away his sweat, put away his kunai, and silently followed. The three of them charged straight to Ichiraku Ramen. When Tsuchi saw them, he greeted them familiarly. Yao, Naruto, Sasuke, you're here. What do you want to eat? The three sat down. Yao directly said to the busy Iam, start me off with 10 bowls of miso chashu ramen. 10 bowls? Naruto's jaw almost dropped. Yao, can you even finish that? Just watch me. Yao waved his hand. What had he been eating every day during this half-month in Ryuchi Cave? Mice, bird eggs, lizards. His mouth had practically gone bland from it. Yao felt like he could eat a whole cow right now. Before long, steaming hot bowls of ramen were brought over. Yao picked up his chopsticks and went through bowl after bowl. The empty bowls quickly piled up. 5 bowls, 10 bowls, 20 bowls. When the stack of empty bowls reached 40, Yao finally put down his chopsticks and let out a satisfied burp. Burp that hit the spot. Naruto was a little dumbfounded. Yao. How long were you starving for? You can eat way too much. You're even better than me at this. Sasuke also looked at the pile of empty bowls several times, the corner of his mouth twitching slightly. 40 bowls of ramen. Was this guy even human? You don't get it. Leaning back in his chair, Yao rubbed his stomach in total satisfaction. The food in Ryuchi Cave is just impossible to describe. Either you're swallowing weird bugs and mice whole, or it's lizards and birds with bizarre flavors. After half a month of that, I feel like I'm about to turn into a snake. Is it really that bad? Naruto didn't think much of it. When you go to Mount Myaboku in the future and try their special insect set meal, you'll understand. Yao rolled his eyes, too lazy to explain it in detail to this guy. Sasuke suddenly asked, brother, in this half-month at Ryuchi Cave, did you master sage mode? Naruto also immediately reacted and looked at Yao with anticipation. Yao didn't hide many things from them. Both Sasuke and Naruto knew that Yao had gone to Ryuchi Cave specifically to train this. Of course. Yao nodded. A light flashed through Sasuke's eyes. What kind of power is sage mode exactly? Naruto also leaned his face in close, full of curiosity. Yeah. Does it make you super strong? Looking at the gossiping expressions on their faces, Yao smiled. Want to see? Yes. X2. Even if you want to, no. I'll show you when there's a chance later. Yao kept them in suspense for a moment. He stood up and patted Naruto on the shoulder. Let us go. It's getting late. Tomorrow, we'll check the mission office and see if there are any suitable B-rank missions. According to the plan, it's time for us to take on a B-rank mission. TCH. Early the next morning, Yao brought the fully prepared Naruto and Sasuke to the mission hall on the first floor of the Hokage building. It was a little livelier than usual. Quite a few Chunin and Genin teams were either choosing missions or waiting for assignments. When the three of them entered, especially when people noticed the brand new Chunin flak jacket Yao was wearing, quite a few curious, appraising, or even odd gazes turned toward them. The name Uchiha Yo was now extremely famous in Konoha. After all, awakening the would release Kekkei Genkai and suppressing Shikaku by himself was far too big of a matter to keep hidden. Could be said, in Konoha now, there was practically no ninja who didn't know Yao. All kinds of missions were posted on the mission board, sorted by rank. Yao skipped past the D-rank and C-rank missions and went straight to the B-rank section. There were not many B-rank missions, but every single one carried considerable risk and challenge, and the rewards were also extremely generous. Mission 1. Escort important supplies to the border outpost of the Land of Rain. Content. Escort a convoy carrying supplies sealed with special ninja tools through the northern border of the Land of Fire, and deliver it to the frontline outpost bordering the Land of Rain. Note: border friction has increased recently. The possibility of attacks from enemy ninja scouting units or wandering rogue ninja cannot be ruled out. Reward: 220,000 Ryo. Mission 2. Eliminate the Tsuchigumo rogue ninja group entrenched in Stone Valley. Content. An armed group of around 15 people, led by former Iwagakure rogue ninja, has occupied a mountain pass valley, robbing merchants and attacking patrol teams. They are to be eliminated or driven out. Note: the group leader is suspected of possessing secret earth release techniques. The terrain is complex. Reward: 200,000 Ryo. Mission 3. Investigate the recent unusual movements of Kusagakure. Content. In the area where Kusagakure borders the Land of Fire, the frequency of ninja activity has increased abnormally recently, and there are signs of unregistered teams crossing the border for reconnaissance. Infiltrate and investigate their intentions, and gather intelligence. Note: high concealment required. Avoid causing diplomatic disputes. Reward: 250,000 Ryo. Mission 4. Investigate the village disappearance cases on the northern border. Content. In several remote villages on the northern border of the Land of Fire, near the Land of Sound, mysterious disappearances have been occurring one after another over the past month. The villagers are in a state of panic. Investigate the cause of the disappearances and find the missing people, dead or alive. Note: no obvious signs of battle at the scene. The missing include men, women, elderly, and children. Most disappearances occurred at night. It is suspected not to be the work of ordinary wild beasts or bandits. Reward: 220,000 Ryo. Yao quickly weighed the missions against each other and made his choice. The first escort mission was long distance and boring. The second bandit clearing mission was more direct, but not very interesting. The third intelligence mission required high-level infiltration skills and was too sensitive. It wasn't very friendly to someone with Naruto's personality. As for the fourth mission, investigate the disappearance cases in the northern border villages. Yao stroked his chin. Toward the Land of Sound. Could this be Orochimaru's doing? Otogakure was founded by Orochimaru, and it was also his base. Given Orochimaru's habit of conducting human experiments, it was entirely possible these disappearances were caused by him. Perfect. I was already thinking about going to see Orochimaru around this time anyway. This is the one. After completing the registration procedures at the mission desk, the three of them did not waste any time and immediately left Konoha. They headed at full speed toward the northern border of the Land of Fire. Along the way, the scenery gradually changed from prosperous towns and villages to barren wilderness. The three of them kept moving without pause. 7 days later, they arrived at the disappearance zone on the northern border of the Land of Fire. The village before them was even more remote and run down than they had imagined. Low, shabby houses were scattered sparsely through a mountain hollow. Most of the villagers wore expressions of unease and exhaustion. When they saw the three unfamiliar ninja, their eyes showed both hope and caution. Yao didn't waste time on small talk. He directly found the village chief and several family members of the missing, and asked about the situation. Then he obtained items commonly used by the missing people, clothes, water bottles, and so on, in the hope that enough scent remained on them. Behind a quiet, isolated hillside, Yao spread those items out and formed hand seals with both hands. Summoning jutsu. Bang! A small puff of white smoke burst open, and a little snake appeared on the ground. It was completely emerald green and only as thick as an arm. It flicked its tongue. When it saw Yao, it visibly shrank back a little, then quickly lowered its head, looking extremely docile. Greetings, Lord Yao. Help me track the human scent left on these items and find them, Yao said, pointing at the things on the ground. Yes, Lord Yao. The little snake immediately answered respectfully, with none of the usual arrogance of the snakes from Ryuchi Cave demanding sacrifices. Of course it didn't dare act up. Yao's training in Ryuchi Cave, especially the story of how he had beaten and subdued Manda, had long since spread throughout the place. Now, any snake in Ryuchi Cave with even a bit of intelligence knew this. This guy is a ruthless monster who even dared to pin Manda down and beat him up. If you're working for him, who would dare ask for a sacrifice? The little green snake quickly slithered over to those items. Its forked tongue flicked rapidly as it carefully identified the scent. The scent is very faint, but it can still be tracked. Please follow me. After confirming the scent, the little snake immediately slithered off in one direction. Keep up. The three of them followed the green snake, left the village, and entered the dense mountain forest behind it. A snake's tracking ability was extremely strong. Its sense of smell was 15 times sharper than a dog's. Even though the scent had become extremely faint after days of wind and rain, it could still clearly distinguish the direction. The three of them followed the little snake through thorn-filled brush and deeper along animal trails too wild to recognize. After tracking for a little over an hour, the trees around them grew taller and gloomier, and the light dimmed. Finally, the little green snake stopped in front of a vine-covered rock wall. At the bottom of the rock wall was a cave entrance half hidden by dense vines, only wide enough for one person to bend over and pass through. Lord Yao. All the sense of the missing people converged here, and then entered this cave, the little green snake reported. You've worked hard. Go back and rest. Yao said with a nod. Not hard at all, not hard at all. Being able to serve Lord Yao is my honor. See you next time, Lord Yao. The little green snake spoke hurriedly, then with a bang turned into white smoke, undoing the summoning and returning to Ryuchi Cave. Yao turned back to look at Naruto and Sasuke. Both of them had already entered a guarded state, their expressions full of vigilance. Stay close to me. After giving that simple instruction, Yao entered the cave. Naruto and Sasuke exchanged a glance, then followed without hesitation. Their figures quickly swallowed by the cave's darkness. They continued deeper into the cave. Gradually, obvious signs of human excavation began to appear on the rock walls. They became more regular, and there were even some crude wooden support frames and extinguished torch slots. At last, the cave suddenly opened up into a massive underground space that had clearly been artificially expanded. The scene before them made Naruto and Sasuke, who were following close behind Yao, instantly freeze and suck in a sharp breath. The rough stone walls had been carved into prison cells of various sizes, all sealed shut with thick iron bars. And what was imprisoned inside them? Monsters. A whole group of monsters. They were all monsters. Some had twisted bull horns growing from their heads, and skin as rough as tree bark. Some had ghostly white-bone spikes covering their entire bodies, like deformed hedgehogs. Some had lost any fixed shape at all, slowly wriggling across the ground like mollusks, leaving behind trails of sticky slime. Others had twisted and warped limbs, with extra organs or limbs growing out of them, looking bizarre beyond words. These things still retained part of their human consciousness. The moment they saw Yao and the other two appear, the entire prison instantly erupted. The monsters roared as they lunged at them. Eat! Eat you! Meat! Fresh meat! Save me! It hurts! Kill me! Please kill me! We're all gonna die anyway. Ha 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 ha! Let me out! I'm gonna turn all of you into the same thing as me. This hellish scene made Naruto's teeth chatter, and he subconsciously took half a step back. Even Sasuke, with his strong will, looked extremely grim, gripping the kunai in his hand tightly. What? What are these things? Naruto asked with a trembling voice, even his tone coming out distorted. Yao frowned slightly. Failed products of human body modification experiments. Human body modification? Naruto and Sasuke both froze. Do you still remember during the Chunin exams, Yoroi Akado, the one who could absorb chakra, and Misumi Tsurugi? Yao explained the two of them also count as products of human body modification, just relatively successful ones. And these are what happens when the experiments fail, or when they're treated as consumables and discarded as waste. Damn it! Hearing that, a surge of fury washed away part of Naruto's fear. He clenched his fists and gritted his teeth. Who could be so heartless? To turn them into this. Right at that moment, my. I was wondering who had barged into my laboratory. Never thought it'd be an old acquaintance. At that moment, a voice with a hoarse, magnetic tone and a playful smile came from the shadows ahead. Yakuin, long time no see. Yao, Naruto, and Sasuke all instantly became alert and looked toward the source of the voice. At another fork in the passage, three figures slowly walked out. The one in front had a pale face, golden snake-like vertical pupils, and that signature smile hanging at the corners of his mouth. It was Orochimaru. At his side stood Kabuto Yakushi and Kimimaro, both following respectfully. Orochimaru swept his gaze over Yao with interest, then looked at Naruto and Sasuke behind him, both acting as if facing a great enemy. The smile on his face deepened. What an unexpected reunion. Orochimaru! Naruto and Sasuke instantly entered a guarded stance. Every muscle in their bodies tensed, their eyes full of vigilance and caution. After killing the third Hokage during the Chunin exams, Orochimaru had practically become Konoha's public enemy, hated by everyone. Compared to them, Yao was much calmer. He looked at Orochimaru's arms, and the corners of his lips curved slightly. Lord Orochimaru, it's been a while. Your arms are healed now. You recovered pretty fast. Orochimaru stuck out his tongue and licked his lips, golden vertical pupils flickering with pleased yet dangerous light. Hey. I have Yakuin's method to thank for that. So tell me, how exactly should I properly thank you, Yakuin? Naruto and Sasuke were both stunned when they heard that, and they looked at Yao in uncertainty. Yao's method? Yao helped Orochimaru heal his hands? When did that happen? Could it be that Yao had been in secret contact with Orochimaru? Yao acted as if he hadn't noticed the doubtful looks the two of them were giving him. He only smiled at Orochimaru and said calmly, Lord Orochimaru, you're too polite. Since your arms are healed, that means not only did you get your hands back, you should have also fished the souls of the first 4 Hokage out of the Shinigami's stomach too, right? As expected of Yakuin. The smile in Orochimaru's eyes deepened further. I did indeed allow the previous Hokage-sama to temporarily free themselves. This time, by undoing the dead demon consuming seal, Orochimaru had profited enormously. Not only had he gotten his arms back, he had also unexpectedly obtained the souls of the 3rd Hokage and the 4th Hokage. In other words, Orochimaru was now holding the souls of the first 4 Hokage in his hands. His forces were stronger than ever. His confidence was overflowing. Yao nodded, then suddenly changed the topic. Since Lord Orochimaru wants to thank me, just saying it out loud doesn't feel very sincere. How about this? My request isn't much. Give me the first 4 Hokage, and we'll call that your gift of thanks. What do you say? The air instantly froze. Kabuto Yakushi pushed up his glasses, and a trace of shock flashed behind the lenses. The first 4 Hokage. That was a treasure beyond imagination, and he was asking for it just like that? His appetite was way too big. Orochimaru froze for a moment, then let out a low, hoarse laugh. He ha ha ha. Yakuin really is just as daring as ever, thinking what others don't dare think and saying what others don't dare say. That gift of thanks is a little too expensive. Orochimaru slowly shook his head, a chill flashing through his golden vertical pupils. To show my gratitude, how about the 3 of you simply don't leave this place? Stay behind, and let me entertain you properly. How about that? I'm very, very interested in your body, Yakuin. And in Sasuke-kun's eyes as well. Yao seemed to have expected him to say that. He shrugged. I see. Fine. I'll take a step back. Wanting all 4 Hokage really is a bit greedy. I only want the 4th Hokage's soul. That's not too much, right? Orochimaru narrowed his eyes, then suddenly broke into a grin. Since Yakuin is this persistent, then fine. As he spoke, he bit open his thumb, quickly smeared the seeping blood across his other palm, and formed hand seals with both hands. Impure world reincarnation. Bang! A burst of white smoke exploded. A wooden coffin marked with the character 4 burst up from the ground. Creak! The coffin stood upright, and the lid slowly fell forward and slammed onto the ground, revealing a person inside. Golden spiky hair, a handsome yet pale young face, a white cloak embroidered with the words 4th Hokage. His eyes were closed, and his face was covered with the fine cracks unique to the impure world reincarnation. It was none other than the deceased 4th Hokage, Minato Namikaze. Only now, Minato Namikaze stood lifelessly inside the coffin, like an exquisitely crafted puppet. But the moment they saw that face, Naruto and Sasuke's eyes widened. Take the 4th Hokage. This is the 4th Hokage. Why is he here? To Naruto and Sasuke, the 4th Hokage had only ever existed on the Hokage Rock and in Ninja Academy textbooks. A legendary figure. And now, just like that, they were actually seeing the 4th Hokage here in person. It gave them a strange feeling, like a legend had suddenly stepped into reality. Yao looked the 4th Hokage up and down, licked his lips, and a trace of greed and calculation flashed in his eyes. Inside the 4th Hokage was sealed the other half of the Nine Tails, In Kurama. If he could take In Kurama and seal it into his own body, then perfectly master the Nine Tails chakra, then whether it was his chakra reserves or his combat power, both would skyrocket. That was exactly one of the important reasons Yao had told Orochimaru the method to undo the dead demon consuming seal in the first place. Orochimaru calmly looked at Yao, his voice full of mockery. The 4th Hokage is yours, but whether he's willing to go with you or not has nothing to do with me. As he spoke, Orochimaru took out a kunai carved with black curse markings and stabbed it into the back of Minato Namikaze's head. The 4th Hokage's body trembled almost imperceptibly. Then those tightly shut eyes slowly opened. His golden blue eyes were a little dazed as he curiously looked around. When he saw Yao and Sasuke's Sharingan, a hint of surprise appeared on his face. Sharingan? People from the Uchiha clan? His gaze fell on Naruto again, and his pupils shrank slightly. From Naruto, Minato Namikaze could sense the Nine Tails chakra. Could he be? Minato, long time no see. Orochimaru's hoarse voice rang out. Hearing that, Minato turned to look at Orochimaru, his brows drawing together slightly. Lord Orochimaru? Was I revived by your impure world reincarnation jutsu? Revived. Alive again? Naruto and Sasuke stared at the fourth Hokage walking out of the coffin and speaking, their eyes wide with shock. They had seen the fourth's name countless times on the Hokage rock and in textbooks. They knew he was a hero. But seeing someone who had already died come back to life and speak with their own eyes was still an enormous shock. Wasn't the fourth Hokage dead a long time ago? Why is he still alive? Orochimaru shifted slightly to the side, his tone carrying a prank-like delight. Minato, allow me to introduce them. The three in front of you are all outstanding ninja of Konoha. This one is Uchiha Yo, this one is Uchiha Sasuke. And as for that little blonde one over there, Orochimaru looked toward the blank-faced Naruto, the curve of his lips widening. He is the current Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. Minato Namake's whole body shook violently, and his golden pupils suddenly contracted as they locked firmly onto Naruto. From the moment he had just revived and regained his senses, he had already sensed the Nine-Tails chakra inside Naruto. He just didn't dare confirm that possibility. But now, Orochimaru's words had completely confirmed it. He really was Naruto, his own son. Minato Namake's greedily looked Naruto over. That dazzling blonde hair exactly like his own. Those azure blue eyes, that familiar outline. Naruto. Minato Namake's voice was dry and faint, trembling as he spoke. Why you've grown so big already? You know me? Naruto pointed at his own nose, his face full of shock and confusion. In what he knew, the fourth Hokage had died the night he was born after sealing the Nine-Tails. They shouldn't have ever met at all. How could the fourth Hokage call out his name at a glance? Seeing Naruto's completely unfamiliar reaction, Minato felt like his heart was being cut by blades. He took a deep breath and said, Naruto, I am your father. You are my son. The cave fell into dead silence. Naruto stood frozen on the spot, the expression on his face completely stiffened, his mouth hanging slightly open, his mind blank. Father? The fourth Hokage is my father? That legendary hero, the man carved on Hokage rock, is my father? Who are you kidding? How is that possible? Sasuke was just as stunned, turning to look at the dumbstruck Naruto, that loudmouth who was always shouting, the dead last in class, the loser who had nothing going for him except having a lot of chakra. He was actually the fourth Hokage's son? He was the son of the Hokage? This overturning piece of information caused even the usually calm Sasuke to fall into brief mental chaos. Orochimaru watched this touching father-son reunion with great interest, satisfaction showing in his eyes. Alright, this deeply moving father-son recognition scene should be about over. Now it's time to handle proper business. Orochimaru looked at the fourth. Minato, you've seen the situation too. These three little Konoha brats seem to want to take you back. You won't agree to go with them, will you? Minato pulled his gaze away from Naruto. Lord Orochimaru, what exactly is going on here? Why did you use impure world reincarnation on me? And why are Naruto and the others here as well? Before Minato Namake's could finish speaking, his expression suddenly changed, and his body started moving against his will. His right hand swiftly pulled out 3 specially made Flying Thunder God kunai from his ninja pouch and flung them toward Yao and the other 2. The movement was smooth and swift, exactly the signature style he had used in life. Be careful. Those are Flying Thunder God kunai. I am being controlled by Lord Orochimaru. Dodge quickly. Even as Minato shouted the warning, his movements did not stop in the slightest. Whoosh! The 3 kunai tore through the air in a triangular formation, unbelievably fast. Almost at the same time, Minato Namake's figure vanished from where he stood, teleporting with the Flying Thunder God jutsu. The next second, he appeared beside one of the flying kunai, grabbed its handle in one hand, and used the momentum to spin his body. The blade traced a cold arc of light as it slashed straight toward Yao's throat, who stood at the very front. This combo was as fast as lightning. With the unsolvable speed of the Flying Thunder God, it was nearly impossible to avoid. This was also what the fourth Hokage excelled at most. Back then, with this very move, he had instantly killed 50 IWA ninja. However, at the exact moment the kunai was about to touch Yao's skin, clang! A sharp, piercing metallic crash exploded in the cave. The kunai in Minato's hand slammed into a gigantic rib bone that had suddenly appeared, flowing with emerald green chakra. Sparks flew everywhere. A powerful recoil force came back, and the special kunai snapped in half on the spot. Borrowing the force of the rebound, Minato activated Flying Thunder God and retreated back to Orochimaru's side, landing steadily. He lowered his head to look at the half-broken kunai left in his hand, then raised it again to look at Yao, his pupils filled with shock. The mocking smile on Orochimaru's face had long since frozen. He stared in disbelief at the scene appearing before Yao. In front of Yao, several chakra ribs radiating a deep emerald glow had crossed and formed. Like the firmest fortress, they protected Yao and the Naruto and Sasuke behind him firmly in the center. Powerful in-release power flowed across the surface of the ribs, releasing a terrifying pressure that made hearts tremble. This is Orochimaru's voice had gone slightly shrill from shock. This chakra form. This fluctuation of eye power. Could it be? Yao slowly raised his head. At some point, the three tomo had stopped spinning, and in their place, a four-pointed pinwheel pattern had silently appeared. Lord Orochimaru, I need to remind you of one thing. Yao's voice was calm. In front of these eyes, all of your jutsu are meaningless. Buzz! Vast and violent emerald green chakra surged wildly out of his body as the ribs rapidly extended and multiplied. In the blink of an eye, a giant skeleton several meters tall, with only an upper body and 2 arms, crashed into shape behind Yao. Invisible flames of eye power burned within the skeleton's eye sockets, and its 2 enormous skeletal arms hung at its sides. Shursue's complete Susanoo. The entire cave seemed to tremble slightly from the giant's appearance. The failed products inside those cages felt an unprecedented pressure and began shrieking in terror. This is Susanoo? Orochimaru cried out the name, his voice filled with shock, greed, and fear. This is. Sasuke and Naruto looked up at the chakra skeleton surrounding them. Just standing inside it, they could feel that vast and icy power. Sasuke turned to look at Yao in front of him, his voice full of disbelief. Brother, what kind of jutsu is this? Susanoo. Yao said flatly, only after our Uchiha clan awakens the Mangekyo Sharingan do we qualify to awaken and wield this ultimate power. Susanoo. The ultimate power of the Mangekyo. Susanoo. The ultimate power that could only be mastered after awakening the Mangekyo Sharingan. Sasuke felt as if he had been struck by lightning. After awakening the Mangekyo Sharingan, one could actually gain this kind of power? Sasuke finally understood. Why had Yao always refused to let him go find Itachi? Because Itachi had also awakened the Mangekyo, which meant he had definitely mastered Susanoo too, with his current strength. If he went to find Itachi, other than getting utterly crushed, mocked, and proving his own incompetence, there would be no result at all. Damn it! Sasuke clenched his fists so hard that his nails dug deep into his palms. A deep sense of powerlessness surged up in his heart. The gap between him and Itachi was actually this huge. Meanwhile, Minato Namikaze was also looking at Yao. His gaze complicated, filled with astonishment and gravity. Mangekyo Sharingan. I never thought the Uchiha clan would produce someone else who awakened those legendary eyes. The Uchiha really are worthy of being called a clan of geniuses and Kekkei Genkai. In Minato's era, no one in the Uchiha clan had awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan for a very long time, to the point that the Mangekyo Sharingan had practically become a legend. Only the legendary Madara Uchiha was known to possess those eyes. And yet, in this era after his death, a Mangekyo Sharingan had actually appeared. Orochimaru stared fixedly at Susanoo, his eyes overflowing with greed. He instantly judged that Minato Namikaze alone absolutely could not break through Susanoo's defense, much less take down Yao. This couldn't drag on any longer. Orochimaru made his decision on the spot and shouted sharply, Minato, keep him tied down. Minato Namikaze once again moved against his own will, continuously throwing out new flying thunder god kunai from his hand. From all kinds of tricky angles they shot toward the Susanoo around Yao. As for Orochimaru himself, he bit both thumbs again and smeared blood across his palms. Impure world reincarnation. Bang! Bang! 2 wooden coffins, marked with the characters for first and second, rose explosively from the ground, one on the left and one on the right. The coffin lids fell backward, revealing the 2 Edo Tensei bodies inside. The man on the left had long black hair, a firm face, and wore layered red armor. It was the first Hokage. The man on the right had silver spiky hair, a cold expression, and wore armor from the Warring States era. It was the second Hokage. Orochimaru had once again summoned the 2 former Hokage with impure world reincarnation. Clearly, in order to deal with Yao, who possessed the Mangekyo Sharingan, Orochimaru did not hesitate to use his ultimate trump card, preparing to crush him with absolute force. Go! Lord First Hokage. Lord Second Hokage. Orochimaru drove control talismans into the backs of the 2 former Hokage's heads. Let this little Uchiha brat witness the true power that belongs to a Kage. White smoke rose from both the first and second Hokage at the same time, and then they opened their eyes. Hashirama Senju's gaze was blank at first, then quickly turned helpless. Summoned again by Orochimaru. Huh? What does he want us to do this time? He turned to look at his stern-faced younger brother beside him and complained, Tobirama, I told you long ago. You never should have developed this forbidden jutsu that disturbs the rest of the dead. Tobirama Senju crossed his arms over his chest. His sharp gaze had already swept across the battlefield, completely ignoring his older brother's grumbling. Shut up, brother. This isn't the time to discuss that. Compared to Orochimaru, I'm more concerned about that Uchiha brat. Tobirama Senju's gaze, sharp as a real blade, landed on Yao, who was protected by the emerald green Susanoo. Brother, look at his eyes and that chakra form. Hearing that, Hashirama Senju finally focused his attention on Yao. When he clearly saw Susanoo and Yao's eyes, he looked a little surprised. That Susanoo? Hashirama said. This child awakened the same eyes as Madara? That's really incredible. When Tobirama heard that, he shot his older brother a fierce glare, then turned to Orochimaru, who was controlling them, his voice cold and hard. Orochimaru, what's going on with that Uchiha brat? When did the Uchiha clan produce someone like him? A three-tomo Uchiha was not that frightening. But once someone awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan, their power would skyrocket. Even he, the second Hokage, had to treat that with caution and seriousness. Orochimaru licked his lips, seeming to enjoy introducing the current situation to the two former Hokage, and explained in a hoarse voice, his name is Uchiha Yo. He is the son of Fugaku Uchiha, the former clan head of the Uchiha, and also one of the only two surviving orphans of the Uchiha clan today. No. It should be one of 3 surviving orphans. Orphans? Hashirama Senju's brows drew tightly together. What do you mean by that? Don't tell me the Uchiha clan. Orochimaru briefly and clearly explained the tragedy of the Uchiha clan being massacred. What? Hashirama Senju's pupils shook violently, his face filled with shock and sorrow. How could this be? The Uchiha clan actually. Madara had been his close friend, and the Uchiha were a great clan that stood alongside the Senju. Even though there had been some estrangement later, he had never imagined that such a powerful clan would be annihilated overnight. It was truly too tragic. Hashirama Senju felt heartbroken. Tobirama Senju was equally shocked, but his reaction was completely different. As expected of the evil Uchiha clan, that cursed bloodline and those twisted emotions ultimately still drove them down the path of self-destruction. I said this long ago, Tobirama. Hashirama Senju cut off his younger brother, his tone a little stern. Don't talk about the Uchiha clan like that. They are our comrades. Tobirama Senju curled his lip, but did not argue further. He knew his brother's temper. There was no point arguing with him over this. Orochimaru chuckled twice, interrupting the ideological clash between the two former Hokage. Chat time is over, you two former Hokage. I'll have to ask the two of you to help me capture this Uchiha Yo. That child? Hashirama Senju did not even hesitate before shaking his head. Orochimaru, I will not help you do something like that. Although Tobirama Senju was prejudiced against the Uchiha, as the second Hokage he had his own pride. He looked at Orochimaru coldly, not bothering to hide his disgust. Orochimaru, you actually dare use impure world reincarnation to control past Hokage and drive us for your own selfish desires. You think we would willingly become your puppets? Wishful thinking. Orochimaru's expression darkened slightly. He activated his chakra and forcefully suppressed the resistance of the two Hokage, grinning savagely. That is not your choice to make, former Hokage. Since you've been summoned out, then obediently become my power. Orochimaru's hand seals changed, directly strengthening his control. Hashirama Senju and Tobirama Senju both trembled at the same time. Struggle flashed through their eyes, but they uncontrollably turned toward Yao. Meanwhile, this flying thunder god jumping all over the place really is annoying. Yao watched Minato Namake's continuously flashing around him, and his brow furrowed ever so slightly. The speed of the flying thunder god technique really was troublesome. Or rather, disgusting. He couldn't hit him. He couldn't catch him either. What a pain. When he had used the flying thunder god technique in front of Danzo, Danzo had probably felt exactly the same way, right? But I'm not Danzo. In Yao's eyes, the crimson four-pointed pinwheel pattern suddenly began spinning faster.
Sharingan Genjutsu.
The Sharingan itself already possessed extremely powerful hypnotic abilities. An ordinary ninja, even a jonin, would still get caught if they were careless. And under the Mangekyo, that ability was amplified to the extreme. It was enough to make the opponent see a terrifying illusion for an instant and directly rob them of control over their own body. Although it was inferior to Tsukuyami, for ordinary ninja, even jonin, it was still almost impossible to resist under a single glance. Minato Namake's was no ordinary ninja, but at this moment, he had no control over himself at all. He was completely under the control of the impure world reincarnation. Yao's Mangekyo Genjutsu was like a sharp drill stabbing straight in. The high-speed Minato Namake's suddenly stalled. His pupils instantly lost focus, as if he had seen something terrifying. Though it lasted only for a brief instant for Yao, that was already enough. Yao's figure flashed, appearing right in front of Minato Namake's out of thin air. Cursed seal of self-binding. Buzz. Black curse markings spread out, turning into countless fine black patterns that rapidly crawled across Minato Namake's entire body. These curse marks didn't just lock down the flow of chakra inside Minato. They completely sealed and suppressed all of his ability to move. Minato's body went totally rigid. The focus slowly returned to his eyes, but his body could no longer move. He had been completely sealed. Watch him, Yao called out to Naruto and Sasuke behind him, then grabbed Minato Namake's and threw him backward. Bang! Minato Namake's landed at Naruto's feet. Naruto looked at his father, covered in black curse marks and unable to move. His expression was complicated. He opened his mouth, but in the end said nothing. After dealing with Minato Namikaze, Yao looked toward Orochimaru, as well as the forcibly activated first and second Hokage. I think I just heard someone say the Uchiha clan is evil by nature? The red glow of Yao's Mangekyo flared intensely as it locked directly onto Tobarama Senju. He spoke word by word, his tone cold as a blade. Who said it? Step forward. Tobarama Senju's face turned cold. I said it. What are you going to do about it? Your Uchiha clan has restless blood flowing in its bones. By nature, you are breeding grounds for extremism and evil. That is the truth. Bang! Before he could finish speaking, a giant skeletal fist, carrying a suffocating gale, smashed down without any fancy tricks. A body formed by the impure world reincarnation was as fragile as a sandcastle before this pure and violent brute force. Tobarama Senju was slammed hard into the ground, instantly bursting apart into a cloud of dusty fragments. The skeletal giant fist lifted, revealing a shallow crater beneath and smoke spreading through the air. Yao dug at his ear, looking thoroughly annoyed. Your voice is annoying. It's hurting my ears. I don't want to hear it. The dust rapidly gathered. Tobarama Senju reformed, his eyes practically spitting fire. Insolent Uchiha brat. How dare you to this old bang? The only answer he got was another ruthless heavy punch crashing down. This time, Tobarama Senju was prepared. At the instant the fist was about to hit him, his hands had already turned into afterimages. Water release, water formation wall. He spat out a volume of water far beyond that of an ordinary ninja. A deep blue torrent formed around him, creating a rapidly rotating circular wall of water. The currents surged violently. Like a massive azure vortex, it protected him in the center. This was the water formation wall unique to the second Hokage. However, the giant skeletal fist only paused for a slight moment before brutally driving into the spinning wall of water. The violent current slammed into the hard fist, letting out a deafening roar, but it could not grind it apart. The skeletal hand spread its 5 fingers, pierced through the water curtain, grabbed Tobarama Senju in its palm, and clenched hard. Boom! Tobarama Senju was crushed again into scattered dust. The water formation wall collapsed with a loud crash, turning into water splashing everywhere. The fragments quickly gathered again, and Tobarama Senju's figure appeared for the 3rd time. Fury surged in his golden eyes.
Dam Uchiha brat.
Water release, water shockwave. Tobarama Senju brought his hands together, and a huge burst of chakra erupted. An enormous amount of water appeared out of nowhere inside the cave. The water rose rapidly while spinning violently, forming a furious waterspout. Immediately after, the top of the vortex crashed down like a waterfall, spreading out into a raging flood that could drown everything. Carrying overwhelming force, it slammed toward the Susanoo. Wherever the water passed, the ground was plowed open, and shattered rocks were swept into it. Its power was astonishing. Tricks like this are worthless. Standing at the center of Susanoo's brow, Yao also formed hand seals at high speed, and the Susanoo mirrored his movements. Fire release, great fireball technique. Buzz. From the giant mouth of Susanoo, an enormous fireball more than 10 meters across blasted out. Where the fireball passed, the air twisted from the heat and crackled explosively. The next moment, rumble! The violent fire release and the overwhelming water release collided head-on. The deafening explosion nearly blew the roof off the cave. Red and white light intertwined and instantly swallowed everything. Scalding water vapor exploded wildly like an out-of-control white dragon of rage, expanding and filling every inch of space. The entire cave shook violently. Under the intense shockwave, countless cracks split across the ceiling and stone walls. Rocks large and small rained down, smashing into the water and the ground with dense dull thuds. Orochimaru, Kabuto Yakushi, and Kimimaro had no choice but to retreat quickly, avoiding the falling rocks and the scattered chakra turbulence. After a long while, the ear-piercing noise gradually died down, and the thick steam slowly dispersed. The view gradually became clear. A massive crater had appeared on the ground. Inside it was scalding muddy water, and the rock walls had been eroded into pits and holes. Tobarama Senju stood at the edge of the water pit. His impure world reincarnation body was somewhat damaged and rapidly recovering, his expression ugly. As for Yao's Susanoo, it still stood tall, its surface completely unharmed. This place is too small. I can't move freely. Second Hokage, let's take this outside. Yao's voice came from inside the Susanoo, full of irritation. The moment his words fell, Yao controlled the Susanoo to stretch out a giant hand, grabbed Naruto, Sasuke, and Minato, then activated the Flying Thunder God technique and vanished from the spot. Don't think about running. Tobarama Senju shouted in anger and immediately chased after them. Sigh. Seeing this, Hashirama Senju could only let out a sigh and follow. Let's go take a look too. Orochimaru brought Kabuto Yakushi and Kimimaro with him as they followed out of the cave. The group rushed out of the cave and arrived in the relatively open forest outside. Yao controlled the Susanoo and waited in full battle stance. Naruto and Sasuke protected the sealed Minato Namikes and retreated to a somewhat farther spot, nervously watching the fight. Uchiha brat, let's see how long that turtle shell of yours can hold. Tobirama Senju's figure flashed and appeared in midair. His hands rapidly formed seals, his chest swelled, and he suddenly opened his mouth. Water release. Great exploding water colliding wave. Boom! A massive torrent of water crazily gushed out from his mouth, forming a giant oval-shaped water prison that completely enveloped Yao's Susanoo. Inside the water prison, the currents were turbulent and murky, and the pressure was immense. It continuously squeezed the chakra armor of the Susanoo, trying to trap it completely, crush it, and blow it apart. But this still wasn't the end. Tobirama Senju pulled out a thick stack of explosive tags from his robe, suddenly scattered them forward, and formed a hand seal.
Mutually multiplying explosive tags.
Whoosh! The first explosive tag instantly stuck to Susanoo's leg. Then it exploded with a bang. Rumble. The second, third, fourth, fifth, countless explosive tags were summoned out of thin air, detonating one after another. The deafening explosions came without end, never stopping for even a moment. Bursts of fire bloomed one after another, and with the shockwaves confined inside the water prison, they formed even more terrifying inward destructive force. The giant water sphere had turned into a high-pressure explosive barrel. Its murky waters constantly blasted apart and then forced back together. The center was completely swallowed by blazing fire and thick smoke. Only the Susanoo could still be seen, trembling violently within the explosion. Well. To think I'd get to witness the mutually multiplying explosive tags developed by the second Hokage himself. Seeing this scene, Orochimaru ran his long tongue across his lips. What an honor. Kabuto pushed up his glasses, a trace of shock flashing through his eyes.
Mutually multiplying explosive tags?
What kind of jutsu is that? Orochimaru explained with great interest. This is an A-rank forbidden jutsu invented by the second Hokage, Tobirama Senju. A terrifying ninjutsu that can theoretically explode without limit. The principle is to use explosive tags as summoning markers. At the instant one explosive tag detonates, it summons the next tag with an extremely tiny time gap. And so the cycle continues. As long as the first explosive tag is attached to the target, the following explosions will cling to it like a bone-deep parasite, focusing on a single point. Permanently, endlessly, continuously, bombarding it without stop. Unless the target is completely blasted into ashes, or the caster voluntarily cancels the jutsu, the explosions will not stop. This is a technique that pushes explosive tags to the absolute limit. Kabuto shivered at those words, his eyes full of fear. Infinite explosions until the target turns to ash. The second Hokage really was a genius. The explosions continued for a full several minutes before gradually dying down. Smoke and dust rose on the spot, blotting out the sky, mixed with steam. When it all slowly dispersed, it revealed a terrifying giant crater more than 100 meters wide and dozens of meters deep. Amid the swirling steam, Tobirama Senju reformed. The mutually multiplying explosive tags was a jutsu that was nearly suicidal to use in the first place. That's why it was specifically designed for the impure world reincarnation technique. In terms of ninjutsu development, Tobirama Senju was a genius. That evil little Uchiha brat should be dead now, right? Tobirama Senju let out a cold snort and looked toward the center of the blast. The middle of the crater was completely empty. That green Susanoo had vanished without a trace, and even Uchiha Yao's figure was nowhere to be seen. Yao, brother. In the distance, Naruto and Sasuke both turned deathly pale at the sight and rushed toward the crater without caring about anything else. Has he already been reduced to dust and ashes? Kabuto Yakushi adjusted his glasses, a trace of regret flashing through his eyes. Had that stunningly talented Uchiha boy really died? A curve rose at the corner of Orochimaru's mouth, his voice hoarse. As expected of the second Hokage, the jutsu he developed is still this deadly. Kimimaro watched silently, with no change in expression on his face. Tobirama, Hashirama Senju was the first to rush to the edge of the crater, his face filled with anger. He turned and rebuked his younger brother. You went too far. That child was only a pure-hearted boy from the Uchiha clan. How could you show no mercy? Tobirama Senju rolled his eyes dismissively, his tone icy. Big brother, you should just shut up. Any Uchiha who awakens the Mangekyo Sharingan must have gone through extreme mental trauma beyond what ordinary people can imagine. Their emotions are already twisted. People like that are extreme and dangerous. To the village, they are the greatest unstable factor. Killing him now is simply removing one threat for Konoha in advance. Right at that moment, a blinding azure bolt of lightning shot out from behind Tobirama Senju without any warning. The lightning condensed into a sharp spear and pierced through the back of Tobirama Senju's head with perfect accuracy. It kicked up a spray of dirt and debris as it burst out through the center of his forehead and stabbed deeply into the ground. Tobirama Senju's words came to an abrupt stop. His golden pupils shrank violently, his face full of disbelief and shock. This was a lightning release ninjutsu? Could it be that brat hadn't he died? Kill me? With just you? A voice without the slightest emotion sounded from behind him. Second Hokage. You think far too highly of yourself. Hashirama Senju, Orochimaru, Kabuto Yakushi, and the others all turned toward the voice. There, not far away, Yao was quietly floating dozens of meters in the air. There was nothing beneath his feet. He was simply floating there in silence. Flight. It was something Yao had learned while studying Sage Mode at Ryuchi Cave. This kind of floating was different from Iwagakure's lightweight rock technique. The lightweight rock technique changed one's own weight, making the body lighter than air so it could float in the sky. Ryuchi Cave's floating was another application of natural energy, and the three beautiful snake sages were very skilled at it. Yao held out his right hand flat. From his palm extended a dazzling, crackling azure lightning spear. It was Chidori Sharp Spear. The Chidori Sharp Spear stretched across dozens of meters like a laser, accurately piercing through Tobirama Senju's skull. Lightning crackled in Yao's hand, forming a stark contrast with the gunpowder smoke in the distance that still had not fully dispersed. Ha! He is still alive. The tightly furrowed brows on Hashirama Senju's face finally relaxed, and he let out a long breath of relief. He truly did not want to see this Uchiha boy get slaughtered by Tobirama in such a brutal way. He actually didn't die. The smile on Orochimaru's face instantly vanished. His golden vertical pupils narrowed, a trace of disappointment and seriousness flashing through them. To escape unharmed and even counterattack under a focused bombardment of that level from the mutually multiplying explosive tags. What a pity, but I knew this guy wouldn't die that easily. Still, how did he avoid the explosion and appear in that position? And he can actually fly? Is this Iwagakure's lightweight rock technique? Or some unknown space-time application? In the distance, Naruto and Sasuke stopped in their tracks. Seeing that Yao was safe and sound, shock and joy appeared on their faces. Yao is not dead. You scared me to death. Naruto patted his chest. Although Sasuke said nothing, his clenched fists loosened, and the anxiety and anger on his face instantly faded, returning him to that cool, stoic Sasuke again. A mere second Hokage still isn't enough to kill me. Yao replied indifferently, then looked back at Tobirama Senju. Second Hokage, is this all you've got? Or is it that, in your impure world state, you can only bring out this little bit of pathetic strength? The moment the words fell, his right hand holding the Chidori Sharp Spear suddenly shook. Boom! Lightning burst from his palm. The violent electricity rushed along the extended lightning spear at extreme speed and instantly poured into Tobirama Senju's body. Crackle crackle. With a short explosive burst, Tobirama Senju was blasted apart once again into scattered dust and debris. The dust quickly gathered. Tobirama Senju reformed once more, the rage on his face growing even stronger as he stared fixedly at Yao in the sky and shouted, "You Uchiha brat, evil by nature. If I weren't restricted by this impure world body, with less than 10% of my strength left, how could I allow you to act so arrogantly before me? So this is your indirect way of admitting defeat and making excuses?" Yao shrugged. Within the 4-point windmill pattern of his Mangekyo Sharingan, a point of golden light began to gather and light up. Since even you admit you're not good enough, then not good. As a ninja whose sensory ability and reaction speed were both top tier, Tobirama Senju sensed danger the instant the golden light lit up in Yao's eyes. His body's instincts made the most correct choice. Without any warning, he vanished and reappeared several hundred meters away. Humph, you ran pretty fast. The golden light in Yao's eyes faded, and the Mangekyo returned to its stable rotating state. His tone carried a hint of regret. He had wanted to test his new skill, the light of Kotoame Tsukumi, to see if he could destroy the second Hokage's mind in one hit. Unfortunately, the man had escaped too fast. Still, that also proved just how terrifying the second Hokage's battle instincts really were. No wonder Izuna Uchiha had died at his hands. There was nothing unfair about it at all. Seeing the second Hokage retreat, Orochimaru licked his lips and said in a hoarse voice, "It seems that even Lord Second Hokage is no match for Yakuin. In that case, I'll have to trouble you next, Lord First Hokage." "Me?" Hashirama Senju scratched his head, a troubled look appearing on his face. "You're Orochimaru, right? We're all ninja from Konoha. Is there really a need to fight to the death? I think we can talk this out." "Lord First," Orochimaru cut him off. "Please recognize reality. I have long since become an S-rank missing nin of Konoha, and you and Lord Second are now weapons summoned by me, this missing nin, through a forbidden jutsu. So, for the sake of my goal, I can only ask this of you." His tone shifted as he pointed at Yao in the air, his voice full of temptation. "Besides, Lord First, that Uchiha boy standing opposite you doesn't just possess the Sharingan. He has also mastered your would-release Kekkei Genkai." "Would release?" Hashirama Senju and Tobirama Senju in the distance both changed expressions at the same time. "Would release? Even in the entire Senju clan, Hashirama was one of a kind. And now an Uchiha boy had mastered the wood-release Kekkei Genkai? Hashirama Senju was shocked at first, but then he carefully sensed Yao's chakra and suddenly realized. No wonder I felt from the very beginning that, besides Uchiha chakra, this child also has another aura that feels extremely familiar. So it's wood release. Boy, you can use wood release too? When the first Hokage looked at Yao, his eyes were filled with the surprise of finding someone of the same kind. Tobirama Senju stared at Yao even more intensely. An Uchiha clansman had actually mastered his elder brother's exclusive wood release? The power of the Uchiha and the Senju had appeared in the same person? Tobirama Senju's mood grew heavy. A single Madara Uchiha had already brought enormous disaster to the ninja world. And now, on top of that, there was his elder brother's would release Kekkei Genkai. Tobirama Senju didn't dare imagine it. If a ninja like this were allowed to fully grow, who in the ninja world would still be able to suppress him? Facing Hashirama Senju's question, Yao curled his lips slightly. Whether it's true or not, Lord First, why don't you try it for yourself? Just so happens. I also want to see for myself just how strong the wood release of the so-called god of shinobi really is. Good. An eager smile also appeared on Hashirama Senju's face. He had a broad and gentle personality and disliked pointless fighting, but deep down he also longed for battle. Otherwise, back then, he never would have fought with Madara Uchiha until they developed that strange bond. Be careful, boy. Hashirama Senju clasped his hands together, and vast chakra exploded out. Wood release. Deep forest emergence. Rumble. The earth began to tremble violently. Centered on Hashirama Senju, countless vines and tree roots burst out of the ground. In the blink of an eye, the original clearing and small woods transformed into a crazily writhing primeval forest that blotted out the sky. Seeing that horrifying primeval forest appear in an instant, Kabuto Yakushi couldn't help sucking in a cold breath. A forest of this scale created in a single instant. Is this the power of Lord First Hokage? Frenzy and memory flickered inside Orochimaru's golden vertical pupils. Heh! And this is only because the precision of the impure world reincarnation is limited. His chakra is far inferior to what it was in life. If this were Lord First at his peak, the scale of his would release would be far more terrifying than this. Yao's expression remained calm. He also slammed his hands together in front of his chest. Would release. Deep forest emergence. Rumble. The earth roared once again. At the edge of the forest created by the first Hokage, another massive forest rose from the ground, its scale not inferior in the slightest. The same thick giant trees, the same flexible vines, carrying a surging offensive force. It smashed head-on into the first's forest. The two forests collided violently, and wood chips instantly filled the air. Broken vines and tree trunks shot in all directions like cannonballs, while the ground was torn into even deeper ravines. The two would release chakras, born from the same source, clashed, tangled, and annihilated each other wildly, letting out deafening roars. Exactly the same would release, and not inferior in the slightest. Standing on a treetop in the distance, Tobirama Senju's face had turned so dark it looked ready to drip water as he stared fixedly at Yao. The same jutsu, the same scale, even the life aura contained within the wood release was exactly the same. How could this Uchiha brat possess his elder brother's wood release? And cultivate it to this level? This completely went against Tobirama Senju's understanding of Kekkei Genkai. Ha ha ha. So it really is true. What incredible wood release. Instead of being shocked, Hashirama Senju was overjoyed, bursting into laughter, his eyes full of the excited light of meeting an equal. Boy, not only have you mastered wood release, your attainments are this high too. Then what about this? His laughter stopped, and his hand seals changed. Wood release. Wood golem technique. Boom! At the center of the forest beneath his feet, the ground suddenly bulged upward, then exploded. A gigantic wooden golem the size of a small mountain burst out from the earth. Wood golem? Huh? Yao's lips curled slightly. What a coincidence. I can use that too. Wood release. Wood golem technique. Rumble. Another enormous wooden golem rose from the ground, its size and height nearly equal to the first Hokage's. The two wore wooden armor, its lines smooth and full of power, standing in the distance directly opposite the first golem. Haha, you can even use wood golem too. Then come, let's have a proper fight. Hashirama Senju shouted excitedly. During his lifetime, he had dominated the ninja world. Aside from Madara Uchiha, could be said that he had never met a true opponent. Now, facing another wood release user, this feeling was unbelievably fresh. With a thought from Hashirama Senju, the wooden golem beneath him strode forward, swinging its fists as it charged with thunderous force toward Yao's wooden golem. Each step left deep footprints in the ground, shaking the earth and mountains as if a moving mountain range were advancing. Exactly what I wanted. A sharp light flashed through Yao's eyes. His wooden golem moved in sync, charging straight forward without the slightest fear. The next second, boom! The two colossal giants crashed into each other high above the forests below without any fancy tricks. It was like Mars colliding with Earth. The world-shaking roar made the few people watching from afar feel pain stab into their eardrums. A visible ring-shaped shockwave spread out in all directions from the point where the two fists collided. The two tangled forests below were pressed down in huge swaths by the shockwave. Trees even farther away were uprooted, while earth and rock were flung into the sky. At the point where the two fists met, the shrill sound of wooden fibers splitting rang out non-stop, and wood chips sprayed everywhere like a torrential storm. Hashirama Senju stood on the shoulder of the wooden golem, the fierce wind whipping his armor, his face full of a hearty and exhilarated smile. Yao stood at the wooden golem's brow, black hair flying, his gaze sharp as a blade. Tobirama Senju stood in the distance, staring at the two giant figures clashing against each other. There was none of his elder brother's excitement on his face. Only gravity. This Uchiha brat's would release, whether in scale or power, could actually stand evenly against his elder brothers. This completely overturned Tobirama Senju's understanding and filled him with worry. There was no doubt about it. This brat called Yao Uchiha was the combination of his elder brother and Madara. If a guy like that ever had a change of heart and wanted to destroy Konoha, who could possibly stop him? Orochimaru's golden vertical pupils had nearly narrowed into two thin lines. His long tongue swept across his lips, and his face was a mix of amazement, greed, and jealousy. What fascinating power! Orochimaru whispered hoarsely. Pure yang release, perfectly fused with the Uchiha's in release. But why can an Uchiha be compatible with the first Hokage's power, and wield it to this extent? No matter what, he is a perfect vessel. Truly. Too perfect. The way Orochimaru looked at Yao became even more burning than before. He wished he could seize Yao's body immediately and make it his own. Kabuto adjusted his glasses, which had been knocked slightly crooked by the shockwave. He stared fixedly at the battlefield, cold sweat seeping from his temples. The exact same jutsu. The same scale. The same energy level. This isn't simple mastery anymore. It's more like. Yakushi Kabuto searched for the right words, then slowly said, it's practically another first Hokage-sama. No. Orochimaru shook his head. He is not just the first Hokage. He is also Uchiha Madara. So he is the perfect fusion of the first and Madara. Orochimaru-sama is absolutely right. Yakushi Kabuto deeply agreed. He had the Mangekyo Sharingan and also would release. Wasn't he that exactly the combination of the first Hokage and Madara? Behind a tree trunk a little farther away, Naruto's mouth hung open. So awesome. Both of them. Sasuke's Sharingan had long since activated, and his two tomo were spinning rapidly. He was trying to catch every detail of that ultra-high-speed clash. His expression looked calmer than Naruto's, but the slight trembling of his body exposed the tension and shock in his heart. So this is the power of the first Hokage, and Big Brother can really fight him head-on? Sasuke was shocked, envious, and full of complicated emotions. He and Yao were twins, born on the same day. But before he knew it, had the gap between them really grown this huge? After a fierce exchange, the two wood golems each retreated backward. Wood chips flew everywhere from the point of impact, but neither side had completely overwhelmed the other. Senju Hashirama stood on the shoulder of his own wood golem and laughed heartily. Young man, your wood release is strong, very strong. With this alone, I'm afraid I can't defeat you. Yao shook his head when he heard that. First Hokage-sama, you're being too modest. I know you still have even stronger methods you haven't used yet. How about using them and letting me truly see them? Senju Hashirama scratched his head. Those aren't meant for dealing with ninja from the village. It wouldn't be appropriate. Yao smiled. Since you want to use them, then I will. As he spoke, Yao looked toward Naruto and Sasuke, who were nervously watching from afar. You too. Haven't you always been curious about Sage Mode? Then open your eyes wide and watch carefully. When Naruto and Sasuke heard that, their spirits instantly jolted, and their gazes became incomparably heated as they locked onto Yao. Sage Mode? Yao was going to use Sage Mode? On the other side, both Senju Tobirama and Orochimaru were greatly shocked. Sage Mode? Senju Tobirama's pupils suddenly shrank. This Uchiha brat had actually mastered Sage Mode too? He knew all too well what Sage Mode meant. It was a powerful state formed by fusing natural energy. Back then, once his elder brother entered Sage Mode, his combat power could surge by several times, and the same was true for his wood release. Orochimaru stared at Yao, his face full of disbelief. He mastered Sage Mode? Impossible. He had indeed given Yao the summoning contract scroll of Ryuchi Cave. But Orochimaru personally understood just how terrifying the difficulty of training Ryuchi Cave's Sage Mode was. Even now, he still had not mastered Ryuchi Cave Sage Mode, and he did not believe Yao could have mastered it in such a short time. That was practically impossible. But now, Sage Mode. Yao closed his eyes. The next moment, his pupils turned into cold snake-like vertical slits, and dark purple eyeshadow appeared around his sockets. On both sides of his forehead, 2 pale dragon horns broke through the skin and grew out. His short black hair also turned snow-white in an instant. His skin became pale, with faint snake-like patterns visible across it. Ryuchi Cave Sage Mode. Activated. So this is Sage Mode? Naruto swallowed. Doesn't he feel like there's much change? Idiot. Carefully sense Big Brother's chakra. Sasuke cursed in a low voice. Senju Tobarama's face became incomparably grave, and he subconsciously tightened his grip on his kunai. This Uchiha brat really has mastered the power of the sages. Now this is truly troublesome. Orochimaru was completely speechless. He stared fixedly at Yao's inhuman form, his eyes filled with shock and jealousy. Uchiha Yo had really mastered Ryuchi Cave Sage Mode, and he could almost enter Sage Mode instantly. He was even more proficient than Jiraiya's fool of a Sage Mode. This had gone beyond Orochimaru's expectations and overturned his understanding. Back then, he had entered Ryuchi Cave to learn Sage Mode and exhausted every possible scheme, only to fail in the end. Yet Yo had succeeded. What kind of joke was this? Senju Hashirama also put away his smile, and his gaze turned serious. Sage Mode. And Ryuchi Cave Senjutsu at that. What an incredible junior. In that case. Senju Hashirama muttered to himself, then immediately pressed his palms together. Buzz. Red eyeshadow appeared beneath his eyelids, and his pupils also changed into a cross-shaped form. Sage Mode. Activated. Good. Now this is more like it. A flash of excitement passed through Yao's eyes. His hands instantly turned into afterimages. His hands sealed so fast that they left trails of phantom shadows. Senjutsu. Fire release. Great Fireball Jutsu. Yo took a deep breath, his chest swelling, then violently spat forward. Boom! A terrifying sea of fire with a diameter of over dozens of meters, carrying a destructive aura that could burn everything, surged wildly towards Senju Hashirama. That's great fireball. Sasuke stared in dumbfounded shock, his jaw practically about to hit the ground. Great Fireball Jutsu? Wasn't he that the basic C-rank fire release ninjutsu he had learned when he was 5? But the biggest great fireball he could release was only the size of a house. What was in front of him now was basically a natural disaster-level tsunami of flames. It completely overturned his understanding of the words Great Fireball. So this is Sage Mode? Sasuke's eyes flickered as he swallowed hard again and again, his gaze full of desire for Sage Mode. Senjutsu. Wood Release. Wood Expulsion Jutsu. Senju Hashirama's expression was calm. Senjutsu chakra surged violently as he suddenly clapped his hands together in front of his chest. Rumble. The ground shook violently. An enormous wooden shield, shaped like a fang-filled demon face, burst out from the earth and blocked the front of the Sea of Fire. It was the very top-tier defensive wood release the first Hokage had once used to defend against the slashes of Uchiha Madara's perfect Susanoo. Rumble, 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 rumble. The Sea of Fire and the giant demon-faced wooden shield collided head-on without the slightest flourish, and deafening explosions rang out continuously. The blazing flames crazily licked at the wooden shield, producing crackling blasts and the harsh sound of wood carbonizing. The wood on the shield's surface rapidly turned charred black and split apart. The overflowing flames swept past both sides of the shield, completely engulfing Senju Hashirama's massive wood golem and the vast primeval forest behind him. Blazing flames shot into the sky, dyeing half of it crimson. Even the people far away could feel their skin burning from the heat. The burning wood golem let out cracking booms as it broke apart. The forest had turned into a surging sea of fire, and the firelight reflected the shock on every face. Senjutsu against Senjutsu, a sea of fire against wood release. The ultimate clash of offense and defense erupted across this battlefield. Bang! Hashirama Senju leaped out from behind the cracked demon-faced wooden shield and landed on the scorched, ruined ground below. He patted the dust off his body, looked at Yo not far away, and showed undisguised admiration on his face. Boy, your fire release is very strong. In terms of sheer power, it's no weaker than Madara's fire release. Thanks for the compliment. The battle intent in Yao's eyes grew even stronger. The warm-up is over. Let's continue. Senjutsu. Fire release. Great Fire Annihilation. Yo opened his mouth and exhaled. Vast Senjutsu chakra instantly turned into an overwhelming fan-shaped sea of flames. Its range was even wider than the Great Fireball technique. The heat was more restrained, yet even more terrifying. Wherever it passed, even the scorched earth melted again. Wood release. Wood locking wall. Hashirama Senju clapped his hands together, and rows of curved wooden arch walls burst from the ground, stacking layer upon layer in front of him. The dark red sea of fire slammed into the wood locking walls, letting out hissing burning sounds as the wood rapidly carbonized and collapsed. But with so many layers of defense, he still barely blocked this wave of wide-range bombardment. Yao's next attack followed immediately after. Senjutsu. Fire release. Great Fire Destruction. From Yao's mouth came an extremely condensed, ultra-high temperature beam of flame. With the piercing force to bore through everything, it instantly melted through the last few layers of the wood-locking wall and shot straight at Hashirama Senju's face. What terrifying fire release! Hashirama Senju's gaze sharpened. As his body rapidly retreated, he pressed his palms together. Wood release! Wood dragon jutsu! A savage wooden dragon burst out from the scorched earth beneath his feet and spiraled toward that blazing white beam. The moment the beam made contact with the wooden dragon, it gave off an ear-piercing sizzling noise. The wooden dragon was continuously melted through, but it was also constantly draining the beam's power. It's not over yet. Senjutsu, fire release, dragon flame release song technique. Yao took a deep breath. Senjutsu chakra erupted without reservation as his hands formed a complicated seal. Roar! Yao opened his mouth and spat out 4 long, slender fire dragons. From 4 different tricky angles, they bit, coiled around, and slammed toward Hashirama Senju. Every fire dragon contained an independent attack will and tracking ability, sealing off every path of escape. To use fire releases shape transformation and nature transformation to this extent. And with Senjutsu enhancing it, a sharp gleam burst from Hashirama Senju's eyes. He finally became serious. He suddenly pressed both hands onto the ground and shouted, Senjutsu, wood release, wood dragon jutsu. Boom, 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 boom. 4 thick wooden dragons burst up from the ground. Each one precisely met one of the giant fire dragons head-on. In an instant, 4 fire dragons and 4 wooden dragons went madly at each other in the air and on the ground, biting, colliding, and twisting together. Flames and wood splinters flew everywhere. Dragon roars and explosions rang out together. Red and green light intertwined and flashed wildly, making the surroundings look bizarre and dazzling. The flames tried to burn the wooden dragons to ash, while the wooden dragons continuously absorbed natural energy to repair themselves and tried to strangle the fire dragons. For a time, neither side could gain the upper hand. The people watching from afar were already too shocked to speak.
Sasuke's Sharingan spun frantically,
trying to record a level of fire release transformation far beyond his understanding. But the amount of information was too massive, making him feel dizzy. Naruto stared with his mouth wide open at those world-destroying fire dragons, and for the first time, he had the most direct understanding of the power of Sage Mode. Yao was right. Sage Mode's boost to ninjutsu was way too outrageous. A trace of longing flashed through Naruto's eyes. If he could also master Sage Mode, wouldn't his strength soar as well? Tobirama Senju stared at the center of the battlefield. He had always been biased against the Uchiha clan, but even he had to admit it. That brat called Uchiha Yo is the strongest Uchiha I've seen apart from Uchiha Madara. Mangekyo Sharingan would release Sage Power. Any one of those alone is enough to dominate the ninja world. Yet he has all of them. Orochimaru, how old is this Uchiha brat now? Tobirama Senju suddenly asked. The corner of Orochimaru's mouth curled up. The second Hokage is interested in Yao too? If I remember correctly, he should be 12. No, almost 13 now. 13. Tobirama Senju's eyes narrowed. Not even 13, yet he has already awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan and mastered the same sage power as Big Brother. This Uchiha brat has the same potential as Madara. Given time, he will definitely become the next Madara. He must be killed. A cold light flashed through Tobirama Senju's eyes. Konoha absolutely cannot allow another Uchiha Madara to appear. Orochimaru looked at the second Hokage, the corner of his mouth lifting slightly. Lord Second, you've always been prejudiced against the Uchiha clan. Now that you've seen Yakuin, I wonder what you're thinking? Are you worried that a second Uchiha Madara will appear? Humph. Having his thoughts exposed, Tobirama Senju could not help but snort coldly. What I'm thinking is none of your business. The battle continued for nearly half an hour before it finally came to a complete stop. When the last wooden dragon and fire dragon perished together, turning into countless drifting sparks and wood splinters, Hashirama Senju and Uchiha Yo stood dozens of meters apart. All around them was devastation. The earth had been overturned, leaving behind nothing but scorched land. Hashirama Senju clapped his hands, his face full of praise and admiration. Boy, you're really amazing. Whether it's your control over wood release or your use of senjutsu. Even in my era, aside from me and Madara, I can't think of anyone stronger than you. For the village to have a junior like you, I feel lucky. Thank you for the praise, Lord First. Yao exited Sage Mode. His white hair returned to black, and the dragon horns retracted. However, the precision of this Edo Tensei is only SOSO. Lord First, I'm afraid you don't even have half the strength you had when you were alive, right? Hearing that, Hashirama Senju awkwardly scratched the back of his head and laughed twice, silently admitting it. The limitations of an Edo Tensei body really did tie his hands. He simply could not bring out the power of his peak state. In today's battle, he had not even been able to use half his strength. Let's end today's battle here. Yao let out a breath and gave a slight bow to the first Hokage. Thank you for your guidance, Lord First. I gained a great deal from this. Haha. Don't say that. Hashirama Senju waved his hand cheerfully, his eyes full of satisfaction. The one who should be thanking someone is me, young man. It's been a very long time since I got to move my body this freely, to be honest. Seeing a junior this outstanding, I really, flying Raijin / Tobarama Senju appeared out of nowhere like a ghost. His face was expressionless, but his eyes shone with cold killing intent. Gripping a specially made kunai in both hands, he condensed all his strength and speed into a single point and thrust it straight toward Yao's back. Too fast. The timing, angle, and speed of this sneak attack were all perfect enough to be a sure kill. He had taken advantage of the instant Yao relaxed while talking with the first Hokage. He had also taken advantage of the gap right after Yao exited Sage Mode. It was so fast that even Hashirama Senju, standing right nearby, had not seen it coming. By the time he noticed, the tip of Tobarama's kunai was less than 4 inches from Yao's back. At flying Raijin speed, that distance didn't even require 0.0001 seconds. Tobarama, stop! Senju Hashirama was both shocked and furious, but he had no time to make an effective stop. Poochie. Blood splattered. The kunai in Senju Tobarama's hand instantly pierced through Yao's back, stabbing clean through his chest. Poochie. The muffled sound of the kunai piercing flesh, mixed with the spray of blood, sounded especially harsh in the deathly silent air. It had all happened far too fast. Finished in a flash of lightning. From Senju Tobarama using Flying Thunder God to appear, to the kunai stabbing in, the whole process took less than half a breath. By the time everyone present reacted, it was already over. Yao! Brother! Naruto and Sasuke turned deathly pale and immediately rushed toward Yao. Orochimaru and Kabuto Yakushi widened their eyes, their faces full of astonishment. They had not expected that just as the battle seemed to have calmed down, the second Hokage would launch such a ruthless fatal sneak attack. After a brief moment of shock, Orochimaru licked his lips, as expected of Lord Second. When the enemy thinks they've already won, when their mind is at its most relaxed, that's when you deliver a merciless killing blow. Precise, efficient, cold. The perfect art of ninja assassination. Kabuto Yakushi pushed up his glasses, disbelief still on his face. The great second Hokage actually sneak attacked a boy? Doesn't that go against his status and bearing? Naive. Orochimaru shot Kabuto a glance. Status? Bearing? Kabuto, have you forgotten what we are? We are ninja. On the battlefield, no matter what method is used, killing the enemy completely at the smallest cost has always been the first and only duty of a ninja. Etiquette, grace, status. Those worthless things mean nothing in the face of life and death. Lord Second merely carried out the most fundamental rule of being a ninja. Kabuto Yakushi fell silent for a moment, then slowly nodded. I understand, Lord Orochimaru. On the other side, Tobarama. Senju Hashirama finally snapped out of his shock and flew into a rage. In one stride, he rushed in front of his younger brother and kicked him flying, roaring angrily. How could you do something like this? He's just a child. He's one of Konoha's outstanding juniors. How could you strike so viciously? Facing his elder brother's fury, Senju Tobarama flicked the blood droplets off the tip of his blade. Big brother, you're too naive. He raised his hand and pointed at the motionless Yao, his gaze sharp as a blade. Look carefully. This brat is only 12 years old. At 12, he awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan. He mastered your would-release Kekkei Genkai. He even perfectly mastered the sage power of Ryuchi Cave. If someone like this, a monster combining the evil Uchiha bloodline with the Senju would-release bloodline, is allowed to keep growing, what will he become in the future? He will only become a second Uchiha Madara. Maybe even more dangerous. For Konoha's long-term stability, eliminating this potential threat completely before his wings fully grow is the correct and necessary choice. Even if the method isn't glorious, for the sake of the village. For Konoha, everything is worth it. Senju Hashirama was trembling with rage and was about to continue arguing. Right then, a voice carrying faint mockery suddenly entered the ears of the two brothers facing off. I'm truly honored that the second Hokage thinks so highly of me and compares me to Madara. Shouldn't I feel flattered? Senju Tobarama's pupils suddenly shrank, and he immediately looked toward Yao in front of him. The Yao who had been struck by the kunai had turned into a wooden dummy, and more than 10 meters away, Yao was standing there calmly and at ease. His Mangekyo slowly spun, and a trace of ridicule flashed in the depths of his eyes. When Senju Tobarama's expression turned extremely ugly. He was certain that, at the very moment he used Flying Thunder God / what he had locked onto was absolutely the real body's aura and location. And yet, it had become a wood clone? Yao, brother. Naruto and Sasuke rushed over and saw that Yao was completely unharmed. The shock on their faces instantly turned into joy, and they let out a huge sigh of relief. They had almost been scared to death. They really thought Yao had been stabbed to death by the second Hokage. They had not expected him to be perfectly fine. Thank God. Senju Hashirama also froze for a moment, then burst into hearty laughter. Ha ha ha. Boy, you're alright? That's great. His happiness was not fake. He was genuinely happy that this outstanding junior was safe and sound. On the other side, Orochimaru's face was full of shock. Lord Second's flying thunder god slash actually failed? This brat. He had also thought that attack had hit Uchiha Yo, but who could have imagined it was only a wood clone? Kabuto Yakushi quickly adjusted his glasses. His eyes filled with confusion. Lord Orochimaru, why did Yo turn into a wood clone? When did he complete the substitution? We were clearly watching him the whole time, and Lord Second's timing was flawless. I don't know. Orochimaru slowly shook his head. This brat's methods and scheming are even deeper than we expected. That conversation after leaving Sage Mode was most likely a false opening he deliberately created. He fooled all of us. Even Lord Second, whose sensing ability is among the very best, was deceived. At the center of the battlefield, Senju Tobarama's face was already so dark it looked like water could drip from it. Brat, when did you use a wood clone to switch places? When? Yo brushed at dust that did not exist on his body, his tone calm. Of course it was during the fight with Lord First just now. Yo looked at Senju Tobarama, his eyes filled with undisguised mockery. Second Hokage, you're a sinister and despicable man, especially toward us Uchiha. You carry enormous malice. I believed you would definitely act like a venomous snake and use the flying thunder god technique to launch the deadliest strike. So, from beginning to end, I never once lowered my guard against you. He had no intention of ending up like Uchiha Izuna, getting his chest torn open by Senju Tobarama, nor did he want to end up like Uchiha Madara, getting pierced through the back twice. So he had been guarding against him the entire time, and the facts proved it. He was right. Senju Tobarama, this shamelessly despicable bastard, really had launched a sneak attack. Senju Tobarama's expression looked awful. Brat, you're not quite like the other Uchiha. Your scheming is too deep. Yo could not be bothered to waste words with him. He casually rolled his wrist. Second Hokage, I've always been the kind of person who won't offend others unless I'm offended first. But if someone offends me, I'll pay them back double. So, Yao's eyes suddenly spun faster. Against the crimson background, the four-cornered pinwheel blurred for an instant. A strand of nearly imperceptible spiritual fluctuation silently spread out and struck Senju Tobarama. Kodo Amitsukami Puppet. Compared to Kodo Amitsukami Light, the greatest advantage of Kodo Amitsukami Puppet was this. It was completely silent. So, when Yo activated Kodo Amitsukami Puppet, there was no earth-shaking display. No violent eruption of chakra. Silent and traceless. Senju Tobarama suddenly froze, and a brief moment of daze appeared in his eyes, as if he had fallen into a split second of absent-mindedness. When Senju Tobarama looked at Yo again, the expression in his eyes had quietly undergone a complete overturning change. The previous coldness, killing intent, vigilance, and deeply rooted prejudice against the Uchiha had all vanished. Replacing them was sincere respect and obedience from the bottom of his heart, without a single trace of impurity. Senju Tobarama stepped forward, slightly bowed toward Yo, and spoke. Greetings, Lord Yo. His voice carried reverence, completely different from the coldness and prejudice from before. Hashirama Senju looked at his younger brother, then at Yo, his mind failing to process it for a moment. Tobarama? Why you? What happened to you? Weren't you just shouting that you had to eliminate a threat for Konoha? How did you turn around and start bowing and calling him sir? Orochimaru and Kabuto Yakushi also looked at each other, both seeing uncertainty and shock in the other's eyes. The second Hokage's change was too abrupt, too bizarre. It was like he had become a puppet under someone else's control. I'm fine, big brother. I'm fine, big brother. Tobarama Senju straightened up, his tone calm and natural. It's just that my thoughts have undergone some fundamental changes. I suddenly realized that my long-held views toward the Uchiha clan may have been biased. The Uchiha are not a clan-born evil, although the power of the Sharingan comes from intense emotions. At the core of those emotions is often extreme love and the desire to protect. Only those who lose the ones they love will give rise to hatred. That only proves that the Uchiha are a race that engraves love into their souls. In essence, there is no fundamental difference between them and our Senju clan's desire for peace and our will to protect the village. Hearing those words come out of Tobarama Senju's mouth, the man who had always held the deepest prejudice against the Uchiha and taken the hardest stance against them, was even harder to believe than the sun rising in the west. Hashirama Senju's gaze flickered violently. He was simple and straightforward by nature, but he was definitely not stupid. His brother's completely opposite attitude and words before and after this, like he had become a different person, were not normal. Absolutely not normal. Hashirama suddenly turned to Yo, his expression becoming incomparably serious. Boy, what did you do to Tobarama? He rarely used such a stern tone toward a junior, but Tobarama was his younger brother. And he was a complete brother-con. Nothing much. Yo did not deny it. I just helped the second Hokage correct his views on us Uchiha a little. Correct his views. Silently, in an instant, reversing a person's deeply rooted will and hostility. Orochimaru's pupils shrank sharply. A forbidden ocular jutsu buried deep in his memories flashed through his mind. He blurted out in alarm, his voice full of fear. Yakuin, could it be Kodo Amatsukami? Shursui Uchiha's Mangekyo dojutsu? That I was clearly in Danzo's hands. Wait, Danzo? Orochimaru suddenly realized it. Danzo had disappeared. Root was gone. And Yao was standing here completely unharmed, and had even obtained Shursui Uchiha's Mangekyo Sharingan. Could it be Kodo Amatsukami? What is Kodo Amatsukami? Hashirama Senju frowned. Yao tilted his head slightly, his gaze falling on Orochimaru. Orochimaru, you're talking a little too much. Being stared at like that, Orochimaru instantly felt his scalp go numb. He immediately shut his mouth, forced a somewhat stiff smile onto his face, and obediently stayed silent. Kodo Amatsukami, the legendary strongest genjutsu. This Uchiha brat had actually mastered it, and he had even used it on the second Hokage, Tobirama Senju, and judging from the result, even Tobirama Senju had been caught without making a sound. It truly lived up to the title of the strongest genjutsu. He definitely did not want to try it for himself. Alright, this farce ends here today. Yao looked at Orochimaru, whose expression kept shifting, and said lightly, Orochimaru, today you used the 3 previous Hokage and caused quite a bit of trouble for me and Konoha. As an apology, I'm taking the 2nd and 4th Hokage with me. Do you have a problem with that? Orochimaru's golden vertical pupils contracted slightly. He glanced at Tobirama Senju, who was standing respectfully behind Yao. Then he thought of Kodo Amatsukami, impossible to guard against. After weighing the pros and cons, a deep fear finally rose in his heart. What he least wanted to face was this kind of genjutsu that directly affected the mind, especially one at the Mangekyo level. Even Tobirama Senju had fallen for it. He did not think he would be any exception. After all, those 3 days of torture under Tsukuyami had already become a nightmare. Fine. In the end, Orochimaru still chose to compromise. Since Yakuin has spoken, then I'll leave them to you. Yao was very satisfied with Orochimaru's tact. He then looked toward Hashirama Senju, whose expression was complicated, and gave a slight nod. Lord first, I'll be taking the 2nd back to Konoha first. I hope there'll be a chance to receive your guidance in the future. Wait, boy! Hashirama Senju stepped forward, his face full of urgency and worry. What exactly did you do to Tobirama? Why has he become like this? Give him back to me, to a dead man. Yao felt there was no need to waste more words, so he did not answer and instead looked at Orochimaru, his meaning clear. Orochimaru cursed inwardly, but he did not dare provoke Yao again. He could only raise a hand and form a simple seal. With that motion, Hashirama Senju's words came to an abrupt stop. His Edo Tensei body began to collapse out of control, starting from his feet as it turned into fine dust and scattered into the air. Damn it! Hashirama Senju gave Yao a deep look, then looked at his younger brother. Carrying a heart full of confusion and worry, he completely turned to dust and vanished into the air.
Orochimaru-sama.
Only after the first had fully disappeared did Yao speak again, his tone calm. Then, until we meet again. After that, Yao brought Naruto and Sasuke to Minato Namake's, who had been temporarily sealed by the self-cursing seal. Yao formed a one-handed seal and pressed it against those black curse marks. Release. The curse marks retreated rapidly like living creatures, and Minato Namake's body relaxed as he regained the ability to move. He lifted his head and looked at Yao, then at the 2nd Hokage, and then at his son Naruto. His expression complicated. Although he had been sealed, his consciousness and thoughts had remained clear. He had seen everything that happened just now from beginning to end. This Uchiha boy named Yao had not only defeated the 2nd Hokage, but had even matched the first evenly. In the end, he had even used some kind of dojutsu to completely control the 2nd Hokage. It was simply unbelievable. Minato felt like his entire worldview had been dealt a heavy blow. Let us go. The group turned and left, leaving behind Orochimaru with an unreadable expression, Kabuto deep in thought, and Kimimaro in silence. What a terrifying fellow. Orochimaru stuck out his long tongue and licked his lips. I'm getting a little curious now. Just how far will he grow in the future? Orochimaru-sama, could he become the next Madara Uchiha? Kabuto Yakushi asked curiously. The 5 of them walked to a remote forest far from the battlefield, where the woods were thick and dense. The setting sun filtered through the gaps between the branches, casting mottled shadows across the ground. Yao stopped and looked at Minato Namake's, who had been quietly following the whole time. 4th, Yao spoke. The Ninetales should still be inside you, right? The question came out abruptly. Naruto was the first to freeze. He blinked his big blue eyes, looking at Yao, then at his dad. Ninetales? What Ninetales? Sasuke also frowned. Everyone knew the Ninetales was inside Naruto. But Ninetales? What the hell was that? Did the Ninetales really have yin and yang too? A trace of surprise flashed across Minato Namake's gentle face, as if he had not expected Yao to know this secret. Yes, he nodded. When I used the dead demon consuming seal, I considered that Naruto was too young to bear the Ninetales' full chakra. So I sealed the yang half inside Naruto, while the yin half, together with my soul, was sealed by the dead demon consuming seal. This Edo Tensei body of mine has now fully proven it. The yin half of the Ninetales is still inside me. He looked at Yao, his blue eyes carrying their usual gentleness. But why are you asking about this? Yao's answer was direct to the point of being overbearing. Hand it over to me. What? Minato froze for a moment, clearly not expecting Yao to make that demand. I said, hand over the yin Ninetales inside you to me. Yao repeated himself, his tone leaving no room for doubt. Minato did not reject him immediately, but his expression turned serious.
Okun.
May I ask what you want the Ninetales for? This is the strongest tailed beast after all. Its power should belong to the village, not to any one person. Obviously, to seal it into my body and become the Ninetales Jinchuriki. Yao said it as if it were only natural. Wasn't he that the whole reason he had helped Orochimaru heal his arms in the first place? So that Orochimaru would summon the fourth Hokage, allowing him to obtain the yin Ninetales. The Ninetales itself was the largest mass of chakra in the ninja world, basically a super battery. If he could perfectly control it, then without question, his total chakra reserves would undergo a qualitative leap. And with the sage body on top of that, even if he still had not reached adulthood, he would probably already be comparable to peak Hashirama Senju. On top of that, tailed beasts were naturally capable of absorbing natural energy and condensing senjutsu chakra. And when it came to absorbing natural energy and condensing senjutsu chakra, tailed beasts were far faster than humans. In the original story, during the battle at the Valley of the End, the Ninetales had absorbed all the natural energy in the area in one go. With a terrifying absorption speed like that, if it were a human instead, how long would it take to achieve the same thing? If he could make proper use of that, then in the future, he would never lack natural energy or senjutsu chakra again. So the Ninetales, Yao was determined to get it. The Ninetales Jinchuriki? Naruto blurted out in shock. And even Sasuke showed a stunned expression. Yao, why do you want to become the Ninetales Jinchuriki? Naruto could not understand it. Once you become the Ninetales Jinchuriki, everyone will reject you the same way they rejected me. In Naruto's eyes, becoming the Ninetales Jinchuriki meant becoming a freak like him, hated by everyone. If he had a choice, he would rather not have the Ninetales inside him at all. Yet Yao actually wanted to become the Ninetales Jinchuriki. Naruto truly could not understand it. Naruto, you're wrong. Yao shook his head. What the villagers reject is not the Ninetales itself, but an out-of-control Ninetales. One that is not under anyone's control. As long as you can perfectly control the Ninetales' power, who would still reject you? Minato's brows furrowed slightly. He understood the temptation of power, and he also understood the benefits Yao had mentioned. But handing the Ninetales over to an Uchiha boy who was not from the Uzumaki clan, and whose personality was forceful and difficult to predict, the risk was just too great. As the fourth Hokage, thinking from the village's perspective, he instinctively felt worry and hesitation. Yaokuin, the Ninetales' power is extremely violent. Even if it is only the Ninetales, it is by no means something that can be easily controlled. Minato said, Naruto was able to seal half of the Ninetales because he possesses the constitution of the Uzumaki clan. But you are an Uchiha, which makes you unsuited to becoming a Jinchuriki. If you rashly accept it, then you may suffer backlash, or lose control and go berserk. Yao picked up where he left off, the corners of his lips curling into a confident smile. Fourth Hokage, between me and this kid Naruto, whose chakra reserves do you think are greater? Minato was momentarily stumped by the question. Even though it sounded ridiculous, he had to admit that the chakra of the Uchiha boy before him was indeed far greater than Naruto's. Whether from what he had personally sensed or from Yao's battle just now against the first and second Hokage, both were enough to prove that point. At this moment, the silent Tobirama Senju suddenly spoke. Fourth Hokage, since Lord Yao has made this request, he must naturally have sufficient confidence. Besides, with Lord Yao's capacity and ability, especially with release, he will absolutely not be swayed by the will of a tailed beast. Controlled by Kodo Amatsukami, the second Hokage was now completely speaking from Yao's side. And in his heart, he also believed that Yao could absolutely suppress the Ninetales. He could sense that within Yao's body was an extremely massive amount of chakra, making him very suitable to become a Jinchuriki. And beyond that, Lord Yao had also mastered wood release, practically the natural enemy of the Ninetales. Lord Yao? Minato looked at the controlled second Hokage, the corner of his mouth twitching, the dignified second Hokage calling a young boy lord every other sentence. Was that really appropriate? Yao also felt it was inappropriate, so he coughed lightly. Second Hokage, just call me by my name from now on. That sounds better. Alright, Tobirama Senju nodded. Minato fell silent for a moment. Then his blue eyes locked onto Yao. Yakuin, if you obtain the Ninetales power, will you use it to harm Konoha? To harm the village? Yao smiled and pointed at Naruto beside him. You can ask your son that question. He understands my stance and my actions better than anyone. The third Hokage was dead. Danzo was dead. Even though those two old fossils, Hamura Mitokado and Koharu Utatane, were still alive, Konoha now belonged to the younger generation. Yao believed that the future Konoha would definitely belong to him, and since it was his Konoha, Yao would naturally protect it with all his strength. Hearing that, Naruto immediately straightened his chest and replied, Yao would absolutely never do anything to harm the village. After hearing Naruto's answer, more than half of Minato's doubts faded away. A gentle smile appeared on his face once more, and he nodded. I understand now. Then how do you plan to carry out the transfer? Do you intend to directly extract the Ninetales from my Edo Tensei body and seal it into your own? That process may be extremely painful and dangerous. It was not that Minato insisted on keeping the Ninetales power for himself. He was already dead. There was no meaning in continuing to keep the Ninetales. As long as the Ninetales could be properly placed, he was willing to hand it over. No rush. Yao shook his head and proposed a plan that caught Minato off guard. You can first communicate with the Ninetales inside you and ask whether it is willing to cooperate voluntarily. If this can be resolved peacefully, it'll save everyone trouble. Communicate with the Ninetales? Minato was stunned for a moment, then nodded. Alright, I'll try. He closed his eyes and let his consciousness sink into the sealed space within his body. A moment later, Minato opened his eyes again, a trace of helplessness on his face. The Ninetales refused, very decisively. That answer was within Yao's expectations. After all, the Ninetales had been controlled by Madara Uchiha more than once. Its hatred toward the Uchiha clan was not shallow at all. Since it was unwilling to cooperate, then force was the only option left. Yao said calmly, Fourth Hokage, undo the 8 trigram seal inside your body and release it completely. Leave the rest to me. Release it. Minato was startled. Here? That's too dangerous. Once the Ninetales comes out its chakra and destructive power, don't worry. Yao's tone remained calm. I have the Mangekyo Sharingan. I know a thing or two about controlling tailed beasts. As long as it leaves your body and is exposed outside, I have plenty of ways to make it obedient. Besides, this place is far from the village and from any crowds. It is the most suitable location. Looking into Yao's eyes, and thinking of all the power he had displayed earlier, Minato finally made up his mind. Alright, I trust you. Then please, be extremely careful. He formed several complex hand seals with both hands, then pressed them against his abdomen, right where the 8 trigram seal was located. 8 trigram seal, release, buzz. As the seal was undone, a violent dark red chakra suddenly erupted from Minato's abdomen like a volcano that had been suppressed for far too long. That chakra had a thick, bubbling texture, and it gave off a heart-pounding aura of evil and savagery as it rapidly spread outward. Naruto, Sasuke, both of you, get far back. Yao's expression tightened as he waved at Naruto and Sasuke. Neither of them dared delay. They immediately retreated deeper into the forest. Tobirama Senju also silently withdrew some distance, though he still stayed in a position where he could provide support at any time. Gurgle, gurgle, gurgle. The dark red Ninetales chakra poured out of Minato's body like a collapsed floodgate. More and more, thicker and thicker. Finally, when the last massive wave of chakra gushed out, all of that dark red energy suddenly contracted inward, then exploded outward with a thunderous blast. Roar! A beastly roar that shook the heavens rang through the entire forest, startling countless birds into flight in an instant. The dark red chakra rolling across the sky gathered together and condensed into a terrifying figure as huge as a mountain. Savage fangs, orange-red fur, crimson, violent beast eyes, and 9 enormous tails dancing like flames. Every part of it declared its identity, the strongest tailed beast's other half, Ine Kurama. Ine Kurama simply stood there, but the terrifying pressure it gave off made the air itself seem frozen. Its violent chakra formed tangible shockwaves that spread outward in rings, and the ground trembled beneath its feet. So this is the Ninetales? Hiding behind a massive rock in the distance, Naruto stared at the giant demonic fox, every hair on his body standing on end. He had seen the young Kurama inside himself, and he had also felt Kurama's violent chakra before, but separated by a seal. It was ultimately incomparable to the fully released ancient-tailed beast standing before him now. Sasuke stared fixedly at Kurama, cold sweat seeping from his temples. This was his first time witnessing a complete tailed beast from such close range. That overwhelming chakra so vast it drove people into despair, and that pure aura of destruction. It was practically a natural disaster. Minato Namikaze retreated to the side, his expression grave as he looked at the monster he had released, then at Uchiha Yo. Releasing the Ninetales was easy enough, but sealing it back again would be nowhere near that simple. Kurama lowered its head, its crimson beast eyes locking onto Yao. Hot air blasted from its nostrils, and its voice rumbled like muffled thunder. So it's you damn Uchiha brat, trying to make me your Jinchuriki? Kurama. Yao's voice rang over the forest. I was being kind, trying to give you a better home. But since you don't know what's good for you, don't blame me for using some methods. Kind? Ha 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 ha. Kurama let out an ear-splitting laugh, full of mockery and violence. You damn Uchiha brat. Stop spouting such shameless nonsense. The ones I hate most are arrogant Uchiha like you. Before its words had even fully fallen, its sharp giant claw, large enough to smash mountains, came crashing down toward Yao's position with a screech that tore through the air. Whoosh! Yao vanished from where he stood. Almost at the same moment, his voice came from higher up in the air. Sage art. Would release. Deep forest emergence. Rumble, 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 rumble. The earth let out a wail. A primeval forest rose from the ground like a green tsunami. Countless vines as thick as barrels, covered in sharp wooden thorns, twisted and lashed toward Kurama from all directions. The assault was so dense. It was as if it meant to drown Kurama in an ocean of forest. Get the hell away from me, Kurama roared, its crimson beast eyes full of disdain. It opened its massive jaws as violent chakra compressed and condensed like mad. A tailed beast ball, black as ink and twisting the surrounding space itself, instantly took shape inside its mouth. The next second, boom! The tailed beast ball turned into a destructive black beam and shot straight at the oncoming would-release forest. At the moment of impact, time itself seemed to freeze for an instant. Then, rumble, 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 rumble. First came a blinding white light so intense it swallowed everything, as if a miniature sun had risen on the spot. The light was so strong that Naruto and Sasuke, standing on the distant mountain, instinctively shut their eyes, tears streaming down their faces. Following the light came an earth-shaking, horrifying explosion. Wrapped in violent force, the sound wave swept outward first. Ugh! Naruto and Sasuke did not even have time to react before that unstoppable shockwave violently sent them flying. Whoosh! A golden flash appeared behind them as if teleporting. With one hand each, Minato Namikaze grabbed Naruto and Sasuke by the backs of their collars and activated the Flying Thunder God technique. The three of them vanished into thin air, and in the next instant, they appeared atop another, even taller mountain several kilometers away. Only then did the world-destroying blast wave sweep through like an apocalyptic tsunami, flattening every tree and rock on that mountaintop into the ground. Minato steadied himself with the two boys and looked toward the center of the explosion with a grave expression. A gigantic mushroom cloud mixed with dust, flames, and thick smoke was slowly rising into the sky. In the core area of the explosion, the dazzling white light still had not fully faded. All that could be seen was endless brilliance and raging torrents of chaotic energy. And the vast forest Yao had created with sage art had already vanished without a trace, completely destroyed. All that remained was a horrifying giant crater so deep its bottom could not be seen. Yao was nowhere to be seen either. On the battlefield, only Kurama's mountain-like figure remained, standing proudly on the scorched earth at the edge of the explosion. Its 9 tails slowly swayed through the smoke and dust, while its crimson beast eyes swept across the devastated land. Humph!
Overestimating yourself, Uchiha brat.
Where's my brother? Sasuke steadied himself and frantically scanned the area with his Sharingan. His face instantly turned deathly pale. Naruto also widened his eyes anxiously, trying to find Yao's trace. But as far as they could see, there was only the dead silence after destruction, and Kurama's massive shadow. Yao was gone. Minato Namikaze's brows tightened. He could feel the still-raging chaotic chakra currents at the center of the blast, but he could not sense Yao's presence at all. Could it be? Just as Minato, Naruto, and Sasuke were tensely searching for Yao, a cold voice suddenly rang out, piercing through the lingering roar and smoke of the explosion. Sage art. Would release. Would golem technique. The three of them immediately turned toward the source of the voice. A bit farther from the center of the explosion, the earth suddenly bulged upward. A giant wooden humanoid 100 meters tall, clad in wooden battle armor, rose from the ground like an awakened god. A pale green glow of senjutsu chakra flowed across its body, giving off a vast, mountain-heavy pressure. The instant the wood golem appeared, it swung its fist in a full arc and smashed downward with terrifying force that could crush everything. Before the fist even arrived, the pressure from the punch had already carved deep trenches into the ground. This move again. Brat, do you think just because you learned Senju Hashirama's tricks, it'll work on me? Even though Kurama's body was massive, its reaction speed was astonishingly fast. It let out a low roar, then all 4 limbs suddenly erupted with force. Its massive body leaped diagonally backward, barely avoiding the wood golem's heavy punch. The ground where it had been standing was blasted into a huge crater by the aftermath of the fist wind alone. After pulling away, A vicious glint flashed through the Ninetales' scarlet beast eyes. It opened its giant mouth again, and berserk chakra began gathering wildly. Another pitch-black-tailed beast ball turned into a black beam and shot straight at the pursuing wood golem. The wood golem didn't T-dodge. Instead, it spread its 5 fingers and grabbed the incoming tailed beast ball right out of the air. The dark sphere of energy struggled violently inside the giant wooden palm, swelling outward, but it was forcibly suppressed by Senjutsu chakra. Then, like throwing a hammer, the wood golem hurled that dangerous tailed beast ball right back along its original path, and even faster than before. Bastard! The Ninetales was both shocked and furious. The other side was actually using this kind of method to counterattack. He was exactly the same as Senju Hashirama. In that rushed moment, the Ninetales could only gather chakra again and spit out a second-tailed beast ball, trying to intercept it. Boom! Boom! 2 tailed beast balls filled with destructive energy collided in the sky less than 100 meters away from the Ninetales. Then they exploded with a thunderous blast. The blinding light illuminated heaven and earth once more, while the violent shockwave expanded in a sphere in all directions. The already ruined land was ravaged again. Even the distant mountains trembled, sending countless broken rocks tumbling down. Flying Thunder God technique, Yao's figure, along with that enormous wood golem, vanished out of thin air. Then they abruptly appeared less than 50 meters behind the Ninetales. What? The Ninetales didn't even have time to turn around. The wood golem's right fist, like a falling meteor, smashed viciously into the spot where the back of the Ninetales' head met its neck. Bang! The Ninetales was sent flying forward by that punch on the spot. It let out a pained roar, and its 4 claws awkwardly plowed for deep trenches several meters into the ground. It slid for hundreds of meters before barely managing to steady itself. It's not over yet. Sage art. Wood release. Wood dragon technique. Yao slapped his hands together, and 2 ferocious wooden dragons burst from the ground. One on the left, one on the right. They wrapped around the Ninetales with lightning speed. The sharp wooden spikes on the wood dragons sank deep into the Ninetales' body, crazily draining its chakra. The powerful binding force and continuous chakra loss instantly made the Ninetales' movement stall. Damn it! Bastard! Let this old man go! The Ninetales was enraged beyond measure. It immediately twisted its body, opened its bloody maw, bared its sharp fangs, and bit down fiercely on the wood dragons wrapped around it. Wood chips flew everywhere, but under the support of Senjutsu chakra, the wood dragons regenerated rapidly and refused to let go. At the same time, the wood golem charged in with huge strides, rushing right in front of the Ninetales, which was temporarily restrained by the wood dragons. Its massive wooden fists came crashing down like a violent storm. Bang, 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 bang. One punch after another. No technique at all. No fancy moves at all. Only the most primitive force. Every punch landed precisely on the Ninetales' head and face. Every hit struck solidly. The Ninetales was beaten so hard that it grew dizzy, and its furious roars turned into cries of pain. Its huge body staggered and retreated under the heavy blows. The ground beneath its feet kept cracking and collapsing from its trampling. On a distant mountain peak, Naruto and Sasuke were completely dumbfounded. They had even forgotten how to breathe. Minato Namikaze also wore a grave expression. He was shocked by Yao's strength, and even more shocked by the power of wood release. So this is the wood release the first Hokage used to pacify the chaotic era? It's truly too powerful. Inside Naruto's body, in the seal space, behind the huge iron cage, the massive crimson body of the young Ninetales paced back and forth restlessly. His other half was being pinned to the ground by that Uchiha brat and beaten violently, one punch after another. Every punch that landed on Ninetales felt as if it was landing on young Ninetales too. Damned Uchiha brat! How dare you treat this old man's other half like this? Young Ninetales let out a low roar, his claws scraping fiercely against the seal bars and sending dazzling sparks flying. He wished he could break through this cursed seal immediately, then tear that arrogant brat into pieces. However, this damned 8-trigram seal was unbelievably firm. All his rage was useless, and he could only watch his other half being ravaged. That sense of powerlessness and humiliation nearly drove young Ninetales mad. On the battlefield outside, Ninetales, do you submit? Standing atop the wood golem's shoulder, Yao looked down at Ninetales from above and asked again in an icy voice. You damned brat! This great me will never bow his head. Ninetales raised his head, fury burning in his scarlet beast eyes. He was the strongest tailed beast created by the Sage of Six Paths, with his own pride. How could he possibly bow to a human? You still refuse? A sharp light flashed in Yao's eyes. Then I'll keep beating you. I'll beat you until you submit. He didn't have Naruto's talk no jutsu or patience to try and move a tailed beast. In his view, subduing a tailed beast was no different from taming a wild beast. Power was the only truth. He was going to beat it into submission in one go. Make it remember from the depths of its soul who was the real boss here. Yao never believed there was such a thing as a tailed beast that couldn't be subdued. If there was, then it just meant the beating wasn't harsh enough. Bang, bang, bang. Roar. Do you submit? Bastard. Do you submit? Do you submit? Finally, after nearly more than an hour of continuous brutal beating, the violent scarlet beast eyes of Ninetails finally began to waver. The nearly infinite chakra he had always been proud of was being crazily drained by the wood dragons, while at the same time he had to endure the wood golem's non-stop physical bombardment. If he kept resisting, the only result seemed to be more meaningless pain and humiliation, with no benefit at all. As a tailed beast that had lived for over 1,000 years, he was not incapable of adapting. Back then, being controlled by Uchiha Madara's Sharingan had been unavoidable. Later, being sealed was also something he had no choice in. Perhaps bowing his head temporarily could buy him some breathing room? Once that thought appeared, it spread through his heart like weeds. Finally, do you submit? I submit. Very good. Yao nodded, dispersed the wood golem and wood dragons, then landed on the ground and faced the Ninetails' massive body from afar. Now the rest is simple. Yao pointed at himself. I won't use any sealing jutsu on you. You can come in by yourself. The essence of a tailed beast was not life in flesh and blood form. Rather, they were massive chakra aggregates with independent consciousness, separated from the 10 tails by the Sage of 6 Paths. Instead of calling them living beings, they were more like living energy. They would not age or die, and in theory they could freely change form. They could even merge into another life form's chakra circulation system. As for sealing jutsu, whether it was the 8 trigram seal, the 4-symbol seal, or the dead demon consuming seal, at their core, all of them forcibly bound and imprisoned this violent chakra energy inside the human body as a container, then suppressed and restricted it. By telling the Ninetails to come in on his own, Yao was giving up forced restraint. Instead, he was using a method close to an invitation or contract, allowing the Ninetails to voluntarily merge himself into Yao's body. Ninetails was clearly stunned for a moment, and a trace of astonishment flashed through his eyes. Brat. Ninetails' deep voice carried confusion and a hint of probing. Aren't you afraid that this old man will pretend to submit, enter your body, and then suddenly turn on you and kill you? It stared at Yao, and danger once again surfaced in its beastly eyes. You should know this clearly. Once someone becomes a Jinchuriki, if the tailed beast is forcibly extracted, the Jinchuriki will die without a doubt. This was a naked threat and also its final test. It wanted to see whether this arrogant Uchiha brat truly had absolute confidence, or was just foolishly overestimating himself. Facing the Ninetails' threat, Yao merely raised a brow lightly. You're welcome to try. His tone was calm, even carrying a faintly amused encouragement, as if he were talking about something completely trivial. The Ninetails' personality wasn't exactly good, but its credibility was still decent. Or rather, deep down, all 9-tailed beasts still upheld the Sage of 6 Paths ideals. In their bones, they were willing to believe in humans. It was only because they had been enslaved and sealed by humans for thousands of years that they now showed hatred and distrust toward mankind. Of course, even taking 10,000 steps back, even if the Ninetails really wanted to pull something, Yao still wasn't afraid. Since he dared to let the Ninetails enter, he naturally had absolute confidence that it wouldn't be able to stir up any trouble at all. His would release and Mangekyo Sharingan were not just for show. And one more thing, Danzo's 10 Sharingan were all on him. With his Uchiha bloodline, he could activate Izanagi without hand seals and avoid any unfavorable damage. If the Ninetails dared to rebel, Yao definitely would not die. With a single Izanagi, he could walk away completely unharmed. But at that point, Yao could guarantee one thing, the Ninetails would absolutely suffer terribly. Yao's tone was casual, but the Ninetails felt a chill for no reason. This Uchiha brat had endless methods and a mind as deep as the sea. Since he dared to say this, he definitely had a trump card to deal with any possible accident. For example, the move he had just used on the second Hokage. Kurama had seen Senju Tobarama's change with its own eyes. A man who had originally hated the Uchiha clan so deeply had actually turned around and completely submitted to Uchiha Yo. The Ninetails did not want that. And on top of that, when it recalled the merciless beating from just now, it had absolutely no doubt that if it really dared to betray him, what awaited it would definitely be torment 10 times. 100 times more miserable than that brutal beating before. That damned Uchiha brat was absolutely capable of doing it. After weighing the pros and cons, Kurama finally lowered its proud head. Humph, this old man keeps his word. The moment the words fell, its enormous body began to slowly shrink and condense. In the end, it turned into a streak of red light and voluntarily drilled into the open spot on Yao's abdomen. In an instant, Yao's entire body tensed up. It felt as if boiling lava had been directly poured into his blood vessels and chakra pathways. An indescribable burning pain exploded from deep within his body. Even with Yao's willpower, he couldn't help but let out a muffled grunt, veins bulging from his neck like twisted dragons. The surface of his skin visibly turned red and scorching hot. In the worst spots, his skin and flesh were directly burned away by the Ninetales chakra, carbonized and peeled off, exposing ghastly white bone beneath. Damn it! Sealing a tailed beast really fucking hurts. Yao forced the words out through clenched teeth, his body trembling slightly, but he knew this was a necessary process. Sealing a tailed beast was equivalent to forcibly stuffing the tailed beast's massive chakra into his own body. The pain involved was no less than being skinned alive and having his bones ripped out, pierced straight to the heart. Time slowly passed. That energy rampaging wildly through his body and wreaking destruction everywhere finally began to gradually calm down and become tame. In the end, it gathered near the dantian area in his abdomen and settled there. The sage body's monstrous regeneration immediately kicked in. The charred and cracked skin on Yao's body rapidly peeled away, revealing tender new skin underneath. His flesh regenerated and healed at a speed visible to the naked eye. Even the exposed bones were covered by freshly grown tissue. In just a few breaths, all those horrifying external injuries vanished completely. His skin returned to smooth perfection, without even leaving behind a scar. That soul-searing pain also receded like a tide. Hu Yao slowly let out a long breath of turbid air, and his body finally relaxed. It's finally over. Yao, brother, Yakuin, Minato Namikaze, Naruto, and Sasuke immediately rushed over. Seeing that Yao was standing there safe and sound, all three of them let out a sigh of relief. Did it work? Minato asked with concern. Yeah, it worked. Yao nodded, moving his somewhat stiff and numb wrist. The Ninetales is already inside me. However, if I want to truly use this power as naturally as my own arm, I'll still need some time to adapt and sync with it. Kurama's chakra was foreign, after all. If he wanted it to become as docile and obedient as his own chakra, he would still need continuous adjustment before he could completely bring it under control. Just like Naruto, the Ninetales had stayed inside Naruto for more than 10 years, and its chakra had eroded him for more than 10 years. Naruto had even gone through several different degrees of partial-tailed beast transformations. Again and again he adapted. Again and again he synchronized. In the end, Naruto reconciled with the Ninetales, and even his first true-tailed beast transformation only lasted 5 minutes. That alone showed that mastering the Ninetales' power was no simple matter. However, now that the first step had been taken, the rest was only a matter of time. Only then did Minato, Naruto, and Sasuke truly set their hearts at ease. But Minato still reminded him with some concern, Yakuin, I senti it too rash to do this without using any sealing jutsu to restrain it? What if the Ninetales, no need to worry. Yao waved his hand. All this time, ninja have habitually treated the tailed beasts as natural disasters, as beasts as weapons. They use strength to capture them, powerful seals to imprison them, and only think about exploiting their power, yet they have never truly tried to understand them. But the truth is, tailed beasts are just like us humans. They have independent consciousness. They have their own thoughts and will. They even possess memories and emotions far longer and deeper than those of humans. They feel anger, hatred, loneliness, and sorrow. Of course they feel pain and sadness too. To simply view them as mindless beasts is an arrogant and ignorant misunderstanding. A prejudice. Those words left everyone present a little stunned, especially Naruto. He thought of the stinky fox inside him, the one that was always sharp-tongued with him, yet always gave him a hand at critical moments. Since the Ninetales personally said it was convinced, and willingly entered my body, Yao's tone was certain. I believe that with the pride and dignity it carries as the strongest tailed beast, it would never do something as shameless as going back on its word. To tailed beasts like them, a promise may carry far more weight than we imagine. His gaze swept across everyone as he said something that, in this ninja world, could practically be called heresy. And I also believe this, as long as enough respect and patience are given. The relationship between tailed beasts and humans does not have to be only one of enslavement and being enslaved, exploitation and being exploited. Given time, mutual understanding, mutual recognition, and harmonious coexistence may not be impossible at all. These words sounded as if they were meant for Minato and the others, but in truth, Yao was deliberately saying them for the Ninetales inside him, and for the young Ninetales inside Naruto as well. Since he had already brought the Ninetales under his use, Yao didn't mind showing a little goodwill and saying a few pleasant words, to calm down this Tsundere fox a little after beating it into submission, even though it was definitely still extremely pissed off inside, and to lay a slightly better foundation for long-term cooperation in the future. Most of the time, just saying a few nice words could actually solve a lot of trouble. After all, everyone likes hearing nice things, and in fact, the effect was obvious. Inside Naruto's body, in the seal space, the young Ninetales stopped its restless pacing and lay back down inside the cage, its huge ears twitching slightly. A trace of complexity flashed through those beastly eyes that were always filled with violence. For 1,000 years, humans had feared the tailed beasts, dreaded them, yet also coveted their power. The Ninetales had heard countless human curses, fear, and schemes directed at it. but it had never heard a single person speak of the tailed beasts in such an equal tone. Not monsters, not beasts, but existences with thoughts and will, living in harmony? What nonsense! The Ninetales mocked it outwardly, but for some reason, deep down it actually felt the faintest little stir. Inside Yao's body, in the chakra space, the Ninetales trembled slightly, treating it like a person, believing in its promise, understanding and acknowledgement. To it, words like these were both unfamiliar and grating, and for a moment, the Ninetales didn't know how to react. Back then, Hashirama Senju had defeated it with absolute power. Mito Uzumaki and later Kushina had restrained it with powerful sealing techniques and bloodline power. As for Madara Uchiha, he had directly turned it into a puppet with the Sharingan. Fear, greed, exploitation, control, this was all the Ninetales had seen of human nature over the past 1,000 years. Uchiha Yo, this brat who had just beaten it up, actually said something completely different. Even though the Ninetales knew this might just be words meant to soothe it. Still, this feeling of being treated as an equal intelligent life form, even if it was only fake comforting words, still caused the heart it had kept silent for countless years to ripple with the faintest strange wave. So, Naruto. Yao patted Naruto on the shoulder. Don't treat the Ninetales inside your stomach like a monster, or a prisoner. Try looking at it the way you'd look at a friend. You two were forced together, so of course you're suffering. But the Ninetales feels even more stifled. The Ninetales feels more stifled than me? Naruto curled his lip. As a Jinchuriki, he had been isolated and feared ever since childhood. And the root of it all was because of the Ninetales. How could the Ninetales be more miserable than him? Of course, Yao shook his head. These tailed beasts are actually even more pitiful than you all. They were born with powerful strength and nearly eternal life. Sounds great, right? But what about the reality? For hundreds and thousands of years, they've been treated as the strongest weapons of war. Different generations of shinobi, different generations of villages fought over them, sealed them, controlled them, and used them. No freedom, no choice. They aren't even treated as living beings with thoughts. If it were you, locked in a dark cage forever, feared, coveted, and driven around like a tool, wouldn't you go mad? Wouldn't you come to hate all humans? As Naruto listened to Yao's words, the image of that always irritable fox inside him couldn't help but appear in his mind. Ever since he could remember, the Ninetales had always been locked in that cage. More than 10 years. It had never gone out even once. Naruto suddenly felt a little sorry for the Ninetales. At the very least, he was free. He could go wherever he wanted. But the Ninetales? Naruto nodded. I think I kind of understand now, Yao. I'll try. Good. As long as you understand. The road ahead is still long, so take it slow. Yao nodded and said no more on the subject, instead turning to the mission. As for those missing villagers, they've already been found. But they were all turned into experimental subjects by Orochimaru. They've lost their self-awareness and only have battle instinct left. They can barely even maintain a complete human form anymore. Taking them back would only make their families suffer an even crueler blow a second time. It has no meaning at all. Handling them on the spot may be the more humane choice. Naruto and Sasuke both fell silent. They thought of the monsters they had seen earlier in the underground cave. Indeed, they could no longer be called human. Bringing them back really didn't seem necessary. Seeing that neither of them spoke, Yao split off a wood clone and used the Flying Thunder God technique to return to Orochimaru's base. 10 minutes later, the wood clone dispersed on the spot, and its memories flowed back into Yao's mind. All experimental subjects had been destroyed. Time to head back. A few days later, Konoha the Hokage Rock, Yao, Naruto, Sasuke, Minato Namikaze, and Tobirama Senju appeared atop the head of the first Hokage's stone statue. Minato Namikaze looked down over the village, emotions surging in his eyes. The village has changed a little. And yet it also hasn't. His voice was very soft, carrying the sigh of someone who felt like it had been a different lifetime. It's good to see that it's still standing. Tobirama Senju also removed his cloak and crossed his arms, his expression still carrying its usual coldness and severity. The defense system has improved somewhat, but the reconstruction priority for the core area lacks clarity. The efficiency is too low. Even after Orochimaru's attack, the emergency response mechanism still has this many loopholes. Compared to the past, Konoha's strength has declined far too much. Listening to the two of them each sinking into their own thoughts, Yao spoke up and broke this somewhat sentimental reunion. Just a reminder, you two are both dead people. If you stroll into the village openly, it'll easily cause unnecessary trouble. It's best to cover yourselves up a little. Minato came back to himself, looked at his dust-formed palm, and nodded with a bitter smile. That's true. In this form, I'm really not suitable for the villagers to see. Naturally. Tobirama Senju nodded. All right, Yao said, next you two can move around freely. Walk around however you want and take a good look at present-day Konoha. You can go anywhere and do whatever you want, as long as you don't expose your identities or cause trouble. He turned to Naruto and Sasuke. We'll head to the Hokage building first and report the mission. Minato smiled gently. Alright, go do what you need to do. We're heading out first then. Dad, second Hokage old man, see you later. Naruto waved at the two of them in farewell. Sasuke also gave a slight nod. The three of them leaped down from the Hokage rock and, after a few bounds, headed toward the Hokage building. Yao brought Naruto to the entrance of the Hokage's office on the top floor and briefly described the investigation results. What? That damn bastard again. Tsunade slammed her fist onto the desk, clearly disgusted to the extreme with her former teammate, now a rogue ninja. After venting her anger, she immediately looked at Yao and Naruto, her tone turning concerned. You ran into him head-on? You weren't hurt, were you? We did clash. Yao replied. He came fully prepared this time. Through the impure world reincarnation, he summoned the first Hokage, the second Hokage, and the fourth Hokage. Tsunade's pupils shrank. But we got them under control, so there were no losses. Yao continued, we successfully seized control of the second Hokage and fourth Hokage, and we've already brought them back to the village. How to handle these two former Hokage will need to be decided by you. My personal suggestion is to temporarily preserve their impure world bodies. Right now, the village is in troubled times, and high-end combat power is in short supply. With those two here, it can greatly ease the pressure. What did you say? Tsunade suddenly shot up from her seat. Both hands braced against the desk as she leaned forward, her chest incomparably magnificent. Second grandpa and the fourth are in the village right now? I let them move around freely. They're still within the village limits. If needed, they can be found at any time, Yao replied. Tsunade stared hard at Yao, her expression turning extremely serious. They're Edo Tensei bodies. Are you sure they 1T suddenly lose control and become a threat to the village? They 1T. Yao shook his head. They already completely severed their contract connection with Orochimaru. Right now, they're free Edo Tensei with full self-awareness. As long as the Jutsu ISNT actively released, they remain in this state. As long as one understood the specific mechanics of the impure world reincarnation jutsu, the reincarnated could break their contract with the caster. Madara had done it in the original story. For Tobirama Senju and Minato Namikaze, it wasn't difficult either. Hearing Yao's firm answer, Tsunade slowly sat back down and let out a long breath, rubbing her brow. That's good. After pondering for a moment, Tsunade made her decision. Their existence will temporarily be classified as an S-rank secret. Only the few people present and the highest advisors are allowed to know. As for how to arrange them, and whether this power should be used when necessary, we'll discuss that later. She looked at Yao and Naruto, and a trace of approval appeared on her face. You did very well on this mission. Not only did you uncover the truth and eliminate a potential threat, you even brought back two former Hokage. You've worked hard. Go get some rest first. The mission report can be submitted later, and the reward will be calculated and issued at the highest standard. Thank you, Lady Hokage. Bye. Granny Tsunade. The three left the office. After the door closed, Tsunade leaned back in her chair, looked up at the ceiling, and muttered to herself, Second Grandpa. Minato, even in death, you still 1T let people stop worrying. Huh? Honestly. However, after completing this mission, what followed was another half-month training period. Naruto continued grinding away at the big ball Rinnegan together with his shadow clones. The difference was that he was no longer alone. Minato Namikaze was with him. After being revived this time, Minato Namikaze had no intention of returning to the Pure Land for now. He planned to stay and properly spend some time with Naruto. Sasuke continued his lightning release training, tempering Chidori's shape transformation and release speed while also increasing his chakra. As for Yao, he temporarily set aside his taijutsu, would release, and the refinement of his Mangekyo Sharingan's ocular power. Instead, he focused on mastering the Nine Tails. With the Nine Tails as such an enormous chakra source, he naturally had to make full use of it. Otherwise, it would be an outrageous waste. Whether the Nine Tails had been beaten into submission, or whether Yao's earlier words had earned its approval and caused the Fox's attitude to change, no one knew. In any case, during Yao's training, the Nine Tails was extremely cooperative. Asked for chakra and it gave chakra however much he wanted. It was incomparably generous and cooperative, which made Yao's training progress smoother than he had ever imagined. On top of that, Yao's powerful sage body granted him monstrous regeneration and recovery ability, allowing him to rapidly adapt to the Nine Tails chakra. In just a few short days, Yao's control over Nine Tails chakra had reached a perfect state, like moving his own arm completely at will. That day, at the exclusive training ground behind the Uchiha clan district, Yao took a deep breath, his mind fully focused as he connected with the vast Nine Tails chakra source within his body. Nine Tails mode. Activate. With a single thought. Buzz. Golden chakra erupted from Yao's body like a volcano in full eruption. The chakra rapidly condensed and took shape, forming a solid and dazzling chakra cloak around his body. His hair stood up from the surging chakra, the tips dyed gold. And on both sides of his head, the iconic pair of horn-like protrusions formed. At the collar of the chakra cloak, 6 black magatama clearly appeared, slowly revolving. On both sides of his face, markings vaguely similar to sage mode patterns also emerged. At this moment, Yao was wrapped in brilliant and overwhelming golden chakra, like a golden war god descending into the mortal world. It was almost exactly the same as Kurama mode from the original story, when Naruto had perfectly mastered the Nine Tails chakra. Yao carefully sensed the all-around transformation this state brought him. First, his speed skyrocketed. With the slightest movement of his body, even the resistance of space itself seemed to lessen. Wherever his mind reached, his body could almost respond at the same instant. Second, his sensory ability rose dramatically. This was not based on sight or hearing, but on a transcendent perception of chakra, life and malice. The crawling of insects in the woods outside the training ground, the faint fluctuations of ninja chakra on the distant streets, even the subtle changes in the airflow overhead became a clear map within his perception. Of course, the greatest change was naturally the nearly endless ocean of chakra within his body. Before this, limited by his age, Yao's chakra had remained at the Kage level. Now, it had leapt straight to tailed beast level. This was absolutely a qualitative transformation. It meant that as long as Yao wanted, he could unleash continuous explosive output without pause. Feeling the changes in himself, Yao could not help but mutter, Nine Tails mode, Sage mode. As I am now, purely in terms of combat power, I should be no weaker than Hashirama or Madara at their peaks. In other words, peak Super Kage. What was Super Kage? Simply put, it meant surpassing the Kage level, standing at the peak of mortal power in the ninja world, the strongest below 6 paths level. A single person could decide the outcome of a great war, with power nearly on the level of a natural disaster. At his peak, the god of shinobi Hashirama Senju, with wood release and sage art, able to suppress the Nine Tails with one hand, belonged to the Super Kage tier. At his peak, Uchiha Madara, whose complete body Susanoo was comparable to a natural disaster, undoubtedly belonged there as well. In the original story, Naruto, after mastering Nine Tails mode and Sage mode, and Sasuke with the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, likewise stood at the Super Kage level. Could be said Super Kage was the peak state before obtaining 6 paths power and stepping into the 6 paths tier. The golden Nine Tails chakra cloak receded and returned to his body. Yao sat on the training ground, a thoughtful light flickering in his eyes. Now, it's time to start considering how to seek 6 paths power and go one step further. 6 paths level. The domain of gods. 6 paths power. A realm beyond the understanding of ordinary ninja. A power that touched the very source of this world. To truly gain a firm foothold in the ninja world, and even control the future, mastering 6 paths power was a road he had to walk. To obtain 6 paths power, for now there were only 3 paths. First, obtain the Rinnegan or an equivalent dojutsu, such as the Tenseigan of the Otsutsuki clan on the moon. Second, receive a gift from that old bastard, the sage of 6 paths. Third, revive the Ten Tails, then become the Ten Tails Jinchuriki. Yao analyzed them one by one. The second option could be ruled out for now. He was not the reincarnation of Ajura or Indra, and had nothing to do with that old bastard of the Sage of 6 Paths. Expecting that old man to take the initiative and grant him power was completely unrealistic. As for the third method, revive the Ten Tails and become its Jinchuriki, first, he would need the Rinnegan to control the demonic statue of the outer path before he could proceed with capturing and sealing the tailed beasts. So after going in a circle, it still came back to the first method. Obtain the Rinnegan or an equivalent dojutsu. The problem was, how do you obtain the Rinnegan? Yao's train of thought continued to expand. There were also 2 ways. First, steal it. Second, awaken it himself. First, stealing it. In the current ninja world, the only Rinnegan known to exist on the surface belonged to Uchiha Madara, and they were currently being kept in Nagato's body. Snatching Nagato's Rinnegan was an extremely tempting option. Nagato possessed the Rinnegan and could freely control the 6 paths of pain. There was no doubt that his strength was at the Super Kage level. But even among Super Kage fighters, there were still differences. I have Nine Tails chakra mode, Sage mode, a Sage body, Mangekyo Sharingan, and wood release. With all of those powers combined, judging by my current overall strength, I have a very high chance of defeating Nagato. The problem now is that defeating Nagato wouldn't be hard, but killing him and taking his Rinnegan. That was where the real difficulty began. Trying to seize the Rinnegan meant becoming an enemy of the entire Akatsuki. And besides, with Black Zetsu and Obito, those 2 ultimate troublemakers, whether he could successfully obtain the Rinnegan was still an unknown. This method would be set aside for now. Time to try the second path. The second path. Awaken it himself. Yao's eyes flickered. I already have the Mangekyo Sharingan, which satisfies the most basic requirement. As long as I can obtain Ajura S and Indra S chakra, fuse those 2 opposing yet same origin chakras together and form the original 6 paths chakra. then there's a certain chance it can stimulate my Mangekyo to undergo its final evolution and advance into the Rinnegan. This method sounded much more orthodox. Back then, Uchiha Madara had obtained Senju Hashirama's flesh and blood, and after a long period of time, awakened the Rinnegan. So, the hard part was, how could he obtain Asura's and Indra's chakra? I have Senju Hashirama's sage body. Theoretically, I should have Asura's chakra, right? Yao rubbed his chin. As for whether he really possessed Asura's chakra, even he couldn't say for sure, because he had never seen what Asura looked like, so he had no way to judge. But that was fine. Even if he didn't have it, there was still a certain chance of obtaining it. After all, Asura's chakra was currently attached to Naruto, and Indra's chakra was being carried within Sasuke. So, he only needed to find the two of them and extract a portion of Asura's and Indra's chakra from their bodies. Whether or not I have Asura's chakra, let us set that aside for now. But I definitely don't have Indra's chakra, so first, let us see if I can extract some Indra chakra from Sasuke. Otudo, come here for a second. Sasuke, who was practicing Chidori shape transformation by the riverbank, heard the call, and the lightning flickering in his hand paused slightly. He frowned, a little annoyed, put away his stance, and with a few leaps arrived at the clearing where Yao was. What is it? I was right in the middle of something important. Sasuke looked as cool as ever, his face full of displeasure at being interrupted. Sit. Yao pointed at the ground in front of him, his tone leaving no room for refusal. What are you trying to do? Although Sasuke muttered under his breath, he still sat down cross-legged as told. Hurry up and say it. I still need to keep training. I need to borrow some of your chakra. Yao got straight to the point, an easy smile on his face. Sasuke froze for a moment. Borrow chakra? That request was a little strange. Sasuke looked at Yao. Even though he was wondering what his brother was up to this time, he had no thought of refusing. The two brothers had relied on each other to survive until today. Sasuke's trust in Yao was practically unconditional, even if sometimes he would feel jealous of the other's strength. But borrowing some chakra was a trivial matter. Naturally, he wouldn't be stingy about it. Sasuke didn't ask further. He adjusted his sitting posture a bit. Do whatever you want. Just don't affect my training later. Relax. Your big brother knows what he is doing. Yao smiled. Then his expression turned serious. He closed his eyes and pressed his right hand onto Sasuke's shoulder. His chakra, like the finest of feelers, slowly seeped inside. The flow of chakra within Sasuke's body became clearly visible to him, the activity of lightning release, the release aura brought by the Sharingan. Without realizing it, Yao's perception passed beyond those surface layers and probed toward something deeper, more essential. Found it. Right at the vague boundary where Sasuke's chakra and spirit were at their core, Yao sensed a completely different chakra. This chakra was incomparably cold, yet incomparably pure. Like a sleeping volcano, it quietly clung behind Sasuke. It was closely connected to Sasuke's chakra, yet clearly distinct from it. It was precisely Indra's chakra. So this is Indra's chakra? Chakra really is a magical thing. Yao sighed inwardly. Chakra was the fusion product of physical energy and spiritual energy. Because of that, it also carried an individual's spiritual imprint and will. For powerful shinobi, their consciousness could remain for a long time in the form of chakra. Just like how inside Naruto, parts of Minato Namake's and Kushina Uzumaki's consciousness were sealed in the form of chakra. And for transcendent beings like Indra and Asura, their chakra could carry even their core will and destiny, continuously reincarnating among their descendants. Since this is Indra's chakra, it most likely retains a certain degree of Indra's consciousness. If I extract it so directly, will I meet resistance? Let us try it. A guy who has been dead for over 1,000 years. Can he really resist me? Yao's thoughts shifted. A thin vine quietly drilled out from his right palm. Like a nimble little snake, it silently wrapped around Sasuke's waist, abdomen, and arms, tying him up like a rice dumpling. Yao himself did not have the Rinnegan, nor was he a biological weapon like Samahata, and he certainly couldn't use White Zetsu's spore technique. So, he had no way to directly extract chakra from another person's body. But wood release could. As the nemesis of tailed beasts, the true power of wood release was not only in its vitality and binding force, it was even more in its ability to absorb and suppress chakra. Yao couldn't directly absorb chakra himself, but he could use wood release as a medium to achieve a similar effect. Sasuke looked at the vines wrapped around him, and the corner of his mouth twitched. If you're going to absorb it, then absorb it. Why tie me up? It's not like I was going to run. Be quiet. Yao ignored his Otudo's complaints and controlled the wood release. A faint glow appeared on the surface of the vines. They came into contact with Sasuke's chakra, then locked onto Indra's chakra. However, the moment the wood release began to draw from it, it met fierce resistance. Crack! A violent azure bolt of lightning erupted without warning from that shadow on Sasuke's body. Crack! The vines wrapped around Sasuke took the first hit. The instant they came into contact with the lightning, they were blasted black and shattered apart, turning into black carbon ash that drifted down in rustling flakes. But it wasn't over yet. That bolt of lightning didn't lose any momentum as it slammed viciously into Yao. Ugh! Yao's entire body shook violently. He only felt an indescribable numbness and stabbing pain sweep through his whole body. His hair stood on end strand by strand. A burnt smell rose from the surface of his skin, and many places were scorched black. The powerful current made his body tremble uncontrollably. His muscles spasmed, and he nearly collapsed straight to the ground. Cough, cough. Yao coughed dully twice, and wisps of green smoke came out of his mouth. Sasuke looked completely dumbfounded as he stared at his older brother, who had suddenly started smoking all over, his hair standing on end, looking utterly miserable. Then he lowered his head and looked at the vine remnants on his own body that had already turned to flying ash. Why you? What happened to you? Sasuke finally reacted, his voice filled with panic and confusion. I didn't attack you. He really hadn't done anything. He had even deliberately relaxed both his body and his chakra defenses. That terrifying lightning just now had definitely not been released by him. Yao barely managed to steady himself. The powerful self-healing ability of his sage body began rapidly repairing the scorch marks on the surface of his skin. He looked at Sasuke, then at his own charred palm, and his gaze gradually turned serious. I know it wasn't you. Yao shook his somewhat numb hand, his voice a little hoarse. It just didn't like it. Sure enough, Indra's chakra was conscious. Yao wiped away a trace of black soot from the corner of his mouth, his sharp gaze fixed on Sasuke. Or rather, fixed on that invisible ancient shadow inside him. To be more accurate, it wasn't a complete consciousness, but more like a self-protection and counterattack instinct engraved deep within the chakra itself. Once subjected to outside extraction, it would trigger the fiercest resistance. Thinking about it carefully, that made sense too. Yao moved his still slightly numb arm as his mind raced. Indra and Azura, this pair of brothers, had had their chakra reincarnating for over 1,000 years, passing through countless hosts. If it were just a simple consumable, it should have run out long ago. The fact that it had lasted until now meant the brothers' chakra itself possessed some kind of activity, allowing it to resist being drained. And maybe even, it might have some mechanism for slow recovery or replenishing itself from the host. Otherwise, there was no way to explain it. Now that this point had been confirmed, trying to simply borrow Indra's chakra from Sasuke was obviously not going to work. The other side would resist violently, and the intensity of that resistance was far beyond expectations. If the soft way didn't work, then he could only do it the hard way. Could some old fossil dead for over 1,000 years really still turn the sky upside down? Over the next few hours, Yao tried all kinds of methods. However, every single attempt, the moment it touched Indra's chakra, was met with a merciless counterattack. Yao got blasted into a miserable state, covered in soot, with scorch marks all over his body. Failure after failure. And there was no progress at all. Forget extracting even the tiniest trace of Indra's chakra. He couldn't even get close and maintain stable contact. Instead, he only made himself look more and more pathetic. Still, this self-abuse style testing wasn't completely without gains. Yao discovered, after being attacked so many times, that old fossil Indra's chakra hadn't decreased by even the slightest bit. That's right. No matter how fierce the counterattack was, the chakra of that old fossil Indra had not changed at all. On the contrary, Sasuke's own chakra had clearly decreased. What did that mean? Yao's eyes lit up. The fact that Sasuke's chakra was decreasing meant that every time Indra's chakra launched a counterattack, what it consumed wasn't its own reserves at all, but Sasuke's. In other words, Indra was treating Sasuke like a power bank. He was hiding in the back and using Sasuke's power to resist being stolen from. That also explained why the chakra of that old fossil Indra could last 1,000 years without fading. Because it wasn't consuming its own chakra at all. It was mainly relying on hosts like Sasuke to provide the energy. Interesting. Now this was really interesting. Yao licked his dry lips, completely sweeping away his earlier frustration. Now that he knew your energy source and defense mechanism, what came next would be much easier. Tudo. A smile returned to Yao's face as he looked at Sasuke with narrowed eyes. Big brother-s about to do something that might hurt you a little. You don't mind, right? Sasuke looked at his brother-s disturbingly kind smile and instantly became alert. Why you? What exactly are you trying to do? Say it clearly first. I want to. Yao didn't beat around the bush and said directly, temporarily absorb all of your chakra until not a single drop is left. You've got to be joking. Sasuke's voice shot up. The little chakra I have right now still needs to be saved for training. And besides, why? I'm serious. Yao put away his smile and said sternly, the reason has to do with that thing that attacked me just now. Sasuke stared at Yao tightly. What exactly was the thing that attacked you? What is it that's on me? Sasuke was no idiot. Yao's whole string of bizarre requests, along with that terrifying lightning that clearly didn't belong to him. All proved that some secret was hidden within him that even he himself didn't know about. Sasuke desperately wanted to understand it all. Yao knew he couldn't hide it anymore, and there was no need to keep hiding it, so he let out a sigh. Looks like I can't keep this from you anymore. Fine. Sit down and listen while I tell you a story. A story about two idiot brothers. Next, Yao used the simplest language possible to briefly explain the 1,000-year grudge between Asura and Indra. Sasuke froze in place, his face full of disbelief. I'm the reincarnation of that Indra? Not quite. Yao shook his head and corrected him. A more accurate way to put it is that Indra's chakra chose you as its host for this generation. At your core, you're still you. Sasuke Uchiha. It's just that your chakra and spiritual traits happen to meet the selection standards of that ancient chakra, so it temporarily attached itself to you. Once you die, Indra's chakra will leave and go seek the next suitable host. The fact that Sasuke and Madara could exist at the same time was enough to prove. The two of them possessed two different, independent souls, while Indra only had one soul, so what kept reincarnating over and over wasn't Indra's soul, but the chakra he left behind, carrying part of his will and power. As Sasuke processed this shocking information, his expression kept shifting. So that was the origin hidden within him? He was actually one link in a 1,000-year fate? So, Yao's voice pulled him back to reality. The thing that attacked me just now was the instinct of the Indra chakra attached to you. What I want to extract is also that Indra chakra. But unfortunately, I was met with resistance from it. Sasuke took a deep breath. So what are you planning to do? Yao looked at Sasuke. I'm planning to empty out all of your own chakra and cut off its energy source. Once it loses the energy support you provide as its host, it should become easier to deal with. There was no doubt that the living Indra had naturally been incomparably powerful. But unfortunately, he was dead. He had already been dead for over 1,000 years. What remained now was only a portion of his chakra. As long as he didn't have enough chakra supply, he would become water without a source. Yao was confident he could deal with him. Sasuke fell silent for a few seconds, and the chaos in his eyes gradually turned firm. I don't need any Indra chakra. Hurry up and get that thing off me. He took the initiative to adjust his sitting posture, obediently closed his eyes, and completely released his control over his own chakra. Endure it. You might feel a little weak. A thicker burst of emerald green vines exploded from Yao's palm. Like giant pythons, they shot fiercely into Sasuke's body and began frantically draining Sasuke's chakra. Sasuke didn't have much chakra to begin with, so before long, it was almost all drained away. After finishing all that, Yao quickly formed hand seals. Pitch-black curse markings gathered at his fingertips, and he slammed a palm onto Sasuke's chest. Self-cursing seal lock. Black curse patterns spread out and crawled across Sasuke's entire body, completely locking down the flow of chakra inside him. Sasuke's body stiffened slightly. Then he realized he couldn't mobilize even a trace of chakra, as if an invisible set of heavy shackles had been placed on him. With that extra layer of insurance in place, Yao took a deep breath, stepped back 2 paces, and controlled the vines to start extracting Indra's chakra. Boom crack! As if it had sensed a real threat, Indra's chakra reacted with unprecedented intensity. That shadow erupted with wave after wave of thunderous fury, crazily striking at the vines wrapping around it. Crack, crack. Under the violent lightning, the vines were constantly blasted apart and carbonized. But Wood Release's vitality and regeneration were just as terrifying. The moment one section was destroyed, another burst wildly out from Yao's palm, rushing forward one after another to wrap around it again. For a time, lightning and green light crazily intertwined across the training ground. Explosions rang out without end, and the struggle fell into a difficult tug-of-war. As time passed, just as Yao had expected, after losing Sasuke's own chakra as a steady supply, Indra's chakra had become true rootless wood, water without a source. Every time it unleashed a lightning counterattack, its own chakra was being genuinely consumed, with no way to replenish it. The stalemate went on for a long time. No one knew how many times the vines had been destroyed. But Yao could clearly feel that the lightning in its counterattacks was gradually weakening, and the frequency was dropping too. The shadow attached to Sasuke's back was starting to dim. Now, get over here! A sharp light burst from Yao's eyes. All the vines suddenly contracted, then yanked, like a giant whale sucking in water. They erupted with their strongest pulling force. Buzz! A stream of azure chakra was forcibly stripped away. Not much. About 1/3 of Indra's chakra. It worked. Yao was overjoyed, but his movements didn't pause in the slightest. He immediately cut off every vine connected to Sasuke. That completely eliminated any chance of Indra's chakra using the vines to counterattack or escape back to its host. The stripped-out azure chakra twisted and struggled in midair, giving off waves of unwillingness. Yao's hands moved rapidly. Several vines quickly intertwined and coiled together, forming a dense hollow wooden sphere that trapped that 1/3 portion of Indra's chakra inside. Immediately after that, Yao bit his thumb and swiftly drew across the surface of the wooden sphere. For symbols seal, pitch-black sealing formulas crawled over the wooden sphere like chains, weaving into a tight network and sealing it off completely. The sense of struggle inside the sphere rapidly subsided and soon fell silent. Only after finishing all that did Yao let out a long breath. He dropped onto the ground and wiped the sweat from his forehead. Too exhausting. It felt even more tiring than fighting Senju Hashirama. After taking a couple breaths to recover, Yao walked over to Sasuke and removed the self-cursing seal lock from his body. The curse patterns receded like a tide. Sasuke's body went limp, and he almost fell over, his face pale as paper. His chakra had been drained dry. He was so weak he could barely stand. Without another word, Yao transferred a portion of the Ninetales chakra to him. The Ninetales chakra quickly surged into Sasuke's dried-up chakra pathways, nourishing his empty body. Sasuke finally recovered enough to speak. Did it work? Yao pointed at the wooden sphere sealed up tightly by the four-symbol seal. More or less, about one-third. Sasuke barely managed to prop himself up. Looking at the wooden sphere tightly wrapped by the four-symbol seal, he frowned deeply. Even if you got this portion of Indra's chakra, what's the use? Yao sat down cross-legged and said, Our Uchiha clan has an ancient stone tablet passed down through the generations. It records certain secrets that can only be read with the Sharingan, or even higher-level eyes. Among them, there's one line that's been widely passed down, but often misunderstood. The union of Senju and Uchiha will bring true change to the world, and will also attain eternal happiness. Sasuke knew about that stone tablet. The elders in the clan had vaguely mentioned it before, but he couldn't clearly remember the exact contents. The union of Senju and Uchiha will attain eternal happiness? Sasuke sneered. Our Uchiha clan has already been wiped out. What happiness is there to talk about? Yao smiled and nodded. A lot of people, including the Uchiha higher-ups in the past, took it literally. They thought that if the Senju clan and our Uchiha clan joined together, they could gain true happiness. Back then, Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara did exactly that. But what was the result? Konoha was indeed established, but the Senju clan and our Uchiha clan both disappeared. That just proves that the union of Senju and Uchiha doesn't necessarily bring true happiness. That line is bullshit. Yao shook his head and sighed. In truth, the Senju and Uchiha here do not refer to specific clans, but symbols. They symbolize Asura's chakra and Indra's chakra. When these two kinds of chakra, both originating from the same progenitor yet opposing each other, truly fuse into one, then one can obtain all things in the universe. All things in the universe. Sasuke's whole body shook. What is called all things in the universe refers to the Six Paths Sage's original power to create and harmonize the world's Six Paths chakra, Yao said slowly. Six Paths chakra? Sasuke sucked in a cold breath, his eyes full of disbelief. The Sage of Six Paths? That was a figure from near myth and legend. His chakra? What exactly can the Sage of Six Paths chakra do? Sasuke asked. Who knows? Yao shrugged. Maybe it can grant unimaginable power. Maybe it can reveal the truth of the world. Maybe it really can bring so-called change and happiness? After all, that's the Sage of Six Paths chakra. With what we are now, even our imagination might not be accurate. This explanation was shocking, but it only made Sasuke even more confused. He stared fixedly at Yao. These secrets are explained more clearly than what might even be recorded on the clan's ancient stone tablet. Why do you know them so clearly? Yao blinked, then showed a smile and pointed at his abdomen. Told me, the Ninetales? Sasuke froze, and right at that moment, an irritable voice filled with obvious displeasure directly rang out in Yao's mind. Brat, stop using this old man as a shield. When did this old man ever tell you any of that nonsense? But speaking of it, brat from the Uchiha clan, where exactly did you learn all this? Facing the Ninetales questioning, Yao raised a brow slightly and brushed it off casually. Secret. The Ninetales nearly choked on that. But Yao didn't explain, so it could only snort angrily and lie back down again. Yao stopped paying attention to the Ninetales' little mood, refocused and patted Sasuke on the shoulder, though he was still somewhat weak. All right. Recover properly and get yourself back to full condition as soon as possible. Once your big brother figures out Six Paths chakra, I won't treat you badly. Sasuke curled his lip, not taking that seriously, but he didn't refute it either. Yao stood up, stretched lazily, and looked toward the back mountain of Konoha. Sensing the flying thunder god mark he had left on Naruto whoosh, the next moment, Yao appeared in a forest clearing in the back mountain. Naruto and dozens of shadow clones were blasting away at dozens of unlucky trees in the distance. Minato Namikaze leaned against a nearby tree trunk with his arms crossed, guiding him with a gentle smile on his face. Yao? Naruto caught sight of Yao suddenly appearing, and immediately stopped in surprise. What are you doing here? Came to see how your training is going. Alright, that's enough. Stop training and come sit down for a bit. Yao nodded at Minato as a greeting, then walked up to Naruto and patted him on the shoulder. While I'm at it, let me check your physical condition too. Check my body? Naruto blinked his azure eyes, a little confused. His body was perfectly fine. He could eat anything and had a great appetite. Was there really any need to check? Still, out of trust in Yao, Naruto didn't refuse. Seeing this, Minato merely smiled faintly and did not stop them. Yao reached out and placed a hand on Naruto's shoulder, letting his chakra seep into Naruto's body. Naruto's chakra was warm, active, and full of vitality. Yao's perception quickly swept across the surface and probed deeper inside. Very soon, inside Naruto's body, Yao discovered another shadow. Unlike Indra's chakra, which was cold, majestic, and aloof, this shadow's chakra was brimming with vigorous life force, inclusiveness, and an unyielding will to grow. It was warm and vast, like the sun, attached behind Naruto. Without a doubt, it was Asura's chakra. Yao carefully sensed Asura's chakra, the corner of his mouth lifting. So that's how it is. Asura's chakra is exactly the same as my chakra. Yes, exactly the same. The two chakras were completely the same kind of chakra. That was normal too. Yao possessed Hashirama Senju's sage body, and the first Hokage had been the previous reincarnation of Asura's chakra. Having Asura's chakra was only natural, so there was no need to extract any extra from Naruto. Yao withdrew his hand. Naruto scratched his head. Yao, my body is fine, right? No problems. You're in great shape. Yao rubbed Naruto's hair. Keep training. Try to master wind release. Raisen shuriken as soon as possible. He turned to Minato and gave a slight nod, then disappeared. Back in his own courtyard, Yao looked at the wooden sphere in his hand. Then he felt the surging Asura chakra within his body once more. Then what comes next is simple. As long as I absorb Indra's chakra and fuse it with the Asura chakra inside me, if nothing goes wrong, it should bring out Six Paths chakra. Once the thought came, he acted on it. But Yao did not rashly undo the entire seal on the wooden sphere and absorb all of Indra's chakra at once. With an ancient power like this, originating from the eldest son of the Sage of Six Paths and entangled through 1,000 years, no amount of caution was too much. Yao raised his right hand and extracted a strand of Indra's chakra. Then he calmed his mind and guided his own chakra to make contact with that strand of Indra's chakra and merge with it. The fierce clash he had imagined, the rejection reaction, even an explosion, none of it happened. The two completely opposite chakras merged in an unbelievably harmonious way, as naturally as could be. It was like acid and alkali neutralizing each other to form water. After the two chakras fused, they became a new strand of chakra. It was neither cold nor scorching, yet it contained a quality that embraced everything and gave rise to all things. That's it? Yao felt that brand new strand of chakra and was a little dazed. Theoretical speculation was one thing. Personally witnessing the birth of a legendary power was another. He had obtained Six Paths chakra this easily? This was Six Paths chakra? Yao's gaze turned burning hot, filled with anticipation. I wonder if it can make my Mangekyo evolve directly into the Rinnegan? No point talking more. He would try it first. Yao immediately controlled that strand of Six Paths chakra and guided it through his chakra pathways toward his eyes. The moment the Six Paths chakra touched his eyes, it was like parched land finally receiving long-awaited rain. The ocular power in his eyes skyrocketed at an unprecedented speed. His vision became clearer than ever before, and his perception rose in a straight line. Even the rotation of the Mangekyo pattern became smoother. Yao could feel that his ocular power was breaking past its former limits and climbing toward a higher level. But there was no evolution. No matter how much his ocular power surged, no matter how much his eyes were strengthened, Mangekyo was still Mangekyo. There was no fundamental change, and it did not transform into the Rinnegan. Is it because the amount isn't enough? Yao did not feel discouraged. He extracted Indra's chakra again, fused it with Asura's nature, and created new Six Paths chakra. Then he injected it into his eyes. His ocular power continued to strengthen. Fuse again, inject again, strengthen again. The whole process repeated over and over, and the Indra chakra inside the wooden sphere decreased at a visible speed. Yao's Mangekyo Sharingan strengthened at a visible speed. However, it still never evolved, until the very last trace of Indra's chakra was completely used up. Yao's Mangekyo Sharingan still had not evolved into the Rinnegan. Yao's brows knitted tightly. Why hadn't he evolved? Was it because there wasn't enough Six Paths chakra? Or was it that evolving from Mangekyo to Rinnegan could not be done overnight, and instead required a long period of subtle change? Or perhaps one had to first meet the conditions for eternal Mangekyo Sharingan before it could evolve into the Rinnegan. Looking at the two examples from the original story, Uchiha Madara first exchanged eyes with his younger brother Izuna and obtained the eternal Mangekyo. Then after the battle at the Valley of the End, he gained Hashirama's chakra, and only after a long span of years did he awaken the Rinnegan. Sasuke was the same. He first transplanted Itachi's eyes and obtained the eternal Mangekyo. Then through Kabuto's fusion of Hashirama cells, and finally with the Sage of Six Paths passing power to him, he awakened the Six-Tomo Rinnegan. In both of these existing examples, the basic condition was eternal Mangekyo. Then looking at Uchiha Obito, after becoming the Ten Tails Jinchuriki, he also obtained Six Paths Chakra. But his Kamui Mangekyo likewise failed to evolve into the Rinnegan. So, is eternal Mangekyo Sharingan the foundation? Yao stroked his chin and fell into thought. His Mangekyo had been transplanted from Shursui. It was not awakened by himself. And it was only an ordinary Mangekyo. Sure enough, things aren't as simple as I thought. Yao muttered softly, but there was not much frustration in his eyes. That makes sense too. If the Rinnegan were this easy to obtain, then in 1,000 years, Uchiha Madara wouldn't be the only one who succeeded. At least this wasn't for nothing. The ocular power of my Mangekyo has received unprecedented strengthening. Let me test it first. Flying Thunder God activated. Yao vanished directly. The next moment, Yao appeared in that border valley. Mountain winds howled past, kicking up sand and dust. The surroundings were deathly silent, with only a few bird cries coming from the distance. Yao floated in the center of the valley. Scarlet light suddenly flared in his eyes, and 3 Tomo spun into view. They quickly linked together, forming a 4-pointed pinwheel pattern. Susanoo. Boom! Emerald green chakra, like solidified liquid light flames, erupted madly outward from Yao's center. It rapidly condensed and took shape. What appeared first was a gigantic emerald green skeleton. Right after that, clear meridians and flesh took shape around it. Crack, crack, crack. Heavy dark Tengu armor condensed out of thin air piece by piece, fitting perfectly over the body of flesh. Helmet, shoulder guards, chestplate, waist armor armed to the teeth. At the same time, a massive spiral sword wrapped in swirling chakra patterns rapidly formed. Boom! Susanoo's legs fully solidified and sank deep into the ground. Finally, 2 emerald green wings that seemed capable of blotting out the sky suddenly spread open. With just a light flap, they stirred up a violent hurricane, sweeping the broken rocks and dust in the valley high into the air. The several hundred-meter-tall perfect Susanoo had fully descended. It stood between heaven and earth, its emerald radiance lighting up half the valley and casting an enormous shadow. Terrifying chakra spread outward like a tangible tsunami, crushing everything in all directions. Even the air seemed to freeze. Yao stood within the diamond-shaped crystal on Susanoo's forehead, looking down over the valley that had become tiny beneath him. Perfect Susanoo. Yao clenched his fist. So this was perfect Susanoo. Just standing here quietly was enough to give it the overwhelming might to look down on all living things. Even though my eyes didn't evolve into the Rinnegan, the power of my Mangekyo has risen drastically, enough to rival the eternal Mangekyo. That's what let me use perfect Susanoo. As long as the ocular power is strong enough, and the chakra supply can keep up, even an ordinary Mangekyo can use perfect Susanoo. Like Kakashi, during the final battle against Kaguya. Before dying, Obito gave Kakashi his Mangekyo Sharingan, along with his remaining 6 paths chakra. That was how Kakashi activated the full Kamui Susanoo. And with a single Kamui Shuriken, he twisted off both arms of Kaguya's giant white rabbit form after her tailed beast transformation. Pleasant surprise, I guess. Yao shook his head and created a wood clone. You use tailed beast transformation in Ninetales chakra mode and spar with me. Alright. The wood clone didn't hesitate. A golden chakra cloak instantly covered his entire body as he activated Ninetales chakra mode. Immediately after, even more surging chakra burst out. His figure rapidly expanded and changed within the golden light. In the blink of an eye, a giant fox made entirely of golden chakra stood proudly on the other side of the valley. Roar! The Ninetales let out a low growl full of fighting spirit, raised its massive front paw, and clawed straight down at Susanoo's head. Good timing. Light flared in Yao's eyes as he controlled Susanoo to face it head-on without dodging, throwing a punch directly into the golden claw. Boom! Claw and fist, gold and green, the 2 terrifying forces slammed solidly into each other. A visible shockwave instantly swept across the entire valley. The ground rolled and shattered like waves, and the thunderous noise was deafening. The golden Ninetales and the emerald Susanoo both trembled violently, each taking several steps back at the same time and leaving behind deep footprints. Haha, that has some force. Again. Yao laughed loudly. The pair of enormous emerald wings on his back suddenly beat, kicking up a violent hurricane. It propelled the several hundred-meter-tall giant forward once more, while the spiral sword swept out with a force that seemed capable of tearing through everything. The golden Ninetales refused to be outdone. Its 9 tails lashed like giant whips, striking, coiling, and sweeping. Boom! 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 The 2 colossal monsters unleashed the most primitive, most violent close-quarters brawl in the valley. Every collision shook the earth and mountains. The shockwaves ground the already damaged rock formations into dust. The ground was torn open with bottomless trenches, while smoke and dust shot into the sky, covering nearly half of it. A long while later, the dust slowly settled. The golden Ninetales had become somewhat illusory. Its body flickered a few times, then turned into a puff of white smoke and vanished. In the valley, only the towering perfect Susanoo remained standing. Yao floated in midair, sweeping his gaze across the devastated surroundings that looked like the end of the world, then nodded in satisfaction. Perfect Susanoo really is strong enough. Now, even if I face peak Hashirama or peak Madara the dancer, I wouldn't fear them at all. Yao activated the Flying Thunder God technique and returned to the village in high spirits. Just as he was about to head home, an ANBU wearing a mask silently appeared at his side and said in a deep voice, "Uchiha Yo, Lord Hokage has urgently summoned you. Please proceed to the Hokage's office immediately. Tsunade is looking for me? What for?" Yao was a little puzzled, but he still rushed toward the Hokage building. When he pushed open the door to the Hokage's office, the atmosphere inside was heavy. Tsunade sat in the main seat with her hands clasped together on the desk. To her left stood Nara Shikaku. The Jonin commander and strategist wore an equally grave expression, staring at a border map spread across the table. On the right were the two Hokage advisors, Hamura Mitokado and Koharu Utatane. Both were silent, and neither looked pleased. Lord Hokage, Senior Shikaku, advisors. Yao walked in and gave a simple greeting. Tsunade raised her head, saw Yao, and got straight to the point. "Yao, you came at the right time. The situation at the border has gotten worse." Tsunade tapped the desk and began explaining why she had called for him. Ever since the third Hokage's sacrifice, Iwagakure and Kumogakure had been sending large numbers of spies and intelligence personnel into the small countries along the border, infiltrating and stirring up trouble. At the same time, through all kinds of aggressive methods, they had been frantically seizing mission shares in the surrounding small countries that originally belonged to Konoha. Over the past few months, friction between the ninjas of both sides in mission zones had been constant. There had already been no fewer than dozens of small-scale clashes, with casualties on both sides. Nara Shikaku added from the side, his voice tinged with concern. "This isn't just about mission commissions. It's also a challenge to Konoha's prestige and regional influence. If we show weakness, those nearby small countries still sitting on the fence may completely lean toward the other side. Once that chain reaction starts, our position will become even more difficult." Koharu Utatane gave a cold snort. "Those thick-head brutes from Kumogakure went even further yesterday. They openly sent the Two-Tails Jinchuriki into the land of hot water. Even though they haven't directly attacked our personnel, this is already naked military intimidation and provocation. The conflict in the land of hot water escalated instantly, and the pressure on our border forces is enormous." Hamura Mitokado adjusted his glasses and looked at Yao. "After discussion, the village has decided that we must respond forcefully and curb Kumogakure's arrogance. However, most of our top combat power needs to remain in the village to guard against possible crises on multiple fronts. Therefore, we hope you can lead a team of elite ANBU to the land of hot water and deal with this conflict. The primary objective is to drive out the Two-Tails Jinchuriki, display Konoha's strength, and stabilize the situation in the land of hot water." Yao listened quietly and understood at once. So this is about flexing muscle. Ever since Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara created the hidden village system, the ninja world had operated under the system of one village per nation. As for the economic lifeline of the major hidden villages, aside from financial support from their respective great nations, they mainly relied on taking various commission missions to earn payment. Missions. They were the economic lifeline of a village, and also the work ninjas depended on to support their families. Just like the Akatsuki, despite being an organization made up of rogue ninjas, they still had to carry out missions when it was time to carry out missions. Otherwise, no money to spend, and they'd go hungry. As the number one village in the ninja world, Konoha possessed enormous prestige. Its mission market not only covered the entire land of fire, but also extended into many surrounding small countries. The land of hot water, wedged between the land of lightning and the land of fire, had always been a key region where Konoha and Kumogakure fought over the mission market, thanks to its unique location and relatively prosperous environment. It was also a buffer zone and a constant friction point. For Kumogakure to directly deploy a strategic-level force like the Two-Tails Jinchuriki into the land of hot water, their intentions could not have been more obvious. They wanted to take advantage of Konoha losing the third Hokage at its weakest moment, and use absolute force to pressure Konoha into making concessions. Then they could seize the chance to gradually encroach on, or even monopolize, the land of hot water's mission market, while striking at Konoha's prestige and economy. The village's meaning was also very clear. They hoped he could go to the land of hot water and show some muscle, intimidating Kumogakure's higher-ups. The Two-Tails Jinchuriki? The corner of Yao's mouth curled slightly. Not only was there no fear in his eyes, there was even a trace of eagerness. His strength had been breaking through again and again lately. He had been worrying about not having a proper chance to test it out. His bones were practically itching. This sandbag delivered right to his door could not have come at a better time. Yao looked at Tsunade and nodded cleanly. "I'll take this mission. When do we leave?" Seeing him agree so readily, Tsunade immediately let out a breath of relief. The personnel have already been selected. They're all elite ANBU, waiting on standby at the village gate. Make your preparations and depart immediately. Remember, the goal is to resolve the conflict and stabilize the situation. Try to avoid unnecessary escalation as much as possible. But if the other side insists on provoking us, then we have no need to fear a fight. Understood. Yao answered, said no more, and turned to leave the office. After the door closed, Tsunade leaned back in her chair and rubbed her brow. I hope Yao can steady things over in the land of hot water. Narashikaku said thoughtfully, with his current strength, dealing with the two-tails Jinchuriki shouldn't be a problem. Before leaving the village, Yao first returned to the Uchiha residence. Sasuke was sitting by the low table in the living room, head lowered as he flipped through a ninjutsu scroll, studying something. Karen was busy in the kitchen with an apron tied around her waist. The soft clatter of a spatula against the pan and the aroma of food drifted out from inside. You're back? Hearing the door open, Karen poked half her head out from the kitchen doorway. Her cheeks were slightly red from the steam. Wait just a little bit, okay? Dinner's almost ready. I tried a new dish today. You can taste it in a bit. I'm not eating. Yao waved his hand. I just got an urgent mission. I need to leave for the land of hot water right away. I came back to let you two know. No need to wait for me for dinner. The land of hot water? Karen paused mid-motion while wiping her hands, and her expression changed slightly. As a former Kusagakure ninja, she was quite sensitive to the power dynamics of various countries and their border regions. That place had not been peaceful lately. Sasuke also put down the scroll in his hand and stood up. What exactly is the mission? Is it dangerous? I'm dealing with some friction with Mangekyo. The specific details involve mission confidentiality, so it's not convenient to say more. Yao walked over to Sasuke and reached out to pat his shoulder. Don't worry, it's nothing major. At the shortest 7 or 8 days. At the longest half a month. I'll definitely be back. He paused, looking at Sasuke's still tightly pressed lips. Relax. I'll make it back in time to spend your birthday with you. In the blink of an eye, another year was almost over. Without realizing it, he and the second little pillar were already 13 years old. Sasuke turned his gaze away arrogantly, his voice dropping a little. Who cares about that? Just watch your own safety. Yeah, got it. Yao nodded, then turned to Karen, who had already walked out of the kitchen. Karen, Sasuke will be in your care these next few days. Keep an eye on him. Don't let him get so caught up in training that he forgets to rest again. Please rest assured, Lord Yao. Karen immediately straightened her back. I'll definitely take good care of Sasuke. Why you take care too? Head, don't worry. By the time Yao arrived at Konoha's main gate, the sun had already sunk more than halfway, and only a brilliant evening glow remained at the horizon. At the open ground by the village entrance, more than a dozen ANBU wearing animal masks stood in silence, waiting. The Konoha symbols on their forehead protectors reflected faintly in the dusk. The moment they saw Yao, the ANBU squad turned in perfect unison, their movements neat and synchronized, and bowed slightly toward him. Before departure, they had already received the Hokage's order. For this land of hot water mission, all actions would be under Uchiha Yao's full command. Every ANBU member had to fully cooperate and obey unconditionally. In other words, Yao was the overall captain of this operation. Yao nodded and swept his gaze across the squad of ANBU elites before him. A complete ANBU squad had a standard size of exactly 17 people. That included 1 squad captain and 4 subordinate teams. Danzo's root organization was also equivalent in size to 1 ANBU squad, consisting of 17 members. You're all clear on the mission, right? Yao spoke, his voice not loud, yet it reached every person's ears. Yes. All 17 ANBU replied in unison. Move out. Yes. Lord Yao. 18 figures shot away like arrows released from a bow, vanishing outside Konoha in an instant and blending into the deepening night. 7 days later, at dusk, the group silently crossed the national border and entered the land of hot water. The air grew moist and faintly, they could smell wind drifting from afar, mixed with the scent of sulfur. That was the unique smell of the hot springs scattered all across the land of hot water. The group did not enter any town. Instead, following the planned route, they arrived at a dense forest near the border. The ANBU released the signal. Not long after, a middle-aged man dressed like a merchant, carrying a case, happened upon them as if by chance while passing through. They exchanged the code signal. Identity confirmed. This was one of Konoha's intelligence personnel, who had been deeply embedded in the land of hot water for a long time. The situation. Yao kept it brief. The intelligence agent lowered his voice and spoke quickly. Mangekyo moved fast, and they're acting very openly. The two-tails Jinchuriki, codename Ujito Ni, is currently in Moontown on the southern border of the land of hot water. She arrived 10 days ago with about 1 elite Mangekyo squad, and has remained there ever since. The local factions and wandering ninja originally in the town have either been driven out or chosen to stay silent. Moontown? Yao muttered. The ANBU squad captain beside him spoke at the right time. It's a town famous for its hot springs and moonlit scenery. It's located on the land of lightning side of the land of hot water, so it's considered an area where Kumogakure's influence can penetrate more easily. After speaking, the ANBU squad captain looked at the intelligence agent. Do you have a map? Yes. The intelligence agent handed over a map and a scroll. This is a detailed layout map of Moontown, and this contains all the intelligence we currently have on Yujito Ni and the known members of her squad. They're staying at Aburazuki Manor, the largest hot spring inn on the east side of town. They've made almost no effort to hide their movements. The provocation is obvious. Yao took the map and scroll, gave them a quick glance, and nodded. You've worked hard. Continue surveillance. If there are any new developments, contact us according to Plan 3. Yes. The intelligence agent gave a slight nod. Then, like a real traveling merchant, carried his case and disappeared into the mist between the trees. Yao turned around and looked at the 17 silent ANBU awaiting orders behind him. Night had fallen. In the forest, there was only the sound of hot spring water flowing and the occasional chirping of insects. Target confirmed. Moontown. Yao's voice rang out. Rest for the night and recover your strength. Tomorrow morning we move out in a big, high-profile way. The moment the order was given, the dozen-plus ANBU members all froze, exchanging glances and revealing shock and confusion. In a big, high-profile way. They were ANBU who were used to concealment, infiltration, and killing with a single strike. Inside enemy territory, against a dangerous target like a Jinchuriki, Shuden-T they sneak in under the cover of night and wait for the right chance to move. Marching over this openly, how was that any different from holding up a loudspeaker and telling the other side we were here? For a moment, the only sound left in the woods was the soft bubbling of the hot spring water, and the atmosphere turned a little strange. What? Yao raised a brow slightly, his gaze sweeping across the silent ANBU. You have objections? The ANBU squad captain hesitated for a moment, but still stepped forward half a step. Lord Yao, forgive me for speaking frankly. If we enter Moontown so openly, it will definitely alert Kumogakure immediately and put them on guard. That will make us lose the element of surprise and could put us in a passive position. The element of surprise? Yao cut him off, his tone unquestionable. Do we need that? Hokage-sama sent us here this time. Solving the direct threat of the Two-Tails Jinchuriki is indeed our primary objective. But the deeper purpose is to completely settle the current friction and conflict between the land of hot water and Kumogakure, and crush their arrogant momentum. Sneaking around? Small-time tricks? Do you really think that group of Kumogakure brutes, those fools who worship strength, would be convinced by that? Do you think that would make them obediently withdraw from the mission market in the land of hot water? Dream on. Only by using thunderous methods and teaching them a brutal lesson head-on. Hit them until it hurts. Hit them until they're afraid. Make them understand what price they have to pay for provoking Konoha. Only then will these men who recognize nothing but fists rein themselves in and honestly pull back their hands. Under his mask, the ANBU squad captain curled his lip in disdain. Anyone could talk big. But the other side was a Jinchuriki, a strategic weapon of Kumogakure. With just a dozen or so of them, could they really teach the other side a lesson? If they failed to teach Kumogakure a lesson and got taught one instead, then the joke would be huge. Enough. No need to say more. Yao had clearly seen the doubts in some of them, but he had no intention of explaining further. He simply waved a hand. You only need to carry out orders. Leave the rest to me. Seeing this, the ANBU squad captain knew there was no point saying more. He thought to himself, so what if he would release? In the end, he was still young and hot-blooded. Once he hit a wall, he'd understand. Yes. Lord Yao. The next day, first light, Yao led the entire ANBU squad into Moontown with the bearing of an inspection team, striding in openly and without the slightest attempt to hide. Their uniform Konoha ANBU uniforms and Konoha forehead protectors immediately drew the side glances and whispers of the townspeople. The news of Konoha's arrival in Moontown also spread through every corner of the town like a gust of wind. What drew even more attention was this: Yao didn't choose a hidden base of operations. He directly checked into the most eye-catching and luxurious hot spring inn on the east side of town, Hazy Moon Manor. This choice was undoubtedly putting the provocation right out in the open. We're right here. Deal with it if you can. After settling in, Yao made no tactical arrangements at all. With a big wave of his hand, he led the bewildered ANBU straight to the famous open-air mixed hot spring pool in the back mountain. And by sheer coincidence, several unusually tall, dark-skinned men were already soaking in the pool. They were wearing Kumogakure forehead protectors. There was no doubt they were Kumo shinobi. When they saw Yao and the others, the Kumo shinobi were first stunned, then immediately showed undisguised hostility and mockery. Oh, who did I think it was? So it's Konoha's stray dogs, sniffing their way over here. A scar-faced Kumo shinobi spoke first, his voice rough and bold, thick with provocation. I heard Konoha's old man just got killed? What? No one is in charge now, so you came running out here to bark? Another Kumo shinobi let out a cold chuckle and deliberately slapped the water hard, sending splashes everywhere. A bunch of ANBU rats who hide their heads and show their tails actually dare to swagger around like this? Looks like Konoha really has no one left if they're sending a bunch of brats here to die. A third Kumo shinobi stood up directly, his gaze sweeping over Yao and the silent ANBU behind him with contempt. Filthy insults and ear-piercing mockery kept spilling out. Their intention to stir trouble couldn't have been more obvious. Humiliated to their faces like this, killing intent immediately rose in the ANBU's eyes, and their hands instinctively moved toward their ninja pouches. The tourists around the hot spring turned pale with fright at the sight and hurriedly got up and slipped away, clearing the area in an instant. A bunch of noisy trash. Yao spoke in a low voice. 3 pitch-black tomo slowly spun in his eyes, giving off a strange beauty that seized the heart. Genjutsu. Sharingan. No hand seals. No warning. The instant their eyes met, the expressions of those Kumo shinobi who had still been laughing wildly froze on the spot. The ridicule, arrogance, and contempt on their faces were rapidly replaced by extreme fear and pain. Their eyes widened round, their pupils shrank, as if they had seen the most terrifying and dreadful thing of their entire lives. Yao withdrew his gaze, and the tomo stopped spinning. A flash of green light flickered at his fingertips, and a tough vine was instantly created. Get lost. With a swing of his arm, the vine lashed out like a green whip, carrying a sharp tearing sound through the air, as it smashed hard into the several frozen Kumo shinobi. Pa! Pa! A few dull thuds rang out. Those large Kumo shinobi screamed as they were sent flying, crashing onto the cobblestone ground in a miserable heap. Yao withdrew the vine and leaned against the warm wall of the pool, his voice flat. Go back and tell your Lady Yujito. Tonight, bring your people to the Black Pine Forest on the east side of town. We'll have a proper talk. Hearing this, the Kumo shinobi felt as if they had just been pardoned. They didn't even care about the pain all over their bodies as they fled the hot spring area in panic. The hot spring pool returned to peace. Yao comfortably closed his eyes, as if nothing had happened at all. Behind him, the ANBU looked at one another, and before they realized it, the way they looked at Yao had been replaced with awe. This Captain Commander wasn't just bold. Night fell like ink, and the moon hung high in the center of the sky. The Black Pine Forest on the east side of town. The night wind swept through, setting off waves of pine sounds, adding even more killing intent and silence to the place. On the branch of an especially thick black pine, Yujito Ni crouched there as lightly as a cat. Her azure eyes faintly reflected the darkness as they sharply scanned every direction in the forest. She wore Kumogakure battle gear, with a dark short cloak over it. Her expression was cold and stern, without the slightest sign of relaxation. Centered around her, more than a dozen elite Kumo shinobi were spread out and hidden in the surrounding shadows and beneath the treetops. Every one of them had perfectly concealed their presence, blending into the darkness as one with it. If you didn't know beforehand, it would have been almost impossible to notice they were there. The entire Black Pine Forest was so quiet that only the wind and insect chirps remained. Time passed second by second. Suddenly, Yujito's ears twitched slightly, and her eyes abruptly tightened as she shouted in a low voice. They're here. All units, stay alert. All the hidden Kumo shinobi tensed their muscles, chakra quietly circulating through their bodies like leopards ready to pounce. Rustle, rustle, rustle. Footsteps came from far to near, breaking the dead silence of the Black Pine Forest. More than a dozen figures swaggered into the Black Pine Forest, the Konoha forehead protectors on their brows clearly visible. The one at the front had black hair, black eyes, and a calmness on his face that didn't match his age. It was Uchiha Yo. The group walked into an open area and stopped. Yao casually swept his gaze around the surroundings, and a mocking curve rose at the corner of his mouth. Alright, stop hiding. Put away this pathetic little trick already. Just watching you is exhausting. Yujito's pupils shrank slightly. She had always been extremely confident in her stealth, but she hadn't expected the other side to expose her position so easily. She made a hand sign toward her companions in the darkness. Then her figure flashed and landed in front of Yao. Her azure eyes sized him up from head to toe, her gaze sharp as a blade. Her voice was crisp, but carried a chill. You're Uchiha Yo? That Uchiha brat from Konoha who supposedly mastered wood release? I really didn't expect Konoha's higher-ups to be willing to send you to a place like the land of hot water. Oh? A trace of amusement appeared on Yao's face. My reputation is that big? It already spread all the way to your land of lightning? After all, you possess wood release. Yujito's tone was calm. The first Hokage's wood release was the ultimate Kekkei Genkai that suppressed the entire ninja world. Of course it's famous. Yeah, wood release. Yao nodded, then abruptly changed the subject. Alright, enough pointless politeness and nonsense. I didn't come here tonight to chat. Let us get straight to it. Yao raised one finger and pointed at Yujito, then at himself. The two of us fight. Whoever loses takes their people and gets the hell out of the land of hot water. This proposal didn't surprise Yujito. She had already guessed the other side might suggest something like this. We can fight, but I can only guarantee my own side, as well as the members of my direct squad. Yujito shook her head. As for the movements of the other Kimogakure ninja inside the land of hot water, I have no authority to decide that. That's part of the village higher-up strategic deployment. Got it. Yao lowered his hand and rolled his neck, producing a faint crack. Then there's nothing more to say. Come on. Let me see how you, the two-tails Jinchuriki, compare to that chubby little one-tail guy. Yujito's gaze sharpened, and she said no more. Her hands flew through seals, and she suddenly opened her mouth and spat out. Fire rat ball. A blazing fireball the size of a fist, shaped like a rat, screamed through the air. In midair, it suddenly split and spread apart, turning into dozens of tracking flame bullets dragging blue tails of fire behind them. At the same time the attack was launched, Yujito leaned forward. The nails on her fingers and toes instantly grew longer, turning into sharp cat claws gleaming with cold light. She lunged straight at Yao's face, her claw tips ripping through the air with a shrill screech. Faced with this fast, ruthless attack from above and below, Yao didn't move at all. He only watched calmly. In his scarlet eyes, 3 tomo instantly connected, transforming into a strange and profound 4-pointed pinwheel pattern. Buzz! Emerald green chakra surged out and instantly formed 2 massive rib-like skeletal frames. Boom! 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 The dense blue tracking flame bullets slammed into the ribs one after another, exploding into clusters of blazing fireballs. The firelight made the forest flicker between brightness and shadow, while waves of scorching air rolled outward. And yet, those seemingly thin ribs stood unmoving, without even a single crack appearing. The defense was absolute. Almost at the same time, Yujito's gleaming claws also raked fiercely across the surface of the ribs. Screech! A piercing grinding sound rang out, scattering a string of dazzling sparks. Yujito felt like she had just struck the hardest alloy imaginable. A powerful recoil force came back at her, making her arms go numb. Her sharp claws couldn't leave even the faintest mark on the ribs. What? Yujito reacted as fast as lightning. The moment her strike failed, she refused to linger in battle. Using the recoil, she instantly pulled back and widened the distance between herself and Yao. Her azure eyes locked tightly onto those ribs, filled with shock and suspicion. What is this power? Yujito. Yao stood there leisurely with his arms crossed, his posture relaxed. I advise you not to waste time. Just go into tailed beast form directly. Otherwise, in front of me you don't have even half a chance. Arrogant. Yujito gritted her teeth. Just then, a low voice sounded in her mind. Yujito, that's Susanoo. This guy is an Uchiha who awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan. In your current state, you can't handle him. Don't hesitate. Tailed beast transformation. Now. It was the voice of the two-tails Matatabi. As a tailed beast that had lived for who knew how many years, it had already recognized Susanoo and sensed the danger. Understood. Yujito no longer hesitated. Her eyes instantly turned resolute and razor-sharp. She took a deep breath and formed a special hand seal. The chakra around her body began to surge violently. I'll let you see the power of tailed beast transformation. 1 tail, 2 tails. 2 cat tails burning with ghostly blue flames, almost solid in form, burst out from behind Yujito. The chakra around her body swelled explosively like a volcanic eruption. Her shape rapidly changed and grew taller within the surging blue flames. In just a few breaths, a giant beast covered from head to toe in ghostly blue chakra flames, with fangs bared, took Yujito's place. The 2 tails, Matatabi. Complete tailed beast transformation. 2 tails. Roar. The 2 tails let out an earth-shaking roar. The nearly tangible sound waves stirred up a violent gale, making the robes of the Konoha Anbu in the distance whip loudly in the wind. T-tailed beast transformation. The complete form. Although the Anbu were well-trained, seeing a living, breathing tailed beast still made them suck in a cold breath. They instinctively tightened their grip on their weapons, their bodies tensing as if facing a great enemy. All of you, fall back. Yao waved his hand, his voice calm. Retreat to a safe distance. This ISNTA fight you can interfere in. Yes, Lord Yao. The ANBU squad captain gritted his teeth and decisively gave the order, leading the ANBU members in a rapid retreat toward the forest outskirts. A battle of this level was not something they could recklessly enter. They would only become dead weight. The 2 tails crimson beast eyes locked firmly onto Yao. It opened its giant mouth, and a huge ghostly blue fireball shot out like a meteor, blasting toward him. Boom! The fireball struck Yao head-on and instantly exploded, forming a ghostly blue sea of fire dozens of meters wide. The terrifying heat vaporized earth and stone, while the surrounding trees turned to ash. The blinding blue light dyed half the sky blue. Lord Yao, the ANBU who had retreated to the forest edge felt their hearts tighten and cried out in alarm. After being swallowed by flames that terrifying, Could Lord Yao endure it? What if, buzz? A dazzling emerald light, like a sharp sword of dawn, violently tore through the ghostly blue sea of fire. A towering emerald giant, mountain-like in size, clad in dark Tengu armor, with wings on its back and a spiraling greatsword in hand, slowly rose from the bursting sea of flames. Emerald chakra flames flowed around its body, easily forcing away and extinguishing the remaining blue fire. Complete body Susanoo. To this. What is this? What kind of power is this? Lord Yao actually mastered this kind of power? SNT would release what he specializes in, so this is the power of the Sharingan. The Konoha ANBU were dumbfounded, unable to believe their own eyes. They had known this Captain Commander's strength was unfathomable. He possessed would release and had even personally suppressed the One Tail. But now, suddenly seeing him use Susanoo, the shock it brought them was simply beyond compare. On the other side, the Kumogakure elites hidden in the surrounding shadows, waiting for a chance to move, had gone collectively silent as well. Their faces were filled with horror and disbelief. Complete body Susanoo had completely surpassed the limits of their understanding. What level of power was this? Yao stood inside the diamond-shaped crystal on Susanoo's forehead, his hair dancing wildly in the surging chakra currents. He looked down at the two tails below, which was just as massive and radiated a savage aura. Battle intent burned in his eyes. Now this is more like it. With a thought from Yao, the spiral sword suddenly swung out, and 3 green Magatama giving off terrifying energy fluctuations instantly shot forward. Isaka Magatama. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The 3 green Magatama were like giant shuriken, letting out piercing shrieks as they blasted toward the two tails. Matatabi. Complete body Susanoo? This guy actually developed his Sharingan to this level. For the first time, obvious shock appeared in Matatabi's beast eyes. As an ancient tailed beast that had lived for over 1,000 years, it knew very well what this form of Susanoo meant. It did not dare be careless in the slightest. The two tails' giant claws, burning with blue flames, suddenly slashed out. Layer upon layer of claw shadows overlapped as they struck toward the 3 Magatama. Boom! 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 Claws collided with Magatama. Chaotic currents of emerald green and ghostly blue energy splashed out wildly, plowing the surrounding ground flat once again. At that moment, the complete body Susanoo high in the sky moved. Its wings beat violently, and the giant hundreds of meters tall dove down at the two tails like a falling meteor. Borrowing the force of the dive, the spiral sword in its hand suddenly left its grip. It turned into an emerald spiral spear of light that tore through the night sky, blasting toward the two tails with unstoppable force. Tailed beast bomb. Alarm bells screamed in Matatabi's mind. Its 4 limbs suddenly pushed off as it leaped to the side, while its huge mouth opened once more. A highly compressed tailed beast bomb formed in an instant and was fired straight at the spiral spear of light. The pitch-black sphere of destruction and the emerald spiral spear of light traced 2 paths of death before colliding head-on. The shockwave spread out in a spherical wave in all directions without discrimination. Wherever it passed, the air was blasted away, the earth was flattened, and trees and rocks were reduced to dust in an instant. Within several hundred meters, the area was directly wiped clean, forming a massive charred bowl-shaped crater several meters deep. At the very center, the ground had even been vitrified by the intense heat. Before the aftershock of the explosion had even settled, Susanoo tore through the smoke and dust and plunged down like a god of war. Carrying a pressure that could crush everything, it smashed viciously toward the two tails. Roar! With an angry howl, the two tails raised its front claw burning with ghostly blue flames. Its claw tips gleamed with chilling light as it met the attack head-on. Bang! The instant fist and claw collided. The emerald fist crushed through the ghostly blue flames and chakra defense like dry twigs smashing apart, then slammed solidly into the two tails' clawed forelimb. The two tails let out a miserable howl as it was blasted backward, crashing through more than a dozen giant trees and gouging a deep trench into the ground. Not over yet. Yao pressed the advantage without mercy, controlling Susanoo to stomp hard off the ground and catch up to the flying two tails. Its fists became a storm of blows, one punch after another, ruthlessly smashing into the two tails' head and abdomen. Bang! 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 Each punch was as heavy as a mountain, making the flames around the two tails flicker unstably as it let out groans of unbearable strain. Its enormous body kept rolling across the ground, bouncing up, then getting smashed back down again. It had no power to fight back at all. Urgh! Pain and humiliation drove the two tails completely mad. It opened its huge mouth again, gathering a tailed beast bomb in an attempt to counterattack. In your dreams, light flared in Yao's eyes. He spread his 5 fingers, grabbed the two tails by the lower jaw, and viciously forced it upward and shut. MMPH. The two tails' mouth was forcibly closed, and the newly formed tailed beast bomb was shoved back deep into its throat. The next moment, boom! A muffled explosion erupted from the two-tails' tightly shut mouth. With nowhere to vent, the tailed beast bomb exploded wildly inside its body. Ayo! The two-tails let out a shrill, miserable scream. Its body spasmed violently, and more than half the blue flames on its surface went out. In the end, the two-tails rapidly shrank and dissipated like a punctured bubble. The light faded. Yujito lay in the crater, her whole body charred black. She had long since fallen unconscious, and her breathing was weak to the extreme. Lady Yujito! In the distance, the Kumogakure elites finally snapped awake and let out horrified screams. Several Kumogakure ninja who were closest immediately rushed forward to rescue her. Humph! Yao controlled Susanoo and casually backhanded a slap toward the cloud ninja in front. No! As the palm wind swept past, those few cloud ninja, along with the surrounding dirt and rocks, were smashed into pools of flesh paste. The remaining cloud ninja abruptly stopped, their faces pale as paper, not daring to move forward even half a step. The gap was too huge. These Kumogakure elites were as fragile as 3-year-old children in front of Uchiha Yo, with no power to resist at all. Yao looked down from above at this group of terrified Kumogakure ninja. Go back and tell the fourth Raikage that I'm keeping the two-tails. If he wants to redeem the two-tails, then let him prepare a ransom with enough weight behind it and send someone to Konoha to negotiate. Otherwise, I don't mind killing the two-tails and returning its soul to heaven and earth. The Kumogakure ninja looked at each other, their eyes filled with humiliation. Detaining a tailed beast Jinchuriki as a hostage and demanding ransom? This was an enormous humiliation and provocation. The Raikage would never agree. One Kumogakure ninja who looked like a small leader forced down his fear and shouted hoarsely with forced courage. Do you want to start a full-scale war between Konoha and Kumogakure? Do you even know the consequences of doing this? War? Yao let out a mocking laugh. Susanoo's huge hand rose again. Then another slap came down. That little Kumogakure leader turned into a crimson smear mixed with dirt. Listen well. I want to repeat the same words a second time. Now get lost. The remaining cloud ninja were terrified out of their minds. They no longer cared about dignity, and did not even have time to collect their comrades' corpses. Like stray dogs, they fled madly toward the land of lightning, wishing they had a few more legs. Yao dispelled Susanoo and landed lightly on the ground. He glanced at the unconscious Yujito, then waved at the ANBU still frozen in shock in the distance. Send news of this place back to the village immediately by urgent message. Yao ordered the ANBU squad hurrying over. Yes, Lord Yao. The ANBU answered in unison. There was no longer even the slightest doubt in their voices, only complete awe and obedience. The squad captain summoned a small rat-type ninja summon and tied the scroll containing the message to its body. The ninja rat turned into white smoke and disappeared, while waves churned in the ANBU's hearts. Only now did they fully understand why this young captain had dared to swagger openly into Moontown from the very beginning. With this kind of absolute power, enough to suppress a tailed beast with a wave of his hand, what need was there for stealth? What need for surprise? In front of him, all schemes looked pale and laughable. Thinking of how they had mocked their captain earlier for being hot-blooded and reckless because of his youth, several ANBU felt their faces burning. Meanwhile, after the cloud ninja fled for dozens of miles in desperation and confirmed that Yao had not pursued them, they finally dared to stop and catch their breath. Every face was filled with fear and the relief of having survived disaster. They did not dare delay, and likewise used the fastest method possible to send this terrible news back to Kumogakure headquarters. Kumogakure, Raikage building. What did you say? A furious roar, like a thunderclap exploding, burst out from inside the office. Even the heavy doors seemed to shake. The Kumogakure ninja standing guard outside shivered and instinctively ducked his head. Inside the office, the fourth Raikage, suddenly shot to his feet from behind the desk. He was tall and massively built, his muscles bulging. His light yellow hair stood upright like steel needles. Blue lightning release arcs crackled across the surface of his body, casting his bronze skin in a sharp blue glow. In his hand, he was tightly gripping an emergency intelligence scroll. He was squeezing so hard that the scroll had already warped. Uchiha Yo, that brat from Konoha. He defeated Yujito, and he even dares to detain the two-tails and demand a ransom. The Raikage's eyes were wide with rage, bloodshot and filled with shock, fury, and a trace of disbelief. Yujito was a Jinchuriki infinitely close to being a perfect Jinchuriki. In Kumogakure, her strength was absolutely among the top ranks. And yet she had actually lost to some young ninja from Konoha, and lost this completely with both her and the tailed beast captured. This did not just mean the loss of a major combat asset. It was also a humiliation to Kumogakure, and to him, the fourth Raikage himself. Bang! The Raikage smashed a fist down onto the iron desk in front of him. A deep fist mark instantly caved into the center of the thick tabletop. Damned bastard! Damned Uchiha! This is going too far. The Raikage roared in fury. Is Konoha trying to start an all-out war? They think just because they have a guy with wood release and the Mangekyo, Kumogakure will fear them? The Reikage suddenly raised his head, savage killing intent bursting from his eyes, and roared at his secretary Mabui, who was standing at the side. Mabui, prepare the heavenly transfer technique immediately. I'm going to the land of hot water myself, right now. Immediately. I'll crush that arrogant Uchiha brat with my own hands. I'll take Yujito and the two tails back. Grinding his teeth, the Reikage's killing intent felt almost tangible. I'll make him understand the price of provoking Kumogakure. Lord Reikage, please calm down. You must calm down. Mabui hurried forward and quickly said, the heavenly transfer technique is extremely dangerous and places a huge burden on the body. Besides, the situation in the land of hot water is still unclear. If you go alone, there may be an ambush. This matter is extremely important. Should we first convene a high-level meeting? Discuss my ass. The Reikage cut her off brutally, the lightning around him growing even more violent. By the time the discussion is over, Yujito might already be locked up in Konoha's prison. I can't wait. Uchiha Yo dares to seize my people. Then I'll talk to him with my fists. That's Kumogakure's rule. The Reikage pointed at Mabui, his command leaving no room for doubt. Enough nonsense. Go prepare the heavenly transfer technique immediately. Set the coordinates at the backup contact point near Moontown. Notify B and tell him to get ready too. Wait for my signal. Lord Reikage. Mabui still wanted to persuade him. Carry out the order. The Reikage's roar forced the rest of her words back down her throat. Seeing that the Reikage was already consumed by rage, Mabui knew further persuasion was useless. She could only grit her teeth and bow. Yes, I'll make the preparations immediately. She turned and quickly left the office, her heart incomparably heavy. Once Lord Reikage made up his mind, not even 9 oxen could pull him back. This time, between Kumogakure and Konoha, a massive storm was probably truly about to erupt. Konoha. The night was already deep, but the Hokage's office was still brightly lit. Tsunade stared at the urgent secret report scroll that had just been delivered by the Umbu. Nara Shikaku stood at her side, his face grim as he looked at the copy. The two advisors, Hamura Mitokado and Koharu Yuditane, sat in the chairs opposite them. They had already read it. The contents of the secret report had plunged these 4 core decision-makers of Konoha into a long silence. Shocked, deeply shocked. He had defeated and captured Kumogakure's perfect Jinchuriki.
Yugito ni headon.
What did that mean? It meant Uchiha Yo possessed combat power at least above that of an ordinary Kage-level ninja. How old was he? About to turn 13. What shocked the 4 higher-ups even more was the mention in the Umbu report of the complete body Susanoo. Susanoo. And the complete body Susanoo at that. Tsunade rubbed her brow. When did that kid even awaken the Mangekyo Sharingan? She looked toward Nara Shikaku. The latter gave a bitter smile and shook his head, indicating that he knew nothing about it either. The affairs of the Uchiha clan, especially the evolution of the Sharingan, had always been full of mystery and uncertainty. And that little brat Yao's rate of growth was simply too fast. How long had it even been since he graduated? Not only had he mastered wood release, now he could even use Susanoo. What a monster. Nara Shikaku thought of his own son, then compared him to Uchiha Yo. They were clearly the same age. So how was the gap this huge? Complete body Susanoo. Koharu Yuditane and Hamura Mitokado exchanged a glance, both seeing the deeply hidden shock and worry in the other's eyes. As disciples of the second Hokage who had lived through the end of the Warring States period and had personally witnessed the battle between Uchiha Madara and Hashirama Senju, they knew far too well what the complete body Susanoo represented. That was not a level of power ordinary ninja could even comprehend. That was absolute military might capable of changing the course of battle through one person alone. It was the ultimate power of the Uchiha clan. Koharu Yuditane raised her head to look at Tsunade, her tone urgent and harsh. Tsunade, we cannot let Uchiha Yo continue like this. We must take measures immediately to restrict him, restrain him. Before his wings are fully grown, we must keep him firmly under the village's supervision. Otherwise, the future trouble will be endless. Tsunade was somewhat displeased. Advisor Koharu, what exactly do you mean by that? Yo is a ninja of Konoha. Today he rendered great service. He helped us reverse the disadvantage in the land of hot water and even heavily struck down Kumogakure's arrogance. Suppress him? On what grounds? On what grounds? Koharu Yuditane's voice rose, her emotions nearly turning frantic. Because his surname is Uchiha. Because he awakened the Mangekyo. Because he has already mastered the complete body Susanoo. Tsunade, you're too young. You've never personally seen the disaster that kind of power can bring. Uchiha Madara. Have you forgotten Uchiha Madara? If this Uchiha Yo is allowed to continue growing, then given time, he will definitely become the next Madara. He may even be more dangerous. Because he is younger than Madara, his potential is greater, and he has very little reverence for the village's higher-ups. She recalled the scene from the previous meeting, when Yo had pointed a wooden spike at Hamura Mitokado, and her disgust toward Yo deepened even more. Hamura Mitokado adjusted his glasses and took over. His tone was relatively calmer, but just as full of concern. Koharu's words are somewhat extreme, but they are not entirely without reason. Tsunade, setting aside long-term risks for the moment, let us talk only about the issue right in front of us. This time, Yao detained Kimogakure's Two-Tails Jinchuriki and even openly demanded a ransom. The handling of this matter itself was highly improper and extremely thoughtless. Hamura Mitokado tapped the intelligence copy on the table. This is no longer an ordinary mission conflict. This is naked humiliation and provocation. A direct trampling of Kimogakure and the authority of the Fourth Reikage. With the style of those barbarians from Kimogakure and the Reikage's explosive temper, do you think they can swallow this insult?
Absolutely impossible.
This is no longer just a matter of local friction in the land of hot water. If we are even slightly careless, it is highly likely to escalate into a full-scale war between the land of fire and the land of lightning. Hamura Mitokado let out a sigh, his voice turning heavy. And what situation is Konoha in right now? The third Hokage sacrificed himself. Danzo defected. Our top-tier combat power is in a gap between generations. The village needs rebuilding and stability internally, and our finances are strained because of the reconstruction. Right now is absolutely not a good time to start a full-scale war with Kimogakure. Uchiha Yo's actions will very likely drag the village into a swamp of war we are not ready for. Koharu Yutane immediately followed up, her tone sharp. Uchiha Yo has no sense of the bigger picture at all. Acting so rashly with no regard for the consequences, if he gains even greater power in the future, who will be able to restrain him? How many times does the village have to pay for his impulsive actions? The two advisors went back and forth, fully laying bare both the seriousness of the situation and their deep wariness toward Yo. Nara Shikaku remained silent and offered no opinion, but his brows drew even tighter, clearly weighing the pros and cons at high speed. As Tsunade listened to the accusations and warnings from the two advisors, her gaze fell back onto the secret report, her lips pressed tight. Suppress Yao? On what grounds? Just because he possessed terrifying power? But that very power had just won Konoha a long-lost show of strength. Yet the advisors' concerns were real. The village's internal affairs were under severe strain, and its top-level combat power was desperately lacking. At a time like this, going to war with Kimogakure, they had no confidence at all. Tsunade, what are you still hesitating for? Seeing Tsunade stay silent, Koharu grew even more anxious and couldn't help raising her voice in anger. Don't forget, the third Hokage was too soft-hearted back then. He kept tolerating the Uchiha clan, kept tolerating Orochimaru, and that was what finally led to disaster. Tsunade, are you going to repeat the third Hokage's mistake? Advisor Yutane. Tsunade suddenly turned around, her golden eyes locking onto Koharu Yutane. Right now, I am the Hokage. I have my own judgment on how this should be decided. I don't need you bringing up the third Hokage every second to remind me. The moment Koharu heard Tsunade invoke her authority as Hokage, she was instantly left speechless. Her face flushed red, and for a moment, she had no rebuttal. Hamura Mitokado also frowned deeply and could not say much more. The two of them were advisors, assisting Tsunade in handling the village's internal affairs. But in the end, Tsunade was the Hokage. No matter how respected or senior they were, they still had to follow Tsunade's lead. The atmosphere in the office turned stiff for a moment, sinking into silence. At that moment, Nara Shikaku, who had been silently observing the whole time, suddenly spoke. Lady Hokage, advisors, the second Hokage and the fourth Hokage are both in the village right now. Since this is such a major decision, one that could spark a war, why not consult the two of them? After all, they understand the Uchiha, the tailed beasts, and Kimogakure far better than we do, and their judgment surpasses ours as well. Those words instantly woke everyone up. Tsunade's eyes lit up. Right, how had she forgotten about them? Even though they were currently in the state of impure world reincarnation, their wisdom and experience were the real thing. Shikaku's right. Tsunade immediately gave an order to the ANBU standing outside the door. Go invite the second Hokage and the fourth Hokage to the office at once. Hurry. Not long after, covered in black cloaks that concealed their Edo Tensei bodies, Senju Tobarama and Minato Namikaze walked into the office. Koharu Yutane, Hamura Mitokado, and Nara Shikaku respectfully bowed. Lord Second. Lord Fourth. Senju Tobarama responded faintly and walked to one side. Calling us here this late, what is it? Minato Namikaze also smiled gently and nodded to everyone in greeting. As if she had found her backbone, Koharu Yutane immediately rushed to speak before Tsunade could, describing everything Yao had done in the land of hot water at the fastest speed possible. At the end, she looked urgently toward her teacher, her tone heavy. Teacher, this Uchiha Yo is ruthless and decisive in the way he acts, and he shows no restraint at all in how he uses his power. How is he any different from Uchiha Madara back then? He is not even 13 yet, and he already possesses such power. If we let him continue growing unchecked, then given time, he will become a grave threat to the village. The next Uchiha Madara. We must restrict him as early as possible. We absolutely cannot repeat the same mistake. Koharu Uchiha believed that, with her teacher's deep understanding of the Uchiha and his consistent vigilance toward them, he would definitely support her view, perhaps even take harsher measures. Foolish. Senju Tobarama spat out 2 words, and the urgency on Koharu Uchiha's face instantly froze, turning into shock. Tobarama lifted his eyes. His sharp gaze swept over Koharu Uchiha, then looked at Hamura Mitokado, who was also showing expectation. His voice was filled with disappointment. Koharu Hamura, you followed me for so many years. Did you really learn nothing but to generalize from one case and judge a person with rigid labels? Uchiha Yo and Uchiha Madara are completely different. Madara pursued overturning order through power to realize his twisted dream of peace. At his core, he was driven by extreme self-centeredness and a desire for control. But Uchiha Yo may seem flamboyant in how he acts, but in truth, his goals are clear. He has a sense of belonging to Konoha, but he is not bound by outdated rules. He pursues power, but not for destruction or domination. But, teacher, he still possesses that kind of power, and he has no reverence at all for the higher-ups. Koharu Uchiha still wanted to argue. Enough! Senju Tobarama cut her off coldly, his tone turning even harsher. Koharu, your prejudice against the Uchiha clan has already taken root too deeply. It has even blinded your eyes and affected your basic judgment. That is absolutely not the state a decision-maker should be in. After being criticized so directly by her teacher, Koharu Uchiha's face alternated between red and pale, and she could only lower her head in dejection. Hamura Mitokado pushed up his glasses and avoided Tobarama's gaze. They might refuse to submit to Tsunade, and they had even dared to argue with Hiruzen Sarutobi. But in front of the second Hokage, they would always be disciples. Even if they had 10,000 times more courage, they still would not dare oppose the second Hokage. Senju Tobarama no longer looked at them and instead turned to Tsunade. As for Kumogakure's reaction, there is no need to worry excessively. With Yao's strength, even if the fourth Raikage and the Eight Tails Jinchuriki joined forces, they still might not be able to do anything to him. He has more than enough ability to control the situation in the land of hot water. He could even turn it around and use it to intimidate Kumogakure. Tsunade was a little surprised. Second Grandpa, you trust him that much? It's not trust. It's fact, Senju Tobarama corrected. Would release S-suppression over tailed beasts, the strange and powerful nature of Mangekyo dojutsu, and the all-around amplification brought by sage arts. On top of that, he clearly isn't some stubborn idiot. With all those factors stacked together, his actual combat power is enough to place him among the very peak of the current ninja world. Unless Kumogakure sends out its full force, relying on only the Raikage and the Eight Tails will not be enough to keep him there, much less rescue the Two Tails. So, since the matter in the land of hot water has already been handed to him, let him handle it with full authority. What we need to do now is not waste time worrying about how to restrict him, but think about how to deal with the aftermath. How to turn the deterrence brought by his actions this time into real strategic advantages for Konoha. At the same time, we must prepare for the possibility of Kumogakure lashing out in desperation, as well as harassment from the other villages. Lord Second is right. At this moment, Minato Namikaze also spoke gently and added that Child Yao may use more direct methods, but his starting point is to protect Konoha's interests and dignity. After hearing that, the hesitation in Tsunade's eyes faded, replaced by firmness once more. She glanced at the two advisors, who were still somewhat unconvinced but no longer dared to speak, and finally made the decision completely. Good. We'll do it according to second Grandpa's and the fourth's opinion. Shikaku. Immediately issue a formal commendation in my name to Yao, recognizing his achievement in resolving the crisis in the land of hot water and protecting Konoha's interests, and grant him full authority to handle the land of hot water and all related matters along the surrounding borders. He is authorized to make decisions on the spot. Finally, draft a response plan for possible multi-front harassment from Kumogakure, as well as interference from the other villages. Yes. Nara Shikaku immediately accepted the order. Koharu Uchiha and Hamura Mitokado exchanged a glance. In the end, they could only silently accept the result. With their teacher personally backing it, anything more they said would be pointless. Moonlit town, Abrazuki Manor. Mist filled the air. Yao leaned comfortably against the edge of the pool, holding the encrypted scroll that had just been delivered. Full authority over the land of hot water and border affairs? The corner of Yao's lips curled up as he casually set the scroll by the poolside. Lady Tsunade really does trust me quite a bit. Hearing that, the ANBU squad captain at the side immediately responded. Lord Yao single-handedly suppressed Kumogakure's Two Tails Jinchuriki and reversed Konoha's decline in the land of hot water. It's only natural for the Hokage to trust you so deeply. That wasn't entirely flattery. After personally witnessing Yao utterly crush the Two Tails, he was already completely convinced by the young commander's strength. Yao smiled. He did not care too much about that kind of official trust. But compared to endless suspicion, restraints, and knives in the back, this attitude was obviously far more pleasant. Boom! Right at that moment, a deafening explosion erupted without warning. One side wall of the hot spring room was smashed apart as if it were made of paper. Rubble and splintered wood shot inward. The hot spring water was blasted by the impact, sending waves several meters high. Within the rising steam, a towering figure over 2 meters tall charged in violently, his entire body wrapped in berserk lightning, muscles bulging like twisted steel. That Uchiha brat who doesn't know whether to live or die. Where is he? Get your ass out here. The roar was like thunder exploding, almost enough to lift the roof. The violent lightning release chakra filled the air with a numbing sensation. Who is it? Enemy attack. The resting ANBU were instantly alarmed. Weapons flashed out of their sheaths as they lined up in front of the hot spring pool. But when they saw that unmistakable hairstyle, their faces changed all at once. The F4th Reikage? It's the 4th Reikage. He actually came in person. This is bad. The leader of Mangekyo, the 4th Reikage, had personally stormed into the land of hot water and found this place. The Reikage's bloodshot eyes swept over the room, ignoring the ANBU who were bracing like they faced a great enemy. His gaze landed directly on the only one still soaking in the pool, the black-haired boy looking back at him. You damn brat. You're Uchiha Yo. The 4th Reikage's voice was almost twisted from rage. You're just a snot-nosed little punk whose hair hasn't even grown in yet. Who gave you the balls to detain Mangekyo's Jinchuriki? And you even dared to demand ransom? Today, I'll tear you apart with my bare hands and take Ujito and the Two Tails back. The Reikage clearly had no intention of wasting words or probing first. For someone like him, who believed in absolute power and had a violently explosive temper, using his fists to crush every challenger was the only answer. Die for me! The ground beneath his feet exploded. His massive body wrapped in blinding lightning shot out like a fired shell, crossing more than 10 meters in an instant. A heavy punch carrying enough force to split mountains and crack stone smashed down toward Yao's head in the pool, dragging a shrieking gale and crackling lightning with it. If that punch landed, forget flesh and blood. Even steel would be blasted into scraps. Lord Yao! The ANBU were horrified and desperate, but there was no time to rescue him. The 4th Reikage was too fast. Even if they wanted to stop him, they could not. Faced with the sudden attack, Yao could not even be bothered to stand up. He merely lifted his eyes, and a crimson flash vanished within them. The instant the Reikage closed in, a gigantic skeletal palm appeared out of nowhere above Yao's head. Its 5 fingers spread open and firmly blocked the Reikage's heavy punch. The one wrapped in berserk lightning and powerful enough to split mountains and shatter stone. The moment fist and palm collided, a muffled boom erupted like thunder. The shockwave exploded outward, violently sweeping the remaining hot spring water in every direction and exposing the smooth stone at the bottom of the pool. The skeletal palm did not move an inch. Not even a single crack appeared as it steadily held up the Reikage's punch. Violent lightning crawled across it, but could not advance even half a step further. A trace of shock and disbelief instantly appeared in the Reikage's furious eyes. In the pool, the splashing water fell back down, soaking Yao's hair. Yao slowly rose from the water, wiped the droplets off his face, and spoke with a hint of displeasure at being disturbed. Lord Reikage, barging in like this so recklessly is really lacking in manners, you know? Manners? The Reikage was so furious that he laughed instead. The muscles on his face twitched slightly. You Uchiha brat from a clan that got wiped out to the last man. Think you're qualified to talk to me about manners? Quit putting on an act. D. The lightning release chakra around the Reikage suddenly surged again. Blinding lightning covered his entire body like solid armor. Every strand of his hair stood on end, and the ground under his feet blackened and cracked. Lightning release. Lariat. The Reikage's figure vanished instantly. This was not the body flicker technique, but a terrifying burst of straight-line speed brought purely by lightning release stimulating his cells. In the entire ninja world, no one could surpass the Reikage in speed, not even Minato Namikaze back then. The Flying Thunder God technique was a space-time ninjutsu, not speed. Like a humanoid tyrannosaur, the 4th Reikage used his shoulder as a blade, wrapped in destructive lightning, and smashed fiercely into the skeletal palm that had just blocked his fist. Boom! With a thunderous explosion, the skeletal palm shook violently, and fine cracks actually appeared across its surface. But in the end, it still did not break. It remained firmly in front of Yao. It's not over yet. His first strike had failed to break it. The Reikage did not pause in the slightest. Borrowing the rebounding force, he spun sharply. His other arm, filled with all his strength and lightning release, turned into a battle axe. With a shriek that seemed to tear through everything, it whipped upward from below. Lightning release, guillotine drop, boom crack. This strike landed solidly on the wrist of the skeletal palm. The cracks instantly spread and widened, and tiny fragments of light burst outward. Savage light exploded in the Reikage's eyes. He gave Yao no chance to breathe as his attacks poured down like a storm. Heavy violence. Thunder bomb. Lightning oppression, horizontal thousand arm dance. Lightning oppression, horizontal. Fists, elbows, knees, feet. The Raikage turned every part of his body into the deadliest weapon. Wrapped in berserk lightning release, he crazily bombarded the Susanoo at a speed too fast for the naked eye to follow. Every collision unleashed a deafening explosion. The entire hot spring building shook violently, walls constantly collapsing as shattered stone rained down. In just a few breaths, no one knew how many heavy blows the Raikage had unleashed. The skeletal palm was now covered in spiderweb-like cracks. Its glow dimmed rapidly, as if it could shatter completely at any moment. Yao stood in the hot spring pool without even moving his feet. He only tilted his head up slightly, his gaze calm and undisturbed. Break for me! After another savage elbow strike that pushed all his strength to the limit, the Raikage let out a tearing roar. Crack! The ribs, after taking far too many attacks, finally reached their limit. Under the Raikage's last heavy blow, they exploded with a bang, turning into countless green specks of light that scattered through the air. It worked. A savage look flashed through the Raikage's eyes. That bizarre defense had been broken. The brat's real body was right in front of him. Without the slightest hesitation, the Raikage thrust out his giant lightning-wrapped hand with killing intent, grabbing fiercely toward Yao in the water. Die for me! Looking at the Raikage charging straight at him, the corner of Yao's mouth lifted slightly. Fourth Raikage-sama, may I ask if you've had enough fun? The Raikage only felt his vision blur. His palm slammed heavily into an even thicker wall of chakra. The powerful recoil made his arm go numb, and he looked up in shock. The Susanoo that had only been ribs and a hand rapidly reformed and expanded amid the shattered green light. Chakra quickly constructed complete meridians and flesh. Heavy black Tengu armor covered it. A massive spiral sword formed in its right hand, and a pair of wings that seemed to blot out the sky suddenly spread out behind it. In the blink of an eye, a complete body Susanoo hundreds of meters tall, standing between heaven and earth and radiating boundless divine might, descended in all its majesty. The hot spring building rapidly collapsed. Large sections of the roof and walls fell apart. Standing at the foot of the Susanoo, the Raikage looked utterly insignificant. Yao stood inside the crystal on the Susanoo's forehead, lowering his head slightly as he looked down at the tiny fourth Raikage below. The gigantic shadow, hundreds of meters tall, completely covered the Raikage. The Raikage, who had been raging with unmatched ferocity just moments ago, now looked up at this colossal demonic god as if it had stepped out of myth, his eyes filled with shock and disbelief. Complete body Susanoo? This was Uchiha Yao's power? Raikage-sama, you seem to be having a great time just now. Now it's my turn to loosen up a little. Yao's voice came through the Susanoo, before his words had even fully fallen. The complete body Susanoo suddenly raised its right foot and stomped down toward the Raikage with a force that could crush everything. The shadow instantly swallowed him, and the wind pressure crushed the ground into collapse. Humph! Though shocked, the Raikage did not panic. A fierce light flashed in his eyes as lightning exploded around his body. Lightning released chakra mode, full power. At the very instant before the giant foot came down, the Raikage turned into a blue streak of lightning almost impossible to catch with the naked eye. With a sharp whoosh, he shot sideways and barely dodged the stomp that was enough to flatten a small mountain. Boom! The earth shook violently, dust soared into the sky, and a massive footprint crater appeared where the Raikage had originally been standing. But the attack didn't stop there. At the same moment the Raikage landed after dodging. The spiral greatsword in Susanoo's right hand stabbed straight down. What? The Raikage's pupils shrank sharply. That follow-up was too fast. He had no time to think. Relying on instincts honed through years of battle and the extreme speed granted by lightning release, lightning burst under his feet again, and his body shot toward the rear side. Slash! The tip of the spiral sword pierced into the earth, grazing the afterimage he left behind. Tsk, Raikage-sama, are you part monkey? You're pretty good at running. Yao's voice carried a trace of mockery. Then try this one. Let's see where you can run this time. The massive head of the complete body Susanoo tilted up slightly, and the chakra light in its chest suddenly blazed brilliantly. Fire release. Majestic destroyer flame. Boom! From the giant mouth of the Susanoo, a sea of fire burst out, instantly covering an area of more than 100 meters. Weren't you fast? Then he'd just drown him with an area attack. The blazing waves of fire rolled and roared. Everywhere they passed, stone melted. The terrifying temperature made even the ANBU in the distance feel their skin burning, and they all retreated again. The Raikage's figure was swallowed by the destructive sea of fire as well. Lord Raikage! The Kumogakure ninja who had rushed over from afar all cried out in alarm. Lightning armor! From within the sea of fire came the Raikage's furious roar. Dim blue lightning flickered stubbornly in the flames, desperately resisting the scorching fire seeping in from every direction. But the temperature of the fire was simply too high. and the area too large. The lightning armor visibly dimmed at a speed the naked eye could catch. The Raikage knew he couldn't keep this up. Otherwise, he would definitely die. Break for me! With a furious roar, the Raikage actually charged out of the sea of fire by relying on his powerful physique and lightning armor. However, the moment he rushed out, before his vision had fully cleared, a sky-covering emerald giant hand, as if it had been waiting there all along, fiercely grabbed toward him. Not good. The Raikage's heart sank. He was in midair with nowhere to brace himself. How could he possibly escape this grab? At the critical moment, "Stupid big brother, move!" A somewhat comical shout came from the distant sky. Immediately after, a highly compressed tailed beast ball, like a black comet tearing through the night, slammed into the Susanu's chest. Boom! The tailed beast ball exploded with a thunderous blast. The black destructive energy and the emerald chakra flames wildly clashed and annihilated each other. The terrifying shockwave made the Susanu shake violently for a moment, and dents and cracks appeared on its chest. The giant hand reaching for the Raikage also stalled and shifted off course because of the sudden impact. Taking advantage of that opening, the Raikage instantly escaped the grabbing range of the giant hand and landed on top of a distant tree, panting heavily. The dust slowly dispersed. Blue chakra smoke rose from Susanu's chest, but its overall body still stood unmoving and majestic. Standing inside the crystal, Yao turned his gaze toward the direction the tailed beast ball had come from. On the distant horizon, a figure like a miniature tailed beast was rapidly approaching, with 8 octopus-like tails dancing in the air. The 8 tails Jinchuriki, Killer Bee, had arrived. "Stupid big brother, you okay?" Killer Bee rushed to the Raikage side. The goofy expression that usually stayed on his face had been replaced by seriousness, and the eyes behind his sunglasses anxiously looked the Raikage up and down. "I'm fine." The Raikage waved his hand while catching his breath, but his eyes stayed locked on the towering emerald giant ahead. "I underestimated that brat a little. He's much stronger than I imagined. This is getting troublesome." Killer Bee also looked toward the complete body Susanu. "Yo, stupid big brother, don't lose heart. Lord Eighttails is right here. Brothers fighting side by side. Unbeatable anywhere. Whether it's Uchiha or would release, we'll smash it all into scraps. Yeah." The Raikage took a deep breath, suppressing the shock in his heart. His gaze turned sharp as a blade again as he said in a low voice, "B, I'll draw his attention and create an opening for you. Find the right weakness and hit him hard. Got it?" "Yeah." The Raikage took another deep breath. The somewhat unstable lightning around him surged again, becoming even more blazing and dazzling than before. With a furious roar, the ground beneath his feet exploded, and his whole body once again turned into a violent streak of blue lightning. He didn't charge straight at the Susanu. Instead, at astonishing speed, he began circling the giant at high speed, making sharp turns as he moved. He was trying to disrupt Yao's line of sight and judgment, creating an opening for Killer Bee. Almost at the exact same time the Raikage moved, Killer Bee moved too. Tailed beast transformation. He let out a low growl. Dark red chakra soared into the sky, and his body rapidly expanded and transformed within it. In the blink of an eye, he transformed into the complete 8-tails Gyuki, whose size was hardly smaller than the Susanu at all. 8 thick, powerful octopus tentacles whipped through the air wildly, and the bull-like head let out a deep roar. "Take this, tailed beast 8 volleys." The 8 tails let out a furious roar. 8 enormous tentacles suddenly drew inward, wrapping tightly around each other and forming an incomparably huge, dark red drill spinning at high speed. The air at the tip of the drill was torn apart, releasing a terrifying shriek. Carrying a force that could crush everything, it slammed fiercely toward Susanu's waist and abdomen. "Good." Yao put away the spiral sword, clenched his 5 fingers into a fist, and punched straight at the rapidly spinning dark red drill charging at him. Boom! The emerald fist and the dark red drill collided head-on. A terrifying shockwave exploded outward. A visible ring-shaped airwave instantly swept across several thousand meters, completely flattening the remaining buildings at the edge of Moontown. The next moment, the dark red drill let out an overwhelmed wail, and its rotation came to an abrupt stop. The 8 intertwined tentacles were forcibly shaken apart by the immense force. The 8-tails' massive body was like it had been struck head-on by a full-speed locomotive. With a miserable howl, it was blasted backward. It tumbled and bounced across the ground, plowing out a gigantic trench hundreds of meters long as smoke and dust shot into the sky. Meanwhile, Susanu only took 2 slight steps back, crushing 2 small hills beneath its feet before coming to a steady stop. Again, Yao was getting more and more excited. The wings on his back suddenly flapped, propelling the several hundred-meter-tall giant body into the air. Like a green meteor, it stomped viciously toward the struggling 8-tails Gyuki below. The giant foot blotted out the sky and covered the earth, its enormous shadow completely engulfing the 8-tails. Roar! The 8-tails Gyuki was both shocked and furious. Seeing that it had no time to dodge, it threw its head back and let out a roar, its bull mouth suddenly opening wide. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. One-tailed beast ball after another, each containing destructive energy, shot out from the eight tails' mouth like a rapid-fire barrage. Boom, 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 boom. The tailed beast balls slammed into Susanoo one after another and exploded instantly. Clusters of destructive energy burst out wildly and stacked on top of each other. The blinding explosions completely swallowed Susanoo. The explosions went on without end, while violent energy currents swept wildly in every direction. Is it dead? Killer Bee's voice came from within the eight tails' Gyuki form, carrying a trace of heavy breathing and uncertainty. Fool Bee, that's the complete body Susanoo. It won't go down that easily. The eight tails' Gyuki's low, grave voice sounded in his mind. Be careful, that guy's coming out. Sure enough, the last wisp of black smoke dispersed, and that towering emerald giant appeared under the moonlight once more. There were indeed crisscrossing cracks all over the armor on its chest and arms, making it look somewhat battered. But those cracks were healing and filling in at a speed visible to the naked eye. Within a few breaths, it was completely restored. Is that guy a monster? Killer Bee's voice was full of shock. After taking that many-tailed beast balls, it actually came out completely unscathed. Tails. Yao's voice came through Susanoo. Originally, for Kurama's sake, I was planning to let you off once. But since you refuse to appreciate kindness, then don't blame me. Yao slowly brought his hands together in front of his chest and began forming hand seals. At the same time, the complete body Susanoo mirrored the exact same hand seal movement. Would release. Deep forest emergence. Rumble, 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 rumble. Centered on Susanoo, countless thick tree trunks and vines burst out of the ground and began growing and spreading madly. In the blink of an eye, the scorched wasteland that had been left in ruins by the battle transformed into an abrupt, dense primeval forest. The forest expanded at high speed, instantly engulfing the eight tails, who hadn't even had time to catch its breath yet, as well as the Rakage, who was still entangled with vines. Against large targets like Susanoo and tailed beasts, would release was always the most effective attack method. Roar! Get the hell away from me! The eight tails let out a furious roar. Its 8 enormous tentacles whipped and stomped frantically, smashing and tearing apart large swaths of vines that approached. Wood chips flew everywhere. But even more vines surged forward one after another, endless and unceasing. Annoying crap. Wood release. Wood dragon jutsu. Yao's hand seals changed again. For gigantic wood dragons separated from underground and from the giant trees. Carrying surging life force and suppressive power, they lunged at the eight tails from 4 directions. The eight tails swung its tentacles to counterattack, smashing half the body of one wood dragon. But the other 3 seized the chance and tightly wrapped themselves around its body. The wood dragons were like the toughest shackles, winding tighter and tighter. At the same time, suction cup-like patterns appeared across the surface of their bodies. They began frantically draining the enormous chakra inside the eight tails. Ugh! Killer Bee and the eight tails could clearly feel their chakra being rapidly sucked away by those wooden constructs. After absorbing the eight tails' chakra, the wood dragons swelled even further in size, and the force of their constriction became even more terrifying. As one side rose and the other fell, the eight-tail struggle gradually weakened. Like a giant beast caught in a spider web, it could only twitch futilely. B. On the other side, the 4th Rakage had just torn through quite a few vines with lightning release. When he saw the eight tails fall into desperate danger, his eyes nearly split apart in fury. He let out a wild roar, pushed his lightning release to the limit, and turned into a straight streak of blue lightning as he slammed fiercely toward one of the wood dragons binding the eight tails. Lightning release. Liger Bomb. Boom! The 4th Rakage's full-powered strike finally smashed one wood dragon's head to pieces, sending splinters exploding everywhere. However, just as he was about to keep attacking the other wood dragons, whoosh, 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 dozens of thick vines shot out as if alive, instantly wrapping around the Rakage's limbs, waist and abdomen. Suction cup-like patterns appeared on the surface of the vines as they greedily began draining his lightning-release chakra and stamina. Damn it! The Rakage struggled with all his might and tore apart a few vines, but even more wound around him like a lingering curse. He had lost his speed advantage and room to burst out, and his strength kept being drained away non-stop. Known for power and speed, the Rakage was now like a fierce tiger trapped in a swamp. His movements quickly became sluggish and heavy. In the end, under the layer upon layer of dozens of vines and the constant draining of his chakra, the lightning around the Rakage's body completely went out. His burly body was tightly bound by the vines and slammed heavily to the ground. All that remained was rough panting and low growls of anger and unwillingness. He no longer had the strength to break free. The complete body Susanoo dispersed, turning into countless drifting motes of light. Only a solid emerald skeletal palm remained, supporting Yao as it slowly floated before the eight tails and the Rakage. Standing on the skeletal hand, Yao looked down from above at the 2 strongest figures of Kumogakure and said calmly, "You lost. You damned Uchiha brat. Though the fourth Reikage was tightly bound by the vines, the fury in his eyes had not faded in the slightest. Grinding his teeth, he said, "The winner becomes king, the loser becomes bandit. There's nothing more to say. Kill me or torture me as you like, but let my little brother go. Otherwise, even if I become a ghost, I will never let you off." Idiot big brother. Killer B, still in his eight tails form, cried out anxiously, "Forget about me. You need to run. Don't agree to any of his conditions." What deep brotherly love. Truly moving. Yao lightly clapped twice, a hint of amusement in his tone. "Fine. For Kurama's sake. I can spare your lives. But the compensation that should be paid cannot be one bit less." Hearing this, although the Reikage still glared at him angrily, a barely noticeable flicker passed through the depths of his eyes. He was hot-tempered and reckless, but for him to sit in the position of Reikage and command the enormous Kimogakure, he was absolutely not some brainless brute. The Reikage forcibly suppressed his anger and said in a deep voice, "What do you want? Money? Resources? Or the interests of the land of hot water? The village will naturally negotiate those things with you." Yao shook his head and calmly looked at the Reikage. "What I want is compensation that belongs to me personally." "What exactly do you want?" the Reikage asked in a low voice. "Very simple," Yao said. "I want all of Kumogakure's lightning release secret techniques, including but not limited to the complete training method for lightning release chakra mode, as well as all related derivative secret arts and forbidden technique scrolls." Well, Kumogakure's lightning release secret techniques were unique in the ninja world. Techniques like Kakashi's self-developed Chidori and Kirin were powerful because of their extreme piercing and cutting power. But the core essence of Kumogakure's lightning release system lay in high-speed activation and all-around enhancement of the body cells. For example, lightning release chakra mode precisely concentrated nature-transformed lightning release chakra throughout the entire body, covering the user in lightning armor. It could not only greatly enhance neural reaction speed, muscle explosiveness and movement speed, but also form a powerful defensive field, combining offense and defense into one. Whether it was the third Reikage, who possessed the strongest spear and the strongest shield, or the fourth Reikage before him, famed for speed and power, both were monsters who had tempered their bodies to a level not inferior to a tailed beast. If he could obtain this secret technique, it would bring immeasurable benefits to Yao in further tempering his physique, and might even assist his training in the Eight Gates. No matter when, Yao would never slack off in his training of the Eight Gates. Impossible! Without even thinking, the Reikage furiously refused. Lightning release secret techniques are the foundation of Kumogakure's standing in the ninja world. How could we hand them over to a brat like you? Dream on. Then there's nothing to talk about. Yao's eyes instantly turned cold. He raised his right hand, and lightning suddenly burst from his palm. The sharp cry of chirping birds tore through the silence. Chidori sharp spear. A dazzling spear of lightning instantly condensed and extended in his hand. The next second, it turned into a blue-white bolt of lightning and directly pierced through the Reikage's right chest, as he was bound by vines and unable to dodge. Poochie. Blood splattered everywhere. Ugh! The Reikage let out a muffled groan and looked down at the crackling lightning spear tip protruding from his chest. His eyes filled with pain and fury. He had not expected the other side to be so decisive and ruthless, killing the moment he said it. He was the fourth Reikage. Big brother. Killer B's eyes nearly split apart. His body, tightly bound by the wood dragon, struggled frantically, but it only caused the wood dragon to coil even tighter. Holding the Chidori sharp spear, Yao coldly stared at the Reikage as blood spilled from his mouth. His voice frighteningly calm. "Kill you, and I can still get all the lightning release secret techniques. At worst, it'll just take a bit more effort for me to go to Kumogakure myself." The killing intent and absolute confidence in Yao's words sent a chill even through the dying Reikage. He did not doubt the weight of those words in the slightest, because it really was possible. Even with the two brothers joining forces, they had still been easily suppressed. How could the ninja in the village possibly stop Uchiha Yo? "Stop! Don't hurt my big brother. We agree." Killer B practically screamed the words out. "The lightning release secret techniques. We'll give them to you. Let my big brother go now." The Reikage coughed blood and glared at Killer B. "B. You. Big brother." Killer B said in a deep voice. "As long as the Green Hills remain, there'll be no shortage of firewood. As long as you're alive, Kumogakure will still stand. Agree to it." The Reikage gritted his teeth so hard they nearly cracked, blood constantly spilling from the corner of his mouth. The sharp pain in his chest and the feeling of his life force draining away were incomparably clear. Finally, as if all strength had been sucked out of him, he closed his eyes in dejection and squeezed out a single word through clenched teeth. "Fine." Yao dispersed the Chidori sharp spear in his hand, and the lightning faded away. "Remember this. I'm only giving you 3 days. 3 days from now, I want to see all the scrolls of your lightning release secret techniques. Otherwise, I don't mind making a personal trip to Kumogakure." After speaking, The skeletal palm carried Yao and turned into a streak of light, vanishing into the sky, leaving behind devastation and dead silence. Yao was not afraid that the Reikage would go back on his word. A monk may run, but the temple cannot. Kumogakure's massive foundation was right there. If they dared break their promise, then they could wait for his personal visit. When that time came, it would depend on whether Kumogakure could stop him. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Seeing Yao disappear, the Kumogakure ninja hurriedly rushed onto the battlefield. They had previously been blocked outside by the aftershocks of the battle. Now, seeing the miserable state of the scene, every one of them sucked in a cold breath. Lord Reikage, Lord B, quick, the medical team. The Cloud Ninja hurried forward and rescued the heavily wounded, Coughing Blood Reikage and Killer B, whose chakra had been excessively drained. Cough, cough, cough. The Reikage was helped to his feet while the medical ninja quickly stepped forward to treat him. Damn it! The Reikage suddenly smashed a fist into a nearby large tree. The thick trunk snapped on the spot with chips flying everywhere. But this did nothing to ease the frustration and rage in his heart. After succeeding as the fourth Reikage and leading Kumogakure through battles in every direction for so many years, when had he ever suffered such unbearable humiliation? Not only had he been utterly defeated, he and the tailed beast had both been captured alive. And then he had been blackmailed by a teenage brat for the village's core secret techniques. This was practically taking the dignity of the fourth Reikage, the dignity of all Kumogakure, and grinding it viciously into the dirt. Big brother. Killer B walked over under the support of another Cloud Ninja. His expression looked bad as well, but compared to the Reikage's violent fury, there was more complexity and dejection in his eyes. Killer B lowered his voice and tried to comfort him. Just now, the Eight Tails told me. The current Uchiha Yo is already no weaker than the first Hokage and Uchiha Madara of the past. And maybe even, he has perfectly inherited the power of those two legendary figures. Losing to a monster like that isn't shameful. These words were harsh to hear, but what Killer B said was the truth. As an ancient existence, the Eight Tails had personally fought Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara before. It knew very clearly just how powerful the god of shinobi and the Azura of the ninja world were. If the Eight Tails said Uchiha Yo was comparable to Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara, then it was almost certainly true. The Reikage closed his eyes. A long while later, he slowly opened them again. Return to the village. Yes, Lord Reikage. The group no longer stayed behind and quickly withdrew from the battlefield, rushing at full speed toward the land of lightning. Konoha, the Hokage building. Tsunade opened the top-secret scroll. After only a few glances, her pair of golden eyes suddenly widened, and she immediately shot up from her seat. What? Tsunade's voice was full of shock and disbelief as her gaze fixed tightly on the scroll, as if she wanted to see through it. Tsunade, what does the intelligence report say? Hamura Mitokado pushed up his glasses, his brows tightly furrowed. Koharu Yuditane also looked sharply toward the visibly shaken Hokage, and Nara Shikaku was likewise staring at Tsunade. Tsunade raised her head, her gaze sweeping over the three of them, and took a deep breath. It's the latest battle report just sent back by the Umbu from the land of hot water. Outside Suki town, Yao defeated the fourth Reikage head-on, along with the Eight Tails Jinchuriki Killer B, and Yao won in an almost completely overwhelming victory. What? The three of them were greatly shocked. Tsunade said in a trembling voice, the report says Yao used the complete body Susanoo, and at the same time unleashed large-scale would release, fighting 1 against 2. The Reikage was gravely injured, and the Eight Tails Jinchuriki had lost all combat ability. In the end, Yao forced the Reikage to hand over all of Kumogakure's lightning release secret techniques as compensation, with a deadline of 3 days. As soon as those words fell, the office sank into dead silence. Even the insect chirping outside the window had vanished. Only the ticking of the clock in the Hokage's office remained. Tick, tick. Nara Shikaku had always been known for his intelligence and composure, but at this moment, even he was rarely left speechless, his gaze unfocused. Defeat the fourth Reikage and the Eight Tails Jinchuriki working together? This was absolutely something even the third Hokage couldn't have done. Yet Yao, a 13-year-old boy, had done it. The eyes behind Hamura Mitokado's reading glasses widened completely. The first thought in his mind wasn't the joy of victory. It was, how was this possible? Koharu Yuditane reacted the most violently. Her face had turned pale, and her fingers trembled uncontrollably. In her mind, the words complete body Susanoo would release, crushing the Reikage and the Eight Tails echoed over and over. Before, she had worried that Uchiha Yo would become the next Madara Uchiha. Now, that worry seemed to be becoming reality step by step. Uchiha Yo was only 13, yet he already possessed this kind of strength. Once he truly reached his peak, who could stop him? One had to know. A ninja's peak age was usually around 30 to 48. That was the age of physical prime, when every bodily function reached its peak. Chakra reserves, all kinds of ninjutsu, and combat experience would all reach their highest point as well. Judging by age alone, the current Uchiha Yo was still far, far from his true peak. If Uchiha Yo, who had not even reached his peak yet, was already this strong, then once he truly stepped into his prime, just how powerful would he become? At that time, who in all of Konoha would still be able to keep him in check? Koharu Uchiha felt deep fear, unease, and panic. The silence in the office lasted a full minute before Tsunade finally broke it with a slightly dry voice. She let out a long breath and tapped the end of the scroll with her finger. The Umbu attached Yao's request at the end of the intelligence report, the specific compensation he plans to demand from Mangekyo for the losses caused by this conflict, as well as the ransom for the Two-Tails Jinchuriki, how much exactly should be set. He hopes the village can provide a clear policy or bottom line. Tsunade's words brought the other three back to their senses a little. Nara Shikaku was the first to recover. Out of habit, he tapped his temple with his finger and spoke. This really does require caution. Extortion, or rather, demanding war reparations and payment for the return of prisoners, is not uncommon in diplomacy between ninja villages. But this time, the situation is special. We're holding one of their critically important tailed beast Jinchuriki, and the ones defeated were their Kage and another Jinchuriki. Our advantage is greater than ever before. Hamura Mitokado pushed up his glasses and analyzed calmly. The compensation amount can't be too low, or it won't reflect our victory and Mangekyo's fault. It also won't make up for our losses in the land of hot water, but it also can't be so high that Mangekyo feels they simply can't bear it. That would make them completely abandon negotiations and choose mutual destruction instead. Although Uchiha Yo has displayed overwhelming strength, the current Konoha still needs time to recover. Koharu Uchiha said coldly, Mangekyo took the initiative to provoke this incident, causing casualties on our side and unrest along the border. They must pay a heavy price. If you ask me, compensation for this conflict alone cannot be lower than 100 million ryo. 100 million ryo, Hamura Mitokado pondered. As compensation for a local conflict, that number is indeed large enough. Mangekyo should be able to pay it, but it will definitely hurt badly. The key issue is the ransom for the Two-Tails Jinchuriki. That's the real big one. Nara Shikaku nodded. Yujito ni is a perfect Jinchuriki. She is one of Mangekyo's strategic deterrents. Her value can't be measured with money. But we also can't really hold her long-term or kill her. That would mean complete irreconcilable war with Mangekyo. So the ransom must be set at a price that makes them suffer badly, but is still acceptable. He quickly calculated Mangekyo's rough financial strength, mission income, and possible emergency reserves. In the end, he gave a figure. Considering the Two-Tails strategic value, I believe the ransom can be set at 1.5 billion ryo. Adding the 100 million ryo in conflict compensation, the total comes to 2.5 billion ryo. That is a number large enough to badly damage Mangekyo's vitality, but not so much that they become completely desperate and take reckless risks. 2.5 billion ryo. Tsunade repeated the number. Truly was an enormous sum. It was almost equal to Konoha's regular total mission income for 1 year. If they could really get that money, it would undoubtedly be a huge boost to the village's post-war reconstruction and future development. Besides money, we should also add some political terms. Hamura Mitokado added. For example, require Mangekyo to publicly admit that this conflict was their fault, and promise that for the next 5 years, they will not compete with Konoha for mission commissions in the land of hot water and surrounding regions, and withdraw all unofficial diplomatic personnel. Koharu Uchiha snorted. They may not agree to all of that, especially publicly admitting fault, but it can be used as a bargaining chip and leave us room for negotiation. Nara Shikaku summed it up. Then the reply to Yao can be this. Fully authorize him, as Konoha's representative, to negotiate with Mangekyo. The bottom line is, compensation for the conflict no less than 100 million ryo, ransom for the Two-Tails Jinchuriki no less than 1.5 billion ryo, total no less than 2.5 billion ryo. As for the additional political terms, do your best to fight for them, but concessions may be made depending on the situation. If Mangekyo refuses or delays for more than 3 days, authorize Yao to take further measures, including but not limited to displays of force and applying pressure. However, we should avoid directly triggering a full-scale war as much as possible. He looked at Tsunade. Lady Hokage, what do you think? Tsunade thought it over carefully. This plan provided a clear bottom line and target, while also giving Yao sufficient authority to make decisions on the spot. Under the current circumstances, it counted as a relatively stable and beneficial choice. Approved. Tsunade finally nodded. Draft the order according to that line of thinking. Emphasize one point. The Two-Tails Jinchuriki must be kept alive. She is our biggest bargaining chip, and also the fuse that could ignite a war. This must be handled carefully. Yes. Nara Shikaku began drafting the document. Neither Hamura Mitokado nor Koharu Uchiha raised any further objections. Although they were still deeply worried about Uchiha Yo's power, at least in this matter right now, Konoha had gained unprecedented advantage and initiative. How to turn that advantage into solid, real benefits, that was what they should be concerned about. 3 days later, Suki Town. In the largest scenic hot spring suite on the top floor of the hot spring inn, Uchiha Yo received Kumogakure's negotiation team. On Konoha's side, only Yao sat alone behind the low table in the main seat. Standing behind him was an Umbu squad captain with a tightly restrained aura. On Kumogakure's side, they had brought a lineup that could only be called luxurious. Killer B, the Eight Tails Jinchuriki, one of Kumogakure's highest combat powers. Darui, the only inheritor of the third Raikage's Black Lightning, possessing the rare storm release Kekkei Genkai, and even more than that, the future fifth Raikage. Samui with an astonishing bust, a fiery figure, and a cold, beautiful face, publicly recognized as Kumogakure's most beautiful female jonin. Samui, Dodai, deeply trusted by the third Raikage, possessor of the lava release Kekkei Genkai, and a representative figure of Kumogakure's moderate faction. Dodai. These four. Every single one of them was a core figure of great weight in Kumogakure. Now that they had all gathered here, it was enough to show how seriously Kumogakure took this negotiation, or rather, how wary they were of Uchiha Yo. Yao couldn't help but sigh slightly inwardly. This time, Kumogakure had practically sent out all of the important figures they had been keeping in reserve. However, in the face of absolute power, no matter how luxurious the lineup was, they were still just supporting characters at the negotiating table. Did you bring the scrolls? Yao didn't waste time on pointless pleasantries. He asked directly, his voice calm. We brought them. The well-built Samui stepped forward and placed a sealed storage scroll onto the low table in front of Yao. Release the seal. Dozens of scrolls in different colors appeared neatly on the table. Yao swept his gaze over the pile before it finally landed on the dark blue scroll at the top. He reached out and picked it up. The contents of the scroll were extremely detailed. From the basics of lightning release nature transformation, to the techniques for condensing lightning release chakra inside the body and coating it outside the body. Then came the training methods, precautions, and risk warnings for each stage of the lightning release chakra mode. It even included annotated training insights left behind by previous Raikage. The text was dense, yet easy to understand. One look was enough to tell that this was a true core inheritance, not some fake thrown together to fool him. Yao quickly skimmed through the key sections, then closed his eyes. Not long after, the chakra on Yao's body fluctuated slightly, and strands of distinct blue electric arcs quietly appeared across the surface of his skin, jumping and flickering, though they were still weak, far from reaching the level of the Raikage's full-body lightning armor. That was undeniably the sign of lightning release chakra activating the body. Just by quickly reading it and trying it once, he had already simulated the rough outline of lightning release chakra mode. Teach this. How is that possible? Killer B, Darui, Samui, and the others almost sucked in a cold breath at the same time, their faces full of shock. The secret lightning release art that countless ninja in Kumogakure needed years, or even longer, just to get started with. This Uchiha brat had only taken one look, and he had already done it? He was practically a monster. Yao opened his eyes, closed the scroll and set it aside. Looks like the goods are real. Yao spoke blandly. Then he took another scroll that had long been prepared from the ANBU squad captain behind him and pushed it over. These are Konoha's terms. Take a look. If you have no objections, then sign it directly. Suppressing the shock in her heart, Samui stepped forward, picked up the scroll, and slowly unfolded it in front of Killer B. Darui and Dodai also leaned in. The contents were very simple. 1. Regarding compensation for the conflict in the land of hot water, Kumogakure must pay Konoha compensation in the amount of 100 million ryo. 2. Regarding Ujito ni, the Two Tails Jinchuriki, Kumogakure must pay Konoha a ransom of 150 million ryo. 3. The above two payments must be delivered in full to the designated Konoha account within 30 days after the treaty is signed. 4. Kumogakure must publicly acknowledge responsibility for this border conflict and guarantee that for 5 years, it will not compete with Konoha for missions in the land of hot water and adjacent regions. Total compensation and ransom, 250 million ryo. 250 million ryo? Your Konoha is committing robbery. Impossible.
Absolutely impossible.
The moment he saw the contents of the scroll, the lazy look on Darui's face completely vanished, replaced by full-blown anger. Even on Dodai's steady face, violent emotion appeared for the first time, and his voice rose sharply from fury. Even the cold and beautiful Samui's fingers turned slightly pale from gripping the scroll too hard, her chest heaving intensely. This number had far exceeded their previous psychological expectations. It had even exceeded the upper limit of what Kumogakure could gather in a short time. This wasn't just cutting off flesh. This was practically draining the marrow out of Kumogakure's bones. Killer B slowly raised his head, the eyes behind his sunglasses fixed on Yao. Uchiha Yo. At this price, Kumogakure can't pay. Can't pay? At those words, Yao's originally calm expression instantly turned cold. He slowly rose from his seat and looked down from above at the 4 grim-faced Kimogakure representatives. Can't pay? Then don't pay. Yao tilted his head and spoke to the ANBU squad captain standing behind him. Pass down the order. Gather all ANBU and border troops stationed in the land of hot water and enter level 1 war readiness. Also, prepare the fastest messenger hawk and send word back to the village. Kimogakure has no sincerity whatsoever. Negotiations have broken down. I will personally lead the team to Kimogakure and have a face-to-face talk with the 4th Raikage about how this matter should be settled. Yao paused, then added in an even colder voice. As for the Two-Tails Jinchuriki, since Kimogakure thinks she's not worth this price, then keeping her around is just wasting food. Execute her directly. The moment those words were spoken, the expressions of Kimogakure's people changed at once. Those words were no different from an ultimatum and naked military intimidation. Go personally to Kimogakure to talk? That probably wouldn't be talking at all. It would be marching straight into Kimogakure and attacking it head-on. As for executing Yujito, that struck directly at Kimogakure's most sensitive nerve. Yujito was the Two-Tails Jinchuriki. Once she was executed, the Two-Tails would die along with its Jinchuriki. Even if it would revive in the future, whether it could be sealed again was still unknown. The faces of Killer Bee and the other 3 turned ugly as they glared furiously at Uchiha Yo. If they weren't afraid of Yao's strength, they would have flipped the table on the spot. Who the hell negotiates like this? Wait, Lord Yao, please calm your anger. Please calm your anger. The ANBU squad captain immediately stepped forward and hurriedly tried to persuade him. At the same time, he looked toward the Kimogakure group and smoothed things over at high speed. Honored guests from Kimogakure, please calm down as well. Lord Hokage and Lord Yao absolutely do not mean to make things difficult for you. It's just that the nature of this conflict was far too vile. Not only did Kimogakure brazenly invade, you even deployed a tailed beast Jinchuriki, causing us severe losses and an extremely bad impact. The sum is indeed huge, but it includes pensions for casualties, border reconstruction, compensation for lost missions, and even damages to Konoha's reputation. It is absolutely not an outrageous asking price. What's more, Lord Yujito Ni is a perfect Jinchuriki. How important she is to Kimogakure goes without saying. Using this money to bring back a strategic-level combat asset and the village's dignity, your Kimogakure is not losing out at all. If things really escalate to open war or even then the losses will no longer be something money can measure. I hope all of you will think carefully. This string of words was soft on the surface and hard underneath, giving Kimogakure a way out while also making the consequences of refusal crystal clear. The expressions of the 4 from Kimogakure shifted again and again, their brows twisted tightly into knots. As the most experienced veteran among them, Dodai took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing his anger before speaking in a low voice. Your Excellency Yao, 250 million ryo is truly too enormous. Kimogakure genuinely cannot raise it in a short time. Could the amount be appropriately reduced? As for the 4th clause, publicly acknowledging responsibility and restricting mission competition, this concerns the village's reputation and future development, so I ask your forgiveness, but we cannot agree. As for the 5th clause, we have already handed over the lightning release secret art, so there is no need to include it in the treaty. This was the bargaining phase, first trying to cut the price, while also making it clear that they refused the most humiliating political term. The ANBU squad captain quickly looked toward Yao, seeking instructions in his eyes. Yao lightly tapped his finger on the table twice and said, not one bit less on the money, 250 million ryo, paid in full within 30 days. Installments are acceptable, but interest must be paid. That is the bottom line, since you think the 4th clause is unacceptable. Fine, but in exchange, the deadline for compensation and ransom payment will be shortened to 20 days. Give up the more hollow political clauses in exchange for something more practical, money. This was pressure too. What Konoha wanted was tangible benefit, not momentary face. Dodai quickly exchanged a few glances with Killer Bee, Darui, and Samui, all of them feeling stifled inside. They understood very clearly. The other side held overwhelming force, and they were refusing to give an inch. If they refused to pay today, this matter probably really wouldn't end. 250 million ryo hurt badly, but compared to war and losing Yujito, it wasn't an unacceptable price. Shortening the payment deadline was harsh, but it was still better than humiliating political terms and losing the Two-Tails Jinchuriki. In the end, Dodai let out a heavy sigh and said in a deep voice, 250 million ryo. Within 20 days we will do our best to gather the payment. Article 4 and Article 5 will not be accepted. Please draft a new treaty. That meant they had agreed. The coldness in Yao's eyes eased slightly, and he gave a small nod to the ANBU squad captain. The ANBU squad captain immediately took out the blank scroll and brush that had long been prepared and redrafted the treaty. The new treaty was completed very quickly. Black words on white paper, the terms were clear. Kimogakure will compensate Konoha with 250 million ryo, to be paid in full within 20 days. Konoha will return the Two-Tails Jinchuriki. From this day forward, both sides will cease all hostile actions within the land of hot water. Killer B, representing Mangekyo, and the ANBU squad captain, representing Konoha, each signed their names at the end of the scroll. After signing, Killer B and the others were unwilling to stay even a moment longer. After receiving Ujito, they quickly left. Almost at the same time, the Mangekyo ninja scattered throughout the land of hot water also received the order to withdraw. They rapidly evacuated from the territory of the land of hot water, leaving it completely clean. The conflict in the land of hot water that had lasted for months officially came to an end with Mangekyo's crushing defeat and the massive compensation. Yao tossed all the follow-up trivial matters to the ANBU squad to handle. He himself returned to Konoha ahead of them. Yao was very interested in fighting experts like the Raikage and Killer B, but dealing with internal affairs and trivial chores? Yao had absolutely no interest in that. And Yao also believed this, for top-tier combat power like him, someone who could suppress a tailed beast, wasting away on mundane affairs and internal administration was the greatest waste of all. Hokage building, office. Tsunade put down the report, walked up to Yao, and gave his shoulder a firm pat, her eyes full of praise. Well done, Yao. You handled the land of hot water matter flawlessly this time. Not only did you fiercely intimidate Mangekyo and restore the village's honor, you also secured an unimaginably huge amount of resources for us. You are Konoha's hero. At this point, Tsunade paused, then said, with your current strength and achievements, being a Chunin is wasting your talent. I'm considering promoting you to ANBU commander. What do you think? ANBU commander was a core position of real authority in Konoha, second only to the Hokage, holding Konoha's sharpest blade in hand. All this time, only the most trusted ninja could hold that position. However, Yao waved his hand, his face completely calm. ANBU commander? Forget it. I'm not interested. As long as Lady Hokage can keep the higher-ups, those those lords, from tripping me up behind my back, I'll be thanking the heavens. That was extremely direct. It was practically the same as pointing at their faces and saying, I don't trust your higher-ups. Tsunade felt a bit awkward. The two advisors had always been deeply wary of Yao and had spent no small amount of effort whispering in her ear, wanting to restrict and suppress him. Fortunately, she had held the line the whole time, and fortunately, she also had the support of the second Hokage's and the fourth Hokage's opinions. But this kind of internal conflict obviously couldn't be spoken out in the open. Tsunade put on a stern face and brought out the dignity of the Hokage, saying irritably, Yao, watch your words. You're already one of the strongest ninja in the village now. Be more mature. Learn to see the bigger picture. Stop overthinking all day and dwelling on things that don't exist. The village has high hopes for you. It sounded like a scolding, but in truth it carried protection and warning. Yao seemed to understand, or maybe he simply couldn't be bothered to argue. He casually waved his hand, signaling the topic was over. All right. You're the Hokage, so whatever you say is right. Lady Hokage, if there's nothing else, I'm heading back first. Sasuke and the others are still waiting. Go on. Tsunade waved her hand. Yao nodded, turned, and left the office. Only after the door closed again did Tsunade helplessly rub her brow. This brat's temper was just as hard as his strength. The news that Uchiha Yo had, by himself in the land of hot water, defeated the fourth Raikage and the Eight Tails Jinchuriki head-on, and forced Mangekyo to sign a massive compensation treaty, swept across the entire ninja world like a hurricane. The entire ninja world fell silent, then erupted in an uproar. A boy only 13 years old actually possessed the power to crush a village's Kage and a perfect Jinchuriki, and in an almost humiliating way, he had viciously torn a chunk of flesh off Mangekyo, a village known for its toughness. Without a doubt, this was absolutely the most shocking and world-shaking event in the ninja world since the Third Great Ninja War. It was even more shocking to the ninja world than the death of the third Hokage. Land of Wind, Mangekyo. Inside the Kazekage's office, Elder Chiyo and Ebizo, the elder sister and brother, sat in the seats of honor. Below them sat Gaara, along with Temari and her older brother Kankuro. After the Konoha crush ended, Mangekyo had signed a series of humiliating treaties, and agreed to become Konoha's ally before they were able to ransom Gaara back. They called it an alliance. But in reality it was basically the same as becoming subordinate. Has the news been confirmed? Chiyo's voice was dry as her fingers rubbed along the rim of her teacup. Chiyo, it has been confirmed. Ebizo let out a sigh. Mangekyo hasn't made any official announcement, but they've urgently pulled back all external operations. The Land of Lightning Daimyo's financial officials have been frequently entering and leaving Mangekyo, and there have also been unusual fluctuations in the bond market. Combined with the reports from the informants we planted in the land of hot water, we can basically confirm that the intelligence is true. That brat. Temari's voice carried a trace of lingering fear and disbelief. During the Chunin exams, he had already easily suppressed Shikaku. I never thought even the Raikage and the Eight Tails would. Temari. Kankuro folded his arms. Perfect Susanoo. Would release. Is this guy even human? How did Konoha even raise a monster like that? Gaara remained silent, looking at the bandaged hand of his. He had once been controlled by Shikaku and had felt the rage and power of a tailed beast. He had also personally faced Yao's despair-inducing strength. Now that he heard this news, he didn't feel much surprise. Instead, a trace of relief rose in his heart. Relief that, after the Konoha crush, Mangekyo had adjusted its strategy in time, and that they were Konoha's ally rather than its enemy. To end up with such a terrifying enemy was simply a nightmare. Chiyo let out a long sigh. After Hashirama Senju and Madara Uchiha, the Uchiha clan has actually produced another freak like this. Konoha truly deserves its title as the strongest of the 5 great ninja villages. Its foundation is so deep it makes people jealous. At this point, Chiyo looked toward Gaara and asked, Gaara, you fought him before. What kind of person do you think he is? Gaara raised his head, his light green eyes calm and still. He is very strong. If he becomes an enemy, he will be a disaster even more terrifying than Shikaku. Ebizo nodded lightly. In that case, our alliance with Konoha must be strengthened even further. At least in Uchiha Yo's era, we need Konoha as a friend, not an enemy. That's right. Land of Earth. Iwagakure. Inoki floated in midair. On that old face covered in wrinkles, shock, wariness, and irritation were all mixed together. His son, Kitsuchi, and his granddaughter, Kuratsuchi, stood by his side, their expressions equally grave. Uchiha Yo? Inoki's voice sounded like it was being forced out of his throat. That brat who inherited the first Hokages would release? He actually defeated that reckless fool, the 4th Raikage, and the Raikage's younger brother, the 8 Tails Jinchuriki? The intelligence has been cross-checked. It should be correct, Kitsuchi said. Mangekyo got completely wrecked this time. Not only did they suffer heavy losses in combat strength, their reputation was dragged through the mud too. That compensation alone is enough to make their finances choke for breath. In the next few years, they probably won't be able to launch any large-scale external operations. Kuratsuchi blinked her big eyes. Grandpa, is that Uchiha Yo really that strong? Stronger than you? Kuratsuchi. Inoki glared at his granddaughter and said irritably, whether he's strong or not, we'd only know after fighting him. However, being able to crush the Raikage and the 8 Tails head-on means his strength has already gone beyond the scope of an ordinary Kage. The Uchiha bloodline and the Senju's power actually gathered in one person, and he's still so young. Konoha really hit the jackpot. No. It's more like they ran into cursed luck. Inoki tapped the armrest. For us in Iwagakure, this is both a threat and an opportunity. An opportunity? Kitsuchi asked in confusion. Mangekyo has been heavily wounded. For a short time, they won't have the strength to worry about anything else. A crafty old gleam flashed through Inoki's eyes as he said in a deep voice, although Konoha has produced a monster, their overall strength hasn't fully recovered yet. And that monster? He may not be fully under the control of Konoha's higher-ups. There may even be internal hidden dangers. Our pressure has eased. We can calmly manage the border and consolidate our influence within the land of Earth. We may even be able to act more forcefully and aggressively than before in some small countries and resource points. Of course, there is one prerequisite. We absolutely cannot provoke Konoha, especially that Uchiha Yo. Inoki looked at Kuratsuchi and Kitsuchi and gave a stern warning. Pass down the order. All Iwagakure ninja, especially the hot-blooded young ones, are to rein themselves in for this old man. Without my command, no one is allowed to carry out any provocative actions in the land of fire. Also, strengthen intelligence gathering on Uchiha Yo. I want to know every detail about him. His personality, preferences, weaknesses, any information at all. Yes. Kitsuchi and Kuratsuchi answered in unison. Inoki looked out the window. The solid Rocky Mountain ranges of the land of Earth reflected a cold, hard sheen under the setting sun. First there was Uchiha Madara, and now there's Uchiha Yo. Why does that evil Uchiha clan keep producing monsters? Looks like these old bones of mine will have to hold on for a few more years. But Uchiha brat, don't get too full of yourself. The waters of the ninja world run deep. Land of water, Kirigakure. The usual laziness and charm were gone from Terumi Mei's beautiful face, replaced by rare seriousness. Mei. She held a piece of intelligence in her hand, her fingers tightening slightly around it. Standing beside her was Ao, the Jonin wearing a Kirigakure forehead protector with one eye covered by an eye patch. Oh, are you sure this intelligence is accurate? Mei said in a low voice. Mizukage-sama, I have already confirmed it repeatedly. Ao's voice was low and heavy. Our hidden lines in the land of hot water and the land of lightning both sent back similar reports. Mangekyo's 4th Raikage and the 8 Tails Jinchuriki really were defeated, and they were defeated thoroughly. That Uchiha Yo used the legendary Susanoo of the Uchiha clan. Mangekyo paid 250 million ryo in compensation and ransom before they could get the 2 Tails Jinchuriki back. Susanoo. And would release. Mei pressed her red lips together. The powers of Senju and Uchiha in one body? What terrifying talent. Mei looked at Ao. How much could your Byakugan see? O shook his head. A trace of fear flashing in his one eye. I was too far away at the time. I couldn't directly observe it. But that level of chakra had already far surpassed the conventional limit of what a Kage is supposed to have. I suggest that Uchiha Yo be reevaluated and listed as a highest level potential threat. Mei stood up and walked to the window, gazing at the mist that never dispersed from Kirigakure, then said quietly, our Kirigakure has only just stepped out of the shadow of the bloody mist. What we need is time to recover and a stable external environment. Konoha producing a monster like Uchiha Yo may not necessarily be a bad thing for Kirigakure in the short term. At the very least, Kumogakure has been heavily wounded, and Iwagakure will likely be even more cautious. The ninja world's attention will be drawn over there. Mei turned around, a trace of resolve flashing in her eyes. Pass down the order. Kirigakure is entering a silent observation period. Reduce all unnecessary external activity, especially any contact related to Konoha. Everything must be handled cautiously. We won't provoke him. Hopefully Konoha won't pay attention to us either. Yes, Mizukage-sama, Land of Rain, Mangekyo. Deva Pathpain stood atop a tall tower, his purple Rinnegan staring into the curtain of rain without the slightest emotional fluctuation. Pain. Conan appeared behind him soundlessly like a paper butterfly. Conan. Pain, the latest intelligence. Conan's voice was cold and clear as she handed a scroll to Pain. Uchiha Yo defeated the fourth Raikage and the Eight Tails Jinchuriki, then extorted 250 million ryo from Kumogakure. Pain's voice was mechanical and indifferent. Unexpected, but not unacceptable. The stronger he is, the greater his value to our future plans. Of course, the risk increases at the same time. Conan frowned slightly. His growth rate is too fast. A complete body Susanoo, plus would release. Do we need to adjust our plan to capture the Ninetails? The plan remains unchanged. Pain said flatly. No one can stop the collection of the tailed beasts. Uchiha Yo's power is worth paying attention to, but it is not impossible to deal with. Just have the other members keep an eye on him. For now, do not make active contact. Our top priority is still raising funds. At a certain underground bounty exchange. Kakuzu flipped through the latest underground intelligence, his tiny eyes shining brightly. 250 million ryo. 250 million ryo. Kakuzu repeated it in a low voice, his tone full of greed and annoyance. Those idiots from Kumogakure actually had that much money. If I'd known they were this rich. Kakuzu felt some regret. He regretted not going to rob Kumogakure earlier. Haiden carried his blood-stained triple-bladed scythe on his shoulder and dug at his ear impatiently. Old man Kakuzu, you're rambling about money again. Compared to money, that guy called Uchiha Yo is way more interesting, right? If he can beat both the Raikage and the Eight Tails, then his blood must be really special. Perfect to offer to Lord Jashin. Idiot. Kakuzu shot him a cold glance. A ninja who can extort 250 million ryo probably has a head much harder than you think. If you don't want him tearing you into pieces, then behave yourself. Border of the Land of Fire. Some forest. Uchiha Itachi and Hoshigaki Kisame were taking a short rest. Kisame held an intelligence scroll and grinned, showing his shark-like teeth, his tone carrying amusement. Itachi-san. Looks like your little brother has gotten even stronger. Even the Raikage and the Eight Tails got brought down. TSK. That's really terrifying. Itachi leaned against a tree, his eyes closed, as if resting. Hearing Kisame deliberately stress the word little brother, Itachi slowly opened his eyes, and a deep darkness filled them. His voice was calm and flat, giving away no emotion at all. Yao has always had his own ideas, and a lot of potential. Kisame tilted his head and studied Itachi's expression, though Itachi's face usually didn't show much to begin with. So, Itachi-san isn't too surprised by your little brother's strength? But a complete body Susanoo. Itachi-san, does your brother also have the same Mangekyo as you? Itachi remained silent, but inside, stormy waves were already crashing. Hadn't Yao never awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan? Then why was he able to use an ultimate dojutsu like Susanoo? Could it be Shusui's eyes? But even if he had transplanted Shusui's eyes and successfully awakened Susanoo, it still shouldn't be possible for it to reach the complete body. Itachi himself possessed the Mangekyo and had successfully awakened Susanoo. He knew better than anyone how difficult it was to use Susanoo. Complete body?
Impossible. Absolutely impossible.
With Susanoo on top of would release, that kind of power could no longer be described with just potential, could it? Kisame said leisurely, even among your Uchiha clan, he is probably unprecedented. Your other little brother must be under a lot of pressure, right? Itachi was silent for a moment before slowly saying, his path is different from mine, and different from Sasuke's. Power itself is neither right nor wrong. What matters is the person using that power, and the goal he pursues. Goal? Kisame gave a rough chuckle. He is Konoha's big hero right now. He even made more than 200 million ryo for the village. That goal sounds pretty right to me. However, will someone with that kind of power really be willing to stay beneath others and obey the orders of those mediocre higher-ups? Itachi-san, you understand the Uchiha better than I do. And you understand your little brothers better too, don't you? Itachi did not answer that question. He closed his eyes again. That was exactly what he had always been worried about. If Yao truly became dissatisfied with the village higher-ups and ended up clashing with them, that was not a consequence Itachi wanted to see. Has the organization updated its intel? Itachi changed the subject. It has. Kisame put away the scroll. The leader told us to keep a closer watch on him, but for now not to make contact on our own. Your little brother has already been listed as a key observation target. I'm actually a little curious what it would look like if you brothers fought each other. Chim. That should be pretty interesting. Yao had no idea that his battle in the land of hot water had already stirred up a huge storm across the entire ninja world. To him, it had felt more like an ordinary mission, testing his strength a bit, while also helping the village take care of some trouble. When he returned to the Uchiha residence, a familiar smell of food drifted out from the kitchen. Lord Yao, you're back. Karen rushed out wearing an apron, still holding a spatula in her hand. Her red hair bounced lightly, and her face was full of excitement and joy. Welcome back. Dinner will be ready soon. Did everything go smoothly this time? It was fine. Yao rubbed her hair. You worked hard, Karen. Not hard at all. Not hard at all. Karen hurriedly shook her head, her face reddening a little. Then she turned and ran back into the kitchen, her steps clearly lighter than before. Yao smiled, then turned his head to look at Sasuke standing under the corridor. Little Pillar still had that cool expression on his face, but he was staring at Yao without blinking, his gaze a little complicated. There was excitement, shock, admiration, anxiety, urgency, and also a trace of loss that was hard to describe. Yao walked over and flicked Sasuke on the forehead. What are you spacing out for? Why are you looking at your brother like that? Is there a flower on my face? Sasuke rubbed his forehead with some annoyance and said in a low voice, the rumors in the village are true? You really defeated the 4th Raikage and the 8 Tails Jinchuriki? Yao raised a brow a little surprised. Even you know already? The news spread that fast? What do you mean even I know? Sasuke's tone was complicated. The whole village knows by now, from ninja to ordinary villagers. Everyone's talking about it. They're saying you're Konoha's new hero. He said the last few words somewhat awkwardly, but his eyes were bright. Oh? Yao stroked his chin thoughtfully. Looks like this time, the village higher-ups didn't deliberately suppress the news. Based on his understanding of Konoha's usual style, especially during the rule of the 3rd Hokage Hiruzen Sarutobi, incidents like this, where one person's power was highlighted too much and could threaten the status of the higher-ups, were usually handled quietly, or even deliberately downplayed. Unless that person was the 3rd Hokage's personally chosen successor, only then would it be promoted everywhere until everyone knew about it. As an Uchiha, even if he made enormous contributions, in theory they should still have been downplayed. But now Tsunade was in charge, and her style was clearly different from before. To be honest, Yao quite liked Tsunade's style. He didn't care much about that little bit of fame, but if he made contributions and didn't get what he deserved, he would definitely be unhappy. Good thing Tsunade wasn't the 3rd. Alright, enough about that. Yao waved his hand and pulled a storage scroll out of his ninja pouch. Atudo, come take a look. Guess what local specialty your big brother brought back for you this time? Local specialty? Sasuke frowned. What local specialty could Mangekyo possibly have? Seafood from the land of lightning? Ore? Yao didn't explain further. He formed a simple unsealing hand sign. Bang! A burst of white smoke scattered. What appeared was a neatly stacked pile of scrolls in different colors, more than a dozen of them. Sasuke's pupils shrank slightly as he casually picked one up. The moment he saw the opening text and illustrated notes on the scroll, his whole body jolted and froze in place. Lightning Release Chakra Mode. Lightning Release Active Meridian Flow Diagram. Basic Condensation Techniques for Lightning Armor. Sasuke's voice trembled as he looked at Yao, his eyes wide open. Teach this. This is Mangekyo's secret lightning release technique. Brother, how do you have this? Yao nodded. I beat the Raikage and Killer Bee, and while I was at it, I had them hand over their lightning release secret techniques. These are copies. Of course Sasuke knew who Yao had demanded those secret techniques for. He specialized in lightning release. The advancement of Chidori, along with changes in lightning release form and nature, had always been his core direction. These secret techniques, inherited from the highest traditions of the land of lightning, were treasures whose value simply couldn't be measured in money. Sasuke's throat moved. After a long while, he finally looked up and awkwardly forced out 2 words. Thank you. Thank me for what? Yao flicked him on the forehead again. You're my little brother. If I don't give good stuff to you, who else would I give it to? Listen. From now on, besides continuing to deepen your Chidori, your other training focus should be lightning release chakra mode. Especially lightning release chakra mode. It uses lightning release chakra to rapidly activate the cells throughout your whole body. Not only can it greatly increase your explosive power, speed, and reaction time, it can also fundamentally strengthen your physical body and vitality. This is good stuff for building your foundation. Sasuke fell into thought. Didn't you keep wanting to learn Sage Mode? Yao continued. The Sage Modes of the 3 Great Holy Lands all work on the same basic principle, absorbing natural energy. But their entry requirements and training focus are still different. The Sage Arts of Mount Myaboku demand an extremely high amount of chakra. If your chakra isn't enough, it's very hard to balance natural energy. It's easy to turn to stone and become a stone frog. So Naruto is very suitable for training in the Sage Arts of Mount Myaboku. As for Ryuchi Cave's Snake Sage Mode, the demands on the user's physical strength and toughness are extremely harsh. If the body isn't tough enough, forget absorbing natural energy. It might even suffer a backlash from the violent natural energy instead. As for the Slug Sage Arts of Shikatsu Forest, there was too little information on them, so Yao didn't know the exact training threshold either. But Yao boldly guessed that it was probably related to the body's recovery ability. Yao pointed at the scroll in Sasuke's hand and calmly instructed. So, train your lightning release chakra mode to a certain level as soon as possible and build up your physical foundation. Once your body strength meets the standard, I'll take you to Ryuchi Cave to train in Ryuchi Cave's Sage Mode. Yao's relationship with Ryuchi Cave was extremely good now, even better than Orochimaru's. He could be considered Ryuchi Cave's representative in the ninja world. Similar to the relationship between Jiraiya and Mount Myaboku, taking Sasuke to Ryuchi Cave to train Sage Mode wouldn't be a problem. Sasuke felt his emotions surge. Sage Mode. He had seen Yao's Sage Mode before, and knew it was a powerful natural sage art that went beyond the normal ninjutsu system. And his brother had not only obtained the lightning release secret technique most suitable for building his foundation for him, he had even paved the road for his future Sage Mode training. Sasuke nodded hard and tightened his grip on the scroll in his hand. I understand. I'll master it as soon as possible. Midnight. Everything was silent. Sasuke had long since fallen asleep in the next room, his breathing steady. Yao sat cross-legged alone in the room, completely without any sleepiness. While silently refining chakra, he calculated the time in his heart and waited in silence. Tick, tock. The old-fashioned wall clock moved at an unhurried pace, letting out steady sounds. Finally, the hour hand and minute hand gently overlapped at the very top of the clock face, and Yao's breathing paused almost imperceptibly for a moment. It was 0 o'clock. He was 13 years old. Yao closed his eyes, and his mind sank deep into his consciousness. A pale blue translucent screen quietly appeared. Host, Uchiha Yo, age, 13. Chakra amount, beyond Kage level. Chakra attributes, fire, wind, lightning, water, earth, yin, yang, modes. Sage Mode, Kurama Mode, Kekkei Genkai, Mangekyo Sharingan, Uchiha Shursui, Kodo Amitsukami Puppet, Kodo Amitsukami Light, Would Release, Senju Hashirama, Physique, Sage Body, Senju Hashirama, Ninjutsu. Basic 3 techniques, Shadow Clone Jutsu, Flying Thunder God Technique, Fire Release Ninjutsu, 108 types, Rinnegan. Chidori Yao did not linger on the status panel for long. With a slight movement of his thoughts, he said, System, begin the annual draw. The pale blue screen trembled lightly, and all the attribute information instantly faded away like ripples on water and disappeared. In its place was a slowly rotating phantom roulette wheel. The wheel began to spin. Very quickly, it turned into a dazzling golden wheel of light. Yao held his breath and focused all his attention, staring without blinking at the rapidly spinning wheel of light. A few seconds later, stop! The golden wheel of light began to slow down, and in the end, came to a complete stop. The pointer settled firmly on a certain sector of the wheel. Swish! A striking line of text slowly appeared in the center of the screen. Ding! Congratulations, host! You have obtained Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, Uchiha Madara. Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan? Yao froze slightly. Madara's eyes? This reward. How should he put it? If he had drawn this a year ago, Yao definitely would have been overjoyed. The Eternal Mangekyo meant ocular power beyond an ordinary Mangekyo. It meant no risk of blindness. It meant stronger exclusive eye techniques and the complete body Susanoo. But he already had a sage body, had mastered Would Release, and had transplanted Shursui-s Mangekyo Sharingan. And he could already successfully use the complete body Susanoo. Although the Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan could unlock new eye techniques, the boost to his overall strength wasn't that great anymore. At most, it was icing on the cake, not help in the snow. So, Yao was actually pretty disappointed with Madara's pair of eyes. How great would it have been if he had drawn the Rinnegan directly? Unfortunately, there was no if. The only thing Yao was looking forward to now was whether, With this pair of eternal Mangekyo, it could evolve into the Rinnegan. Before, Yao had planned to evolve Shurisui's Mangekyo Sharingan. But he had failed. Now that he had Madara's eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, could it succeed? Forget it. No matter how much he thought about it, it was useless. Yao shook his head and cast aside the distracting thoughts. Let us fuse it first. The command was issued. A cold energy exploded inside Yao's eyes. Immediately after, piercing agony spread from his eyes deep into his brain. The blood vessels around his eye sockets bulged and throbbed uncontrollably, and an unnatural red color spread beneath the skin. New neural pathways and chakra structures were being formed. Who knew how much time had passed? The piercing pain receded like a tide, replaced by an indescribable sense of fullness, completeness, and control. Yao slowly opened his eyes. Honestly speaking, there wasn't too much improvement in his field of vision, insight, dynamic vision, or perception of energy fluctuations. After all, Shurisui's Mangekyo Sharingan, after being strengthened by Six Paths Chakra, already had ocular power no weaker than an eternal Mangekyo. So in terms of vision, insight, dynamic vision, and even Susanoo, the improvement was minimal. What had truly changed was the eye techniques, Madara's exclusive eye techniques. With a thought from Yao, his eyes naturally changed. The three tomo quickly linked together, forming an entirely new pattern. It looked as if three tomo had been connected in some mysterious way, with faint ring-like ripples at the center. The whole thing gave off an ancient beauty filled with destruction. It was none other than the pattern of Uchiha Madara's eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. The pattern slowly rotated, releasing a heart-palpitating fluctuation of ocular power. At the same time, Yao obtained Madara's Mangekyo exclusive eye techniques. Kamamasubi, Ama no Miyashita. Kamamasubi. It can completely duplicate a part of oneself, creating one or more physical clones that are exactly identical to the original body. Different from shadow clones. These physical clones cannot be seen through by ordinary sensory methods or eye techniques, because they are complete replicas. So, when Uchiha Madara faked his death to deceive Senju Hashirama, then used a fake corpse to deceive Senju Tobarama, was he using Kamamasubi? And when Susanoo used clones, was that Kamamasubi too? The deepest impression Uchiha Madara left on Yao was not becoming the Ten Tails Jinchuriki, nor reaching the Six Paths level, and definitely not getting stabbed through the heart by Black Zetsu, that greatest filial son in history. It was the scene of him fighting the allied shinobi forces all by himself, and using Susanoo clones to completely crush the 5 Kage. Susanoo clones. In the entire Naruto world, this was a method unique to Madara alone. No one else, whether Itachi or Sasuke, could do it. So, the reason Madara could use Susanoo clones was because of the eye technique Kamamasubi, the second eye technique, Ama no Mahashira. This was an eye technique that greatly amplified the nature and scale of ninjutsu. Its effect was this: whenever Uchiha Madara used any form of release technique, he could greatly increase the chakra scale and nature intensity of that jutsu. As a result, the range and size of the ninjutsu would explode geometrically. For example, an ordinary B-rank fire release, Great Fireball Jutsu. After being amplified by Ama no Mahashira, it could expand into a sea of flames. Amplifying ninjutsu. Yao couldn't help but sigh in amazement. Eminaminaka wasn't Sage Mode, but the boost it could achieve was on the same level as Sage Mode. No wonder Madara never mastered Sage Mode. It wasn't that he couldn't. He just didn't want to, and there was no need. With Madara's strength at his peak, mastering Sage Mode would have been no difficulty at all. Even if Mount Mayaboku and Shikatsu Forest were unwilling to accept Uchiha Madara, Ryuchi Cave probably wouldn't have refused him. What a pity. These two exclusive dojutsu were basically as good as chicken ribs to me. For ninjutsu amplification, I already have Sage Mode. For Susanoo clones, I already have Wood clones. Tasteless to keep, but a shame to throw away. Yao shook his head. Now the only hope is whether Madara's pair of eternal eyes can evolve into the Rinnegan. Let's try it. Yao got up and went to Sasuke's room next door, then woke the second pillar up. What is it? Sasuke opened his eyes groggily and muttered in dissatisfaction. Get up. Lend me some chakra. Yao kept it short and direct. Again, Sasuke jolted awake and propped himself up, his eyes full of vigilance. You're not planning to drain me dry again, are you? I don't want to experience that weakness from last time again. It won't make you that miserable this time. Yao explained. I'll completely strip your chakra away first and store it. After I extract what I need, I'll return it to you exactly as it was. At most, you'll just feel empty of chakra for a while in the middle. Sasuke stared at Yao for a few seconds, confirming he wasn't joking. Then he let out a resigned sigh. He fell backward and lay flat on the bed, spreading both arms, looking completely like meat on the chopping block. Hurry up. Finish it fast. I still need to sleep. Relax. It'll be quick. This time, Yao was already familiar with the process. First, he used vines to draw out all of Sasuke's chakra and injected it into a wooden sphere for storage. Then he used the self-cursing seal to completely lock down the flow of chakra inside Sasuke's body. The preparations were complete. Yao controlled the vines and once again touched that Indra chakra that clung to Sasuke like a shadow. The moment the vines made contact, a hint of surprise flashed through Yao's eyes. Indra's chakra was exactly the same as before the last extraction. The 1/3 he had painstakingly stripped away last time had actually recovered on its own during this period and filled itself back in. So it recovered. Understanding dawned on Yao. Looks like my guess was right. Indra's chakra really does have some kind of self-recovery mechanism. Or rather, it draws nourishment from the host to maintain its own completeness. Otherwise, after reincarnating for 1,000 years, it should have long since scattered away. The fact that it can survive all the way until now. This is probably the key. But recovery is a good thing. A very good thing. The corner of Yao's mouth curled slightly. If it could recover, that meant he could keep harvesting it endlessly. He no longer hesitated and controlled the vines to begin extracting at full force. Buzz. The familiar resistance erupted. Ancient azure lightning burst out, even more violent than last time. The crackling lightning exploded through the silent room, sounding especially sharp, while the vines were continuously blasted black and shattered. But Yao had come prepared. Chakra flowed in an endless supply, and fresh vines surged forward one after another. The tug-of-war began again. Again and again the lightning destroyed the vines. Again and again, the vines regrew. The amount of Indra chakra kept being worn down in the resistance. Finally, when the resisting lightning weakened and its frequency dropped, Yao seized the opportunity and suddenly exerted force. Come here. Another roughly 1/3 of Indra chakra was forcibly stripped away. It was swiftly sealed into another specially made wood-release sphere. Dense sealing runes immediately surfaced across the wooden ball's surface, completely suppressing the agitation inside. Yao let out a long breath, cut off all the connections, and removed the self-cursing seal from Sasuke. Finally, he returned all of Sasuke's own chakra to him. All right, go back to sleep. Your bro won't bother you anymore. Yao patted Sasuke on the shoulder, turned around, and left the room. Feeling his strength return to his body, Sasuke muttered, "Can you do this in the daytime next time?" "Sure." Yao returned to his own room. Looking at the wooden sphere containing 1/3 of Indra chakra, his heart filled with anticipation. The materials were complete. Whether it could evolve into the Rinnegan or not would depend on this very moment. Yao guided the Indra chakra out of the sealed wooden sphere and fused it with the Azura chakra inside his own body. Just like last time, after these two chakras, born from the same source yet opposed for 1,000 years, came into contact, they formed Six Paths chakra. Don't disappoint me. Yao guided the Six Paths chakra and slowly sent it toward Uchiha Madara's eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. The moment the chakra touched his eyes, that familiar sensation came rushing in again. Buzz. The ocular power inside the eternal Mangekyo began to skyrocket, purify, and strengthen at an astonishing speed. Insight, clarity of vision, perception of energy flow. Every attribute related to ocular power was leaping upward. But that was all. The ocular power kept increasing without end. Yet the eternal Mangekyo showed no sign of leaping toward a higher level or undergoing any fundamental transformation. Six Paths chakra continued pouring in endlessly, but aside from making the ocular power stronger, it caused no essential change. Second by second, time passed. Yao's brows slowly furrowed. The situation was strikingly similar to when he had infused Shirsue's Mangekyo last time. Could it fail again? Yao's heart sank. Just then, a sudden change erupted. Yao abruptly felt both of his eyes tremble violently. It was as if something inside had been stirred, awakened, and had begun struggling to break out of its shell. At the same time, a strange alternating sensation of expansion and contraction came from his eyeballs, carrying a slight numb itch and stinging pain. It was completely different from Shirsue's case, where only ocular power had increased. Is this fetal movement? When Tonari Otsutsuki took Hanabi's eyes and her Byakugan evolved into the Tensigan, there had also been fetal movement during the process. So, would the Sharingan also have fetal movement while evolving into the Rinnegan? Whether it was fetal movement or not, this was undoubtedly a good sign. Suppressing his joy, Yao immediately stopped injecting Six Paths chakra. He switched on the bedside lamp, picked up a small mirror from the nightstand, focused and looked at his own eyes. He saw that his originally scarlet eyeballs had revealed an extremely faint, nearly transparent pale violet color, and deep within the pupils, the originally intricate and sinister pattern belonging to the eternal Mangekyo had disappeared. In its place were faint concentric ripple circles. The Rinnegan, although the color was extremely pale, and the ripples so faint they almost seemed like an illusion, that unique shape and feeling were incredibly similar to the legendary features of the Rinnegan described in rumor. However, the scene in the mirror lasted for less than 2 seconds. The pale violet quickly faded, replaced once more by that sinister blood red. The concentric ripple circles deep within the pupils also vanished without a trace. as if erased by a rubber. But there wasn't the slightest disappointment on Yao's face. Instead, he was extremely excited. There's hope. There really is hope. Madara's eternal Mangekyo Sharingan really can evolve into the Rinnegan, Yao muttered in a low voice. The last time he infused Uchiha Yo's Mangekyo with 6 paths chakra, other than the rapid increase in ocular power, there hadn't been any change at all. There hadn't even been the slightest similar sign. With the two cases compared like this, the conclusion couldn't be more obvious. The 6 paths chakra in Madara's pair of eternal Mangekyo Sharingan really did have the possibility of evolving into the Rinnegan. That fleeting flash of purple and ripple patterns just now was the best proof. So what came next became very simple. Yao put down the mirror, and the light in his eyes was brighter than the lamp itself. He only needed to keep pouring 6 paths chakra into them without stop, letting it accumulate, transform, and catalyze. Given enough quantitative change, qualitative change would eventually follow. The Rinnegan was not out of reach. Next, Yao once again guided the 6 paths chakra formed through fusion inside his body and continuously poured it into his eyes. How long would these eyes need before they could truly complete their evolution and become the Rinnegan? Yao muttered softly to himself. After the battle at the Valley of the End, Madara had obtained a piece of Hashirama Senju's flesh and transplanted it onto himself. After that, he hid his name and concealed himself in the shadows of the ninja world. He went through long, endless years, and only when he was already old and near death did he finally awaken the Rinnegan before his last breath. Madara had only obtained a small amount of Ajura chakra, then spent an extremely long time slowly fusing and catalyzing it. So his eye-awakening process had been unbelievably slow, nearly draining all of the rest of his lifespan. Compared to that, Yao's conditions were far better than Uchiha Madara's. I already possess a large amount of Ajura chakra in my body. On top of that, I can continuously borrow Indra chakra from Sasuke. In other words, I can steadily generate 6 paths chakra and pour large amounts of it into the eternal Mangekyo for catalyzation. This kind of stability and continuity is far beyond Madara's one-time supply and time-grinding method. So, theoretically speaking, the time for me to awaken these eyes should be drastically shorter than Uchiha Madara's. Yao was fairly confident. He estimated that maybe in a few months, or at most 1 or 2 years, he should start seeing results. However, reality was a little unexpected. Even with such outstanding conditions, even with a constant stream of 6 paths chakra being infused, the Rinnegan awakening process was still maddeningly slow. Time passed. Before he knew it, 2 years had gone by. The Uchiha clan district, by the Nakano River. The river water flowed gently. Afternoon sunlight passed through the sparse leaves overhead and scattered broken gold across the surface. Yao sat by the riverbank holding a fishing rod and leisurely fishing. Only now, his eyes were covered with a strip of black cloth. Not far away, Karen crouched beside a stove, carefully turning the grilled fish and brushing sauce on them from time to time. Several cleaned river fish sizzled on the grill, their skins roasted golden, giving off an enticing aroma. After 2 years, Karen had grown up quite a bit too. Her figure had become slender and graceful, and her long red hair was tied into a neat ponytail. The childishness had faded from her face, replaced by a delicate gentleness. One was fishing, one was grilling fish. With the river murmuring and the grass a vivid green, it formed a harmonious picture. Yao, Karen. A lively voice broke the stillness by the river. Naruto came charging out from between the trees, a bright smile on his face, his blonde hair flying wildly as he ran. Kakashi followed behind him with both hands in his pockets, walking at an unhurried pace, still looking as lazy and casual as ever.
Naruto-kun.
Kakashi-sensei. Karen immediately smiled and stood up to greet them. Yao also slightly turned his head and looked toward the direction the voices came from. Naruto, Kakashi-sensei, what brings you here today? Hehe, I just got back from Mount Myaboku, so I came to see you guys. Naruto ran over to Yao in a few quick steps, then leaned in curiously and stared at the cloth covering his eyes. Yao, what happened to your eyes? Did you get hurt? It's nothing serious. Yao smiled, his tone relaxed. My eyes haven't been feeling too great lately. The doctor said I should avoid strong light and rest for a while, so I've covered them up for now. That was naturally just an excuse he made up on the spot. In reality, over the past few months, the fetal movement in his eyes had been getting more and more frequent. At first, it had only happened once every few days. Recently, it had started happening dozens of times a day. His vision had been affected because of it, sometimes blurry, sometimes clear, so Yao simply covered his eyes altogether. Because of that, over the past 2 years, Yao had kept a low profile and rarely gone out. Yao had a strong intuition that the Rinnegan's final transformation had already reached its last, most critical stage. As long as he could safely get through this unstable period of fetal movement, the true Rinnegan would fully awaken. Are you really okay? Naruto looked worried. How about having Granny Tsunade take a look? Relax. I know what I'm doing. Yao waved his hand, signaling that it was fine. Seeing how certain Yao was, Naruto relaxed as well. He turned his head and looked around, but didn't he see the familiar figure? Whereas Sasuke? He not back from Ryuchi Cave yet? Not yet. Yao shook his head. But it should be soon. Judging by the time, there should be news in the next couple of days. 2 months earlier, Naruto had been taken to Mount Myaboku by Jiraiya and had officially begun training in Sage Mode. And Sasuke, who had always seen Naruto as his rival, naturally refused to fall behind. So Yao simply sent him to Ryuchi Cave to train in Sage Mode. So, Naruto? Yao looked at him with a smile. You've trained at Mount Myaboku for 2 months. How's your Sage Mode coming along? The moment Yao brought up Sage Mode, Naruto immediately puffed out his chest, lifted his chin and put on a proud look. Of course, Naruto forcefully slapped his chest. I went through special training with Fukasaku Sennin, and now I've completely mastered Sage Mode. My strength's gone way up too. Even Shima Sennin said I've got more talent than Pervy Sage. That wasn't he boasting. His Sage Mode really was far more perfect than Jiraiya's. Seeing Naruto looking like his tail was practically sticking up to the sky, Yao spoke in a lightly teasing, provocative tone. Oh, your strength's gone way up? Talking alone won't prove anything. How about it, wanna spar and give it a try? Let me and Kakashi-sensei see Mount Myaboku's Sage Mode for ourselves. Bring it on. Who's scared of who? Naruto had been worrying there wouldn't be a chance to show it off, so when he heard that, he immediately rolled up his sleeves. But are your eyes really okay? Relax. To deal with you, I won't even need to go myself. Yao smiled slightly as a wood clone grew out from his body. The wood clone rolled its wrists, then grinned at Naruto. To deal with the current you, this clone of mine should be enough. What the heck? You're only using a wood clone. Fine then. I'll show you just how strong my Sage Mode is. Naruto and the wood clone walked over to an open stretch of sandy ground. The two stood facing each other. Here I come. Naruto let out a low shout and brought his hands together in front of his chest. His expression focused as natural energy slowly gathered around him. Orange-red pigmentation gradually appeared around Naruto's eyes, and his pupils changed into horizontal toad-like slits. Sage Mode. Activate. Almost at the same time, Yao's wood clone made the exact same motion. Dragon horns grew from its head. Its hair rapidly turned white, and pigmentation appeared around its eyes, the standard Ryuchi Cave Sage Mode. Ha! The two moved at the same time. Neither of them used any ninjutsu. This was a pure clash of taijutsu. Naruto, after entering Sage Mode, had his speed, strength, reflexes, and sensory abilities boosted across the board. Chakra burst from beneath his feet, and he vanished from where he stood in an instant, leaving only a shallow footprint in the sand. The next moment, he appeared on the left side of the wood clone, and threw a clean, sharp, straight punch at its face with a howl of breaking wind. As if it had expected it all along, the wood clone shifted slightly to the side, raised an arm and precisely blocked the punch. Bang! Fist and arm collided with a dull impact. A shockwave burst outward, stirring the hair in front of both their foreheads. With one strike missing, Naruto's movements didn't pause in the slightest. Fists, elbows, knees, and legs turned into a non-stop storm of attacks, launching a fierce assault from every angle. Every hit was heavy, fast, and ruthless, fully displaying the physical enhancement brought by Sage Mode. Facing this storm-like barrage, the wood clone remained completely at ease. Its footwork wasn't large, but it was exceptionally precise and agile. Every movement was just right, either dodging Naruto's attacks or redirecting the strongest force behind them. Block, evade, parry, and the occasional counterattack. Every move was simple and efficient without a single bit of waste. It could always predict the trajectory and changes in Naruto's attacks ahead of time. Bang, 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 bang. The dense sounds of fists and kicks colliding rang non-stop across the riverbank. The two figures moved and crossed through the open ground at high speed. The currents of air they stirred up blew the surrounding grass and trees into disarray. After attacking for so long without success, the unwillingness to lose in Naruto's heart only grew stronger, and his attacks became even more ferocious. But no matter how he changed his rhythm or increased his power, the wood clone steadily took every attack and returned precise counters, leaving Naruto tied down at every turn. So strong. Karen, watching from not far away, couldn't help but whisper in amazement. Whether it was Naruto or the wood clone, both were so fast they were leaving afterimages. Her eyes couldn't keep up at all. Kakashi had both hands in his pockets, and at some point, that Sharingan of his had quietly opened. He silently evaluated in his heart. Naruto's growth really is astonishing. The boost Sage Mode gives to basic abilities is practically game-changing. But this little clone of Yao's, its control over power, its grasp of battle rhythm, and that near-instinctive prediction. It's like a veteran who has been tempered through countless real battles. Is this the absolute gap in fundamentals and experience? After failing to break through for so long, Naruto realized that relying on taijutsu alone probably wouldn't be enough to shake the wood clone in front of him. So he leaped back to open some distance. Yao! I'm using senjutsu now. Sage art. Big Ball Rasengan. A big ball Rasengan several times larger than an ordinary Rasengan rapidly formed, dragging a dazzling tail of light behind it. Like a falling miniature star, it slammed fiercely toward Yao's wood clone. The wood clone stayed calm, only lightly clapping its hands together in front of its chest. Sage Art. Wood Release. Hobie Technique. Rumble. The ground split open, and a gigantic wooden shield engraved with a vicious demon face burst out of the earth and stood in front of it. Boom! The big ball Rasengan smashed heavily into the demon-faced shield. Blinding blue light and wooden splinters exploded at the same time. Violent chakra turbulence blasted outward in all directions, forcefully scraping a thick layer off the surrounding ground. The shield shook violently, and cracks appeared on its surface. But in the end, it didn't shatter. It blocked the fierce strike. It's not over yet. Sage Art. Big Ball Rasengan Serial. Naruto wasn't discouraged in the slightest. He gathered 2 big ball Rasengan at the same time in both hands and smashed them over again. Sage Art. Wood Release. Wood Locking Wall. The wood clone brought both hands together. The ground in front of it and on both sides instantly rose up, forming semicircular, arched wooden walls. Like flower petals closing, they protected it in the center. Bang bang! The 2 Rasengan exploded almost at the same time. The wood locking wall was blasted until wood chips flew everywhere and the whole structure shook violently. But it still held firm. Damn it! Then try this. Sage Art. Wind Release. Rasen Shuriken. Naruto's eyes sharpened. He infused Wind Release nature transformation into the big ball Rasengan. A Rasen Shuriken rapidly formed, its edges extending countless sharp chakra blades, spinning at high speed while giving off a piercing shriek. After 2 years of training, Naruto had not only mastered the big ball Rasengan, but also the Rasen Shuriken. That alone showed just how solid Naruto's training had been over the past 2 years. And that was only normal. With Yao as motivation, plus Minato Namikaze and Jiraiya supervising and guiding him, Naruto's progress really had been fast. The Rasen Shuriken flew from his hand, tearing the air apart and plowing deep trenches into the ground with its aftershock. The power of this strike had already reached the level of an S-rank jutsu. Facing this ultimate wind release attack, one capable of slicing and pulverizing everything, the wood clone finally stopped relying on pure defense. Sage Art. Wood Release. Wood Human Technique. Rumble. A wooden humanoid rose from the ground and stood directly in the Rasen Shuriken's flight path. The wood human roared, and its massive fist fearlessly swung forward, smashing straight into the destructive wind release shuriken. Boom boom boom. The Rasen Shuriken and the wood human's fist collided head-on. The screeching friction and explosions were earth-shaking. The wood human's fist, and even half of its arm, rapidly broke apart under the Rasen Shuriken's cutting force, turning to dust. But its huge body also forcibly stopped the Rasen Shuriken's advance, and in the end, completely cancelled it out. Smoke and dust quickly spread everywhere. The wood human was damaged and broken, but it still stood tall. After using so many high-consumption sage techniques in a row, even Naruto, with his enormous chakra reserves, was starting to feel the strain. Naruto breathed a little heavily. He looked at the completely unharmed wood clone, then looked at the considerable amount of chakra he had used up. He wiped away some sweat. An expression of unwillingness and helplessness appeared on his face. His shoulders slumped, and he released Sage Mode. I'm done, Naruto shouted, dropping down onto the ground with a thump. You wooden lump are way too hard. I can't break you no matter what. I'm exhausted. Looking at the wood clone across from him, Naruto couldn't help but wail. Yao, you freak. I can't even deal with one wood clone of yours. Is there even any justice in this? Yao withdrew the wood clone. Hearing Naruto's yelling, he couldn't help but laugh. Your strength has already improved fast enough over the past 2 years. Sage Mode. Big Ball Rasengan. Wind Release Shuriken. Which one of those isn't a trump card? Keep working hard. Maybe one day you really will surpass me. Naruto's current strength was already extremely powerful. As long as he reconciled with the Ninetales and mastered Ninetales mode, he would completely enter his peak period. TCH. Naruto curled his lips, then suddenly leaned in a little closer and looked at Yao in confusion. By the way, Yao, you haven't really fought seriously much at all in these past 2 years. You've been acting all mysterious every day. So just how strong are you now? When Kakashi heard that, he couldn't help showing a bit of curiosity too. 2 years ago, Yao had defeated the 4th Raikage and the 8 Tails Jinchuriki, already displaying unmatched strength. Some people in the ninja world had even started calling him the strongest in the ninja world, the 2nd Uchiha Yo. Now that 2 years had passed, Kakashi was also curious, just how far had this disciple of his reached now? Facing the probing gazes of the two of them, Yao only smiled faintly. How far had he reached? Over these past 2 years, although most of his focus had been placed on the evolution of the Rinnegan, he hadn't neglected his training in other areas at all. The 8 Gates, Sage Mode, and would release training had all advanced side by side. Even though he still hadn't truly undergone a qualitative transformation and broken through to the 6 paths level. But his mastery, fusion, and application of all his abilities had already reached a flawless level. Could be said that over the past 2 years, Yao had done a very good job consolidating himself. His combat power had truly reached the peak Super Kage tier. How far exactly? Yao stroked his chin and revealed a faintly amused smile. Probably to the point where I can fight pain without opening the 8 gates, and beat up a tailed beast without shouting 1 bag of rice how many floors? Naruto didn't understand a single word, but somehow it still felt insanely impressive. The corner of Kakashi's mouth twitched. What the hell was 1 bag of rice how many floors? And what kind of thing was pain? Seeing the confused looks on their faces, Yao laughed. Alright, stop guessing. For now, it's enough. Just then, an Umbu appeared at the edge of the training ground. The Umbu dropped to one knee, and his voice came through the mask. By the Hokage's order, Hatake Kakashi, Uzumaki Naruto, and Uchiha Yo are to report to the Hokage building immediately. The Hokage summoned us? Kakashi, Naruto, and Yao exchanged looks, all a little puzzled. Yao clicked his tongue regretfully. Well then, no grilled fish for us. Kakashi straightened up. We can eat grilled fish anytime. Let us go. Don't keep the Hokage waiting. Got it. Naruto also put away his smile, his expression turning serious. Yao nodded toward Karen in the distance, then turned and left. The 3 of them didn't delay any longer and quickly arrived at the top floor of the Hokage building. When they pushed open the door to the Hokage's office, the atmosphere inside was rather heavy. It was still the same familiar faces. Tsunade, Nara Shikaku, and the 2 Hokage advisors seated to the side. Lord Hokage, advisors, Mr. Shikaku. The 3 greeted them. Tsunade waved off the formalities and got straight to the point, her tone grave. We just received a request for aid from Tsunagakure. The Akatsuki attacked Tsunagakure. The 5th Kazekage has been taken by the Akatsuki, and his whereabouts are unknown. Tsunagakure has suffered heavy losses and is unable to carry out the rescue alone, so they have formally requested Konoha as support. What? Naruto suddenly looked up. Gaara was captured? Tsunade nodded heavily. The Akatsuki's objective is very clear. Gaara is the Jinchuriki of the One-Tail, Shikaku. They are capturing Jinchuriki in order to extract the tailed beasts. Gaara is likely in grave danger already. Damn it! Naruto slammed his fist into the nearby wall, furious beyond control. He remembered that guy from the Chunin exams, someone just like him. Gaara had finally earned everyone's acknowledgement and become the Kazekage, and now those Akatsuki bastards. Tsunade looked at the furious Naruto, understanding how he felt. But very quickly she turned to Yao. Can you go on this mission? The question came a little abruptly. Over the past 2 years, she had officially promoted Yao to Jonin, but he had hardly taken any missions at all. Most of the time, he stayed deep inside the Uchiha clan grounds and rarely came out. Because of that, rumors had gradually begun spreading through the village that something had gone wrong with Uchiha Yo's eyes, and he was unable to take missions. As for what exactly was going on with Yo's eyes, Tsunade wasn't very sure. But according to the speculation of the 2 advisors, it was most likely that overuse of the Mangekyo had caused his vision to decline severely, perhaps even to the edge of blindness, so he was recovering in seclusion. So unless absolutely necessary, Tsunade didn't want to trouble Yao either. But this time it was the Akatsuki. Tsunade hoped Yao could come out and hold the line. Hearing that, Yao smiled. Lady Tsunade, I've been holing up in the village for almost 3 years. I'm practically growing mold. Perfect timing. I can use this chance to go out, stretch a little and move my body. Otherwise, people might really think I retired early and started living out my old age. You're sure? Tsunade stared at him. Your eyes really aren't a problem? It's fine. Better than ever. Yao shook his head. I can see even more clearly than before. If I look at the hairs on an ant's legs, I can even tell male from female. He was telling the truth. The fetal movements in his eyes were becoming more and more frequent, causing his vision to be affected. Sometimes clear, sometimes blurry. But he didn't only have 1 pair of eyes. Yao's slightly exaggerated answer made Utatane Koharu and Mitokado Hamura flash a trace of surprise in their eyes. This brat had his eyes covered, and he was still trying to act tough? Alright. Tsunade stopped hesitating and made the decision on the spot. In that case, Kakashi, Naruto, Yao, you 3, along with Team 8, will form the rescue squad. Kakashi will serve as captain. Prepare immediately and head to Tsunagakure at top speed. Investigate the situation and do everything possible to rescue the 5th Kazekage. Gaara. Team 8, both Yao and Naruto froze for a moment. Just then, the office door was pushed open, and Kurenai Yuhi walked in with Hinata, Sakura, Shino, and Kiba Inuzuka. The 4 gave Tsunade a slight bow. Lord Hokage. Team 8 has assembled. Sakura immediately looked toward Yao, her face full of surprise. Hinata secretly glanced at Yao, then lowered her head with a blush. Kiba grinned at Yao and Naruto, while Shino pushed up his sunglasses. Well then, a familiar lineup. After the group left the Hokage's office, Sakura immediately moved to Yao's side and asked worriedly, "Yao, are your eyes really okay now?" Ever since the Ninja Academy, Sakura had liked Yao, and that had never changed. Over these past 2 years, every time she returned to the village from a mission, she would find all kinds of excuses to visit the Uchiha clan grounds. She brought snacks, dango, flowers, and even helped clean up. She was so enthusiastic it was almost too much, to the point that even Yao had a hard time handling it. Still, Yao never rejected her, much less pushed her away. Why would he reject a young girl's sincere feelings? Anyway, Yao had never planned on getting married, nor had he planned on marrying only one woman. With genes as outstanding as his, if he didn't spread them around more, it would without question be a loss for the entire ninja world. Yao smiled. It's fine. Look, aren't I perfectly okay? That's good. Kakashi clapped his hands, drawing everyone's attention back. The situation is urgent. We probably don't have much time left. Everyone's expressions tightened. Mangekyo had been attacked, Gaara had been captured, and by the time Konoha received the request for aid, a long time had already passed. The situation was critical. The time left for them really was very limited. Kakashi looked toward Yao. This man had been on sick leave for more than 2 years, and the rumors about his eye condition had become wildly exaggerated. He needed to confirm his condition first. Yao, can your current state keep up with a long-distance rush? No problem, Kakashi-sensei. I wasn't planning on traveling with you anyway. Yao smiled, took out a specially made Flying Thunder God kunai from his ninja tool pouch, and casually tossed it to Naruto. Naruto, hold on to this. If you run into an emergency and need support, channel chakra into it, and I'll flash over to save the scene. Naruto caught the kunai. Seeing the familiar Flying Thunder God formula on it, his eyes lit up. Oh, got it. Over the past 2 years, he had trained under his dad's supervision and guidance. Even though he still hadn't learned the Flying Thunder God technique, he was very familiar with this. Kakashi also understood Yao's plan and couldn't help nodding. The Flying Thunder God technique really was the fastest mobility method. With Yao's eyes being inconvenient, using this to travel was just right. Then we'll head out first. Kakashi said no more and waved his hand. Yao, see you in Mangekyo. See you in Mangekyo. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Kakashi led the group as they sped toward the village gate, and very soon, Yao was the only one left in the hallway. Yao walked to the window and watched his companions quickly disappear into the distance. The smile on his face faded slightly. So the Akatsuki have already started capturing tailed beasts? They're moving pretty fast. Good. You all go catch the tailed beasts properly. My Rinnegan should be about ready to complete its final transformation. The Rinnegan was never just a visual jutsu. It was the key and stepping stone to reaching the 6 paths level. Only with the Rinnegan could one control the demonic statue of the outer path, reseal the chakra of the 9 scattered tailed beasts, and ultimately revive the 10 tails to become its Jinchuriki. This was the simplest known way to break through to the 6 paths level. That was Uchiha Madara's plan, and that was also how Uchiha Obito and that filial son Black Zetsu carried it out. What a coincidence. Yao was planning the exact same thing. With my current strength, once the Rinnegan fully awakens, and with the Mangekyo would release, Sage Jutsu, and 9 tails chakra mode on top of that, Yao's gaze turned deep. As long as the Akatsuki revives the 10 tails, I can take it for myself with ease. In the original story, after Madara was revived through Outer Path, Samsara of Heavenly Life Technique, how overwhelming was his presence. He completely dominated Naruto after Naruto entered Sage of 6 Paths Sage mode, casually ripped away the Yonkarama, and nearly sent Naruto off ahead of schedule. He easily crushed Sasuke even with the Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, beating him to the brink of death. When he faced Edo Tensei Hashirama Senju, he still suppressed him forcefully and even stole Hashirama's Senjutsu chakra. And in the end, he even summoned the demonic statue of the Outer Path and used 1 minute to reseal all 9-tailed beasts. Madara at that time was undoubtedly an invincible existence in the ninja world. And the current Yao was confident he was no weaker than Madara in that state. He possessed the Sage Body, Perfect would release, Shirsue's Mangekyo, and Uchiha Madara's Eternal Mangekyo. He had also mastered 9 tails mode, with chakra reserves close to limitless. His Taijutsu and Senjutsu had both reached the level of complete mastery. All the conditions were already in place. All he lacked was the final Rinnegan, and a ready-made 10 tails. It could be said that everything was prepared except the East Wind. As long as he got a 10 tails, he could break into the 6 paths level immediately. With that kind of strength, Yao had absolute confidence that he could snatch the 10 tails from Nagato and Obito, Akatsuki, Obito, and Black Zetsu hiding in the shadows. You've been scheming so hard to revive the 10 tails, but don't I want the same thing? Work hard. Everyone. Work hard collecting the tailed beasts. Work hard reviving the 10 tails. Whether I can shatter that threshold and reach the 6 paths level will depend entirely on your selfless contributions. So don't disappoint me. By the time Yao returned to the Uchiha clan compound, a tempting roasted aroma was already filling the air. Lord Yao, you're back. The grilled fish is just ready. Karen's eyes lit up as she quickly carried the plate to the dining table. Over these past 2 years, she had long since treated taking care of Yao's daily life and meals as her proper job, doing it with complete dedication. She put more heart into it than cultivation. You've worked hard. Yao nodded and sat down at the table. He then picked up his chopsticks, lifted a piece of fish roasted crisp on the outside and tender inside, sprinkled with fine salt and spices, and put it into his mouth. Not bad. The heat is just right. Yao narrowed his eyes in satisfaction. Karen's cooking was getting better and better. Her grilled fish was almost on par with the Akimichi clan's signature barbecue. Hearing Yao's praise, Karen beamed with joy, delighted. While enjoying the food, Yao called up his status panel. Host, Uchiha Yo, age, 15 years old. Chakra reserves. Tailed beast level. Chakra attributes. Fire, wind, lightning, water, earth, yin, yang. Modes. Sage mode. Kurama mode. Lightning release chakra mode. Kekkei Genkai. Mangekyo Sharingan. Uchiha Shursui. Kodo Amitsukami puppet. Kodo Amitsukami radiance. Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. Uchiha Madara. Kamamasubi. Aim no Mahashira. Would release. Senju Hashirama. Physique. Sage body. Senju Hashirama. Ninjutsu. Multiple shadow clone technique. Flying Thunder God technique. Fire release ninjutsu. 108 types. Rasengan series. Chidori series. 8 gates released formation. Edo Tensei. Summoning technique. Would release ninjutsu. 36 types. Dust release. Detachment of the primitive world technique. Weapons. Uchiha flame fan. Uchiha sickle. These were all of Yao's attributes. His chakra reserves had reached true tailed beast level. Even if Hashirama Senju at his peak were revived, Yao would still dare say he was not inferior. As for the later dust release, detachment of the primitive world technique, and the Uchiha flame fan and Uchiha sickle, those were obtained from the annual lottery draws on his 14th and 15th birthdays. The power of dust release needed no questioning.
Osho Kekkei Toto.
Could break down all things. Especially when used with Yao's current strength, its power was astonishing. Yao had done tests before. He could use dust release, detachment of the primitive world technique to destroy a wood clone's perfect Susanoo. As for the Uchiha flame fan and sickle, they were inherited divine weapons of the Uchiha clan, and also Uchiha Madara's exclusive weapons. But honestly, they looked cool. Sure, but they did not help Yao all that much. What a pity. For 2 years in a row, I still haven't drawn anything that could cause a qualitative change in my strength or let me step into the 6 paths level. Yao took a bite of grilled fish. Now I'm just counting on the Rinnegan. At Yao's current stage, the things that could truly cause a qualitative leap in his strength were only a few: the Rinnegan, the Tensigan, the Ten Tails, the Divine Tree Fruit, 6 paths Yin power, and 6 paths Yang power. But drawing things like those was no ordinary level of difficulty. He could only wait slowly. Time passed quickly, and in the blink of an eye, several more days went by. That afternoon, Yao sat by the Naka River, leisurely fishing. Sunlight spilled over the shimmering water, and the breeze carried the fresh scent of grass and river water. Not far away, under the shade of a tree, Karen was flipping through scrolls and studying sealing jutsu. Suddenly, Yao's hand holding the fishing rod paused slightly. A chakra fluctuation came from the specially made flying thunder god kunai he had given Naruto. So it's here. A smile curved at Yao's lips. He casually stuck the fishing rod into the riverbank, and his whole body vanished from the spot in an instant. The next second, Yao appeared directly in a completely different environment. Beside him was a bare mountain peak, and fierce winds howled. Not far ahead, 2 groups were facing off in tense confrontation. The atmosphere stretched taut like drawn blades. On one side were Akatsuki members wearing black cloaks with red clouds. There were 4 of them: Uchiha Itachi, Kisame Hashigaki, Sasori of the Red Sand, and Deidara. On the other side were Kakashi, Naruto, Team 8 led by Kurenai Yuhi, and Granny Chiyo who had come along with them. The 2 sides had clearly already run into each other and exchanged blows briefly. There were scorched marks on the ground and scattered puppet fragments, and the tension had reached the extreme. Yao's sudden appearance immediately drew everyone's attention. Yao! When Kakashi and the others saw Yao, they visibly let out a breath of relief. With Yao, the stabilizing pillar, here, the huge pressure of facing 4 Akatsuki members instantly lessened a lot. And the 4 Akatsuki members across from them all turned to look at him in unison. Oh ho! Kisame Hashigaki was the first to speak. He looked at Itachi beside him. Itachi-san. Looks like it's your little brother who came. Huh, but why are his eyes covered? TSK, his condition doesn't look too good. Yao's appearance right now was indeed somewhat unusual. His eyes were covered by a strip of black cloth, tied in a knot behind his head. Uchiha Yo. To others, It really did look like something had gone wrong with his eyes. Hearing Kisame's words, and seeing Yao with his eyes covered, a trace of sighing emotion flashed through the depths of Uchiha Itachi's eyes. Over the past 2 years, he had also heard some news about this younger brother of his through various channels. Rumor had it that something had gone wrong with Yao's eyes. His vision had been badly damaged, and he was even on the verge of blindness, staying in the clan grounds to recuperate. Now, it seemed that rumor was most likely true. As someone who also possessed the Mangekyo Sharingan, Itachi understood very clearly the price of those eyes. The more times they were used, the faster the light would fade away. Yao was probably in exactly that situation. Deidara didn't care about any of that. His blonde hair flew wildly in the wind and sand, and his face was full of the excitement of finding new prey. Hey, you there. The little brat acting cool with a blindfold on. You're Uchiha Yo, right? I heard you took down the 4th Raikage and the 8 Tails Jinchuriki all by yourself, and people are hyping you up as the strongest in the ninja world? Today, I'll personally test just how much water there is in that so-called #1 title of yours. Before Deidara had even finished speaking, he flung both hands up, tossing out 7 or 8 palm-sized white clay spiders. As soon as those spiders hit the ground, their 8 legs began moving rapidly, charging toward Yao at astonishing speed. Yao, be careful, Kakashi hurriedly shouted a warning. The moment those things touch someone, they explode. They're very powerful. No need to worry. Yao casually raised his right hand. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Dozens of Chidori Senbon as thin as cow hair shot out like a torrential storm. Every single one struck the clay spiders with perfect accuracy. Crackle. Lightning sank into the clay spiders' bodies. It didn't immediately trigger a violent explosion. Instead, it instantly destroyed the stable chakra structure inside the clay. The clay spiders trembled a few times, a few wisps of green smoke rising from their surfaces, then went limp and collapsed to the ground, motionless. Lightning release countered earth release. Absolute elemental suppression. That move froze the smile on Deidara's face, and also made the eyes of Kakashi and the others on the opposite side light up. Lightning release countered earth release. Yao's move was beautiful. Deidara froze for a moment, then an embarrassed and furious look appeared on his face. Brat, you've got some skill. You can actually precisely destroy the chakra structure of my clay spiders. But try this from me. Deidara reached into the clay pouch at his waist, clearly preparing to mold an even stronger piece of art. Yao merely raised his right hand and lightly pointed at Deidara. No hand seals. No charging up. A slender yet extremely condensed white beam suddenly shot out from his fingertip without warning. The beam was so fast it surpassed the limits of visual tracking, instantly piercing through Deidara's forehead. Poochie. The wild grin on Deidara's face froze. His movements also stiffened, and his body had already begun breaking apart. Yao withdrew his finger. A clone made out of clay shouldn't be embarrassing itself here. Bang! The moment his words fell, Deidara's clay clone completely exploded, turning into a pile of limp white clay. What? It was just a clone. Naruto, Sakura, Hinata, and the others were all dumbfounded. That blonde guy just now, charging in with all that momentum and throwing out a pile of explosive spiders, had actually only been a clone? Then where was his real body hiding? Kakashi's heart suddenly sank, and an ominous feeling of having fallen into a lure the tiger away trap surged into his mind. The Akatsuki had appeared here to intercept them. Could it be that their main target wasn't them at all, but, compared to Konoha's shock and suspicion, Itachi, Kisame, and Sasori of the Red Sand were all drawn to that finger strike from Yao. That was lightning release? Kisame frowned, sounding uncertain. No. Sasori of the Red Sand's voice carried a metallic scraping texture. It wasn't lightning release. That pure chakra aura of decomposition and annihilation. It's more like dust release. Dust release. Kisame's shark-like eyes widened slightly. Isn't that the 3rd Tsuchikage Inoki's Kekkei Tota? How does this brat know? Itachi gazed deeply at Yao, waves stirring in his heart. Dust release. After not seeing him for 2 years, this younger brother had even mastered dust release? At that moment, Yao turned his head to look at Itachi, Kisame, and Sasori. Stop wasting time. You 3, come at me together. I'm in a hurry. The moment those words came out, the atmosphere instantly froze solid. Kisame bared his ghastly white teeth, his grin turning savage. Itachi-san, your little brother is just as arrogant as ever. If I didn't know I couldn't beat him, I'd be itching to hit him myself. Sasori of the Red Sand spoke coldly. In the history of the ninja world, little brats like this who don't know the height of heaven or the depth of earth and are blindly arrogant, have always died young. He'll soon become one of my collections. Uchiha Yo had mastered wood release, and even possessed the Mangekyo Sharingan. To Sasori of the Red Sand, that made him perfect material for creating a human puppet. As long as he could successfully turn Uchiha Yo into a human puppet, he would gain both the Senju and Uchiha bloodlines. Faced with Yao's provocation and his companion's mockery, Uchiha Itachi's expression still showed almost no change. He stepped forward and spoke in a low voice, with no emotion discernible. Yao, it's been 2 years. Seems you've grown quite a bit. Let me, your disappointing older brother, personally measure your capacity now. Measure my capacity? Yao smiled. Itachi, if your real body had come here in person, then maybe there'd still be the tiniest bit of a chance. But with just this clone of yours now, I'm afraid you don't even qualify to make me get slightly serious. The last time Itachi had returned to Kirigakure through the mist, Yao had admitted that Itachi had the strength to fight him. But now, what a pity. Itachi was no longer his opponent, much less a mere transformed clone that could only bring out 30% of his strength. Hearing Yao's undisguised contempt, Kisame split his mouth wide, revealing shark-like fangs, and said to Itachi, Itachi, your little brother is looking down on you. How about I discipline him for you and let him know what it means that there's always someone stronger? Itachi didn't respond to Kisame. His gaze remained fixed on Yao the whole time. Even after Yao exposed the fact that he was only a clone, there was barely any ripple in his eyes, nor did he try to deny it. He simply raised his hand in silence. At some point, several kunai had appeared in it. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The kunai cut through the air with sharp whistling sounds, flying in a triangular formation toward Yao's face and chest. They were extremely fast, and the angles were vicious. Clearly, they had not been thrown casually. Faced with this probing attack, Yao couldn't even be bothered to move. Boom! Emerald green chakra surged out from his body, instantly condensing into a half-bodied skeletal frame. Clang, clang, clang. The kunai Itachi had thrown struck the emerald green skeletal bones, producing crisp metallic collision sounds. Then they were helplessly knocked away, unable to leave even the slightest scratch. Seeing the emerald green Susanoo, Itachi's brows drew together slightly. Are those Shusui's eyes? Itachi couldn't help but warn him. The Uchiha clan's Mangekyo Sharingan are cursed eyes. After awakening them, every use causes the eyesight to decline a little more, until it finally falls completely into darkness. You'd better not rely on that power too much. Itachi, I appreciate your kindness, but... Yao smiled faintly. No one understands the Mangekyo better than I do. The next second, the half-bodied emerald green skeleton suddenly began expanding wildly. His skeleton rapidly expanded upward. Flesh, blood, and meridians covered it at astonishing speed. Heavy dark Tengu armor condensed out of thin air. A spiral sword formed in his right hand. His legs slammed into the ground, and a pair of emerald wings that could blot out the sky suddenly spread from his back. In only an instant, a several hundred-meter tall, emerald green perfect Susanoo radiating terrifying pressure stood there like a mountain. The shadow it cast swallowed more than half the valley. The patterns on the armor were clearly visible through the blowing sand. The spiral sword hung low, and the ground touched by its tip cracked apart. Those eye sockets burning with emerald flames were like the gaze of a god, looking down on everyone below. The valley fell into dead silence. The two sides that had been confronting each other just moments ago, whether it was Kakashi, Naruto, Kurenai Yuhi, and the rest of Team 8 or Akatsuki's Kisame Hashigaki, Sasori of the Red Sand, and even Lady Chiyo, all of them froze in place as if hit by a paralysis jutsu. Their mouths hung open unconsciously, their faces overflowing with utter shock and disbelief. This is. Lady Chiyo had lived to such an old age, gone through 2 great ninja wars, and seen countless powerful fighters. Yet at this moment, she felt as if her heart was about to leap out of her throat. Her shriveled hand trembled slightly, and her eyes were full of fear. Susanoo. Perfect Susanoo? Kakashi's Sharingan spun madly, his voice unbelievably dry. 2 years ago, Yao had forcefully defeated the 4th Raikage and the 8 Tails Jinchuriki in the land of hot water, and had already displayed perfect Susanoo. Once that news spread, everyone knew Yao could use perfect Susanoo, but very few had actually seen it with their own eyes. Now they had finally seen it in person, and that visual impact was still beyond compare. How is that possible? Kurenai Yuhi's beautiful eyes widened, and she unconsciously took half a step back. Retreat. Kisame and Sasori reacted the fastest. Without the slightest hesitation, they shot backward at full speed, pulling away as far as possible. The grin on Kisame's face had long vanished, replaced by unprecedented solemnity and horror. He had always been confident in his own strength, but facing something this gigantic, he instinctively felt fear. Kisame had no doubt whatsoever that if that thing stomped down with 1 foot, his tiny arms and legs would be crushed straight into paste. And at this moment, an even greater storm had risen in Itachi's heart. Perfect Susanoo. He had only learned of this realm through ancient records of the Uchiha clan and legends about Madara. That was a form belonging to true divine power, something that could only be displayed by developing the Mangekyo's ocular power to the limit and supporting it with a massive amount of chakra. Not only had Yao not gone blind from using the Mangekyo, in just a little over 2 years, he had actually developed those eyes to this legendary level? How was that possible? Or had he found a way to avoid the side effect of blindness? Countless questions and waves of shock slammed into Itachi's mind. Even with his calmness, he could not help being moved. Inside the crystal on the forehead of the Emerald Perfect Susanoo, Yao looked down at the shocked crowd below and spoke in a calm tone. I said it before. No one understands the Mangekyo Sharingan better than me. A single Mangekyo can't awaken Susanoo. Itachi stared at Yao. So, not only did you transplant Shinsuke's right eye, you also got his other eye? Yao let out a light chuckle when he heard that, his tone carrying a hint of teasing. If I remember right, I told you before, didn't I? It was generously gifted by our beloved elder Danzo. The old man meant well, so I couldn't exactly refuse, right? Itachi fell silent. Yao had indeed mentioned it before, but that was a Mangekyo Sharingan, the legendary power of the Uchiha clan. Would a schemer like Shimura Danzo really hand it over obediently? Not even a ghost would believe that, and ever since the Konoha crush, Danzo had completely disappeared. Itachi was now seriously starting to suspect that Danzo had been killed by Yao. As far as I know, even if someone obtained both eyes and possessed a complete Mangekyo Sharingan, it should still be impossible to awaken perfect Susanoo. Itachi continued. It requires an enormous amount of chakra as support, as well as pushing ocular power to its absolute limit. Yao, how did you do it? That is a secret. Yao smiled faintly and had no intention of revealing Six Paths chakra. But then he changed the subject. Still, about the Mangekyo Sharingan's declining vision leading all the way to blindness, I can tell you how to restore your eyesight. Oh? Itachi's pupils shrank. This problem had plagued every Uchiha who had ever awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan, including himself. Although he had controlled the speed of his visual decline very well, he was still ultimately sliding toward darkness. He knew that the eternal Mangekyo would not go blind, but for the Mangekyo to evolve into the eternal Mangekyo, it required the Mangekyo of a close blood relative. But Shinsuke's close blood relatives had died long ago. Where would there be an extra pair of Mangekyo Sharingan for Yao to transplant? So, Yao's eyes definitely were not eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. Then how had he done it? Yao's tone became a little playful. In your Akatsuki, is there a guy wearing a spiral mask who calls himself Tobi? Itachi was shocked again. Aside from those inside Akatsuki, almost no one in the outside world knew that Tobi even existed, much less his appearance or name. How did Yao know? He should also have a Mangekyo Sharingan, right? Yao continued, you've had contact with him. With your powers of observation, you should have noticed it long ago, right? When that guy uses his Mangekyo spacetime ninjutsu, he does it as casually as eating and drinking, but you've never seen any sign that his vision is declining, right? How do you know all this? A trace of fluctuation finally appeared in Itachi's voice. Yao's understanding of Tobi had gone far beyond the scope of normal intelligence. That's not important. Yao waved his hand. What's important is that the reason a Mangekyo Sharingan won't go blind is on him. So the next time you return to the Akatsuki base, find a chance to observe that guy's body, especially the right half of his body. I believe with those eyes of yours, it shouldn't be hard to discover it. Yao's words were full of implication. The right half of Obito's body was made from White Zetsu's body. That was precisely the key to balancing the Mangekyo's consumption and maintaining its ocular power. If Itachi was smart enough to dig out a bit of that secret from Obito, maybe he could live a little longer. Though it didn't really matter. Yao was only saying this because he simply wanted to dig a pit for Obito and Black Zetsu. He had no desire to let those two have it too easy. Itachi looked deeply at Yao, stayed silent for a few seconds, and finally slowly spoke. I understand. He understood Yao's hint, and he also realized this might be an important clue to breaking the Mangekyo's curse. Yao, I'm curious. Why are you telling me all this? Very simple. Yao smiled faintly. We can make a deal. A deal? Itachi looked at him. Kakashi, Kurenai Yuhi, Naruto, Sakura, and the others, even Kisame and Sasori, were all wearing confused expressions. What kind of deal was there to make with a rogue ninja like Uchiha Itachi? That's right, a deal. Yao still had a smile on his face. After you've mastered the method to stop the Mangekyo from going blind, I want you to help me with a small favor. Let's hear it. Itachi said calmly. If Yao really needed help, Itachi was very willing to do it for his younger brother's sake. At this point, the only reason he still had to live was his two younger brothers. For his brothers. Even if it costs my life, even if it costs these eyes, I won't hesitate. Yao smiled. Find a good opportunity, kill that Afei. Then give me that Mangekyo Sharingan of his. That shouldn't be too hard for you, right? Obito's Kamui was a rare spacetime type dojutsu. Setting aside its intangibility ability, the Kamui dimension itself was already incredibly valuable. Take things out whenever you want, put things in whenever you want, and the space was huge. You could store as much stuff as you liked. With that thing, going out on missions in the future, storing spoils of war, even hiding some private savings. In short, it was ridiculously convenient. Could be said that as long as he got Obito's Mangekyo, then got the other one from Kakashi, the Kamui dimension would become his personal property. Hearing this, Itachi's heart suddenly jumped. Take a Fei's eyes? Are you trying to get me killed? Before the Uchiha clan massacre, Itachi had already come into contact with a Fei. He knew very well that man's strength was unfathomable. Take his eyes? Easier said than done. However, since Yao wanted it, Itachi still decided in his heart to give it a try. But of course, he would never say that out loud. Itachi said flatly, a Fei is a member of the Akatsuki. Do you think I would agree to that kind of deal? Of course you would. Yao smiled. In the original story, through transcription seal, Itachi had sealed Amaterasu into Sasuke's eye and nearly burned Obito to death. To Itachi, if there was a chance to kill a guy like Obito, he absolutely would not let it slip by. Yao did not say this out loud, nor did he keep pressing the issue. He put away his smile and said, all right, friendly small talk between brothers ends here. Today, the three of you are definitely staying here. Hearing that, Kisame and Sasori were both startled and immediately retreated. The first one, Yao looked towards Sasori of the Red Sand, who was hiding inside Hiriko. Both Itachi and Kisame were using projection clones. Killing them would be meaningless. Among the three, only Sasori was here in person. So, kill Sasori first. The spiral sword spun madly, instantly condensing three enormous Magatama, each like a miniature meteor. Yasaka Magatama. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The three Magatama tore through the air with piercing shrieks, shooting towards Sasori's position in a triangular formation. Damn it! Facing this terrifying attack that had completely surpassed the scope of conventional ninjutsu, Sasori controlled Hiriko and leaped backward at high speed. At the same time, with a click, the mechanism on Hiriko's back popped open, quickly pulling out a huge scroll. Summoning Jutsu. Bang! White smoke rose. A humanoid puppet wearing a black robe, with a cold face and a forehead protector engraved with the kanji for sand, abruptly appeared in front of Sasori. This puppet was different from Sasori's previous bizarre-looking puppets. It was much closer to a real human, even retaining the facial features it had in life. Only, its skin had an unnatural grayish-white color, and its eyes were hollow. That's the moment Granny Chiyo saw that puppet, her pupils shrank violently. Tis the third Kazekage-sama? What? Kakashi's Sharingan locked tightly onto that puppet. Calm as he usually was, even he could not hide his shock at this moment. The third Kazekage, Naruto, Sakura, Hinata, Kurenai, and the others were all stunned as well. The Kazekage? Wasn't that the highest leader of Sunigakure? How had he become a puppet of an Akatsuki member? Granny Chiyo's body trembled slightly. Pointing at that puppet, her voice turned hoarse from rage and heartbreak. That wretched brat Sasori. He actually turned the third Kazekage-sama into a human puppet. Human puppet? Sakura subconsciously asked, Granny Chiyo, what's a human puppet? Is it different from an ordinary puppet? Suppressing her grief and fury, Granny Chiyo explained quickly, human puppets are the highest level and most evil forbidden technique in puppet jutsu. It does not involve installing weapons and mechanisms into a puppet. Instead, it modifies the entire corpse of the dead. By implanting a specially made chakra core, it creates a special kind of puppet. The greatest advantage of this kind of puppet is that it can completely preserve all the ninjutsu the deceased knew in life, even their Kekkei Genkai. Her words exploded like thunder beside the ears of the Konoha group. All the ninjutsu and Kekkei Genkai they had in life, preserved? Wouldn't that mean the third Kazekage puppet before them was equivalent to a Kage-level combat force under Sasori's control? Back then, when the third Kazekage-sama suddenly disappeared, Sunigakure searched with everything it had, but his whereabouts remained unknown to this day. Granny Chiyo's voice choked. Her cloudy old eyes were filled with pain and disbelief. I never imagined the truth would be this. He was actually killed by Sasori. By this genius raised by his own village with his own hands, and then turned into this evil thing. Not only did this wretched brat defect from the village, he even turned his own village's Kage into. Kakashi, Kurenai, and Naruto felt their scalps go numb as they listened. A chill shot straight from their spines to the tops of their heads. Killing your own village's Kage was already an unforgivable crime, and then remodeling the Kage's corpse into a weapon puppet for your own use. This could no longer be described as a simple rogue ninja. This was a beast that had lost all humanity. Even Naruto, who was usually all smiles and jokes, now had nothing left on his face but anger and disbelief. He could not imagine how anyone could do something so cruel to their own comrades, to their village's Kage. In fact, Sasori's evil deeds went far beyond that. The sudden disappearance of the third Kazekage back then caused Sunigakure to lose its highest leader, throwing the village into chaos. Sunigakure searched with all its strength for the third Kazekage's whereabouts but found nothing, creating an internal power vacuum. Mangekyo seized the chance to launch an attack and declared war on Sasuke, thereby triggering the Third Great Ninja War. As for the outcome of that war, never mind the other villages. Sasuke had definitely suffered catastrophic losses, directly pushing Sasuke from prosperity into the abyss of decline. Sasori, who killed the third Kazekage, was absolutely a sinner of the entire Sasuke. Sasori. Granny Chiyo stared fixedly at the distant Hiriko, unprecedented fury and killing intent burning in her eyes. Today, this old woman will personally clean house. On the other side, Sasori did not dare slack off in the slightest. Chakra threads danced wildly as he controlled the third Kazekage human puppet in front of him. The third Kazekage puppet rapidly formed hand seals with both hands. Magnet release. Iron sand wall. Rumble. The ground shook as countless grains of iron sand burst from underground. In front of the third Kazekage, they rapidly gathered, stacked, and compressed. In the blink of an eye, they formed an incomparably heavy giant wall of iron sand. The next second, the three emerald green Magatama slammed into it. Boom! 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 Blinding green light mixed with shattered black fragments of iron sand as the shockwave spread madly in all directions, scraping a layer off the surrounding ground. When the smoke and dust finally thinned a little, that thick iron sand wall had been blasted full of holes and turned into countless tiny iron sand particles that fell down. Uchiha brat, don't get arrogant. Magnet release. Iron sand drizzle. Sasori roared and controlled the third Kazekage puppet to form hand seals once again. The iron sand surged into the sky like a black tsunami, then rapidly condensed in midair into a massive black rectangular block dozens of meters long. The block was made entirely of high-density iron sand, incomparably heavy. Like a falling meteor from the heavens, carrying a force that could crush everything, it smashed viciously toward the complete body Susanoo. Facing the sand iron strike powerful enough to flatten a small mountain, Yao only let out a disdainful sneer. Such a petty trick. And you dare show it off in front of me? With a flip of Susanoo's right wrist, the spiral sword suddenly changed direction, its tip pointing straight at the black rectangular block. Boom! The spiral sword and the sand iron rectangle crashed into each other head-on, with no fancy moves at all. At the moment of contact, the rapidly spinning chakra blade at the front of the spiral sword displayed terrifying penetrating power. Crack, crack, crack. The seemingly indestructible sand iron rectangle was pierced right through the center like butter cut by a hot knife. It shattered inch by inch, turning back into a rain of black sand iron scattered across the sky. It's not over yet, Yao shouted coldly. Susanoo gripped the spiral sword with both hands and smashed it down at Sasori again, with the force to split mountains and crack the earth. The might of the strike was even more terrifying than the previous throw. Before the sword even arrived, the violent pressure wind had already pressed the ground into a sunken pit. Sasori sensed the breath of death. The hands controlling the third Kazekage puppet almost moved in afterimages. Magnet release. Sand iron wall. The third Kazekage puppet slammed both palms onto the ground. Boom! 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 A wall of sand iron rose from the earth, like a solid fortress, firmly protecting Sasori and the third Kazekage in the center. Boom! The spiral sword slashed down, and the sand iron wall shattered on contact as if it were made of paper. The exploding sand iron fragments shot everywhere like bullets, blasting the surrounding ground full of pits and holes. Damn it! Sasori let out a furious roar. The puppet technique he was famous for, along with the third Kazekage's magnet release, was actually this powerless in front of Susanoo. But Sasori did not give up. The pride of a genius puppet master and his instinct to survive drove him to launch one final counterattack. Magnet release. Sand iron drill. The sand iron rapidly compressed, spun, and condensed into a black sand iron drill with a sharp tip and extreme rotational speed. Like an electric drill, it shot straight toward the diamond-shaped crystal on Susanoo's forehead that protected Yao. Naive, Yao shook his head. Complete body Susanoo casually raised its left hand and lightly slapped toward the incoming sand iron drill. Slap! The high-speed spinning sand iron drill failed to stir up even the slightest ripple before it was smacked away with a single slap. It tumbled into the distant mountainside and exploded into a cloud of black mist. Susanoo slowly lowered its sword and looked down from above at Sasori, who was hiding inside the shattered Hiriko. Sasori of the Red Sand, the legendary genius puppet master, an S-rank missing nin from Sasuke. After all that, this is all you've got? Just a few juggling tricks? Hurry up and use your full strength. Entertain me properly. Sasori was completely enraged. He was Sasori of the Red Sand, the famous S-rank missing nin of the ninja world, a once-in-a-century puppet technique genius from Sasuke. When had he ever been mocked like this? And by a brat barely in his teens, no less. You little Uchiha brat. You're courting death. A roar suppressed to the limit came from within Hiriko. Thousand Hands manipulation force. Chakra threads shot out from behind Hiriko and connected to the complex seals on the third Kazekage's left arm. Buzz. In the next instant, The entire left arm of the third Kazekage puppet, along with the shoulder area, suddenly burst open like a blooming flower. But what exploded out was not flesh and blood. It was a dense, endless mass of mechanical arms. Those arms extended and writhed madly like giant pythons. At the end of every arm were all kinds of weapons, sharp blades, drills, nozzles, and more. Hundreds upon thousands of mechanical arms covered the sky as they wrapped and stabbed toward complete body Susanoo. The power of this move was even more horrifying than the previous sand iron ninjutsu. The visual impact was absolutely maxed out. Even Kakashi, Naruto, and the others watching the battle felt their scalps go numb. Faced with this terrifying offensive, enough to make any Kage-level expert treat it with full seriousness, Yao simply shook his head. All flash and no substance. What a boring trick. Yao raised Susanoo's right hand and extended one finger. A point of pure white light silently gathered at the fingertip. Dust release, detachment of the primitive world technique. Whoosh! A square beam of pure white transparent barrier light shot instantly from Susanoo's fingertip. The beam was not large, but the 1,000 mechanical arms, fierce and unstoppable as they seemed, vanished the instant they touched that white beam. Just like lines erased from a sheet of paper by an eraser, they were reduced directly into the most basic atoms and returned to nothingness. The scene was soundless, yet horrifying to the extreme. With just one strike, a huge section of the storm of mechanical arms filling the sky was forcibly erased from the middle. What remained was a massive gap with edges so smooth it made one's heart tremble. So it really is dust release. Sasori's heart sank completely, and he even felt a trace of chill. Before, it had only been a guess. But now, after witnessing this signature disintegration effect with his own eyes, there was no longer any doubt. This brat not only possessed Susanoo, but also knew the unique Kekkei Tota of the third Tsuchikage. Anoki. What kind of monster was he? In the distance, Kisame and Itachi, who were also watching the fight, had extremely grim expressions. Kisame bared his teeth. Hey, Itachi-san, what exactly is your little brother? He can even use that old third Tsuchikage's signature move? Uchiha Itachi stayed silent for a moment, then slowly shook his head. I don't know. He truly did not know. The mysteries surrounding Yao were only growing more and more numerous. What a frighteningly mysterious little brat. Kisame licked his lips and tightened his grip on Samehada's handle. On the other side, Sasori of the Red Sand, I've watched you dance around for long enough.
I am bored.
Yao's voice came from within Susanoo, carrying a trace of impatience. So, let us end this. Susanoo's index finger aimed at the third Kazekage human puppet once more, and pure white light lit up again at the fingertip. Dust release, detachment of the primitive world technique. Boom! The square white barrier beam, like an invitation from the god of death, completely enveloped the third Kazekage puppet. Not good. Alarm bells rang wildly in Sasori's heart as he manipulated the chakra threads, trying to forcibly pull the third Kazekage puppet back. The third Kazekage was one of his most satisfactory collections so far. It absolutely could not be damaged. But it was too late. Under the bombardment of the white light, the third Kazekage didn't leave behind even the slightest trace of residue. It simply vanished into thin air. Damn it! Sasori exploded in complete fury. The third Kazekage was one of his most important collections and battle tools, and even more, proof of his art. And now it was just gone like that. Sasori had completely gone mad. He suddenly pulled out an abnormally huge scroll from behind Hiriko and slammed it hard onto the ground. Bang! Bang! Bang!
Bang!
Along with unbroken bursts of white smoke, one puppet after another wearing red robes suddenly appeared. Like an army standing in inspection formation, they appeared in front of Sasori, at his sides and even across the hillside behind him. They were densely packed, numbering in the hundreds, forming a red puppet flood that occupied nearly half the valley. If that many puppets. Seeing this horrifying scene, Granny Chiyo could not help but cry out in shock, her eyes full of disbelief. Sasori. He really is a genius. Granny Chiyo muttered, her tone complicated to the extreme. The strength of a puppet master had traditionally been measured by how many puppets they could precisely control at the same time. An ordinary puppet master would already be considered good if they could control 1 or 2 puppets. An elite Jonin level 1 might be able to control 3 to 5. 10 fingers was the theoretical limit because chakra threads needed fingers to guide them. But what Sasori displayed at this moment was power that completely overturned tradition. He had actually summoned several hundred puppets at once. That meant his puppet technique had reached the absolute peak. Such talent, such ability, such strength. If it had been used on the proper path, Mangekyo would probably have risen long ago. How could it have fallen to its current state? But a Sasori like this, a puppet technique genius like this. Chiyo looked at her grandson surrounded by hundreds of red-robed puppets, and cloudy tears slid down uncontrollably. Why you? Why did you choose to betray the village back then? Why did you walk down this road of no return? Chiyo was heartbroken. With the status, power, and prestige she and her brother held in Mangekyo, If Sasori had stayed in the village, he would definitely have become Kazekage. Even if not the fourth, then he could have become the fifth. At that time, under Sasori's leadership, just how far could the village have gone? But now, everything was ruined. Red's secret technique, performance of 100 puppets. With a low shout from Sasori, chakra passed through countless chakra threads and was instantly injected into the hundreds of red-robed puppets. Clack, 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 clack. The grinding of joints and the sounds of mechanisms activating blended into a shrill wave of noise that made people's teeth ache. It was as if hundreds of puppets had been given life at the same time. Crimson light lit up inside their hollow eye sockets, and they all turned toward the emerald green Susanoo. They held blades, swords, axes, hammers, scythes, hooks, chains, needles, and all kinds of strange weapons, their cold edges flashing with icy light in the wind and sand. The next moment, boom! The hundreds of puppets rushed at the Susanoo like a sky full of life-harvesting locusts, swarming in from all directions. Some sprinted across the ground, kicking up rolling clouds of dust. Some leaped into the air, launching attacks from every side. The offensive was so dense, the numbers so terrifying, that it nearly blotted out the sky, as if it wanted to completely drown the Susanoo. This was the peak of Sasori of the Red Sand's lifetime of puppet art, enough to destroy a small nation in a short time. Facing this puppet tide that would make any Kage-level expert a scalp go numb, or even fill them with despair, Yao only watched quietly. He could not even be bothered to dodge or defend. Several hundred puppets. Against an ordinary army or an average Kage-level ninja, that really would be enough to sweep through everything. Yao muttered to himself, his voice so calm that there was not the slightest ripple in it. But unfortunately, the one you're facing is someone on my level. Kage-level experts fear being overwhelmed by numbers. For example, Tobarama Senju died after being besieged by Kinkaku and Ginkaku. The third Raikage died from exhaustion after being surrounded by 10,000 Iwagakure ninja. But in front of a super Kage-level ninja, numbers have no meaning at all. Uchiha Madara, Hashirama Senju, Eternal Mangekyo Sasuke, Sage Fox Naruto. Which one of them feared group attacks? Even Nagato, an ordinary super Kage, wouldn't fear these puppets. Logically speaking, a ninja at your level isn't even qualified to make me get serious. Yao formed a simple hand seal in front of his chest. His hair turned white, horns grew from his head, and eyeshadow appeared around his eyes. But since we happen to meet today, then let me show you, and everyone here, what it looks like when Hashirama Senju uses Dust Release. Sage Mode. Activate. Sage Art. Dust Release. Detachment of the Primitive World Technique. Yao gave a low shout. BZZZZZ. A massive pure white chakra sphere, so large it made people feel suffocated, rapidly condensed and expanded in his palm. The next moment, the sphere was violently pushed forward. It was not a thin beam of light, nor was it an ordinary cubic barrier. It was a gigantic pure white cylindrical pillar of light, several hundred meters thick in diameter, covering the area several hundred meters ahead. In an instant, the pillar of light completely enveloped and devoured the surging hundreds of red-robed puppets, along with the vast area in front of their charging path. Shwa! There was no explosion, no collision, no fragments. There was only a patch of white so pure it reached the extreme, and beyond that extreme whiteness, a void that seemed to be reflected within it. The white pillar of light quickly dissipated, and the valley returned to silence. Everyone froze where they stood, their eyes locked on the place where the light pillar had vanished, forgetting to breathe. It was empty. Just moments ago, the hundreds of red-robed puppets had been packed together so densely, covering the sky, radiating killing intent, enough to sweep through everything. Now they were all gone. Not even the slightest scrap, the slightest speck of dust, the slightest trace that they had ever existed was left behind. The ground that had been covered by the pillar of light was so flat and smooth it looked like a mirror, forming a glaring contrast with the uneven, pitted ground around it. Tich they just gone? Kiba's mouth hung open, his voice dry like sandpaper scraping. Beside him, Akamaru let out a fearful whine, his whole body trembling, his eyes filled with terror. So amazing. Hinata covered her small mouth. In her Byakugan, there was nothing but shock. So this is the true power of Dust Release? Kakashi's Sharingan spun wildly as he muttered to himself. This is completely different from the Dust Release I know from the third Tsuchikage, that kind that needs charging time and has limited range. They're basically two different jutsu. T2 terrifying. Sakura's body trembled slightly. Chio had fallen completely silent. Her mouth was open, and for a moment, she could not find any words. In her eyes, Sasori's performance of 100 puppets was the peak of puppet technique. Yet in an instant, it had been turned into nothingness. Just how strong was this little brat from the Uchiha clan? On the other side, Kisame Hashigaki's palm was covered in cold sweat as he gripped Samehada. He swallowed hard, then turned his head to look at the still silent Itachi Uchiha beside him, his voice dry. Itachi-san, Your little brother is kind of terrifying. It's not like I've never seen that old man Inoki's dust release before. But that level of dust release compared to what he just used. Lingering fear remained in Kisame's shark-like eyes. It's basically just a childish boring little game. That was no exaggeration. Although Inoki's dust release was also absurdly powerful, whether it was activation speed or coverage range, it was worlds apart from Yao's attack just now. Itachi remained silent. But inwardly, he was far less calm than he appeared. The power Yao was displaying now had already far surpassed him, his older brother, and had even surpassed the vast majority of ninja he knew. Sage mode, complete body Susanoo, and that unbelievably powerful sage art dust release. With power like this, he probably was not inferior in the slightest to the legendary Hashirama Senju and Uchiha Madara. Sasori of the Red Sand, your puppet army has already been reduced to ashes. Looking down from above, Yao's voice was like the judgment of a god. Now you're the only one left. Hiriko was silent for a few seconds. Then Sasori's cold voice came from inside. You little brat from the Uchiha clan. You really do have some skill. To destroy my collection this thoroughly, over all these years, you're the first. His voice paused. Then he suddenly let out a strange chuckle. But if you think you can kill me, you're still not qualified. Before his words had even finished. Crack, crack, crack. The hideous and ferocious Hiriko suddenly let out a string of breaking sounds. Its massive body shook violently, then collapsed like a pile of scattered building blocks. Its limbs, torso, and head. All of its parts fell off one after another, clattering onto the ground and turning into a heap of lifeless puppet components. Sasori had disappeared. What's going on? That was a puppet too. Then where is he? This scene shocked everyone present. They had always thought that Sasori was that massive Hiriko. Who would have thought that even Hiriko itself was just one of his puppets? So where exactly was his real body? When had he slipped away? Run? A teasing smile appeared on Yao's face. You think you can get away in front of me? Yao raised one finger. Crackle. A harsh burst of thunder exploded instantly. An extremely condensed Chidori sharp spear shot out from his fingertip. Then it stabbed fiercely into a spot on the ground dozens of meters ahead. Then Yao gave a light lift. Poochie. The tip of the Chidori sharp spear hooked a person out from beneath the ground. A slender figure, with striking short red hair, handsome features, and even a somewhat innocent-looking face. Judging by his appearance, he looked only 15 or 16 years old. His skin was unusually pale, his eyes were empty, and his expression was stiff and numb. The Chidori sharp spear had pierced straight through the red-haired boy's chest, suspending him in midair like a specimen. Swish, swish, swish. Everyone's gaze focused on that red-haired boy. Shock, disbelief, astonishment. Every kind of emotion spread through the crowd. This was the true face of Sasori of the Red Sand? You've got to be kidding. Sunagakure SS rank missing Nin, the murderer of the third Kazekage. Actually looked like this? He looked so handsome. The contrast was way too huge. Kakashi, Naruto, Sakura, Kurina Yuhi, Kiba, Shino, and the others were all too shocked to speak. The harmless-looking boy before them was just too far removed from that infamous Sasori of the Red Sand. And the moment Lady Chiyo saw the red-haired boy's face, her body swayed violently, and she nearly lost her footing. Her eyes widened round as she stared fixedly at that familiar face that had not changed in decades, her lips trembling. Sasori. Sasori actually hasn't he changed at all? So many years have passed. Why does he still look like this? How is this possible? A terrifying guess appeared in Chiyo's mind, causing her aged face to instantly fill with horror. Didn't he tell me? He turned even himself into. She didn't finish the sentence, but the terror in her eyes already explained everything. She suspected that Sasori had not only modified others, he had very likely turned even himself into a human puppet. At this moment, Kisame Hashigaki and Itachi Uchiha were also extremely surprised. Who could have imagined that the one hidden inside the vicious Hiriko was actually such an innocent-looking boy? That powerful contrast was difficult even for them to accept for a moment. Sasori, whose chest had been pierced by the Chidori sharp spear, had no expression of pain on his face, only stiffness and numbness. He turned toward the Susanoo and stared at Yao inside the crystal, his voice carrying confusion and anger. How did you find me? Just now, taking advantage of the chaos caused by the puppet army's attack. His true body had slipped underground, suppressing his chakra fluctuations and disguising himself as ordinary sand and stone. Because he himself was also a puppet, Sasori had been certain that no sensory ninjutsu could possibly detect him. This trick of shedding his shell had never failed him. Time and time again, he had escaped crises with it, and had even turned the tables to kill his enemies. Yet Yao had still found him. Sasori was unwilling to accept it, and deeply puzzled. Yao smiled faintly. In front of these eyes, any little trick you play is meaningless. The Mangekyo Sharingan. Sasori fell silent for a moment, as if he had understood something. So today, no matter what, There's no escaping. Then come. Sasori's voice suddenly rose. Even if I die, I absolutely won't let a brat like you. Poochie. Before Sasori could finish speaking, the Chidori sharp spear piercing his chest slashed sideways toward the left side of his chest. You! Sasori's expression froze instantly, all the ferocity congealing on his face. He lowered his head and looked at the left side of his chest in disbelief. The core in his left chest stored all of his consciousness and life. It was his true main body. It was also the only fatal weakness of this human puppet body. Once the core was destroyed, he would truly die. And now, Uchiha Yo's Chidori sharp spear had pierced straight through that core. Sasori had never imagined that Uchiha Yo would not only find his true body, but also strike his vital point with such precision.
Jou met Sasori's case.
I already said it just now. Fighting someone like you, who only knows how to play puppet games, is really boring. I'm already sick of it, so you should just die. Crack. The split core rapidly filled with cracks under the Chidori sharp spear's erosion, then completely shattered, turning into a cloud of tiny fragments and smoke. Sasori opened his mouth, but in the end no sound came out. The empty eyes of his completely lost all light, becoming no different from the most ordinary glass beads. Sasori of the Red Sand, a once-in-a-century puppet master genius of Mangekyo, S-rank missing nin, and Akatsuki member, confirmed dead. The entire scene fell silent. Several seconds passed. Only then did the Konoha group snap out of it. That guy is finally dead? Kiba swallowed and asked in a low voice, sounding uncertain. Looks like he should be dead, right? There's no movement at all now. Shino pushed up his sunglasses. Ha! Sakura let out a long breath and patted her chest. Thank goodness. That guy is finally dead. When that puppet army rushed at us just now, I really thought we were done for. It scared me to death. There was no joy of vengeance fulfilled on Chio's face. Only a deep sense of loss and endless complexity. To watch her own grandson walk down such a path of no return and die before her eyes, that kind of feeling was something outsiders could not understand. Yao ignored the others and turned to look at Kisame and Itachi instead. Sasori is dead. You too. Want to dance as well? Hearing that, a trace of displeasure flashed across Kisame Hashigaki's shark-like face. No matter what, he was the famous tailed beast without a tail, an S-rank missing nin. Since when had anyone looked down on him like this? Kisame tightened his grip on Samehada, wanting to throw out a few harsh words. But when the words reached his lips, he forcibly swallowed them back down. Forget it. It wouldn't be good if he pissed off this terrifying little brat. Can't beat him. There was just no way he could beat him. Kisame rolled his eyes and turned to look at Uchiha Itachi beside him. Itachi-san, what do we do? Hearing Kisame's question, Itachi gave Yao a deep look, then formed a simple hand seal in front of his chest. Bang! A burst of white smoke dispersed, and Uchiha Itachi's figure vanished. In his place remained only an unconscious stranger wearing the clothes of an ordinary Sunigakure ninja. This was the sacrifice Itachi had used for the shape-shifting technique this time. Damn! Seeing this, Kisame's mouth twitched, and he cursed under his breath. Great. His partner had already withdrawn, and he was supposed to stay here alone to face that monster-like brat? He wasn't stupid. Kisame was straightforward enough. He hoisted the great sword Samehada onto his shoulder and grinned. Hey, Itachi's little brother. This time you win. Next time we meet. He had originally wanted to say that next time they met, they'd have a proper match, but halfway through, he immediately changed his words. Forget it. Better if we never meet again. With that, he also voluntarily released the shape-shifting technique and left directly. At this point, the Akatsuki interception team's outcome was clear. Sasori of the Red Sand, dead in battle. Uchiha Itachi and Kisame Hashigaki withdrew and fled. The Susanoo turned into specks of light and dissipated into the air. Yao landed in front of the group. The black cloth still covered his face, and there wasn't a speck of dust on him. Kakashi, Naruto, Sakura, and the others immediately gathered around him. Kakashi's expression was grim, and he spoke rapidly. Yao, we've most likely fallen into the enemy's trap. Sasori and the others intercepted us here to stall for time. The 5th Kazekage Gaara has already been taken. Then we go find him. Yao's tone was calm. He really wasn't in a hurry. It could even be said that all of this was within his expectations, or at least his tacit approval. Back during the Chunin exams, when he had sparred with Gaara, Yao had left a flying thunder god mark on him. As long as he wanted to, he could appear by Gaara's side at any time. The reason he hadn't done so was to cooperate with the Akatsuki's plan. He needed to leave them enough time to complete the extraction of the one-tail, Shikaku. Anyway, according to the plot, Gaara would eventually be brought back by Lady Chiyo through a life-for-life sacrifice. Letting him die once now in exchange for completely getting rid of his status as Shikaku's Jinchuriki was actually a profit. At the same time, Yao could also secretly learn Chiyo's own life reincarnation technique. Yao had always felt that a forbidden technique capable of reviving the dead held enormous value. Of course, Yao wasn't going to say any of these calculations out loud. Kakashi had no idea about all the twists and turns in Yao's mind. Seeing him so calm, he simply assumed Yao already had everything under control. Kakashi immediately summoned his old partner, the ninja hound Pakken. Pakken, please track the scent of the 5th Kazekage. Gaara. Pakken sniffed the air and quickly locked onto a direction. They went this way. Follow me. The group stopped wasting time. Under Pakken's lead, they sped toward the deeper regions of the Land of Wind. Along the way, they could see traces of battle and the corpses of Mangekyo shinobi. It was obvious fierce fighting had taken place earlier. Very soon, the group arrived in a desolate mountain range and stopped in front of the entrance to a massive cave. But the cave entrance had been completely sealed shut by a giant circular boulder that seemed fused with the mountain itself. The surface of the rock was covered in sealing symbols, locking the entrance down airtight. This is a double seal. Kakashi's Sharingan swept across the boulder and the surrounding cliff walls. The rock itself has been placed under a powerful sealing stone technique. The entire mountain is also covered by a large-scale mountain sealing barrier. Both seals have to be undone at the same time, or it has to be broken open instantly with force far beyond the seal's endurance limit to open a path. Otherwise, any forced attack will only trigger the seal's backlash, or cause the cave's internal structure to collapse. Kakashi looked toward Lady Chiyo. Senior Chiyo, you're skilled in sealing techniques. Can you break it? Lady Chiyo stepped forward and examined it carefully. A very complicated composite seal, and the caster is highly skilled. To safely undo it, I'd need at least 2 other jonin with me, and it would still take over half an hour. Half an hour? That's way too long. Naruto said anxiously. Gaara's still inside. We don't know what is happening to him. We don't have that much time. Then let us use a simpler method. All of you stand back a little. Yao's voice cut off their discussion. Hearing that, everyone instinctively retreated some distance. Boom! Yao activated his Mangekyo Sharingan and released the complete body Susanoo. Emerald green chakra swirled in its palm, compressed, and condensed once more into that iconic spiral sword. A seal at this level just needs to be destroyed by exceeding its limits. Susanoo gripped the spiral sword and compressed its power to the extreme. Then it thrust a sword straight at the giant boulder covered in sealing symbols. Boom! The black light erupting from the sealing symbols clashed violently, and the shockwave swept outward like a tsunami, sending sand and rocks flying everywhere. Crack, crack, crack. The sealing symbols on the surface of the boulder shattered one after another like fragile glass, then vanished. Immediately after, bang! The entire giant sealing stone, along with part of the mountain behind it, exploded apart and turned into countless chunks of rubble. Amid the billowing dust, a path leading into the depths of the cave had been blasted open by force. Seals? Barrier? Before absolute power, all of it was nothing but decoration. Move! Yao withdrew Susanoo and stepped into the dust-filled passage. Kakashi and the others followed close behind, all with shock on their faces. This kind of violent method of breaking in was simple, crude, but it really damn worked. The group quickly passed through the cave tunnel and arrived inside the cave. The space before them suddenly opened up. But the scene that came into view made everyone suck in a sharp breath, their steps halting one after another. The depths of the cave were extremely spacious, like a massive underground cavern. At the very deepest part of the cavern stood an enormous being beyond description. It was a giant dozens of meters tall with only an upper body. Its skin was a strange grayish white, its face vague and indistinct, radiating terrifying pressure. Its arms were stretched out flat, and its 10 massive fingers stood like pillars. Most shocking of all, on the tip of each of those 10 fingers stood a blurry figure. These figures wore the familiar black cloaks with red clouds, but their forms were illusory, only vague outlines visible. They clearly were not physical bodies. The only one among them with a real body was Deidara, standing on one of the fingers. Deidara folded his arms across his chest, wearing his trademark smile as he looked down at the intruders below. The group's eyes shifted downward and immediately saw a heart-wrenching scene. Directly in front of the half-body giant phantom, Gaara floated in midair. His eyes were shut, his face pale as paper, and he had already lost consciousness. Gurgle, gurgle, gurgle. Large amounts of dark red chakra were being forcibly extracted from his body without end, pouring into the gaping mouth of the half-bodied giant phantom. Seeing Gaara's chakra being continuously drained away, Naruto's eyes instantly turned red as he shouted, Gaara! The Akatsuki members standing on the fingers of the demonic statue of the outer path also turned their eyes toward Yao and the others at this moment. Hehehe. Pretty fast. Huh? All of you from Konoha, and that old hag Chiyo from the sand. Kisame's phantom let out a rough laugh, his tone filled with mockery. Too bad. You're still one step too late. The sealing of the one tail, Shikaku, is already finished. The moment Kisame finished speaking, The last trace of dark red chakra inside Gaara was completely extracted. The chakra beam connecting Gaara's body to the demonic statue of the outer path also broke apart and dissipated at that moment. Having lost all his chakra, Gaara's body suddenly stiffened and dropped straight down from midair. Gaara! Naruto's eyes split wide with fury as he shot forward, rushed beneath him, and caught Gaara's falling body in one motion, then quickly carried him back. Gaara! Gaara! Wake up! Naruto called out anxiously. Let me see. Sakura immediately knelt down, her hands covered in medical chakra as she rapidly checked Gaara's condition. Lady Chiyo, Kurina, Yuhi, Hinata, and the others all rushed over as well, their faces full of worry. Gaara was the one-tail-S Jinchuriki. When a Jinchuriki had their tailed beast extracted, there was only one outcome: death. Meanwhile, Yao and Kakashi looked toward the demonic statue of the outer path and the Akatsuki members standing on its fingers. Yao and Kakashi were sizing up the Akatsuki members, and the Akatsuki members were also sizing up Yao and Kakashi. At this moment, Kakuzu's phantom suddenly spoke. He had his hair slicked back, a mask covering his face, with only a pair of cold eyes exposed. His voice was low and magnetic, carrying a merchant's shrewdness and an assassin's cruelty as he called out directly, "Hey, you, the black-haired brat with the covered eyes over there. You're Uchiha Yo, right?" Kakuzu's phantom looked at Yao, and the exposed eyes he had were burning with undisguised heat. "You know that? The bounty on your head in the black market is an astronomical figure no one could refuse." Yao raised a brow a little interested. "Oh, how much?" Kakuzu rubbed two fingers together, his voice carrying a trace of greed. 100 million Ryo. A full 100 million Ryo. 100 million Ryo. Your head is worth more now than the bounty on any Kage from the 5 great ninja villages. Is that so? Hearing that number, Yao not only showed no fear, he even smiled. "I didn't expect I'd be worth that much. I'm actually kind of honored." Asuma's head had only been worth 30 million Ryo, while his was as high as 100 million. Not bad at all. Haiden impatiently cut off Kakuzu's pricing, staring fixedly at Yao as he licked his lips. "Hey, Kakuzu, you money-obsessed bastard. Stop thinking about that little bounty. Can't you feel it? This brat's blood. That kind of smell. He's definitely the kind of sacrifice Lord Jashin would love the most. If we offer him to Lord Jashin, we'll definitely receive blessings like never before." TCH. Kakuzu let out a mocking snort and couldn't even be bothered to look at his mentally broken religious fanatic of a partner. In his eyes, aside from being somewhat useful because of his immortality, Haiden was a complete idiot the rest of the time. Talking about making money with someone like him was like playing the lute to a cow. Kisame grinned and reminded them in a muffled voice, "You two, don't underestimate this brat too much. He's Itachi-san's younger brother." And just outside he personally killed Sasori. The moment Deidara heard that, he flew into a rage. Standing on the finger of the demonic statue of the outer path, he pointed at Yao below and shouted in a shrill voice, "Hey, you little bastard. You actually dared to kill brother Sasori. Unforgivable. Just wait. In a bit, I'll definitely kill you myself. I'll blow you up with the most brilliant explosion until not even ashes are left. I'll make a guy like you who knows nothing about art see what true ultimate art really is." Facing Kakuzu's greed, Haiden's fanaticism, and Deidara's clamor, Yao only smiled faintly. Aside from Kisame being relatively normal, every single one of the Akatsuki members was a lunatic, and seriously sick ones at that. There was nothing to say to the insane. Yao directly looked toward Deva Pathpain standing at the highest point. Those ringed purple ripple pattern eyes, like onions, were exactly the Rinnegan he had been dreaming of. A playful curve rose at the corner of Yao's lips. The Rinnegan. TSK, what a desirable pair of eyes. Hearing Yao's words, Deva Pathpain, who had remained silent the whole time, finally spoke. His voice was indifferent, without the slightest trace of emotion. "These eyes are the eyes of God, authority bestowed by the sage. A mere mortal like you should not, and is not worthy to covet them." The arrogance contained in those words made everyone feel uncomfortable. Yao was amused by it too. Sage? Mortal? Pain. Fine, I'll call you that for now. Yao slowly raised his head. His voice echoed through the empty cave, carrying undisguised mockery. "You don't actually think that just because you've got a pair of Rinnegan, you're a god? A sage?" Pain gazed at Yao indifferently, his voice as cold and hollow as a machine. "Mortal, you understand nothing of what a god is." "God? Heh." Yao let out a light laugh. "If someone like you, hiding behind the scenes, controlling a few corpses, and gathering a bunch of rogue ninjas to carry out terrorist activities, can call himself a god, then the word god has really gotten way too cheap." Insolence. A trace of fluctuation finally appeared in Pain's voice. It was the icy anger of authority being offended. "Ignorant mortal, you are provoking the dignity of a god." "Provoking?" Yao's tone was playful as he slowly floated up into the air, rising to the same height as Deva Pathpain. So what? Yao spread his hands. Can you rush over right now and do something to me? Or can you kill me with a single look from afar, the way gods in legends punish mortals? Pain fell silent. What was here right now was only a consciousness projection he had cast over through the mystical palm lantern body technique. At most, it only carried a trace of chakra to maintain its form and communication. It had basically no real combat power. His real body, along with the other 5 paths of pain, was currently far away in Mangekyo, thousands of miles from here. There was no way he could make it in time. Having the paper tiger nature of the situation exposed to his face like this made Pain feel extremely irritated, yet powerless. You can't do it. Yao shook his head. That just proves your so-called godhood, aside from hiding in the dark and putting on an act, is, in essence, nothing but a useless piece of trash. The words weren't loud, but the humiliation in them was extreme. Even the air around Pain seemed to twist slightly from anger. The other Akatsuki members all looked on with different expressions. Actually, their leader talked about being a god every other sentence, and they had never really liked that either. At the end of the day, he was just a lucky guy who happened to have the Rinnegan. But he was the leader and he was strong, so there was nothing they could do. They could only put up with it. Before Pain could get angry, Yao suddenly changed the subject and asked, "By the way, Pain, I'm actually pretty curious. Have you never wondered why you awakened the Rinnegan in the first place? Why had he awakened the Rinnegan?" That was a question Nagato had thought about more than once. Jiraiya-sensei had told him that he was the child of prophecy, a man chosen by fate, that he would bring true change and peace to this ninja world filled with war and pain. It was precisely because he had to shoulder such a great mission that heaven had bestowed upon him these legendary eyes. They were proof of his power, and also the symbol of his mission. Nagato had believed those words. He believed that he was the one carrying heaven's mandate. Later, after experiencing the tragic death of his close friend Yahiko, after enduring the ultimate pain and despair, Nagato's convictions became twisted, but the core remained unchanged. He still firmly believed he was the child of prophecy. It was just that his understanding of peace had changed from gentle mutual understanding into maintaining peace through fear. He would collect the tailed beasts and create the ultimate weapon of war, then use absolute military force to intimidate the entire world. He would make everyone live under fear, never daring to start war again, and achieve the eternal peace in his heart. The Rinnegan was the strongest tool for him to accomplish that sacred goal. Pain's voice carried an unquestionable sacredness and pity as it echoed in everyone's ears. "Lowly mortal, your doubt comes from ignorance. These eyes are a gift of destiny, a symbol of change, proof of God walking the mortal world. They chose me because I carry the sacred mission of guiding this fallen world toward peace. Pain, war, hatred. I will personally sever the root of all of it. My existence, my power, my path, were destined long ago. To question their origin is to question the heavenly way, to question peace, to question fate itself. And this is the greatest ignorance of you mortals." Pain looked at Yao, his Rinnegan filled with the cold indifference of someone looking down on ants. "Now, do you understand? Or are you still going to stubbornly use your mortal perspective to speculate on the mysteries of the realm of gods? You're seriously sick in the head." After hearing Pain's passionate speech, Yao shook his head slightly, a look of pity appearing on his face. Absolute, severe delusional disorder. No saving him anymore. Yao suddenly found it all meaningless. What was there left to talk about with a lunatic immersed in his own self-made savior fantasy? Someone whose logic was so internally consistent it was almost flawless? Debate? Persuasion? There was no point at all. After all, he wasn't Naruto. Better give him some encouragement instead. So, under everyone's shocked gaze, Yao suddenly raised his hand and started clapping. Clap, clap, clap. The applause echoed through the cave, sounding especially abrupt and grating. Brilliant. Truly absolutely brilliant, as expected of a god. Yao's tone was full of praise. Your faith is firm, your goal is clear, and for the sake of world peace, you won't hesitate to become an Asura. Gather the tailed beasts, create the ultimate weapon, and rule the world through fear. Great. So great it's unbelievable. Yao gave him a thumbs up. So Pain, work hard. Don't ever back down just because of some tiny little setback, like losing Sasori today, Deidara dying tomorrow, or whatever resistance you might run into in the future. You have to stay firm, overcome every difficulty, and push forward without wavering to build that weapon of war as soon as possible. I am very, 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 very much looking forward to the peace you speak of arriving soon. Because of Yao's enthusiastic encouragement, the atmosphere in the cave became extremely bizarre. Everyone from Konoha was stunned. They all stared blankly at Yao, their brains unable to process it for a moment. Kakashi's mouth twitched slightly. What the hell is this guy even saying? Naruto scratched his hair, completely confused. Is Yao supporting that orange-haired weirdo? Sakura muttered softly, doesn't sound like it. The more I listen, the more it sounds sarcastic. Granny Chio, Kurenai Yuhi, and the others were also totally dumbfounded. Agreeing with him? Didn't seem like it. Mocking him? But this way of mocking was way too passive-aggressive. Wasn't it? It was basically like cheering someone on right before they jumped into a fire pit and wishing them a safe trip. Over on the Akatsuki's side, the atmosphere was just as subtle. Pain stared at Yao, as if trying to completely see through him. Uchiha Yo. I will remember you. I look forward to truly meeting you in the future. After saying that, he released the astral projection jutsu, and his phantom flickered slightly before dispersing directly. Standing on another finger, Conan, who had remained silent the whole time, also silently glanced at Yao. She said nothing, and her figure disappeared as well. Uchiha Itachi was even more direct. The moment pain vanished, he silently dispersed too, as if he had never existed. Heh! Kisame Hashigaki's phantom spread his shark-like grin. The phantom carrying Samahata swayed a little, then also turned into smoke and vanished. Hey!
Blindfold brat.
Haiden's phantom waved his blood-red triple-bladed scythe and shouted unhappily. You got lucky this time, but you'd better not die too early. Your head. No, your body. I've already reserved it. I'll personally chop off your head and offer it to the Supreme Lord Jashin. Let the Great One savor your soul properly. After throwing out that threat, Haiden's phantom also disappeared from the cave. Last was Kakuzu. His cold eyes still shone with the light of money. 100 million Ryo, brat. Sooner or later, I'll close this deal. After leaving those words behind, Kakuzu's phantom also completely dispersed. In the blink of an eye, the Akatsuki members' phantoms that had been standing on the ghetto statue's 10 fingers were all gone. Only Deidara, who had been watching the show with a grin the whole time, remained where he was, right? And the ghetto statue too. Yao's figure flashed, appearing in front of the ghetto statue. He reached out and slapped a hand onto it, leaving behind a flying thunder god mark. When the Akatsuki extracted and sealed the tailed beasts, they could indeed control things remotely, but the ghetto statue itself had to be present in person. In other words, Pain, Conan, Itachi, and the others could use the astral projection jutsu to send over projections of their consciousness. But the ghetto statue was real. Bang! Not long after Yao left the flying thunder god mark, the ghetto statue vanished with a bang, summoned back. Looking at the now empty cave, the corner of Yao's mouth curled slightly. A flying thunder god mark would not disappear. It would exist permanently. That meant that as long as he wanted, he could appear in front of the ghetto statue anytime, anywhere. Once I awaken the Rinnegan, who the real master of the ghetto statue is, won't be so certain anymore. Hey, blindfold brat. Deidara pointed at Yao, the smile on his face turning somewhat ferocious. You killed Big Brother Sasori. That guy had a cold face all day, and his artistic views didn't match mine. But no matter what, we were still partners who worked together for several years. Deidara licked his lips, fury and excitement burning in his eyes. This debt has to be settled today. Leave your life behind and go keep Big Brother Sasori company. HM. Deidara's hands shot into the clay pouch at his waist. All 10 fingers moved in a blur so fast they left afterimages. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Dozens of white clay birds, spiders, and centipedes swarmed forward like locusts, diving and crawling toward Yao below. These clay creations were small but extremely fast, and their flight paths were tricky. Clearly, he had learned from before, when Yao had easily sniped them down with Chidori Senbon. This time he switched to a more scattered, faster saturation-style attack. Art is an explosion. Ha! Lightning release. Chidori current. Dense blue lightning suddenly erupted all around Yao. Like a living electric net, it instantly spread outward from him in all directions. Crackle, crackle, crackle. Every clay creation that came within 5 meters of his body, whether flying in the air or crawling on the ground, the instant they touched that violent net of lightning release chakra, their internal chakra structure was immediately destroyed. One after another, they fizzled out, went limp, and dropped, turning into piles of useless white clay. TCH. Lightning release really is troublesome. Deidara spat to the side, then brought his hands together and kneaded rapidly. Try this. C2 dragon. Boom. A massive white clay dragon was quickly created by Deidara and hurled over. The giant dragon opened its mouth and spat countless clay bombs at Yao. At the same time, its enormous body slammed forward as well, clearly planning to use self-detonation to create large-scale damage. Cheap trick. Yao raised his right hand. Lightning gathered in his palm, instantly forming an extremely solid Chidori sharp spear. Gripping the lightning spear, Yao burst chakra from beneath his feet and shot forward in an instant, charging straight at the clay dragon head-on. Poochie, poochie, poochie. Like the sharpest beam blade, the Chidori sharp spear precisely detonated the clay bombs the dragon spat out while they were still in midair. The flashes of explosion and the shockwaves couldn't touch Yao in the slightest. The next moment, Yao had already rushed right in front of the dragon. Poochie. The Chidori sharp spear stabbed into the clay dragon through its mouth, pierced straight through its massive body, and burst out from the tail. Chidori current. Violent lightning exploded outward, instantly swallowing the clay dragon whole. The clay dragon, completely destroyed from the inside by lightning release, broke apart in midair with a thunderous crash, kicking up a fierce gust of wind. Damn it! Lightning release is seriously annoying as hell. Deidara was so furious he was practically jumping in place. The thing his art feared most was lightning release. Countered him completely. This brat was a little too strong. Looks like I can't hold back anymore. Deidara suddenly pressed both hands against the mouth on his chest. Let me show you what true art is. C3:18. Deidara spat out a massive amount of clay. The clay rapidly expanded and twisted in midair. In the end, it formed a puppet-shaped super bomb. Like a miniature meteor, its surface covered in strange runes. Carrying a force that looked ready to destroy everything, the puppet bomb slowly descended toward Yao's position. Just the shadow it cast covered nearly half the cave. The power of this attack was enough to blow up the entire cave, and even the mountain above it, straight into the sky. But facing this terrifying attack, Yao only showed impatience on his face. Susanoo. Boom! Susanoo rose from the ground, stretched out its massive right hand, and grabbed the C3 super bomb in its palm. What? Deidara's eyes nearly popped out. The complete body Susanoo applied a little force with its hand, and lightning burst from its palm. That terrifying super bomb instantly turned into nothing more than a giant clay statue that only looked impressive on the outside. Take it back. Susanoo swung its arm and viciously smashed the disarmed C3 bomb toward the top of the cave. Bang! There was no explosion, only a huge impact and stones raining down with rustling sounds. The C3 bomb was embedded in the rock wall, turning into a laughable decoration. Ah! Brat! Unforgivable! Unforgivable! Deidara had completely gone mad. He felt like both his dignity and his artistic beliefs had been trampled like never before. You forced me into this, brat. Let me show you my strongest art. The ultimate explosion. C4. Garuda. Roaring, Deidara sucked a huge amount of nano-sized clay bombs into the mouth on his chest, then spat them out again. Those nano-clay bombs rapidly spread through the air, forming an invisible domain made of countless tiny bombs that covered the entire cave. The moment someone inhaled those nano-bombs, they would multiply inside the body and blow the enemy into ashes from within. This was Deidara's proudest and most hidden killing move. Inside my Garuda domain, no one can survive. Turn to ashes. Deidara spread his arms, his face carrying a crazy yet confident smile. Yao gave a light snort. Trying this kind of trick in front of me? Perfect. I'll use you to test the power of this move. Yao muttered softly to himself. Then, facing Deidara in the distance, he lightly spoke the words. Kodoamatsukami light. Boom! A wave of eye power that acted directly on the soul cross space and instantly slammed into Deidara's brain. The crazed smile on Deidara's face instantly froze. The next second, the scene before his eyes completely changed. No more cave. No more enemy. Instead, there was only a boundless world of pure light. There was no matter here, no sound, only light that completely wrapped around him, as if it wanted to assimilate him. This was not an illusion of the eyes, but a genjutsu space directly simulated in his spiritual world by the power of Kodo Amatsukami. No, what is this? Deidara's consciousness struggled in that sea of light. Be erased. Yao's eyes widened. Endless light instantly struck Deidara's spirit, then completely assimilated it, turning it into part of the light. Kodo Amatsukami light, the Mangekyo dojutsu of Shursui Uchiha. It could release a large expanse of golden light, drag the enemy's spirit into a genjutsu space, and instantly turn it into nothingness. The terrifying part of this genjutsu was that inside the genjutsu space, Yao could control everything. Because of that, no power could resist this genjutsu. This was Kodo Amatsukami light, something even more terrifying than Tsukuyami. In reality, Deidara's body suddenly trembled. Then the light completely vanished from his eyes, leaving them empty and hollow. His body dropped stiffly like a puppet with its strings cut, crashed onto the ground, and kicked up a cloud of dust. He did not move at all. No explosion. No ashes. Only dead silence. The domain of C4 Garuda quietly dispersed because the caster's consciousness had completely fallen silent and collapsed. The nano-clay bombs spread through the air, lost their chakra support, and quickly turned to dust. Yao looked at Deidara's body on the ground and calmly commented, "The light on the spiritual level is far more dazzling than your clay." Seeing that Deidara had completely gone silent, the tension in the cave, stretched to its absolute limit, finally eased. The Konoha group all let out long breaths at the same time. Their hearts, which had been hanging in suspense, finally dropped back into place. But very quickly, that brief relief was replaced by harsh reality. Everyone's eyes fell on Gaara. Sakura. How is Gaara? Naruto anxiously looked toward Sakura, who was doing everything she could to save him. Both of Sakura's hands were covered in dense medical chakra as she carefully checked every part of Gaara's body. Her brows drew tighter and tighter, and her expression turned uglier and uglier. After a long while, she slowly withdrew her chakra, raised her head, looked at Naruto, then looked at everyone else. His chakra has been completely drained, and his life force was heavily overdrawn when the tailed beast was extracted. Sakura paused, then with difficulty forced out the final words. I can't save him. He's already beyond saving. What? Naruto looked like he'd been struck by lightning. The color instantly drained from his face. He stared at Sakura in disbelief, then lowered his head to look at Gaara, unable to say a single word. Naruto was overwhelmed with grief. He remembered that lonely and cold opponent from the Chunin exams. That person who had finally broken free from darkness, finally gained everyone's recognition, and become the Kazekage. Was he really just going to die like this? Gaara. Naruto clenched his fists tightly, tears spilling uncontrollably from his eyes. The others also fell into silence, their faces filled with heaviness and regret. They had rushed here as fast as they could, but in the end, they were still one step too late. At this moment, Chiyo, who had remained silent all this time, slowly let out a sigh. What? What a deeply sigh-worthy fate. Granny Chiyo softly said, This old woman has lived for so many years. I've seen too many partings between life and death. My second Kazekage teacher, the third Kazekage-sama, the fourth Kazekage. I never thought that at my age, I would still have to watch the village's young Kazekage die right in front of me. Chiyo shook her head. Why wasn't it this useless old woman who died instead? The heavens truly are blind. But the future of Sunagakure cannot be cut off just like this. As she spoke, Granny Chiyo slowly walked over to Gaara's side with trembling steps. Then she extended those wrinkled, calloused hands and slowly pressed them onto Gaara's cold chest. Senior Chiyo, what are you? Kakashi frowned. Granny Chiyo did not answer him. Instead, she closed her eyes and began mobilizing the chakra inside her body. A warm and gentle green light lit up in her hands. That light carried rich life force, standing in sharp contrast to the deathly stillness on Gaara's body. This is a jutsu I developed in order to bring my son and daughter-in-law back to life. Granny Chiyo's voice was old, but calm. It is called one's own life reincarnation. As her words fell, the green light grew brighter and brighter, enveloping Gaara's body lying on the ground. Everyone was shocked. Reviving the dead? There was such a jutsu? Was that even possible? Lady Chiyo, your sand village has a forbidden jutsu like this too? Sakura said it with disbelief. She was a medical ninja, and as Tsunade's disciple, she knew very well just how difficult it was to bring the dead back to life. Even Konoha didn't have a forbidden jutsu that could revive the dead like this. Lady Chiyo said calmly, the essence of this jutsu is to use all of the caster's life force as the price. It converts that into the purest life energy, then pours it into the body of the dead, thereby reversing life and death. What? Hearing that, everyone's expressions changed in shock. Reverse life and death? Trade one life for another? Lady Chiyo, don't. Naruto reacted all at once. Don't stop me. I've lived long enough. Let this old bag of bones do one more thing for the village. Lady Chiyo let out a sigh, turning her chakra into life force and pouring it into Gaara's body. Young Kazekage, I'm leaving Sunagakure in your hands. Chiyo murmured softly, a kind smile appearing on her face. She thought of the children she had once taught, thought of Sasori, that genius who had gone down the wrong path, and also thought of Sunagakure's future. I can count this as atoning for some of my sins. As her words fell, the last trace of light on Lady Chiyo's body completely flowed into Gaara. Her aged body slowly fell backward, a peaceful smile still on her face, and her presence vanished completely. At the same time, thump, a faint heartbeat came from Gaara's chest. Then came the second and the third. Each heartbeat grew stronger than the last. A trace of color miraculously appeared on Gaara's face. His cold, stiff limbs gradually softened, his breathing returned, and it steadily became stable. Gaara opened his eyes. He had come back to life. So this is samsara of heavenly life technique? Yao stood not far away, having witnessed Lady Chiyo use this forbidden jutsu that reversed life and death from beginning to end. From the hand seals to the flow of chakra, to the conversion of life force, every single detail had been seen clearly by Yao through his Mangekyo and perfectly copied down. Which meant, Yao had already completely mastered this highest level forbidden jutsu, using the caster's entire life as the cost. It forcibly shattered the boundary between life and death and reversed life and death. Yao rubbed his chin. This effect is kind of similar to the Rinnegan's outer path. Samsara of heavenly life technique. Samsara of heavenly life technique. It used the life force of the Rinnegan wielder as a medium, summoned the king of hell, pulled the souls of the dead back from the pure land, and repaired their bodies, thereby achieving large-scale resurrection. The price was likewise the caster's life. However, although Samsara of heavenly life technique had no upper limit on the number of people it could revive, its limitations were too great. You had to possess the Rinnegan. But Samsara of heavenly life technique didn't require the Rinnegan. At its core, it was an extremely precise application of yang release chakra and a secret soul art. So the question was, what if the one casting this jutsu wasn't a normal life form to begin with, or its life simply wasn't valuable? For example, White Zetsu. White Zetsu was a product of the infinite Tsukuyomi from ancient times, a humanoid life form cultivated by the god tree. They existed in huge numbers, had vigorous life force, and possessed weak individual consciousness. They could practically be treated as consumables. White Zetsu, a perfect one-time resurrection token carrier. The more Yao thought about it, the more feasible this idea seemed. He even got a little excited. I have Shusui's Mangekyo Sharingan. With Kodo Amitsukami puppets, I can turn them into absolutely loyal puppets without anyone noticing. I can completely control a batch of White Zetsu in secret and train them into dedicated tools for casting Samsara of Heavenly Life technique. Once I need to revive an important person, I just release one White Zetsu and have it cast Samsara of Heavenly Life technique. Anyway, White Zetsu's life force is enough to support this jutsu, and losing one White Zetsu means absolutely nothing to me. If that happens, the value of Samsara of Heavenly Life technique will instantly undergo a complete earth-shaking transformation. It will no longer be a forbidden jutsu that requires someone to sacrifice themselves. It'll become a strategic resurrection resource that can be quantified, stockpiled, and used whenever needed. To some extent, this kind of mass-producible resurrection ability is even more outrageous than the Rinnegan. Samsara of Heavenly Life technique is very strong. It can revive the dead on a large scale. But the Rinnegan itself is a one-of-a-kind item, and it requires the original user to pay with their life. Meanwhile, the combination of Samsara of Heavenly Life technique and White Zetsu puppets can achieve resurrection with no loss at all, and can even be used multiple times. This idea has real potential. If I get the chance later, I need to capture a batch of White Zetsu and test the waters. Yao quietly added this plan to his list of future tasks. As Sunagekyo's highly respected elder advisor, Chiyo had given up her life for the village's future. Her actions were worthy of praise, and quite a few people's eyes turned red. But the good news was that the fifth Kazekage Gaara had come back to life. Thank you. Thank you all. Thank you for rushing here despite the danger. Thank you for everything you did for me. Gaara's voice was not loud, but it was filled with sincere gratitude. He knew that without Konoha's timely rescue and desperate battle, there was absolutely no way he could have survived. He was also grateful to Chiyo. Without Granny Chiyo exchanging her life for his, he would definitely have died. Kakashi nodded. Kazekage-sama, no need to be so polite. This is the bond of our alliance. How are you feeling right now? I'm okay. Just a little weak. Gaara tried moving a finger and barely managed to lift it a little. After confirming that Gaara was no longer in immediate danger, the group took a short rest, then decided to return to Sunagekyo and bring Chiyo's body back with them. Yao had no intention of going to Sunagekyo, so he proposed leaving on his own. Kakashi-sensei, Naruto Akatsuki took a huge loss this time. There's no guarantee they won't try something. I plan to return to Konoha first and report the situation to Lady Tsunade. At the same time, I want to check whether the village needs to be on guard. The reason was perfectly reasonable. After thinking for a moment, Kakashi agreed. That works. Akatsuki's movements and strength this time really do need to be reported as soon as possible. Be careful on the road. Yao, you're not coming back with us? Naruto asked. Yeah, I'm heading out first. Yao nodded, then glanced once more at Gaara, who was surrounded by the others. Kazekage-sama, I'll be taking my leave first. Great kindness needs no thanks. If there's a chance in the future, let us have a drink together, Gaara said gratefully. Sure, Yao smiled. Then his figure flashed and vanished from the spot. After separating from the group, Yao sensed the flying thunder god mark he had left on the demonic statue of the outer path. Found it. Yao opened his eyes, a sharp glint flashing within them. Flying thunder god technique. Swish. His whole body vanished as if erased by a rubber, disappearing into the barren wasteland without leaving even the slightest trace. The next moment, he appeared in an unfamiliar place. Damp, cold air rushed at him, carrying the smell of rust and rain. Before him was no longer yellow sand and desert. Instead, it was a strange city of countless steel pipes and drainage systems, and the cold rain that never stopped, falling in an endless drizzle. The sky was lead gray, so oppressive it felt hard to breathe. Mangekyo, deep within the central tower, inside a dimly lit hall, several illusory, wavering figures stood around the hall. They wore the iconic black cloaks patterned with red clouds, but their forms were blurred, and their faces were hidden in shadow. They were projections of consciousness cast over through the phantom lantern body technique by members of the Akatsuki, and they were in the middle of a meeting. To sum it up, Sasori of the Red Sand and Deidara have both been confirmed dead. Although the one-tail, Shikaku, was successfully recovered, we paid the price of 2 core members. Pain's cold voice echoed through the hall. There was little emotion in it, as if he were simply stating facts. The organization's plan cannot be delayed. We must replenish our ranks as soon as possible. Kakuzu picked up the conversation. The new candidates need to have enough strength and value. Those with high bounties or special abilities can be given priority. Hey, Boss Kakuzu. All you ever think about is money. Haiden shouted unhappily. What matters most in a new recruit is devotion to Lord Jashin. Preferably someone like me who understands the art of sacrifice. Idiot, Kakuzu replied coldly. Kisame gave a low chuckle. As long as they're strong enough. Otherwise, if they end up like Sasori and Deidara and get taken down by some little brat, that'd be a huge embarrassment for the organization. Though that Konoha brat really is kind of a monster. Uchiha Itachi stayed silent, as if all of this had nothing to do with him. Zetsu cut in. As for candidates, I do happen to know a few interesting seedlings. Want to hear about them? Conan quietly watched everyone argue and did not voice an opinion. Just then, Pain's pupils suddenly shrank. He abruptly lifted his head, his gaze piercing through the thick walls of the tower and locking onto a certain direction in Mangekyo. Conan, standing beside him, immediately noticed something unusual about her partner. She shifted slightly and asked softly, Pain, what is it? Pain did not answer right away. Light flowed within his Rinnegan, as though he were confirming something. A few seconds later, he slowly withdrew his gaze, looked back at everyone in the hall, and said in an icy voice, There's an intruder. An intruder? Conan's brows drew together slightly. Mangekyo's defensive barrier hasn't triggered any alarm, and the sensory system hasn't responded either. Who is it? Pain fell silent for a moment, then said a name that made everyone present stiffen instantly. Uchiha Yo. He's in Mangekyo right now. The hall instantly fell into dead silence. Kakuzu, Haiden, and Kisame, who had been arguing over new recruits just moments ago, all seemed to freeze in place. Even the always grinning Zetsu, or rather white Zetsu, had his smile lock up. Uchiha Itachi slowly opened his closed eyes, his gaze deep and unreadable. Conan's pupils tightened slightly, and sheets of paper began to drift around her. That brat had just been seen in the cave in the Land of Wind. Wasn't he supposed to be far away in Sunagakure? And now he had actually come to their doorstep? This fast? And alone, at that, going deep into the Akatsuki's lair by himself? What was he trying to do? How had he found this place? Countless questions and shock rose in the minds of the Akatsuki members. The meeting, which had been somewhat noisy a moment ago, suddenly became so quiet that not a sound could be heard. After a brief silence, the entire Akatsuki exploded at once. That blindfolded brat. He actually dared. Haiden was the first to blow up, waving his blood-stained triple-bladed scythe as he roared. This is the organization's headquarters, and he dares break in all by himself. Who the hell does he think he's looking down on? Heh, interesting. Kisame split his shark-like mouth into a grin and let out a low, excited laugh. We were just talking about him, and now he delivers himself right to our door? Itachi-san, your little brother's guts are on a whole different level. A shocking light burst from Kakuzu's cold eyes. 100 million Ryo just delivered himself to my door? On the white Zetsu half of Zetsu's pitcher plant-like face, an exaggerated grin spread wide. Wow, now that's some huge news. That little monster from the Uchiha clan actually came here? How did he find this place? Is there a traitor? Uchiha Itachi remained silent, but his half-closed eyes had already opened fully, and his scarlet Sharingan slowly began to spin. Yao came to Mangekyo? This was way too reckless. Itachi felt a trace of panic inside. He knew the leader's strength very well. For Yao to rashly charge into the Mangekyo base like this, things were absolutely more bad than good. Conan looked at Pain, her tone heavy and killing intent rising within it. Pain, are you sure? Yes, alone? Pain slowly nodded. Cold light flickered in his Rinnegan. For now, no one else has been detected, and he isn't hiding. He is standing openly in the streets of Mangekyo right now. What? Even Kakuzu froze this time. Openly? Does he think this is Konoha South Shopping Street? Arrogant. Too arrogant. Haiden shouted in rage. This is a naked provocation. Disrespect toward Lord Jashin. And even more, contempt toward our Akatsuki. I'm going back to the village right now to chop that brat up and offer him as a sacrifice to Lord Jashin. Kisame licked his lips. A little reckless. Sure, but I like this brat's personality. He has got guts. Boss Pain, what's the plan? Should we go give him a welcome? White Zetsu said with a grin. Or should we first see what he actually wants? Surely he didn't come here for sightseeing, right? Quiet. Pain's gaze swept across all the members. The Akatsuki members, who had been somewhat agitated, immediately shut their mouths. Pain looked over the crowd and said indifferently, Originally, I did not intend to confront him this soon. But since he delivered himself to us, then he can stay here. As soon as the words fell, Pain rippled like a reflection in water and disappeared from the hall. In the next moment, he appeared at the very top of the central tower in Mangekyo. Swish, swish, swish. At the same time, the other 5 paths appeared out of nowhere like ghosts. Rain struck their bodies and slid down their black cloaks patterned with red clouds. They did not move at all, like 5 lifeless statues. The 6 paths of pain looked down from above at Mangekyo below. That black-haired boy with the blindfold was standing quietly in the rain. Go! The voice of Devapath Pain rang out in the minds of the other 5 paths. Go meet this uninvited guest. Yes. The 5 answered at the same time, their voices overlapping without the slightest emotional fluctuation. Swish! 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 The 5 figures instantly vanished from the top of the tower. They were so fast that only a few blurry afterimages remained in the curtain of rain. When they appeared again, they were already in the middle of the street several dozen meters in front of Yao, blocking his path. The rain kept pounding against the ground, creating a dense drumming sound. On both sides of the street were buildings covered in pipes, dim and oppressive. Yao stopped walking and looked at the 5 figures that had suddenly appeared before him. Oh, Yao raised a brow. Why did only 5 of you come? Looks like I'm being underestimated a little. The human path, standing at the very front, took 1 step forward. His voice was as cold and flat as a machine, without the slightest rise or fall. Uchiha Yao, state your purpose for trespassing into Mangekyo. Yao smiled when he heard that. My purpose? Very simple. Your orange-haired leader keeps saying he is the god who will guide change in the ninja world, right? Yao spread his hands. Me? I don't really have many strengths, but my curiosity is a little strong. So while I was passing by, I came over to take a look. I wanted to see just what kind of quality that so-called god of his really has. Deep inside the secret base, Nagato heard those words, and anger mixed with absurdity surged up in his heart. This Uchiha Yao had really run all the way to Mangekyo just to take a look? It was simply beyond reason. But Nagato quickly suppressed his emotions. No matter what the other side's purpose was, it was no longer important now. Anyone who trespasses into Mangekyo has only one fate: death. Arrogant mortal. The human path's voice was ice-cold. Since you came, don't even think about leaving. Kill him. The order was given. Among the 5 paths, the animal path, the relatively burly one with black receivers pierced into his face, suddenly stepped forward and rapidly formed hand seals, then slammed 1 palm onto the ground. At this time, the animal path had not been killed by Jiraiya yet, so it was still male, not the later female one. Summoning jutsu. Bang! 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 5 massive bursts of white smoke exploded one after another. As the smoke cleared, 5 enormous monsters appeared in front of the animal path, completely clogging the already narrow street. 1 giant hellhound, 1 red giant crab, 1 giant chameleon, 1 giant yata bird, and 1 black giant bull. Kill him. The animal path waved a large hand. Roar! Moo! The giant black bull and the hellhound let out furious roars and charged first. The black bull lowered its head and smashed forward from the front like an iron war chariot. The hellhound circled from the side, opening its blood-soaked maw wide. The yata bird in the air also shrieked sharply and dove straight at Yao, its claws glinting with cold light. Quite a scary formation. Yao took a deep breath. Surging green chakra erupted skyward from within his body, rapidly condensing and taking shape. Bones, flesh, armor, weapons, wings. In an instant, a towering emerald green perfect Susanoo descended onto the streets of Mangekyo with a thunderous crash. Its height even surpassed some of the surrounding buildings, and its massive head nearly touched the lead gray clouds above. Rain battered against its armor, splashing into countless tiny droplets. Within those eye sockets burning with emerald green flames, its gaze was like that of a god, looking down upon the charging summoned beasts. The central tower of Mangekyo. Countless white sheets of paper gathered from all directions, forming Conan's cold and elegant figure. The moment her purple eyes landed on that towering emerald green giant, her pupils contracted slightly. So this is the legendary Susanoo of the Uchiha clan? Conan spoke softly, but her voice carried a trace of gravity amid the wind and rain. Even from this far away, she could still sense the terrifying chakra fluctuations radiating from Susanoo. Pain slowly nodded. Back then, the first Hokage Hashirama Senju and Madara Uchiha joined forces to pacify the chaotic era, end the Warring States period, and establish Konoha. The power Madara Uchiha relied on was precisely Susanoo. The ultimate power born from the Sharingan evolved to its limit. This is the Uchiha clan's ultimate ocular power, one capable of contending against Hashirama Senju's would release. Its strength is naturally far from ordinary. While the two were speaking, the battle below had already begun. Facing the charging giant black bull, Susanoo raised its right foot and stomped down as casually as stepping on an ant. Boom! The hard street was crushed into a massive crater. That thick-skinned giant black bull was stomped straight into the ground, leaving behind only a mangled pool of flesh and blood. Then, with a bang, it turned into white smoke and vanished as the summoning was released. The hellhound flanking from the side opened its mouth and spat out a corrosive fireball. But when the fireball struck Susanoo's Karasu Tengu armor, it failed to leave even the slightest scorch mark. Susanoo casually reached out and grabbed the hellhound's enormous body in its palm, its 5 fingers tightening slightly. Splat! The hellhound couldn't even struggle before it was crushed into a lump of minced meat, and it too dispersed into white smoke. The Yata bird diving down from the sky was the fastest of them all, its claws viciously raking toward the diamond-shaped crystal on Susanu's forehead. Susanu's sky-covering wings gave a light flap. Whoosh! It was as if the Yata bird had slammed into a wall of steel. Its entire body was sent flying backward by a single wing strike from Susanu. It spun countless times through the air, then slammed heavily into the outer wall of a distant tower and exploded into a cloud of smoke. The red giant crab blocking the road waved its massive pincers, trying to clamp down on Susanu's lower leg. Susanu bent its knee, then casually drove it forward. Dong! The giant crab's hard shell shattered on impact like paper. Its whole body was blasted backward by that monstrous force, smashing down half a street's worth of buildings before turning into white smoke and disappearing. As for the last giant chameleon, it hadn't even managed to get close. Before it could approach, Susanu's enormous foot stomped it into a pulp. And just like that, the battle ended. From the moment the 5 summoned beasts appeared to the moment they were effortlessly crushed, the entire process took less than 10 seconds. Clean, efficient, decisive. At the top of the tower, Conan and Pain watched this scene in silence. They knew the summoned beasts might not be enough to defeat him, but they had never expected them to lose so cleanly, so thoroughly. It was basically the visual of an adult beating up kindergarten kids. Looks like just these summoned beasts aren't even enough to make him warm up, Conan said in a low voice. Pain said nothing. He only slowly clenched his fist. The summoned beasts being instantly killed did not cause the 5 paths of pain to hesitate in the slightest, nor did it make them feel fear. They were puppets remotely controlled by Nagato to begin with. Their only command was to eliminate the intruder. The figures of the 5 paths quickly scattered through the curtain of rain, widening the distance between themselves and the perfect Susanu. At the same time, they each took advantageous positions, vaguely forming an encirclement. Shared vision. This was one of the most basic abilities granted to the 6 paths of pain by the Rinnegan, and also one of the most terrifying. Through the Rinnegan of any one path, Nagato could grasp every detail across the entire battlefield with no blind spots at all. Because of this, the coordination between the 5 paths reached a perfect level, as if they were of one mind and one body. The human path stood atop the ruins of a distant building, its Rinnegan locked onto the diamond-shaped crystal on Susanu's forehead. The Azura path opened all the mechanisms across its body, revealing a dense mass of missile launchers, laser cannon ports, and blades, like a mobile humanoid arsenal. The animal path formed seals again, but this time it did not summon large creatures. Instead, it summoned a huge number of smaller summoned beasts, which poured out from every corner, trying to interfere and wear him down. The Preta path spread both hands, palms facing forward, taking on a stance to absorb chakra as it aimed directly at Susanu. The Naraka path stood at the very rear, the phantom of the King of Hell appearing beside it, ready at any moment to restore any damaged path. The 5 paths had a clear division of labor, attack and defense as one, long range and close combat, interference, absorption, healing, control. They had everything covered. Faced with this kind of all-around, no dead-angle siege with such seamless cooperation, even an ordinary Kaga-level expert would absolutely find it extremely troublesome. A single moment of carelessness could lead to defeat and death. Jiraiya was the perfect example. Unfortunately for them, the one they were facing today was Uchiha Yo. Not bad coordination. Too bad the difference in power level is just too great. From within Susanu's brow, Yao gave a calm evaluation. Then, with a thought, Susanu moved. He ignored those annoying small summoned beasts. He paid no attention to the Azura path preparing to attack in the distance. He also didn't care at all that the Preta path could absorb chakra. Instead, he stepped directly toward the Azura path, which was positioned closest to the front. That single step made the earth shake and the mountains tremble. The entire street shook violently. The splashing rainwater shot outward in every direction like bullets. The Azura path reacted extremely fast. All the missiles and laser cannons across its body fired at once like a rain of arrows. Boom, boom, boom. Dozens of miniature missiles trailing fiery tails, along with scorching laser beams, formed a dense web of firepower and rained down toward the Susanu. Boom, boom, boom. Those missiles and lasers, powerful enough to flatten a small mountain, slammed into the Susanu. Endless explosions and sharp clanging sounds erupted one after another. When the thick smoke and firelight cleared, the armor of the Susanu was still spotless, as smooth and pristine as ever, without even a trace of scorch marks. What? Nagato, hidden in the shadows, was shocked. What terrifying defense. It actually came out completely unscathed? At this moment, the Susanu raised its enormous palm and slammed it down toward the area where the Azura path was. It was not fast, but the area it covered was enormous. The Azura path tried to use the boosters on its body to dodge at high speed. But under the pressure of the palm wind, its movements became abnormally sluggish. It was just about to be hit.
Blocking technique absorption seal.
At this moment, the Predapath, which had been waiting on the flank, suddenly made its move. A powerful suction force burst out from both of its palms, forming an invisible vortex as it tried to forcibly absorb the Susanoo. You think trash on your level is worthy of absorbing my chakra? Yao let out a cold snort. With a fierce swing of the spiral sword, 3 green Magatama shot out and blasted into the Predapath. The Predapath's blocking technique absorption seal, upon making contact with those 3 Magatama, was like a tiny water pipe trying to drain the ocean. Not only was its absorption speed nowhere near enough, but its own chakra pathways were thrown into chaos by the violent chakra. It let out a muffled groan, staggered backward again and again, and the absorption was forcibly interrupted. In that split second, the Susanoo's palm came down solidly on the Azura path. Rumble! The earth shook violently, and dust mixed with rainwater shot into the sky. A huge palm-shaped crater appeared on the spot, and the Azura path had already completely vanished. Only a pile of twisted, shattered metal parts and broken black rods were scattered in the muddy water. Azura path, one-hit kill. Restore. In the distance, the Naraka path immediately controlled the phantom image of the King of Hell, opening its huge mouth in an attempt to pull the Azura path back. However, how could Yao possibly give it that chance? The emerald wings behind the Susanoo suddenly flapped. Boom! Its enormous body crossed over 100 meters in an instant at terrifying speed, appearing brazenly right in front of the Naraka path. It was too fast. So fast that even Nagato, despite the shared vision, barely had time to react. The Susanoo extended one hand, with its index finger pointing out. At the fingertip, a point of destructive pure white light condensed. How dare trash puppets like you dance in front of me? Dust release, detachment of the primitive world technique. BFF. A small square barrier beam blasted out instantly. The Naraka path, along with the phantom image of the King of Hell that had just appeared behind it, was lightly brushed by that white light. Like pencil writing being erased by an eraser, they silently turned into nothingness, not even leaving behind a single scrap. Naraka path. Instant kill. Bastard. Nagato cursed inwardly, controlling the remaining human path, animal path, and Predapath to charge in once more. The human path tried to get close and used the Rinnegan's ability to extract souls. The animal path summoned even more bizarre creatures to rush in and self-destruct. The Predapath charged up again, trying once more to absorb chakra. But all of it, in the face of an absolute gap in power and speed, looked so pale and powerless. The Susanoo was like a tiger charging into a flock of sheep, smashing, stomping, grabbing, swatting. Occasionally, it combined that with dust release. Bang! BFF! Crack! Boom! Every single move was inevitably accompanied by the collapse of a pain body or the annihilation of a summoned beast. Perfect teamwork? Shared vision? In front of the Susanoo's crushing power, all of the 5 paths of pain's advantages were wiped away. In less than 1 minute, the 5 paths of pain were completely wiped out. Within the curtain of rain, aside from the Susanoo still standing there like an unshakable mountain, all that remained was the ruined street covered in devastation. The battle had been simple and brutal. Rather than calling it a fierce fight, it was more like a one-sided beating and slaughter. At the top of the central tower, this guy, even the 5 paths of pain were completely no match for him. Conan's expression became exceptionally ugly. She had experienced countless battles and seen no shortage of powerful shinobi. But someone like Uchiha Yo, who could so easily deal with the 5 paths of pain in an almost crushing fashion, this was her first time seeing such a thing. This had already gone beyond Conan's understanding of what a powerful shinobi was. Even Jiraiya-sensei probably wasn't this strong, right? He is not an ordinary shinobi. Devapath Pain slowly spoke. His voice remained icy cold, but the seriousness within it could no longer be concealed. The intelligence Zetsu provided said that he had inherited both Hashirama Senju's would release and Madara Uchiha's Sharingan power. He is a shinobi not inferior to Hashirama Senju and Madara Uchiha. Now, it seemed those words were not false at all. Hashirama Senju's would release Senjutsu. Madara Uchiha's Susanoo. Either one of those alone was enough to let someone stand at the peak of the ninja world. And this boy before them had perfectly fused these 2 legendary powers into one body. What do we do now? Conan took a deep breath, suppressing the shock in her heart as she looked toward Pain. The 5 paths of pain had been wiped out. Nearly half of the organization's conventional top-tier combat power had been crippled. The situation was extremely grim. Pain was silent for a few seconds. It seems it's time for me to act personally. As his words fell, Pain stepped forward and leaped down from the central tower, which stood hundreds of meters high. Not far from the battlefield, in the shadow of another building, the ground rippled slightly like water. A strangely shaped plant, like an enormous flytrap, slowly grew out of the ground. The flytrap split open from the middle, revealing the bizarre figure inside, half white, half black, like some kind of symbiotic being. Zetsu. The white half of his face carried its usual exaggerated grin, and a series of amazed clicks came from his mouth. Wow, did you see that, Black Zetsu? Did you see that? A perfect Susanoo. And that dust release too. So awesome. Way cooler than that old man Inoki uses it. Those 5 pain toys got blown up just like that. Well, I guess they were corpses to begin with. White Zetsu chattered endlessly, as if he were watching a wonderful performance. As for the black Zetsu half, it remained completely hidden in the shadow of the flytrap. Only those beast-like eyes flickered in the darkness with a deep, indescribable light. Uchiha Yo. Black Zetsu's voice was low and hoarse, filled with uncertainty and suspicion. Would release, Susanoo, dust release, flying thunder god. And those eyes. Black Zetsu recalled every bit of information related to this Uchiha brat. What relationship did he have with Lord Madara? No, the timing doesn't match. Before Lord Madara died, he only left behind Obito and Nagato as his 2 chess pieces. So where exactly did this Uchiha Yo come from? Black Zetsu's heart was filled with deep doubt and vigilance. It had lived for over 1,000 years, secretly manipulating the fate of the reincarnations of Indra's chakra, guiding the grand plan to save Mother. Everything had always been within its plan. But the appearance of Uchiha Yo had brought an uncontrollable variable. What was his goal? Was it merely to test Pain's strength? Or was there something else he wanted? Black Zetsu's gaze swept over Pain, who was descending from the high tower, then looked toward Yao in the distance, who appeared calm and at ease. Nagato possessed the Rinnegan, but he himself was not the reincarnation of either Indra or Ajura. His body was crippled as well, and his strength was limited by being a puppet user. Most likely, no, he was definitely no match for this monster. If Nagato lost, would the Rinnegan be lost too? If the Rinnegan was lost, then everything would become troublesome. Black Zetsu rapidly calculated all kinds of possibilities, as well as the follow-up responses, and his heart grew heavier and heavier. The Rinnegan was the key to everything. Only with the Rinnegan could they summon the demonic statue of the outer path, collect the tailed beasts, and have any chance of reviving the Ten-Tails. If anything happened to the Rinnegan, then the entire plan would be impossible to continue. Looks like the plan needs to be adjusted. A cold gleam flashed through Black Zetsu's eyes. Perhaps it was time for Obito's side to make contact with this new rising star of the Uchiha clan. After 1,000 years of execution, the plan had finally shown a ray of hope. Black Zetsu would never allow anyone to ruin his grand scheme. Absolutely not. White Zetsu seemed to sense the fluctuations in Black Zetsu's thoughts, and said with a grin, "What? Black Zetsu, you also think this guy is a huge problem? Want me to go make friends with him? Maybe I can trick some information out of him." "Shut up, idiot." Black Zetsu coldly cut him off. "Now is not the time. Let's watch his battle with Nagato first." On the other side, boom, the Deva Path of Pain crashed down onto the street like a falling meteor, smashing heavily into the ground and sending up a huge spray of murky water. The black cloak with red clouds didn't move in the slightest in the wind and rain, and those eerie Rinnegan looked up coldly at the Susanoo. "Uchiha Yo, you really are strong, but be prepared. The dignity of a god is not something you can provoke. No probing, no nonsense." Pain directly raised his hand, spread his 5 fingers and aimed at the Susanoo. Almighty push, buzz. A powerful repulsive force burst forth from his palm and slammed fiercely toward the Susanoo. Almighty push was a terrifying power that could easily blast away a tailed beast ball and destroy large sections of Konoha's buildings. However, faced with this repulsive force strong enough to flatten mountains, the Susanoo only swayed slightly. His feet didn't even move back half a step. It stood firm and unmoving. Instead, Pain himself was sent flying by that very force. Every action has an equal and opposite reaction. If you repel me, then I'm repelling you too. As for who got blown away, that depended on whose mass was greater. And clearly, Yao's was greater. A clear trace of shock flashed through Pain's Rinnegan. Almighty push had actually failed? Pain, is that all the strength you've got? That's not even enough to scratch my itch. Yao's voice carried open mockery. And you dare call yourself a god? Even I'm embarrassed for you. Pain's gaze turned sharp, and he instantly changed tactics. With a flip of his hand, he suddenly clenched his fist toward the Susanoo. Universal Pool. A terrifying, attractive force erupted. Broken stones in the street, pooled rainwater, even the shattered remains of buildings. All of them were pulled off the ground and flew toward Pain's palm. But the Susanoo, the main target, still did not move in the slightest. "Can't pull me?" Yao's voice was playful. "Did your so-called god skip breakfast?" For the first time, Pain's expression turned a little ugly. He felt that this was troublesome. Almighty push and universal pull were the Deva Path's core abilities. Yet they were completely ineffective against Uchiha Yo. Trouble. This was real trouble now. In that case, Pain took a deep breath, then suddenly slammed his hands together and shouted, "Massive Almighty Push." Massive Almighty Push was the plus version of Almighty Push. In an instant, it could repel everything in the surrounding area, with a range of over a dozen kilometers. In the original story, Pain had used this very move to flatten the entire Konoha village in an instant. The Susanoo finally reacted. It raised its left arm, covered in thick armor, and blocked in front of its chest. Boom! A terrifying shockwave exploded outward in a ring, shattering all the remaining glass in the surrounding buildings within several hundred meters. The massive body of the Susanoo was blasted backward, sliding back over 100 meters before it finally stopped. But that was all. Not bad power, but the attack power is lacking, Yao said. You really are strong. I admit it, I underestimated you before. Pain's voice was cold, and his expression became incomparably serious. To be fair, he truly hadn't taken Uchiha Yo seriously before. Only now did he realize just how wrong he had been. This was no ordinary opponent, much less someone like Hanzo or Danzo. Hidden in the shadows, Nagato immediately gathered what little chakra he had left. A black sphere appeared in his hand and floated up into the air. Planetary devastation. Pain slammed his hands together, and an unprecedented light erupted from his Rinnegan. Rumble! The earth trembled violently. Countless massive rocks, building debris, and even whole stretches of ground were forcibly torn free, then madly gathered toward the vortex in the sky like a waterfall flowing in reverse. This was the strongest sealing jutsu Nagato could currently use. It created a miniature gravitational core that simulated the birth of a planet, attracting, compressing, and sealing all matter. Nagato intended to use this move to completely seal Uchiha Yo. Faced with this terrifying gravitational force that felt like the power of heaven and earth itself, the Susanoo finally could no longer maintain absolute stability. It was forcibly dragged toward the meteor sphere in the sky. Broken stones and dirt continuously attached themselves to it, wrapping around it layer by layer, covering it, burying it. Before long, a gigantic sphere of rock over several hundred meters in diameter appeared in midair, floating there in silence. It's over. Pain panted heavily. Nagato, hidden in the shadows, was gasping even harder, blood pouring from all 7 orifices. This move had nearly squeezed dry all of his remaining chakra. But fortunately, it had worked. Once planetary devastation was formed, its gravitational force would compress and seal all matter. Escaping it was almost impossible. Nagato refused to believe that Uchiha Yo could break free from this seal. Wah! In the shadows of a building, White Zetsu inside the flytrap suddenly opened his mouth wide and let out an exaggerated cry of amazement. So big. That rock ball is huge. This time, that Uchiha Yo shouldn't be able to escape, right? White Zetsu waved his arms around wildly, delighted to watch the chaos. Black Zetsu said nothing. He only stared tightly at the rock sphere in the sky, his eyes flickering. Crack. HM. Black Zetsu and White Zetsu both jolted at the same time. They saw a spiral greatsword, like a venomous dragon that had lurked in hiding for ages, suddenly thrust out from inside the rocky sphere. The terrifying power contained in the spiral sword instantly shattered the surrounding rocks, reducing them to powder that fell in showers. This is, under the disbelieving gazes of Black Zetsu and White Zetsu, that emerald-green spiral greatsword seemed almost alive. The more it thrust, the longer it became. The more it thrust, the deeper it went. And finally, boom! The enormous rocky sphere, hundreds of meters wide and formed by planetary devastation, exploded from the inside. Countless broken stones shot out in all directions at astonishing speed. They smashed distant buildings, overturned the stone pavement on the ground, and made the entire hidden rain village tremble under this one strike. Dust filled the sky, mixing with the rain and the flying rubble to form an apocalyptic scene. The Susanoo appeared once more, floating in midair. The wings on its back swept lightly. It was completely unharmed. From the center of the Susanoo's brow, Yao's voice rang out and echoed across the sky above the hidden rain village. Planetary devastation? That's it? Pain. You think that just because you awakened the Rinnegan, you can really call yourself a god? Standing high above everyone else, looking down on all living things, freely deciding other people's life and death, and even the fate of the world. In my eyes, no matter how powerful the eyes you awakened are, you're destined to be nothing more than a pitiful weakling forever. You should be glad you were born in this era. If I threw you into the end of the Warring States era, into the age ruled by Hashirama Senju and Madara Uchiha, then with just this little bit of skill of yours, what right would you have to stir up trouble? Yao's words deeply stabbed Nagato, who was hidden in the darkness. Shut up. Pain let out an enraged roar. He wanted to refute him, wanted to roar back, wanted to use the power of a god to make this arrogant little brat shut his mouth for good. But the other party's strength left him speechless for a moment, with only endless fury burning in his chest. That's all it took to break your mentality? Yao sneered, suddenly feeling a bit bored. What a drag. Forget it, you're too weak. Fighting you is seriously no fun. Yao dispersed his Susanoo, dropped back to the ground, then turned and left. Nagato was a little dumbfounded. What did that mean? Just now, they had been fighting so fiercely that the heavens shook and the earth trembled. He had even broken through Chibaku Tensei. He had also used words to belittle him until he was worth absolutely nothing, and now he was suddenly not fighting anymore? What do you mean by that? Pain shouted with a cold face. It means this. Yao stopped walking. I originally thought a so-called god like you might at least let me enjoy myself a little, might entertain me a bit. But the truth is, you're too weak. You're not even qualified to entertain me. Pain stared at Yao's back for a moment, unable to process it. No fun? And now he was just leaving? No, wait. Weren't you invading Mangekyo? And now you're just leaving like this? What the hell is this? On the other side, this is bad. Yes, coming for us. White Zetsu and Black Zetsu had been staring at Uchiha Yo the whole time, only to discover that not only was he not leaving, he was actually charging toward them instead. Instantly, they felt things were going bad. They had always thought their concealment was flawless, but it turned out they had been discovered long ago. Go! Black Zetsu reacted extremely quickly and immediately used the mayfly technique. The two of them seemed to melt as they rapidly sank into the ground, trying to merge with the earth and escape underground. However, fast as they were, Yao was faster. Just as their bodies had sunk halfway down, before they had fully disappeared into the ground, Yao appeared not far away. He brought both hands together in front of his chest, and a pure white light of destruction lit up in his palms. Don't move. If you sink even one more inch, Yao aimed his palms at the building below where Zetsu was hiding. The pure white radiance compressed and condensed at terrifying speed. I'll use dust release to blast you, along with this entire building, into nothingness. Black Zetsu and White Zetsu froze instantly, as if hit with a paralysis jutsu. Cold sweat almost broke out on them. They knew dust release S power perfectly well. Sasori of the Red Sand S hundreds of puppets had been easily broken down and erased. Turning this building and the two of them into nothingness was absolutely not a joke. They had no doubt that if they dared move even a little more, that white beam would descend instantly. Good. That S more like it. Seeing them stop moving, Yao withdrew dust release and landed not far away, a smiling expression appearing on his face. With clear interest, he sized up the strange creature before him, half white and half black, poking out from a Venus flytrap. Geez, you two are Akatsuki members too? Yes, 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 we are. The White Zetsu half nodded frantically, forcing an exaggerated, flattering smile onto his face, his voice full of ingratiation. My name is White Zetsu. His name is Black Zetsu. We're Akatsuki's intelligence agents. We're specifically in charge of gathering information. Oh, White Zetsu, Black Zetsu. Yao repeated their names, the smile on his face growing wider. Your Akatsuki really is full of weirdos. You look like some kind of mutated Venus flytrap. Pretty unique. Huh? Heh. That evaluation made White Zetsu's smile stiffen for a moment, and Black Zetsu's face darkened a little more, but neither of them dared to react. Yao lowered his head and reached out to pat White Zetsu's head. I'm kind of curious. Can you poop? White Zetsu's eyes lit up. I can't poop, but I've always wanted to know what pooping feels like. Too bad nobody else ever told me. Pooping. Huh? Yao stroked his chin. Sometimes it feels great, sometimes it feels clogged up. You have to judge the specific situation specifically. Oh, White Zetsu nodded as if he half understood. What a shame. We White Zetsus can't poop, so we can't experience that feeling. Heh, talking with you was fun. Alright, I'm leaving. Yao gave them one last glance and waved casually. See you next time, White Zetsu. As soon as his voice fell, Yao activated the Flying Thunder God technique and vanished from the spot. See you next time. White Zetsu waved enthusiastically. Black Zetsu was completely baffled. Wait, you came over to find us just for this? The cold rain continued to fall in a steady drizzle, washing over the cold steel and stone bricks at the top of the central tower. Conan appeared beside Pain. Uchiha Yo really left? Yeah. Pain's voice was colder than the rain, but now carried a heaviness that had never been there before. A divine punishment delivered by a god upon an intruder had ultimately ended in such an almost childish way. The other party had not only smashed his 5 paths, broken his strongest Chibaku Tensei, but had also trampled his beliefs and dignity underfoot with the sharpest words possible. What broke his mentality the most was that Uchiha Yo thought he was too weak, thought fighting him was boring, so he left. That feeling was even more stifling than being defeated head-on. His power. Conan recalled that towering emerald giant from just now, and a trace of gravity flashed through her eyes. He has already completely exceeded our previous estimates. Zetsu's intelligence was probably only the tip of the iceberg. Pain. We underestimated Uchiha Yo too much before. Pain remained silent. And why did that guy suddenly stop at the end? Conan continued with the strength he displayed. If he really wanted to kill you, or continue destroying Mangekyo, we probably wouldn't have been able to stop him. But even while holding all the advantage, he chose to leave on his own. Maybe, Pain said just like he said he thought it was boring, or maybe he came here not to invade at all. That guess made both of them feel a wave of absurdity. If not to invade, then what? Did he really come just to see what a god looked like? Too ridiculous. Was a brat's way of thinking really this impossible to understand? No matter what, Pain raised his head, the Rinnegan looking toward the gloomy sky. Uchiha Yo has already become the biggest variable in the plan. We must reassess his threat level. At the same time, we must speed up the process of capturing the tailed beasts. Konan nodded, her gaze turning sharp as well. Understood. I'll have Zetsu pay even closer attention to his movements. Night. Outside Mangekyo, deep within a dense forest, the campfire crackled. Yao sat cross-legged in front of the fire, routinely condensing Six Paths chakra and injecting it into his eyes. Suddenly, the ground bulged slightly. A pale white figure drilled out from below. It was White Zetsu. A respectful expression appeared on his comical face. Lord Yao, you came. Yao opened his eyes and looked at White Zetsu. You didn't let Black Zetsu notice, right? No. White Zetsu shook his head, his tone carrying a bit of smugness, like he was asking for credit. I told that guy I wanted to try taking a dump and see what it actually felt like. It thought it was disgusting and ignored me. Very good. A smile appeared on Yao's face. This time, he had come to Mangekyo for a total of 3 purposes. First, of course, was to face Nagato, this Kaga-level powerhouse, head-on and test his current strength. Second, to strike at Nagato's confidence and make him speed up the process of collecting the tailed beasts, so the plan would advance faster. And third, it was for White Zetsu. Yao had already expected it. If he fought Nagato, those 2 old schemers, Black Zetsu and White Zetsu, would definitely not miss the chance to watch from the sidelines. And sure enough, they really came. So after the battle ended, Yao went straight to White Zetsu and Black Zetsu. On the surface, it looked like he had done nothing. But in reality, he had quietly activated Kodo Amatsukami puppet, silently rewriting this White Zetsu's deepest will and turning it into a tool loyal only to him. Both of Shursui's Mangekyo could use Kodo Amatsukami. And ever since both eyes had been gathered together, and their ocular power enhanced by Six Paths chakra, Kodo Amatsukami's cooldown had been greatly reduced. In Danzo's hands, the right eye's cooldown had lasted more than 10 years. But in Yao's hands, Kodo Amatsukami's cooldown was only 2 years. In other words, both eyes now could use Kodo Amatsukami puppet. Including the right eye Danzo had once used, it could now be used again. Using up 1 Kodo Amatsukami puppet to alter White Zetsu's will. Now this White Zetsu had already become Uchiha Yo's dog. Tell me the hiding places of the other White Zetsu. Yao gave the order, then immediately changed his mind. Forget it. That's too slow. Take this. He took out a specially made Flying Thunder God kunai and handed it to White Zetsu. When you get to where the White Zetsu are gathered, just inject chakra into it. I'll naturally be able to sense it. Yes. Lord Yao. White Zetsu took the kunai. Go. Understood. White Zetsu's body shrank and quickly sank underground, disappearing without a trace. Yao did not have to wait long. Around the second half of the night, the Flying Thunder God mark Yao had left on that special kunai was triggered, and a ripple of chakra came through. It's here. Yao opened his eyes and activated the Flying Thunder God technique, vanishing from where he stood. The next moment, Yao appeared inside an extremely vast underground cavern. The ceiling arched high above, visually no less than 100 meters tall. Countless stalactites hung upside down like the fangs of some giant beast. Some dimly glowing ores were embedded in the rock walls. Inside the cave stood a huge, crude stone chair. Yao recognized that chair. It had been left behind by Uchiha Madara. In his final years, Uchiha Madara had clung to life while sitting on that very chair. The most eye-catching thing was an enormous circular pit, over 100 meters in diameter, so deep that its bottom could not be seen. This should be where the demonic statue of the outer path used to stand, right? Yao muttered to himself. In his later years, Uchiha Madara had awakened the Rinnegan and successfully summoned the demonic statue of the outer path from the moon. After that, he had relied on the statue's life force and chakra to continue dragging out his life while laying down all kinds of backup plans. After Nagato awakened the Rinnegan, he summoned the demonic statue away, leaving behind this giant pit. Yao walked to the edge of the pit and saw that at the bottom and around it, many White Zetsu were standing in shadowy clusters. They were packed densely together, maintaining stiff, motionless postures, their pale white bodies blending into one patch under the faint light. No conversation, no movement, only dead silence. There were so many that, with one glance, he could not even see the end of them. These White Zetsu should be clones of the original White Zetsu, right? Yao murmured. The White Zetsu that appeared in Naruto could roughly be divided into 2 groups. One kind of White Zetsu came from the ancient era, humans captured by Otsutsuki Kagaya with the infinite Tsukuyomi. After being wrapped by the God Tree, these people gradually lost consciousness over a long period of time, and their bodies were transformed into White Zetsu, becoming Kagaya's army. The other kind was made by Uchiha Madara, Nagato, and Obito controlling the demonic statue of the outer path, using the ancient White Zetsu stored inside the statue and combining them with Hashirama's cells to create clones. The 100,000 White Zetsu in the Fourth Great Ninja War were actually clone bodies made from ancient White Zetsu and Hashirama cells. The number of White Zetsu in front of him was enormous, and they contained a familiar life force. They should be cloned products. Yao's target was them. He had already mastered the samsara of heavenly life technique. Now all he lacked was expendable material like white Zetsu. At this moment, that spy white Zetsu controlled by Yao was standing at the edge of the pit, holding up that flying thunder god kunai. The moment it saw Yao appear, white Zetsu immediately lowered its head respectfully. Not bad efficiency. Yao glanced at the densely packed white Zetsu below and casually asked, Abito isnt here, right? The isnt. White Zetsu answered respectfully, you killed Sasori and Deidara one after another earlier. That guy Abito can't sit still anymore. He plans to personally step in, officially join Akatsuki out in the open, and speed up the execution of the Eye of the Moon plan. Yao was not surprised. At this stage, Abito was still the hidden boss lurking in the shadows. The strength Yao had shown had obviously put a lot of pressure on him, so it was only natural that he would personally step in. Good. Better if he is not here. Yao stopped wasting words and directly activated the left eye's Koto Amitsukami puppet. A terrifying mental ripple spread out soundlessly, quietly covering all the white Zetsu in the pit and silently rewriting their wills, turning them into puppets and dogs loyal only to him. After finishing all that, Yao let out a long breath. Now both the left eye and right eye's Koto Amitsukami are on cooldown. If I want to use them again, I'll have to wait 2 years, but that's fine. Yao had never expected Koto Amitsukami to play some huge role anyway. Using it now was just right. Right after that, Yao took out a sealing scroll from his ninja pouch, formed hand seals with both hands, and poured chakra into the scroll. The scroll generated a suction force, aimed at dozens of white Zetsu near the edge of the pit. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Those white Zetsu turned into streaks of white light and were sucked into the scroll. The symbols on the scroll rapidly moved, sealing them firmly inside. There were thousands upon thousands of white Zetsu here. With only dozens missing, the change was impossible to notice. Yao was not worried that Abito would discover it. Putting away the sealing scroll, Yao looked at his spy white Zetsu. You stay in Akatsuki and keep watch on everything they do, especially Abito and Black Zetsu's movements. If they make any move at all, report it to me immediately. Yes. Lord Yao. White Zetsu lowered its head and accepted the order. Yao did not stay any longer and instantly disappeared from the cold underground cavern. Now he had white Zetsu. Next, it was time to test whether the samsara of heavenly life technique really could bring the dead back to life. Yao arrived at the border of the land of fire and found a bandit stronghold. These bandits had occupied the mountain as kings, robbing merchants and travelers, slaughtering villagers. Every last one of them had blood on their hands. Using them for resurrection experiments put no burden on Yao's conscience at all. He silently infiltrated the stronghold and casually grabbed 2 bandits. After finding a secluded valley, Yao began the experiment. Step 1. Kill Bandit A. Step 2. Use Bandit B as the sacrifice and cast the impure world reincarnation, reviving Bandit A. Step 3. Release a white Zetsu, inject chakra into it, and awaken it. Lord Yao. White Zetsu immediately called out respectfully. Its will had long since been completely altered by Koto Amitsukami, making it absolutely loyal to Yao. I'll teach you a jutsu. Learn it properly. No slacking. Forget it. Teaching one is teaching, teaching a group is still teaching. You all learn it too. Yao activated the dozens of white Zetsu inside the sealing scroll and taught them the one's own life reincarnation jutsu. White Zetsu clearly did not have high intelligence. It was extremely difficult for them to understand an S-rank forbidden jutsu involving the essence of life itself. They tried clumsily, making repeated mistakes in their chakra control, while Yao patiently corrected them again and again. Took a full half-night and finally one relatively clever white Zetsu barely managed to grasp the technique. Although it was still somewhat unskilled, it could indeed use it now. The rest of you, keep learning the one's own life reincarnation jutsu. You, come with me. Yao brought that white Zetsu over to Bandit A, who had been summoned by the impure world reincarnation. Now use the one's own life reincarnation jutsu on him. Yes. Lord Yao. That white Zetsu walked up to the Edo Tensei bandit and used one's own life reincarnation. Buzz. A faint green glow spread across white Zetsu's body, like a flowing stream, pouring into the Edo Tensei bandit's body. At first, Bandit A showed no changes at all. But as the life energy continued to pour in, an astonishing scene unfolded. White mist began rising from Bandit's body made of dust. The mist grew thicker and thicker, gradually wrapping around his entire body. The cracked Edo Tensei body was undergoing a shocking transformation. That lifeless grayish-yellow color began fading away bit by bit, gradually revealing the texture of real living skin. Veins and blood vessels reformed under the infusion of life energy. His sunken cheeks filled out, and even his lips regained color. At the same time, White Zetsu's life force was being consumed at an extreme rate. Its body visibly shriveled and dimmed at a speed the naked eye could see. Finally, Bandit A was completely revived. Yao walked up to the revived bandit and placed a hand on the artery in his neck. A strong pulse came through. He was really alive. Almost at the same moment, that white Zetsu exhausted all of its life force and dropped to the ground with a thud. One life for another. Yao withdrew his hand and glanced at the white Zetsu lying dead on the ground. It worked. Yao muttered in a low voice. As expected, my guess was right. Using one's own life reincarnation on white Zetsu and an impure world reincarnation body really can reverse life and death. In truth, the boundary between life and death in the Naruto world was not that absolute. The dead could be revived. The people of Konoha killed by pain. Uchiha Madara who died of old age, and Gaara who died after Shikaku was extracted from him. All of them were successfully revived in the end. That proved that as long as the method was powerful enough, even the dead could be brought back. However, reviving one ordinary bandit had already exhausted the entire life force of one white Zetsu. To revive a powerful ninja, one white Zetsu probably wouldn't be enough. He would have to increase the amount. So who should be the next test subject? The second Hokage, Tobirama Senju, and the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze. Those two were undoubtedly the best samples. They were both in Konoha right now and could be used for experiments at any time. But the life force needed to revive them would definitely be an astronomical amount. Trying rashly might end in a total loss. First, he needed to find a supplier. Yao stroked his chin. Orochimaru definitely has quite a few body tissues from dead ninja in his collection. He might even have complete spare bodies. Time to pay him a visit. With that thought, Yao sensed the flying thunder god mark on Orochimaru. Found you. Swish. Space rippled, and Yao vanished. When he appeared again, he was in an unfamiliar environment. It was another dark and damp underground cave. A few oil lamps hung from the rock walls, barely lighting up the stone chamber. Cough, 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 cough. Hack, cough, cough. A fit of heart-wrenching, violent coughing, as if someone were about to cough out their lungs, poured into his ears, especially grating. Yao looked toward the sound. On a crude stone bed, Orochimaru was hunched over, covering his mouth and coughing painfully. He was even thinner than a few years ago, his face deathly pale, looking utterly miserable. With every cough, dark red blood seeped through the gaps of his fingers and dripped onto the bedding beneath him, spreading into patches of glaring red. At his side, Kabuto Yakushi, wearing round glasses, held a bowl of medicine with a worried expression. Yet he was completely helpless. Lord Orochimaru has to transfer bodies once every 3 years. It's almost been 3 years. This body is already at its limit. Yao appeared soundlessly, and the two of them noticed him almost at the same time. Kabuto whipped around, his eyes sharpening instantly as he entered a state of alert. Orochimaru's coughing also eased slightly. He lifted his bloodshot eyes and looked at the uninvited visitor. Meeting Orochimaru's gaze, Yao curled his lips into a faint smile. Lord Orochimaru, it's been years since we last met, but you're still as miserable as ever. The last time Yao came to see Orochimaru, he had just had both his arms crippled by the third Hokage and was lying in bed, in agony. Now, 2 years later, he still looked half dead, not the slightest bit improved. He was really pathetically miserable, but Orochimaru laughed instead, surprise and greed flashing in his eyes. Yakuin, long time no see. There are rumors outside saying something went wrong with your eyes. From the looks of it now, those rumors were true after all. Orochimaru was overjoyed. This body of his had already reached its limit, and the rejection between soul and flesh was becoming more and more severe. He urgently needed to perform living corpse reincarnation and switch vessels. And now Yao, with his perfect body possessing, would release the Sharingan, and the sage body had actually delivered himself right to his door. It was simply a heaven-sent opportunity. Sorry to trouble Lord Orochimaru with worrying about me. Yao shrugged. I came this time because I want to borrow some body tissue from the deceased from before they died. Lord Orochimaru, you wouldn't refuse, right? Hey, Orochimaru grinned, his smile sinister. Of course I won't refuse. As long as Yakuin is willing to offer up that perfect body of yours, I can give you anything you want. Orochimaru, you really still haven't given up. Yao curled his lips in disdain, too lazy to waste more words. Lightning suddenly flashed at his fingertips. Chidori sharp spear. A thin azure bolt of lightning, slender as a needle, shot out from his fingertips at a speed almost impossible for the naked eye to catch. Orochimaru's expression changed slightly, and he instinctively raised both arms to block. The lightning pierced straight through Orochimaru's arms with ease, its momentum undiminished, then brutally pierced through his chest as well. Orochimaru's body stiffened, and a burst of blood exploded from his chest. But there was no pain on his face. Instead, he looked even more excited, his voice hoarse. It's useless, Yakuin. This body is already close to its limit. If you destroy it, that's perfect. I'll just switch to a new one. Hand your body over to me. Orochimaru suddenly opened his mouth wide. Splash! A wet little white snake shot out from his mouth and instantly expanded into a ferocious white-scaled giant snake. The white-scaled giant snake opened its bloody maw and lunged straight at Yao with a nauseating stench of blood. Orochimaru, you've disgusted me. I'm a little angry now. Yao's expression turned completely cold. Kodo Amatsukami light, golden light burst forth. A terrifying ocular power acted directly on Orochimaru's soul and consciousness. Orochimaru only felt his vision blur. The dark cave around him shattered and vanished like broken mirrors. The next moment, he found himself standing in a strange boundless space filled with nothing but pure golden light. A genjutsu space. No, that's not right. Could this forced pull, this feeling of being completely controlled, be a Mangekyo dojutsu? Orochimaru looked around in horror. He was proficient in all kinds of forbidden techniques and had extremely deep research into genjutsu as well. But he had never experienced such a domineering, realistic genjutsu space before. No, he had experienced it before. The last time Uchiha Itachi dragged him into Tsukuyami's space, it had been almost the same. That experience had also become his nightmare, one he could never shake off for the rest of his life. Before Orochimaru could think any further, a blazing beam of light came crashing down, aimed straight at the core of his spirit. No! Orochimaru let out a scream. But in this genjutsu space he had nowhere to run. He could not even defend himself. Puchi! The beam pierced straight through Orochimaru's spirit without the slightest obstruction. Ayahak! Orochimaru instantly let out a heart-rending, miserable scream. With just one hit, Orochimaru's spirit suffered devastating heavy damage. Yao did not finish him off. He withdrew the light of Kodo Amatsukami. Light and shadow shifted, and Orochimaru's consciousness returned to reality. But the intense pain in his spirit clung to him like bone maggots, not weakening in the slightest. Orochimaru was in such agony that he felt half dead, rolling all over the ground. This kind of pain was even more unbearable than physical injury. A full half-hour passed before the pain, as if his soul were being torn apart, eased slightly. Orochimaru barely stopped convulsing, but his eyes were unfocused. When he looked at Yao again, there was no trace of greed or possessiveness left. In their place were fear carved into his bones, wariness, and a barely suppressed trace of resentment and rage. Uchiha Yo! Orochimaru squeezed out that name through clenched teeth, his voice hoarse and trembling. Don't look at me with those eyes. Yao shot Orochimaru a cold glance. Otherwise, I don't mind making your soul completely scatter, leaving you without even a chance to use living corpse reincarnation. Orochimaru's body stiffened, and he could only force down the anger and humiliation filling his chest. In the face of an absolute gap in power, especially before such a terrifying spirit-targeting dojutsu, all he could do was endure. Orochimaru stayed silent for a few seconds, then finally asked in a raspy voice, why you? What exactly do you want? I already said it. Some body tissue from the dead, Yao said. Impure world reincarnation? Orochimaru understood immediately. Who do you want? Let's start with someone weaker and get some practice first. After thinking for a moment, Yao said, Senju Nawaki. Do you have it? Senju Nawaki? Orochimaru froze for a moment. What do you want to reanimate him for? He was only a genin when he was alive. He has no value. Do you have it or not? Yao did not explain. Yes. After weighing the pros and cons, Orochimaru ultimately chose to compromise. In his current state, he had no room to bargain at all. This brat Yao was too terrifying. Even more terrifying than 2 years ago. Kabuto. Orochimaru rasped. Yes, Lord Orochimaru. Kabuto pushed up his glasses and gave Yao a complicated look. Then he turned around, took out a small sealing scroll from a safe in the secret chamber, and handed it over. Inside this are some of Senju Nawaki's tissues left behind on the battlefield before his death. They have been preserved perfectly, Orochimaru said. Yao took the scroll, sensed it for a moment, and nodded in satisfaction. Thanks, Lord Orochimaru. Then Yao changed the subject. Also, I'm going to do a little experiment here. This place is pretty hidden, so it's just right. You don't mind if I stay for a while, do you? The corner of Orochimaru's eye twitched violently. He was going to treat my lair like a temporary lab? And he's still asking if I mind? Can I even say no? As you please. Orochimaru practically ground out those words through clenched teeth. Then excuse me. Yao walked to a relatively clean corner and began setting things up. Orochimaru watched his back, the look in his eyes shifting uncertainly. What does this guy want with Nawaki's reanimation? Could he be trying to threaten Tsunade? With his strength? Is there even a need for that? Yao completely ignored Orochimaru and the vigilant Yakushi Kabuto, and simply busied himself at the experiment table. He took out the sealing scroll, released a white zetsu, used it as a sacrifice, and reanimated Senju Nawaki with impure world reincarnation. Before long, a figure made of dust slowly took shape, its face vaguely retaining the appearance of a boy. It was Senju Nawaki. Yakuin, what exactly are you trying to do? Orochimaru could not help asking. Revive Senju Nawaki. Yao replied casually. Revive Nawaki? Enduring the lingering aftershocks of his spiritual agony, Orochimaru sneered inwardly. What wishful thinking. How could the dead possibly truly come back to life? Impure world reincarnation was already the limit. This guy was destined to fail. However, what happened next completely exceeded Orochimaru's expectations. Just to be safe, Yao released 3 more white Zetsu, injected chakra into them to awaken them, and ordered them to use one's own life reincarnation. First, Orochimaru watched with the attitude of someone waiting for a joke. But very quickly, he could no longer laugh. Nawaki's reanimated body began to undergo visible changes. The dead gray color faded, revealing the texture of flesh and blood. His cracked skin became smooth and full again, and little by little, a spark of life returned to his hollow eyes. How is this possible? Orochimaru's eyes widened, and even his breathing became rapid. The dead can really be revived. What kind of joke is this? What technique is this? Kabuto was even more shaken, speechless. He pushed up his glasses and stared fixedly at Nawaki, who was turning from death back to life. This scene completely overturned their worldview, delivering a huge blow to everything they had believed for years. Finally, when the last thread of life energy was injected in, the 3 white Zetsu withered completely, collapsed to the ground, and turned into rotten wood. Meanwhile, Senju Nawaki's chest began to rise and fall. He slowly opened his eyes, then finally sat up from the ground. He lowered his head and looked at his own hands, confusion in his eyes. Wasn't I already dead? Nawaki looked around blankly, looking at the unfamiliar Yao in front of him, then sweeping his gaze across this dark and damp cave. Finally, his eyes settled on Orochimaru, who had lain back down on the stone bed. Nawaki stared blankly for several seconds before calling out uncertainly, "Teacher Orochimaru? Is that you?" Orochimaru had been Senju Nawaki's instructor. Before Nawaki died, he had also been carrying out a mission with him. It could even be said, it was precisely because he had watched this young disciple die tragically right in front of him with his own eyes, that Orochimaru deeply felt how fragile and fleeting life was. And that was what drove Orochimaru to completely turn toward researching immortality and forbidden techniques. And now, this disciple, who had long since turned to dry bones and existed only in memory, was actually standing in front of him again. The impact of this on Orochimaru was simply unmatched. Far more shocking than seeing any powerful ninjutsu or Kekkei Genkai. Nawaki! Orochimaru struggled to sit up, staring fixedly at that face. Why, you're really alive. Teacher Orochimaru? It really is you. Nawaki also became excited. He quickly walked to the stone bed. Teacher, what's wrong with you? Where is this? Why am I alive again? I clearly remember. He touched his chest. The place that had once been blown open by explosive tags now had nothing but perfectly intact skin. This is my laboratory. Orochimaru barely steadied himself and looked toward Yao at the side. As for why you were able to come back to life, it was this one, using a forbidden technique, who pulled you back from death. Senju Nawaki. Nawaki immediately turned to look at Yao, his eyes full of gratitude and curiosity. Big brother. Thank you. You are? My name is Uchiha Yo. Like you, I'm also a ninja of Konoha. Yao's tone was gentle. As for the other details, it's a long story. You've just been revived and need rest. We can talk about it slowly later. Before he even finished speaking, the 3 Tomo Sharingan in Yao's eyes slowly began to spin as he activated its hypnosis ability on Nawaki. Nawaki's body swayed, then he softly collapsed and fell asleep. Find a quiet room and let him rest properly. Yao looked at Kabuto Yakushi. Kabuto Yakushi looked toward Orochimaru, and Orochimaru nodded. Kabuto picked up Nawaki and walked toward another room deeper inside the cave. At this moment, only Yao and Orochimaru remained in the dark cave. Orochimaru's gaze burned as he stared fixedly at Yao. Yaokuin, you're truly too astonishing. What exactly was that jutsu just now? His voice was full of excitement and thirst for knowledge. For a madman who longed to explore every secret in the world, nothing was more attractive than a forbidden jutsu capable of reversing life and death. This had already touched the domain of the gods. This jutsu is called one's own life reincarnation. Yao did not hide it. It was a forbidden jutsu developed by Elder Chiyo of Mangekyo to revive puppets. You saw the price as well. The caster has to pay with all of their life force, one life for another. Reviving Nawaki just now consumed 3 white Zetsu. Orochimaru looked at the 3 white Zetsu corpses and immediately understood. Using life force in exchange for revival, it was fair and it was cruel. But to Orochimaru, that cost was no cost at all. If the ninja world lacked anything, it definitely wasn't people. There were plenty everywhere.
Yao-kun.
Orochimaru's voice trembled with excitement. Teach me this jutsu. What do you want? Any condition, as long as I can do it, just say it. You want to learn it? Yao smiled, having long expected this reaction. Sure. A look of wild joy burst out in Orochimaru's eyes. What condition? Yao smiled and said, the reason I mastered this jutsu is to revive the Uchiha clan. But I'm missing bodily tissue from the Uchiha clan. So, you understand. The Uchiha clan possessed the Sharingan, a Kekkei Genkai like that. For them to vanish just like that was a little too regrettable. If possible, Yao didn't mind bringing that clan back to life and putting serious effort into nurturing them, producing more Mangekyo. Shursui s Koto Amatsukami, Abido s Kamui, Itachi s Tsukuyami, and Amaterasu, these were all top-tier dojutsu, right? And there was also Fugaku Uchiha's ability to foresee the future. If that could be obtained, it would be practically invincible. Just imagine it. Revive them, train them, and in the future, how many more Mangekyo Sharingan would appear? The abilities of the Mangekyo were absolutely among the most miraculous powers in the ninja world. In certain situations, they were even more miraculous than the Rinnegan. And the rarest part was this: the difficulty of cultivating Mangekyo was far, far lower than cultivating the Rinnegan. Orochimaru almost did not hesitate at all. That's simple. It's only been a few years since the Uchiha clan massacre. Their corpses are still far from completely rotted away. We just need to infiltrate the Uchiha clan cemetery and collect some skeletal tissue. Bones decay much more slowly than flesh. They completely meet the requirements for impure world reincarnation. Yao's eyes lit up. That really was an idea. Indeed, blood and muscle were easy to rot, but bones could be preserved for an extremely long time. Using the bones of the dead as the medium for impure world reincarnation was, in theory, completely feasible. It was also easier to preserve and carry long-term than flesh tissue. In the original story, during the Fourth Great Ninja War, many of the ninja revived through impure world reincarnation came this way. For example, the second Mizukage, the second Sachikage, and the second Hokage. How many years had they been dead? Guarantee they still dug back up all the same? Very good. Yao looked at Orochimaru, the corner of his mouth curling up. Then the deal is settled. You help me collect bone samples from the Uchiha clansmen. In return, I'll teach you the one's own life reincarnation jutsu. Deal. Orochimaru agreed readily. Digging graves and robbing tombs was what he did best. And it was exactly the kind of thing he loved doing. Now there's one more problem. Yao said, the stronger the ninja being revived, the greater the life force required. But the number of white zetsu is limited, at least before obtaining the demonic statue of the outer path. The white zetsu we have now are consumables. Use one and that's one less. Reviving a genin like Nawaki already consumed 3 white zetsu. Yao simply did not dare imagine how many white zetsu it would take to revive a jonin, or even someone at Kage level. His few thousand white zetsu simply could not support that much expenditure. This problem is actually not hard to solve. Orochimaru said, Tsunade's strength of 100 seal can be useful. The strength of 100 seal? Yao was slightly stunned. That's right. Orochimaru licked his lips. The essence of the strength of 100 seal is storing and compressing the excess chakra that normally dissipates bit by bit, accumulating more and more over time. Then, when needed, it can be released all at once, gaining an enormous boost in chakra. Yao's eyes lit up. Right. This really was a good method. He immediately understood the key point. White zetsu itself was a derivative of Hashirama-S cells. Its life force was immense, and its chakra reserves were also extremely impressive. Learning the strength of 100 seal, which stored chakra, was simply a perfect match. If it could succeed, it would be like upgrading a disposable battery into a rechargeable one. Although the single-use output might still be limited, the total amount and sustainability would undergo a qualitative leap. And the one's own life reincarnation jutsu converted one's own chakra into life force, then injected it into the dead. So, the strength of 100 seal, which could store chakra, was practically a perfect match with one's own life reincarnation. Looks like I need to go see Tsunade. Yao muttered to himself. To learn the strength of 100 seal, or at least understand its core principles, Tsunade was undoubtedly the best choice. Yao looked at Orochimaru. Orochimaru-sama, thank you for the reminder. To show my gratitude, Yao released a living white zetsu. I'll give this white zetsu to you. I believe you'll be very interested in it. White zetsu was an excellent test subject. Using white zetsu as a sacrifice, the precision of impure world reincarnation would reach an astonishing level. Using white zetsu for living corpse reincarnation would produce no rejection at all. White zetsu contained Hashirama cells, making it an excellent research target. Its body structure was simple, and its chakra had no attribute, making it compatible with almost any organ type Kekkei Genkai. Thank you, Yakuin. Orochimaru looked somewhat excited. You're welcome. Yao smiled, went to the next room, and woke Senju Nawaki. Let us go, Nawaki. I'm taking you back to Konoha to see your sister. Ah, okay. Yao brought Nawaki with him and used the Flying Thunder God technique to return to Konoha. At this time, Karen was busy in the kitchen. Hearing the noise, she poked her head out and saw Yao. Joy immediately appeared on her face. Lord Yao, you're back. I'm back. Yao smiled at her, then pointed at Nawaki beside him as he introduced him. This is my friend. His name is Nawaki. Hello. Karen greeted him politely. Hello. Hello. Nawaki hurriedly responded. Yao smiled and patted Nawaki on the shoulder. You stay in my house for now. I'm going to see Lady Tsunade. I'm not going? Nawaki looked confused. He was desperate to see his sister. Not for now. Yao shook his head. You've been dead for too long. If you suddenly appear in the village, it'll inevitably cause unnecessary trouble. Let me meet Lady Tsunade first and see how she wants to arrange things. Oh, Nawaki looked a little disappointed. When they arrived at the Hokage's office, Tsunade was still handling documents. When she saw Yao, she gestured for him to sit down. Yao gave a brief report about what had happened during the trip to Sunagakure. Tsunade fell silent for a moment, and a trace of emotion flashed across her face. That old woman Chiyo actually died just like that. Tsunade said softly, during the Third Great Ninja War, it was her doing when Sunagakure used poison against Konoha. Many of Konoha's outstanding shinobi fell to her deadly poison. I spent a huge amount of effort to crack it, that old woman Chiyo. She was an opponent both worthy of respect and worthy of hate. I didn't expect her story to end in this way. As a shinobi, you could say she died where she belonged. After sighing, Tsunade shook her head, looked at Yao, and said seriously, you did very well on this mission. Not only did you successfully rescue the Kazekage and stabilize the alliance between Sunagakure and Konoha, you also heavily damaged the Akatsuki. Not bad. Yao listened quietly. Only after Tsunade finished speaking did he open his mouth. Lady Hokage, after observing Senior Chiyo rescuing Gaara, I successfully mastered her one's own life reincarnation jutsu. Tsunade froze and looked at him. Yao continued, I plan to use this forbidden jutsu for some experiments. So I'm informing you in advance. Experiments? Tsunade's brows immediately furrowed. What kind of experiments? Don't tell me you're planning to revive the dead? As expected of Lady Tsunade. Your guess is spot on. Yao looked at Tsunade. All this time I've had an important goal to rebuild the Uchiha clan. Now all the preparations are basically complete. I think it's time to start trying. Have you lost your mind? Tsunade suddenly shot up from her seat, both hands slamming onto the desk as she leaned forward. The pair of astonishing headlights on her chest nearly pressed into Yao's face, and her face was full of shock, anger, and disbelief. Uchiha Yao, do you even know what you're saying? You want to revive the entire Uchiha clan, setting aside the fact that this is fundamentally impossible. Even if there's one chance in 10,000, and you actually manage to do it. Reviving the dead. That goes against the laws of nature and disrupts the order of life and death. This is a taboo among taboos. Absolutely. Not allowed. Yao tilted his head back slightly, avoiding those overly magnificent headlights. Why not? It is part of the natural order for the living to move toward death. Then why can't the dead gain new life? And who decided this so-called law of nature and order of life and death? If we can do it, why can't we break it and define new rules? Reviving a few dead people would break the law of life and death and throw the order into chaos? That argument is honestly laughable. Look at the vast universe and starry sky. Look at the Otsutsuki clan, busy traveling through the sea of stars. They plant divine trees everywhere they go, and every vibrant planet they pass turns into a dead world. Billions of lives wither away. The natural laws and life and death order of entire planets are completely destroyed and devoured. Do the Otsutsuki care about the laws of nature or the order of life and death? No, they don't care at all. The Otsutsuki only care about collecting divine tree fruits and continuing their own lives that last for thousands of years at a time. Even if they die, they can revive through karma, an even more unreasonable method, using someone else's body. Laws of nature? Order of life and death? Those are nothing more than ridiculous shackles and mental chains the people of the ninja world put on themselves. So you're saying that reviving a few dead people would break all of nature and overturn the order of life and death? What a huge joke. The air in the office froze. Yao's words were practically heretical, enough to overturn a person's entire worldview. No matter what you say or how you think, I absolutely do not agree. Tsunade took a deep breath and forcibly suppressed the turmoil in her heart. Reviving the dead doesn't involve just power. It also involves ethics, order, and could even trigger disasters no one can predict. This is far too reckless. Yao smiled when he heard that and did not continue arguing. Lady Tsunade, I assume you haven't had dinner yet? How about coming to my place for a simple meal? I'd like to introduce you to someone. After you meet him, you might change your mind. Who? Tsunade frowned tightly. You'll know when we get there. Yao kept her in suspense. Humph. Playing mysterious. Tsunade snorted coldly, but her curiosity still made her stand up. I'd like to see exactly what you're up to. The two left the Hokage Tower and headed toward the Uchiha clan grounds. From far away, a burst of bright, cheerful laughter drifted over with the wind. That voice. Tsunade's footsteps suddenly stopped, and her body instantly stiffened. That voice. Even though more than 10 years had passed, that familiar tone.
Impossible.
Absolutely impossible. Tsunade's heart started pounding uncontrollably. She no longer cared about anything else and turned into a blur as she rushed forward. Bang! Tsunade practically slammed open the half-closed door and charged into the living room. Then it was as if she'd been struck by lightning, and she froze on the spot. Under the warm light, A boy with short chestnut hair and a sunny smile on his face was sitting by the dining table, chatting casually with Karen in the kitchen. Hearing the commotion, the boy turned his head in surprise. The moment he saw Tsunade, his face immediately lit up with joy. Big sis? Tsunade stood there blankly. Her mind went completely empty in an instant, but her eyes filled with tears just as quickly. Nawaki, her younger brother, who had died long ago, was now sitting alive right in front of her. Big sis. Nawaki stood up and walked in front of Tsunade, shouting excitedly, "It's me, Nawaki. Don't you recognize me?" Woo. Tsunade suddenly covered her mouth with her hand, and tears rolled down in huge drops like broken beads.
Nanawaki.
Tsunade pulled her younger brother tightly into her arms. "It really is you? I'm not dreaming?" Nawaki was nearly squeezed until he couldn't breathe. "Big sis, stop crying. I'm here. I came back." The brother and sister held each other and cried for a long time before their emotions gradually calmed a little. Tsunade let go of her brother, but still gripped his hand tightly, as if afraid he would disappear again. "Nawaki, tell your sister. What exactly is going on? Why are you here?" Nawaki looked just as confused. "I don't really know either. Big brother Yao brought me back to life." "Yao?" Tsunade immediately turned toward Yao, and her gaze became sharp. "What exactly is going on here? Explain it clearly." Yao gestured for everyone to sit down first before slowly speaking. "After I learned Chiyo's one's own life reincarnation jutsu, I made a special trip to Orochimaru's place." "Orochimaru?" Tsunade's brows immediately drew tight, and her voice rose. "You're still in contact with that disgusting bastard?" "Not exactly." Yao shook his head. "A long time ago, I left a flying thunder god mark on him. As long as I want to, I can locate him anytime. Of course, this kind of tracking is limited to the body he's currently using. From what I've observed, that body is close to its limit. He'll be using living corpse reincarnation to switch to a new vessel soon, and when that happens, the mark will naturally become useless." Tsunade's expression eased a little, but she still gave an irritated snort. "Stay away from that bastard from now on, or he'll lead you astray." "Orochimaru can lead me astray? Even if you three, Yellow, gambling and drugs, joined forces, you still wouldn't shake me in the slightest." Yao smiled, not responding to that, and continued explaining. "At Orochimaru's place, I borrowed part of Nawaki's body tissue that had been left behind on the battlefield back then. Then, using the Impure World Reincarnation Jutsu and the One's Own Life Reincarnation Jutsu, I successfully reversed life and death and brought Nawaki back to life." Tsunade's eyelids twitched as she listened. Impure World Reincarnation, One's Own Life Reincarnation, Orochimaru. Putting those words together carried an enormous amount of information. Looking at her very much alive little brother in front of her, and then thinking about those Uchiha clansmen who might soon be revived as well, Tsunade's heart was filled with mixed emotions. There was the wild joy of her brother's return, but also deep worry about the future. Just then, Karen came out carrying steaming hot food. Tsunade took a deep breath and temporarily suppressed the mess of thoughts in her mind. "All right, we'll talk about those complicated things later. Let us eat first. Nawaki, you must be hungry." Sis, brother Yao, let us eat together." After dinner, Karen cleaned up the dishes, Nawaki went to watch TV, and Tsunade called Yao out to the banks of the Naka River. At night, the waters of the Naka River flowed softly. The evening breeze carried the scent of moisture and fresh grass. Far from the lights of the clan district, the riverside felt especially quiet. With her back to Yao, Tsunade looked at the shimmering river surface. "Have you really made up your mind to revive the Uchiha clan?" "Yes." "Lady Tsunade." Yao nodded. Tsunade frowned and couldn't help but remind him. "This isn't reviving one or two people. It's an entire clan. What involved isn't just life and death itself, but also their identities after revival, their stance, their property, and their relationship with the village and the other clans. It would trigger a whole chain of reactions. It might even shake Konoha's foundation. Have you thought about any of that?" Yao also looked at the river, his voice calm yet firm. "Rebuilding the Uchiha clan is my long-cherished wish. This is something I will do, and something I must do." After a pause, Yao suddenly laughed at himself and said in a teasing tone, "Lady Tsunade probably doesn't know this. Before I mastered the One's Own Life Reincarnation Jutsu, I actually came up with an even more primitive method." "A more primitive method?" Tsunade looked puzzled. Yao smiled. "I was planning for Sasuke and me to each marry 10 or 8 wives, then desperately make babies. That way, in 2 or 3 generations, the Uchiha bloodline would spread again." Tsunade's face darkened, and she couldn't help glaring at him. 10 or 8 wives. You really dare to think big. But she had to admit it. From the simplest perspective of reproduction, this really was the fastest and most orthodox way to revive a clan. 2 brothers, each marrying several wives and having 10 or 20 children. Then those children would branch out and multiply. After several decades, the Uchiha clan really could recover a considerable population. Although most shinobi were monogamous, those noble lords often had multiple wives and concubines. So marrying several wives wasn't really anything outrageous. But now, Yao changed the subject. Now that I have the one's own life reincarnation jutsu, my thinking has changed. Instead of starting from zero and reproducing bit by bit, wasting time and effort while also getting tangled up in all kinds of family and moral issues, it's better to directly revive the clansman who already died. That's simpler and more straightforward. Tsunade fell silent. Only after a long while did she let out a sigh. Yao, I'll still say the same thing. Reviving the dead has far too many implications. I advise you to be cautious. As for Nawaki, I can suppress it for now and treat it as a special case. But reviving the entire Uchiha clan is completely different in nature. Lady Tsunade, Yao shook his head. Your vision and your scope are still too narrow. Too narrow? Tsunade frowned. As the leader of a village, someone who could stand on equal footing with the fire daimyo, her scope was narrow? Yes, narrow. Yao said, you only see Konoha. You only see the ninja world. But you can't see beyond the ninja world. You can't see the entire universe. This ninja world we live in, these countless lives we cherish, this so-called law of life and death. On the scale of the vast universe, what does any of it amount to? I'm afraid it doesn't even count as a speck of dust. Tsunade was so shaken by that comparison that she was speechless for a moment. In the end, she turned her face away a little irritably and said unhappily, the universe? Whether there's any other life in the universe at all is still unknown. Maybe in this entire vast universe, only our ninja world's one planet ever gave birth to life. Ignorant. Yao spat out those two words.
I am ignorant.
Tsunade was so angry she laughed. Yao smiled and said, Lady Tsunade, let me show you something else. Maybe it'll broaden your horizons a little. HM? Yao didn't explain any further. He directly activated the Flying Thunder God technique. Whoosh! Tsunade only felt her vision blur, and the next moment, she had arrived deep within the Uchiha clan district, in front of an ancient shrine building. This is... Tsunade looked around. Follow me. Yao led her into the shrine, and eventually stopped in front of a stone wall that looked completely ordinary. Yao raised his hand and lightly tapped several specific spots on the wall. Buzz! The stone wall slid to one side, revealing a hidden chamber behind it. In the center of the chamber stood a huge black stone tablet, its surface covered with ancient characters. Under the moonlight and the faint glow of the eternal lamps inside, the tablet gave off an ancient and mysterious aura. This is... Tsunade walked closer, looking at the completely unrecognizable characters on the tablet. The doubt in her heart only deepened. This is a stone tablet left behind 1,000 years ago by the Sage of Six Paths. Yao explained, only Uchiha clansmen who have awakened the Sharingan can decipher its contents. And as the Sharingan continues to evolve, the amount of information they can read from it also increases. A stone tablet left behind by the Sage of Six Paths? Tsunade was greatly shocked. What exactly does it say? Yao looked at the stone tablet, and the three Tomo Sharingan quietly appeared in his eyes. It records the origin of chakra, as well as the source of shinobi. What? Tsunade's heart shook violently, and she hurriedly pressed. What are the specific details? Yao began deciphering it. The tablet says that thousands of years ago, there was no chakra in this world, and there were no shinobi either. All humans were ordinary people, and there was no concept of ninjutsu. Until one day, a giant tree descended from the heavens. It took root in the earth and absorbed the energy of this world. In the end, it bore a fruit, the chakra fruit, and along with this giant tree, a woman also descended. A woman? Tsunade was stunned. Who was she? She had many titles. In different eras, different people gave her different names. Yao said in a deep voice, but in some scattered records and legends of later generations, people are more used to calling her the rabbit goddess. Of course, those titles aren't important. What matters is that she was the mother of the Sage of Six Paths. Her name was Kaguya Otsutsuki. The mother of the Sage of Six Paths? Kaguya Otsutsuki? Tsunade's whole body shook. This news was far too shocking. Is this real or not? Does it really say that on there? That's what the stone tablet says. Yao shrugged, looking like nothing more than someone repeating what he had read. He continued deciphering. The tablet says that after Kaguya came to this world, she encountered betrayal and powerful enemies. So she picked that chakra fruit. After eating it, she gained power close to that of a god. In the end, with that power, she wiped out her enemies, unified the ninja world, and became a supreme existence. What happened after that? Tsunade held her breath. Yao explained. Later, as time passed, Kaguya, who had obtained invincible power, fell into corruption. She began using violence to enslave all living things, treating humanity as nourishment for that mysterious great tree. Her two sons, the Sage of Six Paths, Hagoromo Otsutsuki, and his younger brother, Hamura Otsutsuki, unable to endure their mother's tyranny, they resolved to stop her. So a great war that lasted for months broke out. After paying an enormous price, The two brothers finally succeeded in sealing their mother, Kaguya, on the moon. This. And after that? Tsunade pressed. Yao said. The Sage of Six Paths believed that chakra should not be monopolized, nor should it become a tool of war. He shared the seeds of chakra with the people of the world, founded ninjutsu, and taught people to understand one another. Ninjutsu gradually developed and eventually formed the ninja system that came later. From that point on, chakra began to spread throughout the ninja world on a large scale, and only then did the ninja we know today come into being. Tsunade fell silent for a long time, doing her best to digest all this information. But she still couldn't accept it. What you're saying. It sounds just like some myth or legend, completely baseless. Maybe it was just a story fabricated later by the ancestors of the Uchiha to explain the origin of chakra. It's fine to listen to, but it can't be taken seriously. It's true. Yao shook his head. Lady Tsunade, aren't you curious where that divine tree that bore the chakra fruit went afterward? Tsunade froze. That tree didn't disappear. Yao said. It turned into something terrifying. The Ten Tails, after Kaguya was sealed, in order to completely eliminate his mother's threat, and also to prevent such excessively concentrated chakra from endangering the world again, the Sage of Six Paths did something. He stripped away and split apart the Ten Tails chakra, and created nine-tailed beasts with relatively dispersed power. That is how the one tail through the nine tails came to be. As for the empty shell of the Ten Tails, after it lost its chakra, the Sage of Six Paths sealed it on the moon together with Kaguya. The tailed beasts are part of the Ten Tails. Tsunade's eyes widened violently. This conclusion made her scalp go numb. If this were true, then everything the ninja world thought it knew about the tailed beasts would be completely overturned. What evidence do you have? Tsunade found it hard to believe. Evidence? Yao smiled and snapped his fingers. That's easy. Whoosh! Golden chakra burst out from Yao's body, rapidly condensing into a golden nine-tailed fox. Tsunade knew that the nine-tails was inside Yao, so she was not too shocked by that. What she cared about more was verification. She turned to the nine-tails. Nine-tails. Is what Yao just said about the origin of you-tailed beasts, about the Ten Tails and the Sage of Six Paths, true? The nine-tails let out a cold snort. Ignorant human. We nine great-tailed beasts are indeed all forms of chakra split off from the Ten Tails. This isn't some bullshit story, and it's even less some legend. It is history that truly happened. It glanced at Tsunade, its tone full of mockery. That old man, the Sage of Six Paths, did indeed truly exist. Even your Senju clan and the Uchiha clan, if you trace your roots back far enough, are actually both direct bloodline descendants of that old man. One inherited the Sage's body, the other inherited the Sage's eyes. You've found each other unpleasant and been fighting and killing each other for over 1,000 years. It's unbearably boring. What? Tsunade was completely stunned. The Senju and the Uchiha were descendants of the Sage of Six Paths? This information shook her even more than the origin of the tailed beasts. Seeing Tsunade so shocked she had lost the ability to speak, Yao withdrew the nine tails, a teasing smile on his face. Heard that, Lady Tsunade? The Senju and the Uchiha came from the same root. If you count it like that, our two families are distant blood relatives. If the two of us got together, maybe we could produce some incredible offspring and recreate the glory of the Sage of Six Paths? Tsunade was left speechless by that, her cheeks heating up slightly, embarrassed and annoyed. Brat, what nonsense are you spouting? Ha ha ha. Yao laughed loudly. Relax. I don't mind that you're old. I'm young, my teeth are good, and I just like old cured meat like you. Nice and chewy. Tsunade actually wasn't old at all. With the strength of 100 seal and the Een seal, she could preserve her youth, enhance her bodily functions, and keep her body in peak condition. So Tsunade's youth was real, and her looks were real too. Besides, compared to the Otsutsuki clan, who could easily live for thousands of years, Tsunade's age at most counted as that of a little girl. Yao's goal was Six Paths level. His horizon had long since gone beyond the ninja world and was already aimed at the Otsutsuki clan. Tsunade's face was full of black lines. She was just about ready to hit someone. Brat, how dare you tease me? Have you even grown all your hair yet? Seeing that Tsunade was getting a little annoyed, Yao wisely stopped joking around and pulled the topic back. After telling so many seemingly bizarre stories, what I really want to tell you, Lady Tsunade, is just one thing. Aren't you curious where Otsutsuki Kaguya and that divine tree actually came from? Tsunade frowned. That was true. According to the stone tablet, before Kaguya and the divine tree descended, there was no chakra in the ninja world, and there were no ninja either. Then, where had they come from? What do you think? Tsunade asked back. Beyond the heavens. Yao spat out two words. Beyond the heavens? Even though she had expected something like that, hearing it with her own ears still made Tsunade's heart tremble. That's right. Beyond the heavens. Yao lifted his gaze upward, as if he could see through the shrine's roof to the boundless starry sky above. The universe is so vast. There are so many stars. The ninja world we live in is just one planet among them. How do you know there isn't a more advanced civilization, or more ancient races on other planets? Perhaps. Kaguya coming to our world was not an accident. She came specifically to plant that divine tree. The goal was for it to absorb the energy of our ninja world, and ultimately condense a chakra fruit, and then harvest it. Planting the divine tree to harvest chakra fruits? Tsunade's eyelids twitched from listening, and a chill rose up her back. This speculation sounded like some mad scientific fantasy. But combined with the facts that the divine tree had fallen from the sky and borne a chakra fruit, it was not impossible. Just like ordinary people growing vegetables or raising pigs, the possibility was extremely high. If that were true, then behind the history of the ninja world, the origin of ninja, and even the resistance of the Sage of Six Paths and the inheritance of ninjutsu, there might be a cold and cruel truth hidden underneath. Their ninja world really might just be a plantation for some higher civilization or race. That thought made Tsunade's heart turn cold and her scalp tingle. Yao! Tsunade's voice was dry. How likely do you think everything you just said really is? I don't know. Yao shook his head. Unless Kaguya herself is revived, or others of her kind descend upon the ninja world again. Otherwise, it'll be very hard for us to verify whether these speculations are true or false. At this point, Yao paused, and his tone turned solemn. But I've always liked to judge others or threats with the greatest possible malice. The greatest possible malice? Tsunade looked at Yao. You mean, we should treat all of this as real, and prepare for it as if it's true, right? Yao nodded, his gaze sharp. I'd rather believe all of this is real, and start taking action and making preparations from now on, instead of waiting until the day Kaguya's companions really descend, and the god tree takes root again, and only then do we panic, only then do we regret why we didn't believe it back then, why we didn't prepare. Yao's words left Tsunade unable to refute him. She even deeply agreed with him. As the Hokage, how could she not understand the importance of predicting danger and preparing in advance? Tsunade slowly nodded. What you said makes sense. So, reviving the Uchiha clan, is that also based on this consideration? Right? Yao admitted it openly. Reviving the Uchiha clan isn't just to fulfill my long-held wish. It's also to strengthen Konoha, and even the entire ninja world. As for the Uchiha clan's Mangekyo Sharingan, Yao would never think there were too many. Tsunade frowned. If Kaguya really came from beyond the heavens, and if she has others of her kind, then their level of power may be far beyond our imagination. Reviving just one Uchiha clan alone probably won't be enough, right? So I never said I'd only revive the Uchiha. Yao looked at her, his eyes carrying deeper meaning. The Senju clan can also be included in the revival plan. Just imagine it. If the two strongest bloodline clans that once shook the ninja world, the Senju and the Uchiha, could cast aside their old grudges and join hands again, I believe that by then, no matter what kind of enemy we face, we'll have the strength to fight back. We might even be able to redefine the rules of this world. You're thinking too simply. Tsunade gave a bitter smile. The Senju and Uchiha fought each other for over 1,000 years. That hatred is already carved into their bones. You want them to work together? Are you sure they won't beat each other's brains out first? Tsunade understood the history between the Senju and Uchiha far too well. They were practically mortal enemies who would never stop until one side was dead. Under normal circumstances, they absolutely would. Yao smiled. So the two of us can unite. You're the princess of the Senju clan, and I'm the Uchiha clan head. As long as we unite, and then unite the Uchiha and Senju as well, we can forge them into one single clan. From then on, there will be no more Uchiha and no more Senju. There will only be a new clan, born with both bloodlines. When that happens, with the same origin in blood and shared interests as one, there naturally won't be any internal fighting. Tsunade's face darkened as she listened. Here it comes again. Again with the uniting. Is there something wrong with your head? Every 3 sentences you circle back to this. Why are you always targeting an old woman like me? There's a gap of several decades between us. How can we just casually unite like that? The veins at Tsunade's temple twitched slightly as she gritted her teeth. Uchiha Yo, be serious. I'm talking to you about something that concerns the survival of the ninja world. Can your brain hold anything besides that kind of nonsense? Seeing Tsunade's embarrassed fury, Yao smiled instead. Lady Tsunade, have you never thought about having a child? To pass down your excellent genes, as well as the bloodline and power of the Senju clan? Tsunade froze. The anger on her face slowly stiffened, then turned into a trace of loneliness and gloom. She fell silent. As a woman, how could she never have thought about such things? She had once imagined having a lover by her side, imagined the warmth of a family, imagined the cries of a child. It was just that. The successive tragic deaths of her younger brother and her lover had completely broken her. She began to fear loss, so she numbed herself with gambling and alcohol, drifting through life in a daze, getting by day after day. When even staying alive had become a burden, how could she still dare to hope for companionship? Hope for a family? Hope for a child? Even though she had pulled herself together again now, she was already old. Tsunade only let out a sigh and waved her hand. Let us forget about children. Yao didn't keep pressing her on the topic. He just smiled. If Lady Tsunade ever changes her mind and wants a child, remember to come find me. I don't mind that you're old. And my genes are the best in the entire ninja world. That's not me bragging. With both the Uchiha bloodline and the sage body, when it came to bloodline and genes alone, Yao was confident no one in the ninja world could compare to him. Get lost. The tiny bit of sadness Tsunade had just worked up was instantly blown away by that one sentence. Both embarrassed and angry, she shot him a fierce glare and strode away. Late at night, in the Uchiha estate, Yao lay on his bed without falling asleep. Instead, he fused Indra's chakra and Ajura's chakra to form Six Paths chakra, then infused it into his eyes. Yao had kept up this process for more than 2 years already, so he was long used to it. As the Six Paths chakra continued nourishing them, the fetal movement in his eyes became more and more frequent, more and more clear. In just today alone, that kind of fetal movement had happened over 20 times. Soon. It won't be long before these eternal Mangekyo Sharingan of mine evolve into the Rinnegan. Creak. Just then, the bedroom door was gently pushed open a crack. Yao turned his head to look. Karen was hugging her own blanket, head lowered. Her little face red as she slowly shuffled in and softly closed the door behind her. What's wrong, Karen? Yao was a little puzzled. Is this late and you're not sleeping? Why are you carrying your blanket into my room? Did you have a nightmare and want to sleep with me? That doesn't seem very appropriate, does it? Karen stood by the door, her head drooping even lower, almost burying itself in the blanket in front of her chest. Her voice was as soft as a mosquito's buzz. Lord Yao, if you want me, I can do it. Yao was completely baffled, his face full of confusion. Do what? Karen took a deep breath, as if she had used up all the courage in her body. I overheard your conversation with Lady Tsunade. Why, you seemed like you really wanted that. Yao was instantly speechless. So after all this little girl had been eavesdropping and misunderstood everything. So in your heart, I'm the kind of guy who is so desperate for women that I've gone crazy? Yao didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Isn't that the case? Karen looked up, her eyes full of sincere confusion. In her view, if Lord Yao could even think about Lady Tsunade at her age, then he must have been holding it in way too long. How could that be okay? She had sworn to take good care of Lord Yao. How could she let him get pent up like that? What exactly is going on in that little head of yours all day? Yao said irritably, it's true that I've reached puberty, but I'm not at the point where I'll take anything I can get. Okay? Isn't that exactly the case? Karen muttered inwardly. You'd even go for Lady Tsunade, and that's not called taking anything you can get? Seeing the expression on her face that clearly said I get it all, Yao became even more speechless. He sighed and explained. Karen, you misunderstood. When I said unite with Lady Tsunade, I didn't mean that kind of unite. I just see her as support for reviving the Uchiha clan. I don't mean anything else. Really? Lord Yao, you don't need to explain. I understand. I understand everything. Karen hurriedly cut him off, and her eyes became even more determined. In order to help you achieve this goal, in order to revive the Uchiha, I'm willing to give everything. So, hugging her blanket, she shuffled one small step forward. Her face was so red it looked like blood might drip from it, yet her eyes were bright. So please let me help you. To be able to give myself for Lord Yao, I do it willingly, without regret. Back during the Chunin exams, in the Forest of Death, Karen had been on the verge of despair when Yao casually saved her, and brought her back to Konoha, giving her a warm home. From that moment on, Yao became everything to Karen. In her simple world, Yao was her savior, her family, the only person in this cold world who had ever given her warmth and a sense of belonging. For Yao, no matter what it was, Karen was willing to do it gladly, without complaint or regret, even if it cost her life. Looking at the almost worship-like devotion and resolve on Karen's face, Yao fell silent for a moment. Sometimes, the people in the Naruto world really weren't quite right in the head. Uchiha Itachi, for the sake of the village and his little brother, for that so-called greater good, killed his father, killed his mother, and wiped out his whole clan. Uchiha Obito, for a single Rin, could fall so far into darkness that he wanted to destroy the entire ninja world and use the infinite Tsukuyomi to rebuild a fake illusion. Haku for Zabuza, Kimimaro for Orochimaru, they were willing to offer up everything they had, including their bodies and souls. And now, Karen, for his sake, was also willing to give everything without the slightest hesitation. Obsessive, extreme, treating a person or a belief like a god, even to the point of twisting everything about themselves. That seemed to be a common problem for a lot of people in the Naruto world. Seriously messed up in the head. Yao silently complained inwardly. But what did that have to do with him? Yao had no intention of correcting or changing the way Karen thought. Why should he change it? Karen herself felt happy this way, fulfilled this way. Her life now had a clear meaning and someone worthy of her devotion. In that devotion, she had found her own value and happiness. And for him, having someone absolutely loyal, someone willing to give everything, wasn't a bad thing either. As long as he didn't treat her like some disposable tool or consumable, and gave her the respect and protection she deserved. That was enough. Everyone had a bright future ahead. Yao didn't say anything. He just lifted a corner of his blanket. Still not coming in? Karen's face turned even redder. Pressing her lips together, she slipped under Yao's blanket and lay down beside him. Yao let out a soft sigh and reached out to turn off the bedside lamp. Karen, you have the bloodline of the Uzumaki clan, and I have both Uchiha and Senju bloodlines. Our child will definitely be exceptional. As long as it's Lord Yao's child, it'll definitely be exceptional. Your mouth sure is sweet. That night, Yao and Karen tossed around until well past midnight before finally falling into a deep sleep. Karen really was worthy of being from the Uzumaki clan. Her combat power was seriously impressive. When Yao woke up the next day and checked the time, it was already past 10. Yao stretched lazily, and Karen beside him also woke up groggily. The moment she saw the time, she cried out, and a flush instantly spread across her face. Sorry, Lord Yao, I overslept. I'll go make breakfast right away. As she spoke, she immediately got up. Surprisingly, she looked full of energy, her face rosy and her eyes bright, with no sign of exhaustion at all. Worthy of the Uzumaki clan indeed. This recovery ability was downright monstrous. With such a great physique, if she didn't have 10 or 8 kids, that would just be unreasonable. Yao waved his hand. Go ahead. I'm not hungry. Take your time. Karen immediately put on her clothes, jumped off the bed, and hurried toward the kitchen. Yao had just sat up and was about to move around a bit when a respectful voice suddenly came from outside the courtyard. Lord Yao, the Hokage-sama requests that you come over immediately. Yao's mouth twitched. I just woke up, and ANBU is already here? Did you time this on purpose? Or were you already waiting for a while? Got it. After washing up quickly and changing clothes, Yao arrived at the Hokage's office. Tsunade was sitting behind her large desk, going through documents. When she heard him come in, she looked up and gave Yao a once-over. Her nose twitched, catching a strong scent of semen. A faint blush rose on Tsunade's face, and she spat lightly. You brat, couldn't you at least take a bath before coming out? The smell is way too strong. Yao's skin was thick enough that even after being called out so directly, his face didn't turn red in the slightest. I wanted to, but Hokage-sama, you called for me so urgently. Would I dare delay? You dare flirt with even me? Is there anything you don't dare do? Tsunade curled her lips and couldn't be bothered to keep bickering with him, so she got straight to the point. She pulled open a drawer, took out a scroll, and casually tossed it over. This is the complete training method and notes for the strength of 100 seal and the Een seal. Take it and study it yourself. With your talent and chakra control, mastering it won't be hard. Of course, if there's anything you don't understand, you can come ask me anytime, but don't come at night. Yao caught the scroll and put it away solemnly. Thank you, Lady Tsunade. The second matter, about your plan to revive the Uchiha clan. Tsunade's expression turned serious. I can pretend I don't know about this, and I won't clearly express support or opposition in my capacity as Hokage. But all the consequences, trouble, and chain reactions caused by this will have to be handled by you yourself. Konoha officially will not endorse you, at least not on the surface. I understand. Yao had already expected that. After the Uchiha clan massacre, the enormous inheritance left behind, land, houses, shops, mission channels, had long since been carved up completely by Konoha's major clans and upper ranks, forming a new structure of vested interests. Reviving the Uchiha clan meant making those beneficiaries spit out the cake they had already swallowed. That would inevitably provoke fierce backlash and conflict, and might even turn into internal unrest. But Yao wasn't worried. Once Pain dropped a Shinra Tensei on Konoha and flattened the village to the ground, none of them would have any complaints left. They'd only be thinking about how to survive and how to deal with the threat of the Akatsuki. Same as always, in the face of an absolute survival crisis, disputes over property and benefits would become unbelievably insignificant. That would be the best time to consolidate strength and rebuild order. And the third matter, Tsunade said softly, you can treat this as a personal request from me. I plan to have Nawaki follow you. Tsunade let out a light sigh. Although he's been revived now, his strength and understanding are both still stuck in the past. He knows nothing about the current ninja world. I hope you can take him with you and teach him along the way. As his sister, I owe Nawaki far too much, and I don't even know how to face the him of now. And as Hokage, I'm too busy with affairs to have much time to teach him myself. Can you do it? No problem. Yao agreed right away. To him, this was just a small favor. It could deepen his connection with Tsunade and also give him one more helper. Thank you, Yao. Tsunade was visibly relieved, and a happy smile appeared on her face. When Yao left the Hokage building, there was one more ANBU by his side. It was none other than Senju Nawaki in disguise. As someone who was supposed to be dead, Nawaki's return from the dead naturally wasn't suitable for public exposure, so for now he could only disguise himself as an ANBU. The days that followed, Yao lived a very full life. You could even say it was pretty comfortable. During the day he studied the Een seal and the strength of 100 seal, and at the same time, found time to guide Nawaki and help him adapt to the current ninja world. Nawaki had good talent and worked hard too, so he improved quickly. At night, together with Karen, he worked tirelessly to lay the foundation and add bricks and mortar for the revival of the Uchiha, holding nothing back. Time passed quickly, and in the blink of an eye more than a month went by. That afternoon, Yao was by the Naka River, personally guiding the White Zetsu in studying the chakra pathways of the Een seal. The White Zetsu were stupid, really stupid, like blocks of wood, and their progress was painfully slow. Too stupid. Yao was a little speechless. I mastered this stuff in 3 days, and you people still haven't made progress after more than half a month? How can someone be this dumb? Right then, an ANBU appeared soundlessly. Lord Yao, the Hokage requests your presence immediately. Yao frowned slightly. An urgent summons at a time like this? When he arrived at the Hokage's office, the atmosphere inside was unusually heavy. Besides Tsunade, who was seated at the main desk, Nara Shikaku was there as well. There were also 3 people standing in the room: Shikamaru, Choji, and Ino. Shikamaru had his head lowered, his eyes dim. Choji and Ino had cried their eyes red, wiping away tears with the backs of their hands. The moment Yao saw the scene, he immediately realized what had happened. Ino Shikacho looked like this, and Asuma wasn't here. So Asuma's bounty of 30 million Ryo had ultimately been claimed by that guy Kakuzu after all. Asuma really had it rough. Luckily, Kurenai had given birth to a daughter for him. Otherwise, his bloodline would be ended. Though that girl did look a bit like Shursui. Yao. The moment she saw him, Ino immediately threw herself into his arms and burst into tears. Asuma-sensei, There, don't cry. Yao didn't really know how to comfort her, so he could only gently pat her on the back. Seeing this, the corner of Tsunade's mouth twitched. This brat. Just how many girls had he hooked up with? Not even counting Karen at home, who had already slept with him. Her own disciple Sakura was even worse. She had Uchiha Yo on her lips all day long, like she wanted to marry him on the spot. And now, even the little princess of the Yamanaka clan was this close with him. Scumbag. A total scumbag. You're such a huge scumbag. So what's the point of flirting with a little fairy like me? At that moment, the office door was pushed open. Naruto came rushing in as well. Granny Tsunade. What happened? Why did you call me so urgently? Huh? Shikamaru? Choji? Ino? What's wrong with you guys? Tsunade took a deep breath, folded her hands on the desk, swept her gaze across everyone, and announced in a heavy voice. We just received confirmed news. Jonin Sarutobi Asuma was killed in action during a mission. What? Naruto's eyes widened. Asuma-sensei? How is that possible? Shikamaru raised his head and briefly explained what had happened. Our team was out on a mission near the border when we ran into members of the Akatsuki. It was 2 guys wearing black cloaks with red clouds. Both of them seemed immortal. They were extremely troublesome. After a fierce battle, Asuma-sensei stayed behind alone to cover our retreat. And then, hearing that, Choji and Ino started crying even harder. Naruto flew into a rage, his eyes practically spitting fire. Damn Akatsuki. Them again. They captured Gaara, and now they killed Asuma-sensei too. Absolutely unforgivable. I'm gonna kill them and avenge Asuma-sensei. Naruto looked at Tsunade. Granny Tsunade, give the order. Let us go slaughter those bastards. Tsunade ignored Naruto and looked at Yao instead. Yao, what's your opinion? The Akatsuki was made up of S-rank rogue ninja, and their strength was unfathomable. Tsunade needed to hear Yao's thoughts. Yao said calmly, my opinion is simple. Whoever dares touch one of Konoha's people, no matter who they are, what background they have, or what they rely on, they die. This time, not only are we going to kill those 2 small fry and avenge Asuma-sensei, we're also going to strike straight at the source and give the Akatsuki a lesson they'll never forget for the rest of their lives. We'll make them understand this. Anyone who dares lay a hand on Konoha's ninja, no matter who they are, will die without a burial place. Tsunade weighed it in her heart. Asuma's death had to be answered for, and the threat of the Akatsuki was growing bigger and bigger. They could no longer afford to just sit there and take it. Good. Tsunade slammed the desk. I agree. We'll do it your way. I hereby order. Uchiha Yo will serve as captain. Uzumaki Naruto, Nara Shikamaru, Akimichi Choji, and Yamanaka Ino will form a special pursuit squad. Objective: track down and eliminate Akatsuki members Kakuzu and Haiden, and retrieve Asuma's body. At the same time, strike the Akatsuki if the situation allows. All actions will be under Captain Yao's full command. Yes. Yao, Naruto, Shikamaru, Choji, and Ino answered in unison, the flames of vengeance burning in every one of their eyes. Move out immediately. The intelligence division has already locked onto the rough area where the immortal duo was last seen. The group didn't delay any longer and quickly left the Hokage's office. Following the clues provided by the intelligence division, the pursuit squad locked onto a direction. It was a gray zone on the border between the land of fire and the neighboring land of waterfalls, a place where underground bounty stations and black markets were common. The pursuit continued for several days. Finally, near an underground bounty station, they found the two of them. Kakuzu, this money should be enough to make up for that heart, right? Next time, can you find one worth a little more? Shut up. Haiden. You think a Konoha Jonin's head grows out of the ground like cabbage for you to pick up whenever you want? Two figures in black cloaks with red clouds were walking slowly. One was tall and broad, with a mask covering his face so that only a pair of green eyes could be seen. He carried a large scroll on his back. The other had short silver hair, a blood-stained triple-bladed scythe resting on his shoulder, and a neurotic grin on his face. It was Kakuzu and Haiden, the Akatsuki's immortal duo. They also noticed the Konoha pursuit squad that had suddenly appeared. Haiden licked his lips and revealed an excited, cruel grin. Oh my, Kakuzu. Look who is here? More people delivering themselves to death. No, wait, delivering money? Kakuzu narrowed his eyes instead, his gaze first locking onto Yao at the front, then Naruto behind him, that brat from the Uchiha clan, and the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. This time we're hitting the jackpot. When enemies meet, their eyes turn red with hatred. The moment Shikamaru, Choji, and Ino saw Haiden and Kakuzu, overwhelming hatred instantly erupted in their eyes. Suppressing his fury, Shikamaru quickly said, Yao, that silver-haired guy's ability is extremely strange. He seems to need the opponent's blood to activate some kind of curse ritual. Asuma-sensei was. Yao waved his hand. No need to say any more. They're just two trash mobs. I can wipe them out with a flick of my finger. Not worth mentioning. Ha! Haiden had just been excitedly sizing up his new prey, but the moment he heard that, he flew into a rage and viciously pointed his blood-stained triple-bladed scythe at Yao. Wipe us out with a flick of your finger? Brat, who the hell are you talking about? I'm Lord Jashin's most loyal believer. What the hell are you? How dare you talk to me like that? Believe it or not, in a moment I'll make you repent your sins before Lord Jashin in the greatest pain imaginable. Kakuzu also narrowed his eyes, a dangerous light flashing in his green pupils. Young man, you've got quite the mouth. I'll be taking your heart. You people talk way too much. Yao couldn't be bothered wasting words with them and directly stepped forward. So, are you going to kill yourselves and beg forgiveness? Or do I have to do it myself and crush you into pieces? Arrogant little brat. D. Haiden roared, swinging his blood-stained triple-bladed scythe as his body turned into a blur and charged straight at Yao. His target was clear. Injure Yao and get Yao's blood. As long as he got a single drop, he could activate the jutsu, blood possession. Facing Haiden's fierce strike, Yao couldn't even be bothered to dodge. Buzz. A green chakra skeleton rapidly appeared, protecting him inside it. It was none other than the first form of Susanoo, the skeletal ribcage. Clang. Haiden's blood-stained triple-bladed scythe slammed brutally into the ribs, producing a deafening metallic collision. Sparks flew everywhere, and yet, the seemingly fragile skeletal ribs of Susanoo didn't move in the slightest. Not even a single scratch was left behind. What? Haiden's pupils shrank. He swung his scythe with all his strength, yet he still couldn't even break the other side's defense. Too slow. Too weak. Trash like you isn't even qualified to dance in front of me. Yao shook his head slightly. The next second, one arm extended violently from the skeletal ribcage and instantly grabbed Haiden's entire body in its hand. Ah! Haiden was caught. The terrifying force made his bones crack loudly. It felt like every bone in his body was about to shatter. He struggled desperately, but he couldn't shake the Susanoo's hand in the slightest. Let me go, bastard. Lord Jashin won't let you off. I'll curse you. Curse your whole family. Haiden screamed madly. So noisy. Yao snorted coldly, and the chakra hand suddenly tightened. Poochie. Haiden's whole body was like a tomato being crushed. He instantly exploded into a cloud of blood mist and minced flesh. Immortality? What a joke. Thud. Haiden's head fell to the ground, rolled a few times, and got covered in dust. Bastard. You bastard. Lord Jashin won't let you off. Haiden cursed frantically. All you've got left is that mouth. Yao kicked Haiden's head to the feet of Shikamaru and the other two. He's yours now. Deal with him however you want. Gulp. Shikamaru, Choji, and Ino stared at Haiden's head rolling to their feet, their mouths hanging wide open. So this was Yao's strength? Too strong. Way too strong. Earlier, the three of them had fought this guy together with Asuma-sensei, and Asuma-sensei had even died because of it. But in front of Yao, this enemy who had pushed them into such a brutal fight couldn't even last a single exchange before getting crushed so easily? That was just too strong. Yao ignored the three of them and turned his gaze toward Kakuzu, who had remained where he was and hadn't tried to save his teammate. Alright, your turn to dance. I hope you can entertain me a little. Yao's tone was calm. Kakuzu looked at Hayden's head on the ground. What a useless piece of trash. Yao, let me handle this guy, Naruto suddenly said. Yao raised a brow slightly. Alright, yes yours. Remember, this guy has several hearts. Don't hold back. Just hit him with the big move and blast the hell out of him. Got it. Naruto's eyes sharpened as he stepped forward and stood facing Kakuzu. The current him was no longer that brat from 2 years ago who only knew multi-shadow clone jutsu and Rinnegan. In the past 2+ years, under the guidance of his dad and pervy sage, his strength had undergone a qualitative leap. Not only had he mastered the stronger big ball Rinnegan, he had also developed the S-rank forbidden jutsu, wind release, Raisen Shuriken. At the same time, he had also mastered sage mode, allowing his perception, strength, and ninjutsu power to rise drastically in an instant. More importantly, after many exchanges with Kurama inside him, his relationship with the Ninetales had eased greatly. He was only one step away from becoming a perfect Jinchuriki. You little Ninetales brat of Konoha, your head is worth a sky-high price on the black market. Today, this old man is taking it. Kakuzu stared at Naruto. A trace of greed flashed through his eyes as he quickly formed hand seals, his black robe with red clouds fluttering without wind. Earth release, earth spear. Kakuzu's arms instantly hardened, covered in solid stone. Like two massive stone pillars, they smashed brutally toward Naruto. Humph! Sage art. Big ball Rinnegan. Naruto entered sage mode, orange pigmentation appearing around his eyes. A huge azure Rinnegan formed in each of his hands as he charged straight at Kakuzu's stone fists. Boom! Boom! 2 explosions rang out almost at the same time. Broken rock fragments and violent chakra shockwaves scattered everywhere. Kakuzu's earth spear was blasted apart by the big ball Rinnegan, and Kakuzu himself was forced back again and again by the impact. What terrifying power! Kakuzu was inwardly shocked. The Ninetales brat's strength far exceeded his expectations. I'm not done yet. Shadow clone jutsu. Bang bang bang. White smoke burst out as more than a dozen shadow clones appeared instantly, charging at Kakuzu from all directions, each with a Rinnegan of varying size in hand.
Annoying brat.
Wind release, pressure damage, fire release, searing migraine. 2 strange black masks shot out from Kakuzu's body and unleashed a violent hurricane and a towering sea of flames at the same time. Wind fueled the fire. Fire borrowed the wind's might. In an instant, it formed a flaming storm that covered most of the battlefield and swallowed all the charging shadow clones. Now, sage art, wind release, Raisen Shuriken. Using the shadow clones as cover, Naruto's real body suddenly appeared high in the air behind Kakuzu's side. A Raisen Shuriken had already formed in his hand, its edges extending countless chakra blades as it spun at high speed. What? Feeling that destructive chakra fluctuation from behind him, Kakuzu's expression changed drastically. He felt a deadly threat. Take this! Naruto roared and hurled the Raisen Shuriken with all his might. Buzz! The Raisen Shuriken tore through the air, carrying an aura of utter destruction as it crossed the distance in an instant and shot toward Kakuzu. Kakuzu's pupils shrank violently. He dodged to the side with all his strength while concentrating chakra into his defense. Slash! The Raisen Shuriken grazed Kakuzu's body. It didn't hit him directly, but the extreme wind release cutting field generated by its rapid rotation was like countless razor-sharp blades, violently scraping across Kakuzu's body. Aya! Kakuzu let out a miserable scream. The black robe with red clouds on his body was instantly shredded to pieces. What it revealed was an eerie body stitched together by countless black tendrils. Even more terrifying, on the left side of his body, from shoulder to waist, a huge chunk of flesh along with the black tendrils inside had been carved away by that horrifying wind release cutting force. It exposed the wriggling, grotesque hearts underneath, along with stark white bone. Just getting grazed had caused such horrifying damage. 2 hearts were destroyed in an instant. Screaming, Kakuzu was blasted backward and slammed heavily into the ground. This was a dimensionality gap. Even with Earth Grudge Fear, even with 5 hearts, even with the ability to use 5 nature transformations, Kakuzu was still only at Kage level. Against Naruto, whose strength had reached beyond Kage, the only thing waiting for him was a complete beating. Just like the 3rd Hokage Hiruzen Sarutobi, he could use all 5 chakra natures, was skilled in over 1,000 jutsu, and could even perform compound techniques like the 5-release great combo technique. But in front of an absolute difference in power, it still didn't mean jack shit. Kage level was Kage level. Beyond Kage was beyond Kage. Still not dead? Naruto frowned slightly. He could sense that although Kakuzu was heavily injured, his life force had not been completely cut off. Yao was right. This guy really did have several hearts. This ends now. Naruto no longer gave Kakuzu any chance to catch his breath. He brought his hands together again as Senjutsu chakra gathered wildly. I'll use this to send you on your way. Sage art. Massive big ball Rasengan. A supergiant Rasengan, several times larger than the previous big ball Rasengan, formed in Naruto's hands. Looking at that terrifying jutsu, like a small sun, Kakuzu finally showed fear and despair in his eyes. He struggled to get up, trying to use his final life-saving method. Swish, swish, swish. Right at that moment, black shadows suddenly sprang up from the ground and instantly wrapped around Kakuzu's body, binding him in place. Shadow Possession Jutsu. Shikamaru had made his move. Naruto, kill him. Avenge Asuma-sensei. Shikamaru roared. Got it. Naruto held a massive Rasengan and slammed it down viciously at Kakuzu. Rumble, 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 rumble. A deafening explosion erupted, and the blinding light swallowed everything. The ground shook violently. Smoke and dust mixed with turbulent chakra currents and shot into the sky, forming a small mushroom cloud. A long while later, the smoke and dust finally dispersed. All that remained on the spot was a massive crater dozens of meters wide. Kakuzu, along with those bizarre hearts and tendrils, had been completely reduced to ashes. Not even a trace was left behind. Naruto stood at the edge of the crater, breathing slightly as he released Sage Mode. Shikamaru, Choji, and Ino were once again deeply shocked. Naruto had actually become this powerful too. That terrifying Senjutsu just now had gone far beyond their imagination. He was simply too strong. Yao nodded. Nicely done, Naruto. Your Sage Mode has finally entered the hall. Haha. Naruto scratched his head. Being praised by Yao made him very happy. But the moment he thought of Asuma-sensei, he couldn't feel happy anymore. Shikamaru and the other two endured their grief and bowed to Yao and Naruto. Tage, thank you. Thank you for avenging Asuma-sensei. It was only our duty. Yao waved his hand. Put Asuma-sensei's remains away properly. Shikamaru and Choji quickly stepped forward and found the sealing scroll. After confirming that Asuma's remains were indeed inside, they carefully put it away. Next, Yao's gaze turned cold. We're going to Mangekyo to find the leader of the Akatsuki and make them give us an explanation. No one objected. Yao and Naruto's strength was simply too overwhelming, making them fearless. With power like this, if they didn't go to Mangekyo for revenge, it wouldn't make sense. Yao locked onto the Flying Thunder God mark he had left inside Mangekyo. Swish! The Flying Thunder God technique activated, and the group of 6 vanished instantly. When they appeared again, the surroundings had completely changed. Before them was a city that stretched endlessly, covered in towering pipes and steel buildings. It was Mangekyo, the rain. It was Pain's eyes. The instant Yao and the others appeared, their movements were detected by the sensing rain spread throughout Mangekyo. The next moment, the 6 paths of Pain suddenly descended and blocked the way in front of Yao's group. Deva Path Pain stood in the center, his Rinnegan coldly staring at them. Uchiha Yo, why have you trespassed into our Mangekyo again? Yao's face was equally expressionless, full of indifference. Why? Those 2 pieces of trash under you, Kakuzu and Haiden, killed our Konoha Jonin Sarutobi Asuma. Tell me, why do you think I came? Deva Path Pain's brows furrowed slightly, and anger surged in his heart. After the last battle with Uchiha Yo, he had still acted unconvinced on the surface. But deep down, he had already become extremely wary of Yao's strength. Afterward, he had specially gathered the Akatsuki members for a meeting and sternly warned them. For the time being, they were not to provoke Uchiha Yo, nor provoke Konoha. Otherwise, a conflict might break out early and interfere with the plan to capture the tailed beasts. But those 2 bastards, Kakuzu and Haiden, still did whatever they wanted. They killed a Konoha Jonin. And not just any Jonin, the son of the 3rd Hokage. Well, great. Now the other side had come straight to their doorstep to demand an explanation. How was this supposed to end now? Hand over Kakuzu and Haiden? They were already dead. Apologize and offer compensation? Given the Akatsuki's position and plans, that was impossible. Fight? It seemed like they couldn't win. What do you want? Deva Path Pain suppressed his frustration and asked in a low voice. What do I want? Yao let out a cold laugh. Those 2 ugly zombies have already been cleaned up along the way, but that's far from enough. Yao raised 2 fingers. I'll give you one choice. Hand over 1 Rinnegan as compensation. If you do, I can temporarily let today's matter go. This condition was far too harsh. This wasn't negotiation at all. It was naked threat and humiliation. Arrogant. Deva Path Pain could no longer suppress his fury. Who do you think you are? How dare you covet the eyes of a god? The other 5 paths of Pain also took battle stances at the same time. In that case, Yao raised his hand, and the crimson pinwheel pattern in his eyes appeared. Then let's fight. At that moment, sheets of paper danced through the air and quickly gathered into Konan's figure. She stood in front of Pain and looked at the imposing Yao and the others. Uchiha Yo, Kakuzu and Haiden are already dead by your hands, and you've already avenged Sarutobi Asuma. Let this matter end here. Don't go too far. Go too far? Yao looked as if he had heard some kind of joke, his face full of ridicule. You killed one of my people, and you're saying I'm going too far? What a joke. How about this? Today I'll kill all of you, slaughter this entire Mangekyo, and then let it end there. How does that sound? You? Conan's face turned pale with anger, and her chest heaved violently. Enough! Deva Path Pain floated in front of Conan, his Rinnegan fixed on Yao. Words are useless. Since you insist on fighting, then fight. After the last battle with Uchiha Yo, Pain had always felt somewhat unwilling to accept the outcome. He had used most of the Rinnegan's abilities. He had even unleashed massive Shinra Tensei and Shibaku Tensei, yet he still hadn't been able to defeat the other side. To someone like him, who called himself a god, that was a huge blow. This time, the other side had taken the initiative to attack his doorstep, and Pain was determined to fight again. He would use absolute power to completely crush this arrogant Uchiha and defend the dignity of a god. Summoning Jutsu, Deva Path Pain rapidly formed hand seals with both hands, then slammed them onto the ground. Rumble, 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 rumble. The earth shook violently. The ground in the center of Mangekyo split open with a thunderous crash, and shattered rock and dirt shot into the sky. A horrifying existence with a savage face and 9 tightly shut eyes slowly rose from the crack. It was none other than the demonic statue of the Outer Path. Deva Path Pain stood atop the head of the demonic statue of the Outer Path. Uchiha Yo, feel the wrath of a god. As the shell of the Ten Tails, the demonic statue of the Outer Path was extremely difficult to control. Nagato could only barely control it, and what it consumed was also Nagato's own chakra and life force. In comparison, when it was in Obito's hands, controlling it was much easier. And in Uchiha Madara's hands, controlling the statue was as easy as drinking water. In Nagato's current condition, controlling the demonic statue of the Outer Path was basically no different from seeking death. But he clearly had no other choice now. To deal with Uchiha Yo, he could only use the power of the statue. So you finally can't bear to use the demonic statue of the Outer Path anymore? Perfect. Yao snorted coldly. Susanoo. Boom. Emerald green chakra erupted violently, rapidly condensing and taking shape. A complete body Susanoo hundreds of meters tall rose from the ground. Its enormous size was not inferior to the demonic statue of the Outer Path at all. The two giants faced each other across the distance, and the terrifying chakra made even the clouds in the sky begin to twist and churn. Fall back. Naruto waved a large hand and immediately led Shikamaru and the others in a rapid retreat. A battle at this level was simply not something they could take part in. Slash. With a thought from Yao, Susanoo swung its spiral sword and slashed at the demonic statue of the Outer Path with one strike. Ha! Deva Path Pain let out a furious shout, crazily mobilizing chakra and desperately controlling the demonic statue of the Outer Path as it threw a punch to meet it head-on. And during this process, the other 5 paths of pain collapsed one after another. That was because Nagato had concentrated all of his chakra into the Deva Path. As puppets, the other 5 paths of pain naturally shut down. Screech! The spiral sword violently collided with the demonic statue's giant arm. Boom, boom, boom. A world-shaking explosion rang out across heaven and earth. The shockwave swept in all directions like a tsunami, directly flattening a huge area of Mangekyo. The rain was instantly vaporized, then condensed into white mist high in the sky. The demonic statue of the Outer Path's arm was knocked off course by that slash and slammed heavily into the nearby ground, blasting out a bottomless crater. Roar! This couldn't drag on any longer. A ruthless glint flashed through Pain's eyes as he suddenly formed a hand seal. Nagato's body and chakra simply couldn't endure a prolonged battle. It had to be decided quickly. Puffed, puffed, puffed. Countless black receivers suddenly shot out from the demonic statue's body. Those black rods were like venomous snakes as they pierced into the Deva Path's body. Ugh! The Deva Path let out a muffled grunt. Through the connection of the black rods, Nagato poured all of the remaining chakra from himself and the Deva Path into the statue. With its chakra replenished, the demonic statue of the Outer Path's aura surged once more. Its savage giant mouth suddenly opened, and a massive chakra dragon abruptly shot out from its mouth. Yao's pupils shrank slightly. He recognized this thing. Nagato had used it in the original story. This kind of chakra dragon was extremely bizarre. The moment it touched a target, it would instantly drain dry the target's chakra along with their life force, then devour it. Even a tailed beast would be rapidly drained if it got tangled up by it. Yao had no intention of being sucked dry by that thing, so he decisively activated the Flying Thunder God technique and vanished from where he stood in an instant. The chakra dragon lunged at empty air and immediately lost its target. The next moment, the complete body Susanoo appeared behind the demonic statue of the Outer Path like a ghost. Yao swung the giant spiral sword and slashed down at the demonic statue with one strike. SSHHK. The giant spiral sword cut into the statue's back, carving out a deep trench. A large amount of purple chakra gushed out from the wound. Woo! The demonic statue let out a painful wail, and its enormous body lost control as it crashed forward onto the ground. Yao pressed the advantage without mercy. The complete body Susanoo raised its giant foot and viciously stomped down on the fallen demonic statue. Boom! That kick was like a meteor impact. The earth shattered and collapsed. The demonic statue was stomped into the ground by that kick, leaving only a small part of its head and one arm exposed outside. In the distance, Conan, who was watching the battle, felt her heart pound in fear, and her face turned pale. The demonic statue was actually completely outmatched. From beginning to end, it had been brutally beaten down by that Uchiha Yo. That left Conan in utter disbelief. In her impression, the demonic statue of the outer path was Nagato's most powerful force. Back then, when dealing with Hanzo, once the statue appeared, victory had come through near-total crushing force. Later, when capturing the tailed beasts, the statue had been unstoppable. Even the powerful tailed beasts seemed helpless before it. But this Uchiha Yo was actually stronger than the statue. That was simply unbelievable. What worried Conan even more was that controlling the demonic statue of the outer path at such intensity placed an enormous burden on Nagato. Could Nagato hold on? Conan looked toward one direction, her eyes full of worry and anxiety. If this continued, then even if they could barely force back Uchiha Yo, Nagato would probably burn out and die. On the other side, in a hidden corner, Obito, wearing a spiral-patterned orange mask, and Zetsu silently watched. That brat from back then had actually grown to this extent. Obito's voice was low, carrying a trace of disbelief and regret. If I'd known it would come to this, then back when he hadn't grown up yet, I should have killed him at all costs. He recalled that immature boy from years ago in Konoha. Back then, Uchiha Yo had been so weak. At the time, it had even been Itachi who begged for his two younger brothers not to be killed. Who could have imagined that in just a few short years, the other side would already possess such terrifying strength that he could fight the demonic statue head-on? He has perfectly inherited Lord Madara's power and Senju Hashirama's power. Black Zetsu's hoarse, gloomy voice rang out. His strength is probably no weaker than Lord Madara and Senju Hashirama at their peaks. White Zetsu added, Nagato's about to hit his limit. Even the demonic statue has been beaten into this state. TSK. Obito fell silent. Nagato was an absolutely crucial chess piece in his plan. If Nagato was killed, or if the Rinnegan was taken away, then his Eye of the Moon plan would suffer a devastating blow. This couldn't continue. Obito said in a deep voice, we have to find a way to stop that brat. At the very least, we have to protect Nagato and the Rinnegan. You're planning to personally make a move? White Zetsu asked curiously. With your Kamui, maybe you can pull off a sneak attack? Me make a move? Under the mask. The corner of Obito's mouth pulled into a bitter smile. Even if I did, I probably still wouldn't be able to beat him. His speed, his power, and that flying thunder god that can interfere with space. Even Kamui might not gain any advantage. Although he was unwilling to admit it, Obito knew very clearly that the current Uchiha Yo was no longer someone he could confront head-on. Then what do we do? Just watch Nagato get beaten to death? White Zetsu spread his hands, sounding a little gleeful at the misfortune. Black Zetsu offered a practical suggestion. Perhaps retreating for now is the best choice. Don't clash head-on with Uchiha Yo. If the stalemate continues, it won't do us any good at all. Only by preserving Nagato and the Rinnegan can the plan continue. Black Zetsu was used to acting from the shadows. To him, temporary retreat and preserving strength were the most important things. A temporary victory or defeat, a gain or loss in the short term, simply wasn't necessary at all. Retreat? Obito hesitated a little. That would mean showing weakness before Uchiha Yo. He was unwilling to accept it, but reason told him that Black Zetsu was right. As long as the Green Hills remained, there would be no fear of running out of firewood. After a moment of silence, Obito finally made his decision. Can only be this way. He looked at Black Zetsu and White Zetsu. In a moment, I'll go down and use Kamui to draw that guy's attention. You two take Nagato and leave Mangekyo as fast as possible. Head to the backup base we prepared. Understood. Black Zetsu and White Zetsu responded in unison. So this is all you've got? Standing inside the forehead crystal of the complete body Susanoo, Yao looked down from above at the Deva path. If this is the full power of you so-called god, then today these eyes will be mine. Yao controlled the Susanoo as its massive hand rose once again. Buzz. Right at that moment, the space before Yao's eyes suddenly began to rotate and distort without any warning, forming a strange vortex. Obito, wearing the orange spiral mask, slowly emerged from the vortex and stood between the two sides. Brat, that's enough. Obito's voice was low. Looking at the suddenly appearing Obito, the corner of Yao's mouth curled into an almost imperceptible arc. His big and flashy disturbance in Mangekyo hadn't been for nothing. The real target had finally appeared. And who are you? Yao pretended not to know. Me? Using Madara's voice, Obito said coldly, Uchiha Madara. Madara? Yao gave a mocking laugh, his lips full of ridicule. A rat that hides its head and shows its tail, not even daring to reveal its real face? And you still dare call yourself Uchiha Madara? Take a look at yourself. With that monkey face of yours, from head to toe, where do you look even remotely like Madara Uchiha? Obito's face stiffened beneath the mask, and he was instantly left speechless. He hadn't expected the other party to react so fast, or mock him so directly. But thinking about it, with the way he looked right now, he really didn't resemble Madara at all. As much as he didn't want to admit it, Madara really was handsome. When it came to looks, he truly couldn't compare to that guy. Obito was a little annoyed. Humph, ignorant brat. Why should this old man explain himself to you? Leave at once. Or don't blame this old man for showing no mercy, even for the sake of our clansman bond. Our clansman bond? Yao let out a sneer. A guy who doesn't even dare admit his own identity is qualified to talk about clansman bond? Since you jumped out on your own, I'll clean you up along with the rest. Yao couldn't be bothered wasting any more words on this drama queen. With a thought, his Susanoo shifted direction and grabbed at Obito. However, facing this grasp powerful enough to crush mountains, Obito stood there without dodging or evading. The gigantic hand passed straight through his body, like grabbing through an illusion, unable to deal any damage. Useless, Obito mocked. Your attacks are ineffective against this old man. Space-time ninjutsu? Yao seemed slightly surprised. He swung the spiraling greatsword and slashed across with one strike. The spiraling greatsword passed through Obito once more, still unable to injure him. I told you, it's useless. Obito's voice rang out again, this time carrying even more ridicule. No matter how strong your power is, if you can't hit the target, it's all pointless. Yao tried attacking several more times, but Obito was like a phantom, always calmly slipping past every attack. Kamui really is troublesome, Yao thought to himself. This kind of ability, capable of transferring himself or parts of his body into another dimension, was indeed almost unsolvable. Unless someone could break space instantly, or use a massive, continuous attack to cover every possible position. Otherwise, it would be very difficult to truly injure him. But Yao's goal had never been to kill Obito immediately. He wanted to toy with him, and right now it seemed the effect was pretty good. Obito looked like he was thoroughly enjoying this feeling of superiority. Like you can't touch me. Is dodging all you can do? Yao stopped attacking, his tone full of undisguised mockery. The legendary Azura of the ninja world only knows how to scurry around like a rat? What a disappointment. While Yao mocked him out loud, the Mangekyo Sharingan hidden beneath the cloth strips suddenly lit up with a strange golden-red glow. Kodo Amatsukami light. No hand seals. No warning. No chakra fluctuation. A terrifying ocular power aimed directly at soul, and will instantly pierced into the depths of Obito's consciousness. What? Obito only felt his brain buzz. The world spun around him, and in an instant, every scene before his eyes vanished. In its place was a boundless, bizarre space. Genjutsu? Obito was greatly alarmed. He immediately activated his own Mangekyo Sharingan, trying to break this Genjutsu space. But right at that moment, a blazing beam of light came crashing down and instantly pierced through Obito's mind. Ah! In reality, Obito's body suddenly stiffened, and then he let out a shrill scream of agony so painful it no longer sounded human. He clutched his head with both hands, his whole body curling up like a shrimp. His face twisted beneath the mask, and blood seeped from all 7 orifices at once. Yao had shown mercy. Otherwise, Kodo Amatsukami light would have been enough to completely annihilate Obito's mind. But even so, it had still directly dealt heavy damage to Obito's spirit. Self-cursing seal. Taking advantage of this chance, Yao slammed a palm onto Obito's body. Pitch-black cursed seal patterns spread out and instantly crawled across Obito's entire body, locking him down completely. Obito's body froze stiff. He couldn't move even a single finger. At the right moment, Yao released Kodo Amatsukami light. Obito returned to reality, but the excruciating pain in his body left him in utter torment. What shattered him even more inside was that he couldn't move at all. Forget using Kamui's intangibility to escape. Even gathering chakra and activating Izanagi was impossible. Those pitch-black curse marks were like the sturdiest shackles, sealing all his power inside his body. Yao looked at Obito, a victorious smile appearing on his face. That whole string of attacks earlier had been to numb Obito and lower his guard. Then Kodo Amatsukami light struck instantly and heavily wounded him. Finally, at the exact moment his mind was injured and he was lost in pain, Yao activated Danzo's self-cursing seal to completely lock down Obito's movements. This combo had been specially designed by Yao for Obito, and now it seemed the results weren't bad. Of course, the main thing was still that Kodo Amatsukami light was just too insidious, silent, traceless, and capable of heavily damaging Obito's spirit in an instant. It didn't even give him a chance to use Kamui or Izanagi. Do you think I made such a huge scene in Mangekyo and went through all that trouble just for those Rinnegan? Yao said with a smile. Although Obito couldn't move, he was still fully conscious. The moment he heard those words, he stared fixedly at Yao. Wrong. Completely wrong. Yao shook his head, his tone carrying the playful cruelty of a cat toying with a mouse. I did all of this for you, Obito-senpai. Obito's pupils shrank violently, and a storm surged through his heart. Obito-senpai? How does he know my real identity?
Impossible. Absolutely impossible.
Only Zetsu and the deceased Madara know his true identity. Very surprised? Very confused? Right? Yao seemed able to see straight through his thoughts. It's actually simple. Kakashi also has a Mangekyo Sharingan. His ability is Kamui too, and it's very similar to yours. And in our Uchiha clan, Mangekyo Sharingan appear in pairs. The abilities of the two eyes are usually related to each other. Kakashi-sensei's Kamui really is very similar to yours. Once you figure that out, your identity actually becomes very easy to guess. Yao spoke unhurriedly, yet every word was like a blade stabbing into Obito's heart. Obito started trembling violently, but with his body sealed, he couldn't move, and he couldn't even speak. Oh right, I forgot you can't talk right now, senpai. Yao smiled, sounding a little regretful. But it doesn't matter. My guess is actually very easy to verify. As he spoke, Yao reached out and removed the orange spiral mask. The mask slipped off, revealing a face with scars covering half of it. It was none other than Obito Uchiha, who was supposed to have died in the Canopy Bridge battle. Looks like my guess was right. Obito-senpai. Yao looked at Obito's face, filled with shock, fury, and humiliation, and revealed a satisfied smile. But speaking of it, Obito-senpai, now that you've fallen into my hands, how do you think I should deal with you? Obito still couldn't speak. He could only keep staring at Yao. Not talking? Then I'll choose for you, Obito-senpai. Yao rubbed his chin. For the sake of us both being from the Uchiha clan, and since I'm also the Uchiha clan head, I'll be lenient with you. After all, there aren't many of us Uchiha left. As the clan head, I can't exactly wipe out my own people, right? So, hand over that remaining Mangekyo Sharingan of yours to me, and I'll spare your life. How about it? Bastard. He actually covets my eye. Damn him. Obito flew into a rage, and a fierce look of resistance burst out from his eyes. Still not talking? Then I'll take that as you silently agreeing. As Yao spoke, he dug out the scarlet Mangekyo Sharingan from Obito's right eye, completely intact. Warm liquid slid down Obito's cheek. The intense pain made his body convulse uncontrollably. But because of the seal, he couldn't even scream. He could only make furious, agonized choking sounds. Yao ignored Obito's rage. He pulled open the clothes over his chest, revealing a firm torso. Then he cut open a wound about an inch long and placed that Sharingan into the cut on his chest. The muscles squirmed, healing at a speed visible to the naked eye. The skin returned to normal. The eye transplant was a success. Yao closed his eyes and carefully sensed the new eye in his chest. Just as I guessed. Yao opened his eyes, a satisfied smile appearing on his face. Although it isn't connected to any nerves and can't be used as an actual eye, the dojutsu belonging to the Mangekyo Sharingan can still be used. Let's test it. Yao's mind stirred. Swish! The surrounding space suddenly twisted and rotated abnormally. Right after that, Yao's whole body seemed to be sucked into an invisible vortex and vanished from the spot in an instant. Obito's left eye was also a Sharingan, but not his original one. It was another transplanted Sharingan. In the entire ninja world, Obito undoubtedly had the most Sharingan. A whole wall full of them. Obito's single eye widened sharply, filled with disbelief. He can actually use my eye to activate Kamui? Damn it. Damn it all. He not only took my eye, he can even use my Kamui. Mine. Kamui is mine. A few seconds later, space twisted and rotated again, and Yao reappeared, a trace of novelty and amazement on his face. What an excellent ability, Obito-senpai. Yao smiled at Obito. Spatial movement, intangibility, defense, storage in a separate dimension. TSK. Attack, defense, mobility, support. It's all in one. As expected of a top-tier space-time dojutsu. Thanks for that. Obito was so furious he was practically about to cough up blood. That's my eye. My ability. Mine. It's mine. If he could. Obito wished he could break free from the seal right now and tear this bastard, who had stolen his eye and was still mocking him here, into pieces, then grind his bones to dust. But that damned pitch-black cursed seal bound him tightly. He couldn't even move a trace of chakra. Alright, Yao clapped his hands. I'm a man who always keeps his word. Since I took your eye, I'll naturally spare your life. Obito-senpai, let's part ways here. Until we meet again. Yao gave one last glance at Obito's face, full of venomous hatred, then moved and flew toward Naruto and the others in the distance. Let's go. Swish. Yao activated the Flying Thunder God technique and took everyone away, disappearing from Mangekyo. Obito lay in the cold, damp ruins, blood flowing from the empty socket of his right eye. Uchiha Yo. Uchiha Yo. I swear to the heavens, the humiliation of today, the hatred of having my eye stolen. One day, I will make you repay it 100-fold, 1,000-fold. Not long after Yao left, Zetsu emerged from the ground like a plant. White Zetsu looked at Obito lying there, blood flowing from his empty right eye socket. His whole body bound by pitch-black cursed marks, and let out a strange laugh. My. Well, who do we have here? Isn't this Lord Madara? How did you end up this miserable? Even got your eye dug out? Black Zetsu stayed silent, but a trace of gravity and worry flashed through his eyes. Obito was the most important chess piece Madara had left behind. Most of his strength was basically in that Mangekyo Sharingan. It was only by relying on Kamui's bizarre ability that Obito had been able to stir up trouble across the ninja world and secretly push the plan forward. And now, he had even lost his eye. Not only had his strength dropped drastically, but the plans that came after had gained countless new variables. This was bad. Hearing White Zetsu's mockery, Obito flew into a rage. He glared at the two of them and signaled with his eyes for them to hurry up and undo this damned seal. Black Zetsu sighed, walked forward, and pressed a black arm onto the pitch-black cursed mark on Obito's body. His arm melted into the cursed seal like ink, and those black lines rapidly faded like a receding tide. A few seconds later, the self-cursing seal was completely undone. Ah! Obito sprang up from the ground and roared in fury. Uchiha Yo! I'm going to kill you. I'm going to dig out your eyes too. Aya! He looked completely insane, having lost his usual gloom and scheming, leaving only the most primal fury and humiliation. Hey, calm down. White Zetsu dug at his ear, his tone still mocking. Charge into Konoha? Like this? You don't even have your Sharingan anymore. What are you going to use to fight that monster? If you go to Konoha now, aren't you just delivering yourself to him? Shut up. Obito whipped his head around and glared viciously at White Zetsu. You damn bastard. Do you want to die too? Enough, both of you say less. Black Zetsu smoothed things over. Obito, calm down first. You've lost your Sharingan, and your strength has been greatly reduced. If you rashly go to Konoha, not only will you fail to get revenge, you really might get beaten to death by Uchiha Yo. That would not be a wise move. Black Zetsu's words were like a bucket of cold water, letting Obito recover a bit of reason. He knew it was the truth. Without Kamui, against that monster Uchiha Yo, he had almost no chance of winning. Then what do you say we do? Obito gritted his teeth. Are we just supposed to let this go? Of course not. Black Zetsu said slowly, our fundamental goal has never changed. Collect the tailed beasts, revive the Ten-Tails, cast the infinite Tsukuyomi, and create a peaceful world with Rin in it. That is what you should be focusing on. The Eye of the Moon plan. The madness in Obito's eyes receded slightly, replaced by even deeper gloom. That guy is too strong. And now he's even taken my eye. The Nine-Tails Jinchuriki Naruto Uzumaki is in Konoha. With him there, capturing the Nine-Tails will be harder than reaching the heavens. The Eye of the Moon plan will probably have to be delayed indefinitely. That's why we need even greater power. Black Zetsu made a suggestion. We should revive Lord Madara after all. Hearing that, Obito's brows instantly furrowed tightly. If possible, he did not want to revive Uchiha Madara. In his vision, he was the one who would ultimately carry out the Eye of the Moon plan and become the savior of the new world. Madara? He was nothing more than an old man who had been dead for a long time. Reviving Madara meant he might lose control, or even become Madara's chess piece. Or discarded piece. Seeing Obito's resistance, Black Zetsu patiently persuaded him. Obito, Uchiha Yo's strength has already far exceeded all our expectations. His growth rate is too great a threat to us. At this point, relying on just us, it will already be hard to suppress him. Much less guarantee that the Eye of the Moon plan proceeds smoothly. Only by reviving Lord Madara first and borrowing his power and wisdom can we contend against Uchiha Yo and take control of the situation again. Black Zetsu paused, then added, of course, reviving him with the Impure World reincarnation first. Though Lord Madara's strength under Impure World reincarnation would not be equal to his peak in life, he would still be a powerful source of support, and it would also be easier for us to control him. After we gather all the tailed beasts and revive the Ten-Tails, then we can consider whether to truly revive him with Samsara of Heavenly Life technique. Impure World reincarnation? A glint appeared in Obito's eyes. That was a compromise method. Madara under Impure World reincarnation would have his strength limited by the sacrifice and the caster. And in essence, he would be controlled by the caster. This way, he could gain Madara's fighting power without worrying about him completely slipping out of control. Once the plan succeeded, once he had the Ten-Tails in hand and possessed absolute power, deciding Madara's fate then would be no problem. After a long while, Obito raised his head. A trace of resolve flashed through his eyes. Okay, we'll do it your way. First, we'll use Impure World reincarnation on Madara. Swish! Yao and the others appeared out of thin air inside Konoha. Without stopping, they immediately headed for the Hokage building. The group arrived at Tsunade's office and gave a brief, straightforward report of what had happened during the mission. When she heard that Kakuzu and Haiden had been successfully killed, and that Asuma's body had also been recovered, Tsunade's expression eased a little, and she let out a long breath. But when she heard about Obito appearing at the end, Tsunade's face changed again. Uchiha Obito? Tsunade stood up from her seat. Didn't he die over 10 years ago during the Battle of Kanobi Bridge? This news was far too shocking. A Konoha hero who had long been believed to have died in battle had actually become one of the masterminds behind the Akatsuki? It was absurd. Tsunade immediately shouted toward the door. Umbu, go bring Kakashi Hatake here at once. Hurry. Very soon, Kakashi arrived at the office. Looking at the heavy atmosphere inside, confusion appeared in his eyes. Kakashi. Tsunade took a deep breath. Yao and the others just completed the mission to pursue the immortal duo. In Mangekyo, they encountered a masked man claiming to be Uchiha Madara, and Yao says that man is actually Uchiha Obito. Obito? Kakashi's pupils shrank violently. He instinctively denied it.
Impossible.
That's absolutely impossible. Obito died a long time ago. I saw it with my own eyes. He couldn't accept this information. He had personally seen half of Obito's body crushed by that giant boulder. It had been smashed to pieces. How could Obito still be alive after that?
Absolutely impossible.
I know it's hard to believe. Yao spoke calmly. So I'll show you. Kamui. Buzz. The space in front of Kakashi instantly twisted and spun, forming a vortex. Before Kakashi could even react, a powerful suction force pulled him in, and he vanished into the vortex. Teacher Kakashi? Naruto cried out in shock. Yao, this is... Tsunade also stared at Yao. This is the ability of Obito's Mangekyo Sharingan. Kamui. A space-time ninjutsu. Yao explained Kamui connects to a separate dimension. I sent teacher Kakashi there. I see. Tsunade understood. At that moment, Buzz, the office suddenly twisted and rotated. Kakashi stumbled out of the vortex on his own. After steadying himself, Kakashi's face was full of shock and confusion. Just now, he had been sucked into a dim, gray alternate dimension. Then, relying on his own understanding and experience with that Sharingan's ability, he had actually activated Kamui himself and come back out. What did that mean? It meant that the space Yao had just sent him into, and the alternate dimension connected to the Kamui in his own left eye, were the same one. Teacher Kakashi, the ability I just used was the Mangekyo Sharingan Dojutsu of Obito's eye. Kamui. Yao looked at Kakashi. Do you still have any doubts now? The alternate dimension connected to his own left eye was the same one connected to the Dojutsu Yao had just used. What did that mean? There was no need to say anything more. Kakashi looked like he had been struck by lightning. His body swayed, and he nearly lost his footing. His single eye stared fixedly at Yao. Teach this. How is this possible? Obito. Obito is really still alive. Teacher Kakashi. Although I don't know why he didn't die back then, or how he survived. Yao looked at him. There is no doubt that the masked man we met in Mangekyo was using the matching Kamui to your left eye. He is Uchiha Obito. As Kakashi tried to digest this world-shattering truth, countless emotions surged in his heart. You got his eye? That's right. Yao nodded. I caught Obito and took his eye. Kakashi's whole body shook, and he urgently asked, where is he now? I let him go. You let him go? Since you caught him, why didn't you bring him back? Bring him back to Konoha. Kakashi was getting angry. I wanted to. Yao sighed. But teacher Kakashi, that guy stopped being the Obito from back then a long time ago. He's already mixed in with those lunatics in the Akatsuki, and his head is full of thoughts about destroying the world. I tried to persuade him, but he wouldn't listen at all, and he had no intention of coming back. Even if I forced him back here, what would be the point? Besides, Yao added, I left a flying thunder god mark on him. As long as I want to, I can find him any time. Hearing that, Kakashi's eyes lit up, and he immediately said, then let's go now. Take me to him right away. I want to ask him face to face what he's been through all these years. Why he became like this. There's no need. Yao shook his head, his voice somewhat low. He's changed. He's become extreme, selfish, and insane. If you go see him, all you'll get is a pile of radical nonsense. Along with disappointment and pain, there won't be any result. Kakashi, my suggestion is that you let it go for now. Kakashi stood there blankly, as if all the strength had been drained from his body. His eyes were empty, and he looked completely lost. Enough. Tsunade spoke up. We'll stop here for now regarding Obito. Everyone else go back and rest. Yao, stay behind. After Naruto and the others left the office, Tsunade signaled for Yao to close the door. Only the two of them remained inside. Tsunade sat back down in her chair, lightly tapping her fingers on the desk. Yao, tell me the truth. Since you already captured Uchiha Obito, why didn't you bring him back? He's still a shinobi of Konoha. Even if he made mistakes, he should be judged and dealt with by the village. Yao had long expected Tsunade to ask this question. His voice remained calm, because Obito is a key piece right now. If I forcibly brought him back, then yes, we could eliminate one enemy. But it would also mean alerting the Akatsuki. They would immediately change their plans, hide themselves even deeper, and become much harder for us to track and guard against. More importantly, Obito is carrying out an extremely insane plan. Rather than cutting this line right now, it's better to leave Obito where he is for the time being and let him continue with the plan. That way, we can follow the clues and see exactly what they're trying to do. It will also make it easier for us to control the situation. Then, at the most suitable time, we can interfere with it or destroy it. An insane plan? Tsunade frowned tightly. What kind of plan is it that makes you this wary? Yao fell silent for a moment. Based on the fragmented information I've obtained, along with my own deductions, the core of that plan seems to involve reviving Uchiha Madara. The Eye of the Moon plan still couldn't be spoken aloud. Even if he said it, Tsunade probably wouldn't believe it. With the limits of her current understanding, she couldn't imagine a massive genjutsu like Infinite Tsukuyomi that could cover the entire ninja world. Compared to that, reviving Uchiha Madara was undoubtedly far more impactful. What? Reviving Uchiha Madara? Tsunade shot to her feet again, her voice rising several levels, her face full of disbelief. She had grown up listening to stories about the first Hokage and Uchiha Madara. In her understanding, Uchiha Madara was the very symbol of chaos, terror, and destruction in the ninja world. He was a legendary monster who could stand against her grandfather, Hashirama Senju, and had even pushed Konoha to the brink of destruction at one point. The psychological shadow Madara had left on Tsunade's generation was far too deep. This was insane. Tsunade's chest rose and fell, clearly shaken badly by the news. If Madara is revived, it will be a disaster for the entire ninja world. No, we have to stop them. No matter what, we absolutely cannot let them succeed. Lady Tsunade, calm down. Yao spoke up. Reviving Uchiha Madara isn't that simple. It requires extremely harsh conditions and an enormous amount of chakra. It's not something that can be done casually. And even if they really get lucky and succeed, even if Uchiha Madara really is revived by them, with my current strength, I still have the confidence to fight him. Are you sure? Tsunade stared at Yao tightly, her tone full of doubt and gravity. Yao, I know you're very strong now, so strong that it's beyond imagination. But Uchiha Madara exists on a completely different level. It wasn't that she didn't trust Yao. It was that Uchiha Madara's name was too famous, and his strength too legendary. That was a name that lived inside the horror stories of the ninja world. Facing Tsunade's scrutinizing gaze, Yao nodded calmly. Although I haven't fought Madara at his peak, I have a clear understanding of my own power. So for now, there's no need to worry too much about Madara's revival. On the contrary, we can use Obito's line to figure out the Akatsuki's true situation and deal them a fatal blow at their most critical moment. That would be far more advantageous than alerting them right now. He was still waiting for the Akatsuki to help revive the Ten-Tails so he could seize it for himself. How could he allow any mistakes to appear in that plan? Tsunade looked at the confident Yao, then remembered that he had inherited both the power of the Senju and the Uchiha. Could it be that Yao really had grown to the point where he could face Uchiha Madara head-on, or even defeat him? Fine, I'll trust your judgment and arrangement for now. Tsunade rubbed her brow. But you must monitor Obito's movements and the Akatsuki at all times. The moment there is conclusive evidence that they are about to successfully revive Madara, or if their plan threatens the very foundation of Konoha and the ninja world, you must stop it at any cost. Understood? Understood. Yao nodded seriously. Please don't worry, Lady Tsunade. I'll keep things under control. I trust you. Tsunade let out a breath. There's one more thing. Yao changed to a lighter topic. In 2 days, it'll be Sasuke's and my 16th birthday. It's not some huge occasion, but 16 can still count as a small coming-of-age ceremony. I'm planning to have a small gathering at home and share a meal together. If Lady Tsunade has time, would you like to come join the fun? Hearing that, Tsunade came back to herself. She looked at Yao and thought for a moment. Publicly, Yao was now one of Konoha's indispensable top combat forces. His attitude and stance were crucial to the village, so appropriate closeness and goodwill were necessary. Privately, Nawaki was with Yao. As his older sister, she also wanted to see her little brother more often. There was no way she could skip it. A 16th birthday. Time really flies. A trace of emotion appeared on Tsunade's face. All right, since you've invited me, I'll come join the fun. Yao smiled and nodded. Then I'll be waiting for Lady Tsunade's presence. A 16th birthday was something Yao felt was worth commemorating, so he planned to make it a bit livelier. So not only did he invite Naruto, Sakura, Shikamaru, Choji, Ino, Hinata, Kiba, Shino, Tenten, Niji, and Rock Lee, he had practically invited all the familiar friends from the same generation. In addition, Jiraiya, Kakashi, Guy, Kurenai, and the others as teachers and seniors were also on the guest list. That night, on the open ground by the Minami River in the Uchiha clan district, many people came. It was extremely lively. Moonlight spilled across the flowing river, and several bonfires burned along the bank, driving away the chill of the night. Everyone split up and worked together, busy with the cookout and barbecue. The aroma of food mixed with laughter and drifted through the air. A huge birthday cake was placed in the center, with candles on it representing 16 years old. Naruto flipped the skewers in his hand while shouting loudly, "What's with that guy Sasuke? He can't even be on time for his own birthday. Don't tell me he forgot the time?" Yao helped skewer vegetables. Hearing that, he smiled. "Relax. I already had one of Ryuchi Cave's snakes go urge him. Take some time to get back from over there. He should be here soon." Speak of the devil. The moment he finished speaking, a figure quietly appeared. It was Sasuke. Everyone's eyes turned toward him at once, and then they all smiled. "Sasuke, you bastard. Why'd you only just get back?" Naruto jumped up. "Today's your birthday and Yao's. You forgot your own birthday? Seriously, making everyone wait this long?" Sasuke looked at the lively scene in front of him, the familiar companions, the warm bonfires, and the huge birthday cake. A trace of softness flashed across his cool face, but it quickly returned to normal. He turned his head away slightly, somewhat awkward, and said stiffly, "It's just a birthday. Is there really a need to make this big of a deal? All right, you bastard. Stop being tsundere." Naruto threw an arm around Sasuke and pushed him toward the cake. "Hurry up. Everyone's here already. We're just waiting for you to cut the cake." Everybody's been waiting. They cut the cake, ate barbecue, drank beverages, and laughter never stopped. The banks of the Minami River were filled with a light and cheerful birthday atmosphere. Tsunade and Jiraiya sat by a bonfire a little farther away, tasting fine wine while watching the young people playing around in the distance, smiles on their faces. Kakashi, Might Guy, and Kurenai sat by another bonfire, occasionally breaking into loud laughter. They ate, drank, and chatted. With his mouth stuffed full of grilled meat, Naruto asked Sasuke unclearly, "MMGH, Sasuke, you've been training in Ryuchi Cave for so long. Have you actually mastered Sage Mode or not?" Naruto looked a little smug. "I'm telling you, my Sage Mode is super skilled now." Sasuke slowly swallowed the food in his mouth and glanced at Naruto. "Want to test it? Then let's do it. Who's afraid of who?" Naruto instantly got fired up. He sucked down the last of the grilled meat and jumped to his feet. Perfect timing to let everyone see whose Sage Mode is stronger. "Oh, ha ha ha, now this is gonna be good." Kiba immediately started cheering. A match between Naruto-kun and Sasuke-kun? How exciting. Such passionate youth. Rock Lee's eyes lit up. "Go Naruto. Sasuke, go." Everyone started egging them on. Yao smiled too. Naruto and Sasuke had never gotten along anyway, and now they were already going at it the moment they met today. But that was fine too. Yao also wanted to see just how strong Sasuke had become. Naruto and Sasuke went one after the other to an open area in the distance and stood facing each other, pulling their stances apart. Everyone gathered around. Tsunade, Jiraiya, Kakashi, Guy, Kurenai, and the others all looked expectant as well. "Ready, Sasuke?" Naruto took a deep breath, pressed his palms together, and his gaze sharpened. "Come at me whenever you're ready." Sasuke also assumed a fighting stance. "Then begin." The two of them almost simultaneously focused their minds and connected with natural energy. Orange pigmentation appeared around Naruto's eyes, and his pupils turned into horizontal slits. It was Mount Myaboku Sage Mode. Almost at the same time, a huge change happened to Sasuke as well. His hair turned snow-white, and two dragon horns grew from both sides of his forehead. His pupils turned into slitted snake eyes, and purple eyeshadow appeared around them. It was the Ryuchi Cave Sage Mode. Two completely different Sage Modes appeared before everyone at the same time. The crowd watching from the sidelines all showed looks of surprise and interest. This was their first time seeing two different Sage Modes at once. Jiraiya couldn't help but say, "So this is the Ryuchi Cave Sage Mode? It really is different from Mount Myaboku's." Tsunade also nodded and sighed with emotion. "It's different from my grandfather's Shikatsu Forest Sage Mode too." Naruto's Sage Mode felt warm, vast, and full of vigorous masculine life force. Sasuke's Sage Mode, on the other hand, was cold and sinister. In the center of the open field, Naruto and Sasuke opened their sage-enhanced eyes at the same time, their gazes colliding in midair and throwing off sparks. "Come on, Sasuke. As you wish. Here I go." Naruto gave a low shout. The overwhelming perception and explosive power brought by Sage Mode made him vanish from where he stood in an instant, leaving behind only a spreading ring of airwaves. The next moment, Naruto appeared at Sasuke's side and threw a punch straight at his face. Ryuchi Cave Sage Mode gave Sasuke dynamic vision far beyond normal people, along with a snake-like flexibility and swiftness. He tilted his head back at an almost impossible angle, barely avoiding Naruto's punch by a hair. At the same time, his left leg lashed out like a scorpion's tail, kicking toward Naruto's waist and abdomen with a sharp tearing sound. "So fast." Naruto dropped his right arm to block. Boom! A heavy impact rang out, kicking up a visible shockwave that instantly swept away dust and gravel. The two broke apart the instant they touched, then rushed at each other again in the next instant. Bang bang bang! For the next dozen seconds, all anyone could see were two blurred figures crossing and colliding at high speed in the field. The dull thuds of fists and kicks slamming into each other came like a rapid drumbeat. Naruto's attacks were broad and open, fierce and domineering in power, every punch carrying a howling gale. Sasuke's taijutsu was strange and tricky, unbelievably fast, like a venomous snake leaving its den, every strike aimed at vital points. In this taijutsu clash, they were actually evenly matched. That felt good. Again. Sasuke, I'm using ninjutsu now. Naruto leaped back to open some distance, his hands rapidly forming seals in front of his chest. Sage Art. Wind Release. Raisin Shuriken. A terrifying sphere of energy rapidly formed in Naruto's palm, its edges extending into countless chakra blades. Sasuke's eyes sharpened, and he formed seals just as quickly. Then he slammed both hands onto the ground. Sage Art. Lightning Release. Chidori. Rumble. Dozens of chakra spears of varying thickness suddenly burst from the ground, wrapped in violent senjutsu lightning. These lightning spears did not thrust straight forward. Instead, they came from all directions at tricky angles, weaving into a lethal net of lightning that descended over Naruto. Go! The two released their killing moves at the same time. The Raisin Shuriken tore through the air, streaking forward with a tail of death. The lightning net flashed with blinding electric light, covering the sky as it descended. Rumble, rumble, rumble. BZZT, BZZT, BZZT. The ultimate cutting power of wind release and the violent piercing force of lightning release crashed together fiercely in the center of the field. The ear-piercing sounds of friction and explosions mixed with the hiss of lightning. Blue-white lightning and pale cyan wind blades crazily intertwined and annihilated each other. The terrifying chakra turbulence formed a small storm, making the clothes of the people watching in the distance whip loudly in the wind. So strong. Choji stared with his jaw hanging open, completely forgetting to eat the barbecue in his hand. So this is what a ninjutsu bombardment in Sage Mode looks like. Cold sweat seeped from Shikamaru's forehead, fear showing in his eyes. This level of power is way beyond our level. It's practically like immortals fighting. These two brats are way too reckless. Tsunade felt her scalp go numb. As the smoke and dust cleared, two enormous craters appeared on the ground. One was a deep ravine carved by the Raisin Shuriken. The other was a web-shaped depression blasted out by the lightning net. Naruto and Sasuke stood at the edges of their respective craters, breathing slightly hard, but the battle intent in their eyes only burned even hotter. Sage Mode not only brought a huge leap in power, it also greatly enhanced chakra recovery speed. Not bad, Sasuke. Naruto wiped the dust off his face and couldn't help praising him. Your lightning release is way stronger than before. You're not bad either. Sasuke shook his slightly numb wrist, the corner of his mouth lifting a little. But the warm-up should be over now. Exactly what I wanted. Naruto pressed his hands together again, Senjutsu chakra gathering once more. Here I come. Sasuke vanished from where he stood. This time, he was even faster than before, even dragging a faint white afterimage behind him. Naruto's pupils shrank, and the perception of Sage Mode screamed a mad warning. Chakra burst beneath his feet as he suddenly retreated diagonally backward. Slash! A chakra hand blade wrapped in purple Senjutsu lightning passed almost right across Naruto's throat. Its razor-sharp edge even sliced off a few strands of his flying blonde hair. That was close. Naruto's heart tightened. Sasuke's attacks had become even sharper and deadlier. One strike missed, but Sasuke did not pause in the slightest. His body twisted in midair with an absurd flexibility, both legs lashing toward Naruto in a chain of whip-like kicks. Every kick carried a shrill, tearing sound and crackling lightning. Leaf Hurricane. Naruto let out a low roar and actually used a move he had learned from Rock Lee. His legs also turned into a blur of afterimages, smashing fiercely against Sasuke's kicks. Bang 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 bang. The two fought from the ground into the air, then from the air back down to the ground. Every collision released astonishing chakra shockwaves, causing the surrounding earth to crack non-stop. Multi-shadow clone jutsu. Seizing an opening, Naruto instantly created more than a dozen shadow clones, all charging at Sasuke from every direction. Each clone held a Rinnegan of varying size in its hand, forming a saturated attack with no blind spots. Cheap tricks. Sasuke snorted coldly. Sage Art. Lightning Release. Chidori Current. Crackle. Centered on Sasuke, dazzling purple lightning exploded outward in all directions, forming a spherical lightning domain dozens of meters wide. Violent currents surged through it, carrying the natural energy of Senjutsu, making it far more powerful than an ordinary Chidori current. The shadow clones charging in were pierced by the berserk lightning and burst into white smoke, while the Raisingans in their hands collapsed one after another. Now, Naruto's real body silently appeared high in the air above Sasuke at an angle. He raised both hands above his head, where an ultra-big ball Rasengan was rapidly spinning into shape. Sage Art. Ultra Big Ball Rinnegan. Like a small sun, the glowing sphere smashed down towards Sasuke below, who was still covered by the lightning domain. Sasuke looked up, not a trace of fear on his face. The hand signs he was forming suddenly changed, and the lightning domain around him instantly shrank, condensing into his right hand. Sage Art. Lightning Release. Lightning Dragon Tornado. On Sasuke's right hand, a lightning dragon made entirely from highly compressed senjutsu lightning suddenly took shape. This was a lightning release ninjutsu from Mangekyo. The lightning dragon opened its jaws and let out a silent roar, carrying the might of heavenly punishment as it shot upward into the sky, crashing hard into the falling Ultra Big Ball Rinnegan. Senjutsu Rinnegan versus Senjutsu Lightning Dragon. Under the speechless, shocked gazes of everyone watching, the two ninjutsu, both containing destructive energy, crashed together violently in midair dozens of meters above the ground. Rumble, 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 rumble. The blinding gold light and purple light intertwined into a sea of destruction, swallowing all sound and sight. The violent chakra turbulence turned into a tornado connecting heaven and earth, rampaging wildly as the ground shattered apart. In the distance, the waters of the Naka River were blasted into towering waves by the shockwave. The intense light made everyone close their eyes instinctively. Even Tsunade, Jiraiya, Kakashi, and the others in the distance all changed expressions, some raising their arms to shield their faces. The aftermath of the explosion lasted for a full dozen seconds before gradually calming down. As the smoke and light scattered, everyone hurriedly looked toward the center of the battlefield. There, in the middle of the open ground, was a massive pitch-black crater over 100 meters wide, so deep that the bottom couldn't be seen. The rocks around the edge of the crater had a glazed sheen, and the air was filled with a sharp burnt smell. Naruto and Sasuke stood on opposite edges of the crater. Their clothes were both somewhat damaged, with scorch marks and dust on their bodies. They were breathing lightly, and the sage mode eye markings were slowly fading. The two looked at each other, and the fighting spirit in their eyes gradually settled. A draw? Naruto grinned, revealing his signature smile. Humph. Sasuke counted that as his default answer. That last clash had been with both sides going all out without holding back, and the result was complete deadlock. Sasuke also knew that with his current self alone, he really wasn't enough to defeat Naruto. This guy's improvement was way too fast. After a brief silence, the crowd watching from the sidelines erupted into loud cheers and applause. That was incredible. So this is Naruto and Sasuke's current strength. They're way too strong. So much stronger than us. Damn it. We're clearly from the same generation. Why is the gap so huge? Exactly. Having Yao around was already bad enough, and now even Naruto and Sasuke are this strong too. Ah. Even Tsunade and Jiraiya exchanged a glance and saw deep shock and relief in each other's eyes. These two boys had unknowingly grown to this level already. The younger generation was truly formidable. With strength like this, Konoha could stay powerful for at least another 30 or 40 years. Not bad. Yao looked at Naruto and Sasuke with an approving smile on his face. The two of you have already become extremely proficient in Sage Mode. You can fully use it in real combat now and bring out its decisive power. Yao commented, what you need to do next is keep increasing your proficiency. Extend the duration of Sage Mode as much as possible, and reduce the time needed to enter Sage Mode. If you push that aspect to the limit, Sage Mode alone will be enough. Being recognized and praised by Yao made both Naruto and Sasuke feel a surge of excitement, their blood boiling. In their hearts, Yao was not just a brother and companion, but also a goal they needed to chase and look up to. His evaluation carried immense weight, and it was what they cared about most. Yao looked at Naruto. Naruto, your next focus is to keep communicating with Kurama, build understanding and trust, and become a perfect Jinchuriki. Once you succeed, your strength will undergo a qualitative leap. The power of Ninetales Mode plus Sage Mode will be beyond imagination. Yeah, I know. Naruto nodded repeatedly, a serious look appearing on his face. My relationship with Kurama has already gotten a lot better. That guy's mouth is nasty, but when it really matters, he's still pretty reliable. I'll keep working hard. Yao nodded, then turned to Sasuke, his tone becoming a little more serious. As for you, Sasuke, your next step is to find a way to awaken the Mangekyo Sharingan and master the true power of our Uchiha clan. Hearing that, Sasuke showed a trace of helplessness and urgency on his face. My Sharingan evolved to 3 Tomo a long time ago, but there's still been no movement from the Mangekyo. As an Uchiha, he desired those eyes and the power for revenge more than anyone. But the evolution of the Sharingan wasn't something that could be achieved through effort alone. It required extreme emotional stimulation. He had tried many methods, yet had never succeeded. I know. Yao nodded. So, it's time to go find him. Sasuke's gaze sharpened. You mean Itachi? That's right. Yao's voice was calm. Haven't you always wanted to find Itachi and take your revenge? I think the time has come. Next, I'll release word and invite Uchiha Itachi to a battle of reckoning with you. Sasuke took a deep breath and forcefully suppressed the violent emotions surging in his heart, his fists clenching tightly. Alright, Naruto, Sakura, Shikamaru, Kakashi, and the others all looked at each other, their hearts filled with shock. Sasuke and Uchiha Itachi were finally going to face each other head-on. Everyone knew that Uchiha Itachi was the culprit behind the clan massacre, and Sasuke's only reason for living was revenge. They just hadn't expected this day to come so fast, so suddenly, and with Yao taking the initiative to arrange it. Tsunade couldn't help but speak up to stop them. Wait, Yao, Sasuke, this is too risky. Uchiha Itachi is an S-rank missing nin. His strength is unfathomable, and he's currently a member of the Akatsuki. His movements are secretive. Taking the initiative to challenge him carries far too much risk. Yao slowly shook his head. Lady Tsunade, this is an internal grudge of the Uchiha clan. It's also an inescapable fate between us brothers. This day was always going to come sooner or later. No one can stop it. Tsunade fell silent. Yao and Sasuke were Uchiha first, and Konoha Shinobi second. Cleaning out their own house and settling this blood debt was an unavoidable responsibility as members of the Uchiha clan. Tsunade opened her mouth, but in the end, she still chose silence. Yeah, this was a blood debt and grudge within the Uchiha clan itself. Yao and Sasuke might be Konoha ninjas, but Uchiha blood flowed through them, and they carried the Uchiha clan's hatred. As Hokage, she could restrain their actions inside the village and demand that they put the village's interests first. But she couldn't, and shouldn't, forcibly interfere with them going to settle the sea-deep blood feud within their family. I understand. In the end, Tsunade let out a sigh. You two be careful yourselves. Night fell. The noise of the birthday celebration faded, and the Uchiha compound returned to silence. Karen was already utterly exhausted and had fallen into a deep sleep, but Yao didn't sleep. 16 already. Time really flies. I can draw again too. System. Begin the annual draw. Buzz. A golden roulette-style lottery panel quietly appeared. It immediately started spinning at high speed, flashing with dazzling brilliance. Yao held his breath, his eyes fixed on the wheel without blinking. A few seconds later, stop. The roulette wheel slowly came to a halt. Swish. On the pale blue light screen, a line of striking text quietly appeared. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have obtained Mangekyo Sharingan, Uchiha Fugaku. Yao's whole body trembled, and surprise appeared on his face. Uchiha Fugaku's eyes? Uchiha Fugaku didn't have a particularly strong presence in the original story. His eyes. Yao vaguely remembered that Fugaku's Mangekyo Sharingan seemed to have an ability related to foreseeing the future. If it really was future sight, then that would be interesting. Abilities related to prediction were extremely rare and powerful in any combat system. Fuse. A cold, sinister ocular power surged into both eyes out of nowhere. There were no major twists in the fusion process. Yao was already very used to it. As the fusion completed, detailed information about this new Mangekyo naturally surfaced in Yao's mind. First, Susanoo. This was the ultimate power every pair of Mangekyo Sharingan possessed. What truly surprised and excited Yao, however, were the two exclusive dojutsu unique to Fugaku's Mangekyo. Tsukuyomi no Mikoto. Yata Time Prison. Tsukuyomi no Mikoto was a dojutsu that could foresee the future. Once activated, it allowed the user to see key scene fragments that might happen in the near future. Usually, it ranged from a few seconds to a few minutes. The time span was not very long. Besides, the farther ahead the vision reached, the blurrier the images became, and the greater the burden on the mind and eye power. Interesting. This was really interesting. Yao muttered to himself. The future fragment Fugaku showed Itachi on the night of the massacre must have been predicted with Tsukuyomi no Mikoto, right? Being able to foresee the future also explained why Uchiha Fugaku did nothing on the night of the massacre. He had probably already foreseen that resistance would fail, so he made that most cowardly choice. Compared to Tsukuyomi no Mikoto, which could foresee fragments of the future, the other dojutsu, Yata Time Prison, was even more monstrous. Because Yata Time Prison could slow the flow of time for a specific object or within a certain area, the weaker the target, the smaller the focused area, the more obvious the time-slowing effect, and the less eye power and mental energy it consumed. Time-slowing, a time-type ability, was practically a bug. Yao was a little confused. With an ability like this, Fugaku should have had a pretty high chance of succeeding if he rebelled, right? Or was it that even with this power, rebellion would still fail? Could it be eye power? Yao guessed. The Mangekyo was not invincible. As cursed eyes, the burden of forcibly activating the Mangekyo was enormous. Not only did it cause intense pain throughout the entire body, down to every single cell, it also drove the user uncontrollably toward darkness. And the more frequently it was used, the greater the risk of blindness. With Fugaku's strength, forcibly activating Yata Time Prison probably put a huge burden on him. Or maybe the effect was only barely satisfactory. Of course, these were only Yao's guesses. Whether that was true or not, one test would tell. With a thought, Yao's eyes transformed into a strange Mangekyo pattern. It was exactly the form of Uchiha Fugaku's Mangekyo Sharingan. Yada time prison. Buzz. Two faint golden ripples flashed through Yao's eyes. An invisible, strange fluctuation quietly spread outward. So this golden thing, like a river, is time? It's actually flowing? In Yao's vision, the surroundings were covered in golden substance. This golden substance was like air everywhere, and it was moving in one direction at a slow and constant speed, like a river of time. Yao had a feeling that, with a single thought, he could slow the flow of this golden substance. Only slow it. He could not stop it. He could not speed it up. Let's try 0.75 speed first. With a thought from Yao, the flow of the golden substance in the area covered by his eye power really did slow down. Very easy. I can barely feel anything at all. Yao carefully sensed the consumption of eye power. It was almost negligible. Let's try 0.5 speed. The time-slowing effect grew even stronger. The movement of the golden substance in that area became sluggish and slow, like slow-motion playback. Still very easy. Eye power consumption increased a little, but it's still within an acceptable range. Yao now had a clear idea. Then let's go harder. 0.1 speed. In other words, slowing the flow of time by 10 times. Buzz. This time, Yao clearly felt a slight soreness and swelling in his eyes, and the output of eye power suddenly increased. The passage of time around him seemed to be forcibly dragged down, slowing by 10 times. The flow of air nearly came to a halt, and even the light in that area seemed to distort slightly. This is getting difficult. Eye power consumption just shot up, and maintaining it requires continuous concentration. Yao frowned, but he could still endure it. He did not stop and continued testing even more extreme ratios. After a round of careful testing, Yao finally figured out the current limit of his Yada time prison. With his current eye power foundation and chakra reserves, at most he could slow time in a small area to 1/20th of normal speed. That was 0.05 speed. If he went any lower, the eye power consumption would explode exponentially, making it impossible to maintain stably. Yao dispelled the dojutsu and rubbed his slightly sore brow. I can slow time by 20 times at most. With Uchiha Fugaku's strength and eye power level before death, Yao estimated he probably could only slow time by 1 time at best, right? That would be 0.5 speed. 0.5 speed. 1 second becomes 2 seconds. In the rapidly changing world of ninja combat, that level of time difference really did seem somewhat underwhelming. No wonder Uchiha Fugaku had the Mangekyo Sharingan, yet showed nothing particularly shocking in the original story. This ability depended too much on the user's own raw strength. However, underwhelming was only for Fugaku. For the current Yao, a 20-fold time slow already had terrifying potential to change the battle. This was not as simple as 1 second becoming 2 seconds, but 1 second being stretched into 20 seconds. That was enough time to do far too many things. And I can use 6 paths chakra to nourish this pair of Mangekyo, making it comparable to an eternal Mangekyo. The time-slow ratio will definitely increase. This feels great. Open the status panel. Schwa. Host. Uchiha Yao. Age. 16. Chakra reserves. Tailed beast level. Chakra attributes. Fire, wind, lightning, water, earth, yin yang. Modes. Sage mode, Karama mode, lightning release chakra mode, Sage Fox mode, Kekkei Genkai, Mangekyo Sharingan, Shursui, Kodo Amatsukami Puppet, Kodo Amatsukami Light, Eternal Mangekyo, Madara, Kamamasubi, Aim no Mahashira, Mangekyo Sharingan, Abido, Kamui, Mangekyo Sharingan, Fugaku, Tsukuyomi no Makoto, Yada Time Prison, Would Release, Hashirama Senju, Physique, Sage Body, Hashirama Senju, Ninjutsu, Multiple Shadow Clone Jutsu, Flying Thunder God Technique, Fire Release Ninjutsu 108 types, Rasengan Series, Chidori Series, 8 Gates Released Formation, Impure World Reincarnation, Summoning Technique, Would Release Ninjutsu, 36 types, Dust Release, Detachment of the Primitive World Technique, Weapons, Uchiha Flame Gun Bai, Uchiha Sickle, Sage Fox Mode, Tailed Beast Level Chakra, for pairs of Mangekyo. No, that's not right. Abido's Mangekyo is still missing one. But that doesn't matter. Would release, Sage Body, TSK. Only now does my strength truly count as invincible below the 6 paths level. The ceiling of Super Kage level. I'm only missing the Rinnegan now, Yao muttered to himself. Once the Rinnegan's evolution succeeds, when the Akatsuki gathers the tailed beasts and revives the Ten-Tails, I'll snatch it away then. Then I can seal the Ten-Tails and become the Ten-Tails Jinchuriki, breaking through to 6 paths level in one move. In the days that followed, Yao had one more task added to his routine, using 6 paths chakra to nourish Fugaku's Mangekyo. Compared to what the Rinnegan required, Fugaku's Mangekyo needed far less 6 paths chakra. Every day, he only had to set aside a little time to guide 6 paths chakra into Fugaku's Mangekyo, And the results were immediate. In just a few short days, the eye power of Fugaku's Mangekyo reached an astonishing level, and soon became comparable to an eternal Mangekyo. What came with it was a massive leap in the power of Yata Time Prison. The time-slowing multiplier had reached 100 times. In other words, time now flowed at 1% of normal speed, 0.01 speed. 1 second became 100 seconds. The effect was basically no different from time stop. At the same time, under Yao's instructions, Konoha's ninjas spread a piece of news. Uchiha Sasuke, the last survivor of the Uchiha clan, had officially challenged his rogue nin older brother, Uchiha Itachi. The moment this news came out, it spread through the ninja world as if it had grown wings, instantly causing a huge uproar. At the border of the Land of Fire, a small town restaurant. It was lunchtime, and the restaurant was noisy with voices, packed with passing merchants, travelers, and all kinds of wandering rogue ninjas. In an inconspicuous corner sat two figures wearing black cloaks with red clouds on them. They were Itachi and Kisame. Itachi quietly ate the akazuki in front of him, his movements refined. Kisame slurped down a huge bowl of ramen loudly, while the massive Samahata wrapped in bandages leaned against the wall beside him. At that moment, several rogue ninjas at a nearby table were chatting casually. "Hey, did you hear? News coming out of Konoha." "What news? Did some big shot die again? Don't tell me the 5th Hokage got taken out again? It's way more explosive than that. It's about the Uchiha clan. You know Uchiha Itachi, right? The one who wiped out his whole clan. Obviously, an S-rank rogue ninja who slaughtered his entire clan. One of Akatsuki's monsters? Who doesn't know him? His bounty is terrifyingly high. Yeah, him. His little brother, Uchiha Sasuke, has officially sent a challenge letter to that demon of an older brother. Uchiha Sasuke is challenging Uchiha Itachi. A fight to the death. Huh? That little brat from the Uchiha clan? Has he even grown up yet? And he dares challenge Uchiha Itachi? He's looking to die. Did you hear that wrong? Are you sure it was Uchiha Sasuke and not Uchiha Yo? Don't mix them up. I don't think I heard wrong. I heard Konoha's ninjas saying exactly that. It was Uchiha Sasuke. Is Uchiha Sasuke really that arrogant? He dares challenge that rogue ninja? I bet this is a scheme. Very likely. If one of the twins is the one issuing the challenge, the one actually fighting might not be him. Their conversation was completely unrestrained, spreading into every corner of the restaurant. Kisame licked the corner of his mouth, grinned with his mouth full of sharp teeth, and looked at the still calm Itachi across from him as he laughed in his deep voice. "Itachi-san, looks like your adorable little brother can't wait to catch up with you. TSK, brothers killing each other. That's quite the show to look forward to." Itachi silently put down his chopsticks, picked up his teacup, took a light sip, then stood up and left the restaurant. Kisame followed with a grin. The afternoon sunlight was a little glaring, and the street was full of people coming and going. "Where to next?" Kisame asked in his deep voice. "Keep gathering information on the tailed beasts, or go find that little brother of yours who's in such a hurry to die." Itachi didn't slow down. He walked straight toward the outskirts of the town, in the direction leading deeper into the Land of Fire, to the Uchiha compound. Kisame narrowed his shark-like eyes. "Oh, you're really planning to accept the challenge? That news could very well be a trap put out by Konoha or by your little brother. This is my fate." Itachi looked into the distance. This day was always going to come. Now it's finally here. Itachi had never feared death. In fact, he had been waiting for this day, because from the night of the massacre onward, his heart had already died. The only reason he had kept living was to watch his two younger brothers grow up, and then give them his eyes. Kisame's tone rarely carried a trace of seriousness as he warned him. "Itachi-san, this could be a scheme. That brother of yours, Sasuke, might just be a decoy. The one really waiting for you could be your other little brother. You know it too. That Uchiha Yo is a monster. Even Leader Pain couldn't do anything to him. If he really gets involved or even fights in your little brother's place, Itachi-san, you might die." Kisame was telling the truth. Uchiha Yo had broken into the Akatsuki twice, and Pain had been completely helpless against him. A terrifying monster like that was not someone Itachi could fight. There wasn't a ripple in Itachi's eyes. "It doesn't matter whether the one waiting for me is Sasuke, or Yo, or even a Konoha ambush. This is my road, my choice, my fate. It cannot be changed, and it doesn't need to be changed." Hearing that, Kisame knew there was no point trying to persuade him any further. This partner of his had always been like the deepest trench in the sea. Once he made up his mind, no one could shake it. Kisame shrugged helplessly, and the massive Samahata swayed on his shoulder. "All right, Itachi-san, since you've made up your mind, then as your partner, I'll go with you on this trip. I just hope I don't end up seeing you fall in the Uchiha shrine. That would be far too boring." Itachi gave no reply. He only silently quickened his pace, as if he was a little impatient. The Land of Iron Sanjetsu Graveyard, a giant cave deep within, cold and damp. Only a few dim oil lamps provided weak light. In the center of the cave stood Obito, Black Zetsu, and White Zetsu in silence. Beside them also lay a Hashirama Senju clone. On the stone platform in front of them lay a corpse with an aged face and a withered body. It was none other than Uchiha Madara. Obito wasn't wearing his spiral mask. His dugout right eye had been transplanted with a new Sharingan, and he stared at Madara's corpse. Are we really going to revive him? Black Zetsu nodded and spoke in a hoarse voice. We must. Uchiha Yao's strength has already far exceeded expectations. With only our current power, continuing to gather the tailed beasts and carry out the plan is too risky. Only if Madara-sama is revived can his power at its peak firmly suppress Uchiha Yo. Obito fell silent, struggle and unwillingness flashing through his eyes. Revive Madara? He truly didn't want to, but when he thought of Uchiha Yo, who was drifting further and further out of control, when he thought of Rin, when he thought of the Eye of the Moon plan, Obito finally made up his mind. Humph, then have it your way. Obito stopped hesitating and rapidly formed hand seals with both hands. Impure World Reincarnation Jutsu. He had borrowed the Impure World Reincarnation Jutsu from Orochimaru a few days ago, and for that, he had paid a huge price. Bang! Beneath the Hashirama clone's feet, pitch-black jutsu markings instantly lit up, and the clone let out a painful cry. Countless bits of dust and debris came rushing in madly, wrapping around it and taking shape. They outlined a tall figure, long wild funeral-style hair, a majestic face, and ancient Warring States armor. A moment later, the dust settled. Wearing red Warring States armor, with a cold and imposing face, Uchiha Madara slowly opened his eyes. Those eyes were shockingly a pair of purple Rinnegan. Madara lowered his head and looked at the body made of dust, then raised his gaze and swept it over Obito, Black Zetsu, and White Zetsu. Impure World Reincarnation? Madara's voice was low and full of pressure, carrying displeasure. Not the samsara of heavenly life technique? You two brought me back in this way. Obito gave a cold snort and turned his head aside, with no intention of explaining. He was a tsundere by nature, especially in front of Madara and Kakashi. Black Zetsu hurriedly explained, Madara-sama, please calm your anger. There was a tiny accident in the plan. The situation is urgent. Left with no choice, we could only use Impure World Reincarnation to summon you back first. An accident? Madara narrowed his Rinnegan. What kind of accident could make you unable to even wait for me to awaken naturally? To think you were willing to revive me in such an incomplete state? Black Zetsu organized his thoughts for a moment, then said in a deep voice, a very powerful ninja has appeared in Konoha. Someone completely beyond our expectations. He has almost perfectly inherited Hashirama Senju's would release power. At the same time, he possesses the purest Uchiha bloodline and ocular power. His strength is extremely terrifying, and he has already caused huge trouble for our plan to collect the tailed beasts. Oh, Madara raised a brow, and a trace of surprise and interest flashed through his eyes. A ninja like that still exists in this era? Someone who has both Senju and Uchiha power? Who is he? His name is Uchiha Yo. Black Zetsu replied. He is the son of Fugaku Uchiha, the former head of Konoha's Uchiha clan.
Fugaku Uchiha est son?
And he inherited Hashirama's power? Madara's interest deepened. What exactly is going on with him? This is bad. This is bad. Black Zetsu was just about to explain when a White Zetsu suddenly emerged from the ground and interrupted their conversation. Waving its arms around, the White Zetsu shouted noisily, we just got news. Over in Konoha, Uchiha Sasuke has officially issued a fight-to-the-death challenge to his older brother, Uchiha Itachi. A battle appointment. Brother versus brother. A duel to the death. The cave instantly fell silent. Madara's brows furrowed slightly, and a hint of displeasure appeared in his eyes. What is this now? What brother versus brother duel? And who is Uchiha Sasuke? Black Zetsu respectfully explained, Madara-sama, hear us the situation. Fugaku Uchiha had 3 sons in total. The eldest was Uchiha Itachi. You should know him. When he was born, you had not died yet. Besides that, Fugaku also had a pair of younger twin sons, Uchiha Yo and Uchiha Sasuke. They were born in the 2nd year after your death, so you wouldn't know about them. The 2nd year after my death? Madara raised a brow and calculated briefly. Konoha year 51? Yes, Madara-sama. Black Zetsu nodded. Then in Konoha year 59, a drastic upheaval took place in the Uchiha clan, with Danzo Shimura of Konoha's higher-ups, as well as Obito, secretly pushing things forward and assisting him. Uchiha Itachi personally killed his own parents, wiped out the entire Uchiha clan, and then defected from Konoha. After that night, the only ones left of the Uchiha clan were the twin orphan brothers, Uchiha Yo and Uchiha Sasuke. Madara froze for a moment. The Uchiha clan was exterminated? The Uchiha clan that had once stood on equal footing with the Senju was just cleaned out by its own people like that? After a brief daze, a mocking sneer appeared on Madara's face. Heh, I knew it. That bunch raised in captivity by Konoha had long since lost the pride of the Uchiha. They became weak and short-sighted. Sooner or later, they were bound to be purged by the village they had parasitized. As expected, reality is even more pathetic than I imagined. After mocking them, Madara's attention returned to the core issue. So then, what exactly is the deal with that Uchiha brat who inherited Hashirama's power? Black Zetsu said in a grave tone, Uchiha Yo is an extremely mysterious ninja, and his growth rate is terrifying. On the surface, he seemed to graduate from the ninja academy in the normal way step by step. But soon after, he revealed the power of wood release. And his wood release is incredibly powerful. Whether in scale, might, or fine control, it is not much inferior to Hashirama Senju at his peak. At the same time, he also awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan and has already mastered the complete body Susanoo. Some time ago, he broke into Amigakure alone twice and defeated the 6 paths of pain controlled by Nagato head-on. Nagato was unable to keep him there at all, and he let him leave calmly. After hearing Black Zetsu's report, Uchiha Madara was clearly displeased. Would release not weaker than Hashirama's? Madara let out a scoff. Black Zetsu, have you ever seen what Hashirama's would release looked like at his peak? He did not give Black Zetsu any chance to answer and continued questioning him. Complete body Susanoo? That is the ultimate power that can only be used stably after evolving the Mangekyo Sharingan into the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. That brat called Uchiha Yo, how old is he? Don't tell me he already obtained the eternal Mangekyo? As for defeating the 6 paths of pain twice and leaving calmly, Madara's tone was full of contempt. That only proves one thing. Nagato, that kid, is too useless. He had my Rinnegan, yet he still couldn't even keep one brat there. It's nothing but an insult to those eyes, and a complete waste. As the #1 Hashirama glazer in the ninja world, Madara firmly believed that Hashirama's wood release was unique and impossible to surpass. How could some brat from the Uchiha clan dare compare himself to Hashirama? Even if he got ridiculously lucky and obtained wood release, how could he possibly be mentioned in the same breath as his best friend and fated rival? Black Zetsu was left somewhat speechless by Madara's questioning, full of helplessness. It opened its mouth, but in the end, it still did not argue with Madara. It was useless. Madara was arrogant, stubborn, and obsessive. Talking alone was meaningless. Or rather, the Uchiha clan was just like that. Every last one of them was a damn lunatic. Black Zetsu said helplessly, Madara-sama, no matter what, please do not underestimate that Uchiha Yo. He truly is the most powerful ninja of this era, second only to you and Hashirama Senju. Black Zetsu felt rather frustrated. It had existed for far longer than either Madara or Hashirama. When Madara and Hashirama had their peak showdown, it had been secretly watching from the shadows. From its perspective, the strength Uchiha Yo had shown so far was already enough to be placed on the same level as peak Madara and peak Hashirama. But it could not say that, because in Madara's understanding, Black Zetsu was merely a will-born creation he had made with Yin-Yang release after awakening the Rinnegan, a part of Madara himself. By that time, Hashirama Senju had long been dead, and Madara had long since passed his peak, fallen into old age. So Madara naturally believed that Black Zetsu had no way of understanding just how strong he and Hashirama had truly been in their prime. Sure enough, after Black Zetsu emphasized it again, the disdain on Madara's face did not lessen in the slightest. Instead, it grew even stronger. The most powerful ninja? Madara crossed his arms. Since you speak of him so highly, then I really do want to see him with my own eyes. I'd like to see just how capable this junior you all fear so much really is, and whether he is worthy of making me use the impure world reincarnation. Konoha. Early morning. After Yao and Sasuke finished breakfast, they changed into light clothes suitable for movement, checked their ninja tools, and prepared to set out. Karen was still wearing her apron as she stood at the doorway, looking at the two of them. Her eyes were full of worry she could not hide. She stepped forward, hugged Yao, and buried her head in his chest. You have to come back early. Come back safe. I'll be waiting for you. Yao smiled, then reached out and rubbed Karen's red hair. Don't worry. We're just going out to deal with some family matters. If nothing unexpected happens, we should be back in at most 2 days. Karen nodded hard, let go, and watched as Yao and Sasuke disappeared around the corner of the street. When they arrived at Konoha's main gate, a small group had already gathered there. Kakashi was leaning lazily against a gatepost. Guy was excitedly loosening up his body, and Naruto looked eager to jump into action. Shikamaru, Ino, Choji, Niji, Rock Lee, and Tenten were there as well. They were the support team sent by the 5th Hokage. Tsunade. Tsunade trusted Yao and Sasuke's strength, but she was worried that the Akatsuki or others with ulterior motives might try to pull some dirty trick at the right moment. So she arranged this support force in case of unexpected developments. In Yao's view, Tsunade was being a bit overly cautious, but he understood it was her goodwill, so he did not refuse. In fact, other than Kakashi and the others, the 2nd Hokage, Tobirama Senju, and the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, would also be following in secret. For the past 2 years, they had been living in Konoha in their Edo Tensei bodies. Minato Namikaze taught Naruto, while Tobirama Senju continued developing forbidden jutsu. The two of them had almost no presence at all, but they had always been there. The group left Konoha and headed toward the Uchiha clan's old territory, the former Uchiha compound. Before Konoha was founded, the major ninja clans of the Land of Fire all had their own independent clan territories. As a top-tier great clan once equal in fame to the Senju clan, the Uchiha's territory was naturally not small. It was located in a hilly region near the Naka River. But after Konoha was founded and the entire Uchiha clan moved into the village, this ancient clan land gradually fell into ruin. After decades of wind and rain erosion, the prosperity of the past was long gone. As far as the eye could see, there were only broken walls and shattered ruins, collapsed beams and pillars, broken clan crests scattered across the ground, desolate and dilapidated. By the time Yo and his group arrived, Itachi Uchiha had yet to appear. But the area around these ruins had long since ceased to be peaceful. Scouts, intelligence agents, and even spies from the various great ninja villages had already gathered here ahead of time. The internal battle between the last two surviving heirs of the Uchiha clan involved both Konoha and the S-rank rogue ninja organization, Akatsuki. Naturally, the major forces of the ninja world could not just sit back and ignore it. They all wanted to obtain the most direct information as soon as possible. Of course, if possible, they also wanted to seize the three brothers' Sharingan. A tense, watchful atmosphere hung in the air, like a storm about to break. Yo swept his gaze around, the corners of his mouth curving into an amused arc. There are really quite a lot of people here to watch the ceremony. Kakashi had both hands in his pockets. His tone carried its usual laziness, but his eyes remained alert as he watched the surroundings. After all, this is an internal war within your Uchiha clan, and it's tied to a lot of things. It's only natural that everyone would be interested. Heh, then that truly is the honor of our Uchiha clan. Yo chuckled, then turned and patted Sasuke on the shoulder. So, my foolish little Otudo, you'd better fight well later and show your real skill. With so many spectators watching, don't disgrace the name of the Uchiha. If you lose to a traitor, it won't look too good for me, the Uchiha clan head, either. Sasuke folded his arms and gave a cool snort. You don't need to tell me. I know what to do. Yo smiled and said nothing more, continuing to scan the surroundings. Suddenly, his brows lifted slightly, and he let out a soft sound of surprise. What is it? Kakashi asked. Naruto, Shikamaru, and the others beside him also looked toward Yo, their faces full of questions. The smile on Yo's face deepened, and a gleam flashed through his eyes, like he had just discovered some interesting prey. He smacked his lips. TSK, TSK, TSK. Didn't he expect even this kind of big shot to be drawn here? Today's show is getting more and more interesting. A big shot? Naruto scratched his head. Who? Bigger than Granny Tsunade? Shikamaru, Ino, Choji, and the others also looked at each other, confusion showing on their faces. Yo's smile did not change. Does Uchiha Madara count as a big shot? Uchiha Madara? Naruto, Shikamaru, and the others froze. The name was somewhat unfamiliar to them. But the moment Kakashi and Might Guy heard that name, their expressions changed almost instantly. Kakashi stared hard at Yo. Are you sure? You're not mistaken? Uchiha Madara should be died a long time ago. Guy also put away his usual hot-blooded youthful smile. His body tensed slightly as he entered a guarded state. Their generation had never seen the first Hokage or Madara, but they had grown up listening to stories about them. Of course I'm sure. That unique chakra feeling. Enough to make your blood boil all over. There is no mistaking it. Yo's tone was relaxed. Never thought this old ancestor would also be interested in the younger generation's family matters and come personally to watch. He rolled his wrist, then waved at Kakashi and the others. You all stay here and keep up your guard. I'm going over there for a bit to say hello to our Uchiha clan's legendary ancestor. He came all this way after all. If we juniors don't go over and greet him, wouldn't that be too rude? Wait, Yo, don't be impulsive. That's Uchiha Madara. Kakashi hurriedly tried to stop him, but Yo had already vanished from where he stood. What a bastard, Kakashi cursed, his Sharingan spinning frantically as he tried to track Yo's movements. But how could he still find him? On a hidden hill far from the main ruins, with a wide-open view, Uchiha Madara, Uchiha Obito, Black Zetsu, and White Zetsu were standing there, looking down from above at the area where Yo and the others had gathered in the distance. Madara's gaze was sharp, locking onto Yo and Sasuke in the crowd with a single glance. So those two twin brats are Uchiha Yo and Uchiha Sasuke? Heh. The two brothers do resemble Izuna a little. Yes, Madara-sama. Black Zetsu spoke respectfully from the side. The one with the cloth covering his eyes is the older brother, Uchiha Yo. The one beside him without the blindfold is the younger brother, Uchiha Sasuke. Madara ignored Black Zetsu and seriously observed Uchiha Yo. A few seconds later, he smacked his lips, his tone carrying a trace of strangeness. This massive, active, life-filled yang release chakra is simply absurd. Is this brat really an Uchiha? I'm starting to wonder if he has some stray seed Hashirama left behind. Black Zetsu gave a bitter smile. That's exactly why this subordinate said that this brat is strange in every way. He really doesn't resemble a traditional Uchiha clansman at all. Madara was about to add a few more comments when, whoosh, the air blurred for a moment. The next instant, a figure appeared out of nowhere like a ghost on an open patch of ground no more than a dozen meters away from them. Black hair, eyes covered, dressed in simple dark casual clothes. It was none other than Uchiha Yo, the very person they had just been discussing. The moment they saw Yo, Obito and Black Zetsu's bodies nearly stiffened at the same time, instantly entering their highest state of alert. The pressure Yo gave them was far too strong, not the slightest bit weaker than Madara. Faced with such a terrifying existence, how could either of them dare to be careless? Madara was the calmest of the four. The corners of his lips slowly rose as he said lightly, "Oh, brat, so you actually discovered our location." Facing the legendary Azura of the ninja world, Yo showed little tension on his face. Instead, he sounded teasing. "Madara-sama, your presence and chakra are like a firefly in the night, so dazzling and eye-catching that it's hard not to notice you." Smooth-tongued, Madara snorted coldly. "You really don't seem like an Uchiha." The Uchiha clan was either full of tsunderas or silent weirdos. Someone like Yo, who joked around so casually, was rare to an absurd degree. Yo smiled, not caring about Madara's judgment. Then he turned to Obito beside him, whose killing intent was nearly solid. "Obito-senpai, long time no see. You transplanted another Sharingan into yourself again? Your stock is pretty abundant." "Uchiha Yo." Obito's voice squeezed out from between clenched teeth, filled with bone-deep hatred. "Don't get cocky. One day, I'll dig out your eyes with my own hands and avenge the last time you took mine. I'm looking forward to that day." "Yoshirag." His tone remained calm, but then his words suddenly shifted. "But before that, Obito-senpai, I senti there's something you should return to its rightful owner?" "What thing?" Obito froze. Yo's gaze turned sharp as he said flatly, "The Sharingan. The Sharingan of the entire Uchiha clan. On the night of the massacre, the eyes of the Uchiha clan were split up between you and that old bastard Danzo. You're not going to deny that, are you?" Obito fell silent for a moment, then let out a cold snort. "So what if I don't? Those eyes were my spoils of war." "Spoils of war?" Yao let out a mocking laugh. "Then right now, as the current clan head of the Uchiha, I formally demand that you return those eyes to the Uchiha clan. To truly revive the Uchiha clan, Edo Tensei and the Outer Path, Samsara of Heavenly Life technique alone were not enough. They also needed eyes. In the original story, when Madara was revived by Obito using the Samsara of Heavenly Life technique, he had also been revived without eyes, because Madara's original eyes had not been on the body when he died. So if he wanted to truly revive the Uchiha clan, those stolen Sharingan were absolutely necessary. Otherwise, even if the Uchiha clan was revived, they would all just be blind freaks. That was something Yao could never accept. Madara crossed his arms and watched the scene with interest, showing absolutely no intention of stepping in or interfering. "And if I don't return them?" Obito gave another cold snort, his tone dark and sinister. "Those eyes have long since become my power. What right do you have to take them?" "What right?" Yao smiled. "Senior Obito, that's not up to you. Without Kamui, you're nothing but an ordinary ninja. Killing you would be as easy as slaughtering a pig or a dog." "You!" Obito flew into a rage. Chakra erupted around him, and killing intent surged wildly. "Listen carefully. In my eyes, you're a traitor who betrayed the Uchiha. And for no reason at that. 1 month. Yao raised one finger. "Within 1 month, I want to see that batch of Sharingan returned intact. Otherwise, your end will be even worse than Shimura Danzo's was back then." Even though every member of the Uchiha clan was crazy, Obito's case was on a completely different level. Rin Noara had died, and it had not even been the Uchiha clan that killed her. Yet he had joined forces with Itachi and wiped out the entire Uchiha clan. It really made no sense at all. At that moment, Black Zetsu cut in. After the Konoha crush back then, the third Hokage died in battle, and Danzo was branded a rogue ninja and disappeared without a trace. Looking at it now, it seems Danzo fell by your hand? That's right. Yao admitted it openly. That old dog Danzo toyed with my Uchiha clan. He deserved to die 1,000 times over. Killing him outright was letting him off easy. Yao looked back at Obito. "You're the same. The blood debt you owe my Uchiha clan from back then, I'll collect it from you piece by piece with interest. You bastard. You damn brat. How dare you threaten me?" Obito was trembling with rage. For all these years, he had acted under the name of Uchiha Madara. When had anyone ever humiliated and threatened him to his face like this? "So what if I threaten you?" Yao let out a mocking laugh, the disdain in his voice completely undisguised. You don't seriously think that just because you revived Uchiha Madara you can bark in front of me now, do you? Heh. Wake up, idiot. This era stopped being Uchiha Madara a long time ago.
Brat.
When Uchiha Madara heard that, his expression darkened slightly. A terrifying wave of chakra pressure slowly rose. Even the surrounding air seemed to turn thick and heavy. It seems I've gone too long without making a move. Some juniors have forgotten the reverence they ought to have. Facing Madara's rising fury and pressure, the smile on Yao's face did not fade. Lord Madara, these words may not sound pleasant, but I still think I need to remind you, this is no longer the era when you and Lord Hashirama Senju dominated the world. Your era has already passed. What an arrogant brat who doesn't know the meaning of death. Madara's gaze turned completely cold as he said icily, then I'll let you experience it for yourself. No matter what era it is, trash like you has no right to show off in front of me. Seeing the chakra around Madara begin to fluctuate violently, as if he would attack in the very next second, Yao waved his hand. Hold on for now. Today's main characters aren't you and me. Our little exchange can wait, don't you think? The real stars should at least finish their scene first. Madara stared at Yao for a few seconds. Then the aura around him slowly withdrew, and he let out a cold snort through his nose. I'll let you act arrogant a little longer, you hateful brat. Once things over there are over, I'll personally teach you what it means to show reverence to your ancestors. On the other side, from the woods at the edge, two figures quietly stepped out. They were none other than Itachi Uchiha and Kisame Hashigaki. Kisame carried Samahata on his shoulder, swept his gaze across the onlookers lurking around, and grinned, baring his sharp teeth. Hey, there are really quite a few people here to watch the show. Even someone like Orochimaru came sneaking over. Itachi ignored Kisame's teasing and spoke calmly, his voice utterly flat. Wait here for me. Kisame tilted his head, and for once, his tone carried a trace of seriousness. Mr. Itachi, can you still leave here alive today? Itachi fell silent for a moment. His eyes remained fixed ahead, and his voice stayed just as calm as ever. Who knows? Kisame looked at Itachi and said in his deep voice, Mr. Itachi, take care. Itachi did not answer, nor did he look back. He simply walked straight toward the former Uchiha clan grounds. At the center of the abandoned Uchiha district, inside Naka Shrine, Sasuke Uchiha stood there silently, his three-tomo Sharingan already activated, staring at the figure slowly approaching. In his eyes burned years of suppressed fury and hatred, and a trace of complicated emotion even he himself had never noticed. Itachi Uchiha stopped walking and stood still at a distance of 20 meters. He was still wearing that black cloak with red clouds, and his expression was still as calm as ever. After so many years apart, when the brothers met again, there was no extra greeting. The air was so tense it felt like water could be wrung out of it. You came. Itachi's voice was flat, with no trace of joy or anger, not the slightest ripple in it. I came to take your life. Sasuke forced the words out through gritted teeth. Every single word was soaked in hatred and sharp killing intent. That night you killed father and mother. Overnight everyone died. My heart died too. Sasuke's voice was ice cold. The only reason I've stayed alive in this world is to kill you and avenge everyone. Then come at me. Itachi's expression remained indifferent. Let me see just how far your capacity has reached after all these years. You'll see. Almost at the same instant, the eye power of both their Sharingan erupted violently. An invisible mental shockwave collided in the air. Sasuke's vision blurred, and the scene around him instantly twisted and shattered. He had returned to that bloody night. He saw his parents lying in pools of blood, heard the screams of his clansmen, and smelled that heavy metallic scent in the air. Endless darkness, despair, and grief surged toward him as if they wanted to swallow him whole. Humph! Sasuke let out a muffled grunt. The three-tomo in his eyes spun frantically, tearing apart every illusion before him. You think I'm still the same person I was back then? I got sick of this cheap trick a long time ago. The instant the illusion shattered, Sasuke's counterattack followed immediately. He turned all the hatred he had built up into a mental spike and, through the connection of their eye power, drove it viciously toward Itachi's brain. This was a genjutsu backlash technique he had learned while training in senjutsu at Ryuchi Cave. Itachi's brow furrowed ever so slightly. The light of the Mangekyo flashed. With stronger eye power, he effortlessly neutralized the incoming genjutsu shock. The very next second after the genjutsu probe ended, both of them moved at the same time. Whoosh! Whoosh! The two brothers were like two bolts of black lightning, instantly crossing a distance of 20 meters and crashing into each other. Kunai clashed against kunai. Blinding sparks burst out, along with the crisp ring of metal striking metal. Cling, cling, clang, clang. Their movements were so fast that only afterimages remained. Both were using the most orthodox Uchiha Taijutsu style, swift, precise. Elbow strikes, knee strikes, grapples, counters, every move went straight for a vital point, filled with killing intent. With the unique, overwhelming insight of the Sharingan, Every attack was ruthless. Sasuke's offense was violent like thunder, pouring all the hatred he had built up over the years into every punch and kick. Itachi's defense was like a deep pool, using the smallest movements to block and evade with perfect precision, clearly superior in technique. He was the kind of true genius-type shinobi, careful-minded, deft-handed, and extraordinarily gifted as a ninja. It was no exaggeration to say that purely in terms of ninja talent, neither Yao nor Sasuke could compare to Itachi. After one fierce exchange, the two used the recoil to leap back. Before they even landed, Itachi's hands had already turned into a blur. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Countless shuriken, kunai, and bladed weapons wrapped with explosive tags poured toward Sasuke like a raging storm. These weapons did not fly in straight lines. Instead, they collided with each other midair, changing trajectories and forming a three-dimensional attack net with no blind spots. This was the signature high-level shuriken jutsu of the Uchiha clan. Shadow Shuriken technique. Sasuke's pupils shrank. His Sharingan frantically captured the trajectory of every single weapon as his own hands blurred, firing kunai and shuriken to intercept them. Cling, cling, clang, clang. The sounds of metal collision and explosive tags detonating came one after another without end. Sasuke pushed the insight of his Sharingan to its absolute limit. Within that limited space, his body made all kinds of unbelievable evasive movements, dodging most of the attacks. But several cuts were still torn into his sleeves and pant legs. After a blade exchange as fierce as a storm, the ground was covered with kunai and shuriken, while smoke and dust filled the air. Before the dust had even dispersed, the two formed hand seals at the same time, and they were exactly the same seals. Fire style, fireball jutsu, fire style, fireball jutsu. Boom, boom. Two enormous blazing fireballs over 5 meters in diameter, one from the left and one from the right. Like two miniature suns, they slammed brutally into each other. A scorching shockwave exploded outward in a ring, blowing away all the surrounding rubble and wreckage. The flames devoured and canceled each other out, releasing a deafening roar. The dazzling firelight dyed half the sky orange-red. But the deadlock only lasted for an instant. In the end, Sasuke's great fireball was slightly inferior in both chakra volume and duration, and it was forced back. Ha! Sasuke crazily squeezed out more chakra. But his fireball was still steadily pushed backward. The scorching blast rushed straight at his face, curling the black hair on his forehead from the heat. At the very moment his great fireball was about to be completely swallowed, a sharp glint flashed through Sasuke's eyes. He stopped feeding chakra into the jutsu and used the recoil to retreat backward at high speed. With no opposition left, Itachi's great fireball suddenly surged forward. But all it swallowed was the afterimage Sasuke had left behind, along with the scorched ground. Itachi's great fireball did not stop. Like a chain cannon barrage, it blasted one after another toward the ruined buildings where Sasuke had hidden. Boom! 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 Flames devoured the shrine, crackling loudly as thick smoke billowed upward. Sasuke weaved through the chaos at high speed, dodging again and again, and finally found an opening. Like a leopard, he shot out from the burning shrine. The flames behind him chased close after him, almost licking at his back. They're out. They came out. They've already started fighting. In the distance, whether it was Kakashi, Naruto, and the Konoha squad on one side, or the hidden spies and scouts lurking all around, all of them had their full attention drawn in by this explosive opening, whispering among themselves as their eyes focused over. On a hill on the other side, Yao and Madara's group also looked over. The corner of Yao's mouth lifted slightly. Looks like they've already started. Madara folded his arms and casually swept his gaze over the battlefield below. His eyes paused on Itachi, and his tone carried a trace of amusement. That guy is the one who wiped out the entire Uchiha clan? He looks pretty refined. Black Zetsu added. His name is Itachi Uchiha. In the past several decades, he's been one of the few geniuses of the Uchiha clan to awaken the Mangekyo Sharingan. Oh? Madara raised a brow, looked at Yao, then looked at Sasuke below, and a trace of interest flashed through his eyes. In other words, among the three brothers, there is a possibility of an eternal Mangekyo Sharingan being born? Black Zetsu said, in theory, yes, as long as brothers exchange eyes. Hearing that, Madara's gaze moved back and forth between Yao and the fiercely battling Sasuke and Itachi below, the curve of his lips deepening. There were not many things that could interest him. The eternal Mangekyo was one of them, because once the eternal Mangekyo was awakened, it meant there was a possibility of evolving into the Rinnegan. At the top of the shrine, after rushing out for some distance, Sasuke stopped in an open area and turned around. Almost at the same time, Itachi also appeared not far away, facing Sasuke from a distance. Itachi was breathing lightly. Use your true power. With just these basic ninjutsu and taijutsu you can't beat me. Sasuke wiped away a charred mark on his cheek. As you wish. He stopped holding back. His hands rapidly formed seals, and a harsh, piercing sound rang out, like the cry of 1,000 birds. Chidori. Brilliant azure lightning wildly gathered and compressed, turning into a dazzling stream of lightning. Sasuke kicked off the ground, his body transforming into a streak of blue lightning as he charged straight at Itachi. A thrust. Unstoppable. Itachi's Sharingan turned slightly, precisely capturing Sasuke's trajectory and the energy core of the Chidori. He did not take it head-on. Instead, his body lightly leaped to the side and rear. At the same time, he threw several shuriken from tricky angles to interfere. Sasuke was too fast. The Chidori thrust skimmed past the edge of Itachi's clothes and stabbed fiercely into the rooftop. Boom! Lightning exploded. Wood and stone flew everywhere. A huge hole was blasted into the shrine roof, while snakes of lightning spread wildly in every direction. One strike missed, but Sasuke did not stop for even a moment. Lightning also flashed in his left hand. With a backhand swing, he launched another Chidori slash, forcing Itachi, who had just landed, to dodge again. Not over yet. Sasuke let out a low roar. The three tomo in his eyes locked onto Itachi's landing point, and lightning-style chakra burst from his entire body. Chidori current. BZZZT. 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 Countless dense azure currents, like berserk lightning snakes, violently spread in all directions, covering a radius of more than 10 meters. An interwoven electric net. A non-discriminatory attack. This wide area coverage greatly compressed Itachi's room to evade. Itachi's pupils contracted slightly. He pushed the body flicker technique to the limit, rapidly weaving through the gaps in the lightning currents. But several arcs still grazed his robe, giving off the smell of scorched fabric. So you've grown to this point already. Changes in lightning style form and area. Itachi was quite gratified. Sasuke's control over lightning style had exceeded expectations. He was already a powerful shinobi. Ha! Right at that moment, the lightning style chakra around Sasuke surged again. Its color changed from azure to a deeper, more violent blue-white. This time, the lightning style chakra was no longer released outward as an attack. Instead, like armor, it covered Sasuke's entire body. Every strand of Sasuke's hair stood on end, and lightning flickered within his eyes. Under the activation of lightning release chakra, Sasuke's speed, strength, and reaction time rose to another level once again. Lightning release chakra mode. Back then, Yao had snatched a large number of secret lightning release scrolls from Mangekyo and handed them all to Sasuke to train on his own. Sasuke had focused on mastering several of them, and among them, lightning release chakra mode was the secret technique he valued the most. The fact that he was able to master Ryuchi Cave Sage mode owed a huge part of the credit to it. Take this! Sasuke's figure almost turned into a real bolt of lightning as he charged at Itachi at a speed the naked eye could barely follow. This was no longer a straight-line thrust. Instead, it carried the twisting, explosive nature unique to lightning itself, and every punch and kick was wrapped in violent thunder. Crack! Itachi's three-tomo Sharingan could still see Sasuke's movements clearly. But this body, already ravaged by serious illness, was starting to fall behind in the face of lightning release at full power. One dodge came a little too slow. Sasuke's lightning-wreathed fist grazed his shoulder. An intense pain mixed with a powerful numbness struck instantly, making Itachi stagger back despite himself. Sasuke pressed the advantage without mercy. Chidori condensed in his hand once more, and the moment he caught Itachi off balance, he viciously thrust toward his heart. This time, Sasuke was even faster. The angle was even trickier. The lightning was even fiercer. The shining Chidori thrust was just about to pierce through Itachi's chest. A trace of resolve flashed through Itachi's eyes. The three tomo in his eyes spun wildly, connecting into a triangular pinwheel pattern. Buzz! Crimson ocular power surged out madly, and a dark red skeletal ribcage instantly appeared out of thin air in front of Itachi, shielding him firmly behind it. Clang! The Chidori Sasuke drove forward with all his strength slammed viciously into the dark red skeletal ribs, erupting with a piercing metallic screech and scattering lightning and sparks everywhere. Susanoo? Sasuke's pupils contracted sharply, but there was not the slightest shock in his heart. He had expected this long ago. Standing within the skeletal ribs, Itachi looked at Sasuke and spoke in a calm voice. Sasuke, you're even more outstanding than I expected. I'll have to get serious now. On the other side, Madara stared at the dark red skeletal ribs rising below, and a faint trace of surprise appeared on his face. A red Susanoo? That color is rather rare. But an ordinary Mangekyo is still just an ordinary Mangekyo. Even if he uses Susanoo, he still can't bring out this technique's true power. It's nothing more than an empty shell. Black Zetsu immediately chimed in. Lord Madara's vision is sharp as always. You saw right through it with a single glance. An ordinary Mangekyo puts an enormous burden on the body. Just look at Uchiha Itachi. His body is strong on the outside but weak within. He won't be able to hold out much longer. Madara ignored Black Zetsu and glanced at Yao. Brat, your Mangekyo is an ordinary Mangekyo too, isn't it? Yao just smiled. Lord Madara, you'll know very soon. Humph. Insolent little brat. You actually dare play mysterious in front of me. Sasuke looked at the dark red skeletal ribs rising before him, and there was not the slightest surprise or fear on his face. The first stage of Susanoo? If it's only at this level, then you really are looking down on me. Sasuke had already seen Yao's complete body Susanoo countless times. In his eyes, this ribcage form that merely wrapped around the user was still far from the point of despair. The warm-up is over, Uchiha Itachi. Next, I'll use my full strength. Until I kill you. Sasuke's gaze turned incomparably sharp. He no longer held anything back. He suddenly clapped his hands together in front of his chest and closed his eyes. Boom! Natural energy responded as if summoned, gathering toward him in a mad rush. Sasuke's hair turned snow-white, dragon horns grew from his head, eyeshadow appeared around his eyes, and his pupils became the vertical slits of a snake. Sage mode. Activated. Sage mode? Itachi looked somewhat surprised. So you learned this too, Sasuke? Humph. Try some senjutsu then. Sage art. Lightning release thunder blast. Sasuke's eyes widened, as if lightning were jumping inside them. Crack! A lightning spear far thicker than Chidori shot out from Sasuke's mouth and hacked viciously into the dark red skeletal ribs. Boom! Blazing white lightning exploded outward, turning the entire area stark white. The violent shockwave swept across everything, blasting a huge crater into the ground. The dark red Susanoo ribs trembled violently. Red light flickered madly across the surface, but in the end, they still did not break. I'm not done yet. Sasuke moved like lightning. With the boost of Sage Mode, his speed had reached an entirely new level. His hands flew through seals. He took a deep breath, his chest swelling. Sage Art. Fire Release. Great Dragon Fire Technique. Roar. Several enormous fire dragons, burning with orange senjutsu flames, roared as they burst from his mouth. Each fire dragon carried a heat that could burn everything to ashes, crashing viciously into Susanoo from different angles. Boom, 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 boom. Flames collided with bone. Explosions rang out one after another, and rolling heat waves directly vaporized the surrounding ruins. The dark red Susanoo was completely swallowed by blazing flames, with only a vague outline visible inside as it struggled to hold on. An ordinary Mangekyo. Keeping up Susanoo must be painful, right? I'd like to see just how long you can last. With Yao helping him as his older brother, Sasuke was not like in the original story, where he knew nothing about the Mangekyo. He knew very well that an ordinary Mangekyo placed a tremendous burden on the body. Especially when using Susanoo, the consumption of ocular power and chakra was even more terrifying. Prolonged battle was simply impossible. So Sasuke's attacks came like a raging storm, without the slightest pause. He was clearly planning to wear Itachi down and kill him alive. Sage Art. Lightning Release Thunder Tiger Kill. Sage Art. Fire Release Phoenix Sage Fire Claw Crimson. Sage Art. Lightning Release False Darkness. For a moment, the center of the ruins turned into a purgatory of lightning and fire. The violent fluctuations of Senjutsu chakra made everyone watching from afar shudder in fear, their hearts pounding wildly. This level of bombardment had already far exceeded their imagination. The dark red Susanoo, though its glow flickered unstably and its body shook violently as if it might collapse at any moment, still stood there the whole time like an unbreakable wall, firmly protecting Itachi within. But just as Sasuke had said, defense did not come without a price. Itachi's face was pale like that of a corpse, and blood continuously flowed from the corners of his mouth and eyes. His eyes sent wave after wave of tearing pain through him, and every cell in his body ached, all the way into the bone marrow. Itachi's body had long since been full of holes, ravaged by severe illness. Forcing open the Mangekyo, then continuously using Susanoo to defend against Senjutsu bombardment of this level, the drain was far beyond Itachi's limit. Cough, cough, cough. Itachi began coughing violently, and blood dyed the front of his clothes red. He could feel his ocular power draining away at a frightening rate. His stamina was nearly exhausted, and he had very little chakra left as well. The dark red glow sustaining Susanoo began visibly dimming and thinning at a speed the naked eye could see. And on those solid skeletal ribs, tiny spiderweb-like cracks began appearing one after another. He was almost unable to hold on. On the hill on the other side, Madara's Rinnegan clearly captured the changes in the battle. As he looked at the dark red Susanoo, swaying on the verge of collapse while its light rapidly dimmed, he could not help letting out a mocking laugh. That guy's about to give out. What pitiful physical quality. He can barely even maintain Susanoo at this level. But that brat. Was that Sage Mode? The same use of natural energy as Hashirama? Heh. Now that's a little interesting. Madara was arrogant and conceited, but his eyesight and experience were no joke. Sasuke's age. To be able to master Sage Mode, and use Senjutsu with lightning release and fire release in such a violent way, it truly moved him. After all, even he and Hashirama Senju at the same age Really couldn't he have reached Sasuke's level? Black Zetsu echoed, Madara-sama. That should be the senjutsu of Ryuchi Cave. Somewhat different from Shikatsu Forest's senjutsu. Madara nodded. No wonder it looks different from Hashirama's. At the center of the battlefield, Sasuke was breathing heavily, but his face showed a savage grin, as if victory was already within reach. Uchiha Itachi. The next move was specially developed to deal with your Susanoo. My ultimate lightning release. This is my strongest move so far, and also my final move. To die under this attack, you should feel honored. The moment his words fell, the senjutsu chakra around Sasuke spread wildly into the sky in an even more violent manner, stirring and churning. At some point, the sky had already become covered in dark clouds, with lightning snakes dancing through them. Take this, Karen! Sasuke roared, and his raised right hand slashed down violently. Crack! A terrifying explosion-like sound burst out, as if it were about to tear heaven and earth apart, under the stunned, dumbstruck gazes of everyone present. Within the rolling, heavy storm clouds, the endless natural lightning and the senjutsu lightning release chakra released by Sasuke produced a violent resonance and pull. A giant Kirin beast made entirely of the purest destructive lightning suddenly thrust out from the clouds. Its horns were fierce, its claws flared wide, and its entire body was wrapped in destructive lightning woven from blazing white and deep blue, radiating heavenly might that made all things tremble. The next moment, this lightning Kirin, carrying the posture of judgment itself, crashed down toward the Susanoo below. Boom! At this moment, the world lost its sound and lost its color. Only the endless, all-devouring, blinding lightning remained. The lightning Kirin instantly swallowed the dark red Susanoo, along with Uchiha Itachi inside it, completely whole. Rumble! The terrifying explosion directly swept through the ruined shrine, turning the structures that had once stood there into rubble. A long while later, at the center of the ruins, only a bottomless giant blackened crater remained. The soil and rocks at its edges had all been melted by the high heat into glass. The surroundings fell into complete silence. On the other side, Madara silently looked at that devastated area that was still giving off green smoke. Several seconds later, he finally spoke. There was less casualness in his voice than before, and a bit more seriousness. To draw upon natural phenomena and combine the violent, chaotic lightning of heaven and earth with one's own senjutsu lightning release. This move, Kirin? It's somewhat interesting. The concept is good, and the power is passable too. His evaluation still sounded high and mighty, but Black Zetsu, who knew his personality well, could tell that this was already a rare and quite positive assessment. To make Madara say somewhat interesting and power is passable was already extremely high recognition for a junior. Madara glanced at Yao, who had remained calm while watching the battle, and spoke in a teasing tone. After this battle, that brat called Sasuke has a certain chance of awakening the Mangekyo Sharingan. And that one called Itachi was already at the end of his rope. After taking that hit, he's bound to die. In that case, you three brothers could, in theory, produce a pair of eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. Brat, aren't you tempted? There's no need. Yao pointed at his own eyes. I have no Sharingan talent to begin with. Even now, I still haven't awakened my own Sharingan. These eyes are only transplanted tools. Heh. Hearing that, Madara let out a mocking laugh. As an Uchiha, you can't even awaken the Sharingan on your own, and have to rely on transplanting someone else's eyes to gain power. Brat, you really are the disgrace of the Uchiha clan. Yao smiled indifferently. Maybe. At the bottom of the charred crater, Uchiha Itachi's whole body was blackened, his clothes torn apart, lying motionless, his breath so weak it was almost impossible to detect. Sasuke panted heavily as he walked down step by step from the edge of the crater. Using Kirin had nearly exhausted all of his chakra, and he had long since exited sage mode. Sasuke lowered his head and looked at this older brother who had once been so powerful that he drove him to despair, so hateful that the hatred had sunk into his bones, now lying at his feet like a torn rag. But Sasuke did not feel as relieved as he had imagined. Instead, there was an empty feeling inside him. You lost. Itachi slowly opened his eyes. Those Mangekyo Sharingan that had once made countless people fear him were now dim and lifeless, his pupils already unfocused. He looked at Sasuke, and a gentle smile pulled at his pale face. Yeah. I lost. Sasuke. You did very well. You and Yao both did very well. I'm proud of you too. To have younger brothers like you. Like you both. I'm really happy. Really happy. Itachi's voice came in fragments, and his gaze began to drift as he murmured. This way, I can die with no attachments left. Someone like me. Should V died a long time ago. What do you mean? Sasuke froze. Sasuke. I have always loved you both deeply. Loved us deeply? Sasuke was stunned. He had imagined countless scenes of what it would be like when he finally defeated Uchiha Itachi. Mocking him, humiliating him, enjoying the look of despair on his face. and in the end, personally driving a kunai into his heart. But this was the one thing he had never imagined.
No hatred. No unwillingness.
Only a kind of gentle relief and comfort that was almost like release. This was completely different from the revenge script he had envisioned. Itachi did not answer. He only used the last of his strength to look at Sasuke, his eyes full of love and guilt. Sasuke,
I am sorry.
I don't ask for your forgiveness. But I still want to tell you, I have always, deeply, deeply loved you, loved Yao, loved both of you. After I die, you two must live on well. After saying that, the last trace of light in Itachi's eyes completely faded away. He slowly closed them, and made no sound ever again. Uchiha Itachi. Dead. Sasuke froze where he stood, staring blankly at Itachi, his mind completely empty. Loved us? Ha 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 ha. Loved us. Ha! What a huge joke. Sasuke suddenly exploded. He violently grabbed Itachi by the shoulders and shook him madly, his voice hoarse and crazed. You killed father. You killed mother. You slaughtered the entire Uchiha clan. You turned me and Yao into orphans with nothing left. And that's what you call love? Huh? Ha 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 ha. Is this your love? How ridiculous. Sasuke laughed wildly, but tears slid uncontrollably down his cheeks, mixed with dust and blood. Get up. Tell me. What the hell does this mean? What exactly do you mean? Sasuke shook him with all his strength, but Itachi never gave any response again. Those eyes that had once seen through everything would never open again. That's enough, Sasuke. A calm voice that allowed no doubt rang out from behind him. Sasuke suddenly turned his head and saw that Yao had somehow already appeared at the edge of the crater, quietly watching him. As if grabbing the last life-saving straw, Sasuke let go of Itachi, staggered, and rushed toward Yao, asking urgently, Brother, what exactly did he mean? Why did he say he loved us? Why? He is already dead. Why is he still lying to me? Brat, he wasn't lying to you. Another voice cut in. Sasuke was instantly alarmed. For figures appeared like ghosts, soundlessly emerging on the other side of the scorched crater. At the front was a man wearing red Warring States-era armor, his black hair flying wildly. It was none other than Madara Uchiha. Behind him stood Obito Uchiha in his spiral mask, and also Black Zetsu and White Zetsu. Who are you people? Sasuke's pupils shrank sharply as he took a guarded stance. These few gave him an extremely dangerous feeling. What an insolent brat. Madara let out a cold snort. He didn't spare Sasuke even one extra second of attention, as if he were just some irrelevant ant. His scarlet Sharingan locked directly onto Yao, and the corner of his mouth curled into a wild, battle-hungry smile. Brat, the annoying supporting characters have already left the stage. Next, it's time for us two protagonists to make our entrance. Wait a moment first. Yao waved his hand, walked over to Itachi's corpse, removed Itachi's eyes, and placed them into a prepared container. Then he took out a sealing scroll and stored Itachi's body inside. The whole process was clean and efficient, without the slightest hesitation or sadness, as if he were handling an ordinary piece of loot. His Rinnegan was about to complete its evolution, and he needed the 6 paths of pain. A top-tier fighter like Itachi was undoubtedly very suitable as one of the 6 paths of pain. Only after finishing all that did Yao stand back up and look at the already impatient Madara, saying calmly, Sorry to keep you waiting, Madara. Madara? Sasuke's whole body shook violently when he heard that, and even his voice changed pitch. Yes, Madara? Madara Uchiha. That's right. Yao nodded. He is Madara Uchiha. Obito revived him with the Impure World Reincarnation Jutsu, and now he is here to cause me trouble. Watch carefully. This is what a battle beyond Kage level looks like. Sasuke stared at Madara Uchiha and clenched his fists tighter. He really wanted to fight side by side with Yao and face Madara together. But reason told him that with his current strength, charging in wouldn't help at all. Instead, he would only become a burden. After struggling for a few seconds, Sasuke took a deep breath and stepped back a few paces. Brother, be careful. What? Madara? Madara Uchiha. That legendary Madara Uchiha? He revived. You've got to be kidding me. How could someone from legend come back to life? Quick! Send the news back to the village immediately by the fastest method possible. Madara Uchiha has revived. He has appeared at the old Uchiha district. This is huge. Among the surrounding ruins and forested hills, the spies lurking in observation were scared out of their minds the moment they heard the name Madara Uchiha. They no longer cared about hiding and hurriedly began using every method they had to urgently send this news out. On the other side, at the location of Konoha's squad, Might Guy's entire body was tense with muscle, and his eyes were locked firmly on Madara in the distance. Cold sweat seeped from his forehead. So that is the legendary Azura of the shinobi world? This pressure is even more terrifying than facing a tailed beast. Naruto also felt a pressure he had never experienced before. That guy who fought the first Hokage. He really revived? Shikamaru pressed at his temples with a headache. What a drag. How did a monster at this level even? Rock Lee, Tenten, Niji Ino, and Choji all looked like they were facing a great enemy. Only Kakashi was staring fixedly at the man in the spiral mask. That guy. Is that really Obito? The feeling of his chakra is completely different from before. Kakashi's heart churned violently. What exactly had happened to Obito over all these years? In another, even more concealed spot behind the shadow of a broken wall, Orochimaru was hiding there with Kabuto Yakushi. Orochimaru stared fixedly at Yao and Madara confronting each other in the center of the battlefield, and his long tongue Kuden helped licking across his lips. The legendary Azura of the shinobi world, Madara Uchiha. Orochimaru said excitedly, Kabuto, open your eyes wide and watch carefully. A battle at this level is a feast you might not get to witness once in decades. No, even hundreds of years. Kabuto Yakushi pushed up his glasses, his gaze equally grave and focused. Orochimaru-sama, who do you think will win? Hard to say. Orochimaru narrowed his eyes. If it were Madara at his peak, that brat probably wouldn't be his match. But right now, this is an impure world reincarnation body. Madara's strength is limited by the quality of the sacrifice and the caster's skill, so he can't bring out his full power. And as for that brat Yao, even I can't see through all his trump cards, so the outcome is hard to predict. Kabuto nodded thoughtfully and turned his gaze back toward the battlefield. At that moment, the brief standoff and silence in the field was shattered. No warning, no pointless talk. Madara Uchiha and Uchiha Yo moved almost at the exact same time, like two meteors crashing fiercely toward each other. The great battle exploded instantly. Boom! The two streaks of light slammed into each other, erupting with a heavy thunder-like blast as the shockwave exploded outward. It lifted layer after layer of the already fragile stone slabs and dirt from the ground. Madara Uchiha's taijutsu was simple, fierce, tempered through countless battles. It had long since reached the realm of lifting heavy things as if they were light, and his combat experience was even more terrifyingly vast. More often than not, he could predict Yao's movements and suppress him from every angle. Yao's taijutsu naturally wasn't weak, but that depended on who he was being compared to. Compared to the likes of Naruto and Sasuke, it was certainly powerful, but compared to Madara, who had survived countless life and death battles and lived from the Warring States era into the age of ninja villages, he ultimately fell behind in both experience and technique. Bang! In a single crossing exchange, Madara's elbow pierced through Yao's defense at an unbelievable angle and slammed heavily into his shoulder blade. Crack! The clear sound of bone splitting rang out. Yao let out a muffled grunt, his body staggering backward from the tremendous force. Madara pressed the advantage without mercy, his legs sweeping across like a battle axe, aimed straight at Yao's waist and abdomen. TCH, the gap in experience really is obvious in taijutsu. Yao borrowed the force to leap backward, barely dodging that kick, looking rather battered. He could feel it clearly. In a pure taijutsu fight, his 16-year-old self was still too green. Facing an old monster like Madara who had lived since the Warring States era, he was indeed inferior in a straight taijutsu clash. Brat, your taijutsu is decent, but that's all. Madara chased after him, his fists howling through the air. Is that so? Yao steadied himself, and a sharp light flashed in his eyes. If he couldn't beat experience and technique, then he'd crush it with overwhelming force. The 8 gates formation, 4th gate. Gate of pain. Open. At its core, a taijutsu clash was still a clash of speed and strength. If experience was lacking, then make up for it with speed and power. Boom! Green steam burst out from every pore of Yao's body. His skin instantly turned bright red, veins bulging out as the air around him warped under the violent energy. His speed, strength, and reaction shot up madly by geometric multiples. What? Madara's pupils shrank, and a tiny delay appeared in his rushing attack. And within that instant of delay, Yao vanished. No, he hadn't vanished, his speed was simply too fast, leaving behind an afterimage at his original spot that was only slowly fading away. The very next instant, Yao had already appeared behind Madara's flank like a ghost. So fast! Alarm bells exploded in Madara's mind as he hurriedly twisted his body and raised an arm to block. But Yao was a super Kage-level ninja. His overall physical capacity was incomparable. He was absolutely not someone Might Due or Might Guy, those genin and elite jonin, could compare to. So, after opening the 4th gate, Yao's speed and strength had already completely surpassed the reaction limit of Madara's impure world reincarnation body. Hidden Lotus. With a low shout, Yao's leg came down like a supersonic battle axe, smashing brutally into the arm Madara had hurriedly raised to block. Crack. Boom. Madara's whole body was sent flying like he'd been hit head-on by a full-speed train, completely out of control. He slammed hard into a ruined wall dozens of meters away, leaving behind a deep human-shaped crater. But it still wasn't over. Yao's figure blurred again, chasing after the flying Madara at even greater speed and appearing above him. Asakujiku. Asakujiku was originally a high-level taijutsu that Guy could only use after opening the 6th gate, gate of view of the 8 gates. But for Yao, opening the 4th gate was already enough to unleash high-speed straight punches, generate flames through air friction, and launch Asakujiku. This was the difference in sheer physical capacity. Yao's arms turned into countless afterimages. His ultra-high-speed punches rubbed against the air, blasting out clusters of flaming shockwaves. As dazzling as a peacock spreading its tail, yet carrying destructive power, they poured down toward Madara, who was embedded in the wall. Boom, 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 boom. The dense rain-like flaming fist force completely swallowed that entire area. Broken stone, dust, and flames mixed together into a horrifying mass of explosions. The attack stopped. The smoke and dust slowly began to clear. The wall had completely vanished. In its place was a huge scorched crater. At the center of the crater, Madara's Edo Tensei body had already been shattered into countless pieces, and those fragments were slowly writhing, trying to reassemble. Silence fell all around. Every spectator, including Obito, Black Zetsu, and even Kakashi and Orochimaru in the distance, stared at the scene in complete shock. The mighty Uchiha Madara had actually been beaten into pieces by a few moves from a young boy in a taijutsu clash. Guy jumped up and down excitedly, tears in his eyes. Lee, did you see that? This is the power of hot-blooded youth. Yao only opened the 4th gate, and he already suppressed Uchiha Madara. Rock Lee nodded frantically, also tearing up. Guy-sensei, I saw it. Yao is so strong. For Guy and Lee, nothing was more thrilling than seeing the 8 gates shine brilliantly in battle, especially in a fight against a legendary ninja like Uchiha Madara. Dust rapidly gathered, and Madara's body quickly restored itself. He stood up and patted off dust that didn't exist, with not the slightest trace of anger from being defeated on his face. Instead, an even hotter, even more excited light ignited in his eyes. The 8 gates. Madara looked at Yao, whose whole body was steaming with green vapor, and spoke in a deep voice. Although this body is only an Edo Tensei vessel, not the flesh of my prime, but in taijutsu alone. You are the strongest ninja I have met aside from Hashirama. Thanks for the praise. Yao didn't deny it either. In taijutsu alone, even Guy-sensei couldn't compare to him now. Over these past few years, he had never once relaxed in his training of the 8 gates. Relying on the powerful life force of the sage body, he had forced his way to opening the gate of death in just 4 short years. Warm-ups over, Madara formed an ancient hand seal, battle intent boiling in his eyes. Then next, try this. Fire release. Majestic destroyer flame. Madara took a deep breath, his chest swelling, then suddenly exhaled. Boom! A sea of flames like a sky-covering tsunami surged forth. The terrifying heat warped the air as it rushed toward Yao like a city-burning inferno. A mere B-rank fire release in Madara's hands had erupted with power surpassing even S-rank fire release. Facing those world-scorching flames, Yao released the 8 gates. Competing in fire release? Perfect. Fire release. Majestic destroyer flame. Whoosh! 2 world-shaking waves of fire slammed violently into each other. Rumble, 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 rumble. It was like 2 volcanoes exploding against one another. Amid the deafening roar, crimson and blazing white flames crazily tangled, devoured, and canceled each other out. Terrifying heat waves blasted outward in every direction. Wherever they passed, rocks melted, and the ground turned black and cracked. The distant trees were instantly ignited, turning into blazing torches. In the glow of the flames reflected on Madara's face, he lowered his hands from the seal. Your fire release is very good. In power, range, and control, it is top tier. To think it can actually stand evenly against this old man's fire release. Now I'm starting to believe that fellow Black Zetsu's evaluation of you. Madara paused, and the battle intent in his eyes surged explosively. In that case, the warm-up ends here. As his words fell, a terrifying ocular power and chakra that made people tremble erupted from Madara's body. Boom! Vast blue chakra shot into the sky, rapidly condensing and taking shape. First came the enormous skeletal frame, then flesh and meridians spread across it, and finally heavy Tengu armor clanged into place. Its legs stood upon the earth, while wings that blocked out the sky spread from its back. A blue perfect Susanoo, several hundred meters tall, and holding a giant chakra blade, descended with overwhelming force. Madara stood inside the crystal on the Susanoo's forehead, looking down from above at the tiny Yao below. Brat, let this old man see your Susanoo. Seeing this scene, everyone watching from afar sucked in cold breaths. This was Madara's Susanoo? Was this even still human? No. How could a ninja possibly possess this kind of power? This was the Azura of the ninja world who had pacified the chaotic age alongside the god of shinobi? No wonder they were shocked. Under normal circumstances, what ninja didn't just trade ninjutsu with each other? To ordinary ninja, perfect Susanoo was absolutely a dimensionality reduction strike. It was just too damn broken. Yao was the calmest person there, Senior Madara wants to see my Susanoo? Of course, no problem. But I have a few too many Mangekyo. Which one should I use? What a troubling choice. Madara's brows immediately furrowed. A few too many Mangekyo? Multiple Susanoo? What does that mean? Not just Madara. Even Obito and Black Zetsu not far away, along with many others, showed stunned expressions. Several Mangekyo? Didn't know how to choose? You could even do that? Forget it. Yao suddenly shook his head and made his decision. I'll use this newly acquired Susanoo and see how it performs. The moment his words fell, boom! Massive golden chakra surged out from Yao's body, condensing and taking shape. First came a towering golden skeletal frame, then golden flesh and meridians like pure gold, then magnificent golden armor. Finally, huge golden wings that covered the sky spread open with a bang. In just a few breaths, a Susanoo no smaller than Madara's stood upon the earth like a war god descending from the heavens. Gold and blue, two towering giants, as if they had come from entirely different mythologies, stood upon the Uchiha ruins facing each other from afar. Their terrifying pressure poured out in full, making the air within several kilometers feel completely frozen. Every spectator, whether Konoha squads, spies from various nations or Orochimaru, Obito, and the others, felt a suffocating pressure. Their hearts pounded wildly. Sasuke, Naruto, Orochimaru, Obito, Black Zetsu, and the others were all a little stunned when they saw Yao's Susanoo. Wasn't Yao's Susanoo green? How had it turned gold? What exactly was going on? Sasuke, could the color of Susanoo really be changed at will? Standing within the diamond-shaped crystal on the forehead of the golden Susanoo, bathed in golden light, Yao grinned. Senior Madara, what do you think of this style of Susanoo? Looks decent enough, right? I think it's pretty good myself. Gold really was nice. Noble, grand, and flawless in appearance. Madara fell silent. He could mercilessly mock Itachi's battered first-stage Susanoo for how crude it was. But faced with this perfect Susanoo before him, even if he wanted to sneer at it, for a moment he didn't even know where to start. Perfect Susanoo. Wasn't that supposed to be an exclusive ability belonging only to him, the one who possessed the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan? Why did this arrogant Uchiha brat have it too? A moment later, Madara finally let out a cold snort, breaking the silence. Humph, brat, it seems you do have some impressive eyes. I did underestimate you a little. His tone still carried his usual arrogance, but the condescension was gone, replaced by a trace of acknowledgement. There was no way not to acknowledge it. Perfect Susanoo not only represented having tempered the Mangekyo Sharingan's ocular power to the absolute limit. At the same time, it also required incomparably vast chakra. An opponent like this was someone he absolutely could not look down on. But do you really think that just relying on perfect Susanoo is enough to truly contend with me? How naive. Whether it's naive or not, we know after trying. Yao stood inside the golden Susanoo, his voice calm, not giving an inch. The instant those words fell, the two perfect Susanoo moved. Boom! Madara's blue Susanoo swung its gigantic chakra katana, tearing through the air as it slashed horizontally toward the golden Susanoo's waist. Before the blade even arrived, the fierce gale it generated plowed deep trenches into the already fragile ruined ground below. Good. A golden light flashed through Yao's eyes, and the golden Susanoo swung its right arm as well. Chakra rapidly gathered, instantly condensing into a gigantic shield with an ancient design, as if forged from gold itself. Divine tool. Yata Mirror. The Yata Mirror was Itachi's Susanoo's exclusive divine tool. Coincidentally, Fugaku's Susanoo happened to have it as well. Clang! The chakra katana slammed heavily into the golden shield. Rumble! A visible, tangible shockwave exploded outward in a ring, instantly sweeping across a radius of over 1,000 meters. Ah! Even Naruto, Shikamaru, and the others watching from far away were struck so hard by the aftershock that they could barely keep standing. Kakashi and Guy barely steadied themselves, their Sharingan and eyes locked tightly onto the battlefield, hearts pounding wildly. This was only the aftershock of a single strike, yet it was already this terrifying. If someone took that attack head-on, wouldn't they be smashed into meat paste? At the center of the collision, azure and golden chakra clashed and annihilated each other in a frenzy. Madara's chakra katana was firmly blocked, unable to advance even an inch. Light flowed across the surface of the Yata Mirror. It only left behind a faint white mark, which then instantly recovered. Not bad defense. A sharp glint flashed in Madara's eyes, but his assault did not stop. The azure Susanoo clenched its left fist and smashed it toward the golden Susanoo's head like a blue meteor. Yao controlled the golden Susanoo to clench its fist as well, wrapped in blazing golden chakra, and met it head-on. Bang! The two fists collided, like two high-speed trains crashing into each other. Violent airwaves exploded outward, shaking the earth beneath them until it caved in, forming a massive crater. Still wasn't over. Madara's chakra katana in his right hand spun back with the rebound force, its blade light turning into a continuous blue curtain. It slashed toward the golden Susanu's joints and gaps from all kinds of tricky angles. The golden Susanu used the Yata mirror with precise timing to block and disperse the force. Its other hand turned into a fist and launched fierce strikes. Offense and defense as one, flawless and watertight. Clang, clang, boom, bang. The two giants engaged in close combat so fast it made one's eyes spin. Every exchange triggered earth-shaking roars and destructive shockwaves. Azure and golden light frantically crossed each other. Blade flashes, fist shadows, and shield strikes came one after another in a dazzling torrent. In just a dozen seconds, the surrounding terrain had already been completely reshaped. Gullies crisscrossed everywhere. Giant craters covered the land, and even nearby hills had their tops shaved flat. Wonderful. Truly wonderful. Ha ha ha. Since Hashirama, you're the first ninja to make me fight this happily. Madara let out a hearty laugh. This kind of evenly matched clash of power brought back a long-lost excitement. In this era, I, Madara, am willing to call you the strongest. The Azure Susanu suddenly leaped backward, temporarily widening the distance. The chakra katanas in its hands vanished. Its gigantic hands came together before its chest, palms facing each other, as terrifying chakra was compressed madly between them. Isaka Magatama. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 3 enormous blue Magatama, each over 10 meters in diameter, shot toward Yao's golden Susanu like tracking missiles. Wherever they passed, the air itself was scorched into twisted trails. The power of this strike far surpassed those earlier ordinary slashes. In the original story, even Gaara's Sandwall and Inoki's Rock Golem defending together had almost been pierced by this move. Yao's gaze sharpened, but the golden Susanu chose neither to tank it head-on nor dodge. The golden wings behind its back suddenly folded forward, forming a solid layer of chakra shield around its body. Boom! 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 The 3 blue Magatama struck the golden Susanu's shield one after another. The blinding explosion light completely swallowed the golden Susanu. Rampaging explosive energy ravaged the area, blasting the ground into a terrifying crater nearly 100 meters wide. Yao! Naruto couldn't help crying out. Kakashi and the others stared fixedly at the center of the explosion, their palms covered in sweat. The smoke and dust slowly dispersed, revealing that the golden Susanu was still standing tall. Its folded wings slowly opened, clearly completely unharmed. What tough defense. The fighting intent in Madara's eyes grew even stronger. Senior Madara, since you gave me one, try taking one of my moves too. Yao clapped his hands together, and the golden Susanu brought its hands together as well. A beam of incomparably condensed white light gathered in its palms. Madara's expression changed slightly. Dust release, detachment of the primitive world technique. Yao let out a cold snort, and the white beam in his palms shot out with a roar. The beam was so fast that almost the instant it was fired, it had already reached the blue Susanu's chest. Madara's pupils shrank sharply. His sense of danger surged, and without the slightest hesitation, he controlled the Azure Susanu to fold its wings together. At the same time, he concentrated a massive amount of chakra in front of its chest, forming a thick blue crystalline chakra shield. Sizzle! It was like a hot knife through butter. The white beam effortlessly pierced through the chakra defense Madara had set up, penetrated the thick Tengu armor, then burst out from its back and shot into the distance, silently erasing the peak of a faraway hill. A hole the size of a house was left in the blue Susanu's chest, clean through front to back, with smooth edges. Though for a perfect Susanu this wound was not fatal, the destructive power contained within it was enough to make even Madara feel alarmed. As the beam dissipated, the two giants once again fell into a brief standoff. Madara looked down at the hole in his chest, then raised his head to look at Yao inside the golden Susanu. The fighting intent in his eyes grew even stronger. Brat! I admit I underestimated you earlier. Madara brought his hands together. Try this. Would release. Deep forest emergence. Rumble. The earth trembled violently and cracked apart like a colossal beast awakening. Countless black trees as thick as giant pythons erupted madly from the ground, centered around Madara's Azure Susanu. They twisted, grew, and spread at astonishing speed. In the blink of an eye, they turned into a black forest that blotted out the sky and the sun, surging toward the golden Susanu. Seeing this, Kakashi and the others watching from afar were struck with shock. Would release? This is the first Hokage's would release. How does Madara have it? This is bad. No wonder they were shocked. Would release was the Kekkei Genkai of the first Hokage, Hashirama Senju. It was also the ninjutsu he relied on to pacify the chaotic era. And Madara could actually use it? That completely overturned everything they knew. Yao showed no surprise at all. He even gave a slight nod, as if commenting on it. Would release driven by Hashirama cells? As expected, Madara-senpai, you really are obsessed with this power. As he spoke, Yao also brought his hands together in front of his chest and shouted, in that case, I'll make a fool of myself too. Would release. Deep forest emergence. Rumble, rumble, rumble. Countless thick trees and vines, centered around the golden Susanoo, also began growing wildly and spreading outward. Two would release forests, like two surging green torrents. On this ruined land that had already been ravaged beyond recognition, they crashed into each other head-on. Rip, crack. The vines and giant trees tangled, strangled, and collided with each other like mad. Wood chips flew like a rainstorm. Broken giant trees crashed down with a thunderous roar, kicking up dust that filled the sky. They were evenly matched. It actually really isn't inferior to Hashirama's wood release? At last, an undisguised shock appeared on Madara's face. He had personally experienced the power of Hashirama's wood release. No one understood Hashirama's wood release more deeply than he did. And the wood release Yao displayed, whether in scale or power, was almost no different from the wood release in his memories of Hashirama. What exactly was going on with this brat? Black Zetsu had said he had perfectly inherited the power of both the Senju and the Uchiha, but Madara had originally dismissed it. A mere piece of rubble dares compare itself to Hashirama? What nerve! But now, even Madara had no choice but to believe it. At the same time, Madara also found it troublesome. Yao could use wood release too, so with Hashirama's wood release alone, it was obviously impossible to decide the winner. Madara quickly suppressed the shock in his heart, and his fighting spirit rose even higher. Then try this combination that even Hashirama has never seen before. The blue Susanoo shrank inward, then slowly sank down, beginning to merge with the giant green trees below. Would release. Susanoo would golem. Buzz buzz. Black wood rapidly climbed upward, forming a wood golem, but wrapped in the body of the azure Susanoo. Combining the wood golem and Susanoo to increase both defense and attack? A trace of understanding flashed through Yao's eyes. Not a bad idea. Just so happens I have a similar toy too. Yao likewise created a wood golem clad in golden Susanoo armor. Ha ha ha. Interesting. Too interesting. Brat, you're pretty good. Madara laughed wildly as he controlled the Susanoo wood golem to stride forward. The ground boomed as it swung a fist and smashed over. Let me see whether your toy can take a beating. It won't disappoint you. Yao replied loudly as the golden Susanoo wood golem swung its own fist to meet the attack. Clang. Boom. Bang. The battle escalated once again. Every collision between the two wood golems triggered even more terrifying shockwaves. Wherever the two giants passed, entire stretches of forest were destroyed by the aftershocks. However, it was still impossible to tell who had the upper hand. Madara was getting annoyed. He realized that every time he used a powerful move, this brat could immediately bring out an equivalent one to counter it. This feeling of being completely matched, even faintly suppressed. Other than Hashirama, he had never experienced it from a second person. This can't continue. A sharp glint flashed in Madara's eyes. He had already made up his mind. The Susanoo wood golem suddenly leaped backward, temporarily withdrawing from the fight. Standing on the wood golem's shoulder, Madara formed hand seals again with both hands, pouring out chakra without holding anything back. Brat, forcing me to use this move means you have every right to be proud. Would release. True several thousand hands. Rumble, 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 rumble. The earth let out a wail as if it could no longer bear the strain. A towering 1,000-armed cannon statue slowly rose from the ground. It stood over 1,000 meters tall. Behind it were dense, countless wooden arms. Every single arm contained terrifying power capable of splitting mountains and shattering stone. The cannon's face looked compassionate, yet it radiated a horrifying pressure that could crush everything. This was the ultimate secret art the first Hokage, Hashirama Senju, had used to pacify the chaotic era. Would release. True several thousand hands. The appearance of this 1,000-armed cannon statue made every spectator in the distance lose the ability to think. Everyone's mouths hung open, and not a single word came out. Even Orochimaru was trembling with excitement. It's appeared. The legendary true several thousand hands. Kabuto's voice was shaking too. Orochimaru-sama, is this really power a ninja can use? Orochimaru licked his lips. Whether it's Madara or the first, both possess terrifying power capable of pacifying the ninja world. You can't look at them with the eyes you use for ordinary ninja. Madara leaped up and landed atop the head of the 1,000-armed cannon, looking down at Yao as his voice boomed like heavenly judgment. Brat, this is the strongest move Hashirama used to defeat me back then. I'd like to see how you plan to block Hashirama's move. Back at the Valley of the End, he had ridden majestic attire, 9 tails, only to be beaten into serious injury by the barrage of fists from true several thousand hands. There was no doubt that this move was Hashirama's strongest technique. Facing this ultimate would release that could destroy an entire ninja village in one blow. A faint smile appeared on Yao's face. Then, under Madara's incredulous gaze, he formed the exact same hand seals. Madara-senpai, what a coincidence. I know this move too, and mine seems to be a little bigger than yours? Yao's hair turned snow-white. 2 dragon horns grew from his head, and purple markings also appeared around his eyes. Sage art. Would release. True several thousand hands. Boom! 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 A 1,000-armed cannon, nearly 1/3 larger than Madara's true several thousand hands, burst out from the earth. The 2,000-armed cannon statues were like two divine mountains that had suddenly descended, occupying both ends of heaven and earth. Their heads both disappeared into the clouds. The shadows they cast made the old Uchiha grounds look like night itself. Impossible! Madara finally cried out in shock, his eyes filled with absurdity and disbelief. True several thousand hands was Hashirama's trump card secret technique. Even he had only barely managed to use it by relying on Hashirama cells. How could this brat possibly know it too? And with the enhancement of sage art, it looked even stronger? Yao's voice was calm. If a dead man like you can awaken the Rinnegan, then there's nothing impossible in this world. Humph. Madara looked a little displeased. Brat, you really are a bit irritating. Would release. Several thousand hands. Top transformed Buddha. It's good that you find me irritating. Now attack me with everything you've got. Sage art. Would release. True several thousand hands. Top transformed Buddha. The two moved at the same time. Behind the two true several thousand hands, thousands of wooden fists moved simultaneously. Like a meteor shower blotting out the sky, they smashed toward each other at the same time. Boom! 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 A frontal collision of thousands of giant fists. At that instant, heaven and earth fell silent. Time itself seemed to freeze. Then, an incomparably terrifying soundwave and shockwave spread in all directions with the two cannon statues as the center. The earth rolled, shattered, and was annihilated like ocean waves. The already broken mountain peaks in the distance were directly shaved flat by the aftermath. The violent energy turbulence formed a destructive storm more than 10 kilometers wide, sweeping everything into it and tearing it apart. Seeing this scene, how could the spies watching nearby dare stay and keep watching? They fled madly into the distance. This was no longer a battle between ninja. If they stayed here any longer, there was only one outcome. Death. Dear God. Monsters. These two Uchiha are both monsters. If we get hit by the aftermath, we'll definitely die horribly. Too terrifying. Run. Hurry up and run. A long time later, the storm slowly began to die down. The 2,000 armed cannon statues had both been heavily damaged in that world-destroying clash just now. Wood fragments and glowing chakra particles drifted through the sky. In comparison, Madara's true several thousand hands had suffered even worse damage. More than half of its body had been wrecked, and only a few fists were left. Yao's true several thousand hands could still basically maintain its shape and was almost completely intact. Madara's eyes were still bright, but a trace of irritation rose in his heart. This brat seemed to have no limit. No matter what he used, Yao could always strike back with something even stronger. What a monster! Madara finally understood what kind of unexpected variable Black Zetsu had been talking about. This brat was the unexpected variable. He was the greatest obstacle to capturing the tailed beasts. Good brat. You've completely angered me. Madara's voice sank low. Since the methods on the ground can't decide the winner, then taste judgment from beyond the heavens. This move was originally the ultimate ninjutsu I developed to deal with Hashirama's true several thousand hands. I want to see how you'll block it. Back then, after being defeated by Hashirama's true several thousand hands, Madara had spent a long time brooding over how to defeat it. Later, after awakening the Rinnegan, he finally came up with a countermeasure. That was heavenly obstruction. If one meteorite couldn't destroy something, then he'd just drop a few more. Buzz. Beyond the atmosphere, terrifying flames of friction began to appear. A giant meteorite more than several hundred meters across broke through the clouds, carrying a burning tail and the boundless shadow of destruction. Came crashing down toward the battlefield, toward Yao. Its speed was so fast it reached the extreme, and its might was enough to make any living being despair. The moment they saw this, Kakashi, Naruto, Sasuke, and the spies from various nations were scared out of their minds and fled even more desperately, only hating that their parents hadn't given them 2 extra legs. A meteorite? Holy shit. Madara actually summoned a meteorite? How the hell are we supposed to fight this? This is cheating. If that thing comes down, it can absolutely wipe out an entire village. So he still used this move after all, Senior Madara. You really are obsessed with grand spectacles. Looking at the rapidly approaching shadow of the meteorite, Yao was unusually calm. In the original 4th Great Ninja War, when Madara used heavenly obstruction, he dealt a devastating blow to the 4th Division. It had nearly been wiped out, with casualties exceeding tens of thousands. That alone showed just how terrifying this move's power was. But Yao was not afraid in the slightest. When it came to countering heavenly obstruction, nothing worked better than dust release. Of course, super dust release. Yao brought his hands together, and the golden Susanoo did the same, aiming at the meteorite plummeting from the sky. Sage art. Super dust release. Primitive world detachment technique. Buzz. A white beam hundreds of meters thick shot out from Yao's hands and hit the falling meteorite with perfect accuracy. There was no explosion.
No deafening boom.
The giant meteorite that could destroy the Earth the moment it was covered by dust release was like ice and snow under sunlight. Silently, soundlessly, it decomposed and scattered, turning into the most primitive basic particles and drifting into the air. In just 2 or 3 seconds, that world-ending meteorite vanished completely without a trace, as if it had never appeared at all. The sky became clear again, and sunlight once more shone down on the ground. Seeing this, the spectators who had been fleeing in panic immediately gasped for breath, filled with the relief of surviving a catastrophe. They had lived. They didn't have to die. Madara fell completely silent, the expression on his face turning complicated to the extreme. This brat had actually used dust release to casually break heavenly obstruction. Damn it! Damn it all! Madara finally realized it. Yao's strength was already completely on par with him and Hashirama at their peaks, and might even faintly surpass them. Because even at their peaks, neither he nor Hashirama had been this all around. And that was normal enough. Peak Hashirama had Sage Mode, a Sage body, and would release. Peak Madara only had the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan and the Nine Tails. As for the Rinnegan, Madara only awakened it in his old age, when he was already frail and long past his peak. But Yao, on the other hand, had Sage Mode, a Sage body, would release the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. And In Kurama. From a build standpoint, Yao alone was basically the fusion of Madara and Hashirama. Because of his age, Yao had not yet grown to his true peak. But suppressing Edo Tensei Madara was more than enough.
Brat.
Madara's voice rang out. In this era, you truly are an existence in a class of your own. Madara. Acknowledge you as the strongest. However, if you think that with only this much you can completely suppress me, then you're far too naive. The moment his words fell, Madara's eternal Mangekyo eyes suddenly transformed into the Rinnegan. Seeing that, Yao was not surprised in the slightest. He had known all along. But for everyone else, it was a completely different story. What kind of eyes are those? Might Gaia's pupils shrank sharply. He had never seen such strange and powerful eye power before. Just looking at it from afar made his heart pound in fear. The Rinnegan? That's the Rinnegan. How could Madara possibly have the Rinnegan? Kakashi cried out in shock. The Rinnegan? You've got to be kidding. Why would Uchiha Madara have the Rinnegan? The Sage's eyes. The legendary eyes of the Sage of Six Paths. Quick! Hurry and send the news back. Uchiha Madara hasn't just revived. He also has the Rinnegan. At this moment, the spies from every nation had completely fallen into panic and chaos. Because of Akatsuki and Pain, the Rinnegan had long since stopped being a secret. Everyone knew exactly what kind of unsolvable power those eyes represented. When the Rinnegan appeared on Pain, it didn't feel like much. But now that this power had appeared on the even more terrifying Uchiha Madara, the sense of despair it brought was absolutely doubled. Naruto's eyes widened as well. He didn't know exactly how strong the Rinnegan was. But seeing Teacher Kakashi and everyone else acting like they were facing a great enemy, he understood that things had gone horribly wrong. Are those eyes really that strong? Stronger than Yao's Sharingan? Strong doesn't even begin to describe it. Sasuke's expression was grave. Those are the legendary eyes of the Sage of Six Paths. They possess the power to control life and death and bring forth natural disasters. This is bad. Sasuke clenched his fists, staring at Madara's Rinnegan before looking toward his older brother Yao, his heart full of worry. He had confidence in Yao, but that was still the Rinnegan. Madara crossed his arms over his chest, his long hair from the funeral love clan fluttering in the wind.
Brat.
You have the eternal Mangekyo, and you have Hashirama's would release. But do you have these eyes? Not for now, but soon. Yao smiled faintly. Senior Madara, I may not have the Rinnegan, but even in this state you're still no match for me, Rinnegan or not. How arrogant. A fierce light flashed through Madara's eyes. Then experience for yourself the power of the Sage's eyes. He stopped wasting words. His Rinnegan locked onto Yao's golden Susanoo, and he raised his right hand toward Yao, spreading his 5 fingers slightly.
Universal Pull.
Buzz. An unbelievably powerful force of attraction instantly acted upon Yao and the golden Susanoo. This wasn't wind. It wasn't a chakra shockwave. Yao frowned and immediately felt the golden Susanoo being forcibly dragged toward Madara. As expected of Madara, his universal pull was far stronger than Nagato's. Yao's thoughts raced. The golden Susanoo's wings behind him suddenly spread wide, resisting the suction with all its might.
Useless brat.
Before the power of the Rinnegan, any struggle of yours is nothing but futile. Madara sneered and raised his left hand as well, aiming his palm at the chest of the golden Susanoo being pulled toward him. Facing Madara's universal pull, Yao suddenly made a move no one expected. He directly dispelled the golden Susanoo and dropped from the sky. Not only that, Yao even gave up resisting Madara's universal pull. He let that gravitational force act on his body and flew straight toward Madara. A trace of surprise flashed through Madara's eyes. He dismissed his Susanoo defense? What was this brat trying to do?
Commis suicide?
Foolish. Although Madara didn't understand, his hands did not slow in the slightest. A black rod appeared in his palm and stabbed straight at Yao. This kind of black rod was a creation of yin-yang release. It could interfere with the opponent's chakra system and disrupt the flow of chakra. Even someone as strong as Naruto Uzumaki, Hashirama Senju, or even a tailed beast would be unable to move once pierced by one of these black rods. However, at the very instant the black rod was about to touch Yao's body, boom! Surging green steam erupted from every pore of Yao's body like a volcanic eruption. His hair stood straight up, his skin turned red, and bulging veins writhed across the surface of his body like twisted dragons. The air around him warped from the heat, crackling sharply. The fifth gate of the 8 gates released formation, the gate of limit, open. The terrifying boost in power and speed brought by opening the fifth gate caused Yao to burst out with an unbelievable shift and acceleration. Like a bolt of green lightning, he suddenly broke free from the gravitational pull. Not only that, borrowing the pulling force of universal pull itself, Yao transformed into a streak of green light that tore through the sky. With incomparable rushing speed, he shot fiercely toward Madara, who was inside the crystal on the forehead of the blue Susanoo. Too fast. Yao was far too fast. So fast that even Madara's Rinnegan only caught a blurry green afterimage. What? Madara's pupils shrank violently. Alarm bells screamed in his mind as he instinctively tried to use Shinra Tensei to blow Yao away. But Yao's speed had already surpassed the transmission of thought itself. This boring game should end now, Senior Madara. Yao appeared right in front of the crystal on the blue Susanoo's forehead. His right leg lifted high, then stomped down violently. His massive kick tore through the air, giving Madara no time to react as it slammed down onto the blue Susanoo's crystal. Crack! The diamond-shaped crystal, durable enough to withstand the bombardment of S-rank jutsu, shattered on the spot like fragile glass. The leg's momentum did not decrease. It passed through the shattered crystal and stomped right onto Madara's face, which was frozen in shock. Bang! A muffled explosion rang out. Madara's entire head, along with nearly half of his upper body, exploded instantly, turning into dust and fragments that scattered through the air. The blue Susanoo quickly dispersed and vanished into specks of light. Using the momentum, Yao flipped backward and landed on a raised rock not far away, calmly looking ahead. Dust quickly gathered together, and Madara's head rapidly reformed. You brat! How dare you? Madara's voice squeezed out through clenched teeth, carrying monstrous killing intent. He, Uchiha Madara, the Azura of the ninja world, had actually had his head blown apart by a junior-s taijutsu kick. This was simply the ultimate humiliation. Senior Madara. Yao shook his slightly numb right leg, his tone still calm. The Rinnegan is indeed powerful. Universal pull controls gravity. Shinra Tensei releases repulsion, and it can even absorb chakra and manipulate life and death. But it is not invincible, nor is it without a counter. Taijutsu is one of the most effective ways to deal with the Rinnegan. As long as my speed is fast enough and my strength is great enough, I can still beat you down. No discussion. When Might Guy opened the Gate of Death, he nearly kicked Six Paths Madara to death. Against a mere Edo Tensei Madara, Yao only needed to open the fifth gate. Taijutsu? Madara narrowed his eyes. Yao looked at Madara, and the corner of his mouth slowly curled into a wild, defiant arc. Senior Madara, next. I'll let you witness the strongest taijutsu of this era. Yao took a deep breath. The chakra inside his body roared like raging rivers as it charged toward the sixth gate. The sixth gate of the 8 gates released formation, the gate of view, open. Boom! A green torrent of energy several times more terrifying than before exploded from Yao's body like a geyser. The green steam around him instantly thickened several-fold. His hair was completely blown upward by the violent energy. Blood vessels spread across the whites of his eyes, and his entire aura rose to a peak so intense it made souls tremble. Just the terrifying pressure released from him made the people watching from afar struggle to breathe, as if their hearts were being clenched. Might Guy was so excited his whole body trembled, tears pouring down his face. The sixth gate, the gate of view. Yao finally opened the sixth gate. This is what youth looks like when it burns to the absolute limit. Yao, give it your all. Ever since teaching the 8 gates to Yao, Guy had rarely given him more guidance. But he knew Yao possessed unmatched talent in taijutsu. His rate of improvement far surpassed both Guy and Rock Lee. More than 3 years, nearly 4 years, had passed. Yao had finally opened the sixth gate. Guy-sensei, Yao's sixth gate seems even stronger than yours? Rock Lee asked in shock. That is only natural. Guy nodded solemnly. Whether it's physique or chakra reserves, Yao is far beyond me. The difference in our foundation is too great. If we both open the sixth gate, I naturally wouldn't be his match. So that's how it is. Madara stared fixedly at Yao, who was wrapped in green steam. The contempt and fury on his face had long since vanished. In their place were gravity. And even faint excitement. The 8 gates released formation. Madara's expression turned almost crazed.
Pure taijutsu.
Ultimate speed and strength. So this is your confidence in fighting the Rinnegan? Very good. Then let this old man see whether your ultimate taijutsu can truly break me. You'll see. Yao vanished instantly. All he left behind were circles of expanding sonic boom clouds and a slowly fading green afterimage of steam. Above, relying on his rich combat instincts and the Rinnegan's insight, Madara abruptly looked up toward the sky above him. He saw it. But his body could not keep up with what his eyes saw. There were no flashy moves. Only the simplest, the most violent, the most primal straight punch. Bang! Ugh! Madara let out a muffled groan. A huge hole exploded open in his chest, and his whole body was blasted away like a cannonball. And this was only the beginning. Yao blurred again and chased after the flying Madara at even greater speed. Senior Madara, your movements are too slow, slower than a snail. Bang 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 bang. A string of unbelievably heavy impacts exploded through the air. Yao's fists, feet, elbows, and knees struck Madara one after another at a frequency the naked eye could not follow. Madara tried to fight back, but in front of Yao, his movements were as slow as a snail. The Rinnegan could barely track Yao's path, but this Edo Tensei body simply could not react. Every hit made Madara explode into flying dust, blown apart again and again, reformed again and again. Asakujiku, Yao's fists turned into countless afterimages, their friction igniting the air and unleashing blazing fireballs like a meteor shower. Boom 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 boom. Flames and shockwaves plowed through that area all over again. The spectators in the distance were completely dumbfounded, their jaws hanging open. Uchiha Madara, the legendary Asura of the ninja world, was actually unable to fight back at all, getting blown apart again and again. How was that possible? As Yao stopped attacking, Madara gathered himself into a new body once more. Ha 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 ha. Even though he looked extremely battered, Madara actually burst into laughter. Good. In pure taijutsu alone you've even surpassed Hashirama. I never thought that in this era I would meet a monster like you, kid. I enjoyed this battle with you very much. But there is something I need to remind you of. I am an Edo Tensei body. I have unlimited chakra and an immortal body. What about you? Do you? Is that so? Green steam surged around Yao's body as he bared his teeth in a grin. I don't have unlimited chakra or an immortal body. But dealing with an Edo Tensei like you is actually very simple. Oh? Madara narrowed his eyes slightly. I'm quite curious what method you have to break this immortal Edo Tensei body. Senior Madara. A trace of playfulness appeared in Yao's smile. Sometimes, being too curious isn't a good thing. Kid, stop playing mysterious. Madara let out a cold snort. If you've got something, then use it. Let me see what else you have besides taijutsu that's worth showing. As you wish. The smile on Yao's face vanished, and his gaze suddenly turned razor-sharp. Koto Amatsukami light. In an instant, an invisible, intangible torrent of mental force slammed viciously into the depths of Uchiha Madara's consciousness. This is Madara's Rinnegan suddenly widened. His body, his chakra, his perception of everything on the material level rapidly faded away. His consciousness was forcibly dragged into a pure white genjutsu space that was nearly boundless. In this genjutsu space, Madara was nothing but a pure spiritual body, stripped of the protection of his Edo Tensei body. Humph! A mere genjutsu dares to show off in front of me? Madara snorted coldly and prepared to activate the power of his Rinnegan to forcibly break it apart. But at that moment, a dazzling golden light instantly crossed the barrier of space and stabbed straight toward the core of his spirit. Fast. Unimaginably fast. This wasn't physical speed, but a direct strike on the spiritual level. Madara wanted to dodge, only to find that he simply couldn't. That golden light was too fast. Like a sharp sword, the golden light pierced directly into the center of Madara's spiritual forehead in an instant. Aha! In the real world, Madara's body suddenly stiffened. Then he clutched his head tightly and let out an agonized howl of absolute pain. His Rinnegan were bloodshot. His face twisted and savage, as if his head were about to explode. This wasn't physical pain, but the agony of his soul being torn apart. A mental attack. This was a dojutsu attack aimed directly at the spirit. Madara instantly understood how terrifying this move was, his voice filled with pain. You damned brat! The Rinnegan he was so proud of, his powerful Edo Tensei body, in front of this kind of attack they actually provided very little defense. Yao looked at Madara, who was clutching his head and screaming, but did not continue attacking. Instead, he dispelled Koto Amatsukami light. Madara could not die. The collection of the tailed beasts and the revival of the Ten-Tails still depended on him. As for whether he would use Samsara of Heavenly Life technique to revive himself first, seize the Ten-Tails, and become the Ten-Tails Jinchuriki, Yao wasn't worried. The white Zetsu under Madara's command were all Yao's servants. Neither Black Zetsu nor Madara could hide any move they made from him. If Madara showed any intention of reviving himself, Yao would stop him through Flying Thunder God. The Genjutsu space was released. Madara's spirit returned to reality. He dropped to one knee, gasping for breath. His eyes were filled with shock and rage as he stared at Yao. "You damned brat. You actually have this kind of method." Madara's voice was hoarse, carrying a fury unlike anything before. For that one instant just now, he had truly felt the threat of death, not the destruction of the body, but the complete annihilation of spirit and consciousness. Madara was truly enraged. How long had it been since Senju Hashirama? How long had it been since this had happened? A mere junior, a brat, had actually managed to injure him, Uchiha Madara. This was the greatest humiliation imaginable. "Senior Madara." Yao's tone was calm. "You should feel fortunate. Fortunate that I had no intention of finishing you off just now. Otherwise, that move just now would have been enough to easily erase your consciousness and turn you into a real dead man." Yao understood very clearly just how terrifying and powerful Kodo Amatsukami light was. It was no exaggeration to say, among those of the same level, there was no power capable of contending against this genjutsu. If it had been Uchiha Shursui himself using this move against Madara, then most likely he would not have been able to kill Madara, because the gap between the two in spirit and ocular power was simply too great. And besides, Shursui's Mangekyo was only an ordinary Mangekyo. But Yao was different. Like Madara, he belonged to the peak Superkage tier. They were on the same level. More importantly, this pair of Shursui's Mangekyo in Yao's possession had undergone a fundamental transformation after long-term nourishment from Six Paths chakra. Their ocular power had long since become comparable to, or even surpassed, the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. Because of that, the Kodo Amatsukami light used by Yao was far more powerful than Uchiha Shursui's. It was enough to pose a fatal threat to souls on the same level. The reasoning was simple. Would release in Yamato's hands could only handle landscaping and build a 3-bedroom, 2-living-room house. But in Senju Hashirama's hands, could instantly grow an entire forest. As for whether Kodo Amatsukami light would be effective against someone at the Six Paths level, Yao had never tried it, so for now, there was no way to know. Madara slowly stood back up. Although his spirit had been injured, the pride that belonged to the Azura of the ninja world made him forcibly straighten his back. The way he looked at Yao had completely changed now. He was no longer looking at him as some interesting brat, some junior. He was truly regarding him as an opponent of the same level, someone capable of threatening his very existence. "Very good.
Keith, no.
I should call you Uchiha Yao. You are qualified to let me know your name." Madara stared at Yao. "Let us count today's battle as your win. I hope that the next time we meet, we can truly have a real fight." 1 month later, Konoha. In the Uchiha clan district, Karen had prepared a full table of dishes. Sasuke sat cross-legged in front of the table, and his eyes had already changed into an entirely new pattern. That was the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. Footsteps came from outside the door. Yao pushed the door open and walked in, with a figure in a black robe with red clouds following behind him. Sasuke shot to his feet, and his Sharingan instantly activated. "Relax." Yao waved a hand. "Yes, one of us now." That figure slowly raised his head, revealing a face that looked 70% similar to Sasuke's. It was Uchiha Itachi. But those eyes were no longer Mangekyo, only ordinary black eyes now. "Sasuke." Itachi's voice was somewhat hoarse. Sasuke stared at him dead on, his whole body trembling. After a long while, he finally squeezed a few words out through clenched teeth. "You're still alive?" Yao used Outer Path, Samsara of Heavenly Life technique to pull me back from the Pure Land. Itachi lowered his head. "The price was that I lost all ocular power, and I also lost my strength as a ninja. Right now, I'm just an ordinary person." "An ordinary person?" Sasuke let out a cold laugh. "You killed father and mother, killed the whole clan, and now with one sentence, ordinary person, you think Sasuke?" Yao cut him off, his tone calm, letting him finish. Itachi slowly dropped to his knees, his forehead touching the cold floor. "I'm sorry. Everything that happened back then had hidden reasons. Danzo, Obito, the orders from Konoha's higher-ups. The sins I committed are unforgivable. I don't ask for your forgiveness. I only hope to stay alive and atone for them." Karen hid by the kitchen doorway, nervously watching this scene. Silence. Sasuke's Sharingan stared fixedly at Itachi kneeling on the ground, pain and confusion flashing through his eyes. In the end, he closed his eyes and turned away. "Get up." Sasuke's voice was cold. "Dying would be letting you off too easily. Staying alive to atone sounds better." Itachi's body trembled slightly. Yao clapped his hands. "All right, time to eat. Karen made so much food. Don't waste it." Karen quickly brought out the last dish and muttered softly, "Mr. Itachi, you should eat with us too, right?" Itachi raised his head and looked at Sasuke's back. Sasuke didn't turn around. He only said flatly, "Set out one more bowl and pair of chopsticks." Itachi's eyes grew slightly moist. 3 months later, inside the Hokage building in Tsunade's office, The fifth Hokage, Tsunade, looked at the document in front of her, her brows tightly furrowed. You're leaving? Yao nodded. Everything that needed to be dealt with has been dealt with. I want to go out and look around, see this ninja world. What about Sasuke? That kid's been butting heads with Itachi every day lately, saying he wants to keep an eye on Itachi's atonement. Yao smiled. Let him be. Naruto comes looking for him every other day to spar too, so it's pretty lively. Tsunade let out a sigh. Fine, do what you want. But, she paused, then looked at Yao seriously. If you run into any trouble, remember to come back. Konoha will always be your home. We will always be waiting for you to come back. I will. Yao turned and left the Hokage building, walking out through Konoha's main gate. Outside the gate, Karen was already waiting there with her luggage on her back. Her face red as she spoke in a small voice. I want to go too. I can cook, wash clothes, and I won't cause you any trouble. Yao laughed and rubbed her hair. Let's go. The two walked side by side, gradually disappearing down the forest path. In the distance, atop the Hokage rock, the Edo Tensei forms of the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, and the second Hokage, Tobirama Senju, stood there quietly, watching that departing figure. Minato smiled. What an incredible young man. Tobirama didn't argue. He only gave a soft hum in response. Below Hokage Rock, Naruto, Sasuke, Sakura, Kakashi, and the others stood together watching Yao leave. Naruto suddenly shouted loudly, Yao, come back soon. I still want to spar with you. In the distance, with his back to them, Yao raised a hand and waved. Sasuke looked at that figure, then glanced at Itachi standing silently beside him. The corner of his mouth lifted slightly as he softly said, Let's go. We're heading back. The end.